Yi Ming was reborn. In this life, he seized the opportunity to preemptively acquire his enemy's Sclass RV. To his astonishment, the Sclass RV possessed the ability to collect women's affection points. Chapter 1. The World of Escape. Where am I? How did I suddenly find myself on the street? What is happening? Have I crossed over? Is this good fortune finally mine? Across the city streets, people looked around in confusion, bewildered as to how they had suddenly appeared in this dilapidated urban setting. In contrast to the disoriented crowd, Yi Ming stood in shock, unable to believe his eyes. Am I reborn? The scene before him felt surreal. Wasn't this the moment when humanity first descended into the world of escape, struggling for survival? Yi Ming was all too familiar with this scenario. Yi Ming, where is this? How do we end up here? Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Yi Ming turned to his side, where a woman, her expression fraught with anxiety, was scanning their surroundings, seeking answers from him. This woman, though of ordinary appearance, had skillfully enhanced her looks with makeup, rendering her somewhat attractive, just barely qualifying as a beauty. She was none other than Zhao Tong, his ex-girlfriend, who had recently ended their relationship. Yi Ming frowned at Zhao Tong. To his dismay, he had unexpectedly encountered this woman once more after his rebirth. It felt like a stroke of bad luck. It turned out that after Zhao Tong secured her position in the civil service, she no longer needed Yi Ming as her financial support and had come specifically to break things off with him. Yet this unforeseen circumstance inadvertently led to the arrival of two individuals in this realm. In his previous life, Yi Ming was ensnared by this woman, missing the opportunity to acquire a means of transportation, which condemned him to a life of struggle at the bottom tier of society. Ultimately, he was even used as bait, succumbing to the claws of a monster. As the inhabitants of the city found themselves at a loss, a mysterious voice emerged within their minds. Welcome to the world of escape. Here, you are faced with the duality of death and survival. Within the city lie various means of transportation. You must seek these vehicles to flee, as they will serve as your lifeline during the escape. Choose wisely. Along your path of flight, you will encounter numerous treasure chests as rewards, containing survival supplies and enhancement items. However, you must first vanquish the monsters guarding these chests. Important notice. Please evacuate the city promptly. A monstrous presence will arrive in 1 hour. Upon absorbing the message within his mind, Yi Ming realized the truth had indeed been reborn. The voice echoed the words he had heard in his former existence. Unlike others who were oblivious, Yi Ming possessed a certain comprehension of the present circumstances. From this moment forth, every individual aged between 18 and 50 across the globe will be thrust into this world of survival. Each person would be compelled to fight and survive amidst the chaos. In his past life, Yi Ming had been but an ant, struggling for existence at the lowest rung. Now that he had been granted a second chance, he was determined to seize the initiative and ensure his survival. Suddenly, a system panel materialized before Yi Ming and Zhao Tong. He recognized this as the system panel that each individual possessed within the world of escape. The system panel is divided into 4 primary categories: attributes, channels, equipment, and transportation. Yi Ming, well-versed in navigating the system panel, first accessed the attribute section. Name: Yi Ming Strength, E-grade Speed, E-grade Constitution, E-grade Spirit, E-grade Skill, none escape coins, 0. Overall evaluation: E-grade mediocre attributes. You're only stronger than some women. It is advisable not to resort to violence to resolve issues, as you lack the strength. Yi Ming then opened the adjacent channel interface, reminiscent of a WeChat group, where users can engage in conversation and trade supplies and items. Moreover, each participant utilizes their real name and genuine profile picture, allowing everyone to see one another's identities and appearances. The channel is further divided into a world auction channel and a regional channel. Currently, the world auction channel is not accessible. Consequently, Yi Ming proceeded to open the regional channel, where the most prominent feature is the number of participants displayed at the top. Current participants: 10,000,10,000. This indicates that 10,000 individuals have arrived in this desolate city, with Yi Ming and Zhao Tong being 2 among them. Messages flood the regional channel as individuals discuss the prevailing circumstances. The majority express their confusion regarding their presence in this place, while others voice their concerns about the monsters expected to arrive in an hour. Wang Song, everyone, you heard the voice just now. I suggest we unite and share any information we have. Let's work together to escape this city. Wang Song's words immediately resonated with countless individuals. Suddenly, Everyone found themselves in an unfamiliar city, each person enveloped in a sense of panic and unease. Only by banding together could they mitigate their fear of the unknown. Consequently, many began to express their thoughts in the discussion channel. Soon after, someone shared a photograph of a bus idling at a bus stop. In the image, a few individuals could even be seen preparing to board the bus. The sight of the bus sparked excitement among many, who eagerly expressed their intention to head to the bus stop in search of transportation. Others, however, analyzed that the buses in the city would likely be insufficient for everyone, advising others to explore nearby transportation options rather than solely seeking out buses. Yet this individual's analysis was met with skepticism from many. Overall, the discussions and opinions within the channel were chaotic. Ming briefly scanned the conversations in the channel before exiting the system. He took a moment to glance at the interface, which only took a few seconds, akin to checking a WeChat group on his phone. As for the remaining equipment and transportation interfaces, Ming found no necessity to examine them. Now that Ming had been reborn, he understood the urgency of finding a means of transportation. He was acutely aware of the significance of a vehicle in a world of escape. Each vehicle possessed unique abilities, bestowing various advantages upon its owner. In his previous life, the most formidable individuals were those who commanded high-level vehicles. Conversely, those without transportation could only become followers. Vehicle owners had the capacity to recruit followers to form teams or capture them to serve as slaves. Male followers become mere pawns or expendable assets to the vehicle owners, while female followers are often reduced to mere playthings or even commodities for trade. Only by becoming a vehicle owner can one seize control of their destiny in a world rife with peril and possess the means to survive. To attain the status of a vehicle owner, one must forge a bond with a mode of transport, with the exception of buses. In a previous life, Ming intended to seek out a vehicle. However, he was persuaded by Zhao Tong to board a bus together. Upon boarding the bus, Zhao Tong abruptly abandoned him to join another vehicle owner in securing a different mode of transport, leaving a bewildered Ming alone on the bus. Chapter 2. The targeted RV this time. I must secure a mode of transportation. I cannot afford to miss the opportunity again. Ming's gaze gradually became resolute. With this thought in mind, he abruptly struck Zhao Tong beside him. Slap. Ah! Zhao Tong cried out, covering her face in shock. She had been engrossed in the chat channel, completely unprepared for Ming's sudden assault. Are you out of your mind, Ming? Zhao Tong was infuriated. Throughout the years they had been together since university, it was the first time Ming had laid a hand on her. How could it be that just after their breakup, he dared to strike her? Truly, men were all worthless. Ming, how dare you hit me? You pathetic fool. Do you even comprehend what you've done? You can forget about winning me back. I will grant you no opportunity. Zhao Tong failed to realize that this was no longer the world she once knew, yet she still maintained an air of superiority, incessantly berating Ming's ineptitude. Ming, however, paid her no mind as he turned and sprinted towards a nearby residential complex. Simultaneously, he rapidly recalled memories from his previous life and soon unearthed information about a vehicle within his mind. It was an RV, once owned by a man named Li Tianyu. In the future, this individual would utilize that RV to prey upon innocent girls. Ming had a girl with whom he shared a profound bond, someone who, in a desperate bid to escape being taken by Li Tianyu, chose to end her life. Consequently, Ming harbored a deep-seated grudge against Li Tianyu. Thus, he resolved to seek out that RV. As for its location, Ming recalled that Li Tianyu had boasted in the chat channel about it being situated in the plaza, which lay at the heart of the city. However, traversing to the city center plaza on foot was clearly impractical, given the considerable distance. By the time he arrived, the monsters would likely have already descended, and Li Tianyu would have long claimed the RV. Therefore, Ming needed to locate a vehicle nearby first, allowing him to drive to the RV's whereabouts. From Ming's understanding, it was nearly impossible to find vehicles on the city streets, save for public buses. This was also the primary reason many had failed to secure transportation and resorted to taking the bus. Ordinary B, C, and D-grade vehicles tended to be concealed within residential areas or tucked away in building corners. Only A-grade vehicles were hidden in underground garages, making them exceedingly difficult to detect and requiring the activation of specific mechanisms to access. Ming hastily made his way toward the nearby residential complex, confident there would be some form of transportation available, albeit of a lower grade. Meanwhile, Zhao Tong stood bewildered, watching Ming's retreating figure. She could not comprehend why he had struck her and then dashed away, not even glancing back. The sheer audacity of it nearly sent her into a frenzy. Ming, stop right there. What do you think you're doing? Zhao Tong shouted, attempting to halt his progress. Yet, Ming had already run far ahead, completely disregarding her. Realizing the complexity of this world, Zhao Tong began to panic. She knew she needed Ming as her protector and could not afford to let him escape. Reluctantly, she took off after him. As Ming and Zhao Tong dashed into the residential complex, others on the street began to check their systems, contemplating how to secure transportation. After all, only an hour remained until the monsters descended upon them. They needed to act swiftly to find a means of escape from the city. Hey, I just saw 2 people rush into that complex. Did they discover something? One individual inquired after shutting off their system panel, pointing towards the entrance where Ming and Zhao Tong had entered. Many were stirred by this revelation. The 2 who had just entered the complex might have stumbled upon a vehicle. Given the scarcity of transportation in the vicinity, it was entirely possible that the complex harbored a hidden means of escape. Let us go check it out together. If they really have found a vehicle, we could easily hitch a ride with them. Another chimed in, and if they refuse to share, we'll just take the vehicle by force. The others remained silent, but their thoughts were clear to them alone. Meanwhile, after entering the complex, Ming did not immediately locate a vehicle. The area was not extensive, consisting of only a few rows of residential buildings, so it wouldn't take long to find transportation. He diligently searched among the buildings, hoping to discover a means of escape soon. Zhao Tong soon followed him in, calling out, Ming, what are you doing in this rundown complex? Don't you realize we have only an hour until the monsters arrive? We need to find a bus quickly. Zhao Tong was eager to locate a bus, but she feared being bullied if she ventured out alone. Having a tall companion like Ming as her protector seemed ideal. Someone like him, albeit foolish, would likely shield her in danger. At that moment, Ming was filled with frustration. Zhao Tong had the audacity to urge him to board a bus. If not for the looming crisis, he would have relished the opportunity to slap Zhao Tong several times to alleviate his annoyance. Just then, several more individuals rushed into the complex, each one eager to secure transportation, fearful of missing out. No one knew how many vehicles were left in the city or if there would be enough to accommodate the masses. Consequently, none were willing to forfeit the chance to escape. There must be a vehicle in this complex. Everyone, search quickly and don't let that guy in front monopolize it. Chapter 3. Seizing the C-Class van. Zhao Tong observed several individuals rushing into the community, clamoring for transportation, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Could it be that there truly existed a means of conveyance within this neighborhood? Glancing over at Ming, she realized he had already ventured deep into the community. You all need to leave this area. We were the first to discover it. Zhao Tong immediately attempted to expel the newcomers. It must be said that Zhao Tong's mind was occasionally quite sharp. After all, she had successfully passed the public service examination, understanding that obstructing these individuals would afford Ming some precious time. However, the newcomers were not inclined to yield to Zhao Tong's demands. A middle-aged man, blocked by her, swung his hand in anger. Slap. Ah! Zhao Tong cried out in shock. The familiar sensation, the echo of her own scream, was merely a result of a different assailant this time. Hearing the commotion behind him, Ming noticed that he was not alone in searching for transportation within the community. Powerless to intervene, he hastened his search. It was not until he reached a corner that Ming finally spotted a vehicle. It was an old, dilapidated van. At last, he had found it. A surge of joy filled him as he sprinted towards the van. The others, trailing closely behind, soon discovered the vehicle as well. Look, there's a car. Quickly, everyone chase after it. We cannot allow that brat to monopolize the van. Thus, all present dashed towards the van, each driven by the singular desire to seize the vehicle. Ming was at the forefront, possessing the greatest advantage in claiming the van. He reached the vehicle first. The others, seeing this, exchanged glances of concern and shouted, "Brother, wait for us. Let us get in together." A cold smile crept across Ming's lips as he hesitated not a moment to open the van's weathered door and take a seat. Ding. C-Class transportation detected, a worn-out van. Would you like to bind this vehicle? The moment Ming settled into the van, a system notification echoed in his mind. No. Without a moment's hesitation, he declined to bind the van. Each individual was permitted to bind only one vehicle, and once bound, the vehicle could not be seized or abandoned. Even destruction would not free it from the binding. Ming's ambition was to acquire Li Tianyu's A-Class RV. Thus, he firmly rejected the notion of binding the van. Casting a sidelong glance at the approaching individuals intent on commandeering the van, he swiftly ignited the engine. The keys were already in the ignition, and the tank was full, alleviating any concerns about driving away. Engaging the gear, he accelerated. With one firm press on the gas pedal, Ming departed amidst the shouts of the frustrated pursuers. "You scoundrel, stop the vehicle. What a selfish jerk. There are clearly seats available in that van. Why won't he let us in?" After a few exclamations, the group, resigned to their fate, continued their search for alternative means of transportation as Ming drove away. Just as he was about to exit the community, he spotted Zhao Tong standing at the entrance. At this moment, Zhao Tong's left cheek was slightly swollen, clearly a result of a recent altercation. Upon seeing Ming piloting a van, her face lit up with surprise. However, to her dismay, the van simply passed her by, showing no intention of stopping to offer her a ride. "Ah, Ming, you scoundrel. Pull over right now." Zhao Tong fumed, cursing vehemently as she regretted having ended her relationship with Ming too hastily. If only she had not, she might have had the chance to escape the city in that van. Ming, glancing through the rearview mirror, witnessed Zhao Tong's rage and felt a surge of satisfaction. In a previous life, Zhao Tong had abandoned him on a bus, leaving him unable to reclaim his fortunes. This time, there was no way he would allow her to board the van. After discerning the right direction, Ming gradually increased the van's speed, heading towards the city center. He needed to seize the opportunity to locate the RV. At this juncture, the streets were devoid of vehicles and obstacles, save for pedestrians. Ming drove the van at breakneck speed. "Look over there. Is that a van?" shouted a crowd, their voices filled with excitement. "Hey, stop. Take us out of this city." Many, upon spotting Ming's van, shouted fervently, eager to hitch a ride to safety. Yet, Ming paid them no mind. Some attempted to obstruct the van, but he had no intention of slowing down, choosing instead to barrel through. "Think you can stop the van? Then perish," he thought. "Get out of the way, everyone. The van is about to hit someone." His reckless driving startled many, forcing them to dodge in fear of being struck. "Damn it, is this driver in such a hurry to meet his maker?" They cursed, vowing to remember the van driver, wishing to avoid any future encounters. As Ming searched for the square, the ominous arrival of monsters loomed ever closer, mere hours away. Gradually, people throughout the city began to find means of transportation, becoming drivers themselves. Others boarded buses at various stops, quietly awaiting their chance to flee. Those fortunate enough to secure vehicles picked up passengers and began their exodus from the city. Some had already sped away, while a scant few remained, still seeking transport. Finally, Ming arrived at an open square, his heart racing with excitement. This must be the place. He had squandered considerable time locating this square. As he surveyed the area, it appeared desolate. Anyone arriving here would quickly leave, for they sought transportation, not a leisurely stroll. Yet, who could have imagined that within this vast emptiness lay a Class A RV? Previous investigations had revealed that all Class A vehicles were concealed in underground garages, making them exceedingly difficult to discover. Only those fortunate enough can unexpectedly acquire an A-class vehicle. Li Tianyu had boasted in the chat channel about his extraordinary luck. At that time, while being pursued by a monstrous entity, he found himself teleported to an underground parking garage when he escaped to the square, thus obtaining that A-class RV. It resembled the narrative of a protagonist in a novel, who, while fleeing for his life, falls into a chasm and receives the teachings of a hidden master. This filled Ming with envy. Consequently, Ming harbored no doubts regarding Li Tianyu's honesty. Indeed, Li Tianyu was not lying, for there was no need to. Could anyone possibly reincarnate and intercept his RV ahead of time? Chapter 4. Binding the S-Class RV, Ming opened the door and stepped out of the van. Standing in the expansive square, pondering how he might acquire an A-Class RV, he resolved to explore the center of the square, where it was likely a mechanism for teleportation to an underground garage awaited discovery. As he proceeded toward the heart of the square, he remained blissfully unaware of a corpulent figure lurking at the periphery, silently observing his departure from the van. The rotund figure, witnessing Ming distance himself from the vehicle, clenched his fists in fervor. Had Ming but glimpsed this heavy-set silhouette, he would undoubtedly recognize him as Li Tianyu. Indeed, this individual was none other than the former owner of the RV from Ming's past life, and he was quite portly. Despite his girth, Li Tianyu lacked any semblance of the amiable nature often associated with the overweight. Instead, he bore an unseemly visage, appearing disheveled and exceedingly sleazy, reminiscent of a character from One Piece. This unfortunate appearance had rendered it nearly impossible for the initial women he had captured to genuinely love him. Li Tianyu had abducted several of these women to his RV, driven by a singular peculiar demand that they fall in love with him. Naturally, some women feigned affection for the sake of aligning themselves with him. However, Li Tianyu seemed to possess an uncanny ability to discern the authenticity of their feelings. Those insincere women were subjected to his torment and recorded in humiliating videos, which he subsequently disseminated in chat channels for the amusement of others. Consequently, many women would rather face death at the hands of a monster than board Li Tianyu's RV. Returning to the present, Yi Ming had reached the center of the square, his gaze fixed downward as he stepped upon the tiles, hoping to trigger the mechanism. Meanwhile, Li Tianyu, concealed in a shadowy corner, though perplexed by Yi Ming's actions, recognized this as a prime opportunity to seize the van. Thus, with an exceedingly sleazy running form, he stealthily approached the vehicle. Given his bulk, his speed was lacking, rendering his movements akin to a comical pig attempting to steal a watermelon. As Li Tianyu reached the van, Yi Ming remained absorbed in his exploration of the square's tiles. Suddenly, the sound of the van's door slamming shut jolted him from his reverie, and he turned to see a corpulent figure seated in the driver's seat, igniting the engine. "Holy crap, Li Tianyu, you scoundrel, you're stealing my van," Yi Ming exclaimed, recognition dawning upon him as he laid eyes on Li Tianyu, a figure forever etched in his memory as an adversary. In a surge of excitement, Li Tianyu started the van, and a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. C-Class vehicle detected, a dilapidated van. Do you wish to bind this vehicle? Li Tianyu paused momentarily, then, filled with elation, nodded eagerly. Bind it. Bind it. This van is mine now. Ding. Congratulations, you have bound the C-Class van. Once bound, the van cannot be stolen or abandoned. Even if destroyed, the binding remains intact. You are now the owner of the vehicle, possessing the right to recruit followers. Followers will provide benefits to the owner. It is advisable to recruit followers before leaving the city. Li Tianyu had no time to peruse the system notification, for he had already spotted Yi Ming hastening toward him. In haste, he drove away from the square in a van. I, Li Tianyu, truly am a clever and valiant man, managing to procure a means of transport just before the impending arrival of the monster. A casual glance in the rearview mirror revealed that Yi Ming's figure had long since vanished from the square. How peculiar. Where could that person have gone? Li Tianyu did not dwell on this, focusing instead on the system to examine the van's specifications and capabilities. As for Yi Ming, he was of no concern to him. Meanwhile, Yi Ming was no longer at the square, but had found himself in the underground parking garage. Upon witnessing Li Tianyu commandeering his van, a surge of anger coursed through him, wishing he could have skinned Li Tianyu alive on the spot. Without hesitation, he dashed toward Li Tianyu, only to stumble upon a trap, which transported him to the underground garage. Though his van had been stolen by Li Tianyu, fortune favored him in misfortune. As he arrived in the parking garage, the space was not dim, illuminated by electric lights. Yi Ming slowly rose to his feet, and before him stood a dilapidated, grayish-white camper van. Upon sighting this vehicle, excitement coursed through him, and he could not resist the urge to caress it. Indeed, this was the very camper van he had longed for. Although it differed significantly from Li Tianyu's van, that was merely due to the extensive modifications and upgrades Li Tianyu had performed. The camper before him was small and worn, as all vehicles began from a state of disrepair, requiring one to upgrade and enhance them. Yi Ming hastily opened the door and settled into the driver's seat. Ding. S-Class vehicle detected, dilapidated camper van. Would you like to bind this vehicle? What? Yi Ming exclaimed in disbelief, thinking he had misheard. He quickly checked the system information. It was indeed an S-Class vehicle. No wonder. Yi Ming murmured softly to himself. It explained why Li Tianyu had always exuded an air of inscrutability in his past life. Not only was he powerful, but he also possessed an inexhaustible wealth of resources. The camper van had been crafted into a luxurious abode by Li Tianyu, capable of supporting numerous initial women without concern, leaving countless men in the world of escape envious. It turned out that Li Tianyu's camper van was not merely an A-Class, but an S-Class. It was no surprise that Li Tianyu concealed the true tier of his vehicle. Were Yi Ming in his position, he too would keep the S-Class identity under wraps, for as the saying goes, the wood that stands out is bound to be felled by the wind. Li Tianyu, you have truly given me a tremendous surprise. The smile on Yi Ming's face was irrepressible. If you desire a C-Class van, take it. I shall graciously accept your S-Class camper van. Now that Yi Ming had found the camper, the van was indeed of no further use to him. As for the enmity with Li Tianyu, he would settle that score in due time. System, bind the camper van. Ming commanded. Ding. Congratulations on binding the S-Class camper van. Once bound, the vehicle cannot be stolen or abandoned. Even if destroyed, the binding remains unbroken. You have become a car owner, bestowed with the privilege of recruiting followers, who will provide the owner with benefits. It is advised that the owner recruit followers before departing from the city. 2 system prompts sounded, and with a smile, Ming opened the system panel. He intended to examine the capabilities of the S-Class RV. Chapter 5. The capabilities of the RV. Ming skillfully accessed the system panel and opened the vehicle interface. RV, S-Class, 0 stars, capacity, 1, unlimited. Function 1. The owner possesses the ability to collect special affinity points from the initial female. Function 2. Affinity points can be exchanged for attribute spheres of any level. The higher the level of the attribute sphere, the more affinity points are required for exchange. Function 3. The owner has the capability to record blueprints, allowing for the unlimited manufacture of items from these blueprints. Current affinity points, 0 current recorded blueprints. None. After reviewing the S-Class RV's capabilities, Ming was momentarily taken aback. As he delved deeper into the various functions, he finally comprehended the motives behind Li Tianyu's actions in his previous life. The reason Li Tianyu had relentlessly pursued initial females was to acquire affinity points. In the world of escape, there are numerous ways to enhance one's strength. Among these, the most direct and effective method is to absorb attribute spheres to bolster personal attributes. Attribute spheres are categorized into 6 levels: S, A, B, C, D, and E, much like the levels of strength. In the realm of escape, attribute spheres are an exceedingly scarce resource. Even the most basic E-class attribute spheres are in high demand. Thus, it is no wonder that Li Tianyu was able to rise to A-class strength, given that the RV's capabilities allow for the exchange of affinity points for attribute spheres. Ming now understood everything. He had collected special affinity points from the initial females. This particular nature of the affinity points is difficult to articulate, as it is prone to censorship. The reason Li Tianyu insisted that the captured initial females must fall in love with him was also to garner these affinity points. It seems that if Ming wishes to grow stronger, he too must pursue initial females and collect affinity points. However, Ming differs significantly from Li Tianyu. He possesses an advantage in gathering affinity points. Li Tianyu is unattractive, overweight, and unkempt, making it challenging for him to win the favor of women. In contrast, Ming was handsome, standing at 1.8 meters tall, with a strikingly attractive visage that easily captured the hearts of women. Moreover, Ming is a man of ideals. Unlike Li Tianyu, who indiscriminately accepted all initial females, regardless of their appearance or age, Ming is discerning. He will only pursue beautiful women. Furthermore, the RV's capacity to accommodate an unlimited number of followers is quite enticing. As long as there is space within, this RV can hold countless individuals. However, Ming has no intention of doing so, as it would yield no benefits. In the future, this RV will only harbor the initial females that Ming finds appealing. Lastly, the RV possesses an ability that greatly excites Ming, the capability to record blueprints. In the world of escape, there is a certain probability of obtaining blueprints from treasure chests. Each blueprint has a limited number of manufacturing uses. Some can produce items once, while others allow for multiple creations, but none can be manufactured infinitely. Yet, the RV's third function enables the recording of blueprints, allowing for the limitless production of items specified within these blueprints. With the acquisition of a third ability, Ming found that he need not engage in battles. Merely selling the items crafted from blueprints could yield substantial profits. Is this the prowess of an S-class vehicle? The capacity to exchange goodwill for attribute orbs, combined with the ability to gather resources through the collection of blueprints, would enable even a mere pig to ascend to the ranks of the elite. After all, Li Tianyu is indeed a rather remarkable pig. Upon reviewing the capabilities of the RV, Ming conducted a thorough inspection of the vehicle itself. An RV, often referred to as a home on wheels, integrates the functions of both a residence and a vehicle. Currently in its rudimentary 0-star state, the RV appeared quite dilapidated and basic, featuring only 2 compartments, a cockpit and a bedroom. The bedroom contained merely a large bed with a set of bedding, nothing more. The interior lacked air conditioning, a refrigerator, or any semblance of a kitchen, bathroom, or restroom. In fact, it was devoid of even the most basic furnishings, such as tables, chairs, or utensils, rendering it rather pitiable. These essentials would have to be sought and modified by Yi Ming in due course. After surveying the surroundings, Yi Ming returned to the driver's seat. He refrained from lamenting the RV's disrepair and simplicity, for he held firm in his belief that he would eventually enhance and upgrade it to perfection. In the world of escape, both vehicles and equipment are categorized by levels, ranging from 0 to 5 stars, with higher ratings signifying greater strength. Yi Ming proceeded to examine the RV's dashboard, noting that the fuel tank contained 100 units of gasoline. In this realm, a single unit of gasoline permits the vehicle to traverse 1 kilometer, making fuel a critical resource for scavenging treasures. The RV's maximum speed, however, was a mere 100 km/h. To increase velocity in the future, upgrades to the engine and power systems would be necessary. Having completed his inspection, Yi Ming did not hastily drive out of the underground garage. Instead, he accessed the system to peruse the chat channel. The chat was inundated with a flurry of messages, the chaos typical of a channel with 10,000 participants. The time for the Monster Onslaught approaches, yet I have not located transportation. Who will come to my aid? Our bus is already full. Why haven't we departed the city? Stay calm. All buses appear to be stationary, likely waiting for the monsters to arrive before departing. Li Tianyu remarked, my vehicle still has space. Who in the city has yet to board? Please message me privately. Li Tianyu, please save me. I am at XXX. Yi Ming cast a cursory glance at the messages in the chat channel and was taken aback to see Li Tianyu recruiting followers within the discussion. How brazen. To commandeer my van for such purposes. I shall remember this transgression and settle the score in due time. No longer interested in the chat. Yi Ming shifted his focus to the personnel list, meticulously sifting through the entries. After some time, he paused at a particular avatar. It depicted a pure-looking girl wearing glasses. The girl possessed an exquisite beauty, with an oval face and a pair of large eyes that, accentuated by her glasses, evoked a sense of first love reminiscent of school days. Yi Ming clicked on the girl's profile picture and sent a friend request. Simultaneously, on a bus in the city, a girl, adorned in a blue school uniform and wearing glasses, sat quietly in the corner, momentarily taken aback. Someone had actually requested to add her as a friend. She had been merely observing the chat channel, never having sent any messages. The only way someone could add her was by finding her in the list of members. Who could it be that added me? Yang Lingyu wondered as she opened the friend request, revealing the name of the sender, Yi Ming. Upon seeing the name and profile picture, Yang Lingyu was certain she did not know Yi Ming. What could be his intention in adding me? Is he harboring ulterior motives? A sense of unease washed over Yang Lingyu, feeling somewhat harassed. Although Yi Ming was undeniably handsome, she felt no interest and decisively clicked to decline the request. Chapter 6. Yang Lingyu. The arrival of the monster. Yi Ming sat in the driver's seat of the RV, momentarily taken aback when Yang Lingyu declined his friend request. He hadn't anticipated her vigilance. After all, they were still strangers, and her refusal was entirely reasonable. In his previous life, after parting ways with Zhao Tong, Yi Ming fortuitously found himself seated beside Yang Lingyu on a bus. Initially, neither paid much attention to the other, both focused solely on escaping the city. However, once they left, the true ordeal of survival began, fraught with various challenges. The foremost concern was procuring food and water. Yi Ming, being a robust man, could partake in group battles, earning a modest share of provisions. Conversely, Yang Lingyu, an 18-year-old high school girl, lacked the capability to fight, and her only means to acquire sustenance was through compromising her dignity. It was only when Yi Ming noticed her nearing death from starvation and dehydration that he recognized her indomitable spirit. She had never once solicited aid from anyone. She would rather perish than barter her body, despite her beauty, which could easily attract offers for food and water. Consequently, Yi Ming decided to share a portion of his own rations with Yang Lingyu, expecting nothing in return. In gratitude, she took it upon herself to keep watch over him at night, guarding against potential ambushes from others in the bus. Gradually, their bond deepened as they navigated the treacherous landscape of their new reality together, forging an inexplicable connection amidst the chaos. However, one fateful day, while Yi Ming ventured out in search of supplies, Li Tianyu unexpectedly appeared and uncovered Yang Lingyu's virginity. In a desperate bid to avoid boarding Li Tianyu's RV, Yang Lingyu chose to confront the monsters rather than submit to her fate. From that moment, animosity brewed between Yi Ming and Li Tianyu. Now reborn with an S-Class RV at his disposal, Yi Ming felt an unwavering confidence in his ability to protect Yang Lingyu. He could not abandon the woman who had steadfastly stood by him in his past life. Alas, the monster's arrival loomed imminent. With no time to locate Yang Lingyu, he resolved to send her another friend request, hoping that once she recognized the harsh realities of their world, he could assist her with some supplies to stave off starvation and dehydration on the bus. Despite Yang Lingyu's initial rejection, Yi Ming remained undeterred, continuing to send friend requests. Inside the bus, Yang Lingyu grew increasingly frustrated as she watched Yi Ming persist in his attempts. Who was this Yi Ming? Could it be that she had unwittingly caught his attention? Being a clever girl, Yang Lingyu quickly grasped through the chat channels that this world of survival was devoid of legal and moral constraints. As a defenseless girl, she felt utterly vulnerable and feared becoming an object of desire for predatory men. She had not anticipated this reality would confront her so soon. Among the thousands of women in the chat, why had this Yi Ming singled her out, just as she contemplated rejecting his request once more? She realized that Yi Ming posed no real threat to her, leading her to reluctantly agree to his friend request. She wanted to ascertain what Yi Ming was up to. Yang Lingyu opened her private chat with him, fully prepared to engage in a verbal skirmish filled with profanities. She intended to make it clear to the lecherous individual on the other side that she was not to be trifled with. However, to her astonishment, he had not sent a single message. After waiting a full minute, Yi Ming still remained silent, leaving Yang Lingyu utterly perplexed. She yearned to inquire of Yi Ming the purpose behind his friend request, yet initiating the conversation herself would feel as though she were conceding defeat. It was he who had sought her friendship, so what did his silence signify? This sensation was akin to someone persistently attempting to coerce her, and after a prolonged resistance, she finally relented, only to have the man lose interest. Yang Lingyu found herself at a loss for words. As Yi Ming continued to withhold communication, she resolved to delete him from her friends list. Just then, a system notification interrupted her train of thought. Area alert. Monsters have descended upon the city. Simultaneously, every bus in the city sprang to life and began to depart. These buses, devoid of drivers, operated autonomously. Witnessing this spectacle, the passengers aboard the buses exhaled in relief, for they understood they were escaping the city. Look, there's a meteor shower in the sky, someone exclaimed, prompting all the passengers to gaze out the windows. Positioned by the window, Yang Lingyu had a clear view. She beheld countless beams of white light cascading from the heavens, resembling a meteor shower. Surely, these meteors won't strike the bus? She thought anxiously. Soon, several beams of white light descended near the bus, yet miraculously, none struck it. As the lights dissipated, figures emerged. They were ogres. A gasp erupted from the passengers. The figures stood 3 to 4 meters tall, with brown skin and humanoid forms. And those familiar with such games recognized their identities. Yang Lingyu's face blanched in terror as she noticed the ogres salivating while staring at them, clad in primitive garb. The ogres appeared somewhat dull-witted, yet their imposing physiques instilled profound dread among all present. Given their size, they could easily obliterate the bus. Fortunately, the ogres merely observed them without making a move. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. It seemed they were safe for the moment. Suddenly, a middle-aged man sprinted toward the bus, catching Yang Lingyu's attention. The man appeared to have noticed that the ogres were not assaulting the bus, emboldening him to approach, seemingly intent on boarding. But just then, the previously motionless ogres sprang into action, lunging toward the middle-aged man. Ah! He screamed in agony as he struggled. What followed was a gruesome scene, as the ogres tore into him. The man barely had time to utter another cry before his body was ripped apart and devoured by the ogres. The scene was horrifically bloody and brutal. Yang Lingyu stood frozen, her small face pale with terror, trembling all over. The dismembered limbs of a middle-aged man were being devoured by an ogre, akin to a spicy chicken neck. She was merely a high school girl, unaccustomed to such ghastly sights. In the nights to come, it was certain that Yang Lingyu would be haunted by the same nightmare. Hastily, she opened the chat channel, which was now in utter chaos. Numerous individuals were posting images of the monstrous beings that had descended. Goblins, orcs, demons, ogres, and even wild beasts, an array of bizarre creatures. These monsters refrained from attacking vehicles, instead seeking out those who remained on foot within the city to prey upon. Chapter 7. Captivating Beauty. I am Choo-Choo. Hurry up, drive faster. I can't shake off the feeling that those monsters are eyeing us with ill intent. A man in the van urged Li Tianyu in hushed tones, fearful of attracting the attention of the creatures and provoking an attack. Li Tianyu trembled in fear, his grip on the steering wheel quaking. I know. There's no need to rush. What if we crash into those monsters? He was hesitant to accelerate, terrified of colliding with the beasts. After all, his dilapidated van looked anything but sturdy. It was not built to withstand an impact. Regret washed over him. Had he known, he would have fled the city sooner. It was his greed that led him to linger, hoping to gather more passengers. After expending considerable effort and time, he had managed to find 2 men to board, only to be met with utter disrespect, being referred to as fatty and ordered around without regard for his authority as the driver. Were it not for their utility, he would have expelled them from the vehicle long ago. Li Tianyu's urgency in recruiting passengers stemmed from the van's unique ability, which enhanced the driver's physical attributes based on the number and strength of individuals within. The more people aboard, the greater the benefits and the stronger his constitution would become. Unfortunately, the 2 men had not provided the desired enhancement. It seemed that the current number of occupants was insufficient. Help! A harrowing cry pierced the air ahead, rough and guttural, as if a burly man were in distress. Is someone calling for help? Li Tianyu paused, then noticed 2 figures, a stout woman and a slender one, running towards the van, pursued by 5 or 6 menacing goblins. Realizing they were women, he resolved to offer assistance. Just when he was lamenting the lack of passengers, these 2 appeared as if sent by fate. The 2 men inside the van were startled and hastily urged, "Fatty, be cautious. They are being chased by a horde of monsters." Li Tianyu disregarded their warnings and drove the van toward the women. The 2 women, upon seeing the approaching vehicle, felt a surge of hope, knowing they were being rescued. Just as the goblins were closing in, the women successfully boarded Li Tianyu's van. Once inside, the 3 men finally beheld the women's visages and were nearly overcome with nausea. The 2 women were strikingly unattractive, if Li Tianyu was deemed an unsightly man. These women were of equal measure in their lack of charm. The slender woman, upon noticing the 3 men, brightened. "Gentlemen, you are truly benevolent. Other vehicles refuse to take us in, yet you are willing to shelter us. We are left with no means to repay your kindness. Our sisterhood is at your service." The stout woman burst into hearty laughter, her voice reminiscent of a brawny warrior. "Sister speaks true. We must repay their life-saving grace. By the way, I am Qinhua, and this is my sister, Qingqing. Which handsome man should my sister marry?" The 2 men in the car were taken aback by the question and hurriedly embraced each other, shaking their heads frantically. We shall decline. We prefer men, and have no interest in women." The 2 captivating sisters exchanged disdainful glances before their eyes landed on the remaining candidate, Li Tianyu. Suddenly, a spark of realization lit up their faces. This rather unattractive driver seemed to be a suitable match for them, and this van appeared to belong to him, suggesting that they would soon become the wives of the vehicle's owner. "All right, from now on, we shall marry this plump brother." Li Tianyu's expression soured as if he had tasted something foul. Meanwhile, Ming, upon seeing Yang Lingyu accept his friend's request, promptly closed the system. He was in a rush to leave the city. Although the monsters had not yet begun to attack vehicles, once all buses departed, the restrictions would lift, and they would target any remaining vehicles. Thus, Ming needed to exit the city post-haste. As the engine roared to life, the RV began to move slowly. In an instant, the entire vehicle was enveloped in a flash of white light and transported to the square. Ming pressed the accelerator, increasing speed as he drove towards the city's outskirts. Within the city, as monsters descended, those who had failed to secure transportation became prey, relentlessly pursued by the creatures. No matter how they hid or fled, their fate was sealed, death at the hands of the monsters. Chu Chu was among them. She was strikingly beautiful, with long legs and a perfectly sculpted figure, yet what truly set her apart was her whimsical, youthful charm. Chu Chu had previously had the opportunity to leave the city by car, having been invited thrice by different drivers, all of whom she declined due to their evident ulterior motives. Determined to find her own vehicle and gather a few beautiful companions, she set off. However, her search was abruptly interrupted by the arrival of the monsters. Chu Chu witnessed goblins forcefully overpowering a woman, and fear gripped her heart. She regretted her earlier decisions. While she was not afraid of death, falling into the clutches of goblins was a fate far worse than death itself. Thus, she fled with all her might. The goblins soon recognized Chu Chu as a rare gem among mortals, their eyes gleaming with pursuit. As she glanced back to see the goblins closing in, despair overwhelmed her, and she wept helplessly. "Who will save me? I do not wish to fall into the hands of goblins." Just as despair threatened to consume her, a gray-white RV suddenly burst onto the scene, colliding with the pursuing goblins and sending them flying. Through the window, Ming scrutinized Chu Chu intently. Indeed, she was a perfect beauty, though he wondered whether she was innocent. Earlier, he had witnessed her being chased by the goblins from a distance. Initially, he had intended to ignore her plight, but her extraordinary figure ignited a desire within him to inquire whether she was indeed pure, as he could use her to bolster his favorability. Ming lowered the car window and posed a rather provocative question to Chu. "Hello, beautiful, are you a virgin?" With tears in her eyes, Chu quickly nodded. "I am Chu. Do you know me?" Perhaps it was due to Ming's act of saving her that she felt no aversion towards this man. This was indeed the first time she experienced such a feeling towards a man. "Ah, a virgin." Ming stroked his chin in satisfaction, pleased with Chu. However, he found her manner of speaking somewhat peculiar. If she is a virgin, why does she insist on saying it twice? Is she attempting to feign cuteness? Chapter 8. Enhancing affection points and departing the city. I am Chu. Do you recognize me? Ming found Chu's attempts at adorableness rather perplexing. "I do not know you. Your naivete suffices. Would you be interested in boarding my RV? All meals and accommodation are provided. You need only contribute a modest fare." Chu wiped the tears from her cheeks and cast a glance at the several goblins sprawled on the ground. Although these goblins had suffered considerable injury, they were not dead and would likely rise again shortly. Chu was apprehensive about confronting the goblins, so she hastily nodded in agreement. "I am willing, but..." Chu hesitated, contemplating revealing that she had nothing on her and could not afford the fare. Yet, she feared that such honesty might lead Ming to deny her passage. Ming waved his hand. "What are you lingering for? Quickly, get in the vehicle." Noticing Ming's gesture directing her to the passenger seat, Chu's expression brightened, and she felt a sense of surviving a calamity. With a tinge of guilt akin to that of a thief, Chu opened the door, dreading the moment Ming would demand payment. Once she settled into the passenger seat of the RV, leaning back against the seat, a flicker of security enveloped her. Upon Chu's entry, Ming accelerated the RV swiftly toward the outskirts of the city. He drove with remarkable speed, plowing through any monsters that obstructed their path without hesitation, which startled Chu considerably. However, inexplicably, she felt an overwhelming sense of safety, as if sitting in the vehicle rendered her invulnerable. Sensing her newfound security, Chu began to surreptitiously examine the RV. Previously, individuals had mentioned in the chat channel that vehicles were categorized by levels. Ordinary cars were typically rated C or D. Yet, the RV Ming operated was evidently no ordinary vehicle. Chu surmised that Ming's RV was undoubtedly superior to those C or D rated cars, likely B or even a class. She pondered where he might have acquired such an exceptional vehicle, especially considering her extensive search through the city yielded no such luck. Deep within, Chu felt a surge of envy toward Ming. As they traveled, the RV soon approached the city's edge. The moment they departed the urban confines, both Ming and Chu felt the scenery before them transform. Instantly, the RV found itself amidst a vast wilderness. A straight road stretched through the desolate expanse, extending into the invisible horizon. The road was wide enough to accommodate 4 or 5 RVs side by side. On either side of the road lay arid yellowish sands and stones, imparting a sense of desolation, with the occasional sight of withered, yellowing vegetation. You have left the city. Welcome to the wilderness world. In the future, the system will distribute gasoline and escape coins as daily rewards based on the number of occupants in the vehicle. Vehicles may only traverse the road and cannot deviate from it. Resource chests will be found alongside the road, each guarded by monsters. Please proceed with caution. Important notice: pursuers will arrive in 3 days. Please enhance your strength expeditiously. A series of system notifications appeared before Ming and Chu. After reading the messages, Chu felt a wave of anxiety wash over her and quickly opened the chat channel to assess the situation of others. After all, for her, the chat channel was the sole conduit to grasp current information. Goodness, there are only 9,000 people left in the channel. Chu exclaimed. The numbers displayed in the channel read 90, 96, 10,000. This meant that in just over an hour, nearly 1,000 souls had perished within the city. Had it not been for Ming's timely rescue, she too would have been among the fallen. A wave of trepidation washed over Chu as she cast a grateful glance at Ming, then resumed her focus on the chat channel's content. Before long, she noted a particular piece of information. Some individuals, upon exiting the city, attempted to seize the vehicles of their owners, even resorting to murder, only to find that the vehicles vanished alongside their owners. This indicated a complete binding between the vehicles and their owners. Upon the latter's demise, the vehicles would likewise disappear. The standing of vehicle owners had steadily risen in the minds of the populace. Meanwhile, Those who had slain the owners were left stranded on the highway, uncertain if they would ever have the opportunity to ride again. On the other hand, Ming did not seek information from the chat channel as Chu did. As a reborn individual, was there any information he was unaware of? Instead, Ming contemplated whether he should first win over Chu to garner her favor. Observing the surroundings, he noted the absence of any monsters. Safety prevailed. Thus, he felt at ease. At the very least, he could engage in his endeavors without interruption. Turning to Chu, he said, "My dear, I have successfully taken you out of the city. Perhaps you could settle today's fare?" Chu's expression shifted as she hastily closed the system, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I currently have no money on me. Besides, currency holds no value here." She intended to elaborate further, but was met with Ming's enigmatic smile. A sudden jolt of realization struck her. She was not naive. She understood that money here was practically worthless. Ming's request for fare was clearly motivated by ulterior motives. As to what those motives entailed, Chu could surmise. Chu's favorability value. Once so, this woman is named Chu. Ming couldn't help but recall his earlier inquiry of whether her name was Chu Air. To which she replied as Chu. How amusingly they had misunderstood one another. Thankfully, she was indeed Chu. 2 hours later, Ming had managed to accumulate a total of 4 points in favorability. It wasn't that he lacked the desire to continue, but rather that he was utterly drained. Glancing at Chu, who had fallen asleep, exhausted on the bed, Ming recognized that the challenge lay not with him, but rather in the fact that Chu harbored no affection for him, rendering the accumulation of favorability exceedingly arduous. Never mind that. Let us see if these 4 points can be exchanged for attribute orbs. Ming accessed the system to redeem his favorability points, and soon, 4 orbs the size of pigeon eggs materialized in his hands. E-grade attribute orb. Upon absorption, it can enhance E-grade attributes. As he held the 4 E-grade attribute orbs, Ming felt no delight. Instead, he furrowed his brow. From his understanding of the favorability exchange, 1 point of favorability could be traded for 1 E-grade attribute orb. At 10 points of affinity, one may exchange for a D-grade attribute orb. At 100 points of affinity, a C-grade orb may be obtained, and so forth, with subsequent exchanges requiring thousands or even tens of thousands of affinity points. He aspires to become a paramount force, necessitating a substantial amount of affinity in the future. Personal attributes are classified into 4 categories: strength, speed, constitution, and spirit. Each attribute is graded from highest to lowest as S, A, B, C, D, and E, with each major grade further divided into 3 subgrades, such as E, E, E. Currently, Ming's attributes are all at the lowest E level. To enhance an E-level attribute to E level, 2 attribute orbs are required. However, elevating an E-level attribute to D level demands a single D-grade attribute orb. Presently, the 4 attribute orbs in Ming's possession hold little value, prompting him to consider the possibility of trading them in the channel for needed supplies. With this thought, Ming opened the chat channel. After more than 2 hours, many individuals had already discovered treasure chests and acquired resources from them. Some quick-acting individuals had even secured resources from 2 or 3 chests. Consequently, the channel was abuzz with individuals exchanging resources. Ming glanced briefly at the transactions, noting that the trades primarily involved 3 types of supplies: escape tokens, food, and water. Chapter 9. Changing blueprints and searching for supplies. Ming disseminated information regarding the E-grade attribute sphere in the chat channel, expressing his desire to exchange it for blueprints and inviting interested parties to contact him privately. Within moments, dozens of individuals reached out to him. The allure of the attribute sphere, a tool for enhancing one's strength, was undeniable, and Ming felt no apprehension regarding its marketability. He meticulously reviewed each private message. The majority of respondents offered food, water, or even escape currency in exchange for the attribute sphere, all of which Ming disregarded. Among the many messages, only 3 individuals were willing to trade blueprints for the sphere. Given the current scarcity of resources, those possessing blueprints were motivated by the value of the attribute sphere itself. Upon inspection, Ming noted that the blueprints on offer included those for a wooden spear, a wooden barrel, and a front bumper guard. Of these, the front bumper guard blueprint was the most precious. Without hesitation, he exchanged 1 attribute sphere for the front bumper guard blueprint. Front bumper guard, 1-star vehicle equipment, which, once installed, enhances the impact resistance of the vehicle's front. Blueprint manufacturing limit: 1. Manufacturing cost: 100 escape currency. Ming felt quite satisfied upon reviewing the information about the front bumper guard. However, he lamented the fact that its manufacturing required 100 escape currency, a sum he currently could not procure. In truth, no one could amass that amount at present, which likely explained why he was able to acquire the blueprint with relative ease. After a moment's contemplation, Ming opted to exchange another attribute sphere for the wooden spear blueprint. Wooden spear, 0-star equipment. Blueprint manufacturing limit, 1. Manufacturing cost, 5 escape currency. Ming understood that the wooden spear was a commonly used weapon in the early stages, with a market value ranging from 10 to 15 escape currency. Possessing the ability to catalog blueprints meant that, as long as he had sufficient escape currency, he could produce wooden spears indefinitely. With adept management, he could profit significantly from the price difference. However, at present, resources were scarce, and most individuals had minimal escape currency. Ming resolved to wait until evening, when everyone had gathered their resources, to sell wooden spears and reap his rewards. As for the wooden barrel blueprint, he chose not to exchange for it, as its value was inconsistent and its utility limited, rendering an exchange for an attribute sphere impractical. After securing the 2 blueprints, Ming glanced down at Chu Chu, who lay peacefully asleep on the bed. He mused to himself about her fiery nature, noting the numerous scratches and bite marks she had left on him. She must harbor some resentment towards him now. Should he be wary of her in the future? Ming feared that she might take advantage of his unguarded moments at night. His feelings for her were negligible. Harboring her was merely a tactic to cultivate some goodwill. If he ever sensed danger from her, he would not hesitate to eliminate it. Of course, if she posed no threat, he was indifferent to her presence in the vehicle. He gently covered Chu Chu with a blanket before moving to the driver's seat. It was time to stop lingering in one place. He needed to venture forth in search of supplies. With a hum, the RV's engine roared to life, and it began to roll forward along the highway. As Ming drove, his attention remained focused on the wilderness flanking the road. After traveling for over 10 kilometers, Ming discovered the first treasure chest. It was a wooden box, resting on the wilderness beside the road. Ming opened the door of his RV and stepped outside. It was a rudimentary wooden treasure chest. He realized upon closer inspection, treasure chests are categorized by levels, and the wooden chest is the most basic. Rather than approaching it directly, Ming cautiously surveyed his surroundings before picking up a stone from the ground and tossing it at the wooden box. Thud! The stone struck the chest with a dull sound, and a shadow darted past, swiftly disappearing from Ming's sight. He discerned that the shadow was a venomous snake. This snake was, in fact, the guardian of the treasure chest. A careless approach could result in a bite, leading to a potentially fatal poisoning. As a reborn individual, Ming was acutely aware of this, hence his decision to test the waters with a stone. Confirming that the area was indeed safe, he cautiously approached the wooden box. Upon opening it, Ming examined the contents: 2 compressed biscuits, a bottle of mineral water, and 5 escape coins. He gathered the items and returned to his RV. Having expended considerable essence on Chu Chu, he was both hungry and thirsty. With food and water at hand, he began to eat and drink immediately. Perhaps due to his extreme hunger, he quickly devoured 1 compressed biscuit and drank nearly half the bottle of mineral water. After replenishing his sustenance, Ming felt considerably better and resumed his search for supplies. This time, after driving for another 10 kilometers, he stumbled upon another wooden treasure chest. However, this time a gray wolf lay beside the box. Upon noticing the RV, the wolf stood alert, baring its teeth to reveal its ferocious nature. Ming frowned at the sight. This wolf would not be easily intimidated like the snake. It was clear that a confrontation was imminent. After contemplating his options, Ming decided to crush the remaining 2 E-grade attribute orbs in his hand. The orbs transformed into white light and merged into Ming's being. He opened his attribute interface and allocated the effects of the 2 orbs to enhance his speed. Consequently, his attributes underwent a transformation. Name: Ming Strength, E-grade Speed, E-grade Constitution, E-grade Spirit, E-grade Skills, none escape coins. 5 overall evaluation. E-grade Ming's speed and overall evaluation had both ascended to E-grade. Furthermore, he utilized his 5 escape coins to craft a wooden spear as a weapon. This spear, exceeding 2 meters in length, had a sharpened stone affixed to its tip. Since the dawn of primitive society, humanity has employed wooden spears for hunting. The spear's advantage lies in its extended reach, particularly effective against beasts, which is why it is a common choice among individuals in the early stages of the escape world. Satisfied with the feel of the spear, Ming descended from the RV. Approaching the roadside, He locked eyes with the gray wolf. Due to the constraints of the rules, the wolf could not cross onto the road. However, should Yi Ming step off the pavement, the wolf would undoubtedly pounce. Yi Ming brandished his spear, its tip aimed at the gray wolf, cautiously stepping off the road. The beast's initial lunge was ferocious, prompting Yi Ming to hesitate. Sensing his trepidation, the gray wolf began to retreat slowly. Yi Ming gradually advanced off the road and into the wilderness. He attempted to approach a wooden treasure chest, not out of desire for its contents, but rather to use it as a shield, giving him a slight advantage in the impending confrontation. Suddenly, the retreating gray wolf summoned its strength, lunging swiftly towards Yi Ming. His expression shifted as he quickly retreated to evade the wolf's advance, simultaneously thrusting his wooden spear. Yi Ming's speed had been enhanced, rendering him significantly swifter than an ordinary person, thus preventing the wolf from closing the distance on its initial attack. Seizing the moment, he thrust his spear forward. With a sickening squelch, blood erupted as the wolf was wounded. Alas, the wooden spear lacked sharpness, inflicting only minor damage. The injured wolf, now more ferocious, continued its assault. Yi Ming remained unperturbed. Having witnessed far more daunting scenarios in his past life, he was not easily intimidated by a mere wolf. As he retreated swiftly, he launched a series of thrusts at the gray wolf with his spear. While his strikes were not fatal, they nonetheless inflicted pain. Moreover, his retreat was not a straightforward line. He maneuvered to the left, center, and right, evading the wolf's attempts to close in, leaving the creature perpetually frustrated. Within a short span, the wolf was left battered and bruised. Chapter 10. Regaining favor. The howls of wolves occasionally echoed across the wilderness, as Yi Ming engaged in a relentless struggle with a gray wolf. The wolf bore numerous wounds, its blood matting its grayish-white fur, rendering it a pitiful sight. Sensing the imminent threat to its life, the gray wolf emitted a low growl, halting its attacks. It began to retreat slowly, creating a distance of 5 or 6 meters before it unexpectedly turned and fled, without a hint of hesitation. Yi Ming sighed at this sight. The creatures guarding treasure chests were not so easily vanquished. When faced with defeat, they chose to escape. He yearned to slay the gray wolf, for its meat would provide a substantial reward. Yet, his strength was limited, compelling him to allow the wolf to flee from view. Only after the gray wolf had completely vanished did Yi Ming approach the wooden treasure chest. Inside, he found merely a loaf of bread, 2 bottles of water, and 5 escape coins. How stingy. Just this meager fare? Yi Ming grumbled as he collected the items before returning to the RV. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Chu Chu, seated in the passenger seat, glaring at him with an air of indignation. "Oh, when did you wake up? Shouldn't you have slept a little longer?" Yi Ming teased, his tone playful. "Humph." Chu Chu crossed her arms, remaining silent except for a huff. She had fallen asleep out of exhaustion, all thanks to this scoundrel. 2 whole hours. Did he not understand the importance of cherishing delicate souls? Did he wish to bring about her demise? Previously, she had already been worn out from searching for transportation in the city. And after being forcefully detained by Yi Ming for 2 hours, it was no wonder she had succumbed to fatigue. Had it not been for the wolf's howls, she wouldn't have woken to witness the scene of Yi Ming battling the gray wolf, which startled her. Chu Chu found herself torn between wanting the wolf to avenge her and fearing for Yi Ming's life, worried he might be slain by the wolf, leaving her alone in the wilderness. It was only when the gray wolf retreated that she felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Regardless of what Yi Ming had done, she recognized that he was her sole ally in this desolate expanse. He had taken one of her lives. He could not simply perish now. That would be too easy on him. He must take full responsibility for her. Yi Ming, however, remained oblivious to Chu Chu's thoughts. Upon entering the RV, he handed her a loaf of bread and a bottle of water, seizing the opportunity to take a bit of liberty, which caused Chu Chu to gasp in surprise. "First, eat some bread. I'll treat you to a nice dinner tonight." You. Chu Chu covered her chest in shock, too furious to articulate a coherent response. Yi Ming waved dismissively. "No need to thank me. This arrangement was agreed upon long ago. Be content with this treatment. Go ahead and ask in the chat channel which woman wouldn't envy you." His tone was flippant, yet he subtly warned her. "Shameless. Not a single good man among them," Chu Chu retorted, feeling as though he intended to take advantage of her under the guise of offering food. Suddenly, as if sensing the presence of food, her stomach audibly grumbled. Chu Chu shot Yi Ming a fierce glare, then sulkily began to eat the bread. This is food she obtained through her own sacrifices. Naturally, she would not hesitate to consume it. Ming remained silent, continuing his journey in the RV. Today marked the first day in this world of escape. Some treasure chests may contain rare items, so Ming aimed to seek out as many as possible. After traveling an additional 20 to 30 kilometers, he finally stumbled upon another chest. This one was distinctly different. It was a bronze chest, guarded by a goblin approximately 1 meter tall. Ming's face lit up at the sight of the bronze chest, while Chu Chu's expression turned pale. "It's a bronze chest. It must contain valuable treasures," Ming exclaimed. The bronze chest was a tier above the wooden ones, implying that its contents would be of superior quality, possibly including precious and rare items. Ming picked up his wooden spear, ready to disembark, startling Chu Chu, who quickly grasped his arm. What are you planning to do?" Seeing Chu Chu's anxious grip, Ming rolled his eyes. "Of course. I'm going to deal with that goblin. Otherwise, how will I treat you to a nice meal tonight?" Although touched by his words, Chu Chu tightened her hold on him. "You mustn't go. Goblins are formidable. Even a group of 10 was killed by one. You will surely perish alone." To convince him, she hurriedly opened the chat channel for him to see. She had been monitoring the chat while seated in the vehicle, so she was somewhat informed about others' encounters. It turned out that Ming was not the only one to face a goblin guarding a bronze chest. Many others had similar experiences. Among them was a bus filled with men who attempted to slay a goblin together, only to suffer casualties themselves. This incident sparked considerable discussion in the channel. From Chu Chu's perspective, Ming's solo confrontation with the goblin was tantamount to seeking death. Ming glanced down at Chu Chu's delicate hand gripping him tightly, feeling somewhat astonished. Previously, when he had been forceful with her, she had resisted fiercely, scratching and hitting him for 2 hours, even threatening to kill him. Yet now, it was clear she did not want him to meet his demise. Ming locked eyes with Chu Chu, finding himself intrigued by her. Initially, he regarded her merely as a means to cultivate goodwill. However, her sudden concern reminded him of a girl from his past, Yang Lingyu. Both women had exhibited worry for him during his search for supplies. In his previous life, while struggling at the bottom of the escape world, Ming had witnessed countless betrayals. Many had treated him as bait or cannon fodder. Yet only Yang Lingyu genuinely cared for him. Ming was uncertain why Chu Chu was concerned for him, but he knew that Yang Lingyu had no ulterior motives. In the absence of food and water, Yang Lingyu would rather perish from thirst and hunger than succumb to Li Tianyu's coercion. She had chosen to take her own life at the hands of monsters. What could Yang Lingyu possibly gain from him? A meager amount of food and water? Therefore, her concern for Ming was genuine. At this moment, Ming perceived the shadow of Yang Lingyu and Chu Chu, causing him to feel somewhat dazed. "Are you concerned about me?" Ming inquired softly, while gradually leaning closer to Chu Chu. As Chu Chu beheld Ming's increasingly handsome visage, her heart raced unexpectedly, and she could even sense his breath. She found herself yearning to lean forward as they stood merely inches apart. "No," Chu Chu exclaimed, hastily pushing Ming away. "I am not concerned about you. I fear that if you die, I would be left here alone." Ming was momentarily stunned. It was not merely Chu Chu's explanation that left him speechless, but rather the 2 notifications from the system. Chu Chu's affection value. 2. Chu Chu's affection value. 2. What was happening? Had he just accrued 4 points of affection? Ming observed the increasingly peculiar expression in Chu Chu's eyes, perplexed as he had done nothing significant to warrant such an increase. Previously, he had labored for 2 hours, nearly exhausting himself, only to earn 4 points of affection. Yet now, after an almost intimate moment, he had gained 4 points. What could possibly explain this? Unable to decipher the complexities of a woman's heart, Ming resolved to confront the goblins. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to Chu Chu and said, "If I die, it matters not. You can remain on the road for a few hours until a bus arrives to take you." He then grasped his wooden spear and exited the RV, leaving Chu Chu in the passenger seat, her expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions. She had indeed developed feelings for the man. Chapter 11. Mental shock. Ming descended from the RV, taking a deep breath. He began to realize that the value of affection was not merely a means to exchange for attribute orbs. In truth, it could serve as a discerning tool for a woman's sincerity. The human heart is the most elusive of entities, especially in a world rife with peril, where betrayal lurks at every corner. Zhao Tong stood as a prime example. Her motivations were solely driven by self-interest, and in his previous life, Ming had suffered greatly at her hands. From now on, the trustworthiness of any woman could be gauged through the lens of affection value, thus preventing a repeat of the Zhao Tong debacle. In his past existence, Li Tianyu must have discerned this very principle, which led him to torment and humiliate those women who bore him no affection. This behavior, no doubt, could also be attributed to Li Tianyu's own lack of appeal. Yet, despite his unattractiveness, he had leveraged affection value to elevate his prowess to that of an A-grade powerhouse. Hence, it was certain that he surrounded himself with women who were genuinely devoted to him. Ming speculated that the sisters, Qi Guo and Qi Qing, were the primary contributors to his own affection value. These sisters served as Li Tianyu's right and left arms, their strength only second to his. However, he pondered whether, in this life, having intercepted the RV, those sisters would still remain by Li Tianyu's side. In his previous life, with the two sisters at his side, perhaps Ming too should cultivate a reliable ally. Chu Chu and Yang Lingyu presented themselves as splendid choices. In a world of flight, individual survival is a formidable challenge. Everyone must form teams to endure. If each vehicle could be considered a unit, then the vehicle owner would serve as the captain and the followers as members. The owner would recruit followers to assemble a team, collectively battling the monsters guarding treasure chests, while scouring the world for resources to survive. Though Ming now dared to confront the bronze treasure chest alone, the monsters protecting it would only grow in number and strength. To what extent must he enhance his abilities to vanquish these foes? Even if he triumphed, how would he contend with the subsequent silver and gold treasure chests? Thus, the cultivation of a team was of paramount importance. Ming accessed his system and exchanged affection value for 4 attribute orbs, promptly shattering them to further enhance his speed attribute. His attribute panel underwent yet another transformation. Name, Ming Strength, E-grade Speed, E-grade Constitution, E-grade Spirit, E-grade Skills, None Escape Currency, 5 overall evaluation, E-grade with his speed elevated to E-grade. Ming felt an invigorated confidence in his ability to defeat goblins. He hefted his wooden spear and approached the roadside. Upon spotting Ming, the goblin brandished its bone dagger, screeching wildly, a mocking grin plastered across its face, as if to say, "Foolish human male. Do you not comprehend the might of the goblin lord? You dare to come here alone to meet your demise?" Ming responded with a cold smile. His speed attribute now far surpassed that of the goblin. Thus, he raised his wooden spear and charged at the creature. Meanwhile, on the RV, Chu Chu anxiously watched Ming rush towards the goblin, her teeth clenched in frustration. She had explicitly warned him of the goblin's terrifying nature. Why, then, did he charge headlong into danger? As soon as she contemplated further, Chu Chu witnessed a stunning spectacle. Ming's spear shot forth like a dragon, the wooden spear piercing swiftly, catching the goblin off guard and blinding it in one eye. Chu Chu's eyes widened in astonishment, her exquisite face reflecting disbelief. What? Wow. The goblin let out a wretched scream, dark red blood oozing from its eye socket, creating a grotesque and terrifying scene. Ming, holding the wooden spear, felt no joy. Instead, he lamented the missed opportunity. Had the spear been sharper, his sudden thrust could have penetrated the goblin's skull. Enraged by its blinded eye, the goblin howled and, fueled by vengeance, charged at Ming with a bone dagger. Ming had anticipated this move, retreating to maintain distance, while continuously thrusting with his spear. The goblin, standing at merely 1 meter tall with its short limbs, found it nearly impossible to reach Ming. The only limitation to Ming's prowess was the spear's lack of sharpness, preventing him from delivering a fatal blow. In mere moments, the goblin was left battered and bruised, unable to gain any advantage over Ming, whose agility was remarkable. Ming's E-rank speed left the goblin helpless. With a few frantic screeches, the goblin decisively turned to flee, seemingly aware that it could not defeat Ming. Even the hatred for its blinded eye could not compel it to continue the battle. Ming refrained from pursuit, cognizant that the goblin might have a trick up its sleeve, such as a surprise dagger throw during its escape, which would be difficult for an ordinary person to evade. Thus, Ming stood cautiously in place, silently observing the goblin's retreat. Meanwhile, Chu Chu in the RV covered her mouth in sheer shock. Ming had managed to drive away a goblin that had bested a dozen others. How impressive. Could this fellow be a martial artist? It dawned on Chu Chu just how formidable Ming truly was. Upon reflection, he possessed remarkable attributes: a high-grade RV, the ability to single-handedly conquer goblins and gray wolves, and striking good looks that would make any woman's heart flutter. Even she, who had always harbored a disdain for men and gradually developed an interest in women, found herself with a slight fondness for Ming. In truth, Chu Chu had nurtured a dislike for men since childhood, leading her to gravitate towards women. Before her arrival in this world of escape, she had been dating her girlfriend. Meanwhile, in the wilderness, Yiming curiously opened the bronze chest to unveil its contents. Contrary to his expectations of a trove of supplies, he discovered a solitary book within. A book? Could it be a skill book? Yiming's expression brightened with excitement as he hastily retrieved the only tome from the chest. Skill book, mental impact, releases a mental attack on the target, inducing a state of distraction. Note, the effectiveness of the distraction is determined by the relative mental attributes of both parties. After reading the skill book's description, Yiming inhaled deeply. This item was indeed precious. It seemed that on the first day in the world of escape, rare treasures would be unveiled. According to Yiming's understanding, skill books typically emerge from golden treasure chests. He never anticipated that a mere bronze chest would yield one. Moreover, mental shock is evidently an exceptional skill, capable of inflicting a state of confusion upon adversaries through its mental control abilities. The potency of this skill is directly proportional to the user's mental attributes. The stronger the mental capacity, the more pronounced the effect. As Yiming held the skill book, an idea flickered through his mind. Should he allow Chu Chu to learn this skill? He had recently contemplated nurturing both Chu Chu and Yang Lingyu. For these two women were, after all, quite powerless. Even if he enhanced them with attribute orbs, their ability to wield high attributes would be limited. However, if they were to learn mental shock, supplemented with the enhancement from the attribute orbs, Chu Chu's combat prowess would significantly escalate in a short period. In future battles, Yiming could engage the enemies up front, while Chu Chu provided support from the rear with her mental shock. This strategy would undoubtedly prove more effective than fighting solo. Furthermore, as a reincarnated individual, Yiming understood the paramount importance of team strength. Should two teams vie for a treasure chest, a competitive mechanism would be triggered. The victorious team would claim the chest. This mechanism could manifest as a team battle or as a contest where followers engage in 3 one-on-one duels, with the team winning 2 out of 3 securing the treasure. Hence, Yiming recognized the necessity of cultivating the strength of the women. His sole concern rested upon Chu Chu's loyalty. Therefore, he resolved to first test her with the skill book. He could gauge her loyalty through her affection points. If, after accepting the skill book, her affection did not increase, Yiming would not hesitate to eliminate her, ensuring she would not become a second Zhao Tong. Conversely, if her affection rose to 5 points or above, he could extract at least 10 affection points daily from Chu Chu, which would substantially amplify his combat effectiveness. The initial benefits would rival those of the skill book itself. Of course, the skill book holds greater value than the attribute orb, yet without attributes above sea level, the skill's power would remain unutilized. Yiming was acutely aware that his advantage lay in amassing affection points from loyal women to enhance his formidable attributes, rather than relying solely on a skill book to attain strength. Chapter 12. A heart returning home. Yiming, clutching a skill book, returned to the mobile home. Upon opening the door, he found Chu Chu seated in the passenger seat, engrossed in the chat channel, exuding an air of disinterest towards him. Yet, beneath her facade, Chu Chu felt a pang of embarrassment. She secretly admired Yiming's prowess, but struggled to lower her pride and offer compliments. After all, she had been bested by him. Expressing too much admiration might only encourage him to take advantage of her. She was determined not to become a sycophant. Thus, Chu Chu feigned a calm demeanor, deliberately ignoring Yiming. Yiming, observing the indignant expression on Chu Chu's face, found the situation quite amusing. Not only was she a stunning beauty, but she also possessed a unique charm and air of aristocracy typical of a wealthy family's daughter, yet it did not create a barrier. Rather, it fostered an endearing sense of familiarity. Yiming playfully thrust the skill book into Chu Chu's arms, seizing an opportunity to provoke her, which incited her fury. "Ah, you rogue, always bullying me," Chu Chu exclaimed, shaking her tiny fists in a playful assault on Yiming. His laughter rang out as she became flustered. In response, Yiming, not one to shy away, decided to reciprocate the playful harassment. With E-class speed, his movements were as swift as lightning. "Ah," Chu Chu gasped, hastily attempting to defend herself. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, she could not prevent Yiming from teasing her. Realizing she was no match for him, her eyes welled with tears, and she broke down. "Yes," she cried out of frustration. "Woo-wah, you just love to bully me. If you have the guts, go ahead and kill me." Chu Chu, in a moment of defiance, abandoned all pretense of defense, swinging her small fists at Yiming. Regardless of how he toyed with her, she no longer cared. Today, she resolved to confront Yiming, come what may. This left Yi Ming at a loss. He had inadvertently made her cry. After 2 hours of overpowering her, she hadn't shed a tear, but now, after merely teasing her, she was in tears. Was it truly so severe? It was perhaps a consequence of his ignorance, failing to learn from his past experiences, believing that a few gifts would grant him free rein. Witnessing Chu Chu's breakdown, Yi Ming recognized he had overstepped his bounds. Previously, she had shown some affection towards him, but now, after his lighthearted teasing, he wondered if she would come to resent him. Yi Ming felt a wave of concern wash over him as he allowed Chu Chu to weep beside him. Today, Chu Chu felt utterly wronged. She had been inexplicably thrust into a world of escape, nearly slain by a band of goblins, and then subjected to 2 hours of Yi Ming's advances, only to be further teased. As a woman without any means of defense, the thought of becoming Yi Ming's plaything felt unbearable. Death seemed preferable. Well, I was in the wrong just now, Yi Ming said, a hint of remorse in his voice. Chu Chu paused, taken aback by Yi Ming's unexpected apology. Given his strength, even if he were to overpower her for 2 more hours, she would have no chance of resistance. Why then did he choose to apologize? Wiping the tears from her cheeks, she threatened, "If you dare bully me again, I will hit you. You can just kill me. I'm not afraid of death." Yi Ming awkwardly rubbed his nose and said, "I won't bully you anymore, but you still need to pay the fare every day." Fare? Chu Chu was taken aback for a moment, then understood Yi Ming's implication. Before getting into the car, he had asked her for fare, and she thought he meant money. The reality was that she had been violated for 2 hours. The so-called fare was, in fact, Chu Chu's face paled. Yi Ming still intended to treat her as a plaything, and perhaps it would be better for her to be dead. At that moment, Yi Ming picked up the drop skill book from under Chu Chu's feet. After hesitating for a moment, he handed it to her. "For you." "For me?" Chu Chu then recalled that Yi Ming had stuffed something into her arms earlier. It was this book. After receiving the book with confusion, she received a system notification. Skill book? Mental shock? After reading the system information, Chu Chu incredulously asked, "Is this for me?" Although she did not comprehend the value of a skill book, she understood its rarity. "Yes," Yi Ming replied softly, uncertain whether giving the skill book to Chu Chu was a wise decision. Seeing that Chu Chu remained silent, he too did not know what to say, so he started the RV to continue searching for treasure chests. The RV drove on. Chu Chu sat in the passenger seat, holding the skill book, lost in thought. Out of the corner of her eye, she observed Yi Ming concentrating on driving, showing no intention of reclaiming the skill book. "Aren't you afraid that I will use the skill against you?" Chu Chu suddenly asked. Yi Ming nodded, a little worried, "But I hope you can become my right-hand woman, and we can survive together." This was Yi Ming's sincere confession. He needed a loyal and dependable companion and had no reason to lie. Thus he spoke frankly to Chu Chu. Of course, if Chu Chu harbored ill intentions towards him, Yi Ming would not hesitate to eliminate her. Survive together. Chu Chu's gaze shifted. If survival was possible, who would wish for death? Despite her bravado, she desired to live. She began to realize that perhaps Yi Ming did not regard her merely as a toy. Otherwise, he would not have given her the skill book. She was not foolish. Yi Ming could have easily learned the skill himself, but chose to give it to her instead. Chu Chu felt a surge of emotion. Her resentment and anger towards Yi Ming surprisingly dissipating. "If I learn from this skill book, you won't regret it?" Chu Chu continued to inquire. At that moment, a smile crept upon Yi Ming's lips as he received a system notification. Chu Chu's favorability 5, Chu Chu's favorability 6. Clearly, Chu Chu was not ungrateful. He had made the right gamble in giving her the skill book, and he would gain a loyal companion. "Learn it, since I have given you the skill book. I will trust you." Chu Chu's favorability 6. Yi Ming's words touched Chu Chu once more. Yi Ming was simply taking advantage of her a little, asking for a daily fare. She now felt it was not such a big deal after all. Moreover, Yi Ming was quite handsome, so she did not feel she was at a loss. Holding the skill book, Chu Chu silently chanted to learn. Suddenly, the skill book transformed into a white light, merging into her body, causing Yi Ming to feel envious. In his previous life, after struggling through numerous worlds of escape, he had never possessed a single skill. On her very first day, Chu Chu learned an impressive skill, heralding a boundless future ahead. Upon opening her personal attributes, she found, to her delight, a new skill, mental shock, added to her repertoire. "Humph, I have already acquired the skill. There is no way for you to retract it now." Chu Chu lifted her chin defiantly, exuding an air of fearlessness. Yi was evidently taken aback by Chu Chu's newfound bravado following her skill acquisition. "Having taken my skill book, you ought to express your gratitude." Just call me husband for me to hear. Chu-Chu's face flushed crimson, followed by a roll of her eyes. Humph, I refuse to do so. The skill book merely allows me to forgive you for overpowering me for 2 hours. As for calling you, that is contingent upon you procuring the attribute orb for me in the future. Chapter 13. Deciding to seek the attribute orbs, Ming cast a surprised glance at Chu-Chu. He had not anticipated that she was aware of the attribute orbs. Noticing Ming's gaze, Chu-Chu rolled her eyes in exasperation. Don't play coy with me. I saw your message in the chat channel about trading attribute orbs for blueprints. My current mental attribute is only at level E. I need to enhance it at least a little. Otherwise, how can I assist you? And what is your deal? You still haven't revealed your name? Do you expect me, a woman, to ask? After learning her skills, Chu-Chu appeared significantly more cheerful and began to vent her frustrations to Ming. Had she not seen his previous messages in the channel, she would still be oblivious to his name, which only added to her irritation. Driving the RV, Ming replied, My name is Ming. You already knew that, didn't you? But calling me by name feels too formal. Let us stick with hubby instead. As he spoke, he extended his right hand, revealing 2 attribute orbs, each the size of a pigeon egg. Attribute orbs. Chu-Chu exclaimed, instinctively reaching out to grasp them. But Ming promptly withdrew his hand. These orbs aren't given away freely. You'll have to call me hubby from now on. Chu-Chu clearly hadn't anticipated that Ming possessed attribute orbs, and had she known earlier, she would not have made such a request. Forget it. You can keep the attribute orbs for yourself. She feigned indifference, realizing that Ming needed them more than she did. After all, her skills merely required her to remain at a distance, while Ming faced the perils of close combat. Hence, she believed he was the one who truly required the attribute orbs. Ming discerned her intention to reserve the orbs for him, which pleased him immensely. At least for now, Chu-Chu seemed more considerate than Zhao Tong. These 2 attribute orbs are specifically reserved for you. Take them. And remember to call me hubby from now on. He handed the orbs to her. Upon receiving the orbs, Chu-Chu felt a swell of gratitude. Despite Ming's flirtatious nature and tendency to take advantage of her, he had provided her with ample resources, food, water, skill books, and attribute orbs, demonstrating his genuine care for her. Thank you. Hubby, Chu-Chu stammered, struggling to adjust to calling a man by such an intimate term, especially as someone who preferred women. A smile graced Ming's lips as he continued to drive the RV in search of treasure chests. Meanwhile, Chu-Chu absorbed the 2 attribute orbs, enhancing her mental attribute to level E. More than an hour later, Ming discovered 2 wooden treasure chests, each guarded by a gray wolf. With Chu-Chu's cooperation, the wolves didn't stand a chance and were swiftly dispatched by Ming. Chu-Chu's mental strike was indeed formidable, incapacitating the wolves for 2 to 3 seconds, allowing Ming to eliminate them effortlessly without any resistance. Of course, after casting the mental strike twice, Chu-Chu felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Ming was acutely aware that the outcome stemmed from insufficient mental attributes. Such a formidable skill as mental shock came with significant limitations, demanding a high level of mental prowess. The solution appeared straightforward. Continue to bestow attribute orbs upon Chu-Chu to enhance her mental capabilities. However, Ming was disinclined to perpetually provide these orbs without discernment. In the future, he would reward her with attribute orbs based on her performance rather than selflessly nurturing her. Zhao Tong had imparted a profound lesson. After aiding her to secure a government position, she had unceremoniously cast him aside. Ming had no desire for Chu-Chu to become a second Zhao Tong. Ming reflected on the spoils from the 2 treasure chests. In addition to the corpses of 2 gray wolves, he had unearthed a loaf of bread, a sausage, a bottle of cola, a blueprint for a car lamp, and 10 escape coins. He felt quite satisfied with this bounty. Upon returning to the passenger seat, Chu-Chu rubbed her temples, appearing rather unwell. My dear, I'm feeling a bit dizzy and can't use mental shock for now, she confessed. Very well, rest for a moment. We shall conclude our journey for today. Ming replied, glancing at the fuel gauge, which indicated that the initial 100 units of gasoline were nearly depleted. His search mission had also reached its conclusion. They would have to await the system's fuel allocation tomorrow before the RV could continue its journey. Ming opened the system's chat channel, which was bustling with activity. Most participants found themselves in a similar predicament as Ming, with empty fuel tanks necessitating a pause for rest. Consequently, many turned their attention to the channel. He noted the number of participants, 8,865. 10,000. Clearly, Over 1,000 had perished on the first day of this escape world. As he scrolled through the messages, he came across one from Chao Shuang. I have news for everyone. After being abandoned by my driver, I expected to perish on the highway, but to my surprise, a bus arrived to pick me up. Is that true? A bus actually comes to fetch people? Brother, you must be blessed after narrowly escaping death. Chao Shuang replied, indeed. If anyone is dissatisfied with their driver in the future, they can simply alight and wait for a bus on the roadside. Scoundrel Chao Shuang, you're still alive. Everyone, I am the driver who abandoned him. While we diverted the goblins, this fellow greedily consumed all 6 attribute orbs from the bronze chest, elevating his speed to a rank. Be wary of this rogue. He will undoubtedly hoard resources in the future. Chao Shuang retorted, nonsense. It was you who sent me to lure the monsters to my doom. Yet I ended up being chased by them, which is why I took the attribute orbs. The exchange between Chao Shuang and his former driver devolved into accusations and insults, captivating the attention of many in the channel. Simultaneously, Chao Shuang revealed a significant piece of information. After disembarking, one could indeed await a bus on the roadside. This disclosure sparked intrigue among many. Numerous drivers had been hoarding resources, inciting discontent among their followers. Furthermore, some drivers, fearing danger, would assign their followers to lure monsters and steal treasure chests. Consequently, there were already followers contemplating the clandestine elimination of their drivers, yet they hesitated. Concerned that if their driver perished, their mode of transportation would vanish, leaving them stranded on the highway. In light of Chao Shuang's example, certain followers have begun to entertain nefarious thoughts. Ming, stroking his chin, is a reincarnated being already privy to such intelligence. He possesses even more knowledge, such as the fact that vehicle owners left stranded on the highway will be met by a bus. Subsequently, these owners disembark from the bus, allowing them to wait on the roadside for a period until their teammates arrive to collect them. This method serves as one of the means for vehicle owners to attract followers. Ming contemplates whether he should employ this tactic tomorrow to seek out some enchanting maidens to accompany him. Currently, his vehicle accommodates only Chu, which is far too scant, as he cannot even assemble a small team of 4 or 5 individuals. In a world of escape, survival hinges on teamwork. The duo of him and Chu is certainly insufficient, necessitating the recruitment of several female followers to join him. This is also the reason why Li Tianyu sought to capture Yang Lingyu in his previous life. Ming resolves to search for captivating maidens on the bus after the gasoline is distributed tomorrow. Naturally, it would be even more fortuitous if he could find Yang Lingyu, for he harbors a unique affection for her. Chapter 14. Supporting Yang Lingyu. Upon mentioning Yang Lingyu, Ming recalled that the girl was likely still on the bus, enduring hunger. Through the events of the day, Yang Lingyu must have come to understand the harsh realities of this world of escape. It was time for an introduction. Thus, Ming retrieved a loaf of bread and a bottle of water from the supplies he had gathered that day, determined to extend his support to Yang Lingyu. On the bus, Yang Lingyu sat in a corner, feeling both thirsty and famished. Yet, in comparison to her thirst and hunger, her greater concern lay in contemplating her uncertain future. At that moment, the bus came to a gradual halt, invigorating all its passengers. Each person recognized that they had encountered a treasure chest once more. Everyone turned their gaze outside, where a goblin was guarding a bronze treasure chest in the wasteland. Friends, this treasure belongs to us, a middle-aged man warned. This had been their prior agreement. The treasure encountered would be distributed among the various groups aboard the bus. Upon hearing the man's words, some individuals concealed their ulterior motives and sneered. Humph, Zhang Zihao, your luck has run dry. This time, it is a bronze treasure chest guarded by a goblin. He'd caution, lest you fall prey to the creature. Zhang Zihao's expression darkened at their taunts. As these individuals had indicated, this treasure was indeed safeguarded by a goblin. It was conceivable that someone could perish at the hands of the creature. Yet, persuading Zhang Zihao and his companions to relinquish their claim for the next round of treasure was unthinkable. After all, their bellies were still empty, and they could only muster the resolve to face the challenge ahead. Consequently, Zhang Zihao signaled for 3 men to disembark the bus, steeling themselves to confront the goblin, while many passengers remained aboard, sneering and watching the unfolding drama. Yang Lingyu sighed. If acquiring resources was so arduous for these men, could she, a lone woman, merely await her demise on the bus? At that moment, a system notification chimed. A friend has sent you an item. Do you wish to accept? What? Confusion flickered in Yang Lingyu's eyes as she opened the system to investigate. In her chat channel, she found only one friend, Ming, who had added her inexplicably earlier. To her astonishment, she discovered that Yi Ming had sent her a loaf of bread and a bottle of water. Without hesitation, Yang Lingyu messaged him, inquiring, "Why are you giving me food and water?" Yi Ming, having anticipated her question, replied, "I am planning to form a team. Would you be interested in joining?" He subsequently attached a photo of a camper as proof of his capacity to establish a team. Seeing that Yi Ming sought to recruit her stirred something within Yang Lingyu. She yearned to survive in this world of escape, and her only viable path was to join a team that could offer her protection. Yet, as a defenseless girl, who would welcome her as a burden? A sudden alertness washed over Yang Lingyu. Yes, she was a burden. Why would Yi Ming want to recruit her? Before she could voice her doubts, Yi Ming provided the answer. "You are remarkably beautiful, which is why I wish to take you as my woman, with the condition of providing you with food and shelter, and in return, I shall protect you." It is simple and straightforward. Much like Yi Ming when he invited Chu Chu into the vehicle, devoid of any convoluted nuances. My invitation to you is a desire to have you as my woman, under the same stipulation of sustenance and shelter. In past lives, vehicle owners would recruit followers in such a direct manner, stating their terms plainly. Acceptance would grant passage. Yi Ming's approach is relatively civilized. Were it Li Tianyu, he would not even inquire. If you were a maiden, you would be taken into the vehicle without hesitation. Yang Lingyu, however, did not anticipate Yi Ming's forthrightness. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, leaving her unsure of how to respond. Her bashful demeanor would evoke a protective instinct in any man who laid eyes upon her. As she clicked on Yi Ming's profile, once more gazing upon the handsome young man's photograph, her emotions shifted entirely. Previously, when Yi Ming had added her, she harbored concerns regarding his intentions. Yet now, having grasped the circumstances of the world in turmoil, it became evident that Yi Ming could potentially be her ally. Yang Lingyu admitted to feeling a flutter of attraction. For a girl who had just come of age, it was only natural to fantasize about the dashing qualities of her ideal man. Yi Ming had already met a majority of those criteria. However, she remained uncertain about him. Was he truly someone worthy of her trust? After a moment's contemplation, she clenched her small fist and resolved to take a gamble. She felt unqualified to negotiate terms with Yi Ming. If he chose to ignore her, she would likely perish from hunger or thirst on the bus within a day or two. Even if she survived, given her beauty, it was only a matter of time before she attracted unwanted attention from men, reducing her to a mere object of desire. "How will you protect me? I am currently on a bus. Can you come to rescue me? Moreover, the food and water you provide will surely be seized if they appear on the bus. How am I supposed to eat?" Yang Lingyu refrained from directly expressing her willingness to become Yi Ming's woman and instead shared her predicament with him. If Yi Ming possessed the capability to resolve her issues, she would naturally become his in due course. Upon reading Yang Lingyu's concerns, Yi Ming indeed found himself in a challenging situation. After a brief moment of reflection, he decided to exchange his favor points for 12 attribute orbs. His balance, originally standing at 21 favor points, plummeted to 9. Yi Ming resolved to grant Yang Lingyu these 12 orbs to enhance her abilities. Though attribute orbs were precious, acquiring them was not particularly arduous for Yi Ming. His primary concern lay with Yang Lingyu's safety rather than the orbs themselves. "Lingyu, I am giving you 12 attribute orbs. Strengthen your power and speed to E level, so that no one on the bus will pose a threat to you." "Lingyu?" Yang Lingyu's lips twitched upon seeing Yi Ming's message. She had yet to agree to be his woman, yet he addressed her in such an intimate manner. However, upon seeing his offer of 12 attribute orbs, she was utterly astounded. Is this real? 12 attribute orbs? Yang Lingyu now questioned whether Yi Ming was jesting. She occasionally monitored the chat channel and was well aware of the capabilities and value of attribute orbs. One orb was already worth a fortune. How could Yi Ming possibly offer her 12? She truly believed this object was no more than a mere pebble by the roadside. Yet, in the very next moment, she found herself rendered speechless by the shock. A notification appeared, inquiring, "A friend wishes to gift you an item. Would you like to accept?" To her astonishment, Yi Ming had indeed gifted her 12 attribute orbs. Yang Lingyu hesitated but ultimately chose to accept. In the blink of an eye, 12 luminous orbs, each the size of a pigeon's egg, materialized in her hands. Even the young woman seated beside her gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth in astonishment. Could these orbs be the attribute spheres mentioned in the chat channel? Feeling a surge of panic, Yang Lingyu quickly absorbed the attribute orbs. It was only after all the luminous spheres had vanished that she breathed a sigh of relief. Casting a glance at the young woman beside her, She signaled for silence before accessing her personal attributes, enhancing her speed and strength to E-grade. With the sensation of her power augmenting, she finally felt at ease. Chapter 15. Zhang Xiaoman gazed at her younger sister, clad in a school uniform beside her, and began to question whether she was hallucinating. Suddenly, the little sister appeared to be holding a sphere of light. These luminous orbs resembled the attribute balls mentioned in the chat channels. It was only after she witnessed these attribute balls being absorbed by Yang Lingyu that Zhang Xiaoman regained her composure. Sister Yu. Zhang Xiaoman attempted to speak, but was promptly silenced by Yang Lingyu. Shortly thereafter, another loaf of bread and a bottle of water materialized in Yang Lingyu's hands. Food and water. Zhang Xiaoman was even more astonished. What on earth was happening? Could this little sister possess magical powers? No. She quickly realized that someone must have sent resources to this girl via the system. The sister, with her innocent and charming demeanor, was not surprising to attract the attention of men. Who was this generous benefactor? It seemed rather extravagant. Zhang Xiaoman's heart raced. She herself was not lacking in beauty and had preserved her purity for over 20 years. Perhaps she too could seize the opportunity to catch the eye of this benefactor. After all, she had remained virtuous for so long in hopes of finding a wealthy partner. Now it seemed the criteria had merely shifted to a man of strength. While Zhang Xiaoman was lost in thought, Yang Lingyu had already discreetly begun to eat the bread. Concerned that Zhang Xiaoman might draw attention, she tore off a small piece of bread and handed it to her. Zhang Xiaoman, having been hungry for a while, accepted it gratefully. The two girls lowered their heads to enjoy their stolen meal. At that moment, the attention of all the passengers on the bus was captivated by Zhang Zihao and his companions outside the window, leaving no one to notice the two girls indulging in their bread. In no time, they finished the loaf, their hunger overpowering, and even drained the bottle of water. With their hunger satiated, Zhang Xiaoman's spirits lifted, and she affectionately embraced Yang Lingyu. "Oh dear sister, you have truly saved my life." With that, Zhang Xiaoman planted a kiss on Yang Lingyu's cheek, causing the latter's face to flush crimson. "What are you doing? Come on, dear sister. Don't try to hide it from me. Tell me, which man has set his sights on you?" Zhang Xiaoman whispered in Yang Lingyu's ear. Just as Yang Lingyu was about to deny it, a gasp echoed through the bus. The two girls quickly turned to look out the window. To their shock, a goblin guarding a treasure chest had slain two men, leaving only Zhang Zihao and another man fleeing back onto the road in panic. Indeed, the goblin was cunning, feigning seduction only to turn back and attack those attempting to steal from its treasure. Now only two remain among Zhang Zihao's group. The ensuing drama promises to be entertaining. A number of passengers on the bus engaged in malicious discussions about Zhang Zihao and his companion's plight. Yang Lingyu's gaze shifted to the bronze treasure chest in the wilderness, and an adventurous thought crossed her mind. With her enhanced speed and strength, perhaps she could lure the goblin away. Thus, Yang Lingyu turned to Zhang Xiaoman and softly inquired, "Sister, if I manage to divert that goblin, would you dare to sneak in and take the treasures from the chest?" "What?" Zhang Xiaoman was taken aback. The foolish younger sister actually urged her to steal the treasure chest. Zhang Xiaoman contemplated refusing. Yet the thought of Yang Lingyu absorbing a set of attribute orbs suggested a potential diversion for the goblins. A moment of silence enveloped her as she pondered whether to embark on this risky venture with Yang Lingyu. Initially, she had intended to seek out a capable and resourceful man on the bus to rely upon. However, Yang Lingyu's actions had sparked a new perspective within her. The men on the bus, it seemed, could barely provide for themselves. Could she truly expect a comfortable life by depending on them? In contrast, the benefactor behind Yang Lingyu was evidently formidable, capable of presenting a set of attribute orbs to charm a lovely girl. This was the kind of man Zhang Xiaoman desired to align herself with. Confident in her own allure, Zhang Xiaoman believed that among the dozen or so women on the bus, only Yang Lingyu could rival her beauty. This was precisely why she chose to sit beside her. She thought that two attractive women together might attract a few admirers. To her dismay, however, the men on the bus appeared to be of poor caliber. Even if there were admirers, they lacked the means to truly woo her. Shaking off her thoughts, Zhang Xiaoman resolved to take a gamble. "Dear sister, I may consider stealing the treasure chest with you, but you must agree to one condition." "What condition?" Yang Lingyu inquired, curiosity piqued. Zhang Xiaoman flashed a charming smile. "You must introduce me to the man behind you. If you refuse, I shall not accompany you on this adventure." To Zhang Xiaoman's astonishment, Yang Lingyu responded without hesitation. "No problem. She exhibited no fear of Zhang Xiaoman potentially stealing her benefactor away. Subsequently, Yang Lingyu took Zhang Xiaoman by the hand, and the two women exited the bus under the watchful eyes of the other passengers. Hey, why did those two beauties get off? Are they going to the restroom? One person wondered aloud. Upon hearing this, many men on the bus stirred with interest, their gazes fixated on the two women. However, to their disappointment, the pair headed directly toward the goblins. No way, those two beauties can't possibly be going to reward the goblins, can they? Many rolled their eyes at the absurdity of the suggestion. Can you just keep your mouth shut? Your words always lead to wild imaginations. Meanwhile, in the wilderness, the goblins' eyes sparkled with desire upon spotting Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman. The lustful glimmer in their gaze betrayed their longing for beautiful females. As Yang Lingyu stepped off the road, she swiftly hurled stones at the goblins. The forceful throws were enough to deter even the goblins from confronting her directly. Aya! A goblin screeched, giving chase to Yang Lingyu, who continued to throw stones while sprinting away. The goblins, exhilarated, followed closely behind. Zhang Xiaoman remained stationary by the roadside, cautious and wary of the goblins potentially turning back. After all, it was the same fate that befell the two men previously. Nearby, Zhang Zihao and another man exchanged glances. Having lost the courage to confront the goblins, they could only watch the spectacle unfold from the road. After a brief pursuit, the goblins glanced back and, noticing that no one was attempting to steal their treasure chest, a flicker of disappointment crossed their faces. At that moment, Yang Lingyu continued to hurl stones at the goblin. Bang! A stone struck the goblin, eliciting a pained cry. The stones thrown with E-level strength by Yang Lingyu were no trifling matter. The goblin gasped in agony. Enraged, it bellowed, determined to capture Yang Lingyu today, disregarding the treasure chest in its pursuit. Observing this, Zhang Xiaoman, standing by the roadside, felt compelled to act swiftly and dashed towards the treasure chest. She was determined to give it her all. Upon reaching the chest, she opened it to find only a single blueprint. Without a moment to ponder, she seized the blueprint and sprinted back. By the time the goblin realized the treasure had been pilfered, it was too late. Zhang Xiaoman had already made her way back to the road. Yang Lingyu, witnessing this, also sprinted back, leaving the goblin behind in a fit of rage. Sister, we did it! Yang Lingyu exclaimed, her excitement causing her cheeks to flush. Zhang Xiaoman, feeling her legs weaken and still shaken, nodded in agreement. We succeeded. Chapter 16. Harvesting Resources in the RV. Ming was evidently unaware of the events that transpired after he gifted Yang Lingyu 12 attribute orbs. At present, he was assigning a task to Chu. Dear, you want me to help you sell wooden spears? Chu was clearly taken aback that Ming would entrust such a task to her. Ming nodded and proceeded to inform Chu about the ability to record blueprints. Since he needed Chu's assistance in selling wooden spears, it was futile to conceal the blueprint recording ability. It was better to disclose it directly to her. Chu's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this true, darling? With the capability to record blueprints, will we no longer have to worry about food and drink? Indeed, but this matter must remain confidential. You cannot disclose it to anyone. Ming warned with utmost seriousness. Chu quickly nodded in agreement. She was not foolish. Such a significant ability was not something to be spoken of lightly. At this moment, her gaze towards Ming began to shimmer with admiration. She realized how fortunate she was to be Ming's woman. Chu's affection level increased by 6 points, bringing Ming's total affection points to 15. Darling, if I'm selling wooden spears, what will you be selling? Chu inquired curiously. She could not fathom why Ming would assign her the task of selling wooden spears. Selling items was not particularly troublesome. Surely, Ming wouldn't be so lazy as to delegate all the profitable work to her. In response to Chu's question, Ming replied, I won't be selling anything. I will be exchanging attribute orbs for blueprints. Huh, you still have attribute orbs? Chu asked in confusion. Just moments ago, she had witnessed Ming giving away a dozen attribute orbs to someone unknown. Now he claimed he would exchange attribute orbs for blueprints. Where could he possibly have acquired so many? Darling, are you hiding another ability? Why do your attribute orbs seem inexhaustible? Don't tell me they all came from treasure chests, Chu questioned, her gaze fixed intently on Ming. She was beginning to suspect that Ming possessed a remarkable ability to acquire attribute orbs. Realizing that he could not keep this secret for long, Ming acknowledged Chu's suspicions. Indeed, he had handled an excessive number of attribute orbs, clearly not acquired through ordinary means. All right, I won't conceal it any longer. Ming admitted candidly. This RV has another ability, which is... He chose to obscure the ability to exchange affection points for attribute orbs and instead presented it as the capability to reward attribute orbs for collecting fees from novice women. This way, he would have a legitimate reason for collecting fees from them in the future. Chu-Chu was left speechless, clearly stunned. She was the very first victim of the fee collection. Subsequently, she furiously kicked the RV with her small foot. What an improper mode of transportation. Ugh, rogue RV. Yi Ming could only awkwardly rub his nose, appearing entirely unperturbed by the matter. The impropriety of the RV was of no concern to him. At that moment, Chu-Chu suddenly recalled something and glared at Yi Ming. Did you strengthen me for 2 hours just to acquire attribute orbs? Ahem. Yi Ming's lips twitched slightly, and he hastily shook his head in denial, saying, it's not entirely that. Primarily, you were quite beautiful, and I found myself unable to resist. Upon hearing Yi Ming's forced explanation, Chu-Chu rolled her eyes and chose not to dwell on the matter any longer. She had previously stated that receiving a skill book would suffice as her forgiveness for the 2-hour ordeal. However, after Yi Ming candidly disclosed the capabilities of the motorhome, the bond between him and Chu-Chu evidently grew closer. Chu-Chu had fully embraced the reality of being Yi Ming's woman, despite the fact that it had been less than a day since their relationship had transformed. In truth, Yi Ming's decision to have Chu-Chu sell wooden spears while he acquired blueprints was not without its rationale. Should one individual undertake both tasks, it would soon attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. For instance, if I sell you blueprints, and you subsequently sell the items depicted in those blueprints in large quantities, it would undoubtedly lead to speculation regarding your possession of blueprint acquisition capabilities. Additionally, it could incite jealousy. If Yi Ming were to amass wealth through the extensive sale of items, those with valuable blueprints would inevitably raise their prices when selling to him. Out of jealousy and fear of Yi Ming's rise, they might even choose to hoard their blueprints or sell them to others rather than to him. Hence, it was prudent for the two to separate their roles, one selling items and the other acquiring blueprints. In the future, should other women join the vehicle, Yi Ming would likewise assign them the task of selling different items. Following Yi Ming's instructions, Chu-Chu opened the chat channel and disseminated the information regarding the wooden spears, along with a message stating that she was selling 50 wooden spears for 20 escape coins each, also open to exchanges for other resources, first come, first served. Instantly, Chu-Chu's message ignited a flurry of activity within the channel. On the first day of the escape world, most individuals were unarmed, resorting to throwing stones at monsters. While they could fend off gray wolves and venomous snakes, goblins posed a significant threat. Many hesitated to approach treasure chests due to their lack of weapons. Consequently, numerous individuals immediately messaged Chu-Chu, anxious to secure wooden spears before they were sold out. In a matter of moments, Chu-Chu was inundated with hundreds of private messages, leaving her utterly occupied. Meanwhile, Yi Ming busied himself with crafting wooden spears. After Chu-Chu handed over the escape coins earned from selling the wooden spears to Yi Ming, the two collaborated to reap the wealth of others. After a while, seeing that they were nearing completion, Yi Ming also opened the chat channel, offering attribute orbs in exchange for blueprints, with only a few available, first come, first served. Upon sending the message, he too received a multitude of private messages. Presently, many individuals had acquired valuable blueprints, yet lacked sufficient escape coins to manufacture them. Upon seeing Yi Ming's offer of attribute orbs for blueprints, some decided to trade their uncraftable blueprints for attribute orbs to enhance their strength. Naturally, others opted to hoard their valuable blueprints, waiting until they had enough escape coins to craft them. Yi Ming began to peruse the private messages, quickly discovering several excellent blueprints, including those for batteries, planting pots, 1-star battle boots, and 1-star tires. He acquired these 4 blueprints at the value of 2 attribute orbs each, leaving him with 7 points of affinity remaining. Additionally, there were blueprints for items such as toilet paper, sanitary napkins, wooden barrels, sofas, iron pans, and lighters, all of which Yi Ming acquired for the price of a single wooden spear. This significantly enriched Yi Ming's collection of blueprints. Although the original owners of these blueprints did not receive attribute spheres in exchange, they were elated to obtain a weapon. To them, these seemingly useless blueprints held no value. For instance, the blueprint for the sofa was of little use as they had no space to accommodate it. They found it hard to believe that they could exchange anything at all, yet unexpectedly, they managed to trade with Yi Ming for wooden spears, which brought them immense joy. Consequently, they expressed their intention to seek Yi Ming for future trades whenever they acquired more blueprints. Yi Ming also conveyed that he would be willing to exchange attribute spheres for particularly valuable blueprints. The transaction concluded satisfactorily for both parties. Darling, someone wants to trade a special piece of equipment for 4 wooden spears. What do you think? Inquired the busy Chu Chu. She then sent the details of the special equipment to Yi Ming. Disguise mask, special equipment that allows the wearer to alter their appearance. Upon seeing this equipment, Yi Ming's interest was piqued. I'll trade, but 4 wooden spears is excessive. Let's negotiate down to 2. Chapter 17. Chu Chu's girlfriend. After receiving instructions from Yi Ming, Chu Chu engaged in some bargaining and exchanged 2 wooden spears for a disguised mask. The mask claimed to be useful, and indeed it was. However, it could not enhance one's combat strength. For some, trading 2 wooden spears was far more practical. Yet for Yi Ming, the disguised mask served to conceal his true identity. He was not yet ready to attract the attention of others. Instead, he wished to remain incognito, quietly developing his abilities and gathering initial resources, blueprints, and materials. The mask would aptly obscure his identity, making it ideal for him to wear when taking the bus the next day. After completing the exchange for the mask, Chu Chu continued to trade wooden spears for supplies. Aside from the escape currency, she managed to acquire a substantial amount of food, including bread, biscuits, instant noodles, sausages, bottled water, and a multitude of other provisions, all piled in the corner of the mobile home. This was a deliberate strategy advised by Yi Ming. Stockpiling food was undoubtedly wise. As the saying goes, a house full of grain brings peace of mind. At that moment, a private message caused Chu Chu to shudder, her eyes glistening with emotion. Ah, darling. My girlfriend has contacted me. Chu Chu exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Yi Ming, however, was left in a state of confusion. What? Your girlfriend? He questioned, unsure if he had misheard, while Chu Chu was already engrossed in her conversation. Yi Ming wished to clarify the situation but hesitated to interrupt. He could tell that Chu Chu had encountered someone familiar, which was not entirely improbable. If one had been with acquaintances before descending into this escape world, it was highly likely they would arrive in the same vicinity, much like Yu Ming and Zhao Tong, who unexpectedly found themselves in the same escape zone despite discussing a breakup. After a while, Chu Chu paused her chat, looking at Yi Ming with a pleading expression, as though she had a request. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Ming inquired about the situation, and upon receiving Chu Chu's explanation, he began to understand. To his surprise, Chu Chu was a lesbian. Before their arrival in the escape world, she had been dating her girlfriend, Lu Yusuan, while shopping, and they ended up in the same escape zone, albeit not appearing together as Yi Ming and Zhao Tong had. Neither woman was aware of the other's presence in the same area until Chu Chu began selling wooden spears in the channel, prompting Lu Yusuan to reach out. Darling, could you bring Yusuan to the mobile home? It's too dangerous for her on the bus, Chu Chu suddenly pleaded, clinging to Yi Ming's arm in a charming manner. Yi Ming was taken aback by her unexpected display of affection. As a stunning beauty, Chu Chu's charm nearly compelled him to acquiesce to her request. Clearing his throat, Yi Ming feigned composure and asked, is Lu Yusuan a virgin? Chu Chu's smile faltered at his question, almost pushing her to retaliate against him. Yet she realized the capabilities of the mobile home and understood Yi Ming's cautious intentions. Rather than allowing Yusuan to navigate the perils of the bus alone, it would be far better to bring her to the mobile home, where they could share a safer existence. Certainly, she is a maiden. Our dear Xianyuan has never been involved with any man, except for women, of course, Chu Chu declared with unwavering confidence. Apart from her, Xianyuan has remained untouched by anyone. Unfortunately, it seems she will soon be at the mercy of Yi Ming. After receiving Chu Chu's assurance, Yi Ming inquired further with genuine concern. Chu Chu, is Xianyuan beautiful? Chu Chu rolled her eyes and resorted to the system, presenting Yi Ming with a photo of Lu Yusuan. Upon a brief glance, Yi Ming promptly gave a thumbs up. She is indeed a beauty, embodying the enchanting allure of a youthful princess. Her looks are certainly on par with Chu Chu's. Yi Ming then turned to Chu Chu and asked, I have no issues on my end, but does Xianyuan wish to be with me? Chu Chu confidently thumped her chest. I will persuade her. It's just that I am unsure how to lead her from the bus to my mobile home. If we delay too long, I worry about Xianyuan's safety, as I have heard she has been harassed by some men on the bus. Yi Ming furrowed his brow, clearly troubled. He could not disregard Xianyuan's well-being. Chu Chu, please relay my situation to Xianyuan and ask if she is willing to join me. I can offer her some attribute orbs to enhance her abilities. Tomorrow, I will check a few buses. Perhaps I can find Xianyuan. Yi Ming shared with Chu Chu the method of recruiting from the bus. Upon hearing this, Chu was filled with joy and immediately contacted Xinyuan. Yi Ming waited patiently nearby. After some time, it seemed Chu had shared quite a bit about herself with Lu Yusuan. Darling, Xinyuan wishes to speak with you. Please add her as a friend. Yi Ming nodded and opened the system. Soon, Lu Yusuan's friend request appeared. Once they connected, Lu Yusuan promptly messaged, did you really get with Chu? Yi Ming, fully aware of what Lu Yusuan was inquiring about, replied. Chu must have informed you of everything. Why ask me again? All I can say is that Chu is doing quite well. Otherwise, she wouldn't have allowed you to be with me. So what do you say? Are you willing to come to my mobile home? After a moment of silence, Lu Yusuan responded, I trust that Chu would not deceive me. Yi Ming nodded in satisfaction and then exchanged 6 attribute orbs for Lu Yusuan. Xinyuan, please absorb these 6 attribute orbs and enhance your strength to E level. This way, you will have the means to protect yourself on the bus. Thank you. Brother Yi Ming, Lu Yusuan replied. On a certain bus, Lu Yusuan, dressed in a flowing white gown, resembling a little princess, discreetly absorbed the attribute orbs in her hand. She then accessed the system to strengthen her power to E level. After completing this, she clicked on Yi Ming's profile, her gaze landing on the handsome young man. Her cheeks flushing with a hint of shyness. He is indeed quite handsome. Lu Yusuan instinctively squeezed her legs together, her mind inundated with various inappropriate images. She was unsure if she could endure 2 hours. She hoped fervently not to overexert herself, as she certainly did not possess Chu's stamina. Lu Yusuan felt a mixture of anticipation and anxiety regarding her upcoming journey with Yi Ming in his camper van, accompanied by a tinge of concern. However, such matters were to be addressed in due time. At present, her primary focus was to await Yi Ming's arrival, ensuring her own safety, especially with several men on the bus casting their gazes upon her. Meanwhile, after gifting Lu Yusuan's 6 attribute orbs, Yi Ming found himself somewhat troubled by the mere 1 point of goodwill remaining. The accumulation of these attribute points seemed to be rather sluggish. He resolved to find a way to enhance his goodwill further. His attention then shifted to Chu, who was selling wooden spears. He pondered how he could extract additional goodwill from her. Suddenly, a system notification interrupted Yi Ming's thoughts. A friend is offering you an item. Would you like to accept? What was this? A friend sending him a gift? Curious, Yi Ming opened the system to discover that it was indeed Yang Lingyu who had sent him blueprints. Chapter 18. Zhang Xiaoman seeks partnership upon receiving the blueprints gifted by Yang Lingyu. Yi Ming found himself momentarily bewildered. He scrutinized the details of the blueprint. Mobile Grand Bath, a 2-star mobile apparatus featuring solar charging panels, a water heater, and a large water collection system capable of automatically absorbing moisture from the surrounding air within a 100-meter radius. Number of times this blueprint can be manufactured. 1. Required for manufacturing, 2,000 escape coins. What an extraordinary invention. Yi Ming was taken aback upon reviewing the information contained within the blueprint. Could this truly be the blueprint that was meant to emerge on the very first day of the escape world? He promptly inquired of Yang Lingyu how she had come by such a remarkable design. Seemingly anticipating his question, Yang Lingyu recounted the entire sequence of events. Yi Ming fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, on the very first day of the escape world, a bronze treasure chest was bound to yield exquisite items. Much like his own experience of acquiring a skill book, it was certain that many others had also unearthed exceptional treasures from their bronze chests, albeit they had chosen to keep them concealed. Yi Ming, I met a remarkably beautiful sister on the bus, and her contribution was pivotal in acquiring this blueprint. She wishes to connect with you. Would you like her to add you as a friend? The message revealed Yang Lingyu's earnest desire to introduce this enchanting woman to him, piquing Yi Ming's curiosity about her identity. After all, he had ridden the same bus as Yang Lingyu in his previous life, and he was familiar with most of the individuals aboard. Thus, Yi Ming responded, "Have her add me as a friend." Shortly thereafter, he received a friend request. Zhang Xiaoman. The name was unfamiliar, yet upon viewing the woman's photograph, he felt a flicker of recognition. He recalled that in his past, this woman had made a significant sacrifice for a loaf of bread, relinquishing her innocence. Simultaneously, Yang Lingyu had nearly perished from hunger and thirst on that very bus, leading to Yi Ming sharing a portion of his food and water to save her. Yi Ming's impression of Zhang Xiaoman was rather vague. Were it not for her moderate beauty, he might have entirely forgotten her. However, he was certain of one thing: her innocence was still intact. Hence, she met the criteria for joining his mobile venture. Consequently, Yi Ming accepted Zhang Xiaoman's friend request. "Hello, handsome. Ling Yu spoke highly of you, and after seeing your photo, I realized she was not exaggerating. Just now, Ling Yu also mentioned wanting to introduce me to a beautiful sister. Little did I expect it would indeed be a stunning beauty. Yiming replied, "What brings you to seek my attention, beautiful?" Zhang Xiaoman felt a surge of joy at Yiming's compliment. She promptly responded, "I wish to be acquainted with you, just as Ling Yu is." Yang Ling Yu had already divulged the entire process of Yiming adding her as a friend to Zhang Xiaoman. Understanding that Yiming's approach to women was forthright and unambiguous, Zhang Xiaoman directly expressed her intentions. Yiming nodded in appreciation of Zhang Xiaoman's candidness. In truth, from the moment she added him as a friend, Yiming had surmised her motives. If convoluted and implicit expressions only serve to irritate Yiming, then such straightforwardness indeed earns her a measure of his respect. Consequently, Yiming replied, "Very well, your accommodation and sustenance are assured, and your safety is guaranteed. However, you must uphold your virtue and loyalty as a maiden." "Yes, yes," Zhang Xiaoman responded with fervor. "In the future, my heart shall belong solely to you, and my body will be yours alone." As she became increasingly aware of the treacherous nature of their fugitive existence, her sense of security dwindled. Thus, she comprehended the significance of aligning herself with a formidable ally like Yiming. "Stay on the bus with Ling Yu. I will devise a means to retrieve you both as swiftly as possible. You need not worry about food and water, for I shall supply you daily. Should danger arise, contact me immediately, and I will arm you," Yiming instructed, further advising Zhang Xiaoman to exercise caution and dissuading Yang Ling Yu from engaging in perilous endeavors. On the bus, upon receiving Yiming's message, Zhang Xiaoman instinctively scanned her surroundings. Inside, every man lay groaning on the floor, pleading for mercy, while Yang Ling Yu stood defiantly in the center, exuding an aura of invincibility. Astonishingly, she had single-handedly subdued the group of men. Zhang Xiaoman felt a mix of exasperation and admiration, resorting to her system interface to capture and send evidence of the scene to Yiming. Upon viewing the image, Yiming found himself at a loss for words. Quickly, he messaged Yang Ling Yu. "Ling Yu, you and Zhang Xiaoman are forbidden from provoking monsters or looting treasure chests. These creatures are not as simple as you imagine. Your sole responsibility is to protect yourselves until I arrive." Yang Ling Yu's expression fell upon reading his message. If she refrained from provoking monsters or looting, would that not waste the treasures within the chests? Yet, she felt compelled to heed Yiming's words. What to do? Glancing at the incapacitated men, an idea sparked in her mind. She could enlist them as her subordinates to lure monsters and loot treasure chests. "Brother Yiming, do you have any surplus food? I wish to use it to recruit the individuals on the bus as my subordinates for luring monsters and looting treasure chests," she proposed. Yiming sighed at Yang Ling Yu's message, feeling a twinge of concern for her safety. He feared that this impulsive sister might act recklessly again. "Ling Yu, I can provide you with a wolf carcass, but you must promise me that neither you nor Zhang Xiaoman will engage in monster luring or treasure looting under any circumstances." "I promise," Yang Ling Yu replied, and with that, Yiming felt a sense of relief as he sent her the wolf carcass. On the bus, a wolf carcass suddenly appeared before Yang Ling Yu. "Isn't this the gray wolf that guards wooden treasure chests? How could someone have slain it? Truly remarkable." Many passengers gasped in disbelief, their eyes fixed upon the wolf's body at Yang Ling Yu's feet. What astonished them even more was the solitary wound on the wolf's head, clearly indicating it had been killed instantly by a sharp weapon. This was a display of unparalleled prowess. What formidable beings they are, truly terrifying in their might. While others fret over their hunger, there are already those powerful enough to dispatch a gray wolf in a single blow. Yang Ling Yu and Zhang Xiaoman, aware of the origin of the wolf's carcass, are equally astonished. Their admiration for Yiming deepens, as they realize that their previous notions of attracting monsters and looting treasure chests were rather trivial in comparison. Clearly, Yiming has commenced his monster-slaying exploits, which explains how he was able to bestow 12 attribute orbs upon Yang Ling Yu. They are no longer of the same caliber. Zhang Xiaoman, filled with excitement, clenches her fists in determination. This is the formidable man she wishes to rely upon. Her choice was indeed the right one. Meanwhile, Yiming remains oblivious to the profound impact his casual gift of the wolf carcass has had on the bus. With this trophy, Yang Ling Yu ascends to a position of leadership among the passengers. Aside from Zhang Xiaoman, all the men and women aboard have become her subordinates. Tonight, they shall feast upon the spoils of the wolf carcass. Chapter 19. Constructing the bathroom, merging the blueprints choo-choo. Please transfer all the escape coins you possess to me. Ming gazed at the blueprint of the grand bathroom, resolved to merge it. Upon hearing his request, Chu promptly transferred all her escape coins to Ming. Following the transaction, the total number of escape coins in Ming's possession reached an impressive 7,586. Though he had mentally prepared himself for this moment, Ming could not help but gasp in astonishment. Over 7,000 escape coins meant that nearly a quarter of the total escape coins in the entire region had come into his grasp. Chu, how many wooden spears did you sell? Over 600, I can't recall the exact number, Chu replied with uncertainty. Each wooden spear cost 5 escape coins to produce and was sold for 20, yielding a profit of 15 coins per spear. Selling over 600 spears had garnered her more than 7,000 escape coins, in addition to a substantial amount of bread, instant noodles, and other provisions. Many teams, in their desperate attempts to purchase just 1 or 2 wooden spears, had faced ruin. Ming could not help but marvel once again at the formidable capabilities of the S-Class RV. With his newfound wealth, Ming felt reassured in merging the blueprints he held. The synthesis of the vehicle-mounted grand bathroom cost him 2,000 escape coins. Instantly, a door materialized within the RV's interior, leading into an alternate space. A sign labeled Grand Bathroom hung above the door. Curiosity piqued. Ming pushed the door open to explore. The bathroom was spacious enough that even a dozen individuals could bathe without feeling cramped. Adjacent to the entrance was a changing room. At the center of the bathroom stood a large bathing pool, capable of accommodating several people simultaneously. Additionally, there was a sauna, 2 tables for scrubbing, and numerous shower heads adorning the walls. Upon observing the structure of the grand bathroom, Ming felt immensely pleased. However, he understood that the true treasures lay not in the bathroom's layout but in 3 invaluable items: the solar charging panel, the water heater, and the large water collector. The large water collector would grant Ming the freedom of water resources, alleviating any future concerns about sourcing water. Furthermore, the collected water would be potable and even marketable, making it a remarkably lucrative venture. The solar charging panel offered similar prospects. As long as sunlight graced the sky, Ming would have a continuous supply of electricity. With the blueprint for batteries in hand, he could manufacture additional batteries to store energy. Approaching the bathroom's entrance, Ming noticed the displays for electricity and water levels. The water collector had already commenced gathering water. With a bit of patience, he would soon be able to enjoy a shower that very night. As for the electricity, due to the impending nightfall and lack of sunlight, collection was temporarily halted. Nonetheless, Ming could produce batteries to supply power to the water heater. Subsequently, Ming synthesized 2 batteries at a cost of 200 escape coins each to provide power for the grand bathroom. Once everything was set up, all that remained was to wait a while before indulging in a hot shower. Ming stepped out of the grand bathroom, still holding a wealth of blueprints in his possession. Seizing the opportunity presented by the ample surplus of escape coins, I resolved to synthesize all the available blueprints. First, I focused on the 1-star front bumper blueprint, which required 100 escape coins, followed by the 1-star tire blueprint, also costing 100 escape coins, and lastly, the 0-star headlight blueprint, priced at a mere 20 escape coins. Upon synthesis, these blueprints were automatically installed on the RV, resulting in noticeable modifications, particularly to the front of the vehicle. Visually, it appeared as though a layer of steel had been welded on, enhancing the RV's defensive capabilities. Currently, the onboard equipment includes a 2-star large bathroom, 1-star front bumper and tires, while the only 0-star item remains the headlight. To upgrade the 0-star RV to a 1-star status, a minimum of 5 0-star onboard items must be installed. Upon achieving this upgrade, the RV would unlock a new ability. The singular 0-star headlight blueprint, which I procured from a treasure chest, indicates that 0-star blueprints are not non-existent. Rather, no one is willing to sell them to me. Given the low synthesis cost of 0-star blueprints, ranging from 10 to 20 escape coins, those who acquire them tend to retain them for personal synthesis. However, I remained undeterred. It was merely the first day in this world of escape, and I harbored doubts that anyone among the billions could surpass my progress. In a buoyant mood, I proceeded to synthesize some blueprints for everyday items. I began with the sofa blueprint, which finally adorned the RV's interior, alleviating its stark emptiness. Subsequently, I synthesized several planting pots, ensuring I would have a place to cultivate crops once I discovered high-yield seeds. Additionally, I crafted items such as sanitary pads, toilet paper, lighters, wooden buckets, and iron pans to diversify my inventory. Notably, sanitary pads and toilet paper are essential everyday items. Moreover, I possessed one final blueprint, the 1-star combat boots. Combat boots, 1-star equipment, wearing them enhances speed attributes. Manufacturing cost, 100 escape coins. Based on my shoe size, I crafted a pair of combat boots, marking my first acquisition of star-rated equipment, which far surpassed the value of a wooden spear. The distinct advantage of star-rated equipment lies in its ability to augment the wearer's attributes. Upon donning the boots, I immediately sensed a tangible increase in my speed. I checked my attributes. Name, Ming Strength, E-grade Speed, E-grade, D-grade, Constitution, E-grade Spirit, E-grade Skills, none escape coins, 4452 overall evaluation, E-grade. Delighted to see my speed attribute elevate to D-grade due to the 1-star combat boots. I then inquired about the shoe sizes of Chu Chu, Lu Yusuan, Yang Lingyu, and Zhang Xiaoman generously. I synthesized a pair of combat boots for each of them. The 4 women expressed immense joy upon receiving the boots, especially Yang Lingyu and the others who had yet to board the RV, further solidifying their desire to be with me. After synthesizing all the blueprints, I still had over 4,400 escape coins in hand, an amount I could hardly expend. I even contemplated investing 2,000 escape coins into synthesizing a large bathroom. At that time, there would be 2 large water collectors and solar charging panels. However, after some contemplation, it seemed wiser to forego such expenses. A spacious bathroom's water and electricity would suffice, making it unnecessary to squander resources. Otherwise, it would merely devolve into a form of impulsive consumption. Ming reclined on the sofa, savoring the rare moments of leisure. In a buoyant mood, he accessed the chat channel, meticulously sifting through the personnel list. Ming aimed to discover a beautiful maiden. Currently, the channel boasted over 8,000 members. Searching through each individual would be daunting. Previously, he had located Yang Lingyu solely by her surname's initial. Identifying a beauty among thousands was not particularly challenging. Yet discerning who among them was a maiden proved to be a significant dilemma. Thus, Ming reluctantly abandoned this troublesome pursuit and decided to seek lovely maidens offline at the bus station. As dusk descended, Chu Chu ceased selling wooden spears and instead curiously experienced the speed enhancement brought about by her battle boots. Upon donning the boots, her speed escalated to E-grade. She was utterly enamored with this 1-star equipment. Oh, dear, when did another door appear in the vehicle? Chu Chu gazed at the bathroom door with a hint of puzzlement. She could comprehend the addition of a sofa as a result of synthesizing with blueprints, but how could Ming have synthesized a door? Was it to facilitate exiting the vehicle more conveniently? Ming chuckled from his position on the sofa. Just open it, and you'll see. Intrigued, Chu Chu approached and opened the bathroom door, her astonishment manifesting in a series of delighted exclamations. It was simply marvelous. An expansive bathroom had been constructed within the vehicle. Did that mean she could take a bath tonight? Bouncing out of the bathroom, Chu Chu exclaimed, "Darling, I'm going to take a bath first. You mustn't compete with me." Ming chuckled and readily agreed, secretly hoping to lower her defenses. He was eager to cultivate more affection from her. Chapter 20. The disastrous wind. Chu Chu remained oblivious to Ming's thoughts, as she enthusiastically shared with Xian Bao about the makeshift bathroom they had constructed in the vehicle. Little did she know, Ming was already contemplating how to extract more affection from her. Clearly, charging her a fee was out of the question. After upsetting Chu Chu, he needed to find a way to soothe her. His objective was to gain her goodwill, not merely to indulge in his desires. As he pondered, a rumble in his stomach reminded him that it was time for dinner. From the collection of food he had procured from Chu Chu, Ming extracted 5 cups of instant noodles. He prepared them with boiling water from the heater, adding a sausage and a braised egg to each cup, a lavish treat indeed. Ming found himself in a state of abundance. This modest meal was but a trifle for him. He then distributed 1 cup of noodles to each of the women, reserving 1 for himself. "Brother Ming, what should I do with the wolf carcass?" Yang Lingyu inquired immediately after receiving her noodles. She had hoped to recruit the passengers on the bus as her followers, but the issue of the wolf's remains posed a significant challenge. It was unthinkable to have them gnaw on it directly. Who could stomach such a thing? This dilemma was easily resolved for Ming. He promptly sent Yang Lingyu a cast iron pot, a lighter, a wooden spear, and a barrel of bath water. These tools would enable her to slice the wolf meat with the stone blade affixed to the spear, and with some dry twigs and leaves from the wilderness. She could at least prepare a simple stew. The flavor might not be palatable, but that was of no concern to Ming. If they chose not to eat, they would simply starve. Meanwhile, Lu Yusuan, upon receiving her noodles, encountered her own set of challenges. The bus was filled with hungry passengers, many of whom were eyeing her with undue interest. As she unveiled the noodles, all eyes turned toward her. Ming had instructed Lu Yusuan to subdue everyone on the bus. With her newly acquired one-star battle boots, her speed and strength reached an E level. Having learned from Ling Yu's experience, Ming was unconcerned about Xianbao's safety. Once Lu Yusuan had forcefully subdued the crowd, Ming sent her a wolf carcass along with a pot and other supplies. He tasked her with gathering the bus passengers so that they could be commanded to lure monsters and pilfer treasure chests. This strategy would grant Ming access to 2 buses for resource collection. While he had no interest in ordinary resources, he sought various blueprints and special items. The concept of controlling the bus had been inspired by Ling Yu's previous actions. Returning to the present. After Ming and Chu Chu finished their noodles on the sofa, they had managed to collect a modest amount of water for their bath. However, the supply was insufficient for both to indulge without restraint. Therefore, Ming carried the bewildered Chu Chu into the bathroom. An hour later, Chu Chu sighed in relief as Ming did not charge her for the bath. They had simply shared the experience to foster their bond. It was the first night of their escape in this perilous world, and thus, no monsters would attack tonight. It was a safe haven. There was no need for anyone to keep watch. Ming lay in bed, holding Chu Chu close as they rested. In the dimly lit RV, both individuals found it difficult to sleep, as the day's experiences had been exceedingly eventful. With no smartphones to alleviate their boredom, they resorted to perusing the chat channel. The evening conversations were particularly lively, with participants sharing their encounters and perspectives on the world of escape. Many even engaged in jest, lightening the atmosphere with humor. Chu Chu nestled in Ming's embrace, her eyes slightly reddened as she gazed at the chat. "What's wrong?" Ming noticed her altered demeanor. Gently, Chu Chu pressed a kiss to Ming's cheek. "Darling, will we ever return to our original world?" This question momentarily left Ming at a loss for words. As a reincarnator, he understood the nature of the escape world. Once one flees from a realm, they inevitably transition to another, as if caught in an endless cycle. "I cannot say for certain, but I promise to protect you. We will survive together until the very end." Chu Chu's affection for him surged to a score of 6. Touched, she tightened her embrace around Ming, finding immense solace in his words. After a while, however, Chu Chu's playful curiosity emerged. Like an inquisitive child, she began to explore his body, touching here and there. Ming was rendered speechless, questioning her fearlessness. Yet, Chu Chu felt no trepidation. Having faced no repercussions in the bathroom, she was emboldened. In her protective phase, fear was not an option. Ming, feeling helpless, allowed her playful antics to continue. As the night unfolded, they nurtured their bond, wrapped in each other's warmth, engaging in light-hearted banter while observing the chat channel's risque exchanges. Eventually, they succumbed to slumber without realizing the passage of time. The following day, dawn broke with a fierce wind sweeping across the wilderness, stirring up clouds of dust. "Is the wind picking up?" Chu Chu drowsily emerged from Ming's embrace, instinctively wiping the drool from her mouth. For reasons she couldn't quite pinpoint, the sound of the wind outside instilled a sense of unease within her. The temperature had noticeably dropped overnight, with only their cozy blankets providing warmth. Ming, awakened by the wind's howling, paid little mind and pulled Chu Chu back into his arms. "No need to worry, it's merely a strong wind. Let's sleep a bit longer." Chu Chu nestled closer, wrapped in her blanket, feeling a measure of comfort return. Outside, the wind continued to howl, and many others began to notice the unusual conditions, though they remained largely unconcerned. While the wind was indeed stronger, it posed no immediate threat. Ming and Chu Chu lingered in their cozy haven for an additional 2 hours. With a blush, Chu Chu playfully pinched Ming's arm, finding it far too adventurous. "Darling, when shall we rise? Aren't you supposed to look for Xianbao on the bus today?" Ming rubbed his sore arm. "We must wait for the system to distribute fuel before we can set out. How can we search for anyone without the means to drive?" With that, they resigned to their bed, waiting patiently. Feeling a tad bored, Chu Chu opened the system to check the chat channel, where many were discussing the strong winds. Some individuals continued to express their grievances regarding the delay in the distribution of gasoline, as they await the opportunity to scavenge for resources. Numerous people procured wooden spears from Chu Chu yesterday, eagerly anticipating the chance to demonstrate their prowess by vanquishing goblins today. Ding! Congratulations to everyone for surviving the first day. Every vehicle, excluding buses, will reward its owner with gasoline and escape currency based on the number of occupants inside. Increased regional escape difficulty, disaster winds. Today, a level 6 gale is expected, with the wind level escalating each subsequent day. Chapter 21. Ming boards the bus upon receiving the system notification that there were 2 individuals on board. Ming and Chu leisurely rose from their slumber. The daily settlement rewards incentivized vehicle owners to welcome more followers aboard. After all, each additional passenger would yield an extra 100 units of gasoline as a daily reward. 100 units of gasoline could uncover numerous treasure chests, making the inclusion of followers a lucrative venture for vehicle owners. Furthermore, the system would reward escape coins based on the strength of the individuals within the vehicle. 1 coin for E rank strength, 10 for D rank, 100 for C rank, and so forth. Currently, Ming and Chu's E rank strength entitled them to a modest reward of 2 escape coins. However, they regarded this paltry sum with indifference. Nevertheless, this mechanism served as a motivation for vehicle owners to recruit followers, especially as more capable followers would soon become the object of fervent competition among vehicle owners. In this context, followers would increasingly be perceived as valuable resources, leading to disputes among vehicle owners over their acquisition. Those followers who possessed formidable strength or striking beauty would be particularly coveted. At present, Ming aimed to capitalize on the fact that other vehicle owners had yet to grasp the intricacies of recruiting passengers for the bus. Seeking to find as many beautiful virgins as possible. Virgins were already a rarity, while beautiful ones were akin to national treasures. In his past life, Li Tianyu had employed a myriad of tactics to locate virgins, highlighting the considerable difficulty of such an endeavor. Ming had come to understand this challenge. Thus, his principal objective for today's excursion to the bus was to seek out enchanting virgins. Additionally, Ming harbored no concerns regarding the capacity limits of the RV. Each mode of transportation had a fixed capacity. For instance, an ordinary car could accommodate a maximum of 5 people, including the owner, while Li Tianyu's van could hold 7. Even if one were to modify the interior space, the maximum capacity would remain unchanged. Only Ming's S-Class RV boasted an unlimited capacity, a fact that left him in awe. In his previous life, it was rumored that S-Class was a divine tier. Owning the RV had allowed Ming to grasp the immense power associated with S-Class vehicles. After a brief wash in the bathroom and a quick bite of bread, Ming and Chu commenced their venture. "Darling, I'm off now," Chu announced as she took the driver's seat of the RV. Ming stood by the roadside, brandishing a wooden spear, and waved to indicate that she could depart. Chu nodded and drove away, gradually disappearing from Ming's sight. The fierce wind swept across the desolate wilderness, stirring up clouds of dust. Ming squinted to shield his eyes from the abrasive particles. The intensity of today's winds was bearable. However, by the 5th and 6th days, the gust would render outdoor activity exceedingly challenging. On the 7th day, the winds would escalate to a calamitous level, capable of lifting vehicles off the ground. On the 7th day, everyone was confined to their vehicles, desperately seeking to escape. Only those who survived the night of the 7th day would emerge into the next realm of flight. Ming retrieved a mask from his pocket and affixed it to his face. In an instant, his features transformed into those of an unfamiliar man. This was a disguise mask that Ming had procured through Chu the previous day, designed to conceal his identity. As for the visage depicted on the mask, Ming had no knowledge of its origin. Each disguised mask bore a singular face, immutable and unchangeable. Seated cross-legged on the roadside, Ming awaited the arrival of a bus, knowing he still had a considerable wait ahead. He recalled the considerable amount of goodwill he had amassed from Chu the day before, which now presented an opportunity to enhance his attributes. Having gathered 24 points of goodwill overnight, and added to his original point, he now possessed a total of 25 points. Ming promptly exchanged 12 of these points to elevate his strength and constitution to grade E. He decided to reserve the remaining 13 points for unforeseen circumstances. Ming reviewed his personal attributes. Name: Ming. Strength: grade E. Speed: grade ED. Constitution: grade E. Spirit: grade E. Skills: none. Escape currency: 4452. Overall evaluation: grade E. Satisfied with his progress, Ming nodded appreciatively while braving the strong winds, awaiting the arrival of the bus. After approximately half an hour, a bus gradually came into view. Finally, it had arrived. Ming grasped his wooden spear and stood by the roadside as the bus approached. The relentless wind and sand had rendered him uncomfortable, and he longed to seek refuge within the vehicle. the bus came to a gentle halt before him, its doors automatically opening as if to welcome him aboard. Yiming stepped onto the bus, spear in hand, and was immediately greeted by a middle-aged man in his 40s. "Hello, young man. I am Wang Song, the leader of this bus. You can call me Uncle Wang. Welcome aboard. From now on, we are all family here," he said warmly, though his gaze frequently lingered on Yiming's wooden spear. Yiming remained silent, scanning the faces of the passengers, particularly lingering on the women for 2 or 3 seconds each. Wang Song, noticing Yiming's disregard for him, felt his expression darken instantly. He recognized Yiming as a troublemaker. "Don't block the way," Yiming said, pushing Wang Song aside as he made his way further into the bus. Wang Song stumbled slightly, but managed to regain his balance, grumbling, "Such a young man, truly lacking in manners." At that moment, he failed to realize the remarkable strength Yiming possessed. He merely thought himself unsteady and nearly toppled. "Ah, young man, once you board this bus, I shall find a way to deal with you," Wang Song mused inwardly. Once a high-ranking executive in a reputable company, Wang Song had exceptional leadership skills. Since the onset of their flight into this new world, he had sought to unite everyone through the chat channels. Thus, he possessed a certain degree of prestige within the chat channel. Once aboard the bus, Wang Song further asserted his influence and leadership over the vehicle. In his eyes, Yiming's presence on the bus was tantamount to encroaching upon his territory. As Yiming boarded, the bus commenced its slow journey, drawing the gaze of many passengers toward him, their expressions a blend of curiosity, wariness, and hostility, particularly upon noticing the wooden spear Yiming carried. Several individuals exhibited signs of avarice and envy. Yiming, however, remained unfazed. Approaching a disheveled woman, he nonchalantly pushed aside her hair amidst the astonished and perplexed stares of the onlookers. "What are you doing?" the woman exclaimed, swatting Yiming's hand away. Unperturbed, Yiming found her appearance exceedingly pedestrian, even less striking than Zhao Tong, rendering her unworthy of his attention. Scanning the bus, he found not a single woman who captured his interest. Meanwhile, Wang Song could no longer contain his displeasure. "You show me no respect upon entering, and you dare to flirt with the women aboard? It is as though you disregard my authority as a leader. You insolent brat. To toy with the women here is to slight us all. I offer you a chance. Relinquish that wooden spear, and we shall let this matter rest. Otherwise, you shall find no forgiveness from us." Chapter 22, Blueprints for a Small Crossbow. Upon the completion of Wang Song's menacing words, every individual on the bus rose to their feet, a premeditated act orchestrated to exert pressure on the newly boarded Yiming. With over 20 people confronting a single individual, the question of fear arose. Even a dragon would cower under such circumstances. Among them, 2 men brandished wooden spears, exuding an air of intimidation. Yiming, upon witnessing this, thought to himself, could these be the very customers who purchased the wooden spears? His suspicion was indeed valid. These 2 spears were what Wang Song had exchanged all his supplies for from Chu Chu just the day prior. The majority of the bus's occupants had gone hungry all day, all for the sake of acquiring those 2 mere wooden spears, with only Wang Song and a few men having consumed any food. This was a tactic employed by Wang Song to maintain control over the bus's passengers. If everyone had access to sustenance, who would heed his commands? Presently, most passengers were famished, awaiting Wang Song to lead them to treasure chests for provisions. However, to their surprise, the treasure chest did not materialize today, but Yiming boarded the bus first. Yet, they were not entirely without gain. At the very least, Yiming still possessed a wooden spear. Yiming cast a glance at Wang Song, who, at that moment, wore a smug expression of triumph. Wang Song believed Yiming was still too youthful and lacked the wisdom of restraint. "Kid," he seemed to say, "you must have noticed that with a mere command, the people on this bus would swiftly subdue you. Be prudent and surrender your spear. From this moment forth, we shall be one family." Observing Wang Song's attempt to dominate him, Yiming felt a mischievous urge to toy with this man. Consequently, he feigned fearlessness, boldly proclaiming, "The spear is in my possession. Come and take it if you dare." After uttering these words, he instinctively took a step back. This slight movement did not escape Wang Song's notice. With a cold smirk, Wang Song thought to himself how naive Yiming was. No matter how fearlessly he pretended, the pangs of fear revealed themselves in that small retreat. "Everyone, seize him. Take his spear," Wang Song commanded with a sweeping gesture, rallying the crowd against Yiming. To further galvanize their resolve, he promised a reward. Whoever secures the spear shall claim it as their own. At this proclamation, the eyes of every man on the bus lit up. and they surged forward towards Yi Ming, eager for the prize. The value of a wooden spear could be exchanged for 20 escape tokens. Who would not covet such a reward? "This spear is mine," one man exclaimed, lunging for Yi Ming's weapon. Yet, Yi Ming swiftly discarded the spear onto the floor, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. With a length of approximately 2 meters, the spear was impractical for use within the confines of the bus, prompting Yi Ming to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks. Bang! With a powerful kick, he toppled 4 or 5 men in an instant. Chaos ensued within the bus as people lunged at Yi Ming from all directions. Unfazed, Yi Ming retaliated with a series of blows. Bang, 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 bang. "Help! Monster!" came the cries of despair. Moments later, save for a few women cowering in the corners, the entire bus was filled with the anguished faces of those sprawled on the ground, including Wang Song himself. Yi Ming kicked Wang Song, and then crouched down, softly inquiring, "Speak. Give me a reason not to end your life." Wang Song lay on the ground, overwhelmed with terror, never having imagined he would find himself in such a dire predicament. Once a general manager worth millions at a prominent company, he now found himself pleading for mercy at the feet of a youth. How? How could you be so powerful?" Yi Ming smiled faintly. "It's simple. All it takes is to absorb a few attribute orbs. I discovered a blueprint in a treasure chest and exchanged it for attribute orbs to enhance myself in the channel." Exchanging blueprints for attribute orbs? Is that truly how one becomes so formidable? Had I known, I would have done the same. Wang Song, still sprawled on the ground, begged. "My young brother, we were wrong to take your wooden spear. Please spare us." Yi Ming shook his head. "Enough of this. An apology won't grant you a reprieve." He then picked up the wooden spear, preparing to eliminate Wang Song. Seeing the resolve in Yi Ming's eyes, Wang Song panicked and cried out, "Don't kill me. I have money. I can pay you." "Don't be foolish, old man. What use is money? Strength is the only truth. Do you have any last words?" "I am about to strike." Yi Ming slowly raised the wooden spear. Wang Song shouted desperately, "I have a blueprint. Don't kill me." Yi Ming's lips twitched. He had not expected this man to possess valuable items. "Show me the blueprint. If it's worthwhile, I may spare you." Wang Song's expression shifted as he hesitated to negotiate, only to be startled by the coldness in Yi Ming's gaze. Trembling, he retrieved a blueprint from his bosom. Yi Ming opened the blueprint to reveal. Small crossbow, 1-star ranged weapon, includes 10 crossbow bolts. Crafting limit, 3, required, 200 escape coins. Upon seeing the crossbow blueprint, Yi Ming silently marveled at Wang Song's cleverness. No wonder he was reluctant to part with it until the end. After securing the blueprint, Yi Ming smiled at Wang Song, saying, "You see, had you exchanged this blueprint for attribute orbs yesterday, you would have become as powerful as I am. Why risk your life for a single blueprint today?" Upon hearing this, Wang Song was filled with regret. He had not anticipated the remarkable effects of attribute orb enhancement. Had he known, he would have exchanged the blueprint. Yi Ming, holding his wooden spear, pressed the bus's stop button. "In light of the blueprint, I shall spare your lives today. I am leaving." Wang Song hastily rose and called after Yi Ming, "Young man, I concede defeat today. May I know your name?" "My name?" Yi Ming discerned Wang Song's intent to harbor a grudge, seeking an opportunity for revenge in the future. "I am Li Tianyu. Should you wish for vengeance, feel free to find me anytime. Ha ha ha." As the bus doors opened, Yi Ming exited with a flourish. The onlookers gazed at his retreating figure, filled with admiration. Was this the essence of a true warrior? Unafraid of revenge, he stood tall and unyielding. Wang Song clenched his fists, resolutely committing the name Li Tianyu to memory. He had never suffered such a significant loss in his life. He vowed to seek retribution in due time. It is merely a matter of exchanging blueprints for attribute spheres. In time, he shall also make such exchanges. Sooner or later, Wang Song will find himself triumphantly treading upon Li Tianyu. Unbeknownst to Wang Song, he has been thoroughly deceived by Yi Ming and remains lost in dreams of one day becoming a formidable force. After Yi Ming alighted from the vehicle, the bus slowly departed. Yi Ming continued to stand by the roadside, awaiting the next bus. At this juncture, if Chu Chu were to halt the RV on the road, the subsequent bus would come to collect him. Conversely, if Chu Chu persisted in driving the RV, what would appear would not be a bus, but rather the RV piloted by Chu Chu. Yi Ming would have to wait another half an hour on the thoroughfare. The intermittent gusts of wind whipping up dust and stinging his face were quite uncomfortable for Yi Ming. Yet, in pursuit of enhancing the RV's aesthetic allure, he was willing to endure such discomforts. Chapter 23. Ellie and Janina. In the ensuing time, Ming boarded 3 more buses, yielding only a blueprint for a towel and some trifles. The occurrences on these buses mirror those on the one where Wang Song was present. Under the guise of Li Tianyu, Ming administered a beating to all passengers aboard. He then revealed that his formidable strength stemmed from exchanging the blueprint for an attribute orb. The passengers, much like Wang Song, were easily deceived, convinced that anyone who found a blueprint on these buses would promptly contact Ming to trade for an attribute orb. Regrettably for Ming, despite boarding 4 buses, he encountered no beautiful initial girls. With a sense of resignation, he moved on to the next bus. On one particular bus, a rumbling sound echoed, stomach growls of hunger. Ellie, a gentle and pure young girl, glanced at her sister beside her, worry etched across her face. The sisters had gone over a day without any food. If this continued, they would surely perish from hunger on the bus. The younger sister, named Ellie, sported golden pigtails and striking blue eyes, her legs elegantly revealed beneath denim shorts. I'm fine, sister, Ellie reassured, shaking her head. Her gentle sister, Janina, shared the same captivating blue eyes but had flowing brown hair. Both sisters were stunningly beautiful, a harmonious blend of Chinese and French heritage. Janina's eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if she had resolved upon a certain determination. She then turned her gaze toward a middle-aged man seated not far away. Father. The middle-aged man, Akazuki Takashi, was equally famished. His eyes clouded with dizziness as he weakly acknowledged her with a grunt. The trio had found themselves in the same vicinity, with Takashi becoming the sole pillar of support for the 2 girls. However, his timidity prevented him from partaking in monster drawing or treasure-seeking endeavors, resulting in the family going without sustenance for over a day. Janina clenched her small fists resolutely, seemingly making a momentous decision. Father, please go exchange for some food. I am willing to pay any price. Upon hearing Janina's words, Ellie gasped in shock, her eyes wide, while Takashi's countenance darkened. They both understood the implications of Janina's statement. She intended to barter her body for food. Ellie, snapping out of her astonishment, hurriedly grasped her sister's hand. No, sister. You mustn't. They are not good people. Don't sacrifice yourself for a mere morsel of food. Janina consoled her sister, urging her not to worry. Despite her seemingly fragile exterior, Janina possessed an indomitable spirit. She would rather forsake her virtue than allow her sister to starve on the bus. Meanwhile, Takashi remained silent, his expression grim. His frustration stemmed not from his inability to procure food, but from the deep-seated love he held for his beautiful daughters. He believed that trading even a small amount of food was unworthy of such a sacrifice. The sensation of hunger weighed heavily on Takashi, leaving his face contorted in agony. The sensation of hunger is truly unbearable. Akazuki Takashi understands that, no matter how reluctant he may be, he must procure food. After all, he cannot allow himself to perish from starvation. When it comes to selling one of his daughters, he hesitates. The obedient Jinminai is compliant and attentive to her father's wishes, while the proud Eri has never regarded him with respect. Each sister possesses her own distinct beauty. Although Takashi initially considers selling the disobedient Eri, he ultimately resolves to sell Jinminai. Jinminai is manageable and obedient. As long as Eri remains unharmed, Jinminai would sacrifice anything. With this thought, Takashi rises and addresses Jinminai. Rest assured, Jinminai, I will go and fetch food. Please prepare yourself. Ah, you big jerk, you must not go. Eri exclaims angrily. Rising to her feet, she has long perceived that this stepfather is not a good man. Once on the bus, this stepfather appears utterly inept, cowering among a group of women and never attempting to disembark in search of food. Now, in a desperate bid to avoid starvation, he intends to sell his daughter's body for sustenance. Takashi outright ignores Eri and strides towards a burly bald man at the front. Eri is beside herself with worry, clenching her small fists and shouting at Takashi, calling him useless. The other passengers look on in bewilderment, curious about the unfolding drama between father and daughter. Jinminai, fighting back tears, continually reassures her sister that she is fine, demonstrating her remarkable inner strength. At this moment, Takashi approaches the bald man, whom he addresses as Brother Wang. Hello, Brother Wang. I wish to discuss something with you. The man, known as Wang Ming, is a prisoner serving a life sentence. He had thought he would never see the outside world again, yet here he finds himself in a realm of escape. He relishes this environment, which offers far more freedom than prison. Here, strength equates to power. Presently, Wang Ming is on the verge of asserting dominance over the bus. His swift rise to power is, in part, due to Ming. Just yesterday, Wang Ming exchanged all his resources for a wooden spear from Chu Chu. Today, armed with the spear, he killed a gray wolf at the cost of 2 of his subordinates. Upon entering the bus with the wolf's carcass, many men immediately pledged their loyalty to him. He now commands a small entourage of 8 followers, effectively establishing his rule over the bus. Wang Ming has also taken note of the 2 sisters, Eri and Jinminai, and has been contemplating whether to indulge himself. Little did he expect that their father, Akazuki Takashi, would approach him first. "What brings you to me?" Wang Ming inquires with a smile. Takashi immediately bows and crouches beside Wang Ming, whispering a few words in his ear. Wang Ming's eyes light up at this revelation. It seems that he has been presented with a splendid opportunity. Observing the eager gazes of his subordinates, Wang Ming feels a surge of ambition. Takashi should surely understand how precious food has become in these times. "I can offer you sustenance, but you must allow my brothers to engage with your daughter." The followers surrounding Wang Ming erupted in excitement upon hearing this. Did Brother Ming just propose to take them to entertain the daughter of Qiu Yueshao? The beauty of the 2 girls, Ai Li and her companion, was indisputable. However, at present, none had dared to cross the boundaries of legality and morality, thus preventing any indiscretions. Yet, Wang Ming's words stirred the latent darkness within them. In this world of escape, one could unexpectedly meet their demise at any moment. A fleeting pleasure now, even if it leads to death later, would seem worthwhile. Meanwhile, Qiu Yueshao remained silent. His concern was not for Jinminai, but rather whether he could derive some advantage from the situation. Chapter 24. Yi Ming to the rescue. With a hearty laugh, Wang Ming stood up and gestured to his subordinates. "Brothers, let us go. Today, I shall treat you all to a delightful experience. Long live the boss. Our leader is benevolent. We have indeed chosen the right path." The loyal cheers of his followers surged, their allegiance to Wang Ming intensifying. Meanwhile, the women in the vehicle were gripped by fear, their faces paling as they retreated into the corners. A few men who had not joined Wang Ming's entourage remained silent, feeling powerless. Even if they harbored a flicker of righteousness, they dared not voice their objections. Wang Ming and his cohort approached Jinminai, who was left dumbfounded, her face ashen and her body trembling. She had never anticipated that her father would enlist such a formidable group. She feared they might play with her in the most dreadful manner. "Ah!" Ailey cried out in terror, yet instinctively spread her arms like a protective hen before her sister. "What do you intend to do? Get away from us." Wang Ming and his followers exchanged lewd smirks. Qiu Yueshao's daughters are indeed pristine. Not only are they beautiful, but they are also exotic little beauties. As Wang Ming reached out to seize Ailey, Qiu Yueshao quickly intervened, pulling Ailey aside. "Brother Ming, we are only selling the elder sister. The younger one is off limits for now." Wang Ming surveyed Ailey and then cast his gaze upon the petrified Jinminai. "No matter. One at a time will suffice. Today, we take the elder sister. Tomorrow, the younger," he proclaimed with a grin. "I shall go first. You all wait your turn." Wang Ming instructed his subordinates. His followers immediately chimed in. "Of course, boss, you first." Laughter erupted among the men, their mirth echoing like the laughter of demons in Ailey and Jinminai's ears. Jinminai's pupils quivered as she attempted to scream for help, yet her throat felt constricted, rendering her voiceless. Fear had rendered her mute. Ailey struggled desperately, crying out for her sister's rescue, but she was forcibly dragged away by Qiu Yueshao. The 2 sisters could only witness the retreating backs of the men. Suddenly, the bus they were on came to an abrupt halt, startling everyone. Have we encountered a treasure chest again? In an instant, the bus doors swung open, and Yi Ming stepped aboard, brushing off the dust from his wooden spear. He had waited by the roadside for an entire afternoon, and his clothes were now soiled. "Ah, brother, it seems we haven't stumbled upon a treasure chest. Rather, someone has boarded the bus," one of the men observed. "It must be those who disembarked from other vehicles, as mentioned in the chat channel." Wang Ming cursed. "Damn, you're ruining my good mood." With fervor, he began to strip off his clothing, having suppressed his urges for many years in prison. Today, he intended to indulge thoroughly, for such opportunities were rare. Ailey, held down by Qiu Yueshao, wept in despair, pondering how she might save her sister. As the bus began to move once more, Ailey's gaze fell upon Yi Ming, who wielded a wooden spear. The spear. It was this very weapon that had elevated Wang Ming to leadership among the passengers. Surely, this man with the spear could save her sister. At this moment, Ellie seemed to have found a glimmer of hope. Seizing the opportunity while Akiyu Takashi was distracted, she delivered a powerful kick aimed between his legs. With all her resentment towards her stepfather, who had betrayed her sister, concentrated in that single blow. It landed with a resounding thud. Akiyu's agonizing scream echoed throughout the bus, akin to the wail of a slaughtered pig. Even Wang Ming was taken aback, nearly losing his composure. What the hell is that scream? Seeking death? The high-pitched cry startled the dazed Zhun Minai awake, prompting her to hurriedly cover herself in terror, shouting for him not to come closer. Meanwhile, Ellie paid no heed to Akiyu, who lay on the ground howling in pain, and rushed to Yiming's side. Kneeling before him, tears streaming down her face, she implored, "Please, save my sister. I am willing to serve you like a beast of burden." Yiming, still bewildered by the unfolding situation, was abruptly jolted by Zhun Minai's frantic cries of "Don't come closer." Suddenly, it dawned upon him what was transpiring on the bus. This was a scene he had witnessed often in his past life. Glancing down at the weeping blonde girl before him, this mixed-race beauty, he realized she was pleading for the rescue of her sister. Alarmed, he quickly tossed his wooden spear to Ellie and charged into the fray. With a powerful kick, he sent the crowd sprawling, chaos erupting in the bus. At that moment, Wang Ming had already stripped off his shirt and was beginning to tear at Zhun Minai's clothing, only to be confronted by Yiming's sudden onslaught. With no intention of holding back, Yiming unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. With his E-level strength, a single blow could incapacitate any ordinary man. Moments later, Wang Ming's minions lay strewn across the floor, leaving only the dazed Wang Ming standing. Wang Ming was utterly bewildered, while Zhun Minai huddled in a corner, tears streaming down her face, gazing at Yiming, her white knight, who had come to her rescue, stirring an unfamiliar emotion within her. Yiming grasped Wang Ming by his egg-like head and hoisted him up, leaving everyone present in stunned silence. Who was this formidable figure? So powerful. Ellie's face lit up with joy as she hastily wiped her tears and rushed to find her sister. Upon seeing her sister unharmed and fully clothed, a wave of relief washed over her. "Sister, Ellie." The sisters embraced, having traversed through hell together. Yiming, still holding Wang Ming by his head, surveyed the two sisters. It was evident they were both untouched maidens, and strikingly beautiful mixed-race girls at that. He felt fortunate, realizing that had he not boarded this bus, the pair would have surely fallen victim to this gang. With a surge of anger, he unleashed two full-force punches against Wang Ming's egg-shaped head. Thud, thud. Blood streamed from Wang Ming's mouth and nose, two distinct impressions left on his skull. In an instant, Yiming had delivered a fatal blow. He did not spare Wang Ming's henchmen either, dispatching them without mercy. The bus fell into a profound silence. Even Akizuki Takashi covered his legs in silence, fearful of provoking the god of death. Subsequently, Yiming discovered a blueprint and two small packets of seeds among the clothes discarded by Wang Ming. Upon examining the blueprint, he noted the information: vehicle-mounted fuel tank, 0-star vehicle equipment, capable of holding 200 units of gasoline. Number of manufacturing attempts allowed, 3, required for manufacturing, 10 escape coins. Upon seeing this blueprint, Yiming's eyes lit up. His RV was in need of 4 0-star vehicle blueprints for an upgrade, and he had unexpectedly found one here. Next, Yiming inspected the remaining 2 packets of seeds. As a reincarnator, he was well aware that seeds in this escape world were vastly different from those in the original world. They were genetically enhanced, high-yield seeds. High-yield rice seeds, 10, high-yield wheat seeds, 10 grains of rice, and 10 grains of wheat. Yiming couldn't help but feel elated. With these 20 seeds, he would never have to worry about rice and flour again. In his previous life, Yiming had heard that these rice and wheat seeds from the escape world yielded an astonishing 1 pound per day upon maturation. This meant that once these 20 seeds matured, Yiming would harvest 10 pounds of rice and 10 pounds of flour daily. Quite remarkable. He hadn't anticipated that the bald-headed man possessed such valuable items, likely having opened a bronze treasure chest. Chapter 25. The two maidens. As Yiming scrutinized the blueprints and seeds, Ailey cautiously approached him, accompanied by her sister, Zhun Minai. The reason for their trepidation was evident. The ground was strewn with the lifeless bodies that Yiming had vanquished. "Thank you for saving me and my sister. I am Ailey, and this is my sister, Zhun Minai. May we accompany you from now on?" Ailey mustered her courage and candidly expressed her wish. Zhun Minai, standing beside her, refrained from voicing any objections. Instead, her cheeks flushed as she quietly observed Yiming. In her eyes, he was a gallant prince who had rescued her from a band of villains, and she naturally desired to stay by his side. Ailey, seemingly anxious that Yiming might refuse them, hastily added, "My sister is an excellent cook, and I can help with the laundry." Laundry? Yi Ming chuckled at Ailey's remark, realizing she must have noticed the dust that clung to his attire. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, "Your sister's culinary skills might prove useful, but your sole ability in laundry seems rather inadequate." Ailey's expression shifted dramatically, and she hurriedly defended herself. "I can do more than just laundry. I can wash pants, socks." Her voice trailed off, as she recognized the triviality of her skills. Meanwhile, Zhen Minai observed Yi Ming's lips twitching and the corners of his eyes crinkling, clearly holding back laughter. She chose to remain silent, enjoying the playful exchange between her sister and Yi Ming. Ailey, now sweating with anxiety, feared that Yi Ming might only take her sister under his wing, leaving her behind. She had no desire to follow their useless stepfather. Yet, Ailey could scarcely think of any talents she possessed. At home, it was always Zhen Minai who cared for her, cooking and cleaning, while Ailey had contributed little. Even her newfound skill in laundry was something she had imposed upon herself. In truth, she had never washed a single piece of clothing, merely tossing them into the washing machine. Ailey felt a pang of regret for not having learned to cook alongside her sister. As Ailey scrutinized Yi Ming from head to toe, aside from his soiled garments, an idea suddenly sparked in her mind. "I can also give massages. They are incredibly soothing. Is that so?" Yi Ming nodded, then fixed Ailey with a serious gaze. "My standards for massages are quite high. Should you fail to meet my expectations, I shall abandon you and take your sister with me." Ailey's face fell. She truly lacked any massage skills. This was merely a desperate fabrication. "My massage technique isn't very good, so please don't set your standards too high," Ailey implored with a pitiful expression, employing the endearing tactics she often used on her sister. The two erupted into laughter, unable to contain themselves. Zhen Minai covered her mouth, chuckling softly, finding Yi Ming to be rather amusing and not the fierce figure she had feared during his confrontation with Wang Ming and his cohort. After a brief encounter, she realized that Yi Ming was not a cruel villain. Thus, she was willing to follow him along with her sister. When Ailey saw Yi Ming and her sister laughing, she understood that she had been teased, and her little face flushed with embarrassment. "You both, sister. How could you bully me?" Ailey wished to complain to Yi Ming but feared his anger, so she could only question her sister. Zhen Minai wanted to explain, yet felt shy in front of Yi Ming and was at a loss as to how to convey her thoughts to her sister. When she noticed Yi Ming looking at her, she blushed even more and lowered her head. Then Yi Ming spoke, "You sisters can follow me, but you must pledge your loyalty and agree to become my women. Are you willing?" Ailey and Zhen Minai were taken aback, their faces turning crimson. Ailey was the first to react, quickly nodding, "I am willing. As long as you can protect me and my sister, we will obey you from now on." Beside her, Zhen Minai shyly added, "I am willing too." The sisters were not foolish. Only a man of Yi Ming's caliber could offer them protection. As for their stepfather, Qiu Yuexiao, they had already grown disillusioned with him. Unable to procure food themselves, Zhen Minai was forced to sell her body. And rather than dissuading her, their stepfather had directly consented. Even worse, he sold her to a group of beasts. Zhen Minai had been paralyzed with fear at that moment. Had it not been for Yi Ming's timely arrival, her fate would have been dire. How could a father be so treacherous? Therefore, Zhen Minai had no desire to engage with Qiu Yuexiao. Ailey felt even more disdain for him. She had always looked down upon Qiu Yuexiao. The incident that occurred on the bus today only deepened her contempt. Meanwhile, eavesdropping and clutching his vital parts, Qiu Yuexiao could not bear the thought of his two adopted daughters following a stranger and becoming his women, and he immediately voiced his objection. "No, I do not consent." Yi Ming furrowed his brow in confusion, unsure of who this man was, who gave him the audacity to obstruct his intentions. Sensing the icy murderous intent in Yi Ming's gaze, Qiu Yuexiao trembled in fear, nearly wetting himself. "I am the father of Zhen Minai and Ailey. I promised their mother to take good care of them. You cannot kill me," he stammered in terror. "Father?" Yi Ming frowned, realizing that the two women had a father, complicating matters significantly. At that moment, Ailey quickly interjected, "He is not our real father. He is our stepfather. If it weren't for him trying to sell my sister for food, she would not have attracted the attention of those people. What a beast." Yi Ming felt a wave of disgust wash over him as Ailey's explanation clarified the situation. Such a vile person needed to be dealt with swiftly. Yi Ming approached Qiu Yuexiao, his murderous intent palpable. Qiu Yuexiao's complexion changed drastically. "You cannot kill me. If you do, your reputation will be tarnished. The chat channels will spread tales of you killing a father and seizing daughters." "Oh," Yi Ming scoffed. "When have I, Li Tianyu?" ever feared the slander of a petty man? A moment of bewilderment enveloped Xiao Yueshao as he realized that this individual was indeed named Li Tianyu. It struck him as if there were an unspoken desire for someone to tarnish his reputation. Meanwhile, Ai Li and Zhunmi Nai exchanged glances, both coming to the understanding that Yi Ming referred to. Li Tianyu. When Yi Ming initially intended to eliminate Xiao Yueshao, he found the individual somewhat familiar, prompting a recollection from his past life. It appeared that this person was none other than Li Tianyu's foremost sycophant. As for why Xiao Yueshao had achieved such a position, it seemed he possessed a formula for a love potion, rendering him highly favored by Li Tianyu. Yi Ming now speculated that the use of this potion would likely garner an abundance of affection from women. Thus, he hesitated over whether to dispose of Xiao Yueshao. Eliminating him would result in the loss of the potion's formula, a significant detriment. Despite Yi Ming's ability to effortlessly produce E-grade attribute spheres, the subsequent B and A-grade spheres required thousands upon thousands of attribute points each. He pondered how long it would take to amass such wealth. Therefore, it was imperative that Yi Ming retain control over the love potion's formula. Chapter 26. The female fist Akazuki Takashi currently represents the sole hope for obtaining the formula for the aphrodisiac. Moreover, he is the nominal father of the two women, and there remains a lingering affection from Jean Mina towards him. Yi Ming certainly cannot kill Akazuki Takashi in front of the two women. Although Yi Ming refrains from taking Akazuki's life, he is resolute in not letting this individual escape unscathed. Consequently, he unleashes a barrage of slaps upon Akazuki. The sound of impact reverberates, slap, slap, slap. Akazuki is left dazed and disoriented. With Yi Ming's E-level strength, each strike resonates through Akazuki's head. Had Yi Ming not tempered his force, the man could have been fatally injured. Akazuki cries out in agony, blood spilling from his mouth, several teeth having been knocked out, yet he dares not utter any threats. In the rear, Jean Mina turns her gaze away, unable to bear the sight, while her sister, Ellie, watches with rapt attention, reveling in the spectacle. Moments later, Akazuki's cheeks swell grotesquely, unmistakably transformed into a visage resembling that of a pig. Only then does Yi Ming cease his assault. With a gaze filled with resentment and fury, Akazuki quickly pleads for mercy. Do not kill me. Ellie and the others will henceforth be yours. I shall not tarnish your reputation. Tarnish my reputation? Only a fool would believe such words. Yi Ming harbors no trust in Akazuki, recognizing this as a mere stalling tactic. He is fully aware that should an opportunity arise, this man would undoubtedly seek to ruin Li Tianyu's name. Furthermore, Yi Ming is intrigued by the formula for the aphrodisiac, compelling him to play along with the charade. For the sake of Jean Mina, I grant you a reprieve. Should you seek vengeance, feel free to find me. With that, Yi Ming raises his hand, preparing to strike Akazuki once more. In a panic, Akazuki raises his hands to shield his face. Seizing the moment, Yi Ming swiftly delivers a kick to Akazuki's groin. Bang! This strike is aimed at incapacitating Akazuki, ensuring that even if he were to find the aphrodisiac formula, he would remain unable to utilize it. Akazuki's eyes roll back as he foams at the mouth, succumbing to unconsciousness. Satisfied, Yi Ming nods and gestures for Ellie and Jean Mina to prepare to disembark. Disembark? Before Ellie and Jean Mina can voice their thoughts, several women on the vehicle object vehemently. Wait, Li Tianyu, what do you intend to do? A woman with a pockmarked face immediately questions. Yi Ming, perplexed, responds, of course, I intend to leave this place. Do you expect me to remain on the vehicle? However, the woman retorts, if you leave, who will protect us? Look around, the men on this vehicle are nearly all dead. You must stay and ensure our safety. A multitude of women echo her sentiments, insisting that Yi Ming remain on the bus to safeguard them. These women feel justified in their demands. Having witnessed Yi Ming's actions that reflect his sense of justice, such as rescuing Jean Mina and her sister upon boarding and punishing the vile Akazuki, it is precisely this nature of altruism that makes him susceptible to moral coercion. They cannot allow him to depart. Yi Ming, recognizing their intentions, smirks and replies, with these men dead, wouldn't you have the opportunity to lure monsters and loot treasure? I am merely assisting you. Indeed, Yi Ming's assertion holds a kernel of truth. In the context of most public transport, the opportunities for resource acquisition are predominantly monopolized by men, leaving women with scant chances to participate. Even if a woman dares to boldly seize a treasure chest, any spoils she acquires are likely to be snatched away by the men aboard. Over time, this has engendered a scenario where men seek treasure while women resort to selling their bodies. However, With the majority of men now slain by Ming, these women, if they exhibit some ambition and seize the opportunity to search for treasure, could potentially rise to power. Regrettably, these women appear oblivious to this possibility. They seem solely focused on enjoying the right to be cared for and protected, never contemplating what they must contribute in return. This reflects how the laws and morals of the former world had overly sheltered them. At this juncture, a plump woman with a round face expressed her discontent, exclaiming, "Are you even a man? How can you let us women face those monsters? We are inherently weaker than men and deserve the right to protection." Indeed. Her sisters echoed her sentiments, asserting that Ming's interest in the two sisters was merely based on their beauty, labeling him a superficial man. So what if he has a bit of strength? What is so impressive about that? He must remain on the bus to find us food. I've been hungry all day. The women clamored, their voices rising in fervor. Initially intent on persuading Ming to stay, they unexpectedly began to criticize him instead. Ming felt a wave of numbness wash over him as he recalled a formidable organization from his previous life, the Women's Fist Society. Its leader, Wang Ling, not only possessed formidable Iron Fist skills but also wielded considerable power and operated an A-class vehicle. Most daunting was her immense charisma in every world she entered. Thousands of women rallied to her cause, leaving men to perish after being drained of their value. In his past life, Ming had narrowly escaped falling into the clutches of the Women's Fist Society. Had it not been for Yang Ling's protection, he would have met a grim fate at the hands of those women. In the forthcoming heated world, Wang Ling was destined to arrive in the same region as Ming. Just as he was preparing to address the women surrounding him, a blonde girl with twin ponytails, Ellie, stepped forward. With her hands on her hips, she stood proudly, resembling an indignant hen, and unleashed a torrent of insults at the women. "You big pig. How dare you ask Brother Tianyu to find you food? Just take a look at how fat you've become. And you, with your pockmarked face. How can you criticize Brother Tianyu for being superficial? You expect him to protect you? You must be out of your mind. And you, dark-skinned sister, are you mixed race? Oh, it seems not. You just Haven tea bathed in ages. I thought you had African ancestry." Ellie's sharp tongue targeted the women's flaws mercilessly. Enraged, the Women's Fist Society members flushed with anger, eager to silence Ellie. Undeterred, Ellie stood her ground, arms crossed, exuding an air of haughty disdain. She showed no fear of the group. Meanwhile, Zhen Minai, wielding two wooden spears, approached Ming with a gentle demeanor, saying, "Brother Tianyu, don't take their words to heart. It was you who saved us, dear sister. We sincerely wish to follow you, as long as we can be by your side. I am willing to do anything." In the end, Zhen Minai lowered her head, blushing, and fell silent. Chapter 27. The two maidens board the vehicle. Ming gazed at Zhen Minai, then shifted his attention to the fierce Ellie, who stood defiantly against the group of women. In that moment, he could only discern Ellie's petite silhouette, accentuated by her golden twin tails swaying behind her, which revealed a new, proud facet of her character. One by one, Ellie called out the women in the vehicle, mercilessly critiquing their flaws with venomous words. Ming could scarcely bear to glance at these women, as they were hardly remarkable in appearance. Although Ellie's remarks were harsh, they were grounded in truth. The women, incensed, began to lose their composure, loudly cursing Ellie. Their disdain, however, was not confined to Ellie alone. Zhen Minai and Ming found themselves ensnared in their vitriol as well. They had completely forgotten the ruthless visage Ming had displayed during his act of violence. The remaining 3 or 4 men and a handful of rational women had retreated to the corners of the vehicle, praying to evade the chaos that unfolded. It was perplexing how this group of women had lost their senses. When the criminal Wang Ming was present, they had not dared to utter a word. Yet now, they were emboldened to insult Ming, the very man who had taken Wang Ming's life. Truly, they seemed to invite their own demise. The woman, labeled a fat pig, could no longer endure the humiliation and charged towards Ellie, intent on tearing her apart. Witnessing her advance, the other women felt a surge of confidence and followed suit, completely disregarding Ming's presence. In truth, these women harbored a deep-seated envy for the sisters Ellie and her companion. Not only were they youthful and beautiful, but they were also untouched, having captured the attention of a formidable man like Ming. With his protection, they would surely never want for sustenance or security. Thus, they sought to keep Ming confined to the bus. "You little wretch, just wait until I tear your mouth apart." The overweight woman lunged at Ellie. Undeterred by the woman's size, Ellie rolled up her sleeves, preparing for a confrontation. Ming, witnessing this, could no longer remain a passive observer. He swiftly intervened. delivering a punch to the woman's face. Bang! Ming felt his fist sink into a layer of flesh, a greasy residue clinging to his hand. In the next instant, the woman's hefty body, weighing over 180 pounds, was sent flying, crashing into the women who followed behind her. Get off me, you dead fat pig. You're crushing me. Ugh. How long has it been since she bathed? The stench is unbearable. I heard she holed up at home for 6 months before fleeing to this world. Hurry. Lift her off me. I'm being suffocated. Ming looked at his hand, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. No wonder the encounter had been so greasy. It was likely a result of her prolonged neglect of hygiene. At that moment, Ellie joyfully wrapped her arms around Ming's, exclaiming, "Brother Chanyu. I knew you would step in." Ellie was far from being as irrational as the other women. Her confidence in confronting them stemmed from Ming's unwavering support. Ming chuckled, playfully ruffling Ellie's hair with his now soiled hand. You performed admirably. I never knew you had such a talent for insults. As Ellie felt Ming's large hand tousle her hair, her pride swelled even further. Brother Chanyu, should such an incident occur again, I shall assist you in reprimanding them. In that moment, Ellie felt she had found her purpose. Cursing on behalf of Ming was far simpler than doing laundry or giving massages. Subsequently, she and Jin Minai alighted from the bus, while Ming, armed with a wooden spear, dealt with the woman who had just been insulted. Before disembarking, Ming collected all the food gathered by Wang Ming, leaving not a morsel for Qiu Yueshao. On the highway, Ailey and Jun Minai voraciously consumed the bread saved by Wang Ming. Having gone without sustenance for over a day, they finally relished the taste of food. Ming, watching the bus depart, promptly contacted Chu for a ride. Chu had been waiting by the roadside in the RV all morning. Upon receiving Ming's message, she swiftly drove the RV to pick him up. Ming turned to Ailey and Jun Minai, suggesting, "Let us wait a moment. Transportation will arrive shortly." After finishing a piece of bread and sipping some water, Ailey felt the sheer joy of having food to eat. Brother Tianyu, how splendid it is that you are the owner of the vehicle. My sister and I shall no longer need to endure the chaos of public transport. Ailey exclaimed, bouncing with excitement, her face alight with anticipation. Who would prefer the tumult of a crowded bus if they could travel in comfort? Oh, by the way, Ming noted, observing that Ailey continued to call him Brother Tianyu. He removed his disguise, stating, "Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am not Li Tianyu, merely an adversary of mine. My name is Ming." Ah. Both Ailey and Jin Minai gasped in unison. Ailey stepped forward, scrutinizing Ming's handsome visage. "What is it?" Ming inquired, puzzled. "You are so handsome." Ailey's heart raced at the revelation. Jin Minai, standing nearby, kept her gaze fixed on Ming, her cheeks gradually flushing with warmth. The two women began to understand. No wonder Ming seemed unfazed by concerns over his reputation. He was not Li Tianyu after all. Ming, you are truly mischievous. Using a false name. Poor Li Tianyu has been wronged. With no outsiders present, Ming and the two women engaged in conversation on the roadside, genuinely getting to know one another. Upon learning that Ming's mode of transport was an RV, they were both pleasantly surprised, particularly eager to discover the spacious bathroom it contained. Jin Minai became more relaxed, sharing her passion for cooking, though she would occasionally blush at Ming's striking features. 20 minutes later, Chu finally appeared, driving the RV onto the highway. Ming, accompanied by the slightly bashful sisters, boarded the vehicle. "Hello, Sister Chu." Ailey and Jun Minai greeted her warmly. Chu, observing the two sisters, was momentarily dazzled, though she concealed her admiration well. "My dear sisters, how lovely you are. Are you hungry or thirsty? Oh dear, you are covered in dust. Come, let me take you both for a bath," Chu exclaimed. Disregarding Ming as she ushered the sisters toward the grand bathroom, Ming paid little mind to the unfolding scene. In his perspective, Chu was endeavoring to win over the two sisters, thereby establishing her position as the eldest. Ming then produced 10 grains of wheat and 10 grains of rice that he had previously acquired. He directly sowed them into 20 planting pots, subsequently watering them and awaiting their maturation. Following this, Ming synthesized the vehicle's fuel tank. He was still 3 0-star blueprints short of upgrading the RV to 1 star. Chapter 28. Chu's minor flaws. As Ming contemplated what to have for lunch, he was suddenly startled by a cry emanating from the large bathroom. Could it be? Was there danger lurking? Perhaps a monster infiltrating their vehicle? Abandoning his instant noodles, Ming dashed into the bathroom with utmost urgency, only to find Ai Li and Jun Minai being bullied by Chu. Chu's behavior was clearly abnormal. A sudden realization struck Ming regarding Chu's unique circumstances. leaving him in a state of shock. After all his efforts to bring AI Li and Junmi nigh to the RV, had Chu truly intercepted them? What are you doing, Chu? He demanded. Ah, husband, let me explain. No, I was wrong, dear. Chu's affection level was at 6. AI Li and Junmi nigh hurriedly fled the bathroom, astonished that they had been bullied by Chu. Women should not make things difficult for one another. Thankfully, Ming had arrived just in time to rescue them. Once they boarded the RV, they had mentally prepared themselves for the uncertain future that lay ahead. Ming had informed them of everything as they disembarked the bus, and they were no longer children, they were adults. In this world of escape, akin to an apocalyptic scenario, the constraints of law had faded away. All that mattered to everyone now were food and resources. To survive, they relied on Ming. Sitting on the bed, the two women felt a mix of anxiety and concern. Would Chu seek revenge for this incident? Ming was quite formidable, fortunately. Chu had absorbed his wrath. AI Li voiced her thoughts, while Junmi nigh, taken aback, nodded in agreement, impressed by her sister's perspective. With this line of thinking, the two sisters found some comfort. They perked up their ears to listen to Chu's pleas for mercy. Are you ready, sister? AI Li suddenly asked. Junmi nigh was at a loss for how to respond. On the bus, she had been willing to sacrifice herself to prevent her sister from going hungry. Yet now, for reasons unknown, she felt a twinge of cowardice. Perhaps it was because she had grown fond of Ming, or perhaps it was the shock of Chu's situation. Seeing her sister's discomfort, AI Li quickly reassured her, Sister, do not be afraid. Ming will not bully us. Yes. AI Li, thank you. I also trust Ming. We must follow his guidance from now on. After comforting each other, the sisters found their fears dissipating. In this world of escape, as long as they were together, they feared no danger. They were each other's support. An hour later, Ming emerged carrying Chu in his arms. Spotting AI Li and Junmi nigh sitting quietly, he approached them. Chu, feeling a bit embarrassed, pretended to be asleep in Ming's embrace. Having just been punished by him, she felt utterly humiliated. In her heart, Chu quietly resented the two women. Was it really such a big deal to tease them? The commotion had drawn Ming's attention, leading to her public punishment. How utterly mortifying. Ming, recognizing that Chu's pretended slumber was a matter of pride, chose not to shatter her facade. As the elder sister, it is only natural to maintain a dignified image in front of her younger siblings. Ming ensured that Chu was well settled before apologizing to the two girls, saying, I hope I did not frighten you too much just now. Chu is actually a very good person. Rest assured, she will not bully you anymore. Ali and Junmi nigh quickly reassured him that they held no grudges. After all, Chu had not truly harmed them. There was no reason for resentment. Ming felt a sense of relief regarding the two girls. And then he led them to the bed, collecting 5 points of affection from each. The acquisition of affection points signified that they had shed their initial identities. Notably, both girls had an initial affection score of 5, reflecting their sincerity. Thus, Ming felt comfortable leaving them in the caravan without fearing any hidden malice. Utilizing the towel blueprints he obtained earlier, Ming casually crafted 2 towels, successfully collecting 2 plum blossom towels. Additionally, he collected Chu's bedsheets. Leaving the bed devoid of linens, Ali and her companion, feeling secure within the confines of the caravan, soon drifted off to sleep. They had endured considerable hardship over the past couple of days on the bus. Even remaining seated had kept their nerves taut, depriving them of rest. Given their unreliable stepfather and the presence of criminals on the bus, they were understandably hesitant to relax. Now, exhausted, they succumbed to slumber. And Ming gently covered them with blankets before approaching Chu, cradling her in his arms. Dear, I am truly sorry. I promise I will never act that way again. Please do not be angry with me. Chu murmured softly, planting a gentle kiss on Ming's lips. She had reflected on her recent actions and recognized their impropriety. Ming playfully tapped her forehead, saying, When have I ever been angry? Why are you so anxious about such matters? Look at how terrified your sisters are. I thought a monster had infiltrated our space. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Chu scratched her head, momentarily puzzled. Ming continued, patiently elucidating. You are the first wife and their elder sister. If you bully them privately, it will only sow discord among you and diminish your standing as the first wife. If you truly desire something, I will take you with me tonight, and you can have your fill. Moreover, I plan to visit the bus this afternoon. Who knows, I might bring back 1 or 2 more people. You must not bully them anymore. The number of people in the caravan will only increase, and it will be your responsibility to manage them as the elder sister. You cannot continue to intimidate others. Ming's message was unmistakable, and even Chu Chu grasped its meaning. "Dear, I love you," she said, touched. Her affection score rose to 7. The two shared heartfelt conversations on the sofa, during which Chu Chu revealed her unique circumstances to Ming. Subsequently, she solemnly vowed her unwavering loyalty to him alone. Ming chuckled, affectionately tousling Chu Chu's hair, possessing the ability to gather affection points. He was well aware of her genuine feelings, which was why he had entrusted her with the role of the first wife. In Ming's eyes, Chu Chu's situation was inconsequential. After all, she had not truly betrayed him. If he could not accept such things, he would be overly petty. Ming presented 4 attribute orbs to Chu Chu, prompting her to elevate her mental attribute to be level. "Thank you, my dear," she expressed gratefully. Chu Chu, not one to be shy, accepted the orbs and promptly absorbed them. Ming then exchanged 6 more orbs, boosting his own mental attribute to E level as well. Consequently, all of Ming's attributes now stood at E level. He glanced at the remaining 26 points of favorability and decided against further exchanges for the time being. He felt sufficiently powerful and did not urgently seek to enhance his attributes to D level. After a light meal, Ming descended from the caravan to continue his quest for beautiful virgins on the bus. Meanwhile, Chu Chu drove away in the caravan, leaving Ming by the roadside. With a disguise mask affixed to his face and a wooden spear in hand, he awaited the arrival of the bus. Chapter 29. The fitness instructor Jiang Qi as the second day drew to a close. Even those who could not accept the harsh reality of a world in flight began to comprehend its cruelty. This was especially true for the women aboard the bus. Initially, they had hoped that the men would procure food for them. However, the bus could only uncover 8 or 9 treasure chests in a single day, and the provisions within were scarcely sufficient for the men themselves, leaving little hope for sharing with the women. Consequently, most women found themselves enduring hunger. To obtain sustenance, their choices were limited to competing with men for resources or relying on men to exchange their bodies for necessities. Many women, desperate to avoid starvation, joined the fray to seize resources from the treasure chests. Jiang Qi was one such woman. Once a fitness instructor, Jiang Qi possessed an enviable physique, not in the exaggeratedly voluptuous sense, but rather akin to that of a sleek leopard. Her slender form accentuated by subtle muscle definition and a sun-kissed complexion that exuded a vibrant, untamed beauty. It was precisely this inherent advantage that emboldened her to vie for resources. On the road, Jiang Qi and a group of over 10 men hurled stones at a gray wolf, driving it into a state of disarray. The wolf, after emitting a few low growls, turned tail and fled. The sight of the retreating wolf brought joy to their faces, and all eyes quickly shifted to a wooden treasure chest nestled in the wilderness. In a frenzy, they all raced towards the chest. While chasing off the wolf was no formidable task, the true challenge lay in securing the contents of the chest amidst the throng of competitors. Jiang Qi lingered at the back of the pack, refraining from charging to the front. As a solitary woman, she knew that rushing ahead would yield nothing. Instead, she sought an opportunity to snatch a morsel amidst the chaos. As the men pried open the treasure chest, a scene of pandemonium ensued. "Give me the bread. Put it down. Step aside. I grabbed the bread first." Jiang Qi remained at the rear, her eyes scanning the tumultuous scene for any chance to procure food. However, it was evident that such encounters were not new. Everyone was well prepared for this scenario. Those who managed to secure items quickly sought the protection of their companions. With allies nearby, the chances of losing their spoils diminished significantly. As the chaos began to subside, Jiang Qi let out a resigned sigh, lamenting yet another fruitless endeavor. Eventually, everyone returned to the bus, which then started its slow journey to seek out the next treasure chest. Jiang Qi sat alone in a corner, grappling with her hunger, a sense of injustice swelling within her. On the bus, she found it impossible to wrest food from the men. The other women had already begun to align themselves with the men, but Jiang Qi remained steadfast in her principles, refusing to compromise herself for sustenance. Yet, if this continued, she would surely succumb to starvation. "Jiang Beauty, are you hungry?" a young man asked with a loaf of bread in hand, a smile playing on his lips. With an eye roll, Jiang Qi replied, "I've told you, I have a boyfriend, and I will not sell my body for food." The young man scoffed dismissively. "What a time to be loyal to your boyfriend. Perhaps he has already met his demise at the hands of some monstrous creature. Would it not be better for you to accompany me? I shall become your boyfriend henceforth." The young man's words profoundly resonated with Jiang Qi. Her own boyfriend was likely trapped in another area of escape, and she remained oblivious to his plight. He might have succumbed to a beast or be struggling for survival in some vehicle. Even if he were still alive, would they truly have the opportunity to reunite? Jiang Qi's boyfriend was someone she had courted during her university years, and they had reached the stage of contemplating marriage after graduation. Yet, fate has played its cruel hand. Everyone has been thrust into this realm of flight. Does she still need to uphold her fidelity for the sake of love? In order to survive, should she not consider relying on a man? Give me some time to ponder, Jiang Qi finally conceded. The young man, upon hearing this, was filled with elation, his gaze fervently lingering on Jiang Qi's vibrant and alluring form. Here, take this bread. Fill your stomach first. He handed the bread to Jiang Qi and excitedly returned to his seat, frequently glancing back at her. Such a fiery woman, just a glimpse was nearly unbearable. Meanwhile, Jiang Qi, sensing Zhang Hao's gaze, furrowed her brow, while several men on the bus also cast heated looks in her direction. They were all waiting, anticipating the moment when Jiang Qi might relinquish her dignity and barter her body for sustenance, at which point they would not hesitate to offer her some food in return. Jiang Qi's physique and beauty were evidently superior to the other women aboard, which man would not wish to indulge. A rumbling sound echoed from her stomach, a reminder of her hunger. Holding the bread, she felt like Pandora about to unleash chaos upon herself, yet her hunger was becoming unbearable. Just as she was about to tear into the bread, the bus began to decelerate and come to a stop. Another treasure chest, perhaps? Confusion spread among the passengers. Logically, they had just encountered a treasure chest, and it would typically take at least an hour or two to find another. They all turned to gaze out the window. There, Ming staggered onto the bus, brandishing a wooden spear, his face smeared with dirt. He had spent most of the day waiting for the bus along the highway, and the strong winds had whipped up dust that settled upon him. Throughout the afternoon, he had boarded 6 different buses but had yet to find a beautiful maiden. He had encountered 2 or 3 attractive women, but when he inquired if they were virgins, they evaded the question, even chastising him for placing such importance on that membrane. In a fit of frustration, Ming had slapped 2 of them, using Li Tianyu's name as his justification. Eventually, with no expectations left, he boarded this last bus. Oh, someone is getting on the bus. I thought we had stumbled upon a treasure chest. The passengers on the bus began to murmur upon seeing Ming enter. Look, he is holding a wooden spear. What is so surprising about that? Those things cost 20 escape coins each. If they're still selling tonight, I might just buy one myself. Ming paid no heed to the chatter aboard the bus, instead preoccupying himself with brushing off the dust from his attire. His gaze then began to sweep over the women on the vehicle, ultimately lingering on a figure in the corner, Jiang Qi. Was it truly Jiang Qi? To his astonishment, she was indeed on this bus. Ming instantly recognized her. After all, a wild beauty like Jiang Qi, once known, was not easily forgotten. The familiarity stemmed from their days as university classmates, where Ming was widely regarded as the campus heartthrob, while Jiang Qi was celebrated as the campus belle. However, their interactions had been minimal, limited to just a few exchanged words. Subsequently, Jiang Qi had found herself a wealthy boyfriend who owned a gym, while Ming ended up with Zhao Tong, a rather troublesome girlfriend. Little did he expect that fate would bring him face to face with Jiang Qi today. Chapter 30. Instant Noodles and Jiang Qi. Ming hesitated on whether to approach Jiang Qi, uncertain if she was still a maiden, especially since she had recently begun dating a wealthy heir, which essentially implied she was no longer untouched. Nevertheless, Jiang Qi was undeniably a stunning beauty, and they were university classmates. Although they weren't particularly close, a bond existed between them. Ultimately, Ming resolved to inquire about Jiang Qi. If she were indeed a maiden, he would pursue her. If not, he would merely expend some words in vain. With that decision, Ming strode toward Jiang Qi, brandishing a wooden spear. Upon entering the vehicle, he advanced towards her without uttering a word, disregarding the other passengers, which evidently irritated some. A man promptly intercepted him, saying, "Hey, brother, aren't you going to introduce yourself after getting on the bus? That wooden spear looks impressive. Mind if I borrow it?" In an instant, Ming reached out and seized the man's neck, effortlessly lifting him with one hand in full view of the onlookers. "I am Li Tianyu," he declared, "and my strength has been enhanced to E-level with attribute orbs. You would do well not to provoke me." With that, he casually hurled the adult male aside, leaving everyone astonished. They quickly realized that Ming was no ordinary individual. Was E-level strength truly that formidable? The man's effortless toss had silenced any intentions of confrontation. Those who had contemplated reprimanding Ming obediently took their seats. This individual was a powerhouse, one best not trifled with. Even the young man who had offered Jiang Qi bread retreated to his seat like a quail. The atmosphere inside the bus transformed as if a mute button had been pressed. Silence enveloped everyone. Jiang Qi, startled to see Yi Ming approaching her, tensed up. Acutely aware that her beauty had once again brought her trouble, Yi Ming plopped down in the seat beside her and glanced at the bread in her hand. Oh, living well, I see. Bread, is it? Feeling embarrassed, Jiang Qi respectfully offered the bread to Yi Ming. Brother, you haven't had dinner yet, have you? Please, take this. Yi Ming accepted the bread without hesitation, opening it and beginning to eat. Jiang Qi felt a wave of despair wash over her. Why did all misfortunes seem to befall her? She could only watch, heart heavy, as Yi Ming devoured her bread, her mouth watering with each bite he took. The aroma of the bread wafted toward her, tantalizingly close, while Yi Ming chewed heartily, each bite punctuated by audible satisfaction, making Jiang Qi acutely aware of its softness and flavor. Her stomach, seemingly aware of the food nearby, protested audibly. Yi Ming appeared oblivious. Yet the sounds of him enjoying the bread grew louder. Jiang Qi's stomach continued to grumble in discontent, while Yi Ming savored each morsel, chewing thoroughly before swallowing. It dawned on Jiang Qi that Yi Ming was intentionally teasing her, and she mentally noted this incident, vowing to seek retribution when the opportunity arose. The singular piece of bread took Yi Ming a full 10 minutes to finish, pushing Jiang Qi to the brink of exasperation. Her stomach grumbled in protest for a full 10 minutes, yet Yi Ming remained oblivious to her discomfort. Fine, 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 Jiang Qi clenched her fists, vowing silently to take revenge when she had the means. After finishing his bread, Yi Ming contacted Chu Chu, requesting her assistance in preparing a bowl of instant noodles. He then settled quietly into his seat, waiting. Jiang Qi found the situation somewhat perplexing. However, the fact that he had not made any advances towards her indicated her temporary safety. The only regret was that she had not tasted the bread. It had all been consumed by this rogue. After a few minutes, Jiang Qi's eyes widened as she fixated on Yi Ming's hands. She watched in astonishment as he opened a system panel, tapped a couple of times, and suddenly, a bowl of instant noodles appeared in his possession. The noodles were packaged in blue, featuring the renowned shrimp and fish cake flavor. Gurgle, her stomach protested once more. Jiang Qi shook her head vigorously, casting aside any wicked thoughts. As a fitness enthusiast, she never indulged in such junk food. Yi Ming flashed a mischievous grin at Jiang Qi before opening the noodles, releasing an enticing aroma that wafted through the bus. Those nearby couldn't help but swallow in anticipation as their stomachs echoed the sound. Yet, none suffered more than Jiang Qi. She was acutely aware of the delightful scent and watched as Yi Ming slurped the noodles with a fork, savoring the rich broth, eliciting satisfied sounds. All she could do was respond with the grumbling of her own stomach. Ah, look, there's a marinated egg and chicken sausage in there. Yi Ming seemed oblivious to the noodles' contents and tauntingly displayed them to Jiang Qi. She could only roll her eyes in response, though her gaze remained fixated on the bowl. Indeed, there were marinated eggs and chicken sausages. How extravagant. Yi Ming speared a marinated egg with his fork and offered it to Jiang Qi, asking, "Do you want some?" Jiang Qi gritted her teeth, realizing that Yi Ming was trying to entice her with food, clearly coveting her beauty. "I will not sell myself for a mere marinated egg," she thought. Yi Ming nodded and took a bite out of the egg. "Ah," Jiang Qi exclaimed, feeling as though she had lost half of a precious marinated egg. Yi Ming then speared a piece of chicken sausage and inquired once more, "Do you want some?" "Yes," Jiang Qi answered without hesitation this time, wary of making any further remarks lest he consume the sausage as well. Yi Ming nodded and continued, "Are you still a virgin?" Jiang Qi was left speechless, realizing she had encountered a man with a peculiar fixation. Noticing her silence, Yi Ming immediately took a bite of the chicken sausage. "Ah!" Jiang Qi cried out again, lamenting the loss of another piece of sausage. Seeing Yi Ming's intent on continuing to eat, she felt a pang of urgency and quickly declared, I am a virgin." "A virgin? But don't you have a wealthy boyfriend? How can you be a virgin?" Yi Ming questioned incredulously. Jiang Qi stared at him in shock, her eyes wide as she scrutinized his features. "Who are you? Do we know each other?" Yi Ming smirked, taking another bite of the chicken sausage. "I am the one asking the questions, not you." Jiang Qi looked at the half-eaten sausage, her heart aching at the sight. She hurriedly explained, "Although we are in a romantic relationship, we have not engaged in such activities. I intend to offer myself to him only after marriage. So I remain a maiden." Yi Ming nodded, secretly admiring Jiang Qi's cleverness. She seemed to understand the unreliability of the wealthy heir, unlike those foolish women who, in their pursuit of entering high society, would surrender their purity prematurely. Even though she and her affluent boyfriend exchanged vows of eternal love, she successfully preserved her ultimate boundary. I can provide you with food, shelter, and safety. Would you consider becoming my woman? Yu Ming offered the instant noodles in his hand to Jiangqi. As she looked at the noodles he presented, she comprehended the implications. Memories of the lifelong promises made with her boyfriend flashed through her mind, and tears welled in the corners of her eyes. She was about to betray that vow. Gritting her teeth, Jiangqi accepted the noodles, gazing at the half-eaten marinated egg and the bitten chicken sausage, and immediately began to eat with enthusiasm. How delightful! Chapter 31. The uniformed little leopard Jiangqi savored the shrimp and fish noodle soup, a hint of satisfaction gracing her features. She was so intent on relishing each bite that she dared not eat too hastily. In the past, she would have ignored such instant noodles entirely. Now, all she could utter was a simple yet profound, delicious. The only regret she harbored was that the marinated egg and chicken sausage had been halved by Yu Ming's bite. Truly, he was insufferable. Of course, Jiangqi only dared to voice her grievances about Yu Ming in her mind, maintaining an outward demeanor of utmost respect towards him. Before long, she had consumed the entire bowl of noodles, even finishing the broth, yet she still felt an insatiable hunger. Observing Jiangqi finish her meal, Yu Ming stood up and addressed everyone on the bus, declaring, "This is a robbery. Hand over all your resources, or I shall be compelled to search your persons." Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Yu Ming commenced his audacious heist aboard the bus. "What treasures do you hide beneath your garments? Hand them over," he urged. "Hurry and relinquish your belongings. Do you wish to test the might of an E-rank? You mustn't hold it against me, Li Tianyu. How else am I to support my wife? Should you desire vengeance, I welcome it at any moment. However, I advise you to first exchange some blueprints for attribute orbs in the chat channel, elevate your power to my level, and then seek your revenge." Jiangqi watched Yu Ming's brazen antics with a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Was he not concerned about inciting the wrath of the passengers? Should he anger the entire bus, escaping unscathed would be a formidable challenge. As she pondered this, Yu Ming's audacity soon drew ire from the crowd. One individual rose indignantly, rallying the others. "Brothers, shall we stand idly by while this man robs us of the resources we have painstakingly gathered? Let us unite and confront him." Just as the crowd prepared to rise, Yu Ming struck first. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap to the man's face. "Surely you possess something of value. Hand it over." The man felt a ringing in his ears, momentarily dazed. Glancing around, he saw the others seated like obedient children, silent and awaiting their turn to be robbed. In resignation, the man produced a single compressed biscuit. Yu Ming, however, was not convinced that this was all the man had and proceeded to search him with force. Soon, he uncovered a blueprint hidden within the man's clothing. Vehicle Alarm System, 0-star vehicle equipment. Once installed, the vehicle acquires an alarm function, protecting against nocturnal monster attacks. Blueprint can be manufactured 5 times. Required to manufacture, 20 escape coins. Upon reading the blueprint's details, Yu Ming's eyes sparkled with intrigue. No wonder the man had been so anxious after the robbery, even inciting others to join him in resisting Yu Ming. It turned out he indeed possessed something valuable. This blueprint could yield 5 alarm systems, which could be sold in the chat channel for a handsome profit. There was even the option to retain one manufacturing opportunity, then sell the blueprint to Yu Ming in exchange for attribute orbs. Alas, it had now fallen into Yu Ming's hands. Yu Ming secured the blueprint and delivered several more slaps to the man. "You had it coming. How dare you hoard such coveted items?" After being struck, the man felt a deep sense of grievance and was on the verge of tears. Is there still justice in this world? Is there any rule of law? Are robbers truly this brazen? Yet, Yu Ming paid no heed to the man's plight and continued to rob others. With meticulous care, he searched each victim, anxious not to overlook any valuables. After all were searched, Yu Ming found only a meager supply of food, which he promptly transferred to Chu Chu through the system. "Thank you all for your cooperation. If anyone feels aggrieved, you may seek revenge from me, Li Tianyu," he declared, taking a moment to sow a seed of animosity before escorting Jiangqi off the bus. On the road, as the bus gradually receded into the distance, Yu Ming immediately contacted Chu Chu for a pickup. Jiangqi, perplexed, asked, "Why are we getting off the bus? Are you planning to rob another one?" With nightfall approaching, She expressed her concern that if the bus stopped for a break, there would be no transport to retrieve them. Ming chuckled and removed his disguise. Rest assured, I have my own means of transportation. Otherwise, why would I assure you of meals and lodging? Jiangqi was taken aback upon seeing Ming's face. You are Ming. Recognizing his handsome visage, she realized he was her former classmate from university. Initially shocked, her heart soared with joy at encountering a familiar face in a world of chaos, akin to finding a friend in an unfamiliar foreign land. How could you? My old classmate, tempt me with bread and instant noodles on the bus? Watch out. With her recognition of his identity, Jiangqi's courage surged. Ignoring the fact that Ming was considerably stronger, she lunged at him, attempting to trip him. Ming was momentarily stunned. He understood Jiangqi's carefree nature, but did not anticipate her immediate desire to wrestle with him upon recognizing him. Her grappling technique was surprisingly adept, employing both tripping and forceful maneuvers. Ming felt as though a female leopard had latched onto him, and the enticing fragrance from Jiangqi only heightened his intrigue. However, the disparity in their strength was insurmountable. Jiangqi stood no chance of toppling him. With a swift motion, Ming swept her off her feet effortlessly. Ah! Jiangqi gasped, startled, as she recalled the terrifying extent of Ming's strength. Wait, put me down, she pleaded, squirming in his grasp. Initially intent on retaliating against her old classmate for teasing her with food, Jiangqi now found herself begging for release. Ming, observing her struggles, smirked. Do you think simply asking will suffice? You wanted to trip me, didn't you? It seems a punishment is in order. Jiangqi's expression shifted dramatically, and she began to thrash wildly in his arms. The laughter erupted from her lips. Amidst laughter, she exclaimed, Do not tickle me, please. Let me go, I concede. Jiangqi struggled to liberate herself from Ming's embrace. Yet, Ming was not inclined to relinquish her so easily, persistently teasing her sides. Jiangqi's exquisitely toned legs inadvertently entwined around Ming's waist, tightening their grip. In an effort to evade the tickling, she laughed while pressing closer to him, minimizing the areas vulnerable to his playful assault. Ultimately, they found themselves locked in an embrace. Surprised, they simultaneously recognized the awkwardness of their position. Ming ceased his playful antics and, holding the petite leopardess in his arms, inquired, Do you yield? I yield. Jiangqi promptly admitted defeat. Though her mind schemed of ways to exact revenge on Ming in the future, she attempted to disentangle herself from him, but Ming would not allow it. Thus, they remained intertwined, engaging in a conversation about their respective lives. Chapter 32. Jiangqi gets in the car. Huh? You were actually dumped by Zhao Tong. How amusing. Jiangqi could no longer contain her laughter. As the two engaged in idle chatter on the highway, Ming recounted his situation with Zhao Tong to Jiangqi, who, to his surprise, began to tremble with laughter in his embrace. Ming looked utterly bemused. Was this truly so hilarious? Jiangqi wrapped her arms around Ming's neck, admiring his handsome visage. Noticing his puzzled expression, she chuckled. You have no idea. Back in school, when you were dating Zhao Tong, she would come to our dorm to flaunt it, trying to prove that our charm paled in comparison to hers. If not, why would the campus heartthrob be with her? Meanwhile, we female classmates were secretly betting on when you would break up with her, and unexpectedly, she has now dumped you. After her explanation, Jiangqi let out another round of giggles in Ming's embrace. Ming felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Do not worry. Jiangqi seemed to sense his slight grievance and shrugged nonchalantly. Zhao Tong has also arrived in this area. When you encounter her next, I shall help you deal with her. I've never liked her. She always loved to show off during school, which was quite annoying. Ming frowned in agreement. I wish I could deal with her too. I slapped her once before, but it only left me wanting more. They both agreed that when they next saw Zhao Tong, they would certainly give her a proper scolding. Had Ming not been in a rush to find an RV, he would have already slapped Zhao Tong dozens of times. How could he have been so blind as to choose her as a girlfriend? Nevertheless, he was entirely unaware of Zhao Tong's current circumstances. In his previous life, he had witnessed Zhao Tong getting into the SUV of a foreign man, after which they had no further connection. Zhao Tong never reached out to him, nor did he wish to see her again. Would she still enter that foreigner's SUV in this lifetime? As Ming chatted leisurely with Jiangqi about his RV, her eyes sparkled with excitement. The RV has a bathroom for showers, and a bed to sleep in, plus endless food. Jiangqi eagerly anticipated the RV lifestyle, thinking how Zhao Tong truly missed out on such a promising individual like Ming. What a foolish decision she made. Jiangqi felt immensely relieved that she still had a chance. Otherwise, she would have missed the opportunity to board that RV today. After approximately 20 minutes, the RV finally appeared at the end of the road. Quick, let me down. The RV is here. Jiangqi, who had been lazily resting in Yiming's arms, suddenly became anxious upon seeing the RV, repeatedly urging Yiming to set her down. She had heard that 3 of her friends were on board, and she did not want them to see her nestled like a baby in Yiming's embrace. Seeing her urgency, Yiming grinned mischievously. How about you act cute for me? Otherwise, you can just hang on to me. Jiangqi never anticipated that Yiming would take advantage of the moment. However, she was not accustomed to acting cute. During her relationship with her wealthy boyfriend, she had always maintained a bold demeanor and had never expressed any coyness. Observing Yiming's nonchalant attitude, with his arms firmly wrapped around her waist and hips, she realized he had no intention of letting her go. Jiangqi gritted her teeth and struck Yiming's chest with her fist. Then, mustering her courage, she cooed, "Yiming, please put me down." It felt too stiff. Perhaps addressing him as hubby might yield better results, she pondered. Yiming suggested this with the intent of fostering intimacy between them, thus enhancing the affection value they could accrue. As Jiangqi noticed the RV drawing nearer, a sense of urgency welled up within her. She could only force a sweet tone. "Hubby, please put me down, I beg you." Fearing Yiming might still be dissatisfied, she planted a quick kiss on his cheek. Only then did Yiming nod in satisfaction and lower her to the ground. He understood that his aim was not merely to have the beautiful maiden accompany him in the RV, but to cultivate affection. Thus, the process of nurturing their relationship was of paramount importance. Jiangqi, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, descended from Yiming and promptly distanced herself, adjusting her disheveled attire. It was only when the RV halted before them that she regained her composure. As the door swung open, Ai Li and Zhenmi Nai leaped out to greet them. "Brother Yiming, welcome back." Ai Li was the first to embrace him, casting a sidelong glance at Jiangqi. Upon observing Jiangqi's perfectly sculpted physique, honed through rigorous training, Ai Li concluded that she should refrain from confrontation. After all, her petite frame was no match for a fierce pantheress. Yiming smiled at Ai Li, inquiring, "How was your rest?" Ai Li and Zhenmi Nai had been on edge during their bus ride and hadn't truly rested. Now, with the RV serving as a secure haven, they could finally relax and alleviate the fatigue and mental strain of the past 2 days. Ai Li's cheeks flushed as she nodded. "I rested well, brother Yiming." Moreover, since Yiming's departure, she and sister Chu Chu had developed a good rapport and had even devised a collaborative alliance. "Brother Yiming," Zhenmi Nai greeted him gently, stepping forward. Yiming affectionately ruffled her hair and asked, "How was your rest?" "Very good," Zhenmi Nai replied in a voice barely above a whisper. Yiming had treated them with great tenderness, and by that afternoon, they had fully recovered. At that moment, Chu Chu parked the RV and stepped down to welcome them. Upon seeing Jiangqi, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she discreetly gave Yiming a thumbs up. Today she had finally encountered a genuine athletic beauty. Jiangqi felt a twinge of pressure as she regarded the 3 women. Any one of them could easily outshine Zhao Tong. Compared to these women, she felt they were all on equal footing. Indeed, the competition within the harem of a powerful man was fierce. Jiangqi inwardly cursed her lack of familiarity with harem dramas and novels. She feared she might face significant challenges in the RV. With her straightforward nature, she was ill-equipped for the subtleties of intrigue, and she worried about potentially being ensnared and cast aside. Yiming, oblivious to Jiangqi's musings, would undoubtedly find amusement in her thoughts if he were aware the dynamics of his harem were not as convoluted as she imagined. Although Chu Chu is the primary wife, she cherishes her sisters and has no inclination towards scheming against them. The remaining women, Zhenmi Nai, Ai Li, Yang Lingyu, and Lu Yusuan, possess little cunning. As long as they are not wronged, they will not wrong anyone else. The only woman with any guile left is Zhang Xiaoman. However, in an environment devoid of intrigue, will she still resort to her tricks and tactics? As for whether other scheming women will join the entourage in the future, Yiming is uncertain. But the current harem is undoubtedly harmonious. With the wind howling outside, Yiming introduced the ladies to one another after they entered the vehicle. Chapter 33. The Bond of Sisterhood. After Yiming introduced the women, Jiangqi promptly acknowledged Chu Chu as her elder sister. This was a request made by Yiming himself. As the primary wife, Chu Chu was to be recognized as the elder sister by any new sister who joined in the future. It was imperative for the harem to have a commanding matriarch. Otherwise, the intrigues would escalate and potentially threaten their very existence. Ming naturally entrusted this responsibility to Chu, allowing her to oversee all the women openly, while he discreetly monitored them through his affinity values to prevent any betrayal. Apart from Chu, the other women referred to each other as sisters according to their ages. At Ming's prompting, the four women gathered on the sofa for a casual chat to foster mutual understanding, while Ming retreated to the bathroom for a refreshing bath. On the sofa, Li's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Jiangqi, you and Ming are actually college classmates? What a coincidence." Jiangqi nodded. Acknowledging the serendipity of the situation, she never imagined that one day Ming would come to her rescue and that she would become his woman. Zhenminai looked at Jiangqi with envy and inquired, "Jiangqi, do you have any amusing stories from your college days with Ming? Please share them with us." Naturally, they were eager to hear the love story between Ming and Jiangqi and to learn more about his past. However, Jiangqi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. During their time in college, they were hardly acquainted, having exchanged only a few words throughout the years. It would be inappropriate to share the amusing tale of Ming being dumped by Zhao Tong. After some contemplation, Jiangqi decided to be honest about her relationship with Ming. "To be frank, we did not have much interaction during our studies, so I do not know him very well." Upon hearing this, Li and the others wore expressions of disappointment. They had anticipated a romantic narrative, only to discover that the two were virtually strangers before. At that moment, Chu interjected, "Jiangqi, are you involved in athletics? Your muscle definition is quite impressive." Li and Zhenminai nodded in agreement. The three women regarded Jiangqi with not only envy but also admiration. As fellow women, they understood how challenging it was to achieve such a fit physique. Jiangqi's form was undeniably remarkable, far surpassing their own slender limbs. "I merely engage in some personal training and have a casual interest in fitness," Jiangqi clarified. She was not a professional bodybuilder, otherwise her physique would not appear so slender, akin to that of a mother leopard. In fact, Jiangqi's figure resembled that of a runner, particularly with her sun-kissed skin, which could easily lead others to believe she was a professional athlete. With anticipation, Chu asked, "May I touch your muscles?" Of course, Jiangqi readily consented. Chu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she approached to feel Jiangqi's physique. To enhance the sensation for Chu, Jiangqi flexed her arms, allowing her muscles to stand out. "Wow, there's truly no excess fat at all. My goodness, Jiangqi, you even have abs." Jiangqi's sister exclaimed. "I want to feel too." "Me too." Li and Zhenminai hurriedly approached, equally curious about how such an athletic body was sculpted. The three women surrounded Jiangqi, eagerly exploring her impressive form. Jiangqi felt a tinge of embarrassment as she was touched. Shouldn't the palace be filled with mockery and cunning rivalry? Yet, everyone gazed at her with admiration as they explored her form. Chu restrained herself and refrained from inappropriate touches, which spared Jiangqi from feeling any aversion. For Jiangqi, her dedication to various low-fat meals and rigorous workouts was all in pursuit of that look of admiration. The affection from the three women fostered a closer bond between them. Once their relationship deepened, the four ladies sat together, whispering secrets that belonged solely to them. Upon hearing their conversation, Jiangqi's cheeks flushed with shyness. This topic was one that even a boisterous girl like her found hard to accept. No way, this is too embarrassing. Can you please change the subject?" The whispers continued, leaving Jiangqi somewhat flustered. Especially as Chu and Li harmonized in their banter, their words stirred Jiangqi's heart. Beside them, Zhenminai blushed fiercely, yet her determined gaze revealed her resolve. Gritting her teeth, Jiangqi met the eager eyes of her three sisters and nodded in agreement. "All right, then I shall rely on my sisters." At that moment, Ming emerged from the bathroom, towel drying his hair. Seeing the four women nestled closely together took him by surprise. What was going on? In the brief time he took to shower, had they already become such close friends? Was it Chu's skill or Jiangqi's charm that forged this bond? Unbeknownst to him, it was indeed his presence that had catalyzed the formation of this tight-knit alliance among them. However, Ming chose not to pry into their affairs. He believed they deserved their own private space. He settled onto an empty spot on the sofa. When the four women turned their gazes toward him, Jiangqi, Li, and Zhenminai all blushed, while Chu playfully winked, as if she had accomplished something significant. "Looks like you all are getting along quite well," he remarked. The four exchanged glances, their faces flushed except for Chu, who seemed unbothered. Yi Ming regarded them with satisfaction. It is indeed a wonderful thing that you share such a strong bond. This world is perilous, and there will be times when I cannot be there to protect you. In moments of danger, your sisters will be your most reliable allies. Hearing this, the women's camaraderie deepened further. They understood the truth in Yi Ming's words. While he would safeguard them, he was but one person and would inevitably have to leave them behind at times, just as he had done today. It was clear that their sisterhood would provide a dependable support system. Particularly, Jiang Qi resonated deeply with Yi Ming's sentiments, having spent nearly 2 days on a bus. She had come to appreciate the significance of teamwork. At that moment, she felt fortunate for agreeing to Chu Chu and the others to form this alliance. Jiang Qi resolved in her heart to nurture her relationships with her sisters. Yi Ming continued, I have decided that I will not seek anyone on the bus tomorrow. Starting then, I will personally train you in combat and monster slaying. You must swiftly elevate your abilities. Chu Chu frowned and asked, Darling, what about Xian Bao and Ling Yu? Should we make them wait on the bus for a few more days? Yi Ming could only nod helplessly. They will have our support on the bus. As long as they do not venture out for treasure, they should remain safe. The true danger lies within ourselves. From the 4th day onwards, D-class pursuers will descend upon the roads. These pursuers will not target buses, but rather the vehicles driven by their owners. Additionally, at night, monstrous beings will ambush on the highways. In essence, once the 3rd day concludes, the safety period for everyone will come to an end. Therefore, Yi Ming intends to seize the opportunity of tomorrow's safety to accompany the 4 women in slaying monsters, thereby enhancing their combat experience. As for Yang Lingyu and the other 2 women, Yi Ming has resolved to wait until the initiation of the next world, seizing the chance to take Yang Lingyu and her companions along with the RV. With a stroke of luck, they may even encounter other charming maidens in the forthcoming world. Chapter 34. The 4 maidens pledged their loyalty. Do you recall the system notification we received as we departed the city yesterday, indicating that pursuers would arrive in 3 days? Yi Ming reminded the maidens, who nodded in acknowledgement, swiftly realizing the significance of this information. It was akin to their previous alert in the city regarding the impending arrival of monsters after an hour. With Yi Ming's warning, the maidens understood that danger loomed ahead. Chu Chu refrained from further comments, trusting that Yi Ming would not abandon Xian Bao. Yi Ming then recounted the spoils of the day, starting with the substantial amount of food and miscellaneous items he had seized under the name of Li Tianyu. The food was self-explanatory, but among the miscellaneous treasures were salt, sugar, brand new clothing and socks, along with various toiletries like shower gel and shampoo. In stark contrast to the previous day's treasure chest, which contained only food, today's bounty included an assortment of useful items. Furthermore, Yi Ming had acquired 4 blueprints: a 0-star vehicle fuel tank, a 0-star vehicle alarm, a small crossbow blueprint, and a towel blueprint. By noon, he had already synthesized and installed the vehicle fuel tank blueprint. Later, he also synthesized and installed the vehicle alarm blueprint. Thus, to upgrade his RV to 1 star, Yi Ming required 2 additional 0-star blueprints. He eagerly anticipated the abilities that would be unlocked upon achieving this upgrade. As for the small crossbow blueprints, he crafted 4 units, intending to provide them to the maidens aboard the RV the following day. In addition to the blueprints, Yi Ming unexpectedly procured 20 seeds. He planted them at noon, and by afternoon, they had already sprouted, an astonishing feat. Yi Ming speculated that within 2 or 3 days, they would reach maturity, yielding 10 pounds of rice and flour daily. This constituted Yi Ming's harvest for the day. However, he was not content. His true path to wealth lay not in robbery, but in selling goods through the chat channel, thereby reaping the wealth of others. Turning to the 4 maidens, he announced, Next, I need you to sell some items. Unlike Jiang Qi and the others, who were oblivious, Chu Chu understood Yi Ming's intention to harvest the wealth of everyone in the channel. She explained the RV's capabilities to the other 3 maidens, who rejoiced at the prospect of securing their livelihoods through the blueprints they would collect. They soon learned that Yi Ming's other ability involved awarding attribute orbs upon collecting initial fares, which clarified why they were permitted aboard the RV. Especially for Jiang Qi, emotions swirled within her. At this moment, Yi Ming spoke earnestly. My intention in bringing you onto the RV does indeed include the desire to earn attribute orbs. However, you are not mere tools for my gain, nor are you objects for my gratification. I genuinely regard you as my women. Even when faced with danger, I will not abandon you to flee alone. I wish for us to survive together in this world. You shall be my wives. As long as you do not betray me, I shall never betray you. His sincere declaration immediately garnered 3 notifications of increased affection. Chuchu's affection value stands at 7, while Ailey and Zimonai both hold an affection value of 5. Only Jiangqi has not received any indication of affection, as Yi Ming has yet to pay her fare. Ailey is the first to express her feelings, immediately throwing herself into Yi Ming's embrace and planting a kiss on his cheek. I believe in you, brother Yi Ming. Ailey will never betray you. Yi Ming, holding Ailey close, genuinely adores this proud and clingy girl with twin tails. Meanwhile, Zimonai hastens to declare, I too will never betray brother Yi Ming. I will never betray my husband. Chu resolutely affirms, Yi Ming is the only man I have ever loved, even unto death. I shall not betray him. Finally, Jiangqi nods at Yi Ming. I too will remain loyal. She understands that tonight she will become Yi Ming's woman, and henceforth, she has no reason to be disloyal. Even if her ex-boyfriend were to appear, she would not falter. While Jiangqi once made solemn vows with her ex, they never shared the bonds of marriage. In a peaceful world, she would have honored those promises, but in this world of flight and survival, she must rely on Yi Ming to endure. Thus, she willingly relinquishes her past love to become Yi Ming's devoted partner. Furthermore, Jiangqi perceives a deeper connection with Yi Ming. They are old classmates, unlike Chu and the other girls, who have only known him for a day or two. During their school years, he was the handsome prince and she the beautiful princess, and many speculated about a budding romance between them. Naturally, Jiangqi harbored feelings for Yi Ming, but he had never acknowledged her, and she could not demean herself by pursuing him like an infatuated admirer. Consequently, Zhao Tong seized the opportunity to pursue Yi Ming and succeeded, even coming to flaunt her relationship in front of Jiangqi, which left her seething with jealousy. What does she have that I lack? She thought. Why choose her over me, the illustrious school belle? This turmoil kept her awake many nights. In sum, Jiangqi had always felt a fondness for Yi Ming, but their paths had not crossed in school. Now, in this world of escape, fate has unexpectedly reunited them. Yi Ming gazes at the girls with a smile. I trust you all. He then assigns them the task of selling goods. Chu continues to trade wooden spears, which cost 5 survival coins to produce and yield a profit of 15 coins. Yesterday, she sold over 600 spears, and with a market of more than 8,000 people, many remain unarmed. Today is different. Many have begun to prosper, and they can certainly afford wooden spears. Thus, Chu is set to sell even more today. Among the collected blueprints, Yi Ming instructs Ailey to sell car alarms, which have a production cost of 20 survival coins. He plans to mark them up to 88 survival coins, earning a profit of 68 coins for each sale. Any car owner who sees the alarm will want to purchase one, so Yi Ming is not concerned about market demand. Subsequently, he tasks Zimonai with selling towels, toilet paper, sanitary pads, and lighters, 4 small items that each cost 1 survival coin to produce and can be sold for 5 coins apiece. Employing a strategy of small profits but high sales volume. Ultimately, Yi Ming instructed Jiangqi to sell the 1-star battle boots. At this stage, 1-star battle boots are undeniably considered high-end equipment. They can enhance E-level speed to E and elevate E-level speed to D. Once the effects are shared in the chat channel, there will be no one who does not wish to acquire a pair. The cost price of the battle boots is 100 escape coins. However, Yi Ming decided to sell them for 288 escape coins, accepting other items as compensation. He is also open to exchanges involving advanced blueprints. In essence, Yi Ming organized a range of goods for the 4 women to sell, encompassing everything from low-end products to high-end equipment. Everyone in this area will ultimately become a source of wealth for Yi Ming. Chapter 35. The abundance of people signifies prosperity inside the van. Ever since Li Tianyu and his companions fled the city yesterday, they quickly ran out of fuel. Consequently, on their first day, aside from acquiring a 2-star blueprint, they garnered nothing else. However, on the following day, the system rewarded them with 500 units of gasoline based on the number of occupants in the vehicle, allowing Li Tianyu's team to rise to prominence. Haha, what a bountiful day we have today, one exclaimed. Indeed, we have already collected 3 blueprints, another responded. And we have gathered quite a number of other supplies. We can even sell some of the unnecessary items. At this moment, Li Tianyu and his companions were excitedly sorting through their day's haul, which lay before them in a heap of resources. Thanks to the 500 units of gasoline, they discovered over 40 treasure chests throughout the day, an incredible windfall. Li Tianyu began to comprehend the advantages of having more people in the vehicle. The greater the number of occupants, the more gasoline they received as a reward, and consequently, the more supplies they could acquire. With 5 members on board, their advantage became evident. "Boss, I suggest we purchase some weapons. This way, we will have the confidence to tackle the bronze treasure chests we might encounter tomorrow," proposed Wang Chong, one of the 2 men who initially boarded the van. Since the 2 sisters, Qinghua and Qingcheng, joined them, Li Tianyu's status had soared, prompting Wang Chong and Sun Bo to promptly recognize him as their leader. "All right," Li Tianyu replied, in good spirits, readily agreeing to Wang Chong's suggestion. They had encountered several bronze treasure chests today, but had been unable to distract the goblins guarding them, thus failing to pilfer their contents. With weapons in hand, they would be emboldened to confront the goblins. At that moment, Sun Bo, who was attentively monitoring the system, promptly reminded, "Boss, someone in the channel is selling wooden spears for 20 escape coins each." Upon hearing this, Li Tianyu and his companions eagerly opened the system to check. Indeed, they found someone selling wooden spears, with a stock of 50 available on a first-come, first-served basis. The plump sister, Qinghua, immediately urged Li Tianyu, "Darling, quickly buy the wooden spears before someone else snatches them up." "Yes, right," Qingqing concurred. "There are surely many others who, like us, have acquired ample resources today. We cannot allow them to purchase all the wooden spears. Their team's most pressing need was indeed weapons. With weapons, they would dare to challenge the goblins guarding the bronze treasure chests the following day." As Li Tianyu observed that the seller of the wooden spears was an exceptionally beautiful woman, his eyes gleamed with interest. This enchanting beauty stood in stark contrast to the 2 sisters beside him, one stunningly beautiful and the other 2 distinctly less so, leaving him in despair. He had noticed this alluring seller yesterday, but, alas, had been unable to afford even a single spear due to limited resources. Today, however, things were different. If he were a bit more generous, perhaps he might capture the attention of this beauty. Without hesitation, Li Tianyu initiated a private chat with Chu Chu and ordered 5 wooden spears. On the other side, upon seeing Li Tianyu's avatar, Chu Chu felt a wave of nausea. How could such an unattractive and repulsive figure exist? In the past, she would have ignored him entirely. In order to earn some escape coins for her husband, she suppressed her discomfort and traded 5 wooden spears with Li Tianyu. As for Li Tianyu's request to add her as a friend, Chu Chu completely disregarded it. Meanwhile, after completing the trade for the 5 wooden spears, Li Tianyu noticed that Chu Chu no longer paid him any attention, and even his friend request was declined. Infuriated, he lamented the poor service of the seller, who wouldn't even add him as a friend. In contrast to Li Tianyu's frustration, the others in the vehicle gazed in delight at the 5 wooden spears. Tomorrow, when they encounter the bronze treasure chest, each of them would wield a spear to slay the goblins. As Li Tianyu held the 5 newly acquired spears, he felt a pang of regret. They had cost him 100 escape coins, depleting a significant portion of his savings. He could only stifle his displeasure and continue browsing the chat channel. Soon, another alluring beauty-selling items captured his attention. It was a blonde, blue-eyed young lady, a mixed-race beauty. Li Tianyu was captivated, accompanied by the stunning sisters beside him. Any woman now appeared as enchanting as a celestial being, especially a blonde, blue-eyed mixed-race girl. Upon inspecting the items she offered, he noticed a 0-star vehicle alarm priced at 88 escape coins. It seemed rather exorbitant. Li Tianyu possessed 2 0-star vehicle blueprints and 1 2-star blueprint. He knew that the production cost of a 0-star vehicle blueprint was merely 20 escape coins. Selling it for 88 was rather unscrupulous. Nevertheless, the information on the vehicle alarm was quite useful, preventing nighttime monster ambushes. Could monsters indeed launch nocturnal assaults? Li Tianyu was startled and immediately recognized the alarm's significant value. Moreover, he was well aware that if his vehicle were equipped with 5 pieces of 0-star equipment, it would elevate to 1 star. Having already installed 2 pieces, acquiring this vehicle alarm would bring him to 3. He must purchase it. Li Tianyu promptly messaged Ailey, expressing his desire to buy the vehicle alarm. However, he only had 45 escape coins left and would need to barter with other materials. On the other side, Ailey, upon seeing the unwelcome, unattractive man wishing to buy the alarm, initially paid no mind. Yet, upon noticing the name Li Tianyu, she paused. Today, Brother Yi Ming had used Li Tianyu's name on the bus and mentioned that Li Tianyu was his foe. "Brother Yi Ming, I believe I've found your enemy. He wants to purchase the alarm," Ailey exclaimed, immediately sitting in Yi Ming's lap to show him her system panel. Yi Ming, embracing Ailey, glanced at the panel and confirmed it was indeed Li Tianyu. The audacity of this man wanting to buy the alarm warranted a severe reprimand. Ailey, this Li Tianyu is exceedingly lecherous. If you flatter him a bit, he'll likely pay a premium for the alarm nearby. Chu Chu and her friends gathered curiously. Oh, it's that unattractive man. He just bought 5 wooden spears from me, Chu Chu exclaimed, unaware of the enmity between Yi Ming and Li Tianyu. Thus, when Li Tianyu purchased the wooden spear, she did not inflate its price. Noticing that Chu Chu was unaware of Li Tianyu's identity, Zhili Nai informed her that Yi Ming had been using Li Tianyu's name to engage in nefarious activities on the bus. Chu Chu, bewildered, could not comprehend when this portly individual had incurred Yi Ming's ire. Meanwhile, a lewd grin spread across Li Tianyu's chubby face, for AI Li had already praised his wealth, proclaiming his ability to afford an alarm. Li Tianyu, intent on saving face despite appearing foolish, was determined to acquire the alarm. Thus, under the puzzled gazes of the enchanting sisters, he retrieved 4 buckets of instant noodles, 4 loaves of bread, and the 45 fleeing coins he held, all in an effort to purchase the alarm. However, the transaction did not come to fruition. At that moment, AI Li sent him a message. I'm afraid not, Brother Tianyu. There is only one alarm left, and someone has offered a higher price. Chapter 36. Li Tianyu's predicament. What? A sudden shock coursed through Li Tianyu's mind as he realized someone was attempting to intercept his alarm system. He did not doubt AI Li's claim that only one alarm remained. The production of a schematic is inherently limited, and such vehicle-mounted equipment, like the alarm system, would undoubtedly be fiercely contested. Even if there were any left, they would be scarce. Without hesitation, Li Tianyu promptly replied to AI Li, Sister, is it not merely a matter of someone offering a high price? As if anyone cannot afford it. I shall simply contribute a bit more in resources, and you will sell the alarm to me. Upon sending the message, Li Tianyu stood a little taller, eager to demonstrate his financial prowess to the charming girl across the screen. Just then, AI Li sent another message. Brother Tianyu, perhaps it is best that you refrain from purchasing. Someone is willing to pay handsomely for the alarm, and you cannot compete with him. AI Li's affectionate address of Brother Tianyu made him feel a rush of elation, causing him to disregard the possibility of being duped. AI Li, what if I offer another box of orange juice? Li Tianyu boldly increased his offer. The price of a box of orange juice was no trivial sum. Surely this would secure the alarm. Just when Li Tianyu believed that AI Li would acquiesce to his purchase, she sent yet another message. Brother Tianyu, someone is willing to part with 130 escape coins for the alarm. You cannot outbid him. Li Tianyu's expression darkened. Who was this audacious individual willing to pay such a premium for an alarm? Yet, unwilling to lose face in front of AI Li, he pressed forward with his offer. Gritting his teeth, he added 4 loaves of bread to his bid. After a moment of silence, AI Li finally agreed to the transaction. Thus, Li Tianyu exchanged 45 escape coins for tubs of instant noodles, 8 loaves of bread, and a box of orange juice for an alarm system. As the transaction concluded, an unsettling feeling enveloped Li Tianyu. This exchange seemed somewhat unfavorable, especially as the stunning sisters, Qing Guo and Qing Qing, looked on in disbelief. Questioning him, Li Tianyu, you traded a plethora of food for merely an alarm system? Li Tianyu rolled his eyes, replying, what do you understand? My van requires an upgrade. This alarm is absolutely essential for me. Seeing Li Tianyu's conviction, his sister Qing Qing swiftly reassured her sister not to be upset. After all, spending a bit more in resources was inconsequential. They were not lacking in supplies. They could simply continue to search for treasure tomorrow. Ignoring the sisters, Li Tianyu exchanged a few more words with AI Li and added her as a friend. AI Li expressed her intent to sell him anything of value in the future. A wave of gratitude washed over Li Tianyu. AI Li was truly a wonderful girl. How splendid it would be if he could one day take her along in his van as a companion. Determined to enhance his strength and acquire more resources, Li Tianyu resolved that when the day came that he encountered AI Li again, he would certainly persuade her to join him in his van. He then resumed browsing the chat channel, seeking items that could bolster his abilities. After all, he was to face goblins the following day, and he had no desire to meet an untimely demise. Before long, another alluring woman selling items captured Li Tianyu's attention. Indeed, the chat channel was bustling with beautiful women today. This time, the enchanting beauty happens to be athletic, which is quite delightful. Upon seeing her, Li Tianyu's spirits lifted significantly, even allowing him to forget the frustration of being swindled while purchasing an alarm. He gazed at the items the athletic beauty was selling. A 1-star battle boots. Upon witnessing the effects of the boots, Li Tianyu felt a rush of excitement. They enhance speed attributes. Once donned, his speed would soar to E grade, making it impossible for even goblins to catch up. Li Tianyu was eager to purchase the 1-star battle boots immediately. This piece of equipment surpassed the enhancements provided by his van. The van only boosted Li Tianyu's physique to E grade, whereas the boots promised an elevation to E grade. How could he resist? However, upon examining the price of the boots, 288 escape coins. Alas, he could not afford them. Yet, there was a note indicating they could be exchanged for a blueprint. Li Tianyu possessed blueprints, but clearly, an ordinary blueprint would not suffice for the boots. The only blueprint that could be exchanged for the boots was the 2-star vehicle blueprint. Li Tianyu hesitated, contemplating whether to make the exchange. This 2-star vehicle blueprint was the finest treasure they had acquired from the bronze chest the previous day. After a moment's resolve, Li Tianyu decided to proceed with the exchange. The synthesis cost for the 2-star blueprint was 2,000 escape coins, an amount Li Tianyu could not muster in the short term. It would be more practical to exchange it for the boots. He promptly contacted the beauty named Jiang Qi. Meanwhile, upon receiving Li Tianyu's private message, Jiang Qi's eyes lit up. Yi Ming, Li Tianyu has contacted me as well. He wishes to exchange blueprints for the boots. Yi Ming, feeling he had not yet drained Li Tianyu of all his resources, was pleasantly surprised by Jiang Qi's news. Today, he would ensure that Li Tianyu was left utterly destitute. He would not let this opportunity slip by. Yi Ming excitedly patted his thigh. Come, Jiang Qi. Sit in my lap. Let us conspire against Li Tianyu together. A blush crept onto Jiang Qi's face as her 3 companions turned to look at her, leaving her feeling bashful. At that moment, AI Li, sensing Jiang Qi's embarrassment, gently pushed her forward. Sister Jiang Qi, go on, hee. Jiang Qi, feeling awkwardly propelled into Yi Ming's embrace, reluctantly settled into his lap. Yi Ming, wrapping his arms around Jiang Qi, smirked. Jiang Qi, you used to be so straightforward. Why the sudden shyness? Jiang Qi chose silence, opting instead to pinch Yi Ming's waist sharply. Ouch! Yi Ming winced at the sudden pain. Meanwhile, Jiang Qi shot him a warning glance, silently urging him to refrain from speaking out of turn. Should she lose face before her sisters, she would undoubtedly seek retribution. Yi Ming, however, merely smiled, his hands wandering inappropriately. Who wouldn't want to caress the lithe form of a small leopard? Jiang Qi, fearing embarrassment in front of her friends, endured his wandering hands and opened the system to show Yi Ming Li Tianyu's private message. Yi Ming's eyes brightened upon seeing the blueprint Li Tianyu had sent. Mobile kitchen, 2-star vehicle equipment, containing various kitchen utensils, dining ware, cooking equipment, and stoves. Number of manufacturing uses, 1. Required for manufacturing, 2,000 escape coins. Realizing the value of the mobile kitchen blueprint, Yi Ming understood that it was on par with the mobile bathroom blueprint. This blueprint was a must-have. If it were someone else, Yi Ming would have readily exchanged the battle boots. However, Li Tianyu was Yi Ming's adversary, and Yi Ming's objective was to bring him to financial ruin, necessitating careful planning. Meanwhile, Li Tianyu grew increasingly anxious as Jiang Qi had yet to respond to his messages. Could it be that the battle boots were sold out? He felt compelled to send another message. Beautiful, are you still selling the battle boots? If not, please let me know, so I do not waste my time. After sending the message, Li Tianyu opened Jiang Qi's profile picture, lost in thought. This beauty was undeniably stunning. A true epitome of allure. Coupled with her athletic physique, it sparked in him a desire for intimacy. Yet, confined within the van alongside the enchanting sisters and Wang Chong and Sun Bo, he found himself devoid of any private space. He could only admire her image in silence. Just then, Jiang Qi replied. Chapter 37. The purchase of battle boots. Jiang Qi finally responded to the message. Now, the only item remaining is the battle boots on my feet, and they are already reserved by someone else. If you wish to purchase them, a mere blueprint will not suffice. Jiang Qi's method of trading contrasted sharply with Ailey's. Her words appeared quite ordinary, and she relinquished the initiative of the transaction to Li Tianyu. From this point onward, should Li Tianyu take the bait, he would gradually fall into Yi Ming's trap. Reserved by someone else? Upon reading the message, Li Tianyu felt a pang of conflict within. Jiang Qi's intent was clear, to acquire the battle boots. One must bid higher than the others. Initially, Li Tianyu contemplated giving up. Yet, the thought of confronting goblins the next day filled him with unease. If he could possess a pair of boots to enhance his speed, he would effectively stand invincible. Li Tianyu resolved to buy. He must buy. He deemed that, at any moment, his life was paramount. If he were to perish at the hands of goblins tomorrow, all the provisions he amassed would be of no consequence. Furthermore, the opportunity to purchase battle boots was rare. Once lost, it could never be regained. With a determined heart, Li Tianyu replied to Jiang Qi, expressing his intent to purchase the boots. Meanwhile, Yi Ming embraced Jiang Qi, feeling a sense of relief upon seeing Li Tianyu take the bait. He had genuinely feared that Li Tianyu might find the price too steep and choose not to buy. Subsequently, under Yi Ming's direction, Jiang Qi continued to message Li Tianyu. In addition to that 2-star blueprint, you only need to provide an additional 20 escape coins. Li Tianyu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that he would only need to increase his offer by 20 escape coins to acquire the battle boots. He had assumed the cost would be considerably higher. However, Jiang Qi's stipulation was clear. No other goods could be used as substitutes, only escape coins. And she insisted on a swift transaction, lest she sell them to someone else. This posed a dilemma for Li Tianyu. He had already exhausted all his escape coins, leaving him with only some supplies. While gathering 20 escape coins was not insurmountable, he could simply sell some of his materials. Jiang Qi's demand for a prompt transaction meant that selling his supplies within the time frame was evidently unfeasible. As he pondered how to quickly amass the escape coins, Ailey's image flickered through his mind. He could sell his supplies to Ailey. They had just become friends. With this thought in mind, Li Tianyu immediately reached out to Ailey. Sister Ailey, do you have any spare escape coins? I would like to exchange some supplies for a few. Ailey's response was swift, as if she had been awaiting his message. Yes, Tianyu brother. How many escape coins do you wish to exchange? A warmth spread through Li Tianyu's heart. This was indeed a good sister. Immediately replying, without a hint of disdain for his appearance. Just as he was about to propose the exchange of 20 escape coins, another message from Jiang Qi arrived, announcing that the price of the battle boots had increased. You will need to provide at least an additional 40 escape coins to secure the boots. What? How could the price have risen? Li Tianyu immediately questioned Jiang Qi. 40 escape coins was no trivial sum. It could be exchanged for a considerable amount of supplies. Jiang Qi nonchalantly replied, the individual competing with you for the battle boots is willing to offer an additional 40 escape coins. If you cannot afford them, I shall sell them to him. Li Tianyu inwardly cursed Jiang Qi. You wretched creature, devoid of any merchant's integrity. Should I ever encounter you again, I shall ensure you find yourself in a van, destined for a most unpleasant fate. At this moment, Li Tianyu's resolve began to waver. He found himself reluctant to purchase the boots. Could it truly be worth liquidating all his resources for a mere pair of boots? Just then, Ellie sent a message urging him, Brother Tianyu, how many escape coins do you wish to exchange? Li Tianyu quickly responded with an apologetic tone, Sister Ellie. I regret to inform you that I will not be exchanging escape coins at this moment. What? Brother Tianyu, you aren't toying with me, are you? I have no time for idle chatter. Perhaps we should remove each other from our friend lists. Ellie seemed deeply displeased with Li Tianyu's perceived jest and immediately requested to sever their connection. Li Tianyu's expression shifted dramatically. Having finally befriended a beautiful girl who overlooked his flaws, it would be a shame to lose her. Wait, Sister Ellie, I will exchange. How much? Ellie inquired succinctly. Seeing Ellie's brevity, Li Tianyu felt a surge of anxiety. Previously, Ellie would always address him as Brother Tianyu, but now it was clear she was upset. What to do? Initially, he intended to exchange 10 escape coins as a token gesture, but he feared that Ellie might be dissatisfied. At that moment, Jiang Qi inquired once more if he intended to buy the battle boots, stating she would sell them to another if he declined. Under the pressure of both women, Li Tianyu made his decision. Buy? He simply replied. Subsequently, Li Tianyu sent Ellie 2 blueprints, inquiring how many escape coins they could be exchanged for. Both blueprints were 0-star vehicle schematics, one for headlights and the other for windows. Ellie promptly provided the pricing. The window blueprint was worth 20 escape coins, while she had no need for the headlight blueprint, as she already possessed it. Is it only 20 escape coins for the window blueprint? And you do not need the headlight? Li Tianyu felt a pang of disappointment and resolved to sell some of his less valuable items to Ellie. Among these were a Min's winter coat, 3 blankets, 2 tubes of toothpaste, several toothbrushes, and a desk lamp. All of these were items he had procured from a treasure chest that day. Particularly, the 3 blankets were thick and plush, suitable for use as comforters. He had initially planned to use them for a more comfortable night's sleep, but now they were all sold to Ellie. Ultimately, with the addition of the window blueprint, he managed to procure 50 escape coins. At that moment, in the van, the Enchanting Sisters and Wang Chang, along with Sun Bo, All regarded Li Tianyu with peculiar expressions. Had he lost his mind? Did he no longer wish to continue living? Wang Chang was the first to break free from his confusion, patting Sun Bo and the enchanting sisters on the back, before picking up a bread roll and eating it nonchalantly. The other three soon understood Wang Chang's implication. They quickly grabbed some food, lest Li Tianyu sell the remaining provisions as well. In a harmonious understanding, the three followed suit, partaking in their meal. As for Li Tianyu, after acquiring 50 escape coins, he did not immediately exchange them for the battle boots. This was due to the fact that Li Tianyu had already raised the price and was now waiting to see if his competitors would continue to escalate the bidding. A wave of frustration washed over him, as he felt an unsettling sense of being deceived. Yet he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort and could only wait in silence. Moments later, a message from Jiangqi plunged Li Tianyu into despair. Someone was willing to offer 80 escape coins. To secure the battle boots, Li Tianyu would need to bid more than 80 escape coins. Had he not purchased the wooden spear and the alarm device, he would not have feared a price increase of 80 escape coins, or even 100. However, Li Tianyu found himself devoid of resources. He could hardly sell the wooden spear and alarm device. Doing so would render him a fool. Yet, the thought of abandoning the purchase of the battle boots left him discontented. After all, those 50 escape coins were specifically exchanged for the boots, and he had even sold off a multitude of miscellaneous items at a low price to obtain them. Li Tianyu could only cast his gaze upon the scant food supplies that remained. Chapter 38. The usurpation of Li Tianyu. Before Li Tianyu lies but a singular path. He must sell the scant provisions remaining to him, exchange them for escape currency, and procure a pair of battle boots. Li Tianyu is resolute. He cannot fathom a scenario in which the sale of his food would not afford him the desired boots. The quartet of Changhua and Qing Chong, upon witnessing Li Tianyu's decision to offer all his food and engage in private discussions via the system, quickly deduce his intentions. Changhua, with a cold demeanor, cautions, Li Tianyu, I am unaware of what you seek to exchange, but I know we lack nothing essential. Should you part with our food, we will be left with but 5 wooden spears. How vexing. If the food is gone, we shall merely seek more tomorrow. Li Tianyu retorts impatiently, this van is under my command. What right have you to dictate my actions? With that, Li Tianyu dismisses the visibly displeased Changhua and Qing Chong, opting instead to contact Ali to sell his provisions for escape currency. Changhua clenches her fists. Having discerned Li Tianyu's character, a silent understanding passes between the sisters. Both recognize the other's thoughts. Yet, they resolve to grant Li Tianyu one final chance, for he is, after all, their man. Meanwhile, Wang Chang and Sun Bo remain taciturn, acutely aware of their subordinate status in the van, content merely to secure a morsel to eat. Fortuitously, both had recently consumed a portion of food, otherwise, they would be facing hunger tonight. On another front, Li Tianyu successfully sells the remainder of his provisions to Ali, ultimately acquiring 50 pieces of escape currency. Surely, this time he can procure the battle boots, he muses. Thus, he reaches out to Jiangqi once more, this time. I shall offer 100 pieces of escape currency. The boots must be mine now. Jiangqi does not respond immediately. After a brief pause, she replies, yes. No one else can match this price. The boots are yours. Overjoyed, Li Tianyu promptly initiates a trade, offering a 2-star vehicle kitchen blueprint in addition to the 100 pieces of escape currency. Meanwhile, Ming observes as Li Tianyu exchanges a bounty of food for escape currency, realizing that Li Tianyu is nearing financial ruin. Consequently, Ming synthesizes a pair of smaller battle boots, knowing that they would be ill-fitting for Li Tianyu, suitable only for a woman. In his quest through the mountains of food, Ming uncovers a jar of stinky tofu. It remains a mystery who had procured this special batch from a treasure chest, only to have it swapped by Chu Chu for a wooden spear. This particular stinky tofu is not your average fare. It is uniquely pungent. With a mischievous grin, Ming retrieves a tissue, dabbing it into the stinky tofu juice, and proceeds to smear it throughout the insides of the boots. After completing his task, he leans down to inhale the aroma. The stench is overwhelming, prompting an involuntary bout of retching. Holding his nose, he presents the tainted boots to Jiangqi. At that moment, the 4 women seated on the sofa turn pale. Having witnessed Ming's unsavory antics with the stinky tofu, Jiangqi's expression darkens. The realization dawns upon her as to why Ming insisted she inform Li Tianyu that the only remaining boots were the very ones she wore. Indeed, these boots, sullied by her own usage, are destined to be sold to Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu detected the foul odor emanating from the combat boots. instantly attributing it to her foot odor. Yi Ming, while selling these boots, could do so, but why must he sell them under the pretense that I had worn them? Disgusting. As Yi Ming drew closer with the boots in hand, Jiang Qi could not suppress her urge to retch. The stench was detectable from 2 or 3 meters away. The 3 girls, Chu and her companions, covered their mouths and noses, utterly baffled by Yi Ming's audacious antics. Meanwhile, Yi Ming held the boots in one hand and wrapped his other arm around Jiang Qi, soothing her with gentle words. Jiang Qi, desperate to escape, found herself firmly held by Yi Ming. Left with no choice, she reluctantly complied with Yi Ming's plan to transfer the boots to Li Tianyu. There was no alternative. If she did not rid herself of the boots soon, she would surely suffocate from the stench. Inside the van, through the transaction with Li Tianyu, he finally possessed a pair of combat boots. Yet, in the next moment, a mask of agony spread across his face. Good heavens! Were these boots fished out of a cesspool? The odor was overwhelming. Lowering his head to investigate, he sought to confirm whether the stench originated from the boots. A wave of foulness assaulted his senses, leaving him dizzy. It dawned on him that these boots had been worn by Jiang Qi. Could this be her foot odor? Unable to resist, he leaned down for another whiff. To his dismay, amidst the suffering, a hint of ecstasy and pleasure flickered across his face. The entire scene unfolded before the eyes of Qinghua Qingqing and Wang Chong, Sun Bo, who also caught a whiff of the rancid smell. Ugh, Li Tianyu, what in the world did you exchange for? This is unbearable, exclaimed one. Sister, I can't take it anymore. Beat him. The Qinghua Qingqing sisters could no longer tolerate the situation and suddenly launched a furious assault on Li Tianyu inside the van. Even Wang Chong and Sun Bo could no longer remain passive, joining in the fray. Though Li Tianyu was the owner of the vehicle, such a transformation was simply intolerable. While they had endured his reckless expenditure of supplies, they could not accept his choice to introduce a pair of repugnant boots to their midst. Most infuriating was his expression of enjoyment. They held their breath and unleashed a flurry of blows upon Li Tianyu. You scoundrels dare to strike me? I am the owner. Li Tianyu retaliated in anger. However, he was no match for the 4 of them. In the ensuing scuffle, the dilapidated van nearly tipped over. As Li Tianyu was being pummeled, a sudden realization struck him. He still possessed a pair of 1-star boots. If he donned them, his speed could increase to E. Bracing himself against the blows, he reached for the boots, only to find himself utterly dumbfounded. His feet could not fit into the boots. They were the wrong size. Seeing Li Tianyu dazedly holding the boots, Qinghua, on the verge of exploding with fury, snatched them away and hurled them out of the van. The 4 then resumed their assault on Li Tianyu. This rotund fellow's physique was E-grade, primarily designed for resilience against blows, meaning they would need to pummel him for a while longer to vent their frustrations. From this day forth, the van belonged to the Qinghua Qingqing sisters, and Li Tianyu had completely lost his authority. Wang Chong and Sun Bo were determined never to heed the words of this blundering fool again. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Qi and her companions opened the windows of the camper van, for if the foul odor were not dispelled, it would become unbearable within. Chu complained to Yi Ming, Dear, could you perhaps refrain from such activities inside the vehicle next time? The stench is overwhelming. Yi Ming could only apologize to the women, acknowledging his oversight. Indeed, such matters ought to be addressed outside. Jiang Qi rolled her eyes at the absurdity of their being in next time. She contemplated discarding the can of stinky tofu, yet Yi Ming had preserved it, seemingly intent on using it to prank others in the future. Jiang Qi could only silently pray that, should he choose to deceive again, he would not attribute it to her own foot odor. Inside the camper, as fresh air circulated, the unpleasant smell quickly dissipated. Chu and her companions settled back onto the sofa, resuming their sales of wooden spears and other items. Meanwhile, Yi Ming held 2 blueprints he had acquired from Li Tianyu, the schematics for a 0-star window and a 2-star kitchen. He first set about synthesizing and installing the window blueprints. With this, Yi Ming's collection of 0-star vehicular equipment had grown to 4 items. He now needed just 1 more piece of 0-star equipment to meet the requirements for upgrading to a 1-star camper van. Chapter 39, The Grand Kitchen. After merging the car window, Yi Ming gazed at the remaining blueprints for the expansive kitchen. The RV was now cluttered and cramped, filled with various supplies obtained by the few women, leaving little room to maneuver. It was essential to create space for storage. The Grand Kitchen was the perfect solution. Consequently, Yi Ming spent 2,000 escape coins to synthesize the kitchen. Shortly thereafter, a door materialized within the RV. Turning to the women seated on the sofa, Yi Ming exclaimed, I have synthesized the kitchen. Would you like to come and explore it together? Yes, exclaimed Ai Li, her face beaming with joy as she stood up and tugged at her sister, Zhenminai. Sister, let us quickly check out the kitchen. You must teach me how to cook. Ai Li had long since decided on the bus that she would seize any opportunity to learn cooking from her sister. In the future, when Yi Ming inquired about her skills, she would no longer have to resort to feigning expertise in massage. Zhenminai looked at the kitchen door with eager anticipation, as her passion lay in cooking. She was excited at the prospect of Yi Ming tasting the meals she prepared. Jiang Qi, however, was indifferent to the visit, though she was not busy at the moment. With numerous individuals in the chat channel attempting to negotiate for battle boots, she decided to let them simmer while she took a moment to explore the kitchen. Chu Chu initially had no desire to join. As her wooden spears attracted a wide audience, she was inundated with messages and had little time for kitchen visits. However, upon noticing the overwhelming accumulation of supplies within the RV, she realized that space needed to be freed. Consequently, all four women followed Yi Ming. Their curiosity piqued as they ventured to inspect the kitchen. Upon opening the kitchen door, they were greeted by a clean and spacious environment. Although the kitchen was vast, it exuded a warm and inviting atmosphere. Wow, the kitchen is beautifully decorated. Ai Li marveled, surveying the area with delight. The others nodded in agreement. The kitchen, though expansive, was not styled like a commercial kitchen. Rather, it embraced a cozy and elegant domestic aesthetic. Yi Ming led the tour, showcasing 2 refrigerators and freezers designated for food storage and freezing. Additionally, the kitchen was replete with an array of utensils, cookware, and diningware, including a gas stove, oven, microwave, range hood, and dishwasher. After the tour, everyone expressed their satisfaction with the kitchen. Yi Ming then suggested with a smile, "Ladies, let us organize the supplies in the RV and move as much as we can into the kitchen." All right, the women responded in unison. Thus, they began to tidy up the disheveled RV, transferring all the food into the kitchen and categorizing it meticulously. The women treated the RV as their home, taking great care in maintaining a clean and organized environment. Yi Ming assisted briefly before retreating to the sofa to relax. Rather than complaining, the women eagerly embraced the task of organizing the cluttered RV. Observing the women bustling about cheerfully, Yi Ming felt a genuine sense of contentment. The warmth and comfort of the RV made him feel as though he were not in a world of escape. In his previous life, he would have been pondering how to procure food at this hour while still on the bus. Where can one find a life free from worries, accompanied by alluring beauty? Sitting on the sofa, Yi Ming recalled that 3 women, including Yang Lingyu, were still on the bus, prompting him to send a message inquiring about their situation today. Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman were safe, with no incidents to report. The 2 had spent the day directing others to lure monsters and pilfer treasure chests. Although they had discovered some supplies, they were of little use to Yi Ming, so he allocated the rewards to the individuals on the bus. However, matters were somewhat troublesome concerning Lu Yusuan. Although she had asserted her dominance over the bus through her strength, most passengers were insincere in their compliance, causing her considerable distress. For instance, when Lu Yusuan dispatched individuals to lure monsters and steal treasure chests, many claimed they were injured by her the previous day and could not run without pain. Others mocked Lu Yusuan, questioning why someone so capable did not confront the monsters herself. As a young girl, she found it difficult to argue with them. Consequently, the bus only managed to acquire a few wooden treasure chests today, yielding a meager amount of food. While this was insufficient for a hearty meal, the remnants of wolf meat from the previous day ensured that no one went hungry. Currently, many men on the bus were captivated by Yusuan's beauty, yet felt powerless against her strength, leading them to feign submission while harboring their true thoughts. Upon learning of Yusuan's plight, Yi Ming felt a pang of sympathy. He also recognized that her temperament was ill-suited for leadership on the bus, a detail he had overlooked. "Yusuan, since those people on the bus are disobedient, you need not concern yourself with them. Your priority should be your own safety. In a few days, I will have the opportunity to bring you to the caravan." "Brother Yi Ming, am I too useless?" Lu Yusuan replied, filled with self-reproach. Yi Ming quickly reassured her, urging her not to dwell on such matters. He then suggested a course of action for her to retaliate against those who disobeyed her. "Yusuan, continue instructing those individuals on the bus to steal treasure chests tomorrow. If they refuse, do not let it bother you." After hearing Yi Ming's plan, Lu Yusuan responded with a smile. "Brother Yi Ming, your idea is truly wicked. If they do not go to steal treasure chests tomorrow, they will only end up starving." Yi Ming then cautioned, "It would be best if they starved. Do not let your compassion lead you to share food with them. Understood, Brother Yiming. Love you, Lu Yusuan replied. Yiming chuckled as he closed their private chat. Meanwhile, the other women had nearly finished organizing their supplies and returned to the sofa to continue selling items. Chu turned to Yiming and asked, Darling, we already have plenty of food. Should we still exchange for more? Let us continue to trade, Yiming responded. The probability of obtaining food from treasure chests remains high for now. In a few days, this likelihood will only diminish, especially later on. Opening wooden treasure chests may yield only a few pitiful escape tokens, leading to despair. Although hunting wild beasts for food is an option, their taste may not compare favorably to the convenience of bread and instant noodles. The prices of such foods will only escalate in the future, so Yiming is determined to stock up while he can. Thus, the women began to sell their respective items. Meanwhile, Yiming posted a message in the chat channel, offering attribute orbs in exchange for blueprints. It was apparent that others in the channel possessed valuable blueprints, much like Li Tianyu's Grand Kitchen blueprint. However, these individuals were reluctant to part with their prized possessions. Consequently, Yiming announced his willingness to exchange 6 E-grade attribute orbs for a high-level blueprint, hoping to entice someone to take the bait. Soon, his message garnered considerable attention, for the worth of 6 attribute orbs was substantial, capable of enhancing a single attribute to E-grade. Likewise, the rarity of high-level blueprints was equally noteworthy. Chapter 40. Strengthening D-class physique. As Yiming awaited who might exchange advanced blueprints for attribute spheres, a private message caught his attention. It was none other than his ex-girlfriend. Zhao Tong. Yiming, give me those 6 attribute spheres, and I might forgive you for abandoning me in that van. Yiming felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He was truly disgusted by Zhao Tong. He had once indulged this woman to the point where she no longer recognized her own identity. Even at this juncture, she dared to shamelessly demand attribute spheres from him. Thus, Yiming replied with a cold scoff, You're still alive, Zhao Tong? If you want the attribute spheres, you may record a video slapping yourself 10 times. If I'm in a good mood, I might reward you with one. On the highway, a rugged SUV stood parked. Inside, Zhao Tong's face was ashen. Upon reading Yiming's message, she was nearly provoked into a tirade. This scoundrel actually expected her to slap herself. She hadn't even settled accounts for the slap she had received yet. Oh, Zhao Tong, the beautiful lady, who has dared to offend you, looking so grim? A woman in the vehicle mocked disdainfully. Zhao Tong retorted with a scoff, Of course, it's you, you wretched creature, making it impossible for me to eat. Haha, if you can't eat, then don't. Inside the SUV, Zhao Tong and the woman exchanged barbs, until an impatient foreign man in the driver's seat interjected, Enough. Both of you shut up. The two women immediately ceased their squabble, not daring to defy the foreign man, who regarded them as mere easy conquests, disposable at his whim. In truth, Zhao Tong sought the attribute spheres from Yiming to please this foreign man, Joseph. Before him, she was exceedingly obsequious. Unfortunately, Joseph paid her little mind. Had it not been for Zhao Tong's daily contribution of 100 units of gasoline, he would have long since sent her to her demise. The three within the vehicle munched on their respective snacks. Zhao Tong, glancing at Yiming's private message, realized he would never part with the attribute spheres. Their relationship had been irrevocably severed the moment she initiated the breakup. She simply hadn't anticipated his callousness. Nonetheless, Zhao Tong still looked down upon Yiming. She perceived his mode of transport to be that dilapidated van, while she now sat in a luxurious SUV. The disparity was glaring. Her recent attempt to contact Yiming was not born from a change of heart. Rather, she was merely lamenting his need to exchange those 6 attribute spheres for blueprints. Otherwise, she wouldn't have reached out at all. Finding herself unable to procure attribute spheres from Yiming, she chose not to humiliate herself further and continued to browse the chat channel. Oh, it's Jiang Qi. Zhao Tong noticed her university classmate, Jiang Qi, selling 1-star battle boots in the channel, which momentarily piqued her interest. She initially intended to request a pair of boots from Jiang Qi to curry favor with Joseph, but quickly recalled their strained relationship. Approaching Jiang Qi for boots would yield the same result as her demand from Yiming, rebuke. With a sigh, Zhao Tong resigned herself to lurking in the chat channel, feeling a twinge of jealousy at the valuable items Yiming and Jiang Qi possessed. To Yiming, Zhao Tong was merely a fleeting interlude. Currently, Yiming furrowed his brow as he perused his private messages, where numerous individuals sought to exchange blueprints for attribute orbs. However, none of these blueprints piqued Yiming's interest. The majority were either redundant or of little utility, such as blueprints for car windows, headlights, and water collectors. There were a few blueprints he did not possess, yet their value was negligible. When he proposed exchanging them for other materials, he was met with refusal. These individuals were solely interested in acquiring attribute orbs. Ultimately, Ming managed to exchange a single attribute orb for a blueprint of a charming nightgown. This nightgown could be worn by Chu and the others at night, rendering it somewhat useful. The remaining blueprints held no further appeal for Ming. Despite Ming's lack of valuable blueprints, Chu and her companions amassed a considerable amount of fugitive coins and various resources, totaling over 10,000 coins earned predominantly through the sale of wooden spears and alarms. The battle boots, however, sold poorly due to their high price, making them unaffordable for most. The sale of miscellaneous items like Zhen Minai's scrolls yielded little profit, insufficient to rival the earnings from wooden spears and alarms. As dusk settled, Ming and the women partook of some food before preparing for rest. Although the RV lacked entertainment facilities, they could still enjoy a relaxing bath before sleep. Having already bathed, Ming spread the thickened blanket he acquired from Li Tianyu over the bed. This plush blanket was perfectly suited for comfort, especially as the evening breeze brought a drop in temperature, providing warmth. Half an hour later, Ming began to collect affection points. Jiangqi's affection stood at 5. Upon noting this, Ming nodded in satisfaction. Jiangqi's initial score of 5 indicated that betrayal would be difficult to come by, alleviating his concerns regarding her former boyfriend's potential emotional entanglements. Truth Nai also stood at 5, as did Ai Li, while Chu garnered a score of 7. Meanwhile, in a van, Li Tianyu, with a bruised visage, wiped away tears. His purchase of battle boots had led to the team's financial ruin, transferring all power to Qinghua. Naturally, Qing Cheng, Wang Chong, and Sun Bo would henceforth be entirely subservient to Qinghua. Once in power, Qinghua learned the full extent of the situation and realized Li Tianyu had been duped. However, the losses were irretrievable, and they could only minimize the damage. Thus, they retrieved the discarded battle boots from outside the vehicle, washing them to eliminate the foul odor. "Hey sister, why don't you try these battle boots on?" Qinghua offered the boots to Qing Cheng. She discovered that although the size was small, they were indeed genuine. Any woman with small feet could wear them. Qing Cheng's feet fit perfectly. "Sister, these battle boots are incredible. They have boosted my speed attribute to E level. I feel extraordinarily powerful." Li Tianyu gazed enviously at the boots on Qing Cheng's feet. His purpose in changing to battle boots was solely to safeguard his own life. Yet he never anticipated that he would ultimately be left destitute, with all benefits reaped by Qing Cheng, while he himself lost all authority within the team. Li Tianyu found himself in a state of profound despair. During the night, Ming, with his E-grade physique, could not help but feel the fatigue settling in his back and waist. Unbeknownst to him, Li Tianyu had suffered immensely due to his actions. Throughout the night, he had used more than 10 towels. In the end, Ming combined them to form a new towel, which he used to wipe the sweat from Zhen Minai's brow. Then playfully flicked her small head. "Silly girl, you mustn't push yourself like that next time." Zhen Minai merely responded with a soft nestling in Ming's embrace and remaining silent. To make amends, Ming generously rewarded Zhen Minai with 6 attribute orbs, enabling her to enhance her physique to E-grade. Simultaneously, he utilized 10 points of goodwill to exchange for a D-grade attribute orb, fortifying his own physique to D-grade. He too required rest and restoration. His E-grade physique was struggling, and he needed to bolster himself as well. Finally, as he listened to the whispers of the wind outside the vehicle, he drifted into a deep slumber amidst the tender embrace of tranquility. Chapter 41. The beginning of the 3rd day, the sound of the wind howling outside the vehicle grew increasingly pronounced, accompanied by the gentle patter of small pebbles striking the car, producing a soft, rustling noise. However, the interior of the vehicle was remarkably cozy, especially nestled under the warm covers atop the soft blanket, where one could indulge in a delightful slumber. Among the group, the first to awaken was Ellie, whose affection level stood at 5. In a drowsy haze, Ming heard the system notification but paid it little heed. No one wished to rise early on such a morning, particularly after the temperature had dropped several degrees overnight. Luxuriating in the warmth of the bed was a blissful experience, especially since Ming found himself in a haven of comfort. Suddenly, Ming jolted awake, an epiphany striking him. Nevertheless, the prospect of collecting affection points brought him joy. He remained silent, eyes closed, relishing the rare tranquility. As Ellie stirred, she gradually roused the others, yet none expressed annoyance. instead savoring the serene atmosphere. Following the chill of the night, no one was inclined to leave the warmth of their blankets. Thanks to Ming, the group had developed a habit of lingering in bed, now reluctant to greet the day. Time passed swiftly, and the blissful morning soon came to an end. Jiangqi, nestled in Ming's embrace, opened her system interface to discover that Li Tianyu had sent her over 100 messages throughout the night. The majority were laced with expletives, clearly indicative of his frustration from the previous day. After all, who could remain unperturbed after losing everything on a pair of ill-fitting, odorous combat boots? Look, darling, Jiangqi said, displaying the screen to Ming. Upon reading it, a smile crept upon Ming's lips. The more irate Li Tianyu became, the more delight Ming derived from the situation. In his previous life, he had often clashed with Li Tianyu in his quest to avenge Yang Lingyu, only to be treated like an insignificant insect. This time, the tables would turn, and it would be Li Tianyu who would find himself at the receiving end of mockery. Subsequently, Ming instructed Jiangqi to respond to Li Tianyu. The only remaining pair of combat boots was the one I was wearing. You insisted on purchasing them. So it's hardly my fault he believed that upon receiving this message, Li Tianyu would merely question his own decisions. At last, the system notification for the third day chimed. Ding! Congratulations to everyone for surviving the second day. Today, the wind intensity has increased to level 7 gale. The total number of occupants in the vehicle is 5, distributing 500 units of gasoline and 14 escape coins. Upon seeing the system prompt, Ming roused the women and, after freshening up and enjoying breakfast, the RV began to move forward slowly. With the system distributing 500 units of gasoline today, and having consumed little of the previous day's 200 units, Ming now possessed nearly 700 units of gasoline, ample fuel to sustain the RV for an entire day. The primary objective for today was to seek out treasure chests and train the women in combat against monsters. Taking advantage of the relatively weak and sparse monsters in the early stages was ideal for their training. The women were not lacking in strength, but rather in courage and experience in battle. Before long, Ming drove the RV for over 10 kilometers, only to spot a wild boar guarding a wooden treasure chest. A wild boar. As Ming caught sight of the wild boar, a flicker of surprise glimmered in his eyes. He had not anticipated such fortuitous luck. The very first treasure chest he encountered today was guarded by a wild boar. In Ming's estimation, the value of this boar far surpassed that of the treasure it protected. Typically, when teams encounter a wild boar, they can only stand by helplessly, with no chance to slay it. However, Ming's prowess was evidently beyond that of an ordinary team. With a slight enhancement of his abilities, he could easily vanquish the boar. The beast weighed approximately 200 pounds, and the meat it bore was of considerable worth. Should he succeed in slaying the wild boar, both he and the women accompanying him would certainly be in for a delightful feast. My goodness, a wild boar, exclaimed AI Li, pressing her face against the car window. Brother Ming, I've seen videos about them before. Their combat prowess is formidable, even surpassing that of bears and tigers. We must be cautious. AI Li couldn't help but offer her warning. The other women also appeared quite anxious. Ming had previously mentioned that today would be a training session for them to battle monsters. Surely, this wild boar would not be their first opponent. With a smile, Ming parked the RV and distributed attribute orbs to each of the women, 6 for each, consuming a total of 24 points of goodwill. After an entire night spent with the ladies, Ming had managed to boost his goodwill to over 100 points, and he was now generous in sharing the attribute orbs with them. He then suggested, I recommend that you enhance your speed attribute with the orbs, and coupled with the enhancements from the battle boots, your speed will reach D grade. Of course, if you have other preferences, you may allocate the points to different attributes. Upon hearing this, the women eagerly absorbed the attribute orbs and began to augment their skills. Choo-choo, AI Li. And Jiminai followed Ming's advice and fortified their speed attribute, while Jiangqi chose to amplify her strength attribute to E grade. Having been a fitness instructor, she had an obsession with strength, thus opting to invest her points there. Ming imposed no strict requirements on how the women should develop their attributes. The choice was theirs to make. Subsequently, Ming provided them with equipment, a pair of battle boots, and a crossbow. He pointed to the wild boar outside the window and declared, you need not slay this boar. Your task is to shoot at it with the crossbow, to experience the thrill of combat and witness the bloodshed. The one who hits the boar the most times will be rewarded with an attribute orb, to inject an element of fun and motivation. Ming organized a shooting competition among the women. The prospect of competing against one another in shooting the wild boar was met with enthusiasm. Ming was the first to open the car door, leading the 4 women out. Standing on the roadside, they could all distinctly feel that the wind today was stronger than the previous day, even creating resistance during their movements. Jiangqi, holding the crossbow, remarked, "The strength of this wind is considerable. It can easily affect the accuracy of the bolts." Ming nodded in agreement. "It now depends on your shooting talent. However, within 20 to 30 meters, the wind's influence is minimal." The women, eager with anticipation, grasped their crossbows, ready to take aim. Chu, filled with excitement, stepped off the road, aimed at the wild boar beside the treasure chest, and released her arrow. It seemed that due to the ferocious winds, the crossbow bolt missed its target, the wild boar, and instead struck a nearby wooden crate. Thud. The bolt embedded itself in the wooden treasure chest, startling the boar. It realized that humans had launched an attack against it. The wild boar's beady eyes immediately fixated on Chu, and it charged towards her with alarming speed. Chu, frightened, turned to flee, exclaiming, "Ah, the wild boar is coming." Jiangqi and the other 2 women quickly stepped off the roadside and aimed their weapons at the boar. However, the charging beast was far too swift, and their 3 crossbow bolts failed to find their mark. The 4 women hastily retreated back onto the road, at which point the boar lost sight of its target. The women promptly readied their crossbows, preparing to load fresh bolts. Chapter 42. Cultivating the female hunters. Having just gained experience from shooting at the wild boar, the 4 young women understood that targeting a moving wild boar was a formidable challenge. Thus, they began to cautiously probe the wild boar along the edge of the road. This particular wild boar appeared remarkably astute. Sensing the 4 women constantly bouncing along the roadside, it would retreat back to the road whenever they approached. Consequently, the wild boar turned away from the road, disregarding the women entirely. Even when they aimed their shots at it, the creature did not look back. "It seems this wild boar is attempting to lure us away from the road," Jiangqi exclaimed, unable to contain her astonishment at the creature's intelligence. Ming nodded in agreement, providing insight. Monsters guarding treasure chests possess a certain level of intellect, and some can be described as devious and cunning. For instance, goblins are known to lay ambushes and set traps. They may even plead for mercy before their demise to elicit sympathy. When you encounter them in the future, do not hold back. Ming shared her past experiences with the group, knowledge gleaned from the hard-earned lessons of many. Jinminai interjected, "The wild boar has moved far away. Should we pursue it?" "Absolutely," Chu replied with enthusiasm, feeling particularly confident against the wild boar. Chu possessed an E-level mental attribute and a D-level speed. As long as she was cautious, the wild boar would not be able to collide with her. Moreover, in the event of danger, she could utilize her skill, mental shock. The other 3 women concurred, eager to venture into the wilderness to hunt the wild boar. Merely shooting at it from the roadside with a crossbow would not provide any real training benefits. Thus, the 4 equipped their crossbows and ventured away from the road towards the wild boar. Jiangqi suggested, "Let us disperse our actions. This way, the wild boar will only pursue one of us, allowing the others to shoot safely." The women nodded in agreement and gradually spread out across the wilderness, closing in on the wild boar. Ming, wishing to safeguard the 4 women, exchanged 3 D-level attribute orbs, enhancing her E-level strength to D-level. Now, Ming's personal attributes were as follows. Name, Ming strength, D-level speed, E-level, D, constitution, D-level mentality, E-level skills, none escape currency, 12. 562 overall evaluation, D-level. Seeing that her strength had reached D-level, Ming felt entirely confident in confronting the wild boar unarmed. She grasped her wooden spear and trailed behind the women, ready to offer protection. Should the wild boar pose a threat to the women, she would intervene. At this moment, the wild boar, noticing that the women and Ming had ventured away from the road, gleamed with a flicker of excitement in its small, animated eyes. It intended to charge at and crush these humans. Suddenly, a shadow darted across the scene. A crossbow bolt struck the wild boar, embedding itself deep within its flesh. The sight was painful to behold. A hint of delight flickered in Ai Li's eyes. It was she who had successfully shot the bolt. The wild boar let out an enraged roar and charged towards the women. Its speed was astonishing, and the inexperienced women scrambled in a panic to shoot at it. Unfortunately, their arrows failed to find their mark. The wild boar targeted Chu directly, barreling towards her with relentless force. "Ah!" Chu screamed in terror, turning to flee. desperately seeking refuge back on the road. Upon witnessing this, Ming let out a sigh and positioned himself in front of the wild boar. Pay attention. Your speed is on par with that of the wild boar. There is no need to always think of fleeing. You must learn to evade. Ming imparted wisdom through both word and deed, instructing the women on how to avoid danger. Just as the wild boar was about to charge at him, Ming swiftly sidestepped to the left, gracefully passing by the creature. The women were enlightened, discerning the distinction between evasion and retreat. Chu was the first to react, as the wild boar, having missed Ming, now charged towards her. Focusing intently, she recognized that the boar's trajectory was straightforward. Therefore, by moving aside just before impact, she could easily evade it. As the boar approached, she mimicked Ming's earlier movement and deftly sidestepped. The boar and the girl narrowly missed each other. Success! A glimmer of delight flashed in Chu's eyes as she called out to her companions. I evaded it. This clumsy beast is not so fearsome. The wild boar seemed to comprehend her words, its small eyes narrowing with rage as it turned to charge at her once more. With newfound experience in evasion, Chu was unperturbed and easily sidestepped again. Seeing this, the other women were eager to try as well, aware that their speeds were commendable. They too wished to test their skills against the wild boar. Ellie was the first to react, picking up her crossbow and aiming at the boar. As it turned to charge at Chu, she swiftly pulled the trigger. The bolt flew through the air, striking the boar with a satisfying thud. Yes, Ellie exclaimed, hopping with joy, having successfully hit the boar twice. Ming observed from the sidelines, pleased to see the women gain courage in facing the wild boar. Time and again, the boar charged, but Chu effortlessly evaded each assault. This did not indicate the boar's lack of speed. Rather, Chu's agility was evidently superior. The wild boar's speed was likely rated at E-class, while Chu's was D-class, naturally giving her the advantage. Realizing it could not best Chu, the boar turned its attention to the others. The women began to test their evasion skills as well. After more than 10 minutes, the wild boar stood still, glaring at Chu and her companions. It had attempted to charge each of them, yet they had all easily evaded its attacks. By now, the boar was adorned with 8 or 9 crossbow bolts, resembling a wretched porcupine. It understood that it was time to flee. It did not wish to perish at the hands of humans and become their meal. Thus, the wild boar turned and dashed into the depths of the wilderness. However, a figure awaited it in the shadows. Ming, who had been observing all along. The wild boar paid no heed to Ming and accelerated towards him, confident that no human could withstand its charge. As long as Ming evaded, it would escape. Armed with a wooden spear, Ming waited for the opportune moment. When the boar was 2 or 3 meters away, he hurled the spear with precision. The D-class strength behind the thrown spear was formidable, piercing the boar completely. In a desperate roar, the boar felt its life force rapidly ebbing away. Ming remained steadfast, not casting a glance at the creature. After running 5 or 6 meters, the wild boar gradually collapsed to the ground. It was struck down by the wooden spear hurled by Ming. The girls, Chu and her companions, gasped in awe, exclaiming how magnificent Ming's move was. With a playful demeanor, Ming struck several poses, showcasing his charisma. Chu, Ai, and Junmi Nai enthusiastically applauded and cheered in unison. Meanwhile, Jiangqi rolled her eyes in exasperation. How old are we, yet still behaving like children? She mused. You sisters are just indulging Ming. Ai, bouncing with excitement, approached Ming and, with sparkling eyes, praised, Brother Ming. That throw was absolutely stunning. Ming chuckled, feeling a bit bashful from the compliment. Noticing his good spirits, Ai cheerfully added, Brother Ming, I've hit the most wild boars. Previously, Ming had promised a reward of an attribute orb to whoever could shoot down the most wild boars. Ai seemed to possess quite the shooting talent, having landed half of the crossbow bolts on the boars herself. Realization dawned on Ming as he playfully flicked Ai's forehead. He had suspected that this proud girl wouldn't be one to offer praise lightly. She was simply seeking her reward. Consequently, Ming produced an E-grade attribute orb for Ai. With a radiant smile, she accepted it, and, planting a quick kiss on his cheek, turned to join her sisters in retrieving the crossbow bolts. Chapter 43. The subworld of the instance. While Chu and the others were scavenging for scattered crossbow bolts in the wilderness, Ming dragged the carcass of a wild boar to a wooden treasure chest. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find a token inside. An instance token? Ming immediately picked it up for inspection. Small instance token. The owner of the token may lead followers into the subworld of the instance, and upon completion, substantial rewards await. Current participants, 35-100. After reviewing the token's information, Ming stroked his chin and nodded. He had not anticipated finding an instance token on the third day in this world of escape. Thankfully, he had not taken the bus today, or he would have missed this opportunity. Ming was well aware that the rewards from instances were always valuable. Even a brief foray into such a realm could yield several attribute orbs as rewards. Naturally, he would not let this opportunity slip away. With a firm grip, he crushed the token in his hand. Prompt: Ming is registered for the subworld of the instance. Current participants, 37-100. Please wait for the participant count to be complete. After reading the system notification, Ming dragged the boar's carcass back to the kitchen, where knives were available. He began to expertly butcher the wild boar. Having dealt with animal carcasses in his previous life, he was quite adept at this task. Before long, the boar was nearly processed, with the head, trotters, meat, bones, entrails, and blood all neatly separated. When Chu and the others finished collecting arrows and entered the kitchen, they were astonished. Chu exclaimed, "Darling, you processed an entire wild boar all by yourself? Did you work in a slaughterhouse before?" Ming rolled his eyes at her incredulity. "Do I look like a butcher? My speed and efficiency are thanks to my D-grade strength and agility." The girls had not witnessed the ease with which Ming handled the over 200-pound boar. To him, it was as simple as playing with a toy. Realization dawned on Chu and the others, and they quickly helped to move the pork into the freezer for preservation. Naturally, the cooking duties for the day fell to Zenlina. Ming shared with them his intention to enter the instance world shortly. "Brother Ming, can you take me with you?" AI Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. Envisioning the thrill of the instance world, especially after her recent experience hunting the wild boar with a crossbow, she was eager for an opportunity to showcase her archery skills. The other girls also expressed their desire to explore the instance world. However, Ming was reluctant to take them along, as he could not guarantee the dangers that might await them inside. He worried he might not be able to look after them adequately. Furthermore, this instance allowed for 100 teams to participate. If the girls joined in, it would be easy for them to attract attention, especially if it were discovered that numerous beautiful women were part of the same team selling goods at night. This could jeopardize Ming's discreet plans for wealth accumulation. He conveyed these concerns to the girls. "How about this? After I enter the instance, Chu, you lead the team to continue searching for treasure chests?" Given the girls' attributes and Chu's mental shock skill, the risk was minimal. Ming felt reassured, leaving the leadership to Chu. Upon hearing Ming's words, Chu nodded in agreement, saying, "I will heed my husband's words. Rest assured, I will take good care of my sisters." Suddenly, Jiangqi wrapped her arms around Ming's, exclaiming, "Since you mentioned that 100 teams will participate, perhaps we might encounter Xiaotong. Will you take me along?" She reminded him of their previous agreement to confront Xiaotong together. Seeing Jiangqi's enthusiasm, Ming felt a twinge of hesitation. While taking only Jiangqi to the instance posed no issue, it meant one less person for Chu's group. At that moment, Chu smiled and said, "Husband, since you two have made a pact, it would be best to take Chi with you. You can leave the rest to me." Although AI Li also wished to accompany Ming into the instance, she quickly chimed in, "Brother Ming, you can take Jiangqi with you. I will ensure the safety of the sisters by using my crossbow to eliminate all the monsters guarding the treasure chests." Zhenmi Nai nodded vigorously, declaring, "I will prepare a grand feast for you when you return, Brother Ming." With the encouragement of the girls, Ming agreed to bring Jiangqi into the instance. To ensure their safety, he exchanged for 24 attribute orbs, distributing 6 to each person. He then exchanged a D-grade attribute orb solely for Chu, enhancing her mental attributes to D-grade, which finally put him at ease. However, after the exchanges, Ming's affection points dwindled to a mere 28, a stark contrast to the over 100 points he had upon waking. Sighing at the rapid consumption of his affection points, he checked the system and noted that over 60 participants had signed up for the instance, with numbers expected to reach 100 soon. "Jiangqi, prepare yourself. The instance is about to commence," Ming called out. "Understood, husband," Jiangqi replied excitedly. Deep down, she yearned to share more experiences with Ming, as she believed that was the essence of love. Despite being his woman, she sensed a lack of emotional connection between them. While feelings could be nurtured over time, their shared moments in the RV offered little opportunity for intimacy. Their only private moment had been on the road before boarding the RV, when they embraced each other. Jiangqi cherished that memory and desired more time alone with Ming, which motivated her to join him in the instance. She had heard that they might be trapped inside for several days, so she prepared 2 large backpacks filled with provisions and water. For weapons, she brought a crossbow and a wooden spear, along with the battle boots she wore. Ming, similarly equipped with a backpack brimming with food and water, awaited the start of the instance alongside Jiangqi. Meanwhile, Chu continued driving in search of treasure chests, while Li and Jinminai busied themselves in the kitchen, preparing pork for the evening's grand feast. Approximately half an hour later, a system notification echoed in Ming's mind. Ding! The registration for the Small World instance is now full. In 10 seconds, participants will enter the instance. Please disconnect any followers involved. Ming smiled lightly as the instance finally commenced, embracing Jiangqi beside him while awaiting the countdown. In an instant, Ming and Jiangqi transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing within the confines of the camper. Moments later, they materialized in a dimly lit bedroom, illuminated solely by the moonlight streaming through the window, which allowed them to discern their surroundings clearly. Jiangqi raised her crossbow, scanning the vicinity to ensure there were no lurking dangers before exhaling in relief. Subsequently, a system notification echoed in their minds. Welcome to the zombie world. Exercise utmost caution to avoid being bitten or scratched by zombies, or you shall succumb to infection and join their ranks. During the subsequent 7 days, your team will earn points for each zombie you hunt. 100 teams will be ranked based on their points. At the conclusion of the 7th day, teams ranked from 100th to 11th will receive 6 E-grade attribute orbs. Teams ranked from 10th to 4th will receive 6 E-grade attribute orbs, 1 D-grade attribute orb, and 1 random piece of 1-star equipment. Teams ranked 2nd and 3rd will receive 6 E-grade attribute orbs, 1 D-grade attribute orb, and 1 piece of 2-star equipment. The first-place team will be awarded 6 E-grade attribute orbs, 1 D-grade attribute orb, 1 piece of 2-star equipment, and 1 skill book. Chapter 44. The Zombie World. Hint 1. Resources are concealed in treasure chests throughout the city, containing food and water. Hint 2. Advanced zombies possess crystal cores in their brains. Any creature that absorbs these can enhance its attributes. Though there is a risk of mutation, proceed with caution. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Ming signaled to Jiangqi to remain silent, brandishing a wooden spear as he approached the bedroom door. Moments prior, he had detected a sound emanating from outside the room. Ming felt it necessary to investigate the source of that noise. Jiangqi, sensing Ming's intent to exit the bedroom, felt a surge of anxiety, particularly given the nocturnal hour which amplified the danger. She grasped her crossbow tightly and followed closely behind him. The system had informed them they resided in a world overrun by zombies. Jiangqi, having watched numerous zombie films, found the notion repulsive and terrifying. She had no desire to become one of those monsters. With a click, Ming turned the doorknob, the sound echoing ominously, and immediately felt something collide against the door. Bang, bang, bang. He braced himself against the door, holding it steadfast. A menacing growl reverberated from behind it. It was a zombie. Ming and Jiangqi instinctively recognized the threat lurking beyond the door. He gestured for Jiangqi to retreat. Understanding his cue, she swiftly moved to the corner of the room, clearing space for him to engage in combat. Ming then flung open the bedroom door, thrusting his spear with lightning speed. The wooden spear pierced through the skull of the zombie lurking behind the door. It was a female zombie, her flesh in various stages of decay, emanating a nauseating stench. After dispatching the zombie, Ming did not let his guard down. Instead, he meticulously scanned the entire room. Only when he confirmed that no additional zombies lurked within did he allow himself to relax. In this zombie-infested world, caution was paramount. He had no desire to become infected and meet an unjust demise. Darling, the chat channel is indeed inaccessible, Jiangqi remarked, glancing at the system panel. Ming nodded in agreement. The inability to access the chat channel was expected. They were in a dungeon world, where the flow of time differed drastically from their own. Communication was virtually impossible. Spending 7 days in the zombie world could equate to merely half a day in the escape realm. Ming felt little concern about this. His only anticipation lay in the substantial rewards awaiting the top position on the leaderboard. To his delight, the first prize included a skill book. He resolved to strive for that coveted first place. Even the reward for the 100th position was considerable. Surviving this dungeon would allow his team to greatly enhance their capabilities, positioning them as a formidable force among others. He had yet to check the leaderboard. Ming accessed the system to view the rankings. which featured a full 100 names, each representing a distinct team. Having recently slain a zombie, he had accrued 1 point, propelling him to 5th place. First, Zhang Lei. 3 points second. Joseph, 2 points third. Wang Zhouer, 1 point fourth. Song Shenxi, 1 point fifth. Yiming, 1 point. 67th, Li Tianyu, 0 points. After perusing the leaderboard, Yiming fell into contemplation, as several names on the list sparked recognition within him. For instance, Wang Zhouer, being a maiden, was once sought after by Li Tianyu in her previous life and ultimately met an untimely demise for reasons unknown. Then there is a man named Zhang Lei, reputed to be a formidable soldier. The most intriguing among them is Song Shenxi, a fortune-telling Taoist whose abilities seemingly allow him to predict certain events. In summary, each of these 100 teams possesses some noteworthy skills. Yiming must approach them with utmost caution. Despite Yiming's formidable strength, he remains vulnerable to the unpredictable nature of special abilities. Moreover, this zombie-infested world is far from simple, as it contains advanced zombies. Yiming's D-class strength may not suffice for reckless maneuvers in this realm. Honey, there's a horde of zombies downstairs. Jiangqi approached the window, peering outside, and promptly whispered a warning to Yiming. He too approached the window to investigate. In this nocturnal zombie world, the view outside was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the moonlight, revealing countless shadows moving below. Yiming discerned that a throng of zombies lurked downstairs. Among them, a particularly striking sight was a zombie towering over 3 meters, its body grotesquely decayed. This must be the advanced zombie mentioned by the system. As Yiming scrutinized the advanced zombie, it appeared to sense his gaze, abruptly lifting its head to stare directly at him. Yiming was startled and swiftly pulled Jiangqi aside to hide. Perhaps due to Yiming's quick reflexes or the nighttime obscurity, the advanced zombie failed to detect their presence. Yiming was astonished by the heightened awareness of this advanced zombie. Merely glancing at it had drawn its attention. After a brief waiting period, Yiming returned to the window to observe the situation below once more. This time, he dared not fixate on the advanced zombie, but instead focused on the horde. Under the moonlight, the mass of zombies surged as if heading toward some unknown destination, occasionally emitting eerie growls that pierced the stillness of the night. After a while, Yiming understood that the group of zombies would not linger indefinitely and would likely disperse by morning. He turned to Jiangqi. Let us rest here for the night. There is no rush to hunt zombies, and we are not lacking in food and water. All right, I'll follow your lead, Jiangqi replied, her cheeks flushed, her gaze drifting toward the spacious double bed in the bedroom. During these past 7 days, she had enjoyed Yiming's company all to herself, without any other sisters around, which felt delightful. Yiming smiled, lifting Jiangqi into his arms and carrying her to the bedroom for rest. As dawn gradually broke, the glaring sunlight streamed through the window, prompting Yiming to squint as he lay in bed. Morning had arrived. Reluctant to rise, he indulged in his habitual laziness, disliking early mornings. Glancing at Jiangqi, he noticed she was still asleep. The previous night, Yiming had successfully collected favor points twice and exchanged them for 6 attribute orbs to enhance Jiangqi's physical constitution. Now, apart from her mental attributes, all her abilities had been upgraded to E-class. Presently, aside from the vehicle owners with special powers, no one could rival Jiangqi. Yiming accessed the system to check his ranking, which had plummeted to the 20s and continued to decline. It was evident that many teams had risen early to hunt zombies and accumulate points. The first place is still occupied by Zhang Lei, who has already amassed 36 points. It is unacceptable. These individuals are striving so diligently, and I cannot afford to fall behind them. Jiangqi's fondness value stands at 5. At this moment, Jiangqi, still somewhat dazed, awakens and nestles into Yiming's embrace, asking, "Is it dawn? Darling, shall we venture out to eliminate zombies?" Although Yiming is reluctant to rise and confront the undead, he is equally unwilling to lag too far behind the other teams in points. After all, the circumstances of this world remain unclear to him. It is imperative to investigate. In a while, I will go and slay some zombies to assess the situation. You need not accompany me. Continue to rest and replenish your energy, he advises. Jiangqi longs to accompany him in the hunt for zombies. Yet Yiming's apprehension regarding potential dangers prevails, and she must acquiesce to his wishes. Avoiding causing trouble for Yiming is a mutual understanding reached between the sisters. Chapter 45. Who is killing the zombie horde? Yiming and Jiangqi each consumed a piece of bread and a sausage, replenishing their energy reserves. Particularly, Jiangqi drank an entire bottle of mineral water, as she had lost a considerable amount of fluids throughout the night and needed to rehydrate. Ming approached the window and gazed downwards. Indeed, the horde of zombies had vanished. Only about 20 zombies remained wandering below, which posed little threat to Ming. Rest in the room. I shall descend to eliminate a few zombies, Ming instructed Jiangqi. She nodded, acknowledging that they had stayed up late the previous night and she indeed required some rest. Thankfully, she was well aware of Ming's capabilities, alleviating her concerns. Ming, armed with a wooden spear, opened the door and stepped outside. Soon, he reached the ground floor. A few zombies, noticing his presence, let out a roar and lunged at him. Ming effortlessly pierced them with his spear. These ordinary zombies were not particularly swift, making the task quite simple. However, he was oblivious to the fact that several bees were observing him from above as he dispatched the zombies. The 20 or so ordinary zombies were hardly a challenge for Ming. Within 2 to 3 minutes, he had dispatched them all with his spear. Opening the system interface, he saw he had accumulated 23 points, yet his ranking had only risen to 14th place. The first-ranked Zhang Lei had already amassed over 80 points. Ming felt a twinge of surprise. What abilities did Zhang Lei possess to garner points so rapidly? All he knew was that Zhang Lei was a soldier, nothing more. In their previous lives, their statuses were vastly disparate. One was a powerhouse, while the other was but an ant. Thus, Ming was unaware of Zhang Lei's true capabilities. Meanwhile, other teams within the top 10 were also performing admirably, their points steadily increasing in the 30s and 40s. Ming noted that Li Tianyu's ranking had climbed to 8th place. Quite intriguing. He hadn't anticipated that after binding to a Class C van, Li Tianyu would also fare well. Ming took no heed of the rankings above him. He was confident in his strength, believing he could easily seize the top position. After all, it was merely a matter of slaughtering zombies. As long as he did not encounter a large horde or high-level zombies, there was little to fear. Thus, he ventured nearby. At that moment, various teams were employing different strategies to hunt zombies and boost their team scores. The leaderboard fluctuated with names rising and falling. The most enigmatic figure remained Zhang Lei, who held a commanding lead with points nearly double that of the second-place Joseph. Regardless of Joseph's efforts to close the gap, the distance between their scores only widened. On a certain street, the white man Joseph wielded an iron axe, relentlessly hacking away at a small cluster of zombies. Yet, it seemed the surrounding zombies were oblivious to his presence, aimlessly wandering about. This was the unique ability of Joseph's transportation, which rendered him nearly invisible. Zombies with mental acuity below D grade could not perceive his existence. After dispatching a zombie with a swing of his axe, Joseph, slightly winded, sought refuge in a corner to catch his breath. Damn it, the first place must be cheating. How can their points increase so rapidly? Joseph, upon glancing at the leaderboard, found himself incessantly lamenting. His unique ability to diminish his presence rendered him nearly invisible, allowing zombies before him to appear as if they were offering their necks for a swift strike. Yet, despite this advantage, he remained far behind the first-place contender. Joseph could only surmise that the individual named Zhang Lei must be employing some underhanded tactics. Or perhaps it was the prowess of Zhang Lei's team that gave him an edge. A new possibility struck Joseph's mind: teamwork, in a collaborative effort to vanquish zombies. It was evident that he alone could not rival Zhang Lei. As for why Joseph lacked companions, he did have 2 women in his off-road vehicle. One of them was Zhao Tong, but even the task of slaying a chicken would prove arduous for them, let alone confronting a horde of zombies. Thus, Joseph chose not to bring those 2 women into the instance world, a decision that ultimately preserved his life. This was fortuitous, as Ming and Jiangqi had entered this realm with the intent of dealing with Zhao Tong. If Zhao Tong were absent from the zombie-infested world, naturally, it would not incite Ming's hostility. While Joseph concealed himself in a corner to recuperate, the throng of corpses in the street suddenly began to stir, startling him. He hastily assessed the situation. What was this? Someone was slaying zombies. Joseph furrowed his brow, perplexed. Who was reckless enough to engage in battle with over 200 zombies? Without an ability akin to his own, the only outcome would be a grim demise at the hands of the horde. Driven by curiosity, Joseph endeavored to discern who was so foolhardy, but the mass of zombies obstructed his view, forcing him to remain hidden and observe. The horde began to converge in one direction. Joseph was convinced that no one could survive such an onslaught. 10 seconds passed, and the horde continued to gather. A minute elapsed, and still, the gathering persisted. After 2 minutes, Joseph finally sensed something amiss. The number of zombies had notably diminished by half. Could it be that someone truly had the capability to eradicate the horde? Joseph felt he had stumbled upon a significant secret, yet he hesitated to investigate further, wary of the risk of becoming collateral damage. Wait, I can check the leaderboard, he suddenly recalled. The leaderboard would reveal who was systematically dispatching the zombies. After all, one could ascertain the identity of the slayer by observing whose points were surging. With urgency, Joseph accessed the leaderboard. He held the second position with over 70 points, while Zhang Lei, in the lead, boasted over 140 points and was still climbing. Could it be Zhang Lei in first place? Joseph could not suppress his conjecture. No wonder this individual's score was escalating so rapidly. He possessed exceptional capabilities. Joseph found himself silently admiring Zhang Lei. If Zhang Lei had the power to eradicate the zombie horde, then vying for the top position was futile. Their skills were not even comparable. Just as Joseph pondered this, to his astonishment, his ranking plummeted to third place. What? He had not anticipated that the individual in third place would surpass him during his moment of rest and ascend to second. The competition was indeed fierce. Nevertheless, Joseph remained unperturbed. He resolved to wait until he had sufficiently recovered his stamina before rejoining the fray. With his ability to diminish his presence, he was confident he could reclaim his position. Yet, soon, Joseph's brow furrowed once more, as the second-place contender's points surged rapidly, surpassing him to exceed 80 and then 90, eventually breaching the 100 mark. This individual named Ming exhibited a remarkable rate of ascent, even outpacing Zhang Lei. Joseph had witnessed firsthand Ming's swift rise from over 70 points to beyond 100, and his momentum continued to escalate, threatening to overtake the current leader, Zhang Lei. With Zhang Lei at over 150 points and Ming climbing to over 120, the competition intensified. Joseph swallowed hard, glancing toward the distant mass of corpses. Who was it that was vanquishing the horde? Was it Ming or Zhang Lei? Though Joseph had formed a hypothesis in his mind, he felt compelled to ascertain the identity of the one dispatching the undead. After a few more minutes, he finally discerned a figure weaving through the throng of corpses. This individual, armed with a wooden spear, moved with such swiftness that the precise speed of their strikes was indiscernible. Any zombie that drew near would be instantaneously dispatched with a piercing blow to the skull. Chapter 46. Ming ranks first. Wang Jior seeks allies. As Ming pierced the last zombie with his spear, he finally distanced himself from the street littered with corpses. Joseph, hiding in a corner, could not help but exhale in relief once Ming had walked away. Glancing at the leaderboard, he noted that Ming had surpassed Zhang Lei, claiming the top position with a score exceeding Zhang Lei's by more than 50 points. First place, Ming, 245 points. Second place, Zhang Lei, 187 points. Third place, Joseph, 76 points. Upon viewing this leaderboard, Joseph felt as though he were merely a supporting runner in the presence of a champion. Even Zhang Lei, in second place, had a score significantly surpassing Joseph's total as the third. Joseph no longer aspired to contest for the first position. His sole desire was to maintain his third place. At least the rewards for the second and third positions were identical, so he had not suffered any loss. With this thought, Joseph felt that his stamina had sufficiently recovered, and he promptly rose to head in the direction opposite to Ming's departure. His current focus was solely on eliminating more zombies to secure his third place, disregarding the two prominent figures above him. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a low-rise building, a man clad in military attire furrowed his brow in contemplation. Behind him, for men whispered among themselves about Ming. Ming? Is he the one who exchanged attribute orbs for blueprints? Indeed, he is the one. We traded our battle boot blueprint for attribute orbs with him. One of the men wielding a wooden spear turned to the military-clad individual, Brother Lei. This Ming is the one we dealt with for the battle boot blueprint. The military man was none other than Zhang Lei, the leader of the first position. The one-star battle boot blueprint Ming acquired had originally been sold by Zhang Lei, albeit through a follower of Zhang Lei rather than a direct transaction between the two. Thus, Ming and Zhang Lei had little personal interaction. Zhang Lei nodded in acknowledgement and then shifted his gaze towards the horde of zombies below. Amidst the mass of undead, a flying sword darted about, occasionally severing a head. This was Zhang Lei's ability, the manipulation of weapons. It was this very skill that had allowed him to maintain his position at the pinnacle of the leaderboard. However, despite his adeptness in swiftly dispatching the zombie horde, Ming's prowess had eclipsed him, leaving Zhang Lei feeling quite unsettled. Naturally, he He was unwilling to relinquish his first place. Yet, Yi Ming's score was escalating at an alarming rate. 260 points, 270 points, 300 points, 400 points. On the rooftop, Zhang Lei's 4 followers exchanged glances, astonished. They had initially believed Zhang Lei to be invincible, yet here was someone even more formidable. Who was this subordinate of his? Should they advise Brother Lei to concede the first place? Half an hour later, after Zhang Lei had used his flying sword to eliminate the zombies below, he finally retracted the weapon with satisfaction. Upon checking the leaderboard once more, he found first place, Yi Ming, 562 points. Second place, Zhang Lei, 312 points. Third place, Joseph, 139 points. Zhang Lei felt his legs weaken, and he erupted in a torrent of curses, experiencing a sense of utter despair and confusion akin to that of Joseph. How outrageous. This Yi Ming was undoubtedly cheating. Zhang Lei lamented the absence of a reporting function within the system. Otherwise, he could easily compose a lengthy complaint. It was sheer bullying. Zhang Lei began to suspect that Yi Ming possessed a machine gun with infinite bullets. How else could one explain the rapid accumulation of points? Meanwhile, Yi Ming remained unconcerned with Zhang Lei's crumbling mindset, continuing to decimate the horde of zombies. However, before engaging the undead, Yi Ming exercised cautious observation, assessing the number of zombies, the surrounding terrain, and the presence of any advanced zombies. Only when the risks fell within his capabilities did he leap forth to annihilate the zombies. The morning swiftly passed, and Yi Ming's score soared beyond 1100, while Zhang Lei lagged behind with just over 600 points, and Joseph languished even further with a mere 300. In summary, Yi Ming's overwhelming dominance instilled fear in all. He had ruthlessly slaughtered over 1,000 zombies in a single morning, a truly brutal feat. The combined efforts of Zhang Lei and Joseph did not even surpass Yi Ming's tally. However, Yi Ming's massacre of the undead came at a cost. He had exhausted a dozen wooden spears. Yet, for Yi Ming, those wooden spears were merely equivalent to a handful of escape coins. Simultaneously, the minor horde in Yi Ming's vicinity had been completely wiped out, leaving behind 2 substantial groups of zombies. One comprised 800 to 900 zombies, while the other boasted several thousand. Both hordes posed formidable challenges, particularly the latter, which would likely necessitate a hasty retreat. Yi Ming also refrained from provoking the smaller horde, as it contained advanced zombies. Exercising caution, he chose to steer clear. While hunting zombies outside, Yi Ming stumbled upon a wooden treasure chest tucked away in a street corner. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find a family bucket of fried chicken burgers sufficient for 5, accompanied by chilled cola. The enticing aroma of fried food caused Yi Ming's eyes to gleam with delight. He could hardly recall the last time he had indulged in such culinary delights. Without a second thought, he discarded his wooden spear, seized the bucket of fried chicken burgers, and hurriedly carried the large cola back to his dwelling. However, after Yi Ming's departure, several bees that had been trailing him circled overhead twice before veering off in another direction. Approximately 10 minutes later, the bees entered the window of a nearby residential building. The window was ajar, and bees and wasps flitted in and out, suggesting the presence of a nest within. Inside the room, a young girl sat on a sofa, with a few bees resting in her palm. Those very same bees that had just tracked Yi Ming. Have you noticed someone ruthlessly slaughtering zombies? The girl murmured to the bees in her hand, prompting one to wonder about her mental state. Yet, this was far from the truth. The girl possessed the extraordinary ability to communicate with, control, and nurture bees, a power that was indeed formidable, representing a significant advantage over most living beings. No individual or creature dares to withstand the assault of a swarm of bees. Yet, in this realm, the swarm is utterly incapable of vanquishing a single zombie, much to the dismay of a young girl. This girl is none other than Wang Jiu'er, who has left a fleeting impression on Yi Ming. Wang Jiu'er possesses a rather peculiar mode of transportation. Her vehicle is adorned with either beehives or blossoms, yet it remains incapable of accommodating more than a solitary passenger. As a result, she is devoid of followers or companions, which exacerbates her plight in the zombie-infested world. Apart from the solitary instance when she managed to slay a zombie within a room using a wooden bow upon her arrival, Wang Jiu'er has not claimed another undead victim since. Her points are but a pitiful sum, and her ranking has plummeted to the very bottom, 100th place. Wang Jiu'er has long abandoned any hope for ranking rewards. If she could, she would willingly endure 7 days of seclusion in her room. However, she is bereft of sustenance and water, Remaining confined within those walls would only lead to her demise from hunger and thirst. Thus, Wang Jiuer resolves to seek a companion to aid her in the quest for food and water. Yi Ming, who had recently dispatched a zombie alone, becomes her target of choice. Unbeknownst to her, seeking Yi Ming would be akin to a lamb wandering into the jaws of a tiger. Chapter 47. The adorable little beauty. By the time Yi Ming returned to their residence, cradling a bucket of fried chicken and burgers, Jiangqi had already been waiting at the door. "Oh, how did my little leopard know I was back? Have we reached a level of telepathic connection?" Jiangqi's cheeks flushed as she rolled her eyes at Yi Ming. "Telepathy? I merely saw you return from the window." She wanted to articulate more but found herself at a loss for words. Last night, Yi Ming had bestowed upon her the nickname Little Leopard and had even created a leopard print pajama set for her to wear. His recent utterance of the term was clearly a hint that he harbored lingering thoughts of their previous encounter and was preparing for a role-play scenario. "Honey, can I play the role of the little leopard tonight? You could take me out to slay some zombies this afternoon," Jiangqi said, playfully wrapping her arms around Yi Ming's. She was reluctant to feel weak in the knees later and preferred to rest in their room. Throughout the morning, she had been monitoring the rankings, and the excitement of seeing Yi Ming ascend to the top position thrilled her immensely. Now that Yi Ming had claimed the #1 spot, Jiangqi also yearned to hone her skills by battling zombies. She did not wish to merely play the little leopard for the entire 7 days. Upon returning to the world of escape, she would surely face ridicule from her companions. Jiangqi was determined to slay some zombies to strengthen herself, eager to showcase her prowess to her friends, especially Chu Chu, upon her return. Yi Ming chuckled. "This afternoon, I'll take you to slay zombies, but you must perform well tonight. What more do you expect me to do? I will be playing the little leopard, and I might even end up mewing for mercy like a little kitten." Jiangqi's expression turned melancholic at the thought of Yi Ming teasing her. His old classmate, Yi Ming, however, pointed out the crux of the matter. "You need to take the initiative. It's rather dull if only one person puts in the effort. And besides, I would like to relish the experience of being pursued." Chu Chu excelled at this, yet Jiangqi, despite her carefree nature, struggled to embrace that aspect. The little leopard would only be cherished when she let go of her inhibitions. Gently, Jiangqi playfully hit Yi Ming. "Oh, please. I'm still a novice. How can I let go?" As their conversation unfolded, they approached the door to enter their room. At that moment, Jiangqi caught sight of a small yellow figure trailing behind Yi Ming. "A bee. Quick, let us get inside." Jiangqi hurriedly pulled Yi Ming into the room and shut the door. She didn't want to risk getting stung and suffering from a swollen bump. Yi Ming, unfazed, led Jiangqi to the table, placing the bucket of fried chicken, burgers, and cola before them. "We've struck culinary luck these past few days. The food from the treasure chests in this world is quite splendid, especially this bucket." The enticing aroma of the fried chicken wafted toward Jiangqi, awakening her appetite. Having previously been disciplined in her eating habits during her fitness journey, she had refrained from indulging in high-calorie fried foods, leaving many delicacies untested before her arrival in the world of escape. She never imagined she would have the opportunity to enjoy a meal of fried chicken and burgers now. As Yi Ming and Jiangqi sat closely together, whispering sweet nothings and savoring their meal, a knock echoed from outside the door. Yi Ming and Jiangqi were momentarily taken aback, exchanging solemn glances. Yi Ming promptly rose and fashioned a wooden spear, while Jiangqi retrieved her crossbow, trailing closely behind him. "Who is it?" Yi Ming inquired as he approached the door. After a brief silence, a girl's voice resonated from outside. "Hello, I mean no harm. I merely seek your cooperation." A girl stood outside. Both Yi Ming and Jiangqi exchanged knowing looks, recognizing that the voice belonged to a young female. Exercising caution, Yi Ming refrained from opening the door immediately. The individual outside was undoubtedly formidable. Upon his return, he was certain he had not been followed, unless they possessed extraordinary abilities. Yet, it was peculiar that mere moments after his arrival, someone was knocking at his door, clearly indicating he had been tracked. This suggested that the capabilities of the person outside eluded even his awareness. Unsure of the stranger's true intentions, Yi Ming preferred to avoid conflict. "Cooperation? In what manner?" He probed cautiously. "I can provide you with intelligence, such as the locations of nearby zombies and other teams, provided you offer me some food and water in return." The girl outside stipulated. Yi Ming furrowed his brow, incredulous. "Just food and water? Spare me the jest. Do you take me for a fool? If you possess such intelligence-gathering skills, why not procure food on your own instead of seeking my assistance?" He attempted to test the stranger's resolve. Unfortunately, the door lacked a peephole, preventing him from discerning the situation outside. My ability to kill zombies is quite taxing. Otherwise, I would not be seeking your collaboration. The girl outside explained with a hint of resignation. Yi Ming's expression shifted as realization dawned. The girl's abilities likely pertained to reconnaissance and tracking, rendering her incapable of obtaining food independently, hence her appeal for collaboration. Nevertheless, this was merely her side of the story, and Yi Ming remained cautious. He gestured for Jiangqi to retreat to the bedroom, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. With Jiangqi concealed within the bedroom, Yi Ming carefully opened the door. However, in the next instant, a swarm of bees surged through the gap, leaving him no time to close the door. He could only remain still as the swarm filled the room. Evidently, they were under some form of control, for they did not sting Yi Ming. Moments later, a girl carrying a beehive entered, grinning as she spoke. Hee, rest assured, I mean no harm. Oh, you are quite handsome. She seemed to be searching for another presence in the room, wondering if someone had hidden away in the bedroom or the bathroom. Yi Ming, recognizing her as Wang Jior, was taken aback by the revelation that her ability was to control bees, a lapse in his vigilance. Suddenly, with a focused gaze, he acted swiftly, launching a wooden spear that embedded itself in the wall behind Wang Jior, causing her to shudder and break into a cold sweat. She had nearly met her demise at his hands. Upon witnessing Yi Ming conjure another wooden spear, she hastily waved her hands in protest, exclaiming, "Ah, please don't kill me. I mean no harm. I only wish to collaborate." Yi Ming nodded and replied, "Cooperation is possible, but you must first gather your bees." Wang Jior hesitated momentarily, but upon glimpsing the wooden spear in Yi Ming's hand, she acquiesced. The swarm of bees, which had been frantically buzzing about the room, eventually found their way into the beehive situated behind her. Meanwhile, Yi Ming casually discarded the wooden spear, allowing Wang Jior to exhale in relief. The outcome of their confrontation was far from desirable. Wang Jior had been pierced by the spear, while Yi Ming was left with numerous painful stings. This was a result neither party had wished to witness. "Jiangqi, come out," Yi Ming called toward the bedroom. Shortly thereafter, Jiangqi emerged, wielding a crossbow, and the three of them finally settled at the table. Once seated, Wang Jior's gaze flitted back and forth between the fried chicken, hamburgers, and cola. If it weren't for Yi Ming and Jiangqi's watchful eyes, she might have drooled in anticipation. Yi Ming and Jiangqi exchanged knowing glances, unable to suppress their agreement. What an adorable little beauty she was. Chapter 48. Wang Jior joins the team. Yi Ming gazed at Wang Jior, feeling an undeniable fondness. The young girl exuded an inherent charm with every gesture. Her collagen-rich cheeks could outshine the vast majority of women in the world, even without makeup. If Lu Yusuan embodied the essence of a little princess, and Yangling Yu represented a first love from school days, then Wang Jior was the lively and adorable neighbor girl. Naturally, Yi Ming would not let such beauty slip away. Meanwhile, Jiangqi also entertained the notion of taking Wang Jior under her wing as a younger sister. Having a sister to share the burden would alleviate her pressure significantly over the course of a week. In fact, at that moment, Jiangqi felt even more anxious than Yi Ming. "You have seen my abilities. I can command a swarm to gather intelligence for you and even assist against rival teams, provided that you take care of my meals and drinks for the next 7 days," Wang Jior declared, casting her gaze toward the bucket of fried chicken. She was eager for Yi Ming to agree so she could relish a hamburger. Yi Ming tapped the table, redirecting Wang Jior's attention away from the bucket. "I can assure you of provisions, but I am not interested in collaboration." "Huh," Wang Jior replied, bewildered. "No collaboration, yet you offer meals. Is there such a good deal in this world?" However, with Yi Ming's next statement, Wang Jior realized that there truly is no free lunch. "While it is not difficult for me to provide sustenance, I only cater to my own women. Will you become one of mine?" "Ah," Wang Jior exclaimed, glancing at Jiangqi. "Do you have any objections?" Jiangqi, taken aback, responded, "Why would I have any objections? Aren't you two a couple?" Wang Jior was puzzled. The striking beauty of both Yi Ming and Jiangqi made them appear as a perfect pair, and their intimate demeanor suggested a romantic relationship. Jiangqi, sensing Wang Jior's confusion, clarified, "I am one of his women. Once you join, we will be sisters. I hope you do join. As our husband is the top-ranked Yi Ming, you will never regret today's decision." "He is your husband, not ours," Wang Jior retorted, somewhat annoyed, as she had not agreed to become Yi Ming's woman. However, She was taken aback to discover that Yi Ming was indeed the top-ranked individual, which explained his formidable prowess capable of eliminating her in an instant. Wang Jior turned to Yi Ming and inquired, "How many women do you have?" With an air of nonchalance, Yi Ming responded, tinged with a hint of regret, "Currently, I have about 7 or 8. But I will strive to acquire more in the future. Only 7 or 8. And you're looking to collect more?" Wang Jior exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief and her cheeks puffed up in indignation. Did Yi Ming truly believe that 7 or 8 was insufficient? Was he not concerned about exhausting himself? Crossing her arms, Wang Jior shook her head at Yi Ming, declaring, "I refuse to marry a fickle playboy, no matter how handsome you may be." "Then it seems we cannot collaborate." Yi Ming raised an eyebrow at Wang Jior. He then brought the bucket of chicken closer, withdrawing a chicken leg burger to feed Jiangqi. "Come, my dear, let us enjoy the entire bucket, leaving nothing for her." "You." Wang Jior glared at Yi Ming, fuming. Jiangqi covered her mouth and chuckled softly. She was all too familiar with Yi Ming's tactics, having been won over by bread and instant noodles herself. It remained to be seen how long this charming little bee could hold out. To play along with Yi Ming, Jiangqi took small bites of the hamburger he offered. "Darling, this is delicious. This one has a spicy flavor. You should try this chicken wing. This Orlan-style wing is cooked to perfection, but alas, there are only 2 left, just enough for us to have one each." Yi Ming and Jiangqi fed each other from the bucket of fried food, savoring each bite and commenting on the flavors. Wang Jior, sitting nearby, swallowed hard. She hadn't eaten anything since entering this world. Although there was some honey in the beehive, it was barely enough for the bees themselves, let alone to share with her. The aroma of fried chicken and burgers wafted through the room, intoxicatingly rich. Unable to resist the temptation of the delectable food, Wang Jior reached into the bucket, tore open a hamburger, and began to eat. Yi Ming and Jiangqi did not stop her, instead smiling as she devoured the burger. After finishing, Wang Jior resigned herself to her fate and glanced at Yi Ming. At least he was handsome. She didn't feel entirely disadvantaged. He was just a bit too fickle. Otherwise, she might have accepted his advances long ago. After all, who wouldn't want to romance a handsome man? Noticing Wang Jior's embarrassment, Jiangqi sat beside her to inquire about her situation. They introduced themselves and got to know one another. Wang Jior held a chicken leg in her left hand and a soda in her right, her gaze flickering toward Yi Ming from time to time. "Once we leave this world, you can't just abandon me. Otherwise, I would be at a loss." Yi Ming smiled and nodded. "Rest assured. As long as you don't betray me, I will always look after you." Wang Jior felt a wave of comfort at his words. She didn't want to compromise herself for a few meals, but if Yi Ming were to protect her in the future, it wouldn't be such a loss after all. Lunchtime passed swiftly, and the bucket was nearly empty. Yi Ming rose and looked at the 2 women. "Let us go. I'll take you to hunt zombies." Neither woman objected to the idea of hunting zombies. Jiangqi sought to enhance her strength and gain combat experience, while Wang Jior was curious about Yi Ming's abilities, wondering if he could protect her in the future. After a brief preparation, the 3 of them departed their residence. With Wang Jior's scouting ability, Yi Ming could easily locate areas with fewer zombies. When they encountered a small number of zombies, Yi Ming entrusted Jiangqi to handle them. Practicing on low-level zombies was perfectly suited for her. Moreover, Yi Ming personally taught Jiangqi how to fight, providing her with invaluable insights. These tactics were gleaned from Yi Ming's experiences battling from the ground up, and defeating low-level zombies posed little challenge. Jiangqi's attributes, strength, speed, and physique, were all rated at E level, and with combat boots, her speed reached D level. Such impressive stats surpassed even those of Zhang Lei and Joseph. Consequently, zombies faced nothing but slaughter at Jiangqi's hands. After she dispatched dozens of zombies with her wooden spear, her entire demeanor transformed. She exuded the aura of a female general, brimming with valor. As for Wang Jior, she harbored little interest in slaying the undead. After dispatching 2 zombies with her wooden bow, she refrained from further engagement. Even when Yi Ming offered to personally instruct her in combat, she declined. Her reasoning was that her abilities were ill-suited for confronting zombies, and she had resigned herself to this fact. After all, she had no hope of ranking within the top 10. In this alternate realm, she was merely a bystander. Encountering zombies was better left to Yi Ming, as it would enhance his score and secure his position at the forefront. Yi Ming did not protest. Everyone has their own aspirations. Furthermore, Wang Jior possessed formidable skills, as commanding a swarm of bees in battle could surely rattle Yi Ming. However, the efficacy of such swarms against zombies was regrettably minimal. Chapter 49. Fear not, my dear wife, for your husband shall lead you through the perilous hordes in the afternoon. Yi Ming, accompanied by Jiang Qi and Wang Jior, ventured forth to hunt zombies. During their expedition, Yi Ming sought to test the waters against a large horde of the undead, which nearly resulted in his encirclement on 2 occasions. This harrowing experience extinguished any lingering thoughts of confronting such formidable throngs alone, as he realized that facing a large horde was tantamount to courting death. Dealing with these overwhelming masses proved far more daunting than dispatching smaller groups, prompting Yi Ming to redirect his efforts toward the latter. As the day waned, the trio returned to their quarters, clutching several takeout meals and bottles of mineral water. Seated at the table, they began to dine. Do you ever feel that this zombie-infested world seems rather simplistic? Yi Ming inquired after taking a bite of his meal. An inexplicable sensation lingered within him, leading him to believe that the challenges presented by this post-apocalyptic realm were not as formidable as they ought to be. Wang Jior, however, appeared perplexed, unable to grasp Yi Ming's implication. Simple? In what sense? Jiang Qi rolled her eyes in response. My dear husband, your prowess undoubtedly renders the extermination of zombies an effortless task, yet not everyone shares your capabilities. Take a glance at the teams ranked beyond the 20th position. Their scores languish around 100 or even fewer. Intrigued by Jiang Qi's assertion, Yi Ming opened the ranking board. The top position remained his, with a score exceeding 2,100 points. Zhang Lei followed in second place with over 1,500 points, and Joseph secured third with just over 900. The ranks from 4 to 10 hovered between 600 and 700 points, while those from 10 to 20 settled between 400 and 500 points. However, a steep decline was evident beyond the 20th rank, where scores dwindled to approximately 100, with some teams barely scraping by with scores in the dozens. The least fortunate, Wang Jior, had a mere score of 3 points. Upon reviewing the rankings, a singular thought crossed Yi Ming's mind. The majority of teams appeared to have resigned themselves to mediocrity. For those beyond the 20th position, their motivations mirrored Wang Jior's. They no longer pursued the annihilation of zombies, instead opting to merely survive the 7 days to secure a basic reward. The scores of the top 10 teams were insurmountably high, leaving little hope for others to ascend, thus rendering the perilous endeavor of hunting zombies futile. Yet, as Yi Ming observed the prevailing apathy among the majority of teams, an unsettling premonition took root within him, though he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. Was the dungeon truly so effortlessly conquerable? Turning to Wang Jior, he said, Jior, once we finish our meal, let us prepare to collect the transportation fees promptly. Wang Jior murmured softly, her gaze fixed on her meal. However, a discerning eye would note the crimson hue that had crept up her alabaster neck, while Jiang Qi merely smiled in silence. After dinner, Wang Jior's affection level 2 within the city. Other teams similarly sought refuge in their quarters, none foolish enough to venture out for zombie hunting under the cover of night. Yet, one individual stood apart, Zhang Lei. However, Zhang Lei merely concealed himself within the building, manipulating his flying sword to hunt the zombies outside. He dared not venture out at night. Should he inadvertently stumble into a horde of the undead, he would be left to await his demise. Suddenly, as Zhang Lei intended to slay more zombies, he observed that all the undead were converging towards a singular direction. Were the zombies gathering? Zhang Lei ceased his hunt, his brow furrowed in contemplation of what this phenomenon might signify. In the dead of night, only the zombies roamed the city, while all teams sought refuge within their quarters, resting in slumber. Yi Ming lay enveloped in warmth, gradually succumbing to drowsiness. When the clock struck midnight, ding, the zombie hunting period has commenced. During the night, all zombies will pursue the 3 teams with the least points until dawn. Yi Ming and Jiang Qi's eyes widened in alarm. They had not yet fallen asleep, naturally overhearing the system notification. In contrast, Wang Jior, nestled in Yi Ming's embrace, slept soundly, oblivious to the unfolding events. At that moment, Yi Ming was drenched in cold sweat. The reality that all zombies would now pursue the last 3 teams meant that Wang Jior's location was known to them all. Get up and dress. We must leave this place, Yi Ming stated gravely. Jiang Qi, on the verge of tears, responded, Darling, my legs still feel weak. Do not fear. Just put on your clothes, and I will carry you if need be, Yi Ming reassured, signaling her to remain calm. He then roused Wang Jior, explaining their dire situation as they donned their clothes. What? I'm being hunted by all the zombies? Wang Jior exclaimed. her face paling as she clutched Yiming's arm. "You cannot abandon me. I gave you my all." Yiming gave her a firm tap on the head, admonishing, "If you wish to survive, hurry and dress. Meanwhile, send out a swarm to scout the surroundings." "Oh, okay." Wang Jua nodded vigorously, her mind still hazy, her only anchor being Yiming. She would heed his every word without question. The trio quickly donned their attire, deeming food and weapons unnecessary. The sole essential was Wang Jua's beehive. As she secured the beehive on her back, she gazed at Yiming with trepidation, fearful he might deem her a burden and abandon her. Jiangqi, her legs trembling, also looked to Yiming, having hoped to recuperate from a night's sleep only to find calamity instead. Yiming, observing the two women, felt a considerable weight of concern. Their limited mobility rendered escape from the zombie onslaught impossible. Yet, he could not bear to leave them behind to flee alone. He was compelled to protect them. Their location had already been compromised, and he could not dare leave Jiangqi behind while escaping with Wang Jua. Thus, it was paramount for both to remain by his side for their safety. Yiming crouched down, allowing Wang Jua, with her beehive, to clamber onto his back. He then fashioned a towel to secure them together, ensuring that Wang Jua would remain firmly attached to him. Subsequently, Yiming invited Jiangqi to lay in his embrace, cradling her with his left arm while wielding a wooden spear in his right hand, with Wang Jua and a beehive strapped to his back. "Do not fear, my beloved wives. Witness how I shall lead you to victory," he reassured them. To ensure their safety, Yiming exchanged for 7 D-grade attribute orbs, enhancing his speed to D-grade. With that, he leaped directly out of the window. Chapter 50. Wang Jua returns home. Yiming, accompanied by 2 women, leaped down from a building and dispatched several zombies with a wooden spear. He then inquired, "Jua, how fares the reconnaissance of the swarm? Which direction harbors fewer zombies?" Wang Jua, ever obedient to Yiming's commands, had dispatched the swarm to survey the surroundings, and now bees were returning from all directions. The trio was surrounded by dozens of buzzing bees, resembling a disturbed hive. Wang Jua nestled on Yiming's back, communicating vital information with the bees nearby. Soon, she pointed towards a particular direction, declaring, "Over there are fewer zombies. The horde has yet to gather." Indeed, the trio was not encircled by zombies, largely due to Yiming's earlier massacre during the day. Otherwise, the ground below would have been teeming with the undead. With a clear direction, Yiming did not hesitate and began to flee with the 2 women. Their immediate objective was to escape the encirclement of the zombie horde. Should they encounter a high-level zombie, their only fate would be death. Yiming moved swiftly, and even with the presence of 2 burdens, he was beyond the reach of the zombies. Meanwhile, Wang Jua was not idle. She dispatched all her bees to scout the surrounding area. The swarm served as Yiming's eyes, proving invaluable in ensuring he did not inadvertently stumble into the horde. Under Wang Jua's guidance, they navigated the city in a series of stops and starts. However, Wang Jua's expression grew increasingly anxious. Despite Yiming's rapid pace, the zombies in the city continued to converge upon her, and the inevitable outcome loomed. Escape would soon be impossible. After dispatching a few more zombies with a spear, Yiming recognized the gravity of the situation and began to contemplate a solution. Before long, he grasped that the key to their predicament lay with Wang Jua. "We cannot continue like this, Jua. You must slay zombies to earn points and elevate your ranking. As long as you are not among the last 3, you will not be pursued by the undead." Indeed, both Jiangqi and Wang Jua exclaimed in unison, their faces lighting up with realization. This was, after all, the only viable solution at present. Jiangqi quickly accessed the leaderboard, eager to determine how many points Wang Jua needed to surpass the 4th from the bottom. Upon glancing at the screen, her expression shifted dramatically. "Darling, 2 names are missing from the leaderboard. Jua has ascended to the 98th position. It appears that the individuals in 98th and 99th place have fallen victim to the zombies." Yiming nodded in understanding. They had reacted swiftly. Other teams could not have escaped the encirclement as they had. Moreover, even Yiming, without Wang Jua's assistance from the swarm, would not have made it this far. Returning to the matter at hand, for Wang Jua to evade the relentless pursuit of the zombies, her rank needed to rise to at least 95th place. However, Yiming believed that even the 95th position offered no guarantee of safety. Who could predict how many teams would perish that night? Yiming discerned that this leaderboard resembled a death list. The lower the rank, the swifter the demise. No one could afford to slack off. The reward of 6 attribute spheres was not so easily acquired. Thus, Yiming resolved to bolster Wang Jua's points. Taking advantage of the absence of zombies in the vicinity, he gently set Wang Jiu'er down from his back, allowing Jiang Qi to carry the B-box on her back instead. The positions of the two individuals needed to be swapped, facilitating Wang Jiu'er's hunt for zombies. Yi Ming used a towel to bind Jiang Qi and himself together, then exchanged 12 attribute orbs for Wang Jiu'er. After producing the 12 orbs, Yi Ming's favorability score dwindled to a meager 2 points. Jiu'er, enhance your strength and speed. Prepare to slay the zombies. Wang Jiu'er gazed in astonishment at the attribute orbs in her hand, tears welling in her eyes. In that moment, she truly grasped the benefits of being Yi Ming's woman. His sense of responsibility moved her deeply. Yi Ming could have easily abandoned her, fleeing with Jiang Qi, yet he never relinquished her and even gifted her 12 attribute orbs, a value surpassing that of any leaderboard reward. Brother Yi Ming, thank you. I will forever be your woman. At that moment, Wang Jiu'er's favorability rose to 5. It marked her complete allegiance to Yi Ming. Yi Ming, smiling, then exchanged 6 more attribute orbs for Wang Jiu'er, saying, "Let us enhance your stamina as well. You will be slaying many zombies tonight." Wang Jiu'er took the 6 additional orbs, momentarily dazed by the 18 orbs she now held. Yi Ming was remarkably generous. Who would dare believe that he would so readily part with 18 attribute orbs? Yet, Yi Ming's generosity did not end there. He also crafted a pair of battle boots and a wooden spear for Wang Jiu'er. Noticing that Wang Jiu'er had yet to absorb the orbs, he playfully flicked her forehead. "What are you thinking? Quickly absorb the attribute orbs and put on the battle boots." Ouch! Wang Jiu'er felt a sharp pain on her forehead, snapping to attention in a flurry of responses. Jiang Qi, perched on Yi Ming's back, stifled a laugh. This sister was evidently overwhelmed by his lavishness. She had previously stated that she would never regret becoming Yi Ming's woman. Wang Jiu'er absorbed the 18 attribute orbs, enhancing her strength, speed, and constitution to E level. It is worth mentioning that she had previously opened a bronze treasure chest, acquiring 6 attribute orbs which she had used to enhance her mental acuity, necessary for controlling swarms of bees. Now, all 4 of Wang Jiu'er's attributes stood at E level, while Jiang Qi possessed 3 E level attributes and 1 E level in mental prowess. In terms of attributes, Wang Jiu'er even surpassed Jiang Qi, and with her bee-controlling ability, she was practically invincible, especially after donning the battle boots. Her speed attribute elevated to D level, leaving her feeling somewhat euphoric. However, Yi Ming remained grounded, carrying Jiang Qi on his back while embracing Wang Jiu'er as they evaded the relentless pursuit of the zombie horde within the city. When encountering fewer zombies, Wang Jiu'er would handle the situation, but when faced with larger groups, they would flee immediately. The role of the bee swarm proved crucial, preventing the trio from being encircled by the undead. As Wang Jiu'er's zombie kill count steadily increased, her score continued to rise. Yi Ming, besides ensuring their escape, offered guidance on combat experience to Wang Jiu'er. The most relaxed of the trio was Jiang Qi, who was nearly dozing off on Yi Ming's back. Meanwhile, most teams within the city were in a state of panic. They had awakened in the dead of night to alarming system notifications, all aware that zombies were relentlessly pursuing the 3 teams at the bottom of the leaderboard, a chase that would not cease until dawn. This has left those who chose to languish in mediocrity filled with regret, particularly the teams ranked in the 80s and 90s, who have begun to panic. The names on the leaderboard are dwindling. We cannot remain idle. Let us venture forth to slay zombies and elevate our ranking. Some teams, unafraid of the encroaching night, bravely set out to hunt the undead. Before long, every team noticed that certain names were rising in points. Everyone is astute enough to understand the implications of this. Thus, restlessness ensued, prompting all to venture out at night to hunt zombies and enhance their team standing. A fierce competition emerged among the various teams. Yet, the most composed were those in the top 10. They knew that the zombies would not pursue them tonight. Instead, they preferred to take advantage of the night to rest longer and rejuvenate their spirits, planning to slay even more zombies by day. Chapter 51. The Dilemma of the Zombie World Nightfall. As the number of participants on the leaderboard steadily dwindled, the previously lethargic teams could no longer remain idle. They ventured forth to hunt zombies in a bid to accumulate points. This surge in activity posed a considerable challenge for Wang Jiu'er in her quest to improve her ranking. While others relentlessly hunted the undead, Jiu'er found herself struggling to keep pace, especially as she needed to evade being encircled by hordes of zombies. The diminishing numbers on the leaderboard perpetually kept her trapped among the bottom 3 teams. After dispatching a zombie with her wooden spear, Jiu'er hastily checked the leaderboard. Discovering her rank was now 92, placing her in the penultimate position. If she could elevate herself by just one rank, she would escape the relentless pursuit of the undead. However, before long, the last rank participant vanished from the leaderboard, naturally elevating Jiu'er to second to last. Why is this happening? A sense of injustice welled up within her. The leaderboard seemed to mock her, keeping her ensnared within the bottom three. Coupled with the rising scores of other teams, her prospects appeared increasingly bleak, filling her with a sense of helplessness that nearly brought her to tears. At that moment, Ming enveloped her in his embrace. We must leave. Which direction has fewer zombies? Brother Ming, Jiu'er's lips trembled, her voice tinged with the quiver of impending tears. It was then that Ming noticed her distress. He gently pressed his lips to her trembling mouth in a gesture of comfort. Their gazes locked, and he beheld the tears glimmering in her eyes. With me by your side, what do you have to fear? Rest assured, I shall never abandon you. Quickly, tell me which direction has fewer zombies. We cannot linger here, for I have yet to meet all the beautiful women in this world. With a soft laugh, Jiu'er wiped away her tears, momentarily astonished by Ming's thoughts of romance even in such dire circumstances, and promptly pointed him in the right direction. Ming swiftly cradled Jiu'er in one arm while carrying the drowsy Jiangqi on his back, hastening towards the route she indicated. Throughout this sleepless night, the numbers on the leaderboard continued to decline. To all, it resembled a ledger of life and death. Once one found themselves among the bottom three, no hiding place could offer safety. Some attempted to barricade themselves in tall buildings, sealing off doors, but before the relentless tide of zombies, they created mountains of corpses, climbing to breach windows and invade the interiors. Others sought refuge in basements, believing they could evade the zombies' pursuit. Yet, advanced zombies were not mere decorations. They would unearth those hiding within the depths. Unless one possessed the extraordinary combination of nighttime reconnaissance skills and the speed and strength to escape the zombies. Like Ming and Jiu'er, the only option remaining was to await death. In essence, no one wished to be among the bottom three teams. After what felt like an eternity of flight, and having slain numerous zombies, Jiu'er finally saw her rank rise, liberating her from the bottom three. Ming and Jiangqi exhaled in relief. At last, the zombies have ceased their pursuit. Jiu'er felt her legs weaken, collapsing into Ming's arms. Jiangqi chuckled. I told you, we would be just fine. After ensuring their safety, Jiangqi nestled against Ming's back, a smile of happiness gracing her face, evoking fond memories of their tender embrace prior to boarding the vehicle. To her surprise, she found herself quite enamored with the feeling of being draped over Ming. Even when he suggested she dismount, Jiangqi steadfastly refused, leaving Ming perplexed, unaware of her newfound affection for clinging to him. Once Jiu'er ascended the rankings, Ming swiftly led the two women indoors, where the horde of pursuing zombies began to disperse. Let us take a moment to rest here, Ming proposed, glancing at Jiu'er, whose face was glistening with perspiration yet radiated the joy of having narrowly escaped death. Throughout the ordeal, Jiu'er had taken on the roles of scout and zombie slayer, leaving her utterly exhausted, both mentally and physically. Noticing Jiu'er's hair matted with sweat against her petite face, Ming gently brushed aside the damp strands and fashioned a makeshift towel to help her wipe away the moisture. We must remain vigilant. Once the horde has fully dispersed, Jiu'er, you must continue to eliminate zombies to enhance your ranking. Understood, Jiu'er nodded, accepting the towel to dab at her perspiring cheeks, her gaze towards Ming now imbued with a newfound warmth. After this night, she truly felt a burgeoning affection for him. It is only through shared experiences of life and death that one can genuinely appreciate the sense of security that comes from being protected by a man. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the moment, Jiu'er might have even contemplated offering him fare for the ride. Unbeknownst to Ming, he was oblivious to her sentiments. His current intrigue lay in how Jiu'er had managed to survive in this alternate realm in her past life. Surely it could not have been Li Tianyu who rescued her. Was it possible that Jiu'er possessed some undiscovered capability for slaying zombies? Ming observed the swarm of bees fluttering around her, his expression pensive. Jiu'er, is it possible for your swarm to evolve? Or perhaps spawn other varieties? It cannot evolve, and I can only control honeybees and wasps, Jiu'er replied. Ming nodded, committing this information to memory. By the way, Jiu'er, what is the classification of your mode of transportation? It is Class A. Discovered in the underground garage of a flower shop, she answered, now fully trusting Ming and revealing the details of her vehicle without hesitation. After a brief wait, the zombie horde outside had dissipated. With Jiangqi on his back, Yi Ming and Wang Jiu resumed their offensive against the zombies. This time, free from the threat of pursuit and encirclement, they unleashed their full potential in combat, no longer burdened by the thought of needing to flee after dispatching a few undead. As long as the horde lacked advanced zombies, Yi Ming felt secure. Their points began to accumulate swiftly, and their rankings gradually improved. As dawn broke, the group had successfully endured the night. The zombies ceased congregating and began to roam aimlessly. Yi Ming checked the leaderboard. Wang Jiu had ascended to the 75th position. With only 83 teams remaining, remarkably, 17 teams had perished overnight. Based on this mortality rate, by the 5th day, nearly all teams would likely be extinguished. Yi Ming inhaled sharply, taken aback by the grim reality. The conundrum of the zombie world unexpectedly unfolds here. Wang Jiu remains vigilant, observing Yi Ming's pallor, and promptly inquires, "Brother Yi, what troubles you?" Yi Ming shakes his head, choosing not to divulge his thoughts to Wang Jiu for the moment. "It's nothing, Jiu. Can your swarm locate our former residence? After a long night, we ought to return and rest." The trio finds themselves in a less than favorable state, particularly Wang Jiu, whose spirit and stamina have waned considerably. Were it not for Yi Ming carrying her during their escapes, she would scarcely possess the strength to combat the zombies. With the assistance of her swarm, Wang Jiu is well aware of the location of their previous abode. Thus, Yi Ming cradles Wang Jiu while shouldering Jiangqi. Hastening back to their dwelling, the three share a modest meal before collapsing onto their beds, surrendering to slumber. Chapter 52. Zhonglei, Song Shensi. The following noon, blinding sunlight streamed through the window. Yi Ming and his companions had slumbered through the morning, their physical strength and spirits fully restored, and one by one, they began to awaken. Yi Ming opened his eyes and stretched languidly. After a night spent being pursued by zombies, their exhaustion had dissipated. "All right, rise and shine." He encouraged the two women, signaling that it was time to get up and not linger around him, as they still had to venture out to hunt zombies. The two women giggled and, disregarding Yi Ming, made their way to the living room to share hushed whispers. Observing the close bond between them, Yi Ming chose not to comment. Their shared experience of being chased by zombies had forged a profound friendship among the trio. After a simple breakfast of bread, they readied themselves once more for the hunt. Yi Ming glanced at the leaderboard. He remained in first place with over 2,800 points. Zhang Lei held second place with more than 2,500 points, while Joseph was in third with around 1,600 points. Notably, Wang Jiu had slipped to the 80th position with just over 300 points. After a morning's rest, her rank had plummeted considerably, landing her in the fourth-to-last position. Teams were no longer daring to be complacent. No one wished to find themselves targeted by zombies at night due to a low rank. Thus, everyone was devising strategies to hunt down as many zombies as possible. As Yi Ming descended the stairs with the two women, ready to embark on their hunt, he discovered 8 individuals waiting for him downstairs. They appeared to belong to 2 different teams, one comprised of 3 Taoist priests in traditional robes, and the other led by a man in military attire, accompanied by 4 subordinates wielding wooden spears. The 8 gazed at Yi Ming, surprised to see 2 beautiful women by his side. It was unexpected for the top-ranked Yi Ming to indulge in such company. A hint of envy flickered in their eyes. The group of over 10 stood below, exchanging glances. Yi Ming was the first to react, recognizing that the man in military garb was Zhang Lei, while the youthful figure in Taoist robes was likely Song Shensi. Both had been formidable figures in their past lives, and he had anticipated encountering them here. They must have come seeking him. At that moment, the Taoist leader stepped forward, addressing Yi Ming. "Brother Yi Ming, we bear no ill intentions, so please do not misunderstand. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Song Shensi, currently ranked 6th, and this is Zhang Lei, ranked 2nd. We have come to propose a collaboration." Collaboration? Yi Ming's gaze shifted to Wang Jiu, recalling how she had approached him with a similar proposition yesterday. Surely, this group wasn't he seeking to take advantage of him for provisions, was it? "Speak then, what sort of collaboration do you have in mind?" He replied nonchalantly. Song Shensi gathered his thoughts and quickly explained, "I possess the ability to divine the secrets of the heavens. For instance, I foresaw that your residence here was predestined. I have also discerned that if all teams continue to act independently, we are all destined for demise. Calculating the loss of 20 teams each night, by the 6th and 7th days, all will fall to the zombies. The sole solution is to hunt high-level zombies. Therefore, I hope to unite all teams to jointly hunt these formidable foes." Song Shinsi eloquently articulated numerous points, clearly outlining the issues plaguing the world of zombies along with potential solutions. Zhang Lei, however, remained silent, evidently in agreement with Song Shinsi's proposal, for his presence here suggested as much. The gazes of both teams converged upon Yi Ming, their curiosity piqued regarding the thoughts of this top-ranked individual. Yi Ming subtly nodded, recognizing the validity of the fortune teller's observations, albeit uncertain about the proposed solutions. He then inquired, why would eliminating advanced zombies resolve this issue? I maintain that our focus should be on vanquishing ordinary zombies to diminish their numbers, which would constitute a more effective solution. Yi Ming articulated his perspective and conjecture. Upon hearing Yi Ming's remarks, Song Shinsi's eyes brightened with intrigue. Yi Ming did not contest his views but instead shared his thoughts. From Yi Ming's words, it was apparent that he too had identified the problem, thus making his persuasion half successful. Song Shinsi promptly elucidated, the sheer volume of ordinary zombies is overwhelming. We cannot hope to eradicate them all. In contrast, the advanced zombies are limited to a mere 100, matching our team's size. If we can eliminate these 100 advanced zombies, the nighttime zombie activities would lose their command, allowing us to take refuge on higher ground, where they could not reach us. Oh, Yi Ming's interest piqued, finding merit in Song Shinsi's reasoning, though he remained uncertain of its veracity. Should all advanced zombies be eradicated, the ordinary zombies would revert to instinctual behavior, indeed struggling to ascend the buildings. Moreover, according to the fortune teller, there were only 100 advanced zombies, which made the situation rather intriguing. It resembled a duel between two species. By day, humans hunted zombies, while by night, zombies pursued humans, each vying to survive beyond 7 days. Fascinating. Yi Ming finally grasped the mechanics of the zombie world. In his previous life, Wang Zhou'er, the fortune teller, Zhang Lei, and Li Tianyu had likely survived this ordeal by exterminating all advanced zombies within 7 days. With a smile, he turned to the others. There exists a large horde of around 800 to 900 zombies nearby. Would you be interested in joining me to hunt the advanced zombies? The fortune teller and Zhang Lei exchanged glances, clearly taken aback by Yi Ming's eagerness. Song Shinsi quickly interjected, Brother Yi Ming, do not act impulsively. Large hordes are formidable adversaries. Moreover, the horde is commanded by advanced zombies, and our numbers are insufficient. Venturing forth would be akin to courting death. Zhang Lei nodded in agreement, adding, I have attempted to hunt advanced zombies before. Their intelligence is quite formidable. Even when I concealed myself at a distance, I nearly found myself encircled by the horde. It was evident that both men had encountered large hordes and held a certain trepidation toward the advanced zombies. Song Shinsi then proposed a strategy for dealing with the large horde, to assemble 2 to 3 dozen teams, wherein weaker individuals would divert the ordinary zombies, allowing high-caliber fighters like Yi Ming and Zhang Lei to target the advanced zombies. This, he asserted, would be the most prudent and effective approach. Their current dilemma lay in the organization of 2 to 3 dozen teams. Song Shinsi aspired to unite the top 20 to 30 teams by leveraging the charisma of Yi Ming, Zhang Lei, and Joseph. However, Yi Ming waved his hand dismissively, suggesting, it is too cumbersome. Let us first attempt to hunt a high-level zombie. You two should be able to divert half of the zombies without issue, leaving the remainder to us. Zhang Lei and Song Shinsi exchanged glances, taken aback by Yi Ming's unwavering confidence. Zhang Lei was the first to regain his composure and concurred with Yi Ming's proposal, stating, if we manage to slay a high-level zombie, it would lend considerable credence to our call for collaboration among other teams. Moreover, I am eager to witness your prowess. After all, your score is rising at a pace that surpasses mine. Seeing Zhang Lei's agreement, Song Shinsi gritted his teeth and nodded in assent. The three parties promptly engaged in strategizing their approach to tackle the formidable horde of zombies. Chapter 53. The Hunt for the Advanced Zombie. In a small park nestled within the city, a congregation of nearly 1,000 zombies gathered, all under the command of a towering advanced zombie, standing at 3 meters tall and entirely muscular. Unlike the wandering undead elsewhere, these zombies were clustered together, a dense mass resembling an army. Should anyone dare to provoke them, they would be instantly overwhelmed by the horde, offering no chance for resistance. Outside the small park, 3 young men clad in robes furrowed their brows. Brother, do you truly believe there are only 800 or 900 zombies? It feels as though there are over 1,000, inquired one Taoist. Song Shinsi shook his head, uncertain of the exact number. However, for the sake of caution, he calculated a divination for himself and his 2 companions. All is well. Let us proceed with caution. The danger is not substantial. Upon hearing this, his two disciples breathed a sigh of relief. With newfound courage, the three Taoists began to shout and draw the attention of the horde. Roars echoed from within the mass of zombies, as if issuing commands. In response, all the zombies began to move, pursuing the three men. Viewed from above, the horde resembled a colossal hand, encircling Song Shensi and his companions. Run! Terrified, the trio turned and fled, unwilling to remain stationary as the zombies closed in. Under the command of the advanced zombie, the horde exhibited a noticeable increase in speed compared to ordinary zombies, even breaking into a run, creating an astonishing scene. The three Taoists instinctively quickened their pace, adhering to their predetermined escape route, their goal to lure the large horde away from the park. Among the zombies, the conspicuous advanced zombie remained oblivious to the fact that Song Shensi and his companions were enticing it. Driven purely by instinct, it relentlessly pursued the humans, roaring to hasten the horde in its chase. Yet, despite the horde's increased speed, the once-dense formation began to scatter. Roar! The advanced zombie urged the horde not to let the trio escape. Unbeknownst to it, the formation of its horde, akin to a long serpent, was trailing after Song Shensi and his companions throughout the city. The trio, following a pre-established escape route, gradually maneuvered towards the cluster of buildings, causing the horde to be impeded by the terrain. As the chase ensued, a flying sword emerged from behind, effortlessly slaying several zombies before leisurely retreating. Roar! The advanced zombie bellowed in fury, feeling provoked as it spotted a man in military attire beckoning at it. Roar! With a furious cry, the advanced zombie led the horde in pursuit of the flying sword. However, half of the horde remained oblivious, still fixated on chasing Song Shensi and his companions, unaware that their leader had shifted its target. Consequently, the horde divided into two factions. One continued its relentless pursuit of Song Shensi, while the other turned to chase Zhonglei. At this moment, the advanced zombie remained unaware of the developing situation, yet its horde had already diminished by half. The advanced zombie led the remaining half of its horde in pursuit of Zhonglei. However, en route, 4 men armed with wooden spears suddenly emerged, diverting a portion of the zombies away. These 4 men were Zhonglei's followers, tasked with further leading some of the zombies astray. Although each of them managed to attract only about 70 or 80 zombies, collectively they drew away 200 to 300. Consequently, only about 100 or 200 zombies remained in pursuit of Zhonglei. At this juncture, the advanced zombie finally recognized the predicament. Its horde was not only diminished in numbers, but also scattered due to the relentless chase. The humans were systematically luring away its minions. The advanced zombie, not particularly astute, grasped the situation. Nevertheless, it remained indifferent. The zombies drawn away held little significance for it. Even if all were led astray, it would incur no loss, as it did not rely on its underlings for combat. Moreover, during the day, commanding the ordinary zombies was mentally taxing for the advanced zombie. The more zombies it commanded, the more sluggish and uncomfortable it felt. Thus, the fewer zombies it controlled during the day, the better its condition. This was why it could comprehend the human strategy of luring away its horde. Furthermore, there existed disparities in strength among advanced zombies. Those with greater power commanded fewer ordinary zombies during the day. Conversely, those commanding thousands were often the weakest, lacking a sense of security, which compelled them to control a vast number of zombies. This particular advanced zombie was confident in its own strength, allowing its horde to chase after the humans, thus distancing itself from their control. It was curious to see what tricks the humans had up their sleeves, firmly believing it would not be hunted by them. As the advanced zombie pursued Zhonglei with its dwindling horde, Yi Ming, accompanied by Jiang Qi and Wang Jior, suddenly charged from a corner. The trio advanced directly towards the advanced zombie, plunging the scene into chaos. Some zombies continued to chase Zhonglei, while others turned their aggression towards Yi Ming and were swiftly dispatched by wooden spears. Leave the ordinary zombies to you, Yi Ming instructed the 2 women at his side. Jiang Qi swiftly pierced several zombies with her spear, then smiled. Go for it, darling. I believe in you. Brother Yi Ming, don't worry about a thing. My sister Jiang Qi and I will handle these ordinary zombies, Wang Jior asserted confidently, patting her small chest. She aimed to slay more zombies to accumulate points, unwilling to be pursued by zombies throughout the night again. As for whether Yi Ming could defeat the advanced zombie, the sisters had no doubts. They had witnessed Yi Ming's prowess the previous night. If even Yi Ming could not vanquish the advanced zombie, then all would be doomed to perish in this world. With a carefree smile, Ming brandished his wooden spear and swiftly advanced towards the advanced zombie. Although ordinary zombies attempted to obstruct him, they were effortlessly dispatched in an instant. Ming's D-class speed was beyond the capacity of these zombies to hinder. Moreover, the horde was not only sparse in numbers but also lacked the dense formation they had exhibited in the park, rendering the ordinary zombies an even lesser threat to Ming. Ming swiftly approached the formidable advanced zombie, hurling a spear aimed at its head. However, the wooden spear merely grazed the skin atop the zombie's skull. With a furious roar, the advanced zombie swung a massive fist toward Ming. The ground trembled as the zombie's fist struck, sending shards of stone flying and causing the earth to shatter. Yet, Ming deftly evaded the blow, his speed far surpassing that of the undead creature. However, the advanced zombie did not relent after a single strike. Like a raging gorilla, it unleashed a flurry of blows upon Ming. The ground was devastated, resembling a battlefield ravaged by countless shells, with not a single intact patch remaining. The advanced zombie relentlessly pursued Ming, its fists crashing down in a cacophony of destruction. Yet, Ming effortlessly dodged each attack, appearing to toy with the creature. In truth, he was not mocking the advanced zombie. Rather, he was acclimatizing to its combat style. This particular zombie was no easy opponent, boasting immense size, strength, and speed, coupled with an erratic fighting technique. Ming remained cautious, fully aware that a single hit could inflict serious injury. Thus, he meticulously avoided each of the advanced zombie's assaults, refraining from any direct confrontation. Chapter 54. The descending flying sword. Jiang Qi and Wang Jiu'er swiftly cleared the area of zombies. Yet their gazes frequently drifted towards the fierce clash between Ming and the advanced zombie. The oppressive aura emanating from the advanced zombie was overwhelming. Each strike it unleashed could shatter the ground, intensifying the concern for Ming's safety in the hearts of the two women. Gritting her teeth, Jiang Qi dispatched several zombies with her wooden spear and urged the distracted Wang Jiu'er, stop staring. Quickly eliminate these ordinary zombies. Wang Jiu'er nodded fervently. The only thing they could do now was assist Ming in clearing the lesser zombies. With over 100 ordinary zombies in the vicinity, the task was not daunting for the two women. Meanwhile, Ming found himself in a dire predicament. Inflicting damage upon the advanced zombie proved exceedingly challenging. The issue lay with the wooden spear in his grasp, which was evidently inadequate for combat of such caliber. A weapon worth 5 escape coins struggled against ordinary beasts. The notion of defeating an advanced zombie was farcical. Ming needed at least a 1-star melee weapon to inflict any harm upon the zombie. Currently, he could only rely on his own speed to entangle the zombie, delivering minimal damage with the wooden spear. As he evaded the advanced zombie's ferocious hammering, he swiftly leaped back, creating a distance of 5 or 6 meters, and hurled the wooden spear with all his strength. Swish! Thud! The spear embedded itself in the advanced zombie's shoulder, but was ensnared by its muscles and bones, with only the tip piercing its flesh. Roar! The advanced zombie bellowed in fury, effortlessly yanking the spear from its shoulder. The attack had inflicted little harm. Barely any blood had spilled. The advanced zombie's robust muscles and skeletal structure served as its finest shield, with its sole vulnerability residing in its head. Even if its body were pierced by the wooden spear, it would not significantly affect it, unless the spear could penetrate its brain. Ming had no hope of vanquishing this formidable foe. Conversely, a single blow from the advanced zombie would decisively determine the outcome of their encounter. At that moment, Ming contemplated abandoning the pursuit of the advanced zombie. Meanwhile, not far away, Zhang Lei noticed that only a handful of zombies trailed behind him. Realizing that Ming had engaged in battle, he swiftly shook off the zombies pursuing him and retraced his steps to locate Ming and the others. Upon arriving at the scene, Zhang Lei beheld Ming locked in combat with the advanced zombie, while Jiang Qi and Wang Jiu'er dispatched ordinary zombies. Indeed impressive, Zhang Lei thought. Observing the struggle between Ming and the advanced zombie, a sense of admiration swelling within him. He finally comprehended the disparity between himself and Ming. Their attributes were not on the same level. If Zhang Lei were to confront this advanced zombie, he would be instantaneously reduced to a pulp. No, I, Zhang Lei, must lend my assistance. Never one to stand idly by, Zhang Lei resolved to aid Ming and the others. He immediately summoned his flying sword to assist Jiang Qi and Wang Jiu'er in their slaughter of the zombies. The advanced zombie was beyond his capability to challenge. But surely he could handle the ordinary ones. The sudden appearance of the flying sword swiftly decimated the zombies, startling Jiangqi and Wang Jiu'er. Upon witnessing the flying sword solely targeting the zombies and not attacking them, the two women felt a sense of relief, despite their lingering curiosity about the sword's origin. They remained focused on eliminating the undead. Meanwhile, after grappling with the advanced zombie for a while, Ming resolved to retreat. He realized that he could not vanquish this formidable foe unless he acquired a superior weapon. Casting a glance toward Jiangqi and her companion, he intended to signal them to flee. However, he was taken aback to see a flying sword relentlessly slashing through the zombies. Intrigued, Ming's eyes sparkled as he fixated on the sword soaring through the air. Its sharpness was unmistakable, effortlessly severing the heads of the zombies. If only it were swifter, it could have easily decapitated the advanced zombie. What a splendid piece of wild weaponry. Ming felt exhilarated. Fortune favored him as he desperately needed a weapon to combat the zombies. And here was a sword seemingly materializing from thin air. What is the essence of a fated child? At this moment, Ming comprehended it fully. He was indeed that individual. The sword appeared somewhat proud, as if questioning why it should slay mere ordinary zombies instead of soaring into his grasp to acknowledge him as its master. Yet, Ming understood this sentiment. The sword exuded a certain sentience. A hint of flaw in its character was to be expected. After all, such a weapon would offer a gratifying sense of accomplishment when tamed. As he continued to engage with the advanced zombie, he stealthily edged closer to the sword. Unbeknownst to those around, they assumed Ming was merely caught in a serendipitous clash near the flying sword. Suddenly, seizing the opportune moment, Ming lunged toward the sword with astonishing swiftness, catching even the advanced zombie off guard. Like a child grasping a dragonfly, he snatched the sword into his hands, erupting into joyous laughter as if he had discovered a treasure. Not far off, Zhang Lei, clad in military attire, was taken aback. Wait a moment, that is my sword, he thought. Why on earth is Ming abruptly seizing my flying sword while engaged in such a fierce battle with the advanced zombie? Zhang Lei attempted to command the sword to escape Ming's grasp, but it remained firmly held. His face flushed crimson with frustration, unable to retrieve it. Meanwhile, Ming cared little for the sword's desire to fly away. With a flourish, he brandished it and charged at the advanced zombie. At last, I possess a weapon. Just watch me end you. His pent-up resentment from being battered by the advanced zombie was palpable. Though his speed and strength surpassed that of his adversary, he had previously been unable to breach the zombie's muscular defenses without a weapon. Now, the tide of battle had shifted. Ming swiftly closed the distance, the sword slashing through the air. With a sharp thrust, he inflicted a deep wound, 1 meter long, upon the advanced zombie's chest, dark crimson blood gushing from the injury. Enraged, the advanced zombie bellowed, its arms flailing in an effort to strike Ming. Yet, Ming's speed was unmatched. It could not land a blow. With his newly acquired weapon, his combat style transformed dramatically. As he evaded the zombie's attacks, he continued to unleash a flurry of slashes. Countless gashes appeared on the zombie's body. Empowered by the weapon, Ming became ferocious, relentlessly pursuing the advanced zombie with a barrage of strikes. A mighty advanced zombie let out a chilling roar, its eyes gleaming with fear. It was utterly unprepared for the ferocity that Ming exhibited wielding a weapon. Now, its body was marred with numerous sword wounds, leaving it in a state of utter disarray. The once formidable advanced zombie visibly faltered, turning to flee. Yet, Ming was not one to grant it an escape. He expertly aimed for its neck and struck with precision. Had Zhang Lei been controlling the flying sword, it would have posed little threat to the advanced zombie. However, Ming's extraordinary speed and strength rendered his strike devastating, severing the zombie's grotesque head from its body. With the weapon in hand, Ming's attributes utterly overwhelmed this undead foe. Victory was his. Jiangqi and Wang Jiu'er joyously embraced each other in celebration. From a distance, Zhang Lei clenched his fists in excitement, unable to suppress his admiration for Ming's combat prowess. It was truly remarkable. Nonetheless, despite his admiration, Zhang Lei was concerned about his flying sword now in Ming's possession. He needed to retrieve it promptly. Chapter 55. The mutant hornet Ming held the head of a high-level zombie in one hand while grasping the long sword that was attempting to fly away with the other. He looked at Zhang Lei with confusion. Is this sword yours? Zhang Lei nodded eagerly, his gaze fixated on Ming's firm grip on the sword's hilt. Unable to suppress a gulp. Damn it, could Ming be contemplating keeping his flying sword for himself? Zhang Lei even thought that if Ming were to strike him down with the sword right now, he would have no recourse for grievance. As this notion crossed his mind, a pang of anxiety struck him. Indeed, The next moment, Yi Ming raised the flying sword. Scrutinizing it closely, there's no name inscribed on it. How could it possibly belong to you? This sword is clearly ownerless, and I just seized it moments ago. You are not trying to falsely claim it, are you? Indeed, I witnessed the sword flying aimlessly through the air, devoid of a master. Moreover, you were not even present at the scene. Wang Jiuer interjected hastily in support. Zhang Lei's audacity was truly remarkable, shamelessly approaching Yi Ming to request his sword. Had it not been for their recent collaboration, Wang Jiuer would have unleashed the hornets upon him. Jiangqi stood beside Yi Ming, assessing Zhang Lei from head to toe. She had already surmised that the flying sword likely belonged to him, yet she chose to remain silent. Under the scrutinizing gazes of Yi Ming and the others, Zhang Lei felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly pointed at the flying sword in Yi Ming's possession. This sword is my weapon. You can release it, and it will naturally return to my side. Absolutely not, Yi Ming replied with a firm shake of his head. What if I let go and the sword flies away? Can you compensate for that loss? Zhang Lei was drenched in sweat, realizing he could not afford to lose the sword. All his strength was bound to this weapon. Should Yi Ming seize it, he would be rendered powerless. Thus, Zhang Lei hastily explained, I was just using the flying sword to assist you in slaying zombies. You must have noticed it. Moreover, we have established a cooperative relationship, and I just helped you with the zombies. How can you seize my weapon? Upon hearing Zhang Lei's words, Yi Ming acknowledged that the sword indeed belonged to him. However, with 99 high-level zombies still roaming the city, Yi Ming anticipated needing Zhang Lei's flying sword once more. Therefore, Yi Ming proposed, I can return the sword to you, but I will require it again for hunting the high-level zombies. If you agree, I will relinquish it. Agreed, agreed. Zhang Lei promptly nodded in affirmation. Only then did Yi Ming release the flying sword. With a swift motion, the sword shot back into Zhang Lei's hand, as though it feared Yi Ming might change his mind and reclaim it. Now that the high-level zombie threat had been addressed, Yi Ming began to contemplate the pursuit of the remaining high-level zombies. This matter required further discussion with others. Thanks to Wang Jiuer's ability to command her swarm, Yi Ming and the others quickly located Song Shinsi and the rest. Once assembled, they deliberated on how to organize the other teams. After a thorough discussion, they resolved to reach out to other teams that day and mount an assault on the high-level zombies the following day. Song Shinsi spoke first. I can approach the top 10 teams and persuade them to join in the hunt for the high-level zombies. When it comes to hunting high-level zombies, even the top 20 would not hesitate to participate. This matter concerns whether they will be pursued by zombies during the last 2 nights. Zhang Lei quickly suggested, I will act alongside the Taoist. My presence will facilitate persuading the other teams. In truth, Zhang Lei was reluctant to remain in the company of Yi Ming, as he felt that Yi Ming harbored an interest in his flying sword. Yi Ming nodded in agreement. The departure of Zhang Lei and Song Shinsi's groups was timely, as Yi Ming had no inclination to lead them into a zombie hunt. The task of coordinating with other teams for collaboration was entrusted to Wang Jiuer and her swarm of bees. Inside the building, Yi Ming procured some paper and a pen, inscribing the rationale for organizing teams to hunt high-level zombies, emphasizing the urgency of not being slaughtered by zombies during the night, and inviting them to join the hunt the following day. He then affixed these notes to the bees, instructing them to seek out the various teams. Upon discovering the notes, those with intent would naturally arrive for the hunt the next day. Thus, the groups set off on their separate missions. Zhang Lei and Song Shinsi's teams sought out the top 10 squads, while Yi Ming led the 2 women to slay zombies. Before departing, Song Shinsi requested the head of the high-level zombie from Yi Ming, who willingly obliged. With this trophy in hand, the other teams would gain confidence in their pursuit of high-level zombies. However, before handing over the head, Yi Ming had already extracted the crystal core from the zombie's brain, a red crystalline entity. Zombie crystal core. Any creature can absorb it, enhancing attributes, though it carries the risk of mutation as a side effect. Upon observing this zombie crystal core, Yi Ming hesitated. The prospect of mutation was too perilous. Yet, an unusual thought suddenly struck Wang Jiuer upon seeing the crystal core. Yi Ming, since any creature can absorb this core, could my swarm of bees do so? Ah, this is indeed worth exploring, Yi Ming mused, as he had little interest in the crystal core, finding its utility inferior to that of attribute spheres. Yi Ming and the women were certainly not inclined to absorb the zombie crystal core, thus, selling it seemed the only option. However, allowing the wasps to absorb it appeared to be a splendid idea. Very well, let us test it with your swarm. Yi Ming handed the crystal core to Wang Jiuer. Wang Jiuer summoned 10 wasps from the hive, determined to test their ability to absorb the core. Currently, she could control 2 types of swarms, one comprised of bees for reconnaissance and honey collection, and the other consisting of aggressive wasps for combat. Since the crystal core could enhance attributes, it was logical to allow the combat wasps to absorb it. Wang Jiu'er directed the 10 wasps to gnaw at the crystal core, which they rapidly consumed. Soon after, the wasps lay motionless on the ground. Are they dead? Jiang Qi inquired curiously. Wang Jiu'er shook her head, maintaining her mental connection with the 10 wasps. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded before Yi Ming and the 2 women. The bodies of the 10 wasps began to glow with a red light and swell. They had mutated. Yi Ming's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Previously, he had suspected that Wang Jiu'er possessed means to survive in the zombie world. It appeared that in her past life, Wang Jiu'er had indeed survived the zombie apocalypse by means of her mutated swarm. The 3 watched in silence as the wasps transformed. Approximately 10 minutes later, the 10 wasps had swollen to the size of basketballs, and the red glow surrounding them dissipated. Yi Ming scrutinized these 10 wasps intently. Aside from their enlarged size, what was most unsettling was their half-meter-long, thick stingers. If one were to pierce a head, it could instantly create a gaping hole. Yi Ming turned to Wang Jiu'er and promptly inquired, "So, can you control these mutated wasps?" Wang Jiu'er nodded and replied, "I can control them. But these 10 wasps hunger for human flesh." Chapter 56. The third day in the zombie world. What? Mutated wasps crave human flesh? Yi Ming was taken aback and instinctively distanced himself from the wasps. He now suspected that these mutated wasps might have been infected by the zombies. However, it was fortunate that Wang Jiu'er seemed entirely capable of controlling these 10 wasps. Why not let the wasps attempt to eliminate some zombies? Yi Ming suggested. "I believe the strength of the mutated wasps should be considerable. Let's give it a try," Wang Jiu'er responded eagerly. She was, of course, keen to test the prowess of the mutated wasps. If they could hunt zombies, it would significantly alleviate the pressure on her during the zombie hunt later that afternoon. Yi Ming promptly led the 2 women to confront the zombies. By the way, after slaying a high-level zombie, Yi Ming astonishingly gained 1,000 points. His current score had exceeded 3,900, firmly securing his position at the top of the rankings, unassailable by anyone. In contrast, Wang Jiu'er, with just over 300 points, had dropped to 81st place, now among the lowest 3. She needed to elevate her score and ranking as much as possible before nightfall, lest she be pursued by zombies. The trio soon encountered several wandering zombies. "Go!" Wang Jiu'er commanded with a wave of her hand, and the 10 basketball-sized mutated wasps soared towards the zombies like drones. The wasps dove down, their half-meter-long stingers aimed directly at the zombies' heads. With a swift thrust, the stingers pierced through the zombies' skulls. As the zombies collapsed, the wasps quickly flapped their wings to ascend, withdrawing their stingers, which were now smeared with a viscous red and white substance. Each mutated wasp could effortlessly dispatch a zombie in an instant. "Jiu'er, it appears you won't need to lift a finger this afternoon," Yi Ming couldn't help but exclaim. Wang Jiu'er, brimming with excitement, nodded enthusiastically. She had been reluctant to engage in combat with the zombies, finding it both repulsive and perilous. Observing the ease with which the mutated wasps dispatched the zombies, she felt utterly relieved from the burden of direct confrontation. Being able to command the wasps from the safety of the rear was simply delightful. Jiangqi smiled and wrapped her arm around Wang Jiu'er's shoulders. "Jiu'er, when your husband brings back more crystal cores in the next couple of days, and your swarm of wasps undergoes full mutation, just imagine how formidable you will become." Wang Jiu'er, however, shook her head in resignation. "No, controlling these 10 mutated wasps consumes a significant amount of my mental energy. Managing too many could backfire." She shuddered at the thought of the wasps breaking free from her mental control and turning against her. She certainly did not wish to meet a fate akin to that of the zombies. Yi Ming nodded in agreement. "Jiu'er is right. Controlling too many mutated wasps is indeed perilous. However, you could pursue an elite strategy. After acquiring the crystal cores, you can continue to enhance these 10 mutated wasps. As for any future issues regarding your mental energy, leave that to me. I will handle your attribute spheres from now on." "Really?" Wang Jiu'er exclaimed as she immediately hugged Yi Ming's arm. The prospect of Yi Ming taking charge of her future attribute spheres was incredibly generous. Seeing Yi Ming nod in affirmation, Wang Jiu'er joyfully planted a kiss on his cheek, overwhelmed with happiness. The 3 of them stood in the corner, sharing laughter and conversation. Observing 10 mutated wasps plunging from the sky, relentlessly hunting down zombies, Wang Jiu'er found this method far more effortless than slaying the undead herself. Ming, unperturbed by the need to accumulate points, chose instead to sequester himself with the two women in a corner, nurturing their bonds. The 10 mutated wasps became Wang Jiu'er's diligent assistants, and thanks to their tireless efforts, her points surged rapidly. Throughout the afternoon, she commanded the wasps in their relentless pursuit of zombies, witnessing her score escalate from over 300 to more than 1,500 points, catapulting her ranking to an impressive 23rd place. With the aid of the wasps, she surpassed over 60 teams, ensuring that she had no worries about being pursued by zombies that night. Later that afternoon, the trio stumbled upon a resource chest, which yielded 5 bowls of beef noodles. As they returned to their dwelling before nightfall, Ming surveyed the scant 2 thin slices of beef atop the noodles, amusement evident on his face. Whose idea of beef noodles was this? The meager portion of beef hardly sufficed. Despite his annoyance, the 5 bowls were ample enough to satiate the trio's hunger. After their meal, darkness enveloped the surroundings. The room was shrouded in dimness, illuminated only by the moonlight seeping through the window, while the city outside descended into a cacophony of zombie howls. Ordinary zombies congregated around the more advanced ones, eagerly awaiting the dawn of the 3rd day to commence their hunt for humans. The teams at the bottom of the rankings dared not to rest, venturing out into the night to hunt zombies, striving to elevate their scores and improve their standings. In stark contrast, Ming and Wang Jiu'er felt no such anxiety, confident that their rankings would not plummet into the bottom 3, allowing them to rest peacefully. The night passed in silence, save for the haunting cries of the zombies echoing through the darkness. Ming managed to regain the single point of favor he had expended the previous night. Jiangqi's favor stood at 6, while Wang Jiu'er maintained a score of 5. As the 3rd day in the zombie-infested world dawned, Ming felt a slight itch in his nose, prompting him to scratch it. However, the itch persisted, and upon opening his eyes slightly, he discovered Jiangqi teasing him with her long hair. Ming feigned scratching his nose, while Jiangqi stifled a laugh, clearly amused by her antics. Just as Jiangqi was about to continue her playful torment, Ming suddenly opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, embracing Jiangqi. Taken by surprise, she gasped in astonishment. Wang Jiu'er, roused by the commotion, rubbed her eyes groggily, inquiring, "Brother Yi, what is happening with Sister Jiangqi? Jiu'er, help me," Jiangqi implored, caught in Ming's embrace. In response, Ming tossed a pillow at the dazed Wang Jiu'er, who quickly regained her senses and retaliated by hurling a pillow back at him. The trio engaged in a playful scuffle, laughing and frolicking until Ming finally relented, allowing the 2 women a moment of respite. The 3 individuals partook in a modest breakfast. "Darling, how many teams will be hunting the advanced zombies today?" Jiangqi inquired after finishing a piece of bread and taking a sip of water. Ming, having consumed his own bread, seized the mineral water bottle from Jiangqi, taking several hearty gulps before swallowing his food. Essentially, the top 20 teams will definitely participate. The fate of the remaining teams remains uncertain. For the leading 20, hunting advanced zombies is crucial, as it determines whether Ming will be pursued by the undead during the final 2 nights. Ming opened the leaderboard, revealing that only 64 names remained. Last night, 19 teams had been annihilated by zombies. Chapter 57, Gathering at the Park, Farewell to Li Tianyu in a quaint little park. Once the lair of a formidable zombie, tranquility reigned following its demise at the hands of Ming and his companions just a day prior. Now, 8 or 9 figures appeared in the park, among them donned in robes and wielding wooden spears, none other than the groups led by Song Shinsi and Zhang Lei. "Are we the only ones here?" Zhang Lei pondered aloud, noting the absence of other teams in this designated gathering spot for hunting advanced zombies. "Ah, look over there. Others have arrived," came a sudden utterance in halting Chinese, startling both Song Shinsi and Zhang Lei. They turned to see an unfamiliar white man among them, a wooden axe hanging at his side, none other than Joseph, the 3rd-ranked hunter. "Joseph," Song Shinsi exclaimed, astonished at the sudden presence of the foreigner, who had seemingly materialized without their notice, hinting at some extraordinary ability. The air around Joseph exuded an enigmatic aura, prompting unease among Zhang Lei and his companions, who recognized the prowess of the man who held steadfastly to his rank. "Greetings, friends. You have finally arrived," Joseph greeted in his clumsy Chinese. Zhang Lei, having previously met with Joseph to invite him on this hunt, nodded back in acknowledgement. "I didn't expect you to arrive so early," Zhang Lei remarked. "Oh, I have only just gotten here myself," Joseph waved dismissively, and after their pleasantries, The group engaged in casual conversation within the park. Joseph inquired about Ming, a question that elicited no surprise. Nearly every team was eager to glean information about the top-ranked powerhouse. All were filled with a mix of curiosity and apprehension regarding Ming, especially Joseph, who had witnessed Ming's capabilities firsthand and sought to gather intelligence to avoid inciting his ire. As time progressed, several other teams arrived, mingling briefly with Zhang Lei and Song Shenxi before settling into a quiet wait for the designated meeting time. More teams continued to trickle in, often in small clusters, each armed for self-defense, many bearing traces of blood, indicative of their recent encounters with zombies. The teams present were primarily ranked within the top 30, each possessing their own methods for zombie hunting. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Zhang Lei, do you truly believe we can eradicate all the advanced zombies within the next few days? How reliable is your plan? By now, dozens had gathered in the park, including numerous teams who had arrived with skepticism after receiving the bee's message the previous day. Their confidence in successfully hunting advanced zombies was wavering. Yet they had no alternative but to see the situation for themselves. At that moment, Song Shenxi stepped forward to elucidate the rules of this instance world to the assembled crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, the rules of this parallel world dictate that during the day, humans hunt advanced zombies, while at night, zombies prey upon humans. If we fail to eliminate those advanced zombies, we can only await our demise as night falls. For our survival, it is imperative that we eradicate all advanced zombies within 2 to 3 days. Although this task presents considerable challenges, it is not insurmountable, provided that we collaborate effectively. Many among us furrowed their brows upon hearing this. While I do not wish to dismiss your plans, is it truly so easy to slay advanced zombies? One voice questioned in confusion. Among us, there have been those who attempted to confront advanced zombies. Yet when faced with the overwhelming hordes of the undead, they could only flee in disarray. With a resigned gesture, Song Shenxi replied, if advanced zombies were indeed so easily vanquished, I would not have gathered everyone here. Henceforth, we must all contribute. Those lacking strength will divert the zombie hordes, while the capable will form teams to hunt advanced zombies. We must slay at least 30 to 40 advanced zombies each day to survive in this world. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Beyond the park, Li Tianyu's team arrived late. Observing the throng of individuals gathered within the park, Li Tianyu turned to the enchanting Qigua beside him and lamented, look at this, there are indeed quite a number of people here. With a swift slap to the back of Li Tianyu's head, Qingguo retorted, stop dawdling and let us move. We're nearly late. The impact nearly sent Li Tianyu tumbling. Qingguo's strike was neither too harsh nor too gentle, leaving Li Tianyu's head buzzing. This treatment filled him with an intense resentment towards Qingguo as the driver. He felt utterly belittled. If given the chance, he would have abandoned Qingguo and her companions without hesitation. As Li Tianyu and his group approached the park, they unexpectedly encountered another trio heading in the same direction. While Qingguo and her companions remained unfazed, Li Tianyu's expression shifted dramatically. Before him stood Ming, accompanied by Jiang Qi and Wang Jior. Initially, Li Tianyu was pleasantly surprised to see the two beautiful women, but upon noticing Jiang Qi's transformation into a visage of fury, he then recognized Ming's face as somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it before. Moments later, he recalled that his van had likely been stolen from this very individual. In the span of just 2 or 3 seconds, an array of emotions flickered across Li Tianyu's countenance. At last, he understood why Jiang Qi had deceived him into purchasing combat boots, because he had previously pilfered Ming's van. Ah, Jiang Qi, I was puzzled about why you would trick me into buying those boots, but now it is clear. You have a connection with this pretty boy, Li Tianyu accused, seizing the initiative. Ming and his companions gazed at Li Tianyu in astonishment, surprised by his audacity. However, it quickly dawned on them that Li Tianyu was utterly unfamiliar with Ming and was unaware of his prowess. To Li Tianyu, Ming, accompanied by 2 seemingly defenseless women, could not possibly compare in combat ability to their own team. Before entering the zombie-infested world, Qigua had acquired 6 E-grade attribute orbs from a bronze treasure chest, enhancing her strength to E-grade, while Qiqing, clad in combat boots, boasted E-grade speed. Li Tianyu, having enhanced his formidable prowess, saw his van's attributes elevate his constitution to E-grade, coupled with the presence of 2 adult men, Wang Cheng and Sun Bo. Their team's combat strength was undeniably impressive, as evidenced by their position within the top 10 of the rankings. Jiang Qi, recognizing the urgency, hastily offered to compensate him with a pair of battle boots, lest they find themselves at odds. Li Tianyu brandished a fire axe. a lewd grin spreading across his unappealing visage. Nearby, the members of Qinghua and Qingcheng comprehended that it was this very group who had previously duped Li Tianyu into purchasing battle boots. Li Tianyu, are they the ones who swindled you? Qinghua inquired sharply. Upon receiving his nod, Qinghua rolled up her sleeves, preparing for confrontation. However, she furrowed her brow upon noticing that all three were clad in battle boots. Chapter 58. Why are there still people playing the Beastmaster strategy? Upon discovering that Yi Ming and his companions were clad in battle boots, Qinggu had already surmised that their strength was formidable. It is well known that an ordinary individual equipped with battle boots can achieve a speed enhancement to E-class, significantly increasing their combat prowess. Qingcheng, her younger sister, serves as a prime example of this. Therefore, despite their numerical advantage, they would not be able to overpower Yi Ming and his companions. Consequently, Qinggu addressed Li Tianyu and the others, stating, "We are here today to hunt high-level zombies. There is no need for us to engage in conflict over such trivial matters. Let us put this issue aside and convene at the park." After speaking, she winked at Qingcheng, signaling her sister to support her. Having grown up together, the sisters understood each other perfectly. Although Qingcheng did not fully grasp Qinggu's desire for peace, she unconditionally supported her elder sister. Thus, Qingcheng spoke up, "Sister is right. Our focus should be on eliminating zombies and finding a way to survive in this world, rather than squabbling with other teams." Both Qinggu and Qingcheng expressed their stance, indicating their desire to avoid conflict with Yi Ming and his companions. Wang Chang and Sun Bo exchanged glances. Harboring ambitions to subdue Yi Ming and his companions, aiming to claim the two beautiful sisters for themselves, one for each. However, with Qinggu and Qingcheng averse to confrontation, they reluctantly acquiesced. After all, this team was governed by the decisions of Qinggu and Qingcheng. Meanwhile, Li Tianyu, unable to contain himself, erupted in protest. "How can we just let this go? That wretched person has robbed me of so many resources." Slap. Before Li Tianyu could finish his sentence, Yi Ming delivered a swift and powerful slap, sending him crashing to the ground. The force of this blow far exceeded that of Qinggu's earlier strike. Both Qinggu and Qingcheng, along with Wang Chang and Sun Bo, were taken aback. They had not anticipated Yi Ming's sudden aggression, especially against Li Tianyu, who possessed E-class physique. Li Tianyu lay on the ground, dazed and disoriented, his ears ringing and the world spinning around him. Yi Ming placed his foot on Li Tianyu's flabby face, his expression frigid. "You dare insult my woman? You must truly be tired of living." It turned out that as soon as Li Tianyu had pointed at Jiang Qi and hurled insults, Yi Ming had acted without hesitation. He had long harbored intentions of dealing with Li Tianyu and could not tolerate any derogatory remarks directed at Jiang Qi. Qinggu, Qingcheng, Wang Chang, and Sun Bo all turned pale, quickly brandishing their weapons at Yi Ming. Although Li Tianyu held no significant standing within the team, he was still their vehicle owner. "Brother, I advise you to release him. We are the 8th-ranked team on the leaderboard," Wang Chang threatened immediately. They did not wish to witness Li Tianyu's demise. If he were to perish, their van would vanish, leaving them to compete for resources via public transport. Thus, they felt compelled to persuade Yi Ming to spare Li Tianyu. However, Jiangqi and Wang Jiuer, positioned behind Yi Ming, would not allow them to threaten him. They revealed their weapons. Jiangqi drew her crossbow, while Wang Jiuer tapped on her beehive. In the next moment, a swarm of bees erupted from the hive, encircling Qinggu and Qingcheng. Simultaneously, 10 mutated hornets, resembling drones, descended from the sky, hovering menacingly over Qinggu and Qingcheng. Golu, Wang Chang swallowed hard, becoming utterly bewildered, pondering the origin of this swarm of hornets. Everyone else was wielding cold weapons. How could they be engaging in beast taming? Sun Bo, terrified, dropped his wooden spear to the ground. "Spare me, fair warrior," Wang Chang stammered. He desperately wished to kneel and weep, then deliver 2 slaps to Li Tianyu. "Look at the kind of trouble you've brought upon us. Which of these 3 is not formidable?" Yi Ming could easily knock down Li Tianyu, who possessed an E-grade physique. And Jiang Qi's crossbow was no less formidable than a firearm. The 4, led by Qigua, felt their scalps prickle at the sight of the swarm controlled by Wang Jiuer, especially those 10 mutated hornets, whose stingers gleamed ominously, not merely for stinging, but clearly designed to penetrate human skulls. This was sheer bullying. They were utterly unable to fight back. Qinggua's face turned ashen. She had suspected Yi Ming and his companions were not to be trifled with, but she had never anticipated such terror. The encircling swarm left them no room for resistance. At this juncture, Their thoughts had shifted from rescuing Li Tianyu to how they could persuade Yi Ming to spare their lives. Qinghua even contemplated whether Yi Ming, after dealing with Li Tianyu, would calm his ire and release her and her sisters. Gritting her teeth, Qinghua addressed Yi Ming, Esteemed sir, this matter is indeed our fault. We are willing to surrender all our equipment and supplies. If you wish to eliminate that fat fool Li Tianyu, do as you please. And we shall harbor no grievances. We only beseech you to grant us our lives. Beside her, Qing Cheng, Wang Chong, and Sun Bo nodded vigorously, indicating their lack of familiarity with Li Tianyu and their singular desire for clemency. Oh? Yi Ming gazed at Qi Guo and Qi Qing with surprise. Although he did not recognize Wang Chong and Sun Bo, he was familiar with the sisters. He had not expected that in this life. These two plain-looking sisters would be beside Li Tianyu, suggesting that Qi Guo was the leader of this group. Yi Ming glanced down at Li Tianyu. Yet his heart was not inclined to eliminate him immediately, for Li Tianyu posed no real threat to him. Much like in his previous life, when Li Tianyu had failed to eliminate Yi Ming in the face of an S-grade RV, Li Tianyu lacked the means to retaliate against Yi Ming. Thus, for Yi Ming, rather than killing Li Tianyu outright, it would be far more satisfying to torment him daily as a form of revenge. At that moment, a pained cry escaped Li Tianyu's lips. "Oh, this hurts. You bastard. How dare you step on me?" Li Tianyu finally emerged from his daze, struggling to rise. Upon witnessing this, Yi Ming exerted pressure with his foot. Li Tianyu felt as though his head might burst under the weight and cried out in agony, "It hurts so much. My head feels like it's going to explode. Spare me." The four sisters, watching Li Tianyu struggle, fell silent, too frightened to utter a word. Yi Ming stood with his foot planted on Li Tianyu's pudgy face, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Qi Guo and Qi Qing, all the while contemplating how to deal with them. At that moment, a group of around 70 or 80 people emerged from the park, approaching Yi Ming and his companions. It was evident that the people in the park had noticed the situation and had intentionally come out to investigate. After Zhang Lei led a group of 70 to 80 individuals out of the park, he observed Yi Ming standing over a person, while the remaining four stood before him like wayward schoolchildren. Zhang Lei exchanged a glance with Song Shinsi, and they instantly understood that someone had offended Yi Ming. Under ordinary circumstances, they might not have intervened. However, at this particular moment, as various teams were engaged in the pursuit of high-level zombies, it was clear that Yi Ming, the top-ranked individual, was bullying members of other teams, which could significantly undermine morale. Zhang Lei promptly approached and softly inquired, "Yi Ming, what has transpired? Have they offended you?" Chapter 59. Can the mutated hornets slay advanced zombies? At this moment, all teams assembled outside the small park, having gathered to hunt advanced zombies. In recent days, each participant had slain numerous zombies, amassing considerable combat experience. However, upon witnessing the swarm of hornets encircle Li Tianyu and his companions, expressions of dread swept across the crowd. The sight of those 10 mutated hornets sent shivers down their spines. Would their half-meter-long stingers penetrate the human brain? One thing was certain: those stingers could effortlessly pierce flesh, leaving gaping wounds in their wake. Controlling the swarm. Is this the ability of Yi Ming? Several teams had speculated on the presence of a bee-controlling ability after receiving a note from the hornets the previous day. Now, faced with the reality of this capability, the crowd felt a chill of apprehension. Many among the onlookers compared their abilities to that of controlling the swarm, feeling a mix of envy and jealousy. However, aside from the factions led by Zhang Lei and Song Shinsi, the rest remained oblivious to the fact that the true wielder of this power was the enchanting young woman standing behind Yi Ming. At this moment, Wang Zhou'er glared fiercely at Li Tianyu and his companions. Should Yi Ming give the command, she would direct the hornets to attack them without hesitation. Meanwhile, the crowd contemplated their survival amidst the swarm, particularly the 10 hornets resembling drones, which appeared formidable. Both Song Shinsi and Zhang Lei were taken aback by the mutated hornets, having never encountered them before, as they had been enhanced after Yi Ming parted ways with them. Song Shinsi discreetly calculated the information regarding the hornets, utilizing his ability to consume mental energy and deduce various insights based on known data. For instance, he had inferred the rules of the zombie world. He even projected that, given Yi Ming's prowess, if someone could divert the zombie horde, he could eradicate all advanced zombies within 2 to 3 days. This was the very reason for their congregation at this location. After a brief moment, Song Shinsi appeared astonished, his eyes reflecting a flicker of realization as he discerned that the mutated hornets could swiftly eliminate advanced zombies, perhaps even more effortlessly than Yi Ming himself. Naturally, He refrained from voicing such revelations immediately, desiring to have a private conversation with Yi Ming to extract some advantage. Returning to the matter at hand, Yi Ming stood with his foot upon Li Tianyu, contemplating how to handle him. At this juncture, Zhang Lei approached Yi Ming, speaking softly, "Yi Ming, it would be prudent not to kill anyone. All eyes are upon you." Zhang Lei's implication was clear, urging Yi Ming to refrain from impulsive violence, as it could adversely affect the morale of the assembled teams. It was vital to note that their gathering to hunt advanced zombies was entirely voluntary, devoid of any binding interests. Should Yi Ming resort to killing, many would be gripped by fear, reluctant to partake in the hunt for advanced zombies. After all, crossing Yi Ming could very well lead to a loss of life. Yi Ming nodded with a smile, reassuring, "Fear not, I have no intentions of killing them." Subsequently, Yi Ming gazed upon the assembly and proclaimed, "Esteemed colleagues, I am Yi Ming, the one who stands at the pinnacle of the leaderboard. The purpose of gathering you all here today is to hunt the advanced zombies. The altercation with these individuals arose solely because this grotesque fellow insulted my beloved, and I merely sought to teach him a lesson. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I earnestly wish to collaborate with each of you to eradicate the advanced zombies and escape this world alive." Yi Ming's words ignited a chorus of applause and cheers among the crowd, resonating deeply within their hearts. Given the relentless speed at which zombies slaughter humanity, it was evident that within 5 or 6 days, all would meet their demise. In light of such an inescapable fate, who would not yearn for survival in this world overrun by the undead? "I firmly believe, brother, you can lead us to vanquish the advanced zombies," one voice echoed. "Indeed. Yi Ming's position at the top of the leaderboard attests to his formidable strength. I have heard that he single-handedly defeated an advanced zombie just yesterday. Is that true? I thought his power lay in bee manipulation. Could it be that Yi Ming himself possesses considerable might?" Immediately, the crowd erupted into fervent discussions, with some women casting smoldering glances at Yi Ming, wishing they could be the object of his affection. They suddenly realized the extent of his excellence. Not only was he handsome, but he was also exceptionally powerful. After his beloved was insulted, he took matters into his own hands, embodying the ideal protector. Alas, Yi Ming appeared indifferent to their admiration. Yi Ming then released Li Tianyu and retrieved the fallen fire axe from the ground. This ordinary wooden axe was presumably scavenged by Li Tianyu from the city. With a smile, Yi Ming presented the fire axe to Zhang Lei. "This is for you." "Huh, I already possess a weapon." Zhang Lei instinctively declined the offer. "Why would Yi Ming give me a fire axe? It is of no use to me. Furthermore, I am ranked second. Accepting such a humble axe in front of everyone would be a disgrace, akin to accepting alms." Yi Ming rolled his eyes and insisted, forcibly placing the fire axe into Zhang Lei's arms. "I am aware you have a weapon, but from this moment forth, it is mine." Having said that, Yi Ming deftly unsheathed the flying sword strapped to Zhang Lei's waist, refusing to relinquish his grip despite its struggles. Zhang Lei, witnessing the sword's futile attempts to break free, felt a wave of despair wash over him. Yi Ming was indeed coveting his flying sword. It became clear that Yi Ming's gesture of gifting the fire axe was merely a ruse to ensure Zhang Lei was armed against the zombies. Yi Ming was, after all, quite considerate. However, Zhang Lei soon sensed the peculiar glances directed towards him from those around. Turning to investigate, he discovered that several individuals, including his 4 loyal followers, were regarding him with a mix of sympathy and incredulity. It dawned on Zhang Lei that Yi Ming's forceful acquisition of his flying sword had inadvertently led to widespread misunderstanding. In a flurry, Zhang Lei exclaimed, "Please do not misconstrue the situation. My flying sword was not taken from me. I willingly lent it to him." Yet, this clarification only served to amplify the odd expressions directed at Zhang Lei. "Boss, we all understand. There's no need for further explanation," remarked Zhang Lei's follower. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lei's expression turned bitter. As the second strongest on the leaderboard, he felt utterly humiliated. Simultaneously, Li Tianyu, who had just risen from the ground, shared a similar sense of discontent. The fire axe, which was his weapon, had been carelessly given away by Yi Ming, who had shown disdain for it in Zhang Lei's presence. However, at that moment, Li Tianyu was far too preoccupied with thoughts of how to survive Yi Ming's scrutiny. Although Yi Ming had no intention of killing him now, that did not guarantee his safety in the future, a realization that even Li Tianyu, no matter how naive, could not overlook. Yet, he dared not flee, as numerous hornets were still buzzing around him. Meanwhile, Yi Ming had no immediate plans to eliminate Li Tianyu. Instead, he engaged the others present in a discussion on how to hunt high-level zombies. Ultimately, They agreed to lure out a few high-level zombies for Yi Ming to dispatch. For apart from him, none dared to claim the ability to conquer such formidable foes. Chapter 60. Song Shensi sells information on a certain street in the city. A corpulent high-level zombie, accompanied by dozens of ordinary zombies, was in pursuit of a fleeing man. The overweight zombie bellowed incessantly, urging its minions to hasten in their chase of the human ahead. At that moment, a figure leaped from a third-floor window of a nearby skyscraper, landing squarely before the rotund zombie. Under the gaze of the not-so-intelligent undead, the individual wielded a long sword, creating a fleeting shadow as the blade cleaved through the air, severing the zombie's head from its body. Thus, a high-level zombie was dispatched with remarkable ease. The one who executed this feat was Yi Ming. After swiftly dispatching the surrounding ordinary zombies that lunged toward him, he extracted the crimson crystal core from the high-level zombie's brain and departed the scene. The entire process took no more than a minute. This rotund zombie marked the 6th high-level undead that Yi Ming had eliminated. All the high-level zombies near the small park had been vanquished by him. Remarkably, it had only been an hour since Yi Ming and his companions had begun their campaign against the high-level zombies, averaging 1 kill every 10 minutes. Yi Ming himself found the speed to be astonishing. Moreover, he observed that the strength of the high-level zombies varied considerably. The larger the horde, the weaker the high-level zombies tended to be. Conversely, when the number of zombies was fewer, the high-level zombies exhibited greater strength. Nevertheless, even the stronger ones posed no challenge for Yi Ming. Once the surrounding horde was distracted, he could easily dispatch a high-level zombie alone. Zhang Lei and the others played a crucial role in diverting the zombie masses. Yi Ming would not have been able to single-handedly slay the high-level zombies without their assistance. After securing the crystal core, Yi Ming prepared to return to the park's gathering place when he noticed a figure waiting for him at the intersection. To his surprise, it was Song Shensi, clad in a Taoist robe. Intrigued, Yi Ming approached him. "Song Shensi, are you here specifically waiting for me?" Yi Ming inquired. With a smile, Song Shensi nodded, explaining that he had been waiting to propose a transaction. "Brother Yi, your prowess is indeed formidable, dispatching that high-level zombie with a single strike." He complimented before revealing his purpose for waiting. "Actually, I am here to offer a piece of information in exchange for some benefits." Buying information? Yi Ming was taken aback. He had heard in his previous life of Song Shensi's talent for fortune-telling, which he utilized to sell information to other vehicle owners for profit. For instance, the method to attract followers to a bus was something Song Shensi had shared with numerous owners, leading to widespread knowledge of the technique. To his astonishment, he never expected Song Shensi would seek him out to sell information. Yi Ming curiously asked, "What information do you possess? Let me know if it's something I'm already aware of." Understanding Yi Ming's intent, Song Shensi spoke in a mysterious tone. "I have a way to swiftly eliminate all high-level zombies without you having to lift a finger." "Oh?" Curiosity flickered in Yi Ming's mind, and he nearly blurted out a question regarding the method. Fortunately, Yi Ming managed to hold his tongue just in time, letting out only a soft exclamation. He did not display any curiosity. Rather, he pondered whether he truly required the information offered by Song Shensi. Thus, he remained silent, gazing at Song Shensi, awaiting further elaboration. Observing this, Song Shensi was unhurried, confident that he could persuade Yi Ming to purchase his intelligence. "Brother Yi," he began, "though you dispatched 6 advanced zombies in the span of an hour, it was merely due to their proximity. The remaining advanced zombies are scattered throughout the city. Eliminating them will not be an easy endeavor." He proceeded to relay the various challenges involved to Yi Ming. While the initial slaying of advanced zombies might pose little difficulty, as more fell, the surrounding hordes would become increasingly difficult to divert. Currently, half of the zombie hordes within the city congregate near these advanced zombies, with some numbering in the thousands and others around 1,000. As Yi Ming continued to eliminate advanced zombies, a multitude of ordinary zombies would break free from control, roaming the city indiscriminately. In due course, hundreds of thousands of zombies could infest this small urban area. Even if the remaining hordes surrounding the advanced zombies were drawn away, they could swiftly regather from nearby areas. Moreover, with zombies lurking everywhere, where could Zhang Lei and his companions possibly lead them? Unless Yi Ming could vanquish advanced zombies amidst the throngs, each subsequent kill would become exceedingly arduous. Upon hearing this, Yi Ming furrowed his brow. Feeling the weight of the predicament, he was not overly concerned about the strength of the advanced zombies. Rather, it was the sheer density of the hordes that posed a genuine threat. No matter how formidable his power, should he be besieged by a mass of zombies, he would inevitably succumb. unless Zhang Lei and his companions were willing to face danger themselves, risking entrapment within the hordes to aid Yi Ming in diverting them. It was unlikely anyone would sacrifice their own lives for his sake. With this realization, Yi Ming nodded towards Song Shensi, expressing, "I find your information intriguing. What benefits do you seek in exchange for it?" Upon hearing Yi Ming's willingness to acquire the intelligence, Song Shensi's face brightened with joy. In truth, Yi Ming could easily forego purchasing Song Shensi's information, for he currently held the top position on the leaderboard. He would be the last to perish. If the intelligence were vital to the survival of all, Song Shensi would undoubtedly divulge it freely. Moreover, what Song Shensi withheld from Yi Ming was that should he eliminate a majority of the advanced zombies, the rate at which zombies would kill humans at night would significantly diminish, perhaps resulting in only 7 or 8 fatalities per team each evening. Consequently, the top 20 teams would have a fair chance of enduring 7 days, ultimately returning to the world of escape. Thus, as Yi Ming continued to hunt advanced zombies, eliminating most of them would offer a chance for survival to the top 20 teams. The intelligent Song Shensi aimed to sell to Yi Ming pertained to utilizing the mutated wasps, controlled by Wang Jiuer, to slay advanced zombies. These wasps could navigate the skies, avoiding the hordes and directly targeting the advanced zombies, thereby sparing Yi Ming the trouble of engaging them directly. Song Shensi proceeded to share the details of his carefully calculated information with Yi Ming. This includes the number of crystal cores required to optimally enhance a mutated queen bee. Only a mutated queen possesses the capability to hunt high-level zombies, while the 10 mutated wasps are certainly inadequate for this task. Song Shensi advised Yi Ming to take note that Wang Jiuer can only exert control over a single mutated queen bee. His recommendation was to eliminate those 10 mutated wasps to free up Wang Jiuer's mental energy, thereby enabling the enhancement of a mutated queen bee. After imparting this intelligence, Song Shensi smiled and said, "This is my intelligence. If Brother Yi is dissatisfied, we can annul this transaction. As for the price, you may decide, Brother Yi. By the way, I heard from Li Tianyu that you are selling battle boots. I wonder if this piece of information could be exchanged for a pair of boots. If not, any small favor from you would suffice." Song Shensi displayed a humble demeanor, even explicitly stating that if Yi Ming was not satisfied with the information, he need not offer any compensation. Chapter 61. Befriending Song Shensi. Song Shensi did not initially discuss the price of information with Yi Ming. Instead, he first imparted the intelligence to Yi Ming, subsequently granting him the authority to determine the price. The benefits Yi Ming might offer were entirely voluntary. Should Yi Ming choose to provide nothing, Song Shensi would remain silent, embodying the wisdom of a sagacious individual. For Song Shensi, regardless of what Yi Ming offered, it would be a profit. After all, he had deduced this information solely through mental exertion, incurring no losses. If the information were to remain unspoken, he would gain nothing. Recently, when Song Shensi expressed his desire for battle boots, it seemed rather audacious, bordering on the fantastical. His ideal compensation was merely a few fleeing coins from Yi Ming, which would satisfy him. Nevertheless, Yi Ming did not underestimate Song Shensi, nor did he contemplate refusing payment after receiving the intelligence. Yi Ming understood that with an upgraded mode of transportation, Song Shensi's divination abilities would become increasingly formidable. Given a sufficient price, Song Shensi could ascertain any desired information. Currently, Song Shensi left a favorable impression on Yi Ming, who naturally entertained thoughts of cultivating a friendship with this purveyor of information. "You desire battle boots?" Yi Ming inquired. Song Shensi eagerly nodded, then awkwardly rubbed his nose. "If Brother Yi has no spare boots, I would be content with other items. Perhaps just a few fleeing coins will suffice." This statement served as a gracious concession, allowing Yi Ming an easy out should he wish to decline the request for boots. At that moment, Yi Ming effortlessly synthesized 3 pairs of battle boots for adult men and presented them to Song Shensi. "One pair is your reward for the information. The other 2 pairs are a gift from me. Should you come across valuable intelligence in the future, feel free to seek me out. However, regarding my information, it must not be sold to anyone. You should be well aware of the consequences of crossing me." After delivering this message, Yi Ming patted Song Shensi on the shoulder and proceeded towards the gathering in the park. Song Shensi stood there, momentarily stunned, clutching the 3 pairs of boots. The generosity of Yi Ming, who had bestowed upon him enough boots for each of their trio, was overwhelming. Then, as realization dawned upon him, a surge of elation coursed through Song Shensi, followed by a wave of confusion. From where had Yi Ming procured these 3 pairs of boots? Perhaps they were from spatial equipment? Instinctively, Song Shensi began to calculate, but his mental energy rapidly depleted, leaving him momentarily frozen. The revelation struck him. Yi Ming possessed the ability to record blueprints. With such a power, he would never lack resources. Yet, another question arose in Song Shenxi's mind. With Yi Ming's formidable strength, one would expect his abilities to be combat-related. How could his capability be linked to blueprint recording? Was there more to his powers? Driven by curiosity, Song Shenxi resumed his calculations, only to find no response from his mental faculties this time, indicating he had deciphered nothing. Meanwhile, in the small park, the crowd returned after successfully luring the horde of corpses away from Yi Ming. They began to gather, discussing the situation. I observed that those advanced zombies do not seem so fearsome. Yi Ming dispatched them with such ease. Should we not also attempt to slay a few advanced zombies ourselves? Outside the park, more than 20 individuals gathered, engaging in fervent discussions about uniting to eliminate the high-level zombies. One person furrowed his brow and remarked, "Is it possible that Yi Ming's strength is simply too formidable, rather than the high-level zombies being too weak?" It was true that Yi Ming possessed considerable power. Yet another robust man confidently asserted, "My strength is no less impressive." This man, wielding a large axe, boasted, "To be honest, my ability is berserk, which allows me to enhance all my attributes to E level for a duration of 10 minutes. At that point, dispatching a high-level zombie will be a mere trifle." The crowd gazed at the man in astonishment, taken aback by the potency of his abilities. With attributes elevated to E level, the prospect of slaying a high-level zombie seemed entirely feasible. At that moment, another man, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Brother, my ability is aura enhancement. When an ordinary person benefits from this aura, all attributes are likewise amplified to E level. If we join forces, your attributes are sure to surpass D level." A wave of gasps swept through the crowd. Clearly, none of the teams gathered here were to be underestimated. The combination of berserk and aura enhancement made vanquishing high-level zombies almost a certainty. Among the 20-plus individuals, 6 teams had resolved to break away from Yi Ming and pursue the high-level zombies. After all, defeating one would yield 1,000 points, potentially propelling them into the top 10. This was far more efficient than grinding for points by exterminating hundreds of zombies throughout the day. Conversely, if they continued to assist Yi Ming in drawing the horde, their points would accumulate slowly, and their rankings would undoubtedly plummet. Thus, the 6 teams reached a consensus to unite, and, upon Yi Ming's return, proposed their withdrawal from his side to pursue the high-level zombies. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the park, Li Tianyu and his companions found themselves ensnared by a swarm of hornets, unable to move an inch. As for Wang Jiuer and Jiang Qi, they had gone to assist Yi Ming in diverting the horde and had yet to return. "This is our best opportunity to escape. We can no longer afford to wait," Li Tianyu urged anxiously. No one was more eager to flee than he, as he had no desire to meet his demise at Yi Ming's hands. The others, including Qin Guo and Qin Sheng, frowned, acknowledging the validity of Li Tianyu's concerns. However, before leaving, Wang Jiuer had stationed the hornet swarm and 5 mutated hornets to keep watch over them. How could they possibly escape under such scrutiny? Gritting his teeth, Li Tianyu whispered to the 4, "Let us cover our heads with our outer garments and scatter in different directions, then regroup at our residence." He was resolute in his decision to flee. Even if it meant being stung numerous times, it was preferable to dying at Yi Ming's hands. Qingguo understood the urgency and nodded in agreement. "No problem, we will split up, but you must run first." Li Tianyu, possessing E-level physique and ample flesh, was indeed resilient against the hornet swarm stings. The only significant threat to him lay with the 5 mutated hornets. With determination, Li Tianyu removed his outer garment to shield his head. Then, while Qingguo was momentarily distracted, he stealthily seized her fire axe and bolted into the distance without looking back. The hornet swarm immediately erupted into chaos, as Wang Jiuer had previously commanded them to prevent the escape of Li Tianyu and his companions. Now, Li Tianyu has escaped, with most of the swarm pursuing him, including 3 mutated hornets. "Oh no. Ah, it hurts. Help." Li Tianyu screams are fading into the distance as he dares to flee amidst the swarm. The 4, known as the Charming Quartet, are overjoyed. Since Li Tianyu has drawn away the majority of the hornets, they can scatter and escape, with the remaining swarm no longer in hot pursuit. Seizing the moment, they hastily flee. The Charming Quartet drapes their outer garments over their heads and cries out as they disperse in all directions. Moments later, "You scoundrel, Li Tianyu. Stealing my fire axe," Qin would exclaimed, fending off a mutated hornet with her coat, her face turning green with rage. At that moment, her sister Qingqing arrives to lend support. Thanks to her battle boots, Qingqing swiftly reaches Qinghua, swinging her axe at the mutated hornet. With a swift strike, the hornet, despite its fearsome appearance, proves to be surprisingly fragile, falling to Qingqing's blow. The two sisters exchange a glance, astonished by the hornet's vulnerability. No longer fleeing, they rush to aid Wang Chong and Sun Bo, and together, they exert some effort to slay another mutated hornet. Subsequently, the four press onward, braving the surrounding swarm of stinging insects, in pursuit of Li Tianyu. Chapter 62. The mutated queen bee, as Yi Ming and Song Shensi were hastening back to the park. Wang Zhou'er and Jiang Qi rushed towards them in a flurry. Brother Yi Ming, the ugly fat ones have escaped, and they killed my 5 mutated wasps, Wang Zhou'er exclaimed, visibly upset as she sought Yi Ming's attention. The intelligence of the wasp swarm was, after all, quite limited. However, Li Tianyu and his companions inadvertently discovered this flaw and managed to slay the mutated wasps one by one as they fled the park. Yi Ming, taken aback by the news, inquired with intrigue, are Li Tianyu and the others truly that courageous? Are they not afraid of being stung to death by the swarm? The venom of the wasps was no trifling matter. While a few stings might not pose a threat, an excessive number could indeed be fatal. Yi Ming had once seen a video of someone who, after being stung by a swarm, was rushed to the hospital but succumbed to their injuries. With a hint of schadenfreude, Wang Zhou'er remarked, most of the wasps I left behind have stung that ugly fat one. You should be doomed. Yi Ming's lips twitched as he silently cursed Li Tianyu for his reckless behavior. He had not truly intended to kill Li Tianyu in the short term. Rather, he wished to inflict some torturous methods to gradually satiate his desire for revenge from his past life. The thought of Li Tianyu potentially dying from wasp stings seemed rather lenient to Yi Ming. Yet, Yi Ming remained unsatisfied and instructed Wang Zhou'er, send the bees to monitor Li Tianyu and his companions. Once we have dealt with the advanced zombies, I shall return to exact my vengeance upon Li Tianyu's remains. Vengeance upon the remains? Wang Zhou'er responded with a bemused expression, puzzled by the enmity between Yi Ming and Li Tianyu, to the extent that even the latter's corpse would not be spared. At that moment, Song Shensi, clutching 2 pairs of battle boots, bid farewell to Yi Ming with a beaming smile, saying, Brother Yi, I shall first deliver these battle boots to my 2 junior brothers. In the future, I will be the first to inform you of any valuable intelligence. At this juncture, Song Shensi felt immense gratitude towards Yi Ming, fully aware that the 3 pairs of boots were not given without a cost, and he would undoubtedly owe a debt of information in return. His 2 junior brothers were still nearby, slaying ordinary zombies to prevent their rankings from plummeting. Each team was keen to maintain their standings, dispatching 2 or 3 members to eliminate zombies in the vicinity. Consequently, there were few individuals available to lure zombies, which allowed Jiang Qi and Wang Zhou'er to assist Yi Ming in drawing the zombies, thereby granting Li Tianyu and the others an opportunity to escape. Eager to deliver the battle boots to his junior brothers, Song Shensi excused himself. Yi Ming's generous gesture was, in truth, merely a matter of expending some escape currency to forge the boots. Building rapport with Song Shensi, the information broker, would prove immensely beneficial for Yi Ming in the future. Unbeknownst to Yi Ming, Song Shensi was not only an information broker but also a master strategist. In the previous iteration of this zombie world, where Yi Ming did not exist, Wang Zhou'er, with the aid of the wasp swarm, had first recruited Song Shensi and his companions as underlings. Song Shensi had astutely deduced that the teams ranked lowest at night would be pursued relentlessly by zombies. Thus, on the first day, Wang Zhou'er eliminated numerous zombies, averting a deadly encounter that night. Subsequently, Wang Zhou'er, in alliance with Song Shensi, Zhang Lei, and other formidable individuals, vanquished several advanced zombies, procuring some crystal cores, which enabled Wang Zhou'er to enhance the creation of a mutated queen bee. Armed with the mutated queen bee, Wang Zhou'er eradicated all advanced zombies, successfully clearing the dungeon world. As a result of Yi Ming's intervention in this life, Wang Zhou'er encountered some missteps, yet ultimately returned to the starting point. Henceforth, Wang Zhou'er merely needed to strengthen the mutated bee queen and eliminate all high-level zombies to successfully complete the dungeon world. After the departure of the Divine Envoy Song, only Yi Ming and the 2 others remained. Yi Ming then conveyed the intelligence he had just acquired from Song to Wang Zhou'er. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhou'er was elated. She had anticipated that the mutated wasp could indeed continue to be enhanced. Although the current mutated wasp appeared fearsome, its actual power was limited, capable only of dispatching ordinary zombies. The ability of Li Tianyu and others to defeat the mutated wasp served as a prime example. Thus, the trio resolved to first strengthen a mutated bee queen. Wang Jiu'er felt a twinge of reluctance and hesitated, saying, "Brother Yi Ming, my mental strength is somewhat insufficient. I must first eliminate the remaining mutated wasps to have enough mental power to control the mutated bee queen." According to Song's intel, Wang Jiu'er's mental capacity was limited, and a single mutated bee queen would consume most of her mental energy. Without vanquishing those mutated wasps, she would be incapable of controlling the bee queen. However, Yi Ming gestured dismissively and directly exchanged a D-grade attribute sphere for Wang Jiu'er. There is no need for such complications. Simply enhance your mental attribute to D. Wang Jiu'er's eyes brightened. Yi Ming indeed possessed a D-grade attribute sphere. Jiang Qi had informed her the previous night of Yi Ming's ability to acquire attribute spheres. Initially, she had surrendered after one round that night, but after being persuaded by Jiang Qi, she gritted her teeth and persevered for 2 additional rounds, enduring considerable hardship. Wang Jiu'er, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, seized the attribute sphere from Yi Ming. She felt no qualms in taking Yi Ming's attribute sphere, as she had also exerted significant effort in this regard. Before long, Wang Jiu'er elevated her mental attribute to D grade, and Yi Ming produced 5 crystal cores. To transform a wasp into a mutated bee queen, it required the absorption of 5 crystal cores. Without Song's intelligence, Wang Jiu'er would never have invested 5 crystal cores to enhance a single wasp, making the creation of the mutated bee queen exceedingly difficult without such information. 10 minutes later, under the watchful eyes of Yi Ming and the others, the wasp that had absorbed the 5 crystal cores began to expand, surpassing the size of the mutated wasps and even approaching that of a human. It had absorbed 5 crystal cores, resulting in ample energy within. Ultimately, a large wasp, approximately 1 meter in length, manifested before Yi Ming and his companions. "Is this the bee queen?" Jiang Qi exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. She glanced at Wang Jiu'er, who stood at 1 meter and 60 centimeters, noting that the size of the mutated bee queen was comparable to that of Wang Jiu'er. The mutated bee queen bore wings and a sharp, pointed stinger, reminiscent of a certain character from a popular comic. Yi Ming stroked his chin, envisioning the mutated bee queen soaring above the horde of zombies, seeking out high-level zombies, and then swooping down to deliver a lethal sting. Meanwhile, Wang Jiu'er clenched her small fists in excitement, thoroughly satisfied with the mutated bee queen. After enhancing the mutated bee queen, the trio finally made their way back to the park. Outside the park, a group of 40 to 50 individuals was engaged in animated discussions and debates. Amidst the heated exchange, Zhang Lei's face flushed with indignation, while Song Shinsi remained indifferent, and Joseph lurked within the crowd. Upon Yi Ming's return, all eyes brightened, and they immediately flocked to him. "Yi Ming, several of our teams have seen a decline in their rankings. We may soon be unable to assist you in attracting the zombies." At this moment, over 60 teams remained on the leaderboard, with the lower 40 actively engaged in exterminating zombies throughout the city, rapidly accumulating points. Although the points of the top 20 teams were somewhat higher over time, the gap would inevitably diminish, leading to a decline in their rankings. Zhang Lei, dissatisfied, interjected, "Are you not aware that eliminating high-level zombies is of paramount importance? If we exert ourselves, the high-level zombies will be eradicated by tomorrow." Yi Ming's ability to dispatch 6 high-level zombies in an hour instilled hope in Zhang Lei regarding the prospect of clearing the dungeon world. Thus, he wholeheartedly supported Yi Ming in his endeavors. "It is easy for you to say, you rank 2nd and possess ample points, so you have no concerns. My ranking has plummeted to 28th. If I continue to attract zombies, I will surely fall into the 40th position by day's end and be overwhelmed by the zombies tonight." Someone promptly voiced their apprehensions. Chapter 63. Who exactly is Wang Jiu'er? At this moment, many teams present were in a state of agitation, their minds preoccupied with concerns regarding their scores. Some teams were contemplating a joint effort to hunt advanced zombies. In truth, the solution to the current predicament was rather straightforward. If Yi Ming were to concede the opportunity to slay advanced zombies to the various teams, it would enable all of them to assist him in luring the zombies without trepidation. However, this would necessitate that Yi Ming first incapacitate the advanced zombies, allowing the lower-ranked teams to deliver the final blow. Originally, Yi Ming had intended to proceed in this fashion. Yet, upon learning of an alternative method involving the mutated queen bee from Song Shinsi, he naturally refrained from aiding the other teams in their quest to eliminate advanced zombies. Amidst the crowd, A middle-aged man, seemingly exasperated, inquired. Yi Ming, we wish to assist you in luring the zombies, but we cannot simply watch our rankings plummet. Do you have any solutions? In fact, several astute individuals present understood that if Yi Ming relinquished the chance to kill the advanced zombies, the current issue would be resolved. Yet, none dared to voice this notion. Everyone awaited Yi Ming to articulate this solution himself, so they could reluctantly aid him in vanquishing the advanced zombies. The middle-aged man who posed the question hoped that Yi Ming would reveal this method. In an instant, all eyes were fixed upon Yi Ming. Should he propose that the opportunity to slay advanced zombies be shared among them, he would undoubtedly earn boundless praise and support. However, Yi Ming could not help but chuckle to himself, for he discerned a glimmer of expectation upon many faces. This was not the expression one would expect from those genuinely concerned about their rankings. Yi Ming was well aware of their true sentiments. They had come to perceive him as a naive protagonist, imbued with a sense of justice and responsibility. Thus, Yi Ming, in a moment of mischief, returned the sword in his hand to Zhang Lei. I have no solutions. For now, let everyone proceed to slay zombies to accrue points. When the leaderboard narrows down to 20, we shall unite to hunt the advanced zombies, Yi Ming declared. Upon hearing this, many present changed their expressions. Some voiced their anxiety. How can this be? If we do not eliminate the advanced zombies within a day, there will be teams that face annihilation by nightfall. Discontent murmurs spread among the assembly. No one had anticipated that Yi Ming would abandon the task. At that moment, a burly man wielding a massive axe spoke up. If that is the case, we shall attempt to slay the advanced zombies regardless. When the leaderboard is down to 20, we will hunt the advanced zombies together. This robust individual, a driver with berserk capabilities, had already coordinated with several teams to hunt the advanced zombies. Yi Ming's statement conveniently provided them with an opportunity to depart. Subsequently, the burly man led a group of over 20 individuals from 6 teams out of the park. In an instant, the park was left with only about 30 people. Among them were a few, like Song Shenxi's 2 disciples, who remained nearby to slay ordinary zombies. The middle-aged man, who had earlier asked Yi Ming for a solution, was filled with regret and could only muster the courage to say, Yi Ming, I do have a method to resolve the current issue. Yi Ming scrutinized the middle-aged man carefully, already aware of what he was about to propose. Thus, Yi Ming feigned curiosity and inquired, what method? Please, enlighten me. At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon the middle-aged man, who spoke with righteous fervor. Every time a high-level zombie is slain, it grants us a sliver of hope for survival. Therefore, Yi Ming, you must not relinquish the opportunity to eliminate these formidable foes. Zhang Lei, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, fully supporting the middle-aged man's assertion. Yet, he found it perplexing that this very man had vocally lamented Yi Ming's ranking being lowered due to the influx of zombies he had attracted. How could he now advocate for Yi Ming to slay high-level zombies? The middle-aged man continued, Yi Ming, your score has already surpassed 10,000. There is no need for concern regarding your ranking. Perhaps you might consider allowing us the chance to vanquish high-level zombies? This way, not only would our rankings improve, but you would incur no loss. However, Wang Jiu'er, who had been silently standing behind Yi Ming, could no longer contain herself and interjected, Sir, please stop. I am on the verge of feeling nauseous. You merely wish for Brother Yi Ming to assist you in killing high-level zombies. Yet you shamelessly suggest he should act for the greater good. Wang Jiu'er dismantled the middle-aged man's argument, leaving him visibly discomposed. Why you? The middle-aged man stammered, attempting to retort. But he recalled Yi Ming's prior handling of Li Tianyu and his associates for the sake of a woman. If he dared to disrespect Wang Jiu'er, Yi Ming would swiftly demonstrate the terrifying might of being ranked first. Yi Ming, with a disdainful smile, remarked, the women around me can see through your ulterior motives. Do you truly believe me to be a fool? Zhang Lei, feeling awkward, rubbed his nose. He would never admit to being the fool. The middle-aged man inhaled deeply and bid farewell to Yi Ming. Since you all deem my proposal unworthy, I shall take my leave. He turned and departed with his followers. After a moment of mutual glances among the remaining team members, they, too, took their leave, bidding farewell to Yi Ming. Only Zhang Lei and Song Shenxi remained. Brother Yi, I shall also take my leave, Song Shenxi said, departing after his farewell. He was well aware that Yi Ming would employ the mutated Bee Queen to eliminate high-level zombies, so he held no concerns. His primary objective was to maintain his position within the top 10 rankings and secure his rewards upon the conclusion of the instance. Finally, Zhang Lei also took his leave. Despite harboring numerous questions, he felt an innate confidence that came with being ranked second. Once everyone had departed, Ming and his companions exited the park, ready to commence their hunt for high-level zombies. In the ensuing hours, the leaderboard astonished all who beheld it. Wang Jia, who had initially ranked over 30, saw her score skyrocket, increasing by 1,000 points at regular intervals. It wasn't long before she surpassed Joseph, who had been in third place, and then effortlessly overtook Zhang Lei, who held second. As for Ming, who had previously held first place with over 10,000 points, he too was eclipsed by Wang Jia, relegating him to second place. As night approached, the leaderboard revealed that Wang Jia's score had astonishingly reached over 90,000 points. Everyone gazed at the rankings in sheer disbelief. At this moment, only one advanced zombie remained in the city. Throughout the day, Wang Jia had dispatched over 90 advanced zombies using her mutated queen bee. As numerous advanced zombies were eliminated, ordinary zombies broke free from control and spread to every corner of the city. Now, no one dared to venture outside. They all huddled within buildings, anxiously monitoring the leaderboard. Inside one building, a burly man wielding a massive axe gazed at the leaderboard, his lips twitching slightly. Originally, more than 20 of them had departed from Ming with the intention of hunting advanced zombies. Yet they failed to locate a single one and were instead forced to take refuge indoors by a swarm of ordinary zombies. It turned out that all of this chaos was instigated by Wang Jia. Was it necessary for her to be so terrifying? The burly man sat despondently on the ground, lost in thought, pondering the true nature of Wang Jia. Chapter 64. Return to the world of escape. Joseph relentlessly swung his weapon, cleaving through the horde of zombies. Despite the considerable depletion of his stamina, the thought of resting never crossed his mind. If one were to ponder who was most devastated by Wang Jia's rise in rank, it would undoubtedly be Joseph. Originally in third place, he had now fallen to fourth, a reality he found intolerable. Though it was merely a single rank drop, the reward difference amounted to the loss of a 2-star piece of equipment, highlighting the severity of the setback. Damn it, is Wang Jia some kind of monkey sprung from a rock? Joseph grumbled about Wang Jia, yet his hands continued to chop through zombies with unwavering speed. On the leaderboard, he recognized that surpassing the two titans, Wang Jia and Ming, was beyond hope. However, he still held a glimmer of chance to overtake Zhang Lei. With 4 days remaining until the conclusion of the zombie world, Joseph resolved to amass enough points to surpass Zhang Lei within this limited time frame. Meanwhile, Zhang Lei gazed at the leaderboard, unable to suppress his astonishment. He was well aware that the girl controlling the bees beside Ming was Wang Jia. No wonder Ming had exuded confidence in the park, seemingly untroubled by the prospect of slaying high-level zombies. Wang Jia was his trump card. Boss, Joseph's points are rising rapidly. It seems he intends to contest for third place with you, one of Zhang Lei's subordinates remarked, noticing Joseph's swift accumulation of points. Zhang Lei comprehended the implication and approached the window, releasing his flying sword to vanquish zombies. Roar! A towering 3-meter-high advanced zombie bellowed incessantly, summoning nearby ordinary zombies to gather around it. It was the last of its kind in the city. Despite its lack of intelligence, this advanced zombie realized that its kin had been exterminated and that danger was imminent. Thus, it endeavored to rally the nearby horde for protection. As twilight descended, it failed to notice the shadow circling above. With each resounding roar, the shadow finally locked onto the last advanced zombie. Suddenly, the shadow dove swiftly, its sharp stinger piercing through the air. This shadow was none other than Wang Jia's mutated bee queen. The advanced zombie seemed to sense something amiss and curiously gazed upwards. The mutated bee queen's speed was so formidable that it did not afford the advanced zombie a moment to react. The stinger cleanly penetrated the zombie's skull. The final advanced zombie was effortlessly dispatched by the mutated bee queen. Simultaneously, a mysterious voice resonated in everyone's minds. All advanced zombies have been eliminated. The instant's world has concluded. In 10 seconds, all will return to the world of escape. What? We are returning already? Who exactly is the first-ranked Wang Jia? She must have been the one to eliminate all the advanced zombies. The surviving individuals within the city buzzed with excitement over the premature conclusion of the zombie world, particularly the teams ranked lower. Had it not been for Wang Jia's intervention, their fates would have been sealed at night. Of course, joy and sorrow existed side by side. Joseph, amidst his relentless hacking at zombies, stood frozen in disbelief. The zombie world had ended prematurely, and his hopes of reclaiming third place had vanished. Upon learning of the abrupt conclusion of the zombie realm, Wang Jia's expression shifted dramatically. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she hurriedly threw herself into Yiming's embrace. "Brother Yiming, I do not wish to part with you." Her voice trembled, tinged with a hint of sorrow. She had never anticipated that the demise of all the high-level zombies would lead to the premature termination of the instant's world. There was still so much she wanted to experience with Yiming, and now it had all come to an unexpected end. Meanwhile, Jiangqi, standing nearby, wore a complex expression, yearning to comfort her younger sister. Yet, witnessing Wang Jiuer nestled in Yiming's arms, she could not bring herself to intrude upon their fleeting final moments together. After all, no one could foresee when they might meet again. Yiming, too, was taken aback by the untimely conclusion of the zombie world. Holding Wang Jiuer filled him with a bittersweet sensation. He had hoped to spend the remaining 4 days cultivating deeper feelings with Jiangqi and Wang Jiuer, but now the instant's world had concluded prematurely. Embracing Wang Jiuer, he quickly reassured her, "It's all right, Jiuer, we will surely meet again in the future." Wang Jiuer wished to articulate her thoughts, yet faltered. Caught in a web of uncertainty, she believed there would be another opportunity to encounter Yiming, yet the possibility of them being together seemed bleak. After all, Wang Jiuer was also a vehicle owner. Would she abandon her own means of transportation to join Yiming in his RV, silently cherishing every second in Yiming's embrace? Wang Jiuer remained speechless. The fleeting 10 seconds soon elapsed, and all were enveloped by a blinding white light, departing the zombie realm. A gust of wind stirred the sand, generating a mild dust storm in the vicinity of a certain road. Inside a dilapidated van, which had previously been void of occupants, 5 individuals materialized in an instant with a flash of light. "We have finally escaped that zombie world," Singwood exclaimed, unable to suppress her relief. Given their previous antagonism towards a person named Yiming, they had to leave the zombie realm promptly to avoid his inevitable pursuit. At that moment, the 5 individuals appeared rather disheveled. Each bore several swollen welts upon their faces, evidently stung severely by hornets. Among them, Li Tianyu fared the worst, his visage rendered nearly unrecognizable. Xinghua and the others quickly recalled Li Tianyu's dire condition and expressed their concern. "Fatty, how are you holding up? Are you feeling any better?" Wang Chong and the others inquired with genuine worry. None of them wished for Li Tianyu to perish, for if he did, the van would vanish along with him, leaving them to fend for themselves on public transportation. Thus, Xinghua and the others were determined to save Li Tianyu. Meanwhile, despair enveloped Li Tianyu. His entire body ached, breathing was laborious, and his consciousness began to waver. The venom from the hornets was evidently wreaking havoc within him, and he could not sustain much longer in this state. At that moment, Xing Chung urgently interjected, "P.S. fading fast. Don't we have ranking rewards? We can use the reward S attribute orbs to enhance his constitution. There might still be hope for him." A spark of hope ignited in the eyes of the others in the van. Even Li Tianyu, whose awareness was slipping, felt a surge of vitality as he received the system's settlement rewards. Initially ranked 8th, his position had plummeted to the lower ranks after being stung by the hornets, leaving him without the opportunity to slay zombies. Thus, the reward consisted solely of 6 attribute orbs. Li Tianyu had developed a profound disdain for Yiming. Had it not been for Yiming's interference, their team could have maintained a steady ranking within the top 10. Now, he had narrowly escaped the sting of a wasp, all thanks to Yiming's actions. Gritting his teeth, Li Tianyu absorbed the 6 attribute orbs and fortified his physical constitution. Presently, Li Tianyu's physical attributes stood at E grade, and with the enhancement from his van's abilities, his constitution had ascended to D grade. With this upgrade, Li Tianyu distinctly felt an improvement in his condition, his body gradually recovering. "Yiming, just wait for me," Li Tianyu muttered through clenched teeth. Chapter 65. Return to the RV. A flash of white light signaled the return of Yiming and Jiangqi to the warmth of their mobile home after enduring numerous trials in the world overrun by zombies. The sudden transition from the harrowing experiences of the apocalypse to the comfort of the RV left them somewhat disoriented. "Chu-chu, we're back," Jiangqi called out loudly to the others inside the vehicle. Immediately, the clattering of pots and pans echoed from the kitchen, followed by Ellie's joyful exclamations. It's Sister Jiangqi's voice. It must be Brother Yiming and them returning. "Ellie, how did you manage to knock over the washing basin again?" "I'm sorry, sister. I'll clean it up in a moment. Let us go greet Brother Yiming and Sister Jiangqi first." The cheerful banter between Ellie and Jean Minai filled the air, prompting Yiming to chuckle softly. It appeared that Ellie had been quite the handful in the kitchen, having knocked over quite a few dishes in her excitement. At that moment, Chu-chu entered from the driver's seat. "Darling, you're finally back." Seeing the bloodstains on Jiangqi and Yiming, Chuchu's heart skipped a beat as she rushed to Jiangqi, her hands anxiously inspecting her for injuries. Chi, how come you have blood on you? Are you hurt? Let me check. Jiangqi's face flushed as she quickly grasped Chuchu's hands. I'm not injured. This is merely blood from slaying zombies. Chuchu, fully aware that her friends were unharmed, reluctantly withdrew her hands upon sensing Jiangqi's resistance, and then turned to embrace Ming instead. If she couldn't shower affection on her dear friend, she would bestow it upon her husband. At that moment, Ellie and Jean Minai emerged from the kitchen, bouncing excitedly towards Ming. Brother Ming, I shot several goblins and beasts today. Ellie eagerly boasted about her accomplishments, having discovered her talent for archery as she successfully hunted numerous creatures with her crossbow. Brother Ming, why are you and sister Jiangqi covered in blood? What happened in that world? Upon reaching Ming, Ellie was met with the unmistakable scent of blood intertwined with a hint of decay. While Ming and Jiangqi had grown accustomed to such odors after their prolonged exposure to the zombie realm, Chuchu and the others immediately recognized it. Ming proceeded to recount the circumstances of their adventure in the zombie world. We ventured into a realm overrun by zombies, and these stains are merely from fighting them. Having gone 3 days without a bath, Ming felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He turned to Chuchu and the others, saying, as for what transpired in the zombie world, we will share the details shortly. Jiangqi and I will take a shower first. Jean Minai chimed in, Brother Ming, are you and sister Jiangqi hungry? I've prepared plenty of ingredients. She had traded for a variety of supplies earlier that day and was eager to create a sumptuous meal. Ming smiled and nodded. Jiangqi and I haven't eaten much all day. We would love to sample your culinary skills. Jean Minai beamed with joy, having spent the day preparing ingredients in anticipation of Ming's return. Ellie quickly asserted her willingness to assist her sister in the kitchen. Beside them, Chuchu jested with Ellie, suggesting that they should refrain from causing trouble for Jinminai and instead enjoy a bath together. But Chuchu, we're not dirty. Why should we bathe? Ellie replied, a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. Chuchu, however, replied with an air of certainty. We've spent the day hopping in and out of the vehicle to loot chests. The wind outside was fierce, and we've accumulated quite a bit of sand and dirt. Upon reflection, Ellie acknowledged the validity of her statement but subsequently dismissed Chuchu's proposal. No. I've made a promise with my sister to prepare a grand meal together. Bathing can wait. We can do that tonight. With that, Ellie turned and made her way to the kitchen with Jinminai. Meanwhile, Ming and Jiangqi proceeded to the bathroom, leaving Chuchu in a state of indecision. Should she wash now or wait until evening? Weighing her options between Ellie and Jinminai and Jiangqi, she ultimately resolved to bathe later, as the numbers were not in her favor. It was around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Apart from the team that had ventured into the dungeon, the other groups had spent the day gathering supplies, and fuel was nearly depleted. Most teams were parked, taking breaks and preparing meals, with many idly passing the time. Attention naturally shifted to the chat channel. A particular statement within the channel garnered everyone's attention. After visiting the dungeon world today, I've come to realize how many formidable individuals are among us. I've truly broadened my horizons. The author of this message, Bai Sheng, sparked a wave of curiosity and bewilderment among the participants. Dungeon world? So many strong individuals? His words hinted at 2 significant pieces of information, instantly capturing everyone's focus. Some promptly tagged Bai Sheng in the channel, inquiring about the meaning behind his statement. What is this dungeon world? What do you mean by so many strong individuals? Others urged Bai Sheng not to leave them hanging, pressing for a full account of his discoveries. In response to the mounting pressure, Bai Sheng casually replied, everyone. It's not that I don't want to share. I just returned from the dungeon world this morning, and I've hardly collected any supplies today. I must take advantage of the daylight to loot chests for food. Frustration erupted among the crowd, expressing their exasperation at the thought of waiting for Bai Sheng to gather supplies. Some quickly advised him that resources could be collected tomorrow, as gasoline would not disappear. The gathering of supplies was contingent upon fuel. As long as there was gasoline, they could search for resources at any time, so there was no need to rush. Bai Sheng, however, insisted he had no food in his vehicle, implying it was unreasonable to starve. It dawned on everyone that to extract information from him, they would need to offer something in return. Consequently, several individuals with ample food supplies promptly initiated trades with Bai Sheng, leading him to finally divulge the details about the zombie world. This morning, our team obtained a dungeon token while looting chests. Bai Sheng recounted his experiences in detail, sharing the entirety of his adventure in the chat channel. The previously bustling chat channel, alive with a myriad of messages every second, had transformed into an eerie silence, with only Bai Sheng recounting his experiences. It was then that everyone learned that, astonishingly, 100 teams had ventured into the dungeon world to combat the zombies. Bai Sheng provided the others with a foundational understanding of this dungeon realm. Among the alarming revelations was the fact that the bottom 3 teams on the zombie night hunt leaderboard had met with dire fates. 40 teams had perished within just 2 nights. Had it not been for the intervention of formidable players who eradicated the high-level zombies, even more lives would have been lost. In his previous life, no one had taken the time to educate others in the chat channel about such matters. After all, when Wang Jiuer successfully cleared the dungeon, only a handful of teams had survived. Those teams were scarcely inclined to discuss such grim realities in the chat. Hence, Ming had harbored no understanding of the zombie world in his past life. In stark contrast, Bai Sheng, driven by the mere desire for sustenance, shared intelligence about the dungeon world in the chat. Someone promptly inquired, "Bai Sheng, please enlighten us about the formidable players on the leaderboard and their remarkable abilities." Chapter 66. The Rankings of Bai Sheng. Bai Sheng, do share with us the esteemed figures present in the rankings. In the chat channel, upon learning of the circumstances in the zombie world, everyone could not restrain their curiosity about the formidable beings listed on the leaderboard. Particularly, the first-ranked individual who obliterated high-level zombies and concluded the instance. Surely, this defies all logic. How could one individual possess such strength to vanquish a high-level zombie amidst a horde? No, it was not merely one, but over 90 high-level zombies. Many began to harbor doubts about Bai Sheng, questioning whether he was weaving a tale to deceive everyone. However, Bai Sheng asserted that over 60 teams had survived in the zombie world. By seeking out the individuals on the leaderboard to inquire, the truth could be discerned. It is not surprising that the crowd doubted Bai Sheng. After recounting his tale, he suddenly grasped the enormity of Wang Jiuer's achievements. He now felt compelled to enumerate the individuals on the leaderboard, thereby affirming the authenticity of the instance. Otherwise, he would be branded a fraud. Thus, Bai Sheng commenced the revelation of those on the leaderboard. Please do not rush me. I have retained the names of the powerful individuals on the leaderboard, and I shall list them from the bottom to the top. However, when I mention these strong figures, it may also represent their teams, as the accumulation of points is indeed a collective effort. The first individual I must mention is a formidable being named Li Tianyu. Wang Song, Li Tianyu. Qiu Yueshao, Li Tianyu. As soon as Bai Sheng uttered Li Tianyu's name, dozens in the chat channel were taken aback. This was because they had all received Li Tianyu's benevolence while aboard the bus. Bai Sheng had not anticipated that merely mentioning Li Tianyu would elicit such a reaction from the chat channel. It was evident that Li Tianyu was indeed a prominent figure, recognized by so many. Bai Sheng then shared details about Li Tianyu in the chat channel. Everyone, I hold a vivid impression of this Li Tianyu. Initially, he ranked 8th in the previous 2 days, yet for reasons unknown, he did not accumulate any points on the 3rd day. Consequently, after the conclusion of the instance, his ranking plummeted to 16th. Upon hearing this, everyone was perplexed. What could have caused Li Tianyu's failure to gain points on the 3rd day? Bai Sheng, reveling in mischief, messaged, although Li Tianyu has slipped in rank, the loss is substantial. His reward for 16th place is identical to my reward for 60th place, merely 6 attribute spheres. Wang Song, ha. Li Tianyu has finally received his comeuppance. Qiu Yueshao, ha. Li Tianyu truly deserves it. I surmise the reason he failed to gain points on the 3rd day is that he must have been hiding away, indulging in pleasures. Instantly, dozens in the chat channel began to mock Li Tianyu with sardonic remarks. Li Tianyu, upon witnessing the chat channel, spat out a mouthful of blood, nearly succumbing to indignation. He glared at the chat, particularly at those who reveled in his misfortune, the likes of Wang Song and Qiu Yueshao. I shall remember you, he vowed. Meanwhile, Bai Sheng continued to disclose the identities of the powerful individuals on the leaderboard. Bai Sheng began to announce the names from the 10th position, ultimately reaching the 4th contender, Joseph. He made a particular note of Joseph, stating that although he did not secure a spot in the top 3, his prowess was undeniably formidable. Unfortunately, the top 3 on the leaderboard seemed almost invincible, akin to those under the influence of some supernatural power. Inside a certain SUV, Zhao Tong displayed a look of profound satisfaction upon hearing Bai Sheng's commendation of Joseph. Her discerning eye had not failed her. She had indeed aligned herself with a powerful ally. Had she remained beside Ming, she might have found herself enduring hunger. Bai Sheng, meanwhile, cautioned everyone in the chat channel. Ladies and gentlemen, these individuals are the formidable contenders ranked from 4th to 10th. Should you encounter them, I implore you to refrain from any conflict. Each of these esteemed players has acquired 6 E-level attribute orbs, 1 D-level orb, and a piece of 1-star equipment. If you provoke any of them, it would be wise to assess your own strength. His respectful praise of the top 10 was a strategic maneuver to placate these titans regarding his disclosure of the leaderboard. After all, even if he remained silent, the surviving 60 teams would eventually leak information, making it impossible to conceal the identities of the top 10. Instead, Bai Sheng's overt flattery garnered goodwill from all but Li Tianyu. Even Joseph accepted his 4th place standing with equanimity. Bai Sheng continued to unveil the rankings, announcing next the 3rd place contender, Zhang Lei. Since the first day in the instance world, I have observed the prowess of the great Zhang Lei. In a mere 3 days, he has vanquished 7,000 to 8,000 zombies, demonstrating the sheer terror of his strength. 7,000 to 8,000 zombies in 3 days? How was this accomplished? What weapons could possibly endure such carnage? Many envisioned a figure wielding a blade amidst a sea of corpses, treading upon mountains of the fallen. However, a number of individuals felt compelled to challenge Bai Sheng's assertions. Just as they prepared to voice their doubts, Zhang Lei himself interjected in the channel. I am not as formidable as you all imagine. My abilities merely allow me to dispatch ordinary zombies with relative ease. Zhang Lei's humble response was intended to temper the exaggerations. Despite his ease in wielding weapons against zombies, he felt his capabilities paled in comparison to the terrifying might of Yi Ming and Wang Jior, believing he could hardly fell even a single elite zombie. Yet, Zhang Lei's modesty was perceived as arrogance by the others. What exactly are your abilities, Zhang Lei? Slaying 7,000 to 8,000 zombies with ease? Are you mocking us mere mortals? It was important to note that over 700-800 individuals remained alive in the chat, the majority of whom were ordinary citizens, their strengths barely matching those of the zombies. Did Zhang Lei imply that he could single-handedly eradicate all within the chat? A chill gripped the hearts of many. Those who had intended to challenge Zhang Lei now hesitated to speak further. At that moment, however, a few voices in the chat began to extol Zhang Lei's prowess. Brother Zhang Lei, your humility is truly commendable. Your prowess in battle is nothing short of awe-inspiring. Indeed, aside from the top 2 on the leaderboard, who would dare to assert their survival under the blade of Brother Zhang? Sage Song. Brother Zhang, there is no need for modesty. Your strength is evident to all. Instantly, a multitude of individuals in the chat began to extol Zhang Lei's virtues. These admirers were primarily those ranked within the top 20. Individuals who had encountered Zhang Lei in the small park. Suddenly, a few voices emerged in the chat, singing praises for Zhang Lei. And the nature of their conversation suggested a familiarity amongst them. This phenomenon led those who initially doubted Bai Sheng to reconsider the authenticity of the zombie instance. Subsequently, numerous teams that had participated in the zombie world affirmed Bai Sheng's honesty in the channel, solidifying everyone's belief in his claims. The chat channel became a flurry of activity, with inquiries regarding the instance world and others providing strategies that Bai Sheng was unaware of, such as humans hunting advanced zombies during the day while zombies preyed on humans at night. In that moment, all participants in the chat momentarily forgot to inquire about the identities of the top 2 on the leaderboard. Chapter 67, Shadow Clone in the Bathroom. Yi Ming luxuriated in the bath, unable to suppress a comfortable squint of his eyes. After bathing, the lingering aura of hostility and the scent of blood dissipated entirely. Oh, he had yet to claim his rewards from the instance. Reclining within the bath, he recalled the unretrieved rewards and promptly accessed the system. The accolade for ranking 2nd in the leaderboard consisted of 6 E-grade attribute orbs, 1 D-grade attribute orb, and a piece of 2-star equipment. Lacking in attribute orbs, Yi Ming found himself intrigued by the 2-star equipment. If 1-star equipment grants a D-grade attribute enhancement, then 2-star equipment bestows a C-grade enhancement. Thus, Yi Ming was curious about the nature of the 2-star equipment awarded by the system. Should it be a pair of shoes that augment speed? His D-grade speed would elevate to C-grade upon wearing them. Naturally, he also yearned for a sharp weapon. His wooden spear had become inadequate for his prowess, so a weapon as a reward would be welcomed. Subsequently, Yi Ming claimed his rewards, acquiring 7 luminous orbs and a black hoodie. A hoodie? Upon seeing the additional garment in his hands, disappointment flickered in his eyes. It was neither a weapon nor shoes. Hoodie, 2-star equipment. Wearing it enhances physical attributes and provides a degree of defensive capability. After examining the attributes of the black hoodie, Ming found it rather commonplace. However, wearing it would elevate his physical constitution to D grade. It was fortuitous, as his previous attire bore numerous bloodstains, making this a suitable replacement. As for the attribute orbs, he absorbed the D-grade orb, fortifying his mental attribute. The remaining 6 E-grade orbs were bestowed upon Jiang Qi, who had just finished rinsing off and was now ready to soak in the bath. Jiang Qi's mental attribute remained at E-grade, and upon absorbing these 6 orbs, her attributes uniformly ascended to E-grade. Presently, all of Ming's attributes had reached the D-grade standard. Name: Ming Strength, D-grade Speed, D-grade Constitution, D-grade Mental, D-grade Skills, none escape coins. 12,062 overall evaluation. D-grade. Just as Ming was reviewing his personal attributes, Wang Jiuer sent a friend request. It dawned on him that he had forgotten to add Wang Jiuer as a friend, so he clicked to accept. Shortly after, Wang Jiuer gifted him an item, and upon receipt, he found himself holding a book. A skill book? Shadow Clone. Consumes a substantial amount of mental and physical energy to condense an entity clone of equal strength. Note: the Shadow Clone shares consciousness and is challenging to control. Upon glimpsing this skill book, Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Shadow Clone skill was perfectly suited to him, with his attributes being notably high. The strength of the clone he could produce would match that of his own, highlighting the skill's compatibility with him. The sole drawback was the operational difficulty of the Shadow Clone, necessitating the ability to multitask effectively. Ming refrained from immediately learning the skill. Instead, he engaged in a message exchange with Wang Jiuer. Brother Ming, the Shadow Clone skill demands a considerable expenditure of mental energy, rendering it unsuitable for my use. Please accept it. Wang Jiuer's ability involved controlling a swarm with mental energy should she employ a skill that necessitates a significant mental drain. The swarm would spiral out of control. Thus, Wang Jiuer did not learn the skill of duplication, but instead bestowed it upon Ming. Ming, not wishing to be impolite, inquired about the 2-star equipment Wang Jiuer had rewarded him with. The 2-star equipment was a necklace, capable of enhancing the wearer's mental attributes and providing a degree of defense against mental harm. Upon learning this, Ming refrained from requesting it, deciding that if the reward had been a 2-star melee weapon, he would have claimed it. However, he felt it prudent to leave the necklace for Wang Jiuer. Brother Ming, please hasten to learn the duplication skill, and see if you can send a duplicate through the system to accompany me. What? Ming was left utterly speechless by Wang Jiuer's suggestion. Could duplication be utilized in such a manner? Although the idea seemed somewhat absurd, it possessed a degree of logic. The system could not transport living beings, yet a duplicate was not a living entity. It was merely a manifestation of mental and physical energy. Consequently, Ming promptly began to learn the shadow duplication skill. As the skill book vanished, he acquired the ability to create a shadow duplicate. Ming then endeavored to utilize the shadow duplication skill, only to feel his physical and mental energy rapidly depleting. The extent of this depletion determined how long the shadow duplicate could persist, necessitating the consumption of at least half of his physical and mental reserves. Thus, he could only manifest a single duplicate. Attempting to create a second would exhaust his energy and leave him unconscious, unless he possessed potions capable of restoring his vitality and mental acuity in a short time. Soon, an additional shadow suddenly appeared in the bathing area. Jiang Qi, who had been enjoying a soak, was startled by the unexpected presence and quickly covered herself, submerging into the water. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, the trio of Chu Chu and her friends were merrily preparing a meal when they heard Jiang Qi's startled exclamation, leaving them puzzled. What happened? Both AI Li and Zhenmi Nai inquired, a hint of concern in their voices. Chu Chu swiftly dismissed any inappropriate thoughts from her mind and retrieved chilled orange juice from the refrigerator, pouring 2 glasses for AI Li. AI Li, since you cannot be of much assistance in the kitchen, take these 2 glasses of orange juice to them and see what transpired. Unaware of Chu Chu's ulterior motives, AI Li Novelli blamed herself for being unhelpful in the kitchen and took the 2 glasses of juice to the bathroom. In the bathroom, after Ming clarified the nature of the shadow duplication skill to Jiang Qi, she finally relaxed. The shadow duplicate was essentially a byproduct of Ming's mental and physical energy, not even qualifying as a living being. Ming scrutinized the shadow duplicate, noting that it was entirely composed of swirling shadows. Although it bore facial contours, it was impossible to discern its identity. Controlling 2 bodies with a single consciousness felt exceedingly disconcerting for Ming. For the time being, he could not manage both bodies simultaneously. So he instructed his original self to close its eyes and rest while he focused entirely on guiding the shadow duplicate. He then attempted to trade the shadow duplicate to Wang Jiu'er. Astonishingly, the transaction succeeded. Ming scratched his head. Just as he was about to shift his consciousness to the shadow duplicate, when the bathroom door suddenly swung open, with a soft creak. Ellie peered her small head into the bathroom, quietly observing what was transpiring within. Ellie, what are you spying on? Ming and Jiang Qi exchanged bemused glances towards the doorway, where Ellie stood. Her twin ponytails had completely betrayed her hiding spot, making it nearly impossible for her to remain unnoticed. I'm here to deliver orange juice, Ellie stammered. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she rushed into the bathroom, placing 2 cups of orange juice before them before swiftly retreating back to the kitchen. Ming and Jiang Qi shared a knowing look, unable to suppress their laughter. Ellie was truly endearing at times. Once Ellie had departed, Ming reminded Jiang Qi to keep an eye on his original self, ensuring he wouldn't drown in the bathtub before finally shifting his consciousness to his shadow clone. Chapter 68. Wang Jiu'er's Mode of Transport. An apology to the readers. Previously, the clone skill has been altered to shadow clone. The clone will not bring dishonor to the original. It is composed of shadows without autonomous consciousness and requires the original to control it with mental focus during battle. Inside a compact automobile, as Ming's consciousness shifted to the shadow clone, he discovered Wang Jiu'er poking her own face with her finger. What's the matter? Ming inquired suddenly. Wang Jiu'er exclaimed, startled, quickly retracting her hand. Soon, she realized that Ming's consciousness had transitioned to the shadow clone. Brother Ming, you scared me to death. Wang Jiu'er patted her small chest, then pinched the shadow clone, yet Ming felt no pain whatsoever. This phenomenon intrigued Ming greatly. However, considering that the shadow clone was formed from mental and physical energy, it was understandable that it felt no pain. During combat, the shadow clone could serve as a formidable shield or engage in a trade-off of injuries. Brother Ming, what do you think of my mode of transport? Wang Jiu'er gestured for Ming to observe the interior of the vehicle. Upon hearing her words, Ming began to take stock of his surroundings. From the exterior, Wang Jiu'er's vehicle appeared to be a compact car. Yet, the interior boasted a surprisingly spacious area, approximately 10 square meters. The front housed only the driver's seat, while the rear was adorned with a variety of blooming flowers, resembling a sea of blossoms. Numerous bees flitted among the flowers, collecting nectar and returning to a beehive affixed to the wall of the car. In addition, Ming noticed a mutated queen bee and 5 wasps devouring the corpse of a goblin amidst the floral expanse. The wasps, being carnivorous by nature, had increased their appetite following their evolution, yet there was no shortage of monster carcasses in the world of escape, alleviating any concerns regarding their sustenance. In truth, Wang Jiu'er's most significant gain from the zombie world was the remaining 94 crystal cores. Provided her mental strength was sufficient, she could empower a batch of mutated queen bees. Observing the interior, Ming complimented, the environment inside is quite pleasant. Of course, Wang Jiu'er replied with pride, then shyly added, Brother Ming, I heard from Sister Jiang Qi that your RV has a bathroom. Could you possibly arrange for me some hot water for a bath? Wang Jiu'er had not bathed in a long while. Previously, when she got dirty, she merely wiped herself down with a damp towel. Having just returned from the zombie world, she felt exceedingly unclean. Facilitating Wang Jiu'er's bath was not a daunting task. Supplying her with sufficient hot water would suffice. However, Ming found it somewhat bothersome and decided to provide her with a bathroom. To Ming, the cost of a bathroom was merely 2,000 escape coins, a trivial amount. Nonetheless, the shadow clone was incapable of assembling a bathroom, leaving it to the original. I shall return to my original form and bring you a bathroom. This shadow clone will remain here to see how long it can last. Ming explained to Wang Jiu'er regarding the shadow clone situation before his consciousness returned to his original body. Inside the RV's bathroom, upon Ming's return, he found Jiang Qi sipping ice-cold orange juice brought by AI Li. Ming also felt parched and took a sip of the chilled orange juice, experiencing a refreshing sensation. Subsequently, he synthesized a bathroom and traded it to Wang Jiu'er. Just as he intended to close the system, he noticed a user named by Sheng commenting on Li Tianyu in the chat channel. Below, dozens of others, including Wang Song and Qiu Yuexiao, were hurling various jibes and ridicule at Li Tianyu. Goodness, if Li Tianyu were to see these messages, he would surely be infuriated. As for why these individuals harbored such animosity towards Li Tianyu, Ming was uncertain. It had nothing to do with him anyway. Thus, Ming relaxed in the bath, sipping his chilled orange juice while Jiangqi provided a massage beside him, both leisurely watching as Bai Sheng revealed the rankings of the strong. As time passed, the chat channel buzzed with discussion, and everyone, after some deliberation, came to believe that Bai Sheng was indeed truthful. Someone curiously inquired, Bai Sheng, please tell us who the top 2 on the leaderboard are. If Zhang Lei, ranked 3rd, was already so formidable, one could only imagine the prowess of the top 2. Could they possibly be Class C elites? Of course, some speculated that the top 2 would not be excessively powerful. They must possess some unique abilities to have slain so many zombies. Bai Sheng, not one to keep them in suspense, continued to unveil the leaderboard. Ladies and gentlemen, the second place belongs to the esteemed Yi Ming, while the first is claimed by the illustrious Wang Jior. Yi Ming dominated the leaderboard with absolute strength in the initial days of the zombie world, and on the 3rd day, he even dispatched several high-level zombies. Wang Jior, on the other hand, displayed her might on the 3rd day, annihilating over 90 high-level zombies, which allowed me to return alive to the escape world. After announcing Yi Ming and Wang Jior, Bai Sheng extolled their impressive feats. The crowd immediately began speculating about the abilities of Yi Ming and Wang Jior. As Yi Ming was in 2nd place, he did not attract excessive attention, while most focused on Wang Jior's capabilities. Some conjectured that her ability was rule-based, activated by some trigger that enabled her to eliminate high-level zombies. Others wildly speculated that Wang Jior was the reincarnation of an empress, now regaining her strength, destined to lead everyone to break free from the escape world. On a bus, Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman were both astonished and delighted to see Yi Ming among the powerful individuals announced by Bai Sheng. They had just been daringly speculating whether Yi Ming would be among the top 2. To their surprise, he truly was. In retrospect, considering Yi Ming had given them battle boots and attribute orbs, his strength was undoubtedly formidable. While Yang Lingyu remained unfazed, Zhang Xiaoman internally exclaimed that she had struck gold. On another bus, Lu Yusuan, dressed in a princess gown, revealed an expression of admiration upon seeing Yi Ming among the strong. She had long heard from Chu about Yi Ming's prowess, and now witnessing Bai Sheng's commendation made her admiration for Yi Ming grow even stronger. Just as Lu Yusuan was perusing the chat channel, a few men approached her. Commander Lu, we have run out of wolf meat. Could you think of a way to procure another one? Indeed, without food, we won't have the strength to steal treasure chests tomorrow. Although these individuals appeared to show respect towards Lu Yusuan, they were subtly implying that if they could not procure food, they would be unable to raid the treasure chest for monsters the following day. Everyone on the bus turned their gaze towards Lu Yusuan. Not a single person came forth to defend her, and some women even began to make demands. Commander Lu, could you possibly acquire some different food? Even wolf meat makes me nauseous. Lu Yusuan clenched her small fist in anger as she discerned the true faces of these people, who were all hypocritically flattering her. Today, they had failed to secure even a single resource from the bronze treasure chest. Everyone had merely gone through the motions without putting in any real effort. By the end of the day, the bus had only managed to open a few wooden treasure chests, yielding a modest amount of escape coins and bread, which had been divided among them. Now that the wolf meat was gone, they finally realized they needed to come to her for food. Lu Yusuan did not immediately refuse them. Instead, she nodded expressionlessly. I will assist you in finding food, but you must ensure to obtain resources from the bronze treasure chest tomorrow. Upon hearing this, everyone hastily assured her that they would do their utmost to steal the treasure chest. Observing all the individuals on the bus, Lu Yusuan couldn't help but smirk inwardly. She wondered if these people would continue to linger on the bus, waiting for death, once they realized they could not secure food. Chapter 69. Upgrading the RV. The shadow clone lasted approximately 5 minutes before exhausting its strength and energy, resulting in its automatic dissolution. Yi Ming, immersed in the bath, furrowed his brow, disheartened that the shadow clone, which consumed half of his stamina and mental energy, could only endure for 5 minutes. This duration did not account for the additional energy expended during combat. If engaged in battle, the clone's existence would be even more fleeting. Nevertheless, Yi Ming reflected that at the time of conjuring the shadow clone, both his stamina and mental energy were at D grade. Thus, it was only natural that, despite the depletion, it could not last long. As his strength increased, the shadow clone would undoubtedly sustain its form for more extended periods, but at present, it was incapable of prolonged combat. Yi Ming had also gained some insight into the shadow clone's abilities. Its advantage lay in its combat prowess being identical to his own, making it suitable for diversionary tactics. And it could even provide remote support to the women through the system's transactions. The downside was that summoning a single clone required at least half of his stamina and mental energy, and it could only persist for 5 minutes, with even shorter durations during combat. Furthermore, Ming was still unaccustomed to simultaneously controlling both his main body and the clone in battle, necessitating future adaptation training. Half an hour later, after Ming and Jiangqi finished their baths, they donned their pajamas and exited the bathroom. The delightful aroma of food wafted through the air, signaling that Jin Minai had prepared the meal. The kitchen was alive with the cheerful chatter of Chu Chu and the other women, seemingly advising Ai Li to be cautious while serving the dishes to avoid spilling. Ming smiled as he took Jiangqi's hand. "Let us go. I am nearly starving." Jiangqi's cheeks flushed slightly as she affectionately linked her arm with Ming's, and together they made their way to the kitchen. Upon their entrance, the others began to eat. The 5 of them gathered around the dining table, which was laden with an abundance of meat dishes. The meal primarily featured wild boar meat, with very few side dishes, as vegetables and fruits were currently scarce. Jin Minai had expressed her desire to purchase them, but there were no vendors available. However, some teams had begun experimenting with cultivation and livestock farming. For instance, Ming had planted rice and wheat, which had now grown to knee height. And when they matured to the size of saplings, they would be ready for harvest. Today, Jin Minai had also procured a few eggs from a team that raised hens. It was evident that other teams were employing various methods to secure resources. Jiangqi gazed at a plate of sweet and sour pork and exclaimed, "My goodness, Jin Minai. Did you prepare all of this?" Jin Minai nodded, somewhat bashfully. Jiangqi immediately expressed her admiration for Jin Minai, admitting that she only knew how to prepare some low-fat meals and could not compare her culinary skills to Jin Minai's. Ming picked up a meatball and took a bite, unable to suppress his approval. The cooking was indeed quite good. He decided that from now on, the responsibility for meals would fall to Jin Minai. Jin Minai smiled and nodded in agreement, as cooking was her passion, and she relished the opportunity to take on this task. As they dined, the group enjoyed a hearty meal, primarily consisting of bread accompanied by stir-fried meat slices, meatballs, and braised pig trotters, savoring every bite. Naturally, Ming did not forget to serve portions of food to Yang Lingyu and the other women. During the meal, the conversation gradually unfolded as everyone shared their experiences from the day. Ming and Jiangqi recounted their adventures in the realm of the undead to the women. Ellie spoke of her triumph in slaying goblins and assisting her sister in the kitchen with food preparation. Jin Minai mentioned the urgent need for certain ingredients and spices in the kitchen, sharing how she had exchanged items in the chat channel. Chu Chu reported her findings, which primarily consisted of various food supplies and sundries, along with several hundred escape coins. To Ming's astonishment, Chu Chu had opened a treasure chest and obtained a blueprint for a zero-star engine. Upon hearing this, Ming was elated. He had finally gathered enough resources to upgrade their RV, vehicle engine, zero-star onboard equipment, capable of reaching a maximum speed of 120 km/h post-installation. Blueprint usage limit, 2. Required for manufacturing, 20 escape coins. Ming immediately spent 20 escape coins to synthesize the zero-star engine. Currently, the RV was equipped with zero-star onboard gear, including an engine, fuel tank, alarm system, headlights, and window glass. Ding. The RV has been fitted with 5 pieces of zero-star onboard equipment, meeting the upgrade criteria. Please wait. From the roadside, one would observe the RV enveloped in a radiant white light. Its formerly dilapidated exterior began to transform into a pristine gray-white vehicle. The interior underwent a similar metamorphosis, expanding to over double its original size, now boasting approximately 20 to 30 square meters of space. Ding. RV upgrade complete. After receiving the system notification, Ming opened the system panel to examine. Transport. RV, S-Class 1-star, capacity, 5 unlimited. Function 1. Collect favorability points. Function 2. Exchange attribute orbs. Function 3. Record blueprints. Function 4. Probe. The owner possesses the ability to discern women. Favorability points, 22. Current recorded blueprints. 2-star large bathroom, 2-star large kitchen, 1-star battle boots, 1-star crossbow. Upon noticing the probing ability, Ming was momentarily taken aback. He then glanced at the 4 women. Chu Chu, favorability points, 7, loyal, appearance rating, 9. 5 interacted males, 1, Jiangqi, favorability points, 6, infatuation, appearance rating, 9. 3 interacted males, 1, Jin Minai, favorability points, 5, admiration, appearance rating, 9. 0 interacted males, 1, Ellie, favorability points, 5, attachment, Appearance rating, 9. 2 interacted males. One as the information flooded his mind, Ming understood the significance of the RV's fourth ability. With this power, he could discern any ill intentions from women towards him, as well as identify those who were pure. Now, he comprehended how in his previous life, Li Tianyu had effortlessly recognized Yang Lingyu and Wang Zhou as pure women, even identifying hostility from the women aboard the RV. Ming felt immensely satisfied with the 4 women in the vehicle. They formed the foundation of his team of beauties. As dusk descended, after finishing their meal, Ming instructed Chu Chu and the other 3 women to continue selling wooden spears and other items. At that moment, Ming discovered that Song Shinsi had unexpectedly revealed a piece of information in the chat channel. Esteemed participants, I am Song Shinsi, ranked 6th in the Dungeon World leaderboard. My ability lies in divination, and I foresee that at midnight tonight, monsters will attack all vehicles except for buses. I urge all vehicle owners to prepare adequately for the night. What? Is this true? Divination? Such an ability exists? The chat channel buzzed with discussions, as everyone speculated whether Song Shinsi's message was genuine. No one could fathom the true intentions behind Song Shinsi's words. However, many had already resolved to stay awake until midnight to determine the veracity of the claim. For numerous individuals, the prospect of staying up until the early hours was hardly a daunting task. Moreover, the notion of a nocturnal monster assault was one that many preferred to believe rather than dismiss. As a reincarnated individual, Ming was well aware that Song Shinsi spoke the truth. For after midnight, the 4th day of the escape world would commence, marking the end of the 3-day protection period, during which beasts and goblins would begin their nocturnal assaults on vehicles. From the 4th day onward, every team would be required to post sentinels for the night watch. Yet, Ming remained perplexed as to why Song Shinsi had chosen to disseminate this information. In his previous life, Song Shinsi had never engaged in such practices. Ming understood that Song Shinsi would not altruistically share information without ulterior motives. Could it be that Song Shinsi sought to gain fame and trust? Chapter 70. The scheming of Song Shinsi. Ming swiftly deduced that Song Shinsi's announcement regarding the monster's nocturnal assault was motivated by a desire for fame and trust. Once the anticipated attack occurred that evening, all wary vehicle owners would express their gratitude towards Song Shinsi, thereby granting him considerable renown and confidence. His divination abilities would be universally acknowledged, paving the way for him to sell information at a premium. For instance, he could divulge strategies for vehicle owners to recruit followers on public transport. Ming never anticipated that Song Shinsi would go to such lengths to create a foundation for himself, crafting a persona solely for the purpose of selling information. This Taoist indeed possessed a certain cunning. As Ming pondered these revelations, Song Shinsi sent a friend request, which Ming readily accepted. Once they became friends, Song Shinsi promptly messaged, Brother Yi, I have foreseen that a monster will strike tonight. You must exercise caution. It would be wise to assign a follower to keep watch. It appeared that Song Shinsi was concerned Ming might overlook the chat channel. Thus he made an effort to remind him. Ming recognized Song Shinsi's ulterior motives and replied, Yes, I noticed your announcement regarding the monster attack. In truth, even without your warning, I would have arranged for several women to take turns on watch this evening. Song Shinsi messaged again, I possess another piece of crucial information that I wish to share with you in advance, Brother Yi. Please do not disclose it. Previously, Ming had gifted Song Shinsi 3 pairs of battle boots, and Song Shinsi was eager to repay this favor by revealing information. Ming was well aware of Song Shinsi's intentions and could even surmise the nature of the intelligence he was about to disclose. Thus, he responded, If you intend to share the method for recruiting followers, there is no need to inform me. Upon reading Ming's reply, Song Shinsi was taken aback and quickly began to calculate on his fingers. However, he was unable to discern anything. The realization that Ming was aware of the recruitment method and even anticipated his words left Song Shinsi both astonished and perplexed. He found himself utterly unable to read Ming, which filled him with trepidation. Song Shinsi understood better than anyone how unfathomable Ming truly was. The fact that Ming had unveiled the very method Song Shinsi sought to convey only heightened his anxiety. Consequently, Song Shinsi felt an urgent need to repay the kindness of the individual who had gifted him the battle boots. Resolving to discover what intelligence Ming required, Song Shinsi clenched his jaw and began calculating once more. With one hand, he reached for the steering wheel of his vehicle, which was uniquely fashioned like a divination compass. This remarkable feature had been unlocked following a recent upgrade to his vehicle, allowing him to utilize this compass once daily to ascertain an individual's pressing needs and potential solutions. Determined to employ this newfound ability on Ming, Song Shenxi's mental energy began to wane as he concentrated. After a brief interval of over 10 seconds, he finally concluded his divination, albeit with a dizzying fatigue. Despite the substantial toll on his mental faculties, Song Shenxi had ultimately discerned what Ming required. The divine son of Song organized his thoughts and messaged Ming. Brother Yi, the followers you wish to recruit are on the bus. But it may prove quite challenging to board the same vehicle as them, wouldn't it? Ming was momentarily taken aback upon reading Song's message. The implication was clear. He possessed a means to facilitate Ye's boarding of the bus occupied by Yang Lingyu and Lu Yusuan. After a brief silence, Ming replied, "Do tell." While Ming had his own method to bring Yang Lingyu and the other two women to the RV, it would require waiting for the next scorching world. Now that Song had a way to expedite their arrival, Yi had no reason to decline. Sensing Ming's inquiry, Song let out a sigh of relief. Both understood that by revealing this information, Song had cleared any debts owed to Ming. Thus, Song explained, "My method has approximately a 40 to 50% success rate. If Brother Yi experiments a few times, success is assured. First, the follower on the bus needs to encourage a few individuals to disembark. Simultaneously, you must also exit and be left by the roadside. When the bus resumes its journey, there is a significant chance it will return to pick you up. Once someone has exited, the bus is likely to trigger the conditions for picking up passengers again. If you do not succeed, repeat the process, and you shall surely prevail." Ming silently took note of this strategy. In fact, this method had been employed in his previous life, where vehicle owners sought capable individuals on buses for recruitment, often collaborating after discussions. However, due to his own lack of strength in the past, no one had attempted to recruit him using this method. Moreover, vehicle owners aware of this tactic would not publicly disclose it among all owners, as capable followers were exceedingly rare. If all owners became privy to this strategy, it would only lead to losses for those who knew it. Having acquired the method, Ming concluded his conversation with Song. Meanwhile, the four women, Chu and her companions, were engaged in selling wooden spears, alarms, and other items. Ming himself remained busy, continuing his acquisition of blueprints. However, his purchasing activities sparked considerable commotion in the chat channel, especially following Bai Sheng's recent announcement of Ming's prowess, prompting numerous individuals to privately message him in hopes of establishing connections. Ming ignored them all, focusing solely on his blueprint acquisitions. As night fell and it was time to rest, Ming had yet to procure any high-level blueprints. This was understandable, having recently surpassed the initial phase of material scarcity. Most individuals were not in urgent need of power upgrades, making it unlikely for anyone to part with superior blueprints. Ming had already secured most of the lower-tier blueprints, and the most commonly circulated blueprints in the market were the zero-star vehicle blueprints. Consequently, affluent vehicle owners, if willing to expend resources, could gather 5 pieces of zero-star vehicle equipment to upgrade their transportation. Although Ming had not succeeded in acquiring quality blueprints, Chu and her companions had once again reaped a bounty of wealth that night. Ming's stockpile of escape currency had swelled to an astonishing 20,000 or more. "Well then, let us conclude for today," he said, glancing at the four women. They understood his meaning, recognizing that it was time for their evening rest. Ming contemplated for a moment before turning to the four women. "After midnight tonight, there will be a monster attack. You will need to take turns keeping watch. Should any creatures appear, awaken me immediately." The four women nodded in unison, naturally unwilling to decline such a responsibility. Their vigil would span from midnight to 6 in the morning, thus each would only need to stand watch for an hour and a half. Concurrently, Ming informed Wang Jiu'er to remain vigilant regarding the impending monster assault. Wang Jiu'er, however, was not concerned about the watch duty. She could entrust this task to the mutated wasps and their queen. Recalling that Wang Jiu'er's mode of transportation had not yet been upgraded to 1 star, Ming sent her several pieces of 0-star vehicle equipment, after which he ceased to worry about her. Meanwhile, within the confines of the RV, Chu was leading Li and Jinmi Nai to the bathroom for a shower. This left Ming and Jiangqi alone. Ming, feeling no need for formality, lifted Jiangqi into his arms and went a rest. Jiangqi's favorability rating stood at 6. Chapter 71, The Monster Night Raid this evening. The 4 girls were to take turns keeping watch, and Ming was reluctant to burden them excessively, thus collecting affection points from each in succession. Chu's affection stood at 7, while Ailey and Jinmi Nai both held 5. Ming gently wiped the sweat from Jin Minai's forehead, signaling her to rest and conserve her energy for the night watch ahead. At that moment, Jin Minai's cheeks flushed, her breaths gradually becoming steadier. Upon hearing Ming's encouragement to rest, she obediently nodded and nestled into his embrace, closing her eyes like a contented kitten. Ming held Jin Minai close. Glancing at the time, there remained half an hour until midnight. He anticipated a monster raid at the stroke of 12, thus he felt no urgency to sleep. It would be prudent to address the impending threat before seeking rest. Ming had amassed a total of 45 affection points, just enough to enhance his attributes. Both his mental and physical capabilities were rated D, insufficient for sustaining the shadow clone for an extended period. Therefore, an enhancement of these attributes was imperative. Currently, Ming possessed a black hoodie, which would augment his physical attribute to D, yet his mental attribute would remain at D. Hence, he prioritized bolstering his mental faculties. He exchanged 2 D-grade attribute orbs, elevating his mental attribute to C. Consequently, he was left with 25 affection points. By accumulating just 15 more points, he could further enhance his mental attribute to C. After completing the simple attribute enhancements, Ming embraced Jin Minai and opened the chat channel to pass the time. As moments slipped away, within the chat channel, many remained awake, quietly anticipating the monster raid mentioned by Song Shensi. To alleviate the weight, some engaged in sharing risku jokes, rendering the atmosphere less tedious. Unbeknownst to them, the conversation gradually shifted towards the monster raid. Inquiries arose regarding strategies for confronting the imminent threat. This posed a thought-provoking dilemma. For instance, Ming could dispatch a shadow clone to effortlessly resolve the situation. However, other teams lacked such capabilities. After much deliberation, they concluded that the simplest method would be to run down the monsters with their vehicles. If all else failed, escaping in the car seemed a viable option, as the monsters would presumably be unable to keep pace. Yet, both strategies hinged upon a crucial condition. The vehicles required gasoline. Regrettably, numerous teams had depleted their fuel supplies during the day's resource gathering. Those with lesser strength, lacking fuel, began to grasp the gravity of their predicament. Consequently, some started to offer high prices within the channel to procure gasoline. Fortunately, over 60 teams that had survived in the dungeon world retained a considerable amount of fuel, seizing this opportunity to sell it at a handsome profit. In that moment, all participants realized the preciousness of gasoline in the realm of survival. The sole method of obtaining it lay in the daily morning distribution by the system, which was contingent upon the number of occupants in each vehicle. Many vehicle owners now regretted their decisions. Why had they not filled their cars to capacity before fleeing the city on the first day? At that time, numerous owners harbored a strong sense of caution, fearing that an excess of passengers would pose a threat to their safety. Today, it has become a significant factor in widening the gap between the rich and the poor. Some vehicles are manned by teams of 4 or 5 individuals, who manage to gather 30 to 40 treasure chests daily, thereby upgrading their vehicles to 1-star. In contrast, teams of 2 or 3 individuals not only collect fewer resources each day, but also face considerable disadvantages when it comes to stealing treasure chests and battling monsters. Conversely, the situation in public buses is quite the opposite. They are overcrowded, with around 30 people on each bus, leading to a limited number of treasure chests and a dire scarcity of supplies. Many yearn to leave the public bus and board the owner's vehicle, as it offers at least some respite from hunger. Yet, regardless of how these individuals attempt to disembark, the eventual outcome merely leads them to another bus. Presently, as long as Song Shensi sells the method for bus owners to access public transport, a multitude of bus owners will eagerly come to purchase it. As night fell, it was soon midnight outside the mobile home. 3 diminutive figures, braving the wind and sand of the night, stealthily approached the vehicle. They were 3 green-skinned goblins, their eyes sparkling with excitement, eagerly anticipating the presence of beautiful human women within the mobile home. These goblins were astute. They refrained from directly attacking the vehicle, knowing it would trigger the alarm. Instead, they crept silently towards the door. Just as one of the goblins prepared to attempt to open the door, it swung open on its own, revealing a shadowy figure armed with a wooden spear. The 3 goblins stood frozen in astonishment, unable to fathom how their covert actions had been discovered. Their confusion deepened as they pondered the identity of this shadowy being, which appeared even more monstrous than themselves. Indeed, this figure was the shadow doppelganger controlled by Ming. Before the goblins could react, the doppelganger struck first, swiftly thrusting the wooden spear and piercing the throat of one goblin in an instant. With Ming's D-class speed and strength, the goblins stood no chance of victory. The remaining 2 goblins quickly regained their senses, letting out a roar as they brandished their bone daggers and lunged at the shadow doppelganger. However, Ming did not command his doppelganger to evade. Instead, he remained stationary, eager to test the extent of damage the doppelganger could endure. With a sickening squelch, the bone daggers plunged into the doppelganger as if piercing through a viscous substance, leaving the 2 goblins momentarily bewildered. To Ming's astonishment, the daggers inflicted no harm whatsoever upon the shadowy figure. Under the horrified gaze of the goblins, the doppelganger seized one goblin, swinging it around like a mere toy, before slamming it ruthlessly to the ground, causing it to spew blood. The impact shattered its bones and ruptured its internal organs, leaving it on the brink of death. Yet, Ming was far from finished. He commanded the doppelganger to unleash a powerful punch against one of the goblins. With a resounding thud, the goblin's head was crushed, while the doppelganger exhibited no signs of distress. Had Ming himself delivered such a blow, he would have undoubtedly suffered significant recoil damage. Yet, the doppelganger remained unscathed. It became abundantly clear to Ming that the shadow doppelganger was formidable, impervious to harm, and unafraid of death, boasting combat prowess that surpassed even his own. At that moment, the only surviving goblin at the scene was seized by a flicker of fear, immediately kneeling on the ground to bow and plead for mercy before the shadowy figure. Yet, Ming would not spare this goblin. He swiftly raised his wooden spear and ended its life with a single thrust. The shadowy figure dispatched 3 goblins in merely a matter of seconds. Subsequently, it returned to the RV, securing the door with a firm lock. Meanwhile, Ming gently roused the slumbering Jiangqi, signaling her to take the night watch. Jiangqi rubbed her eyes, rising in a daze, and after planting a soft kiss on Ming's cheek, she proceeded to the driver's seat to keep vigil. Chapter 72. The 4th day. The protection period has ended. Ming observed Jiangqi's silhouette as she departed for the night watch, remaining silent. Assigning the women to guard duty not only interrupted their rest, but also hindered Ming's ability to accumulate goodwill. In truth, resolving the issue of night watch was not particularly arduous. Ming could simply capture a couple of wild beasts or monsters to take their place, akin to employing a dog for home protection. While capturing such creatures was feasible, it required the use of a slave collar to exert true control over them. This collar could only be obtained from a silver treasure chest, and was a tool exclusively usable by the vehicle's owner. Once adorned with the slave collar, the beasts or monsters would be compelled to obey the owner's will. Future vehicle owners would likely capture 1 or 2 monsters or beasts to enslave. Not only would they be obedient, but they could also serve as cannon fodder or sentinels during the night. However, the slave collar had its drawbacks, as it consumed a considerable amount of the owner's mental energy. Few owners would opt to enslave multiple creatures. Of course, capturing 1 or 2 for training purposes posed no significant issue. As Jiangqi took her post, Ming nestled with Jin Manai and closed his eyes to sleep. The night was tranquil within Ming's caravan, yet the chat channel erupted with activity. Every team had encountered a nocturnal monster assault. Fortunately, Song Shensi had forewarned everyone, preventing numerous teams from falling victim that night. Consequently, many began to express their gratitude towards Song Shensi in the chat. He continued to caution everyone, alerting them to the possibility of further night attacks and urging them to remain vigilant and assign guards. Song Daozhang, I have only 2 people in my vehicle. Guarding at night will be quite arduous. Do you have any solutions? This inquiry seemed orchestrated, steering the conversation toward a particular topic. Few people in your vehicle? I do have a method for you to recruit from the bus, but most vehicle owners were taken aback by Song Shensi's revelation of a way to recruit from the bus. Song Daozhang, if you are willing to share your method, I would gladly pay a handsome price. Immediately, many began to flatter Song Shensi in the chat, eager to learn his recruitment strategy. However, Song Shensi refrained from divulging his method. He was not a benevolent soul. Such information was a commodity to be traded for resources. Moreover, this type of intelligence was inherently valuable, and Song Shensi aimed to maximize his gains by selling it to as many individuals as possible in one transaction. Thus, he declared that anyone wishing to learn the method should transfer him 20 escape coins or equivalent supplies as payment for the information. He promised to disclose the method to all who purchased the information the following morning. Furthermore, he emphasized that those who acquired the information first would have an advantage over those who did not, enabling them to recruit their desired followers ahead of time. Talented and capable individuals on the bus would be the first to be recruited. Moreover, 20 escape coins were not a steep price. Are the vehicle owners really willing to forfeit the opportunity to recruit followers over a mere 20 escape coins? Many vehicle owners were swayed, expressing their intent to transfer the 20 escape coins to Song Shensi that very night. Tonight, the news about Song Shensi's earnings from the escape currency is certainly on par with the profits generated by Chu and her 3 companions through their resource sales. Following the night raid, many have placed their trust in Song Shensi, with the majority of vehicle owners willing to part with 20 units of escape currency for intelligence. The night swiftly passed. Remarkably, Yiming's caravan was not subjected to a second night raid, possibly due to the deterrent effect of the 3 goblins lying outside in a gruesome state. Jiangqi and her 3 companions took turns keeping watch in accordance with the order of the affection points Yiming had accumulated the previous night, and there were no disturbances. As the final watch by Zhun Minai came to an end, dawn began to break. Instead of returning to bed for more rest, Zhun Minai headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. With the wind picking up on the 4th day, the morning air turned quite frigid, leaving only the warmth of the blankets to offer solace. Yiming gradually opened his eyes to find that Chu had replaced Zhun Minai in his embrace, her mouth slightly drooling as she clung to him like an octopus. Yiming chose not to rouse Chu but instead closed his eyes again, savoring the comfort of this tender moment. Ding! The 3-day protection period has ended. Unlocking the Pursuit Escape Mode, Treasure Chest Competition Mechanism, and World Auction Channel. Today, the wind level has increased to a strong gale, level 8. The number of individuals in the vehicle is 5, distributing 500 units of gasoline and 23 escape currency. Yiming, Chu D rank, the other 3 girls E rank. Upon hearing the notification, Yiming reluctantly stretched and arose from his cozy bed. The girls followed suit, listening to the howling wind outside, which instilled a sense that their vehicle might be blown away. Jiangqi casually snatched her clothes back from Chu and, once dressed, turned to Yiming. Darling, that pursuit escape mode sounds perilous. Yiming shook his head, reassuring her. It's nothing. If we are pursued, we flee. If escape is not an option, we fight. After testing the combat prowess of the shadow clone the previous night, he felt no fear of pursuers. Furthermore, with Chu's psychic assistance, they could surely repel any attackers. Yiming refrained from elaborating to the girls, instead contemplating the day's primary actions. The search for treasure chests and the urgent retrieval of Yang Lingyu and her companions were pressing matters. Today marked the unlocking of the treasure chest competition mechanism, presenting a substantial opportunity to locate a silver treasure chest. This so-called competition mechanism involves a high-level treasure chest simultaneously discovered by multiple teams, triggering various competitive modes, such as follower competition. Vehicle owners must dispatch their followers to contend for the chest, during which the owner cannot intervene, relying solely on the strength of their followers to secure resources. This was precisely why Yiming had aimed to train the 4 girls for treasure hunting. In his past life, he had heard that teams had uncovered impressive equipment, items, and even potions from silver treasure chests today. These were not mere ordinary supplies. Therefore, Yiming was determined to lead a team to gather resources today, ensuring he did not miss the chance to open a silver treasure chest. Likewise, it was imperative to retrieve Yang Lingyu and her companions back to the caravan swiftly. On this blustery day, with winds reaching a force of 8, the populace still ventured outdoors. However, with tomorrow's winds escalating to 9, the ordinary citizen would find movement nearly impossible. As the tempest escalates to a formidable 10 and 11, all would be compelled to seek refuge within their vehicles, fleeing to an alternate realm. Thus, the imperative to escort the 3 women from the bus to the RV must be accomplished today. Otherwise, one would have to await the next world. After careful contemplation, Yiming resolved that the priority was to fetch Yang Lingyu and the 2 other women to the vehicle, postponing the expedition to hunt for treasure until the afternoon. Consequently, the group commenced their morning routine, preparing for the day ahead. In the kitchen, Yiming picked up a piece of bread, skillfully sliced in half by Zhun Minai. After undergoing a second baking, it was layered with succulent roasted meat, a fried egg, grilled sausages, and savory sauces, resulting in a delectable morsel. This exemplifies the advantage of having a chef within the team. Which other team could thrive as splendidly under Yiming's nurturing? Naturally, Zhun Minai did not limit her culinary preparations to just a few individuals in the vehicle. She also prepared meals for Wang Jiu'er and the other women. Yiming had even taken the initiative to have Zhun Minai add them as friends, ensuring their future sustenance was secure. As Zhun Minai traded a sandwich filled with roasted meat and ham to Yang Lingyu, Her expression suddenly shifted. Brother Yi Ming, Ling Yu mentioned that a bus owner has arrived, seeking to recruit them. Chapter 73. The commotion on the bus. Upon hearing that a vehicle owner was recruiting young Ling Yu on the bus, Yi Ming furrowed his brow. He promptly activated the system to inquire about the situation on the bus from Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman. Soon, Zhang Xiaoman replied, informing him that a man had boarded the bus, claiming to be a vehicle owner, seeking to recruit 2 followers. Both Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman were strikingly beautiful and held considerable power as leaders on the bus. Naturally, no vehicle owner would miss the chance to recruit them. Consequently, upon learning about the 2 women's status, the vehicle owner ceased his recruitment of others and focused on persuading them to disembark with him. Yang Lingyu was becoming increasingly exasperated, nearly on the verge of confrontation with the vehicle owner. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yi Ming pondered how it was possible for a vehicle owner to fortuitously board the same bus as Yang Lingyu. At that moment, Lu Yusuan also sent a message, revealing that a vehicle owner had similarly boarded her bus, with circumstances mirroring those of Yang Lingyu. Understanding that Lu Yusuan was facing a similar predicament, Yi Ming quickly deduced the source of the issue. It must be that Song Xinxi had sold information, prompting numerous vehicle owners to seek recruits on the buses. It was quite unfortunate that Yi Ming had gone to bed early the previous night, missing Song Xinxi's messages in the chat channel. Thus, Yi Ming first synthesized 3 crossbows and sent them to Yang Lingyu and the other 2 women, advising them to eliminate any vehicle owners displaying abnormal behavior. Should they encounter an insurmountable problem, they were to contact him immediately, and he would dispatch his shadow clone to resolve the matter. After imparting his instructions, Yi Ming opened a private chat with Song Xinxi, questioning, Song Xinxi, have you sold the method of recruiting on the bus? On the other end, upon receiving Yi Ming's message, Song Xinxi felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He anticipated Yi Ming would confront him over this matter. For Yi Ming to board the bus with Yang Lingyu and the others, a prerequisite was that there could not be an excessive number of vehicle owners waiting for buses at the same time. However, that morning, Song Xinxi had already disseminated the information to hundreds of vehicle owners, resulting in many of them now waiting on the road for buses. Consequently, Yi Ming found it exceedingly difficult to board the same bus as Yang Lingyu and the others. Realizing the predicament Yi Ming faced following the sale of the information, Song Xinxi quickly replied, Brother Yi, this time it was my oversight. How about this? I will consider that previous information as a complimentary gift to you, and I still owe you 1 piece of information. How does that sound? His tone was sincere, acknowledging his debt to Yi Ming. After reading Song Xinxi's response, Yi Ming's anger subsided significantly. He understood that Song Xinxi would not be foolish enough to jeopardize their relationship over such matters, which would yield him no benefit. Since Song Xinxi had indicated he would owe him a piece of information, it was a gesture of goodwill and compensation. Therefore, Yi Ming did not press him further, but instead requested assistance in determining the likelihood of his successful boarding of the bus. Song Xinxi quickly replied, Brother Yi, please do not put me in a difficult position. I cannot calculate the probability, but I can assist you in identifying the times when fewer individuals are waiting for buses. Currently, it was exceedingly challenging for Yi Ming to board the bus with Yang Lingyu and the other women, as most vehicle owners completed their recruitment of followers. Yi Ming naturally found his opportunity. Thus, he only needed to wait a few hours before he could board the bus to meet the 3 ladies. Consequently, Yi Ming acquiesced to the method proposed by Song Xinxi. Song Xinxi swiftly calculated and replied, Brother Yi, during midday, the number of vehicle owners boarding the bus is at its lowest. Many will be on the bus in the morning and afternoon. Having obtained the desired information, Yi Ming concluded the conversation. Henceforth, he could only wait until noon to fetch the 3 ladies. Yi Ming informed Yang Lingyu and the others to be cautious of the vehicle owners in the morning, assuring them that he would come to collect them at noon. Upon hearing this, Yang Lingyu and her companions were elated. Who would prefer to remain on a bus when they could enjoy life in a mobile home? On the bus, Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman each held a crossbow, aimed at a young man. The young man, startled, quickly raised his hands and exclaimed, Ladies, please don't shoot. I mean no harm. Yang Lingyu retorted, If you dare to harass us again, I will shoot you with this crossbow. The young man hastily assured them that he would not. However, he was reluctant to abandon the chance to recruit the 2 ladies. So he found a seat on the bus, contemplating how he might persuade them to disembark with him. Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman frowned at the young man's failure to leave the bus. As time passed, several other vehicle owners boarded, and upon learning of the formidable skills possessed by Yang Lingyu and her companion, as well as their crossbow weaponry. They were all intrigued. With strength, weaponry, and beauty, what vehicle owner would not wish to have them aboard? If these two women were to join their vehicles, not only would their team's overall combat capabilities be enhanced, but they would also gain access to ranged weaponry. Consequently, none of the vehicle owners who boarded the bus wished to disembark. They instead boasted about the prowess of their transport and their remarkable abilities. Meanwhile, Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman, armed with their crossbows, would immediately shoot if any vehicle owner dared to approach within 2 meters. As a result of the vehicle owner's reluctance to leave, the bus bizarrely reached a full capacity and ceased to accept additional passengers. In stark contrast, the situation surrounding Lu Yusuan was entirely different. Upon boarding the bus, vehicle owners were completely unaware of Lu Yusuan's capabilities, even neglecting to notice her presence. Other followers on the bus also chose to conceal Lu Yusuan's situation, instead showcasing their own attributes. Men boasted of their martial prowess and loyalty, while women displayed their beauty and domestic virtues, occasionally performing dances and songs. This led to the unfortunate consequence that no vehicle owner noticed the petite Lu Yusuan. She, however, hid in a corner, secretly amused. Observing the bus as if it were a talent market, every vehicle owner who boarded would be surrounded by a throng of self-promoters. The vehicle owners would then select 1 or 2 favorites from the crowd to take with them upon disembarking. Throughout the morning, 5 vehicle owners boarded Lu Yusuan's bus, taking 10 individuals with them. Remarkably, the bus suddenly lost 1/3 of its passengers. Returning to Yi Ming's side, since it was decided to pick up Yang Lingyu and the other 2 ladies at noon, Yi Ming could lead a treasure hunt in the morning. After finishing breakfast, Yi Ming and his companions set out in the RV to search for treasure. Regarding fuel, they had 100 units left from yesterday, plus the 500 units allocated for today, totaling 600 units of fuel, sufficient for a day's expedition in search of resources. Yi Ming drove the RV along the desolate highway, where yellow sand swirled in the air. It wasn't long before they encountered the first bronze treasure chest. To their surprise, the number of goblins guarding the bronze chest had increased. Chu Chu, seated in the passenger seat, was the first to notice that there were now 3 goblins protecting the chest. Chapter 74. The mechanism of treasure chest contention and individual combat of followers. The number of goblins guarding the treasure chest had increased. A development that did not surprise Yi Ming, for he had anticipated this outcome. He knew that the goblins would continue to multiply in the future. The significance of team strength was gradually becoming apparent. Should other vehicle owners focus solely on enhancing their own power without nurturing their followers, they would likely struggle to secure even a bronze treasure chest. Yi Ming turned to the 4 women, instructing, "The 3 goblins ahead are your responsibility. I shall not intervene." Upon hearing this, the 3 women, save for Jiangqi, felt a surge of anxiety. After all, Jiangqi possessed combat experience from the world of zombies, while the other 3 had never faced more than 1 creature at a time. Ellie, visibly anxious, inquired, "What should we do? Should we split up to distract them and take them down one by one?" Nearby, Jinminai offered her perspective. "I believe we should form a formation and utilize our wooden spears and crossbows to confront the goblins." She reasoned that, given their small number, it would be unwise to attempt to divert the goblins, and staying together would allow them to support one another. Jiangqi remained silent, confident that any approach would lead to victory over the 3 goblins. In terms of numbers, strength, and weaponry, they held the advantage. Their only deficiencies lay in combat experience and courage. Consequently, the 3 women turned their gaze towards Chu Chu, the eldest among them. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Chu resolved to confront the goblins in an organized manner. Possessing the skill of mental impact, she believed that if she timed it correctly, she could swiftly eliminate 1 goblin. Soon, the 4 women finalized their strategy and alighted from the vehicle armed with crossbows and wooden spears. Yi Ming accompanied them. Although he would not engage the goblins directly, he intended to impart the combat wisdom he had acquired in his previous life. As they disembarked, a powerful gust of wind forced them to squint. "Is the wind not exceedingly strong?" Ellie mused, feeling as though her petite frame might be swept away. Were it not for her commendable strength attribute, she might have been carried off by the wind. Suddenly, Chu Chu recalled that among the assorted items she had collected was a set of goggles, which was precisely what they needed at that moment. She promptly retrieved 5 pairs of goggles from the caravan, and after donning them, the group felt significantly more at ease. Following this, Yi Ming distributed 5 towels to the 4 women and himself, suggesting they wrap the towels around their faces to shield against the wind and sand. With their protective measures in place, the five advanced toward the goblins like desert marauders. The four women initially attempted to eliminate the goblins from a distance using their crossbows. However, the fierce wind severely impaired their aim, and the three goblins, no fools, evaded their shots. Even with Ellie's shooting talent, she could not land a single hit. Jiangqi decided against continuing with the crossbow, and instead took the lead with a wooden spear, charging toward the goblins. Chu Chu and Zhun Minai followed suit. Brandishing their wooden spears, the trio effectively prevented the diminutive goblins from closing the distance. Ellie, still armed with her crossbow, trailed behind, poised to strike should the goblins come within range. As the three goblins caught sight of the approaching four human women, they erupted in excited cries. As long as the four women can incapacitate the goblins, it would suffice to satisfy them for an entire day. Thus, three goblins encircled the quartet from left, center, and right. Upon witnessing the encroaching goblins, Jiangqi furrowed her brow but quickly regained her composure, pausing to await their approach. The four women gathered together, forming a solid formation as they observed the goblins closing in. Yi Ming, stationed not far away, offered verbal reminders, imparting insights on team combat and essential tactical details. As long as the four women maintained their composure, they were unlikely to encounter any issues. After all, clad in their battle boots, their speed was rated at D level, and their strength at E level. Armed with long wooden spears, their chances of defeat were minimal. Before long, the skirmish erupted as the three goblins engaged the four women in battle. Jiangqi struck decisively, wounding one goblin in an instant. Although Chu Chu and Zhun Minai did not inflict damage upon the goblins, they effectively prevented them from advancing. The two women realized that their wooden spears could easily suppress the goblins, instilling them with newfound confidence. Previously, they had fought goblins in a 3-on-1 manner and had not anticipated being able to individually overpower one. Suddenly, AI Li Chu Chu issued a warning and unleashed a mental shockwave against the goblin before her. The goblin became momentarily dazed, and the prepared AI Li swiftly launched a crossbow bolt that pierced the creature's body. Concurrently, Chu Chu continued to stab at the goblin with her spear. By the time the goblin regained its senses, its life was already forfeit. The tide of battle swiftly turned, resulting in the four women surrounding and dispatching the remaining two goblins. Soon, the last two goblins fell beneath the relentless barrage of wooden spears and crossbow bolts. One goblin, in its dying moments, hurled a dagger that nearly struck Chu Chu. Fortunately, her quick reflexes allowed her to evade the attack. Once the fray concluded, the four women reflected on their experiences in team combat. Upon opening a bronze treasure chest, they discovered nothing but a few barrels of drinking water and a handful of escape coins. After a brief tidying up and retrieving the scattered crossbow bolts, they returned to their mobile home, resuming their quest for treasure. Subsequently, every chest they encountered was entrusted to the four women to handle. They steadily accrued combat experience. Even AI Li temporarily set aside her crossbow, opting instead to slay monsters with her spear. In the fierce winds, the crossbow bolts lacked any advantage in range. Proximity was essential to strike the enemy, making the spear a more convenient choice at times. Yi Ming, meanwhile, found herself increasingly relaxed, observing as they conquered chest after chest. Inside the mobile home, the four women gathered together, chattering animatedly about their experiences vanquishing goblins. AI Li, brimming with excitement, bounced around, boasting to her sister about her prowess. Then darting to the driver's cabin to inquire how she fared in Yi Ming's eyes. If Yi Ming refrained from praising her, AI Li would plant kisses on her face. However, AI Li's performance was far from stellar. She had stayed at the rear, carelessly jabbing with her spear and nearly injuring Jiangqi in front. Yi Ming hesitated to flatter AI Li insincerely, but after being showered with kisses, she begrudgingly conceded to commend her bravery. Once AI Li received Yi Ming's praise, she was met with teasing from her three sisters, who mocked her for employing such despicable tactics. As Ellie found herself unable to outwit the three elder sisters, she engaged in playful banter with them, filling the RV with the sounds of their laughter and merriment. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was just past 10 in the morning, while Yi Ming contemplated preparing to take the bus to fetch Yang Lingyu and her companions. He noticed an unexpected fork in the road that had appeared along the originally straight path. In the wilderness outside the fork stood two towering ogres, each 3 meters tall and clad in primitive animal skins. Between the two ogres lay a silver treasure chest, the very silver chest that Yi Ming had longed for. On the other side of the road fork, a heavy-duty truck was parked. As Yi Ming maneuvered the RV closer to the fork, he was immediately greeted by a system notification. Congratulations, you have discovered a high-level treasure chest. The treasure chest competition mechanism has been activated, and 2 teams are eligible to participate. Scanning the number of participants, commencing random competition method. Competition method, individual battles among followers. Number of competitors, 3 matches of 1 versus 1. The owner possesses the authority to concede on behalf of the followers until one side triumphs in 2 matches. Chapter 75. Wang Daoring with the great axe. Ming directed his gaze towards the heavy truck at the intersection. Intrigued by the identity of its driver, as both parties prepared to send forth their followers to engage in battle, the occupants of the heavy truck were equally scrutinizing Yi Ming's motorhome. Neither side was aware of the other's capabilities, yet both were resolute in their pursuit of the silver treasure chest. Inside the heavy truck sat 4 men. At the forefront was a robust figure occupying the driver's seat. The owner of the truck, named Huang Daoring. He lamented internally that the contest for the silver treasure chest necessitated a competition of the follower's prowess rather than the driver's strength. If only it were a contest of our own abilities, he mused. Huang Daoring possessed commendable power, having enhanced his strength to a D rank and his speed to an E rank. His trump card was his berserk ability, which allowed him to wield a colossal axe capable of vanquishing any foe. Despite his formidable strength, the prospect of not being able to engage in battle himself left him feeling regretful. Nonetheless, Huang Daoring held considerable faith in his 3 followers. Although they had not augmented their attributes, they had accrued significant combat experience by slaying numerous zombies in the apocalyptic world. He was confident they could secure victory in at least 2 rounds. Both drivers should send forth their followers. Huang Daoring directed his attention to a young man in the truck. Xiao Lu, the outcome of the first round is crucial. You shall go. Xiao Lu, elated by this decree, immediately flexed his biceps before Huang Daoring. Brother Huang, rest assured, I will secure a victory for you. Huang Daoring nodded in satisfaction, well aware of Xiao Lu's capabilities as a javelin thrower, making him the most physically adept among his followers. He retrieved an iron spear from the truck, an item he had earned as a reward upon returning from the zombie-infested world, classified as a 1-star equipment. Had he not possessed a 1-star giant axe, he would have utilized the spear long ago. Though reluctant to part with the 1-star spear, Huang Daoring understood the importance of securing a victory at this juncture. Xiao Lu was the most suitable candidate to wield it. Bring me back a victory, and this 1-star spear shall be yours, Huang Daoring declared, handing the spear to Xiao Lu. Overjoyed, Xiao Lu accepted the spear, having long anticipated this moment. The competitive nature of the treasure chest contest unexpectedly granted him this opportunity. Thus, he descended from the truck with the spear in hand. Meanwhile, within the motorhome, Yi Ming regarded the 4 women accompanying him, ultimately focusing on Chu Chu and Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi, you shall engage in the first battle. The second shall be entrusted to Chu Chu. Although Yi Ming had confidence in the abilities of all 4 women, he remained cautious, unwilling to gamble with their lives. Hence, for the first confrontation, he chose Jiang Qi, the most seasoned in combat, knowing she could adapt to unforeseen circumstances. For the second battle, Chu Chu would follow, her psychological impact serving as a formidable advantage, rendering her chances of defeat nearly non-existent. If they secured victories in the initial rounds, there would be no need for a third match. The 2 women accepted their roles without hesitation. Jiang Qi donned her mask and goggles, preparing to descend from the motorhome. Yi Ming pondered for a moment and cautioned, exercise caution. We remain unaware of the true capabilities of our adversaries. Also, remember to stay off the road, for 2 ogres guarding the treasure chest may attack. In a one-on-one confrontation, disparities in strength are inevitable. The weaker party, however, may still seize an opportunity to turn the tide by retreating off the road and leveraging the creatures protecting the treasure chest to their advantage. At that point, the outcome will hinge upon luck and resolve. Even the stronger party is susceptible to missteps. Hence my reminder to Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi understood, grasping her wooden spear as she descended from the RV. As both parties' followers disembarked, the remaining individuals within the vehicle were confined by the power of the rules, unable to assist. Yi Ming and the 3 women, Chu Chu included, huddled in the driver's cabin, observing Jiang Qi as she approached the opposing side. Yi Ming remained prepared to concede immediately should Jiang Qi find herself in peril, ensuring her swift return to the safety of the RV, thereby preserving her life. This was the sole method for the vehicle owner to safeguard their followers. Cultivating a capable and trustworthy follower was no easy feat. and the owner was naturally unwilling to witness their subordinates perish in the contest for the treasure chest. Thus, during battles, the owner must always be ready to concede. Inside the heavy truck, Huang Daorong and his companions beheld a woman emerging from the opposing RV. Initially taken aback, they soon erupted into laughter. Huh? They actually sent a woman to battle? Huang Daorong jested. The significance of the first battle was diminished by the fact that their adversaries had dispatched a female combatant. The other two followers joined in the mirth. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated as their concerns were alleviated by the unexpected sight. One follower speculated, "Brother Huang, could it be that the owner of the opposing RV only accepted women aboard?" Upon hearing this, Huang Daorong's eyes lit up. It was indeed plausible that the opposing RV had only recruited women. There were whispers in the chat channel of owners who exclusively accepted female followers, boasting nightly about their busyness and mocking those who took on male followers as foolish. Huang Daorong felt a mix of envy and frustration. What male owner wouldn't desire to have a few beautiful women aboard? However, on the first day of his arrival in the city, he and his three companions had discovered the heavy truck simultaneously. Huang Daorong had merely boarded first, becoming the owner, while the others had seized the opportunity to join, making it impossible to dislodge them. Consequently, all of his followers were male. Now, Huang Daorong found himself intensely envious of the owner who exclusively recruited female followers. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Huang Daorong. He resolved to share the contest for the treasure chest in the chat channel, not only to gain some notoriety, but also to taunt those owners who only accepted women. Seizing the moment before Jiang Qi and Xiao Lu commenced their duel, Huang Daorong quickly opened the chat channel to relay the details of the treasure chest contest. Just as he shared the rules of the battle and the fact that the opposing owner was surrounded by female followers, the two individuals beside him gasped in surprise. "What is it?" Huang Daorong inquired, glancing towards the road. Before him lay the young Lu, once filled with promise, now lifeless upon the ground, his throat pierced by a wooden spear thrust by the woman across from him. Huang Daorong stood in disbelief, mouth agape as he gazed upon Lu's corpse. "Lu, were you jesting with Brother Huang? Did you truly succumb to a mere thrust from that woman? Had you perhaps offered her a one-star spear?" Huang Daorong's heart ached. He watched as the woman picked up the spear from the ground and turned to leave. It was indeed unfortunate that Jiang Qi, clad in protective goggles and a mask, donned a windbreaker that concealed her identity, leaving both Lu and Huang Daorong oblivious to her presence. How could they have known that Jiang Qi was one of the women trailing Ming during their time in the small park of the zombie-infested world? Had they recognized her, they would have surrendered long ago. Huang Daorong, the owner of the vehicle during that time in the small park, possessed the ability to go berserk, driven by the desire to slay advanced zombies. Chapter 76. The Dream Mattress and the Starry Long Spear. Jiang Qi joyfully picked up the iron long spear from the ground, fully aware that Ming was in dire need of a weapon, having been forced to resort to a wooden spear. This one-star long spear was perfectly suited for him. With the spear in hand, Jiang Qi turned and returned to the RV. As she boarded the vehicle, Chu Chu emerged, wielding her wooden spear, ready for their second battle. Inside the RV, Ellie and Ginny immediately surrounded Jiang Qi, impressed by her decisiveness in combat. After taking a life, Jiang Qi appeared remarkably composed, as if it were not her first encounter with death. In truth, her ease stemmed from her adaptation to the zombie-infested world, where she had dispatched numerous foes without the burden of guilt. The three women soon arrived at the driver's cabin, where Jiang Qi presented the one-star long spear to Ming. He accepted it without hesitation, examining the formidable weapon. Long spear, one-star equipment, provides a piercing and armor-breaking effect. Excellent. At last, a weapon of merit, Ming thought, surprised that amidst the chaos of the treasure hunt, they had acquired such a valuable item. He could easily imagine the despair of the opposing vehicle's owner, realizing he had just lost a one-star piece of gear. Setting the spear aside, Ming and the women turned their attention back to the fork in the road. Meanwhile, a man armed with a wooden spear descended from the heavy truck. He was exceedingly cautious, unwilling to approach Chu Chu, fearing a fate akin to that of Xiao Lu, who had been impaled without mercy. Huang Daorong sat in the truck, fixated on the crossroads. He believed that Xiao Lu had fallen victim to carelessness, leading to his demise at the hands of the woman. This time, however, he was determined to be vigilant. Surely, his followers could handle a single woman. Yet, to his astonishment, he watched as his followers stood motionless, akin to fools, and were effortlessly dispatched by the woman's spear. Huang Daorong was left speechless. Were his followers truly so inept? If a woman was to be defeated, One would expect at least a token struggle, akin to a pig thrashing before slaughter. But his followers had not even attempted to fight back. The outcome has been determined. The treasure hunt mechanism is now deactivated. Huang Daorong felt the scene before him blur, as the crossroads, silver treasure chest, ogres, and RV vanished, leaving behind a straight road. Had it not been for the absence of two individuals, he might have thought it all a dream. On the other side, Yiming's crossroads had also dissipated, yet the silver treasure chest and two ogres remained in the wilderness. With the constraints of the rules lifted, Yiming led Jiangqi and the others down from the RV to survey the wild expanse, having just claimed her first kill. Chu Chu stood in a daze for a moment before approaching Yiming. "Darling, I've taken a life," she announced. Yiming nodded gently, then, gazing intently at Chu Chu, inquired, "Do you feel any discomfort?" She shook her head in silence, instead focusing her spirited gaze upon him. Regardless of whether it is Chu Chu or any other woman, they are acutely aware that in the world of escape, they will inevitably confront the specter of battle and death. Having vanquished numerous monsters, they are hardly fazed by the prospect of killing. Observing that Chu Chu remains unperturbed, Yiming feels a sense of relief. He then addresses the quartet of women. "In a moment, Chu Chu and I will each lure away a man-eating ogre. Jiangqi will stealthily approach the treasure chest, while Ai Li and Junmi Nai will provide cover on the road with crossbows. The ogres possess strength, speed, and endurance above grade D. Yet their only discernible flaw lies in their low intelligence and lack of mental acuity. Thus, diverting the ogres to pilfer the treasure chest presents the simplest solution. Even though Yiming possesses the capability to slay the ogres, there is no necessity to expend effort in doing so. Upon hearing Yiming's plan, the women feel invigorated. This marks Yiming's first time leading them on a treasure hunt, a far superior approach compared to them independently deliberating on strategies for combat. It is akin to the distinction between having a commander and lacking one. Soon, Yiming and Chu Chu descend from the road, commencing their diversion of the two ogres. In the wilderness, the ogres, upon spotting Yiming and Chu Chu leaving the road, emit excited howls before pursuing them. Ai Li and Junmi Nai promptly draw their crossbows, successfully striking the hulking ogres, who, obliviously, do not evade the shots. However, the bolts seem to have little effect, as the ogres persist in their chase. Yiming and Chu Chu split, running along the sides of the road to distance themselves from the silver treasure chest. Jiangqi remains on the road, calculating the distance. Once the ogres have wandered far enough, she swiftly dashes towards the treasure chest. The ogres, consumed by their fixation on immediate sustenance, pay no heed to the theft of the chest. Jiangqi reaches the chest and opens it, discovering only a blueprint within, which she seizes before making her escape. Upon her return to the road, Yiming and Chu Chu also rejoin, leaving the two irate ogres in the wilderness, bellowing in frustration. Once back in the RV, Jiangqi, her cheeks flushed, presents the blueprint to Yiming. He notices her unusual demeanor. It is evident that this blueprint possesses significant merit, capable of eliciting such a reaction from the alluring school beauty. Queen-sized mattress, resting upon this bed accelerates the recovery of stamina, mental acuity, and injuries. Blueprint production capacity, 1. Required for creation, 2,000 escape coins. Upon reviewing the blueprint's details, Yiming's eyes gleam with excitement. The potential to expedite the recovery process makes this an exceptional item. He smiles at Jiangqi, teasingly asking, "This blueprint is quite impressive. Why are you blushing?" Jiangqi promptly retorts, denying any embarrassment. The other three women, intrigued, gather around to inspect the blueprint, quickly comprehending the reason behind Jiangqi's blush. Ai Li, playfully clinging to Yiming's arm, asks, "Brother Yiming, with this blueprint, does that mean we can no longer crowd together?" Understanding Ai Li's subtle intentions, Yiming inquires, "Given that space in our vehicle is already limited, are you suggesting we should procure a separate bed for yourself?" After a moment of contemplation, Ellie realized that the interior space of the vehicle was indeed limited. If too many beds were installed, there would be no room for movement. Feeling reassured, she chuckled and uttered a nonsensical remark. Yiming, unfazed by Ellie's whimsical comment, began to ponder the most suitable arrangement for the beds. If only he had a layout of the bedroom, such concerns would be rendered unnecessary. However, given the current constraints of the vehicle's interior, accommodating an excessive number of double beds would impede mobility. Consequently, Yiming resolved to install only 2 spacious beds within the vehicle. He first stored away the ordinary double bed that had been there previously, and then combined 2 sizable spring mattresses to create a pair of luxurious double beds. These spring mattresses were significantly larger than the standard double bed, thereby occupying considerable space. In order to optimize the interior space, Ming reluctantly decided to join the two double beds together to form a communal sleeping area. Afterward, glancing at the time, he realized it was nearly noon and decided to go pick up Yu and the other two women. Chapter 77. Boarding the bus again inside the RV, Ellie, upon discovering the assembled double bed, gasped in delight and joyfully rolled twice upon it. The mere thought of sleeping on such a spacious bed tonight filled her with anticipation. The bed came complete with pillows and bedding, offering unparalleled comfort. It could even serve as a trampoline for playful antics. The other girls, including Chu, also took turns lying on the bed to experience its restorative effects. While the others felt little difference, Chu distinctly sensed her previously heavy head becoming considerably lighter. After utilizing her mental energy 3 times that morning, she was able to relish the feeling of recuperation while lying there. Moreover, the girls were thoroughly pleased with the expansive bed. The two beds combined provided ample space, eliminating any concerns about crowding. As noon approached, Ming inquired about the situation with Yu and the other two girls regarding their bus. The circumstances on Yu's bus were rather unfavorable, as the drivers were keen to recruit her and Zhang Xiaoman. Conversely, Lu Yusuan attracted no interest from any drivers. This was due to her previous failure to procure food, which had disappointed everyone on the bus. Though no one dared to openly blame Lu Yusuan, they also chose to ignore her. Once the drivers boarded, everyone hoped to be chosen and taken away, and no one wanted to jeopardize their own chances by mentioning Lu Yusuan. Upon learning of the situations on both buses, Ming resolved to head to Yu's bus first, given the considerable number of drivers there and the potential for unexpected developments. He conveyed the situation to Chu and the other girls, preparing to set off for the bus. The reactions among the girls varied upon hearing Ming's intention to fetch someone from the bus. Zhen Minai expressed her eagerness, stating that if 3 more sisters joined, it would certainly liven things up. Ellie, however, was apprehensive, fearing that an influx of women might lead to her and her sister losing their favor. Jiangqi shared similar concerns, worried about being ensnared by a scheming woman and subsequently cast aside by Ming, a narrative all too familiar from palace intrigue dramas. Chu, on the other hand, was exuberant. She planted 2 fervent kisses on Ming, more than anyone else, hoping he would bring Lu Yusuan aboard. To ensure Lu Yusuan's safety, Chu made it a point to send messages periodically, anxious about any potential mishaps befalling her girlfriend. Ming chuckled, gently ruffling Chu's hair to calm her excitement. Over the past few days, Chu had refrained from mentioning Lu Yusuan in front of Ming, choosing to harbor her worries internally without burdening him. Now, upon hearing Ming's decision to visit the bus for the 3 girls, her heart swelled with excitement, prompting her to return his affection with fervent kisses. Zhen Minai, with a light-hearted smile, suggested, Ming, shall we prepare a grand feast and hold a welcoming ceremony? Ming stroked his chin and nodded in agreement. Recognizing the merit of a welcoming ceremony, he entrusted Zhen Minai with the preparation of this event. The other girls responded with joy and eager anticipation. Suddenly, Jiangqi recalled something and hurriedly inquired, Darling, after your departure, should we be wary of the pursuer mode? Today marks the end of the protection period, initiating the world auction channel, the treasure chest contention mechanism, and the pursuer mode. While they had already experienced the treasure chest contention mechanism, the pursuer mode and world auction channel had yet to be unveiled. In truth, it was not only Jiangqi who harbored concerns. Many individuals in the chat channel were engaged in discussions and analyses. For instance, regarding the treasure chest contention mechanism, numerous teams had shared their experiences in the chat channel. Everyone was astonished that the competition for treasure chests was even more intense than the battles among pursuers, whether in individual or team combat. If the strength of the pursuers was insufficient, the team would forever miss the opportunity to contend for advanced treasure chests. Without access to advanced treasure chests, the team's strength would find it exceedingly difficult to improve, thus becoming ensnared in a vicious cycle. It was at this moment that all vehicle owners realized the paramount importance of the pursuer's strength. This also elucidated why the owners of the bus were reluctant to leave upon learning of Yu and her companion's formidable abilities. Otherwise, those owners, seeing no hope for recruitment, would have long sought others to depart. Thus, a capable pursuer was highly esteemed in the eyes of the vehicle owners. In addition to discussing the treasure chest contention, the topics of the world auction channel and pursuer mode were persistently examined within the chat channel. Everyone was aware that the system's channel interface comprised merely two channels, a regional channel and a world auction channel. However, the commencement of the world auction channel had not yet arrived. Many speculated it would open after everyone had completed their resource searches, likely in the evening. The Pursuer mode, however, instilled a sense of vigilance in all. Some even sought the assistance of Song Shinsi to discern what preparations were necessary for the Pursuer mode. The response from Song Shinsi left everyone astounded. All that was required was to accelerate and flee, with the caveat that driving skills must be proficient. Yiming reassured Jiang Qi not to worry about the Pursuer mode. He was aware that the Pursuers would descend in the afternoon, by which time he would have already returned to the RV with Yang Lingyu and her companions. Even if the Pursuer mode were to commence early, Yiming could dispatch shadow clones to handle the Pursuers. Thus, there was little cause for concern at present. After briefly outlining a few precautionary measures, Yiming donned his goggles and mask, stepping out of the RV. This time, he chose not to wear a disguised mask, as he needed to retrieve the three women before the afternoon and had no time to draw attention from Li Tianyu. As Yiming exited the RV, he was immediately met with fierce winds. An ordinary person would struggle to maintain their footing in such conditions. Yiming accessed the system and, following Song Shinsi's advice, contacted Yang Lingyu, instructing her to persuade a few individuals to disembark from the bus. Yang Lingyu was well prepared for the price of a single food item. Many were willing to leave the bus. The bus owners were perplexed, yet none obstructed Yang Lingyu's actions. Simultaneously, Chu Chu also drove the RV away, leaving Yiming on the roadside. After some passengers disembarked, the bus would undoubtedly resume its journey, initially searching for individuals waiting on the road. At this moment, the likelihood of Yiming being selected by the bus was significantly high. With the wind and sand swirling about him, Yiming stood silently on the roadside, awaiting his fate. Approximately 20 minutes later, a bus gradually appeared at the end of the road, heading towards Yiming. Yiming felt a sudden surge of hope, silently praying that it would not be the wrong bus. Soon, the bus came to a halt before him, and its doors opened automatically. As Yiming stepped aboard, countless gazes instantly focused on him. Subsequently, over a dozen men and women gathered around him. "Brother, I have trained in Sanzhou for 3 years, and my driving skills are exceptional, with a decade of experience behind the wheel. My friends affectionately call me the god of Qiuming Mountain. I am a person of great loyalty. Brother, could you take me with you? I am an online streamer, skilled in singing and dancing. Dear brother, I will take good care of you, and I can also cook and give massages. I could even join you in gaming." Chapter 78. Encounter with Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman. As Yiming observed the gathering crowd of over a dozen individuals, he swiftly discerned their intentions. They were attempting to market themselves, hoping to accompany him off the bus. He cast a glance at the woman who identified herself as a live streamer. Lu Yu, affinity level, XXX beauty rating, 7. 8 number of male interactions, 21. A flicker of surprise crossed Yiming's eyes, prompting him to scrutinize her further. The live streamer possessed an unremarkable appearance, yet her prowess was evident, given the notable number of interactions she had engaged in. Turning his gaze to the sister beside her, who appeared to be nurturing in nature, he noted Zhang Shanshan, affinity level, XXX beauty rating, 7. 6 number of male interactions, 1016 goodness, 1000 conquests. The sight of the 4-digit achievement caused Yiming to instinctively step back, fearful of being tainted by such notoriety. With the newfound investigative abilities granted by his camper van, today had indeed broadened his horizons. "Dear brother, why not take your sister away? I assure you, I will not disappoint you in the future." Zhang Shanshan's eyes sparkled with flirtation as she reached out to grasp Yiming. He hastily evaded, exclaiming, "Wait, I am not the owner of the vehicle. I cannot take you with me." To avoid entanglement with the 1000 conquests, Yiming felt compelled to conceal his identity as the vehicle's owner. "You are not the owner?" The bus's occupants momentarily froze, then dispersed with disdain, returning to their seats. What a letdown. The live streamer complained before turning away. The others followed suit, including the previously enthusiastic 1000 conquests, who shot Yiming a look of contempt before swaying away. In truth, had Yiming removed his mask, someone among the crowd would undoubtedly have recognized him. After all, Bai Xing had announced Yiming's achievements in the zombie world just the day prior. Furthermore, he had also purchased blueprints in the chat channel, so many had likely seen his avatar. Regrettably, no one in attendance identified him. Otherwise, a scene of dramatic revelation would have unfolded, leaving the 1000 conquests and the live streamer with expressions of deep regret. Nevertheless, Yiming chose not to unveil his mask, lacking any desire for ostentation, and simply glanced around the bus, noting the absence of Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman. Clearly, he had failed to board the bus that housed the two women. Undeterred, Yiming continued his quest, moving on to the next bus. Before disembarking, he took a moment to scan the women aboard, but did not encounter the initial maiden. It was evident that such rare individuals were not easily found on just any bus. Without lingering, he exited the bus and contacted Yang Lingyu, instructing her to continue encouraging passengers to disembark. In the ensuing time, Yiming followed Song Shenxi's method and boarded another bus, yet again failing to find Yang Lingyu's vehicle. It was not until his third attempt at boarding a bus that he experienced a different scenario. Upon entering, he was met not by a throng of eager individuals, but rather found that half of the passengers had congregated at the rear of the bus, boasting about something, while the remaining half sat in their seats. Casting resigned glances at Yiming, it seemed that the arrival of a vehicle owner had little significance to them. Their exasperation was understandable. None of the bus drivers, be they male or female, had recruited a single one of them today. Instead, everyone was gathered around the two elderly ladies at the back. Yiming finally spotted Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman seated at the rear of the bus. The two women were surrounded by numerous car owners nearby, boasting about the superior conditions of their vehicles. They assured the women that if they accompanied them, they would provide priority support in enhancing their abilities. One middle-aged female car owner even claimed that her vehicle had no men aboard, ensuring that the two women would not be subject to any unwanted advances. However, the two ladies paid no heed to the surrounding car owners and were instead scrutinizing Yiming, who had just boarded, in an attempt to ascertain his identity. Yet, due to his mask, it was impossible to determine whether he was indeed Yiming. Upon seeing the two women, Yiming lamented the wasted hour. Finally, having boarded the bus, he wondered if he could catch Lu Yusuan's bus by the afternoon. With that thought, Yiming hastened towards Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman, eager to escort them off the bus to seek Lu Yusuan. Just then, three men obstructed his path. "Brother, you're not also interested in those two beauties, are you? Planning to recruit them?" one of the men inquired. Yiming nodded, stating, "I intend to take them off the bus. Please do not block my way." The three men quickly reassured Yiming, whispering, "Hey, brother, don't get agitated. Those two beauties won't agree to anyone's recruitment. How about we join forces to seize them? 2 women, 2 crossbows, and we can split them 4 ways." Their voices were low, allowing only Yiming to overhear their plot. Initially, Yiming had no intention of engaging with these men, but upon hearing their plan to forcibly capture Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman, he halted and regarded the trio, mistakenly believing Yiming had consented. They proceeded to elaborate on their scheme. It turned out that these 3 were also recent boarders of the bus. Upon learning about Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman, they too wished to recruit them for their own vehicles. However, having witnessed the failures of the earlier car owners, they realized their chances were even slimmer, prompting them to resort to coercion. One of the car owners confidently asserted, "My ability is electromagnetic paralysis, capable of incapacitating a group of people for several seconds. While they're distracted, 2 of us can seize the crossbows, while the other 2 deal with the other car owners." It seemed the trio had meticulously planned how to overpower the remaining car owners and capture Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman. They merely needed one more accomplice to assist in seizing the crossbows, which is why they approached Yiming. One of them, still wary, cautioned seriously, "Everyone be careful. We don't want any mishaps. Watch out for the others on the bus. I do not wish to be a mere backdrop in a hero-saving beauty scenario." Yiming promptly nodded, assuring them he would not play such a role. Satisfied, the 3 of them proceeded towards the back of the bus. The car owners at the rear of the bus paid no attention to the approaching quartet, assuming they too were there to recruit Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman. Suddenly, the car owner with the electromagnetic paralysis ability raised his hand. In the next moment, several car owners and the 2 women were enveloped by an electromagnetic field. Not good. One of the car owners immediately realized the danger and attempted to resist. However, all individuals enveloped by the electromagnetic field experienced a surge of electricity coursing through their bodies, rendering them utterly paralyzed and incapable of movement. Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman were no exception. Fear flickered in their eyes as they wished to access the system for assistance from Yiming, yet their fingers lay motionless. Among the other drivers, some collapsed to the ground while others slumped helplessly in their seats, completely stripped of the bravado they had displayed moments before. "What do you intend to do? Please, do not kill me." The middle-aged female driver, who had just moments ago sought to recruit Yang Lingyu, was now overtaken by terror, her legs giving way as she sank to the ground, a stream of fluid escaping beneath her. Chapter 79. Descend with the two maidens, act swiftly. The owner possessing the magnetic paralysis ability urged, the paralysis can only be maintained for a few seconds. We must neutralize the owners quickly and seize the hand crossbows from Yang Lingyu and her companion. Thus, Yi Ming and his three allies sprang into action. Yi Ming and the owner with magnetic abilities charged toward Yang Lingyu and her companion, intent on snatching the hand crossbows. Meanwhile, the other two owners brandished goblin bone daggers, commencing their grim harvest of fellow owners' lives. The scene was engulfed in chaos, with some owners pleading for mercy and others struggling desperately. The remaining passengers on the bus were left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the sudden outbreak of violence among the owners. Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman were engulfed in despair, particularly as they witnessed Yi Ming and another owner closing in on them, feeling as though they were fish on a chopping block, awaiting slaughter. Hand over the crossbow. One of the owners reached out to seize Yang Lingyu's weapon. At that moment, Yi Ming shed his pretense and unleashed a powerful punch at the owner beside him. With a resounding thud, his formidable strength sent the man flying, crashing to the ground, convulsing briefly before succumbing to unconsciousness, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone present. Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman widened their beautiful eyes, their expressions a blend of disbelief and confusion. The swift change left the other owners momentarily paralyzed, particularly those wielding the bone daggers, who had completely forgotten their intention to eliminate the other owners. In this fleeting moment of distraction, the paralysis afflicting the remaining owners dissipated, transforming them from mere lambs to formidable adversaries. These scoundrels dare to ambush us. Everyone unite. The owners erupted into a chaotic melee. Some brandished weapons, others unleashed their abilities, while a few cowered in corners, pleading for mercy. Yi Ming dispatched an assailant with a powerful punch and turned his gaze toward Yang Lingyu and her companion. "It's me." To ensure the two women recognized him, he removed his mask, revealing his face. Upon realizing it was indeed Yi Ming who had come to their rescue, both women felt a surge of relief and joy. At that moment, information about the two flashed before Yi Ming's eyes. Yang Lingyu, favorability, XXX, attractiveness rating, 9. 1. Interacted males, 0. Zhang Xiaoman, favorability, XXX, attractiveness rating, 9. 3. Interacted males, 0. Yi Ming was momentarily taken aback by the attractiveness ratings of the two women. To him, both possessed their unique charm, albeit in contrasting styles. He pondered the criteria by which the attractiveness ratings were determined. His attention was soon drawn to the disparity in their figures. Yang Lingyu seemed to lag behind in certain aspects, while Zhang Xiaoman exuded a distinctly alluring sensuality, representing a stark contrast between innocence and maturity. Yi Ming discreetly withdrew his gaze and beckoned the two women to follow him off the bus. They exchanged a glance, then rose to follow closely behind him. Yang Lingyu trailed behind Yi Ming, her gaze instinctively drifting towards a middle-aged female driver cowering in the corner, who was incessantly begging for mercy and screaming. In truth, when this female driver had attempted to recruit Yang Lingyu, a flicker of temptation had crossed her mind, for boarding the woman's vehicle would spare her from a blood sacrifice. However, this fleeting notion did not translate into a genuine desire to accompany the driver. Firstly, she was not well acquainted with this woman, and secondly, the driver proved to be utterly unreliable. In the face of sudden peril, it was Yi Ming who had bravely intervened to rescue them, while the driver had merely begged for leniency, paralyzed by fear. In stark contrast, the driver offered no semblance of security. When danger arose, mere cries for mercy were insufficient for survival. Furthermore, Yi Ming had never treated them poorly, providing them with attribute orbs to enhance their abilities and ensuring they never went hungry. Having accepted these gifts, Yang Lingyu had already resolved to become Yi Ming's partner. Much like in her previous life, when he had shared food with her and she had remained steadfastly by his side. At that moment, the drivers embroiled in chaos suddenly noticed Yi Ming leading the two women away. "Wait, stop fighting. Those two women are being taken." Shock rippled through the assembled drivers, their eyes glinting with anger as they turned to Yi Ming. Seeing Yang Lingyu and the other woman following him, their fury intensified. Some of the drivers had boarded the bus early, having spent the morning trying to recruit the two women, only to be thwarted at the last moment. Among them, a young driver was nearly apoplectic, immediately confronting Yang Lingyu. "Lingyu, why are you going with him? What makes him better than me?" Yang Lingyu seemed to harbor a strong aversion towards this young driver. He was the first to board the bus and, upon spotting Yang Lingyu in her school uniform, had fancied her as his idealized first love. After pestering her for an entire morning, his relentless pursuit had begun to grate on her nerves. Hiding behind you, Ming. Yang Yu scoffed at the young driver. He surpasses you in every conceivable way. He's more handsome, more gentle, possesses a superior sense of humor, and exhibits greater responsibility. She unleashed a torrent of compliments, seemingly intent on inciting the young man's ire. After her declaration, she playfully stuck her tongue out at Zhang Xiaoman. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment from her own effusions, Zhang Xiaoman stifled a laugh, giving Yang Yu a thumbs up. Yang Yu's words shattered the young driver's infatuation completely. In a fit of rage, he yelled, pointing an accusatory finger at Ming, "You scoundrel! Did you coerce Ling Yu into coming with you? I will not stand for this." The young driver brandished a wooden axe and charged at Ming, intent on delivering a lethal blow. His speed was remarkable, likely at an E-grade level, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to withstand his strike. Yet, Ming suddenly delivered a powerful kick to the young man's chest. The sound of breaking bones echoed as the young driver, weighing over 100 pounds, was sent hurtling through the air, collapsing to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. Upon a meticulous examination of the youth's physique, it becomes evident that his sternum has been fractured by a kick from Ming. Without a medicinal remedy, survival is virtually impossible. Ming cast a cold, indifferent glance over all present, and those who had previously harbored intentions of confronting him fell silent, no longer daring to cast their eyes upon Yang Yu and her companions. Consequently, unimpeded, Ming escorted the two women off the bus. After disembarking, he provided them with goggles and scarves to shield against the wind and sand, and subsequently reached out to Lu Yusuan, requesting her assistance in clearing the area for their descent. Ming intended to lead the two ladies to Lu Yusuan's bus. The trio stood by the roadside, awaiting the arrival of the bus. The two women, curious about the circumstances aboard Ming's vehicle, inquired, to which he candidly divulged the details. Upon learning that there were 4 women already present in Ming's vehicle, and that he planned to bring 3 more aboard, they were left utterly speechless. Are you not concerned about exhausting yourself with 7 women? Chapter 80. The murder of Lu Yusuan inside the bus where Lu Yusuan was present. The growls of hunger echoed persistently throughout the vehicle. Many passengers had not consumed any sustenance since the previous afternoon. Lu Yusuan had previously assured them that she would procure a wolf carcass, yet now her inability to deliver left everyone famished. It became apparent that they had been deceived by Lu Yusuan, but their inferiority rendered them incapable of retaliation. Alas, this predicament was of their own making. Had they not feigned compliance and instead focused on luring monsters to seize treasure chests, perhaps they would not be enduring such hunger now. Regrettably, it was too late for regrets. Within the confines of the bus, as the others struggled against the haze of starvation, a middle-aged man incessantly typed messages in the chat channel. While the others were too weak to stir, he continued his dialogue, which struck many as peculiar. A nearby individual, intrigued, inquired, "Old Wang, what are you doing? Even in such a state of hunger, you still have the energy to chat. Don't let that little lady catch you and throw you off the bus." The little lady he referred to was none other than Lu Yusuan. Recently, Lu Yusuan had inexplicably ordered some passengers to disembark, leaving them quite perplexed. Irritated by the interruption, Old Wang retorted, "I'm begging for food, so don't disturb me." Begging for food? The others were momentarily taken aback, casting bewildered glances at Old Wang. Their astonishment quickly turned to disbelief when, to their utter amazement, a piece of jerky materialized in Old Wang's hand, which he promptly devoured. "Goodness, Old Wang, you truly are begging for food. Please tell me who you approached. I wish to join you." If there was food to be had, they would not hesitate to beg, even to the extent of calling someone father. Old Wang rolled his eyes, swallowed the jerky, and then produced a biscuit, causing the others to salivate. Aware of the perils of flaunting food, he hastily consumed the biscuit, fearful that the others might snatch it away. The gazes directed at Old Wang grew increasingly hostile. Once he finished the biscuit, his stomach felt somewhat relieved, prompting him to clarify, "I recently befriended a bus owner, and this is the food he graciously bestowed upon me." The others listened with envy. Securing the favor of a bus owner was no trivial feat. They couldn't help but think of Lu Yusuan, who had similarly ingratiated herself with a powerful figure, which had led to her sudden ascendancy and control over the bus. Subsequently, some had attempted to emulate Lu Yusuan's strategy by seeking the attention of a bus owner in the chat channel, yet none received any response. Observing the disappointment in the eyes of his companions, Old Wang's gaze inadvertently drifted towards Lu Yusuan, who sat in a corner at the rear of the bus. His acquisition of jerky and a biscuit was, after all, thanks to Lu Yusuan. No, more accurately, it was due to her hand crossbow. Old Wang had recently informed a bus owner about the presence of a hand crossbow on their bus. Upon learning this, the owner, eager for such a ranged weapon, had rewarded Old Wang with the jerky and biscuit. In a clandestine agreement, Old Wang resolved to eliminate Lu Yusuan and seize the hand crossbow to sell to the owner. In return, the owner would supply Old Wang with a weapon, a goblin's bone dagger. Although this weapon may not be particularly sharp, it could still prove fatal if plunged into a person. With a dagger in hand, Lao Wang found himself with the opportunity to slay Lu Yusuan. Yet he remained no match for her. Lu Yusuan possessed immense strength and speed, capable of incapacitating everyone on a bus single-handedly. Moreover, she wielded a hand crossbow. Attempting to seize it would be tantamount to courting death. However, this did not imply that Lao Wang was entirely devoid of means to eliminate a young girl. In his youth, he had often engaged in brawls, well aware that when one's strength pales in comparison to that of the opponent, one might resort to underhanded tactics. For instance, throwing sand to obscure the enemy's vision. Lao Wang found it hard to believe that he could not incapacitate a young girl with such a simple ruse. It was truly regrettable. Lu Yusuan was quite attractive, and he was reluctant to take the life of such a beautiful young lady. He resolved to bide his time. Lao Wang did not divulge his scheme to anyone, but instead rose and approached Lu Yusuan alone. With a handful of sand concealed in his left pocket and a bone dagger gripped in his right, he approached her with a smile. At that moment, Lu Yusuan, filled with anticipation as she awaited brother Yi Ming to pick her up from the bus, suddenly noticed a man drawing near and immediately became alert. "Stop! Do not come any closer," she commanded, her vigilance heightened as she brandished her crossbow at Lao Wang. It was not surprising that Lu Yusuan remained on high alert. Lao Wang did not appear to be a benevolent figure, and his sudden approach could only spell trouble. Taken aback, Lao Wang had not anticipated her keen awareness, which afforded him no opportunity to advance. Thus, he pressed on, determined to approach Lu Yusuan despite the curious gazes of the other passengers. In an attempt to ease her apprehension, Lao Wang explained that he merely wished to discuss matters concerning food, while gradually advancing towards her. Yet, Lu Yusuan sensed something amiss and threatened, "If you come any closer, I will shoot." Lao Wang, however, was unfazed. He stepped forward and suddenly hurled a handful of sand. Caught off guard, Lu Yusuan was blinded by the sand, leaving her unable to aim properly. Seizing this moment, Lao Wang felt a surge of elation, deftly avoiding the direction of her crossbow as he unsheathed his bone dagger and hastened towards her. In a panic, Lu Yusuan, gripping her crossbow, hastily fired an arrow in a random direction. With a sickening thud, Lu Yusuan felt a warm liquid spray upon her, and then she heard the sound of a body collapsing before her. Gasps of horror erupted within the bus, with some voices exclaiming that a murder had occurred and that Lao Wang was dead. Lu Yusuan's heart raced uncontrollably as her eyes, stinging from the sand, gradually cleared. What she beheld next caused her pupils to constrict in shock. Blood was splattered everywhere, and Lao Wang lay lifeless on the ground. It turned out that her erratic shot had inadvertently pierced Lao Wang's throat, thus saving her own life. Had that arrow missed its mark, it could very well have been Lu Yusuan who lay dead now. Yet, at this moment, she could scarcely come to terms with the reality of having taken a life. Her body trembled, and tears streamed down her cheeks. The other passengers on the bus dared not approach Lu Yusuan, instead opting to huddle nearby and murmur amongst themselves. Some condemned Old Wang, questioning why he would provoke Lu Yusuan, suggesting that none would enjoy a peaceful existence under the thumb of this young girl. Others were already contemplating whether to abandon this bus in search of refuge on another. After approximately 10 minutes of travel, the bus gradually came to a halt. The passengers, puzzled, peered out the windows. They spotted 3 individuals waiting at the bus stop, 1 man and 2 women, Yi Ming, Yang Lingyu, and Zhang Xiaoman. Upon boarding the bus, someone immediately inquired whether Yi Ming was the owner of the vehicle and if he had intentions of recruiting followers. Yi Ming offered no response, his gaze instead falling upon Lu Yusuan, who sat at the rear of the bus, her clothes stained with blood, her head bowed as she wept quietly. Chapter 81. The Gathering of Women. Upon spotting Lu Yusuan, Yi Ming felt an overwhelming sense of joy. After all, locating her so swiftly had spared him considerable trouble. However, upon observing Lu Yusuan's condition, he was taken aback. She was covered in blood and appeared quite disheveled, evidently having endured some ordeal. Ming furrowed his brow and glanced at the others before hastening towards Lu Yusuan with the two women in tow. The other passengers on the bus exchanged glances, realizing that Ming's intentions were not to recruit them, and he seemed quite formidable. Particularly alarming were the hand crossbows held by the two women behind him, causing the onlookers' pupils to constrict in fear and preventing them from approaching. They were well aware that old Wang had just met his demise at the hands of Lu Yusuan's crossbow bolt. The coincidence of two women also wielding crossbows was not lost on them. It dawned on the crowd that the relationship among Ming and the two women with Lu Yusuan was far from ordinary, prompting no one to intervene. At that moment, Lu Yusuan sensed someone approaching and hastily aimed her crossbow at Ming. However, she realized in panic that it was devoid of a bolt. With a startled exclamation, she remembered that she had already discharged her bolt and began frantically searching for it. "Do not be afraid. It is I," Ming said, removing his mask to reveal his face. Lu Yusuan stared at him in astonishment, her eyes welling with tears as if she had found a pillar of support, on the verge of breaking down in sorrow. Meanwhile, information about her appeared in Ming's mind. Lu Yusuan, affection level, XXX beauty rating, 9. 2 communicated with males. 0 Ming approached Lu Yusuan to assess her injuries. Upon confirming that the blood on her was merely splattered and not her own, he felt a wave of relief. He then instructed Yang Lingyu and the other woman to comfort Lu Yusuan while he sought out a few individuals to ascertain what had transpired. Naturally, no one on the bus dared to conceal the truth, and Ming quickly learned the details of the incident. Casting a glance at old Wang's lifeless body on the floor, Ming found himself at a loss for words. However, with Lu Yusuan having taken a life, her mindset would inevitably undergo a transformation, marking a form of growth for her. Compared to the other women, Lu Yusuan's character seemed considerably more timid. For instance, Yang Lingyu exhibited courage, boldly drawing monsters and looting treasure chests after acquiring her attribute orb, while Zhang Xiaoman displayed cunning, ensuring she did not suffer losses in any situation. The 4 women in the RV, including Chu Chu, had all experienced varying degrees of growth. Even Zhen Minai and AI Li had slain numerous monsters, embodying a stronger mental resilience than Lu Yusuan. Although Lu Yusuan's accidental act of killing was unforeseen, it might not necessarily be detrimental to her. Growth is an essential part of life, and this experience could catalyze a change in her timid disposition. Subsequently, Ming chose not to linger on the bus and led the 3 women off. On the road, Ming and the 3 women braved the wind and sand as they waited. Eventually, Chu Chu appeared at the end of the road, driving the RV. Meanwhile, Lu Yusuan, who had previously been in low spirits, now blushed deeply, hiding behind Yang Lingyu and the others. The reason was simple. The wind on the road was quite fierce, and Lu Yusuan was wearing a skirt that offered little protection against the elements, despite Yang Lingyu's efforts to help keep her flowing attire in check. Ming watched the 3 women frantically clutching their skirts, unable to suppress his amusement. While he could easily offer Lu Yusuan a pair of trousers, he had no intention of doing so. Interestingly, Lu Yusuan, preoccupied with her skirt, temporarily cast aside her previous traumatic experiences and appeared considerably more vivacious. The RV came to a gentle halt before the 4 of them, before Chu Chu and the others could disembark to greet him. Ming promptly ushered everyone onto the vehicle. The wind and sand outside were too fierce. He had no desire to linger in that environment. Once inside the RV, Chu Chu and the others immediately approached him, and soon the 7 women were chattering animatedly among themselves, content with the vibrant scene before him. Ming introduced them briefly and encouraged them to get acquainted. The atmosphere within the RV quickly grew lively, with the women exchanging banter in a delightful cacophony. Noticing Lu Yusuan stained with blood, Chu Chu was alarmed and hurriedly checked for injuries. Upon realizing that Lu Yusuan was unharmed, she breathed a sigh of relief and inquired about what had transpired. Lu Yusuan, however, remained silent, her eyes reddening as she dashed into Chu Chu's embrace. For her, Chu Chu represented her closest confidant, and simply being beside her in this perilous world brought her solace. Meanwhile, Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman had already forged a bond of camaraderie on the bus. Upon entering the RV, they appeared amicable, yet covertly compared themselves to the other women. Despite their beauty, each woman in the vehicle possessed striking features, each distinct in their allure. There was the athletic beauty Jiang Qi, the golden-haired, blue-eyed, proud mixed-race girl Ailey, the equally mixed-race yet resilient Jin Minai, the quirky Chu Chu, and the timid Lu Yusuan, all of whom boasted an appeal that surpassed their own. It was Yang Lingyu who began to realize her shortcomings, Being the youngest did not equate to being the least experienced. Glancing down at her plain school uniform, her expression darkened. Even the youngest among them, Ailey and Jinminai, were considerably older, leaving her feeling devoid of any advantage in this regard. Unaware of Yang Lingyu's inner thoughts, Ailey and Jinminai, intrigued by her seemingly youthful appearance, asked her about her age. "Lingyu, how old are you this year?" Jinminai inquired. Yang Lingyu, clearly misunderstanding the question, stubbornly replied, "I am a B-level powerhouse, similar to you both." "What? A B-level powerhouse?" Ailey and Jinminai exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend Yang Lingyu's assertion. They merely wished to inquire about her age. On the other side, Jiang Qi, noticing that Yang Lingyu and Lu Yusuan appeared relatively young and lacked any cunning demeanor, shifted her attention to Zhang Xiaoman. Zhang Xiaoman, in turn, sensed Jiang Qi's subtle probing. Nevertheless, both women maintained a cordial facade, understanding that any sarcastic remarks or discordant behavior would surely provoke Yiming's disfavor, ultimately leading to their own detriment. Thus, Zhang Xiaoman complimented Jiang Qi on her athletic physique, while Jiang Qi reciprocated by praising Zhang Xiaoman's alluring figure, clearly a result of considerable training. Meanwhile, Yang Lingyu perked up her ears, keen to inquire of the two, yet hesitated to voice her curiosity. As the number of people in the RV increased, so too did the myriad of thoughts. Yiming glanced at the time. Afternoon was swiftly approaching. He suggested that everyone partake in a modest meal of instant noodles and bread, with the promise of a lavish dinner later, to prepare a welcoming ceremony for the three ladies. The women readily agreed, understanding that the afternoon would primarily be devoted to resource gathering, and thus they settled for a light repast. As they made their way to the kitchen, the three newcomers, Yang Lingyu and her companions, were taken aback by the mountain of provisions stacked high within. The four ladies, Chu Chu and her friends, beamed with pride, for these were the fruits of their labor, accumulated from selling equipment each night. Had they not been concerned about a lack of storage for their supplies, they could have procured even more resources. Subsequently, Yiming and the ladies enjoyed a simple meal together in the kitchen. Chapter 82. The arrival of the pursuers after a simple meal. Yiming and the ladies continued their quest for treasure in the RV. Upon boarding, Yang Lingyu and her two companions, whose combat abilities were rather modest, were spared from the immediate need to engage in battles. Instead, Yiming suggested they take some time to shower and relax in the bathroom. The three were more than eager to comply, excited at the prospect of a refreshing bath. "Is that a bed?" Yang Lingyu inquired, pointing at the two large beds pushed together. She was aware they were indeed beds, but hesitated to express her concern about the potential for them all to sleep together, fearing it would expose her status as an A-rank powerhouse. Chu Chu smiled and confirmed, "Of course it's a bed, and a special one at that. It is designed to restore stamina, spirit, and heal injuries. You all must be exhausted after not having proper rest on the bus for the past few days. After your shower, feel free to take a nap on the beds." The three girls felt a surge of temptation at her words, despite Yang Lingyu's unvoiced concerns. She remained silent, as they were indeed fatigued, akin to having endured a long journey on a cramped train. Lu Yusuan, in particular, felt the strain, having no one to rely on for support at night, which left her restless and deprived of a peaceful slumber for days, leaving her looking quite worn. Chu Chu escorted the three into the bathroom and prepared 3 sets of clean nightwear for them before heading to the driver's seat to join Yiming. Meanwhile, Jinminai, Ai Li, and Jiang Qi busied themselves in the kitchen, preparing an extravagant dinner. The RV continued its journey, encountering 2 treasure chests along the way, which Chu Chu and her companions easily dealt with. Soon, the clock struck past 2 in the afternoon. Ding. Pursuer mode activated. Escape time, 1 hour. During this period, all vehicle travel will not consume fuel. Yiming, having anticipated this moment, immediately pressed the accelerator to increase their speed upon hearing the system's announcement. At the same time, 3 beams of white light descended from above, heralding the arrival of 3 modified trucks behind them. These trucks were evidently reinforced, equipped with pointed collision plates at their fronts, seemingly designed for ramming. The engines of the 3 trucks roared to life, hurtling towards the RV. Thanks to Yiming's quick thinking, they managed to create a considerable distance between themselves and the pursuing vehicles. Inside the RV, Yiming's expression soured as he caught sight of the 3 trucks in the rearview mirror, lamenting his misfortune. The number of pursuers was random, and being chased by 3 trucks was particularly unfortunate. One of the trucks housed a D-rank subhuman pursuer, which meant that all 3 trucks contained D-rank pursuers. Even with his shadow clone technique, Ming had little chance of victory and could only accelerate to escape. Chu, seated in the passenger seat, gasped at the sight of the approaching trucks. Although she was unaware of the full extent of the pursuers' abilities, she understood that their RV was no match for the oncoming vehicles. "Honey, should I use a mental shockwave to attack them?" Chu asked, her voice tinged with concern. Ming shook his head, his expression serious. "Not for now. Conserve your mental energy for a critical moment. The spiritual shock of Chu may play a pivotal role, and Ming would not allow her to utilize it just yet." At that moment, Ellie rushed into the cockpit and inquired, "Brother Ming, what is the status of our pursuers? Is there anything we need to do?" Meanwhile, the other women had gathered outside the cockpit, awaiting Ming's instructions, all of them anxious about the situation with their pursuers and eager to assist in any way possible. Although Ming did not require their immediate help, he instructed them to prepare their crossbows. Should the worst scenario arise, their participation in the battle would be essential. Ellie nodded seriously, each of them equipped with a crossbow, knowing that a coordinated attack would deter the pursuers from confronting them head-on. Then, Ming recalled something and shared a few more words with Ellie. Both Ellie and Chu's eyes lit up upon hearing his plan. They had not anticipated that Ming possessed such a strategy. If implemented, the pursuers would be unable to catch up with them. At that moment, on various highways, it was not only Ming's RV that was fleeing. All vehicles were in a state of escape, with a multitude of trucks in pursuit. Some were fortunate enough to be chased by a single truck, while others, like Ming, faced the daunting chase of 3 trucks. No one was foolish enough to stop and confront their pursuers. Everyone pressed the accelerator to flee. After all, current fuel consumption was negligible, and flooring the gas pedal incurred no significant loss. Ming glanced into the rearview mirror and noted that the 3 trucks were at a considerable distance behind him. The RV was not slow, having been equipped with a zero-star engine that allowed it to reach a speed of 120 km/h. The newly arrived pursuers were not superior in speed. It was time for a race. Ming's expression turned serious as he focused intently on the road ahead, anticipating a change in the terrain. The 3 trucks maintained a swift pace, closely tailing the RV. After a brief moment, the road ahead finally revealed a transformation. In the center of the highway, a section of the ground radiated a golden light, distinctly different from the surrounding pavement. Ming recognized it as an acceleration zone, and he deftly adjusted the steering wheel to guide the RV towards the shimmering path. With a swift motion, the RV surged across the acceleration zone, its speed instantaneously skyrocketing. Chu, seated in the passenger seat, was taken aback, immediately feeling an intense push against her back. The RV's speed soared to 180 km/h. "Ah, what is that? The RV is actually accelerating," Chu exclaimed in astonishment, recalling the racing games she had played in the past, which bore some resemblance to this experience. Ming, however, had no time to respond to Chu, fully engrossed in driving. With the sudden increase in speed, his complete attention was required on the road ahead. He was determined to avoid any accidents. The 3 trucks behind also traversed the acceleration zone in succession, closely pursuing the RV. This state of acceleration did not persist for long, and soon the RV and the 3 trucks reverted to their original speed. At this point, the pursuer mode had only been active for a few minutes, and Ming needed to ensure that they were not overtaken within the next hour. The highway was no longer a straight path, gradually introducing curves. Initially, the bends were gentle, allowing the RV to maintain its speed, but as the road presented sharper turns, Ming was compelled to reduce his speed. The 3 trucks behind him had to do the same, and it appeared that there was a competitive dynamic among the trucks, leading to collisions during the turns. Ellie opened the car window and leaned out to observe the 3 trucks trailing behind. She noticed one truck skillfully navigating the curves, gradually closing the distance, clearly demonstrating an intent to catch up. It was evident that Ming's driving skills were rather lacking. It wouldn't be long before the truck would overtake the RV, remembering the method Ming had instructed her to use. A mischievous smile crept across her lips as she activated the system and clicked to receive an item. In the next moment, a sofa materialized out of thin air on the highway. The truck, with its impressive speed, could not possibly avoid the suddenly appearing sofa and collided with it, forcing it to decelerate. It was a success. A glimmer of delight flashed in Ellie's eyes. Chapter 83. The sofa becomes a coveted item with a resounding thud. The sofa discarded by Ellie was smashed by a truck. The impact caused the truck's speed to plummet, allowing 2 other trucks to swiftly overtake it. Despite the abrupt deceleration, the vehicle sustained no significant damage. The pursuers' trucks were specially modified for strength, particularly equipped with robust bumpers designed for collisions. Consequently, the truck would not suffer catastrophic consequences from striking a mere sofa. Inside the truck's cabin, a male half-elf wore a grim expression. Yet he promptly maneuvered the vehicle to push the sofa aside and accelerate in pursuit once more. The pursuers, having only recently arrived, found themselves devoid of resources, no speed-enhancing items, no escape currency, and their vehicles lacking modifications. Thus, they were ill-equipped to navigate obstacles like the sofa. While it was not particularly challenging for them to deal with such impediments, it required the acquisition of resources or racing tools. The most expedient way to obtain these resources was through hunting the vehicle owners, capturing slaves for sale. In essence, the pursuers were the nemesis of all fugitives. On the highway, a motorhome and 3 trucks continued their relentless chase. The half-elf driver soon witnessed another truck collide with the sofa ahead, suffering the same fate he had moments before. A chuckle escaped him as he found a perverse delight in the misfortune of his fellow pursuers. There existed competition even among the hunters, and he was reluctant to see others fare better than himself. As he passed the unfortunate truck, he spotted a dog-headed orc inside, cursing vehemently, which inexplicably lifted his spirits. Foolish dog-headed creature, the half-elf scoffed. To him, the misfortune of others served as a cautionary tale. Surely they would be wary of similar obstacles. The orc's evident disregard for his own predicament only reinforced the half-elf's amusement. However, as he continued his pursuit, he soon realized that he would have to confront the sofa once again. The highway was beginning to feature a series of speed boosters. Meanwhile, Ming navigated the motorhome over each booster, directing the women to toss the sofas onto them. Thus, any pursuer attempting to traverse the boosters would inevitably collide with the sofas, leading to a forced reduction in speed. Conversely, avoiding the boosters would prevent them from accelerating, allowing the motorhome to gradually distance itself. Inside the motorhome, Ming synthesized several more sofas, stacking them in a way that occupied considerable space. The women, save for Zhang Xiaoman, possessed strength-enhancing attributes, making the task of moving and organizing the sofas manageable. "Ellie, let me toss a sofa too," Yang Lingyu exclaimed excitedly. Ellie, her hair a tangled mess from the wind, reluctantly pulled her head back inside the window, looking utterly disheveled. The fierce winds outside, coupled with the vehicle's swift pace, rendered sticking her head out a rather unpleasant experience. As Ellie learned that Yang Lingyu also intended to dispose of the sofa, she readily offered it to her, kindly advising, "Lingyu, before you throw the sofa out, you might want to put on some goggles and a scarf. I just accidentally swallowed a mouthful of sand." Upon witnessing Ellie's unfortunate predicament, a flicker of hesitation crossed Yang Lingyu's face. Having only recently emerged from a shower with damp hair, she realized that extending her head out the window would render her efforts futile, as the wind and sand would undo her cleansing. Nevertheless, perceiving Ellie's embarrassment, she steeled herself and, disregarding her freshly washed state, thrust her head out of the vehicle without goggles or scarf. Inside the RV, the other women displayed a variety of expressions. They swiftly recognized that Yang Lingyu was enduring the discomfort on Ellie's behalf. Jiang Qi nodded in satisfaction. Yang Lingyu's selfless act resonated with her, significantly enhancing her regard for the young woman. Thus, Jiang Qi addressed the group, saying, "Sisters, from here on out, we shall take turns tossing the sofa. The chase mode should persist for an hour. We can't have Ellie and Lingyu enduring the wind and sand alone. Ellie, please find some goggles and a scarf for Lingyu." The women unanimously accepted the proposal to rotate in discarding the sofa. Once they boarded the RV, their safety became intertwined with it, and faced with danger, they all wished to contribute. At that moment, Chuchu emerged from the driver's cabin, informing the group to place the sofas on the acceleration lane for better obstruction of their pursuers. The women immediately set to work. Some observed the positioning of the acceleration lane. Others facilitated the exchange of sofas with Yang Lingyu. And still others transported the sofas or fetched scarves and goggles. Unbeknownst to them, the bonds among the women were quietly strengthening. Sofas were hurled from the RV, creating considerable trouble for the 3 pursuing assailants. Damn it, how can there be so many sofas? The elf-like being finally realized the dilemma. Just how many sofas were there in that RV? They had discarded no fewer than a dozen along the way, causing their 3 trucks to collide with the sofas, resulting in a decrease in speed. Particularly, some sofas placed on the acceleration lane forced them to collide with them regardless of their intentions. Bang! As the elf-like being drove over the acceleration lane, the vehicle's speed surged unexpectedly, only to collide with the sofa, producing a dull thud. Although the sofa was displaced, The truck sustained minor damage. Several windows shattered, and the front bumper became slightly deformed. The elf-like being, distressed over the condition of his truck, dared not force another collision with the sofas on the acceleration lane. On the highway, the three pursuers were thoroughly vexed. They had not anticipated that their inaugural pursuit of the fugitives would prove so arduous. The sofas on the RV seemed inexhaustible. Was the RV's capability solely centered around discarding sofas? Aware of the difficulty in catching up with the RV, the pursuers ceased their attempts to ram the sofas and focused instead on evading them. Suddenly, the elf-like being spotted the sofas strewn along the road. A peculiar idea flickered in his mind. Gradually, he brought the truck to a halt, disembarked, and shockingly began to collect the discarded sofas to load into his own truck's cargo compartment. As the two pursuers caught up, their expressions transformed into a spectacle upon witnessing the elf-like being unloading a sofa. What followed was a most peculiar scene. The three assailants ceased their pursuit of the RV and instead began to contend for the sofa on the road. It seemed they had gained insight today, indeed. A sofa proved to be an excellent racing accessory, and gathering more of them would undoubtedly yield advantages. With the RV ahead beyond their reach, the abandoned sofa on the highway became their coveted prize. The three D-tier beings nearly came to blows over the sofa. Unbeknownst to Ming, the sofa discarded by the women had become a coveted treasure in the eyes of the three pursuers. At that moment, Ailey rushed into the driver's cabin and inquired, "Brother Ming, the pursuers have vanished from sight. Should we continue to discard sofas?" Ming was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the rearview mirror, where indeed no pursuers were visible. Could such a simple tactic of leaving obstacles behind effectively shake off their hunters? Chapter 84. The development direction of the women. Have we truly evaded our pursuers? Ming expressed his astonishment. Ailey nodded and elucidated, "Brother Ming." The three trucks collided with the discarded sofas and were thrown out of sight. Afterward, we disposed of numerous sofas, and those pursuers should be unable to catch up. In his previous life, Ming had perceived the pursuers as formidable, employing a myriad of schemes. He never anticipated that a mere scattering of sofas would compel them to abandon their chase. Little did he know that the newly arrived pursuers were utterly destitute, lacking any real means or abilities. The sofas he had discarded numbered not just a few, but an impressive 20 to 30. Moreover, many were left on the acceleration lane. Without any means at their disposal, how could the pursuers possibly pursue the RV? Upon noticing the absence of their pursuers, Ming instructed Ailey to retain 2 sofas for their personal use, discarding the surplus. The synthesis of these sofas had scarcely depleted his escape currency, rendering him indifferent to the loss. With the pursuers evaded, the atmosphere within the RV grew markedly more relaxed. The women, adhering to Ming's request, disposed of all excess sofas and subsequently engaged in casual conversation within the vehicle. Naturally, they remained vigilant, prepared to cast aside more sofas should the pursuers reappear. Having recently discarded a considerable number of sofas, the women felt an exhilarating sense of amusement, and their relationships blossomed, leading to lively discussions. The 3 newcomers, Yang Lingyu and her companions, gradually integrated into the collective through this endeavor. Particularly, Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman had harbored numerous concerns about their lives within the RV. Yet, after engaging with Jiang Qi and Ailey, they recognized Ming's benevolence towards his women. This was evident from the demeanor of Chu Chu and the others. Ming did not subject his women to abuse or scorn. Furthermore, they lacked for nothing and were nurtured in their abilities. As long as they did not betray one another or undermine their sisterly bond, they could expect a prosperous life within the RV. As for Lu Yusuan, she had long gleaned from Chu Chu the splendid nature of life in the RV. Her innocent disposition harbored no ill intentions. As long as she could remain by Ming and Chu Chu's side, she was content, thus fostering harmonious relations with the other women. As the RV traversed the road, it encountered no obstacles, merely awaiting the conclusion of the pursuer mode. Ming, observing that the pursuers had not yet caught up, felt a profound sense of relief. The sounds of laughter and chatter from the women filled the RV, creating a delightful ambience. Sitting in the passenger seat, Chu Chu glanced back, discovering Ailey boasting about her marksmanship with the crossbow, claiming that goblins fled in terror at the mere sight of her. Naturally, Yang Lingyu was skeptical and sought to uncover inconsistencies in Ailey's statements. The two engaged in a spirited debate, generating a plethora of humorous moments, while the other sisters chimed in with playful jests, suggesting that they could compete in archery to settle the matter. Zhang Xiaoman proposed that merely competing in archery was rather mundane, and suggested diversifying the contest with other engaging activities. This way, they could serve as judges and witnesses, while also enjoying themselves. While Yang Lingyu had no fear of competition, the discussions among the women began to veer off into unexpected directions. To Elia's surprise, she proposed a contest of stamina for the evening. Is it even possible to compare? Moreover, Yang Lingyu possesses no experience in this regard, making victory over Ellie highly improbable. The other women gathered as spectators, serving as judges, which was shameful enough, but it also exposed her identity as an A-level powerhouse. Yang Lingyu promptly declared herself a novice. Having never enhanced her stamina attributes, she clearly refused to partake in a contest she was destined to lose. Lu Yusuan, seated beside Zhen Minai, stifled a chuckle, amused by the banter between Ellie and Yang Lingyu, and smiles frequently graced her face. Observing Lu Yusuan's smile, Chu Chu felt a wave of relief. Previously, Lu Yusuan had been downcast after taking a life, causing Chu Chu considerable worry. Now, seeing Lu Yusuan's condition, it was evident that she was not in distress. Subsequently, Chu Chu turned to Yi Ming and smiled. Darling, it seems the sisters are getting along rather well. Yi Ming, focused on driving, was also pondering why their pursuer had not caught up. He hadn't paid much attention to the women's chatter, but upon hearing Chu Chu's remark about their camaraderie, he listened intently and nodded. In truth, whether overtly or covertly, Yi Ming wished to avoid any discord among the women. In the face of danger, any hint of disunity could potentially lead to casualties or even annihilation. Naturally, he wished to prevent such scenarios within his team. Through this harrowing escape, Yi Ming had identified several issues. For instance, his driving of the RV limited his own capabilities. He could delegate the task of driving to one of the other women, thereby unleashing his full combat potential. A team must allocate diverse responsibilities, such as the driver, logistics, intelligence personnel, cook, medic, support, reconnaissance, long-range shooters, and primary combatants. Yi Ming's roles were that of the owner of the vehicle and a primary combatant. He could not consistently serve as the driver. His concern over the RV being pursued had prevented him from assigning the driving task to another. In the future, he would certainly not continue as the driver. It was essential to select one of the women for that role. Furthermore, Chu Chu and Jiangqi should be nurtured as primary combatants, making it unsuitable for them to take on driving duties. Even the combative Yang Lingyu could be developed into a primary power. Ellie, with her talent for shooting, was naturally designated as the team's marksman. In future endeavors involving long-range racing equipment, Ellie would likely be the one to operate it. During combat, she could also utilize a crossbow for ranged attacks. Should they discover superior long-range weapons or shooting skills in the future, Ellie would be prioritized for their use. As for Zhen Minai, it was unquestionable that she would assume the role of the team's cook. Any ingredients or recipes they might obtain would be entrusted to her. The remaining Zhang Xiaoman and Lu Yusuan were still uncertain in terms of their future roles. If Zhang Xiaoman possessed commendable driving skills, she could become the team's driver. If not, she could manage logistics, facilitate trade of items, or handle intelligence, and if all else failed, assist Zhen Minai in the kitchen. As the RV's occupancy increased, the kitchen workload would undoubtedly become substantial, and Zhen Minai might struggle to manage it alone. As for Lu Yusuan, she can pursue a career in the medical field. In the future, if Yi Ming discovers therapeutic skills or medicinal formulas, he can entrust them to Lu Yusuan. Nevertheless, Yi Ming's team is still somewhat lacking in personnel. The few individuals in his RV pale in comparison to Wang Ling's women's boxing club. Even if Yi Ming includes Wang Jiuer, their numbers are not comparable. Wang Ling's boxing club boasts 3 to 4 dozen female drivers, with over 100 core members and more than 1,000 peripheral members. In his past life, Li Tianyu had also amassed 30 or so women in his RV, along with a considerable number of drivers under his command. Of course, Yi Ming's team is destined to adopt an elite approach. While they may not match in quantity, they will undoubtedly surpass in quality. Just as Yi Ming was driving the RV, contemplating how to develop and expand his team, the system received a message from Wang Jiuer. Upon opening the system to check, Yi Ming's expression changed dramatically. Wang Jiuer sought assistance to deal with her pursuers and inquired whether Yi Ming could dispatch shadow clones for support. Chapter 85. Wang Jiuer's new ability. Upon receiving Wang Jiuer's plea for help, Yi Ming discerned that her circumstances were dire. Otherwise, she would not have sought his assistance. Consequently, he halted the recreational vehicle and entrusted the driving to Chu Chu, allowing them to continue their escape. The pursuers had been left far behind, and as long as Chu Chu did not drive too slowly, they would likely remain untraced. The other women, noticing Yiming's abrupt stop, were filled with curiosity. "Darling, is everything all right?" Chu inquired, her brow furrowed with concern. Yiming rose and relinquished the driver's seat to her, explaining, Chu, you take the wheel. Jiaoer is facing some issues and requires my shadow to support her." With a dawning realization, Chu promptly settled into the driver's seat and resumed driving. Yiming then briefly instructed the women to remain vigilant against any pursuers before retrieving the one-star-long spear he had acquired earlier, subsequently summoning a shadow clone. As his physical and mental energy waned, a shadowy figure, mirroring Yiming's own form, materialized before him. The shadow clone took possession of the one-star-long spear, which Yiming then traded to Wang Jiaoer, while his original self closed his eyes and reclined on the bed, recuperating his strength and spirit. The women, observing the situation, ceased their chatter, anxious not to disturb Yiming, and the interior of the vehicle fell into a profound silence. With time on their hands, Jiangqi joined Chu in the passenger seat, while Zhen Minai and Ai Li ventured into the kitchen to prepare the evening's feast. Yang Lingyu and her companions wished to assist in the kitchen but were dissuaded by Zhen Minai, who insisted that too many hands would complicate matters. Thus, the three women settled obediently on the sofa, occasionally rising to glance out the window for any sign of the pursuers or to check on the reclining Yiming. Meanwhile, a sudden jolt reverberated through the vehicle as the shadow clone, now armed with the one-star-long spear, felt a disconcerting tremor, nearly toppling over. It was the pursuer's truck that had collided with Wang Jiaoer's vehicle, causing it to sway violently. The interior was now rife with agitated bees and wasps, likely disturbed by the recent impact. Yiming surveyed the surroundings and noted that the interior space had expanded significantly, likely due to the vehicle's upgrade to one-star status. "Brother Yiming, let's pull over and confront the pursuers," Wang Jiaoer declared, brandishing a wooden spear, her face a mask of indignation as she approached him. Her small car had been rammed several times by the assailant's truck, igniting a fierce desire within her to retaliate immediately. Yiming was taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at the driver's seat, which was now vacant. Yet, Wang Jiaoer stood before him, and the vehicle was still in motion. Startled, he asked Jiaoer, "Don't you need to drive?" Wang Jiaoer blinked her large eyes in surprise at the shadow clone, whose startled expression was a first for her. Unable to contain herself, she burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Brother Yiming, this is a new ability unlocked after my car's upgrade to one-star. I can control the vehicle's movement using my mental energy. Furthermore, the upgrade has enabled my swarm of bees to produce a portion of healing honey each day, while the wasp's venom now possesses a stunning effect." Wang Jiaoer recalled that she had yet to inform Yiming of her vehicle's enhanced capabilities following its upgrade to one-star. Thus, she proceeded to elucidate her newfound abilities to him. Upon listening, Yiming was struck with realization. It turned out that Wang Jiaoer utilized her mental energy to control the vehicle's movement. In truth, exerting mental energy to maneuver the car placed a considerable strain on her. And it was only after the arrival of her shadow clone that she resorted to this form of control. While commanding the swarm of wasps merely occupied her mental energy without depleting it, controlling the vehicle was indeed a drain. The two tasks were at odds. Should she exhaust her mental energy excessively, the swarm would spiral out of control and turn against her. This was precisely why Wang Jiaoer refrained from acquiring skills like shadow cloning, which demanded significant mental resources. Just as Yiming intended to respond, Wang Jiaoer's expression shifted, and she closed her eyes to concentrate on steering the vehicle. Before them lay a sharp bend, and with an exquisite maneuver, her small car executed a perfect drift. The tires screeched against the pavement, and the vehicle swayed, nearly toppling both Wang Jiaoer and her shadow clone due to inertia. Thankfully, Yiming reacted swiftly, stabilizing himself and assisting Wang Jiaoer. On the road, the pursuers behind them were momentarily taken aback. Wang Jiaoer's drifting technique was so impressive that had she possessed such skills earlier, they would have vanished from sight long ago. With that single turn, she had distanced herself from her pursuers by over 10 meters. The pursuers, lacking the finesse to drift, were forced to decelerate to navigate the bend. Wang Jiaoer had not anticipated that employing her mental energy to control the vehicle would yield such results. However, her mental energy could not sustain this for long. She then turned to her shadow clone, saying, "Yiming, let us pull over and deal with the pursuers. I can use the wasp swarm to assist you." Her confidence stemmed from the swarm. If the pursuers were stung a few times, they would likely enter a state of disorientation, rendering them easy prey. Yiming inquired, "Wait a moment, Jiaoer, how many trucks are pursuing you?" There are 2 trucks, Wang Jiao replied honestly. Yi Ming then approached the window to glimpse the 2 trucks in hot pursuit. The 2 D-class pursuers were not to be trifled with, especially with the strong winds outside, which would impede Wang Jiao's swarm. It was uncertain whether they could emerge victorious in a confrontation. Moreover, Yi Ming was unaware that the newly arrived pursuers had nothing on hand, not even a single escape coin. So even if they triumphed, there would be no spoils to claim. Consequently, Yi Ming did not endorse engaging the pursuers and conveyed his thoughts to Wang Jiao. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiao furrowed her brow and said, Yi Ming, I do not wish to battle the pursuers either. However, they have rammed into me multiple times. If we continue to flee, my car will inevitably be wrecked. Wang Jiao's driving skills were mediocre, and she could not maintain control of the vehicle using mental energy for long. Thus, confronting the pursuers became a last resort. Yi Ming chuckled, but your mental control over the vehicle is quite impressive, isn't it? That drift around the bend was something even I couldn't manage. Wang Jiao rolled her eyes, exclaiming that she did not possess enough mental energy to control the car for that long. Suddenly, her eyes brightened as she asked, Yi Ming, are you going to give me a D-class attribute orb to enhance my mental energy? If Yi Ming could provide her with a few D-grade attribute orbs to enhance her mental acuity, it would enable her to resolve the current predicament. However, feeling somewhat awkward, Yi Ming rubbed his nose, realizing that he did not possess any surplus D-grade attribute orbs at the moment. Consequently, he elucidated, I do not have any extra attribute orbs on hand, but I do have equipment that can restore mental strength. And you can also utilize the method of discarding the sofa. Yi Ming proceeded to explain the capabilities of the Simmons king-sized bed and the technique of discarding the sofa to Wang Jiao. Upon hearing this, her eyes sparkled with delight, and she began to bounce joyfully within the confines of the vehicle. That's wonderful, brother Yi Ming. I want to discard the sofa. The pursuer nearly damaged my little car. At last, I can seek my revenge. Yi Ming smiled nonchalantly, his consciousness returning to his original form. And then he engaged in a transaction with Wang Jiao, exchanging the Simmons king-sized bed and the sofa. Chapter 86. The end of the pursuer mode. Wow. This bed is magnificent. Wang Jiao gazed at the spacious double bed before her, her heart brimming with delight. In her vehicle, there was no bed. She had always rested in the driver's seat at night. How could that compare to the comfort of this grand bed? Turning her attention to the shadowy figure beside her, who was in a state of repose, she felt a pang of regret. How wonderful it would have been if Yi Ming himself were here. It seemed a waste to occupy such a vast bed all alone. However, even in his absence, Yi Ming had not neglected her. He had provided her with a bathroom, a bed, and equipment to upgrade her vehicle to a 1-star level. She held these gestures close to her heart. Wang Jiao had devised a plan. She would exchange the precious honey, which could heal injuries, for gasoline, while diligently gathering resources to repay Yi Ming with valuable items. The honey she produced from her bees was a rare commodity. There would undoubtedly be many willing to trade gasoline for it. How delightful. Wang Jiao promptly reclined on the bed, the softness enveloping her in blissful comfort. Soon, she felt her mental energy begin to recover. To her pleasant surprise, the rate of recovery, although not quite matching the depletion caused by controlling the vehicle, was still remarkably efficient. Lying on this bed, she could easily sustain her vehicle control for an extended period. This splendid mattress was indeed tailor-made for her. Recalling Yi Ming's method of discarding sofas, she approached the car window and activated the system to receive the sofas Yi Ming had gifted her. One by one, the sofas were carelessly tossed onto the highway. The 2 pursuers trailing behind were caught off guard, unable to evade the suddenly appearing sofas, and crashed into them, momentarily losing the ability to pursue Wang Jiao. With a mischievous smile, she reclined back onto the bed, focusing on her escape. Meanwhile, upon learning that Wang Jiao had resolved her predicament, Yi Ming received a 1-star long gun sent by her. He had anticipated a fierce battle with the shadowy figure, but it had been resolved with such ease. Sitting up from his bed, he noticed Yang Lingyu, Zhang Xiaoman, and Lu Yusuan seated on the sofa, observing him intently. He chuckled and asked, Would you like to lie down on the bed for a while? The 3 women flushed at his words and shook their heads in unison. Even though they were prepared for anything, it was a bit too embarrassing to join him in bed under these circumstances. Yang Lingyu quickly replied, Brother Yi Ming, we still need to keep an eye on the pursuers, so we won't lie down. Yi Ming nodded, understanding their shyness. His question had merely been casual. Nevertheless, he did not rise from the bed, as he had expended half of his strength and mental energy while manifesting the shadowy figure and needed to rest a while longer. With nothing pressing to attend to, He lay back and engaged in light-hearted conversation with the three women, nurturing their camaraderie. Approximately an hour later, a system notification chimed. Ding! The pursuer mode has ended. With the sound of the announcement, the trucks driven by the pursuers were enveloped in a radiant light, vanishing from the highway. All those who had been fleeing let out a collective sigh of relief, only to erupt in curses directed at their relentless pursuers. The hour-long escape was nothing short of exhilarating for them. Numerous vehicles sustained varying degrees of damage. They were fortunate, unlike those who had already fallen victim to their pursuers. Meanwhile, the chat channel erupted with discussions about the hunters, as the number of participants plummeted by nearly 2,000 during that hour, reducing the total from over 7,000 to just over 5,000. Among these 5,000, some remained on the bus, leaving only a few hundred vehicle owners behind. Yet, despite the mounting complaints and fears, the group continued to repair their vehicles, gather resources, and recruit followers. Inside Ming's RV, the atmosphere was markedly lighter compared to the despondency of other teams. Ming checked the time on his system. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. He summoned all the women to gather around. Moments later, Chu Chu and Jiang Qi emerged from the driver's seat, while Ai Li and Junmi Nai came out from the kitchen. The women congregated, discussing how the pursuers had not managed to catch up. The most authoritative voices in the conversation were Ai Li and Yang Lingyu, as they were primarily responsible for the couch. Their expressions practically screamed, "We are the heroes." Ming smiled and clapped his hands, signaling the women to quiet down. "All right, since the pursuer mode has concluded, I have something to discuss with you all." The chatter ceased immediately, and all eyes turned curiously toward Ming. He gestured for everyone to take a seat and continued, "Our team has grown considerably, and I would like to talk about the distribution of responsibilities. For instance, when it comes to combat personnel, our resources such as attribute orbs are limited. So we must prioritize strengthening our fighters rather than distributing enhancements equally among everyone." Having conversed with Yang Lingyu and the other two women for nearly an hour, Ming had gained insight into their thoughts and preferences. For example, Lu Yusuan and Zhang Xiaoman had little interest in monster hunting or treasure chests, while Yang Lingyu was brimming with enthusiasm, eager for Ming to teach her the ways of combat. Thus, Ming decided to assign roles such as driver, cook, logistics, and combat personnel to the women. The lack of earlier assignments was due to the small number of people on board, rendering such distributions meaningless. Now that their ranks had swelled, it was indeed time to delineate responsibilities. Establishing a framework for the team would facilitate effective problem-solving in the face of challenges. Furthermore, as more women joined, roles could be adjusted accordingly. Seeing the women seated obediently on the couch, Ming addressed them. "Our vehicle is now home to many, and we anticipate that more will join us, necessitating the assignment of individual responsibilities to construct our team framework." Reactions varied among the women. Some were indifferent, others curious, and a few were anxious. Ming turned to Junmi Nai and stated, "You will be our team's cook from now on. You will be responsible for our meals. And if any ingredients are lacking, feel free to procure them through the chat channel. Any recipes or items related to cooking that we collect will also be entrusted to you." With unwavering determination, Junmi Nai nodded and promptly assured Ming and her fellow sisters that she would prepare delectable dishes for everyone. Ming then turned to Ellie and declared, "Ellie, you shall be our team's archer." "Archer?" All the women, including Ellie, were puzzled. They recognized Ellie's talent and marksmanship, yet it seemed unnecessary to assign her a distinct role. Since Ellie was adept with the crossbow, she could easily be classified as a combatant, a notion she herself shared. Therefore, Ellie promptly spoke up, "Brother Ming, I wish to be a combatant." Earlier, Ming had mentioned that attribute orbs would be prioritized for combatants, and Ellie desired to enhance her abilities, wielding a wooden spear to vanquish goblins. In essence, although she possessed a gift for shooting, she harbored a fervent desire for close combat. Chapter 87. Assigning roles to the women upon witnessing Ellie's desire to become a combatant. Ming was reminded of the earlier incident where she had clumsily jabbed at a goblin with a wooden spear, nearly injuring Jiang Qi in the process. Clearly, Ellie's melee capabilities were lacking, and her mindset needed refinement. However, such minor shortcomings would naturally resolve themselves as she accrued more battle experience. In essence, Ellie was merely inexperienced in combat. With a smile, Ming explained to Ellie, "Archers are also considered combatants, but they bear an additional responsibility. Rest assured, I will focus on enhancing your skills, and if I come across suitable ranged weapons and skills in the future, you will be the first to utilize them." Upon hearing this, Ellie's eyes lit up. and she began to perceive archery in a more favorable light. Eagerly, she inquired, "Brother Yi Ming, what additional responsibilities do archers have?" The other women, including Chu Chu, also gazed at Yi Ming with curiosity. Yi Ming elaborated, "I have received intelligence from Song Shenxi that we will soon have access to ranged shooting tools that require precision to wield. When the time comes, they will be entrusted to you. Particularly in the hunter mode, these ranged tools will be frequently utilized, and your shooting talent will determine our ability to evade the hunters." By invoking the renowned Song Shenxi, whose prophetic abilities were well known among the women, Yi Ming cleverly masked his foresight about future events, ensuring no one questioned his knowledge. Ellie, exhilarated by this revelation, leapt up, eagerly pledging to become a formidable archer. She then playfully raised an eyebrow at Yang Lingyu, unable to conceal her pride. Unbeknownst to them, the two had begun to engage in a friendly rivalry. Their intentions were innocent, simply wishing to measure their strengths against one another. Yang Lingyu, although envious of Ellie, feigned indifference, scoffing at the notion of archery as something to boast about. "It's just archery, what is so impressive?" she thought. Once her own strength grew, she was confident that a single punch would send Ellie into tears. Anticipating Yi Ming's next words, Yang Lingyu directed a hopeful gaze at him, her expression almost begging him to acknowledge her desire to become a combatant. During their earlier conversation, she had already hinted at her aspiration to grow strong enough to slay monsters and loot treasures. Sensing her yearning, Yi Ming announced the formation of their combat team. "As for the combatants in our group, they will primarily include Chu Chu, Jiang Qi, Lingyu, and Ellie." There is no need to elaborate on Chu Chu and Jiang Qi, as Yi Ming held immense trust in them. They were already trending towards becoming his right and left arms. Yang Lingyu's ambition to grow stronger came as no surprise, given that in a past life, they often shared their dreams and aspirations while leaning against each other on the bus at night, encouraging one another to persevere. Next, Yi Ming turned his attention to Zhun Minai, Zhang Xiaoman, and Lu Yusuan. "Although you may not be combatants, you will also receive attribute points in the future. While I do not require you to engage in battle, you must possess the strength to protect yourselves." The three women, Zhun Minai, nodded in unison, their interest in combat being rather minimal. Consequently, they bore no grievances regarding their non-combatant status. Presently, only Zhang Xiaoman and Lu Yusuan remained without designated roles. Yi Ming first turned his gaze towards Zhang Xiaoman, inquiring, "Xiaoman, would you be interested in overseeing the team's logistics?" Initially, Yi Ming had intended for Zhang Xiaoman to serve as the team's driver. However, during a casual conversation, he discovered her inability to drive. After thoughtful consideration, Yi Ming resolved to assign her the responsibility of managing team logistics. Logistics would entail aiding Yi Ming in procuring goods, garnering resources, and acquiring escape currency, effectively replacing the nocturnal task of selling wooden spears that had been undertaken by Chu Chu and her companions. Chu Chu had sold a considerable quantity of wooden spears over the past 3 days, drawing the attention of certain onlookers. Some had even privately probed Chu Chu regarding her prolific production of wooden spears. It was evident that Chu Chu and her companions could no longer engage in the large-scale sale of other items. Should anyone uncover that these women were all associated with Yi Ming's vehicle, the secret of Yi Ming's ability to compile blueprints would no longer be concealed. Thus, he determined that Zhang Xiaoman would handle the logistics discreetly, engaging in private transactions for valuable goods rather than overtly trading in the chat channels, as Chu Chu and her companions had done. For lower-tier items such as wooden spears, Zhang Xiaoman needed only to enlist a few individuals from the bus stations to assist with sales. This way, even if someone attempted to investigate, tracing Zhang Xiaoman would prove to be a challenge. Upon informing Zhang Xiaoman of her logistical responsibilities, her eyes lit up with enthusiasm, as the role aligned perfectly with her astute and calculating nature. Finally, Yi Ming turned to Lu Yusuan with a smile, saying, "Yusuan, I would like you to take charge of the team's medical needs." He assured her that any healing skills or related items discovered in the future would be entrusted to her. Lu Yusuan nodded eagerly in response, saying, "Yes, I will listen to Brother Yi Ming." Her gentle disposition made Yi Ming feel she was well suited for medical responsibilities. However, such skills were exceedingly rare, even more so than combat abilities, and Yi Ming anticipated difficulty in locating them in the near future. Thus, Yi Ming continued, "Yusuan, I also have a temporary task for you, which poses no significant challenge." Lu Yusuan became instantly animated, eager to contribute, as her medical role currently left her without means to assist, while her companions were occupied with various tasks. Ming, considering her situation, decided to assign her an additional responsibility. Their team lacked an intelligence officer, and he needed Yusuan to fill this gap temporarily. In this lifetime, due to Ming's participation in the zombie scenario, substantial differences had emerged from his previous life. He could not continually rely on the intelligence he had once possessed. Therefore, he needed Lu Yusuan to monitor the chat channels and develop a network of informants. 3 days later, the hurricane world would conclude, leading them into the next scorching realm, where they would merge with individuals from other regions, resulting in a chat channel bustling with nearly 20,000 participants. Among them was a formidable large-scale group led by Wang Ling, the Women's Boxing Association. Ming needs Lu Yusuan to befriend certain women on the bus. If these women happen to join the Women's Boxing Association, Lu Yusuan might uncover valuable intelligence from within. In a previous life, the team led by Li Tianyu often clashed with Wang Ling's Women's Boxing Association, resulting in conflicts and battles. In this life, Ming has taken Li Tianyu's place and is likely to encounter similar confrontations with the association. Therefore, it is prudent to strategically position some intelligence personnel within the Women's Boxing Association to gain an advantageous edge. Now that Ming has completed the assignments for the women, he realizes that there is still a shortage of women on the bus, particularly skilled female drivers. However, for the next few days, Ming is unable to recruit anyone and must wait to explore the scorching world ahead. Chapter 88. The Sales of Hanwei with the conclusion of the pursuit mode. Chu Chu resumed her quest for supplies while driving the RV. Ming realized that aside from himself, Chu Chu, and Jiang Qi, the other women on board were incapable of operating the vehicle. If the three of them were absent, the RV would remain unmanned. Given that the team currently lacked a dedicated driver, Ming resolved to provide the women with the opportunity to learn the art of driving. He did not expect them to become proficient, but he required them to at least navigate the vehicle without incident. Thus, Ai Li and Yang Lingyu proceeded to the cockpit to learn from Chu Chu, while Jiang Qi and Zhun Minai ventured into the kitchen to prepare the evening feast. Ming settled onto the sofa, with his left arm wrapped around Zhang Xiaomin and his right around Lu Yusuan, guiding the two in the art of trading supplies and developing informants. Xiaomin, you could engage more individuals on the bus to assist you in selling your goods. Yusuan, you should seek out potential informants. Initially, there is no need for them to undertake any tasks. Merely offering them a couple of jerky pieces will suffice to establish rapport. Zhang Xiaomin blushed, her body tense as she nodded in Ming's embrace. It was her first experience being held by a man, causing her to feel somewhat anxious and uncomfortable. In contrast, Lu Yusuan appeared remarkably at ease in Ming's arms, were it not for the faint blush on her cheeks. One would hardly discern any signs of unease. The two women, adhering to Ming's guidance, began scouring the chat channel for informants and sales opportunities. On a certain bus, Hanwei activated the system, offering 3 escape coins in exchange for a portion of food. Presently, the market price for a loaf of bread exceeded 5 escape coins, rendering the prospect of securing food for merely 3 coins nearly impossible. However, Hanwei had only acquired 3 escape coins from his treasure chest endeavors that day. Although he might earn 1 or 2 additional coins before nightfall, he could not afford to wait. His hunger was overwhelming. If he failed to procure food soon, he might lack the strength to even disembark from the bus, let alone continue searching for treasure. Thus, Hanwei decided to take a chance, hoping someone might be willing to sell him a morsel of food. His request lingered in the chat channel for an extended period, receiving scant attention. One individual offered him 2 small pieces of wolf jerky, while another proffered half a leftover piece of bread. Neither option was substantial. But Hanwei found himself with no alternative and resolved to purchase something to alleviate his hunger. As he deliberated between the jerky and the half piece of bread, someone astonishingly initiated a trade with him. Upon opening the transaction, Hanwei's heart soared with joy. Someone was willing to sell him a loaf of bread for 3 escape coins. The system's trading mechanism was infallible, and fearing the other party might retract the offer, he swiftly accepted, soon finding himself in possession of a loaf of bread. Disregarding everything else, Hanwei tore into the bread, devouring it eagerly. In the confines of a bus, it was prudent to consume food promptly. Otherwise, unforeseen circumstances could arise, leading to theft by others. Indeed, it wasn't long before a young woman on the bus noticed Hanwei indulging in the bread. "Xiaowei, share a piece of that bread with me, and I shall grant you a touch. How does that sound?" The woman said, slightly parting her clothing, her gaze fixed intently on the loaf in Hanwei's hands. If Hanwei were to receive a few escape coins for opening treasure chests, then the woman on the bus would gain nothing from her efforts. In this world governed by the law of the jungle, a woman seeking sustenance must resort to bartering her body. As Han Wei paused to consume his bread, his gaze inadvertently drifted to the woman's ample bosom, prompting him to shake his head in disapproval. Soon, the bread was consumed, leaving the young mother to despairingly return to her seat. The attention of several passengers on the bus shifted away from Han Wei, allowing him to exhale in relief. He then retrieved a small piece of bread that he had secretly stashed away, and, seizing the moment while the others were distracted, he tossed it to the young mother. She was taken aback, her eyes welling with tears of gratitude as she quickly devoured the morsel and looked up at Han Wei with appreciation. Han Wei shook his head gently. His act of kindness was not intended to gain any advantage over her. For him, sacrificing a small piece of bread was inconsequential. He could not bear the thought of the woman starving. Han Wei, who had a beloved wife of his own, was reminded of her as he helped the young mother. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He had indeed taken advantage of the situation by exchanging 3 escape coins for a loaf of bread. He felt compelled to express his gratitude. Thus, he accessed the system and discovered that the individual who had sold him the bread was a young and attractive woman named Zhang Xiaoman. Han Wei was not naive. She would not sell bread for 3 escape coins while on the bus unless she was either the owner or a follower of the owner. Consequently, he sent a private message to Zhang Xiaoman to convey his thanks. After a brief wait, Zhang Xiaoman inquired, "Are you on the bus?" Han Wei readily confirmed, his heart racing at the thought that she might be considering recruiting him. "Send a photo of yourself on the bus," she requested. Han Wei promptly took 2 pictures and sent them her way. Soon, however, he was disappointed to learn that Zhang Xiaoman was not interested in recruiting him. Instead, she sought his assistance in selling a few wooden spears, offering him a share of 1 escape coin for each spear sold. Han Wei licked his lips, pondering why Zhang Xiaoman did not sell the spears herself, yet he was unwilling to pass up the opportunity to earn some escape coins. Following her instructions, he began to market the wooden spears in the chat channel. Although several had been sold previously, wooden spears were prone to damage and remained in high demand. Moreover, many passengers had accumulated enough escape coins and were eager to purchase spears for hunting wolves. Relying solely on food acquired from treasure chests was insufficient for the bus's occupants. Only by hunting wolves could they ensure a steady food supply. Hence, wooden spears, being an affordable weapon, had no shortage of buyers. Almost immediately, several individuals approached Han Wei to purchase wooden spears, but he had none on hand and needed to contact Zhang Xiaoman for stock. Soon, a spear was added to his inventory. As he held the spear, a flicker of greed ignited within him. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoman sent him another message. "If you dare to covet this wooden spear, I will place a bounty on your life in the chat channel." Her message was chillingly indifferent, as if she were fully aware of his intentions regarding the spear. Gulyalu, Han Wei swallowed hard, drenched in a cold sweat. With just a single wooden spear, Zhang Xiaoman could easily place a bounty on him, and anyone who saw the bounty on the bus would undoubtedly take action against him. No wonder she had asked him to send a photo from the bus. It was to confirm whether he was indeed on public transport. Han Wei quickly replied to Zhang Xiaoman, expressing his fear, then suppressed his thoughts and swiftly traded away the wooden spear, receiving 20 escape coins in return, which he promptly transferred to Zhang Xiaoman. After consecutively selling 5 wooden spears, Zhang Xiaoman rewarded him with 5 escape coins, a share from the spear sales. Han Wei gazed at the 5 escape coins that belonged to him, his heart racing with excitement, and he hastily expressed his gratitude to Zhang Xiaoman. Chapter 89. Racing props. I possess a considerable quantity of wooden spears and miscellaneous items that require disposal. Do you dare to continue selling? Zhang Xiaoman inquired of Han Wei. The sale of wooden spears and assorted items, if done excessively, is likely to attract unwanted attention, posing significant risks that could jeopardize one's very life. However, upon receiving the message, Han Wei did not exhibit any trepidation. Rather, he clenched his fists in excitement. Profit is frequently accompanied by risk. And with nothing to his name but a meager existence, he was unafraid of any peril. This represented his singular opportunity for a turnaround, one he must seize. Thus, Han Wei promptly responded to Zhang Xiaoman. "Sister Zhang, I dare to sell. Rest assured, this matter is in my capable hands, and I guarantee a splendid outcome." With Han Wei's assurances, Zhang Xiaoman, employing both threats and enticements, ultimately recruited him as a salesperson. Following her warning, Han Wei would naturally refrain from disclosing Zhang Xiaoman's identity to anyone. For Zhang Xiaoman, individuals like Han Wei could be casually found on public transport. Yet she represented Han Wei's sole chance for advancement. Even someone as naive as Han Wei would not risk revealing her to anyone. Incurring Zhang Xiaoman's ire was one concern. The possibility of another usurping his sales opportunity was another, leaving Han Wei with nowhere to express his sorrow. In truth, Han Wei had already become an outer member of Yu Ming's team, albeit unbeknownst to him. Should Han Wei leverage this opportunity to lead within the public transport sphere, he might indeed form a cohesive unit. In the event of future conflicts between Yi Ming and larger factions such as the women's boxing sect, he could potentially rally his team to support Yi Ming, thereby earning his mentorship. Yet, for the moment, Han Wei was merely a salesperson selected by Zhang Xiaoman, and his future achievements remained uncertain. In addition to assigning Han Wei the sale of wooden spears, Zhang Xiaoman also intended to sell various miscellaneous items, including toilet paper and lighters. The profits from these items were minimal, and their sales were exceedingly cumbersome. Delegating this task to Han Wei would conserve Zhang Xiaoman's time and energy. Meanwhile, she busied herself in the chat channel, offering 5 types of 0-star vehicle-mounted equipment, along with 1-star front bumper plates and 1-star battle boots. Those who could afford these items were either vehicle owners or formidable individuals with substantial resources. Upon each sale, Zhang Xiaoman would add the buyer as a friend, cultivating a clientele for future private transactions. In contrast to Zhang Xiaoman's bustling endeavors, Lu Yusuan enjoyed a far more relaxed experience. Following Yu Ming's directives, she sought out women struggling for survival on the bus and distributed several pieces of wolf jerky to them, easily befriending them in the process. This wolf jerky, prepared by Jin Manai out of boredom using the kitchen dehydrator, was devoid of any seasoning and utterly unpalatable. Yet, to these women, even the unappetizing jerky constituted sustenance. They were eager to acquire more of it from Lu Yusuan, resulting in a mutual desire to foster goodwill. Consequently, Lu Yusuan effortlessly established friendships with these women, some of whom might later join the women's boxing sect. Lu Yusuan could potentially glean valuable intelligence about the sect from them. Of course, this was merely a strategic maneuver devised by Yi Ming, and its effectiveness remained uncertain. Lu Yusuan's primary task is to assist Yu Ming in monitoring the chat channel. She diligently observes significant matters that capture the attention and discussion of the participants, as well as who is selling precious items. Particularly, if someone offers valuable goods in the channel while Yi Ming is oblivious, it would indeed be a pity if those items were purchased by others. Lu Yusuan briefly scans the topics being discussed in the chat before reporting to Yi Ming. Brother Yi Ming, everyone is talking about the fact that the Pursuer has killed 2,000 people. If the Pursuer mode returns tomorrow, it is likely that only a handful of teams will remain, aside from those on the bus. Yi Ming chuckles and shakes his head. It's fine, after all. The Pursuers cannot catch us. In reality, among those 2,000 individuals, half did not perish at the hands of the Pursuers. Rather, they were captured and enslaved. Once enslaved, these individuals were removed from the chat channel, leading others to mistakenly believe they were killed by the Pursuers. The Pursuers capture slaves to sell to wealthy vehicle owners like Yi Ming, thereby earning escape currency. Some Pursuers even enhance the abilities of their captives to sell them at a higher price. It is possible that Yi Ming may one day acquire high-quality female slaves from the Pursuers. After these slaves are purchased, their identities as slaves are revoked, and they return to the chat channel. As time passes, the RV roams the highway in search of treasure chests. Upon discovering one, Yi Ming disembarks with Chu Chu, Jiang Qi, Yang Lingyu, and AI Li to engage in combat. The 4 women, being the primary combat force of the team, are tasked with defeating monsters and collecting treasures, so Yi Ming refrains from fighting, opting instead to instruct them on battle techniques. Among the 4, Yang Lingyu shows remarkable growth. Although she initially appears somewhat flustered while battling, she quickly adapts. Under Yi Ming's training, they gradually leverage their inherent attributes, easily dispatching goblins. After defeating the monsters guarding the treasure chest, Yi Ming returns to the vehicle to accompany Zhang Xiaoman and Lu Yusuan. Whenever Zhang Xiaoman sells items, Yi Ming promptly assists her in synthesizing new products. He also spends time with Lu Yusuan, observing the chat channel together. Through these interactions, Yi Ming's relationship with both women deepens, enhancing his ability to gather affection points. Notably, upon noticing Lu Yusuan's fatigue, as she occasionally yawns, presumably due to inadequate rest on the bus in recent days, he suggests they lie down for a while to recuperate. As night approaches and the RV's fuel supply dwindles, they decide to stop and rest. In the afternoon, after defeating monsters guarding the treasure chests, Chu Chu and the others not only acquired some ordinary supplies, but also several commendable items. Banana peel, a racing item that can be placed on the road. When struck by other vehicles, it causes them to lose control. Note, this item requires a vehicle-mounted launcher. Vehicle repair toolbox restores damaged vehicles to their original condition. Fertilizer accelerates crop growth. Bandage heals minor injuries. The afternoon saw a noticeable increase in the drop rate of valuable items, which is likely related to the heightened presence of guardian monsters and the conclusion of the pursuer mode. Yi Ming stored away the 4 items, finding them unnecessary for the time being. Although the fertilizer could be applied to wheat or rice, it was limited to a single patch of crops. And with the rice and wheat still a few days from maturity, its use would be rather wasteful. Moreover, Yu Ming had an abundance of bread, rendering him devoid of any need for staple foods. It would be more prudent to reserve the fertilizer for future seeds. Brother Yi Ming, dinner is ready. Sister has prepared a plethora of dishes, Ellie exclaimed, skipping joyfully from the kitchen. Instantly, Yi Ming and the other ladies were enveloped by the delectable aromas wafting from the kitchen. Chapter 90. The World Auction Channel opens. The kitchen was suffused with the delightful aroma of culinary creations. In an effort to welcome Yang Lingyu and her companions aboard, Jin Minai had prepared an extravagant feast, pouring her heart into the endeavor. Yu Ming and the ladies gathered around the dining table. How impressive, Jin Minai. Did you make all of this? Zhang Xiaoman inquired, her astonishment evident. While she was aware of Zhang Minai's culinary skills, the sheer volume of exquisite dishes before her was indeed breathtaking. Who would have imagined that such a delicate girl possessed such remarkable culinary prowess? Ailey, with a hint of pride, raised her chin defiantly and crossed her arms, exclaiming, "Of course, it's my sister's handiwork. If only we had more ingredients." It could have been even better. Due to the limited availability of ingredients, the table was predominantly adorned with pork dishes, featuring braised pork, ribs, trotters, and hocks, among others. Yang Lingyu, beaming with delight, took hold of Jin Minai's arm and said, "Jin Minai, I heard you were teaching Ailey how to cook. Please teach me as well." With a smile, Jin Minai nodded, naturally willing to share her culinary knowledge with Yang Lingyu. Ailey's eyes sparkled with excitement, having already started her culinary journey with her sister. She was confident that Yang Lingyu's skills would not rival hers, allowing her to maintain an edge in the kitchen. Yi Ming observed the table, laden primarily with meat, and pondered thoughtfully. Jin Minai's current deficits lay in vegetables, fruits, chicken, duck, fish, eggs, and other ingredients, all of which could be procured through cultivation and farming. To ensure a diverse and plentiful food supply in the future, he resolved that there would be a need for planting and breeding on his vehicle, making it prudent to begin gathering seeds at the earliest opportunity. Other teams possessed seeds, but planting and breeding were considered renewable resources, and thus, few would sell their seeds. After all, the vegetables and fruits harvested daily from mature crops represented a significant source of income. Yu Ming devised a plan. He could trade the planting pots he possessed for seeds from those who lacked pots but had seeds. Determined, he decided to attempt this exchange after dinner. "Come, let us extend a warm welcome to Lingyu, Xiaoman, and Yu Yusuan as they join our team," Yi Ming proclaimed, lifting a glass of orange juice. The ladies raised their glasses in unison to celebrate, and soon they began to indulge in the delectable feast before them, sharing stories of their day's adventures and triumphs. With Ailey and Yang Lingyu engaging in playful banter, the kitchen resonated with laughter and joy. As the food on the table gradually diminished, the sumptuous dinner came to a close. Yu Ming tasked the ladies with tidying up the kitchen while he took Zhang Xiaoman to the sofa to continue their trade of supplies. Evenings were the most opportune time for trading goods, and thus, Yi Ming and Zhang Xiaoman aimed to capitalize on this moment to accumulate more escape currency in exchange for valuable items. The lower-tier supplies were sold by Han Wei, and Zhang Xiaoman needed only to market 1-star combat boots, a front bumper, and 5 types of 0-star vehicle equipment. Meanwhile, Yi Ming posted in the chat channel, offering planting pots in exchange for seeds, and it wasn't long before several individuals reached out to him. However, these individuals were not interested in trading seeds for planting pots. Rather, they sought to purchase them with supplies or escape currency. They possessed only a handful of seeds, making the exchange for pots seem decidedly unwise. Yu Ming naturally would not sell to them, as he lacked neither supplies nor escape currency. Furthermore, planting pots were equally difficult to procure. As long as Yu Ming refrained from selling them, acquiring such pots would prove challenging for others. After a round of haggling, Yi Ming reluctantly exchanged with a few individuals for 2 tomato seeds, 2 eggplant seeds, and 1 chili pepper seed. Of course, He also paid with twice the number of planting pots and seeds. After planting the 5 seeds, he resumed his search for trading information in the chat channel. Most transactions in the chat consisted of ordinary supplies, with few items such as equipment available for sale. However, Ming did indeed find an equipment listing. Robe of Law, 1-star equipment, which enhances mental attributes upon wearing. The sale price was set at 288 escape coins. This price seemed to be based on the valuation of 1-star boots, hence no one had purchased the 1-star robe thus far. For Ming, 1-star equipment that enhances mental attributes held no value. It was equally useless for Chu Chu and Wang Jiuer, who also required mental power. All 3 of them had reached D-level mental capacity, rendering the 1-star robe ineffective. Nevertheless, Ming still purchased the robe, as it was, after all, a piece of 1-star equipment. After acquiring the robe, he continued to search for other trading information in the chat channel. Ding! The World Auction channel is now open. A system notification echoed in everyone's minds. Ming's heart leaped with joy. He had been eagerly awaiting the opening of the World Auction channel. With over 26,000 escape coins saved up, he had ample currency to procure numerous items. Thus, Ming opened the World Auction channel and discovered that the first item was already up for bidding. Longsword, 2-star equipment. Starting bid, 1,000 escape coins. Minimum bid increment, 100 escape coins. Ming glanced at the current bid below the longsword, which had already risen to 1,200 escape coins. Since the auction only displayed bid amounts without revealing the bidders' identities, he need not worry about exposing himself to the entire world. Ming promptly placed a bid, raising the price to 2,000 escape coins. Shortly thereafter, someone increased the bid to 2,500 escape coins. Ming was not surprised. He knew that others around the world also had methods to earn escape coins, and thus they possessed ample currency to compete with him. He raised the bid to 3,000 escape coins. For Ming, 3,000 escape coins were insignificant, yet they caused many to hesitate on whether to continue bidding. After a while, the bid was raised to 3,500 escape coins. Ming responded with a bid of 3,600 escape coins. However, the price soon escalated to 4,000 escape coins, astonishing all who were following the auction channel worldwide, particularly those struggling for survival on public transportation, desperately seeking food. Felt a profound sense of helplessness akin to Ming's previous confrontation with Li Chanyu. While some were willing to bid thousands of escape coins for a single weapon, they themselves fretted over trading a mere few escape coins for food. In the span of just a few days, the two parties had already drifted into different strata of existence. At this moment, countless passengers on the bus regretted their decision to board on the very first day of their escape into this world, lamenting the lost opportunity to become proprietors of their own vehicles. Meanwhile, Ming was astonished by the bidding for the long sword, now escalating to 4,000 escape coins. In his previous life, this very sword had been acquired for merely 3,000 escape coins, yet its value had now surged. Nevertheless, Ming found himself lacking in weaponry. Neither he nor his shadow clones, nor the women accompanying him, possessed any decent arms. The only weapon at his disposal was a 1-star spear. Thus, it was imperative for Ming to secure this 2-star longsword. At that moment, Chu Chu and the other women emerged from the kitchen, having finished tidying up. Ellie bounded over to Ming's side and asked, "Brother Ming, was it you who bid 4,000 escape coins in the auction channel?" "No," he replied with a smile. "But I will acquire the long sword." With over 20,000 escape coins in his possession, Ming was hardly concerned about winning the bid. He pulled Ellie into his embrace, eager to showcase his bidding prowess for the sword. The other women gathered around, intrigued to witness Ming's auctioning skills. Seated on the sofa, Ming found himself surrounded by the ladies, a sensation that any man would envy. He began by placing a bid of 4,100 escape coins, testing the waters to see if anyone would dare to outbid him. Chapter 91. The flintlock pistol. Ming placed a bid of 4,100 escape coins, hoping to gauge whether anyone would continue to bid on the longsword. After all, this price was already quite steep, far exceeding what one would expect for a 2-star weapon. Even if someone could afford to bid higher, there would be little incentive to pay such a premium for a longsword. However, to his surprise, the next bid for the 2-star longsword escalated to 4,500 escape coins. There truly was someone willing to continue the bidding. Ming furrowed his brow, sensing that the individual bidding was determined to secure the 2-star longsword. Ellie, nestled in Ming's embrace, inquired incredulously, "Brother Ming, could it be that the person bidding also possesses the ability to earn substantial escape coins through collecting blueprints, just like us?" She was aware that Yi Ming had amassed a considerable fortune recently through his blueprint collecting capabilities. Yi Ming's capacity to bid high for the 2-star longsword stemmed from his abundant escape coins, rendering him indifferent to the expenditure. But what confidence did the opposing bidder possess? Even they recognized that spending such a hefty sum on a 2-star piece of equipment was far from prudent. Could it be that the bidder too had a similar ability to collect blueprints, and thus did not mind the exorbitant price? The women gathered around Yi Ming began to chatter animatedly. Some expressed concern that Yi Ming's high bid might not be wise, while others were incensed by the apparent malicious intent of the bidder, fearing it would lead to Yi Ming incurring unnecessary expenses. Even Chu Chu and Jiang Qi adopted serious expressions, as they could discern from the global auction channel that there were numerous individuals in the world with both power and resources. In the future, Yi Ming would undoubtedly face a plethora of enemies and competitors, which instilled a sense of urgency in them to strengthen themselves and assist Yi Ming. Yi Ming smiled wryly and explained to the women, "With so many people in the world, although I possess the ability to collect blueprints, others also have means to acquire wealth. Take for instance the known figure, Song Shinsi, who has earned a fortune merely by selling information. There will be plenty of individuals willing to pay handsomely for intel in the future. Moreover, Wang Jiaoer's honey for healing wounds can also generate a significant amount of escape coins. There are other capabilities too, such as luck bonuses, doubling of resources, increased yields from farming and livestock, potion crafting, weapon forging, and so forth, all of which can yield substantial escape coins." The women nodded in understanding, their expressions turning grave with concern. They realized the vast number of capable teams in the world and pondered how they could contribute to Yi Ming and support the entire team. Yi Ming sensed their growing awareness of the looming challenges but refrained from commenting. If the team lacked a sense of urgency, complacency would ensue, eroding their competitive spirit. Regardless of the secure environment within the RV or Yi Ming's prowess, the women gradually lost the instinct for survival and the drive that competition brings. Thus, Yi Ming aimed to guide their growth so that they could one day become his allies rather than allow them to languish in comfort within the RV. Yi Ming glanced at the system and determined that the value of the longsword was set at 6,000 escape coins. Should the price exceed this amount, he would not continue to bid. He was no fool. Even with a wealth of escape coins, he would not squander them frivolously. Consequently, Yi Ming placed a bid of 5,000 escape coins. Soon, the price surged to 500 escape coins. Yi Ming's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he raised the bid to his final limit of 6,000 escape coins. However, moments later, the opposing bidder escalated the price to 7,000 escape coins. Yi Ming could not help but chuckle at this, choosing not to continue bidding. After all, it was merely a 2-star piece of equipment. It was better left unpurchased. To spend 7,000 escape coins on such an item was a testament to the folly of the individual who placed that bid, as Yi Ming refrained from further bidding. The longsword was ultimately sold for 7,000 escape coins. Inside a tank, Lu Ji gazed at the newly acquired 2-star longsword and the diminishing count of his escape coins. A chill running through him. "Damn, I got carried away with the bidding," one of his underlings remarked. Lu Ji, a middle-aged ruffian in his 40s, rolled his eyes in annoyance at the question. "What do you know? With this longsword, I can forge countless replicas. I'll earn back those 7,000 escape coins in no time, and then each of you shall have one." His subordinates, upon hearing this, were filled with excitement. Possessing a 2-star longsword would certainly enhance their prestige, and they eagerly pledged to fight valiantly for Lu Ji. Yet, Lu Ji sighed inwardly. His motivation for bidding on the longsword stemmed from his ability to replicate weapons. However, no one would be able to afford a 2-star longsword in the near future. After a few days of hard-earned escape coins, he had squandered it all on a single sword. Regret washed over him. He felt as if he had lost everything. With the 2-star longsword sold, the global auction channel proceeded to the next item. Shield 2-star equipment. Starting bid, 1,000 escape coins. Each subsequent bid must increase by at least 100 escape coins. As a defensive piece of equipment, many resourceful individuals around the world eagerly participated in the bidding. For them, the shield held far greater value than the previously auctioned longsword. The presence of a shield bearer in the front lines could significantly enhance the team's battle effectiveness compared to a longsword. The price of the shield quickly escalated to 3,000 escape coins. Yet, Yi Ming boldly bid 5,000 escape coins, silencing all competitors. The typical price for a 2-star piece of equipment ranged around 2,000 to 3,000 and no one dared to raise the stakes further. After all, there was already a cautionary tale of someone who had overpaid for the longsword. Soon, Ming secured the shield for 5,000 escape coins. With a thud, a rectangular shield appeared before Ming, crashing onto the ground with a dull sound, leaving him with 5,000 fewer escape coins. The curious ladies picked up the shield to examine it. Ming did not rush to distribute the equipment, but continued to bid on the next item. The third auction piece was a 2-star spear, also starting at 1,000 escape coins, with minimum increments of 100 escape coins. Such a long weapon held considerable advantages in monster hunting, and once again, many individuals eagerly joined the bidding. Before Ming could make his bid, someone had already raised the price to 5,000 escape coins. Clearly, there were those attempting to emulate Ming by acquiring the long spear at this price. As anticipated, no one else continued to bid. Everyone possessed an innate sense of value. 5,000 escape coins was already regarded as a substantial sum, and it was unlikely that anyone would proceed to purchase at that rate. Naturally, Ming was not one to relinquish the opportunity to bid for the long spear, raising the price to 6,000 escape coins. Much like the 2-star longsword, 6,000 escape coins represented Ming's maximum offer. Should anyone choose to outbid him, he would graciously withdraw. However, the price of 6,000 escape coins was indeed excessive for others, and no one, unlike Lu Ji, would hastily continue to bid. Consequently, the 2-star long spear was successfully acquired by Ming. Presently, Ming still possessed 15,000 escape coins. The World Auction Channel proceeded to the next item for bidding. Flintlock pistol, 2-star equipment, with a capacity of 6 rounds, replenishing 1 bullet every 10 seconds. Chapter 92, Equipment Star Upgrade, the Flintlock pistol. At this moment, all eyes were fixated on the Global Auction Channel, and astonishment rippled through the crowd upon the unveiling of the next item, a pistol. Some individuals were so exhilarated that they yearned to procure the firearm on the spot. Everyone understood the significance of an egalitarian weapon. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, who wouldn't desire a pistol for self-defense? Most notably, this was a pistol with infinite ammunition. Although it was a flintlock, with a mere 6-round capacity, reloading occurred only once every 10 seconds. Nonetheless, for oneself or a team, possessing such a weapon would substantially enhance their long-range firepower. Some even fantasized about how their combat capability and security would soar if they had a pistol for protection. Goblins, beasts, and the like could essentially be dispatched with a single shot. As a result, vehicle owners clutching escape tokens eagerly placed bids, intent on acquiring the pistol. Ming was equally prepared to bid on this flintlock. He was well aware that in his previous life, this pistol had been acquired by Li Tianyu, becoming one of his primary weapons. Although it was merely a 2-star pistol at present, in his former existence, it had been enhanced to a 4-star weapon using monster essences. Its power rivaled that of a cannonball. A single bullet striking the ground could create a sizable crater, and anyone lacking B-level strength would not dare to withstand its fire. The process of upgrading weapons was notoriously complex, requiring a specific material derived from monster essences. Only monsters guarding treasure chests with C-level strength or higher had a chance of dropping these essences upon defeat. The utility of monster essences was manifold, one of which was to upgrade equipment. After collecting a sufficient number of monster essences, one could seek out an enchanter, paying a few escape tokens for a chance to elevate a 2-star weapon. The fact that Li Tianyu had managed to upgrade this pistol to 4 stars indicated its potential for growth. It could at least reach 4 stars in the future. Thus, Ming was determined to acquire this pistol. Ellie, seated in Ming's lap, instinctively glanced at him upon seeing the flintlock pistol, her azure eyes blinking in curiosity. What? Do you want this pistol? Ming inquired with a smile, sensing her gaze. Ellie hastily shook her head, explaining, I don't really want it. I have my crossbow. In truth, Ellie longed for the pistol, but she refrained from expressing this desire, wishing to spare Ming from spending too many escape tokens. Ming chose not to press further. He lacked any talent for shooting, and should he win the flintlock, it would ultimately be for Ellie's use. Imagining Ellie wielding the flintlock to shoot at enemies and monsters painted a vivid picture in his mind. He turned his attention back to the Global Auction Channel, where the bidding for the flintlock pistol had soared to 5,400 escape tokens. Once the price surpassed 5,000, most competitors had been effectively eliminated. However, Ming did not rush to place a bid. He recalled that Li Tianyu had won this flintlock for over 7,000 escape tokens. making it unlikely that it could be secured for 5 or 6,000. Indeed, moments later, the price escalated to 300 escape tokens. However, the price continued to rise, and it appeared that several individuals were still bidding. Soon, the price soared to a staggering 7,000 escape coins. Upon seeing this figure, Ellie pouted in dissatisfaction and remarked, "It's merely a handgun. Does it truly warrant such a sum of escape coins?" To her, this price seemed excessively high. Even if Ming were to bid for her, she would dissuade him. In her eyes, the power of a crossbow was not inferior to that of a handgun, making such a high expenditure unnecessary. Yet, in the next moment, Ellie observed Ming raise his hand to bid for the handgun. Wait a moment. She attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Ming had already placed a bid of 8,000 escape coins. This figure caused the escalating bid to stagnate, clearly exceeding everyone's expectations. One could only ponder how few individuals worldwide could accumulate 8,000 escape coins in just a few days. Who, after all, would possess the audacity to spend 8,000 escape coins on a single piece of equipment? Such a sum could procure a plethora of supplies and gear. A handgun hardly warranted such a price. Ming, however, was aware that this handgun could potentially be upgraded to 4 stars, which justified his willingness to bid. Just as he thought that 8,000 escape coins would secure the flintlock pistol, someone unexpectedly raised the bid to 8,100 escape coins. Ming frowned, recognizing that the bidder was clearly probing him, testing the limits of his bidding capacity. Should Ming only increase the bid by a couple of hundred coins, it would indicate that he could no longer afford to continue. Thus, he knew he must bid high to intimidate his opponent, dissuading them from further competition. Consequently, he raised his bid to 8,500 escape coins, conveying an unmistakable determination to acquire the flintlock pistol. Ellie was left astonished, her eyes widening as she anxiously focused on the global auction channel. The other women in the vehicle exchanged glances, yet no one spoke, regardless of Ming's actions. They would wholeheartedly support him. Soon, the price of the flintlock pistol was elevated once more, reaching 8,600 escape coins. Without hesitation, Ming bid 9,000 escape coins. Possessing the ability to acquire blueprints, earning escape coins was remarkably effortless for him. 9,000 was merely a trifling amount. In the future, as the number of participants in the chat channel increased and everyone's strength grew, their spending power would also rise, enabling him to effortlessly earn tens of thousands of escape coins in a single day. Moreover, escape coins only held value when spent. Was he to hoard them and await depreciation? Ming was confident that no one could match his high bid for an item. Indeed, as Ming had anticipated, when the price reached 9,000 escape coins, no one dared to place another bid. The flintlock pistol was successfully secured by Ming. The price had escalated to such heights largely due to Ming's prior auctions, which had established the impression that 2-star equipment typically ranged between 6,000 to 7,000 coins. In essence, Ming had inadvertently inflated the market price. This explained why, in his previous life, Li Tianyu had been able to acquire the flintlock pistol for just over 7,000 escape coins, while Ming had spent 9,000. Of course, Ming was now far superior to Li Tianyu at that point in his previous life. In his previous life, at this very moment, Li Tianyu had amassed only 10,000 escape coins, sufficient merely to acquire a flintlock pistol. His mobile abode housed merely 3 or 4 women, and the affection points he collected, along with his strength, paled in comparison to Ming's. Currently, counting Wang Jior, Ming has gathered 8 women. This rapid development is a testament to how reincarnation has granted Ming an advantageous head start. Returning to the present, after purchasing the flintlock pistol, Ming found himself left with just over 6,000 escape coins, enough to bid on another piece of 2-star equipment. He examined the flintlock pistol in his hand, noting that it bore no significant difference from his recollection of such firearms. He then handed the pistol to Ellie, instructing her to fire a couple of shots out the window to test its efficacy, cautioning her to avoid pointing the muzzle at their own people. Ellie accepted the flintlock pistol and, in a moment of affection, planted a fervent kiss on Ming's cheek. Having witnessed him expend 9,000 escape coins for this very weapon, her heart brimmed with gratitude. "Understood, brother Ming. I shall wield this pistol to vanquish all your foes," Ellie solemnly vowed. Following her, the group consisting of Ellie, Yang Lingyu, Zhen Minai, and Lu Yusuan gathered in excited chatter, eager to test the weapon's performance against the backdrop of the window. Meanwhile, Ming resumed his attention on the auction channel, preparing to use the remaining 6,000 escape coins to procure another piece of equipment. Chapter 93, Harvest Bang. A gunshot rang out. The flintlock pistol in Ellie's hand belched forth a blaze of fire, accompanied by a powerful recoil, as a bullet hurtled into the darkness beyond the window. Gasps of astonishment escaped the lips of the girls gathered around Ellie. It was their first encounter with the reality of live ammunition. Ellie, taken aback by the force of the recoil, nearly lost her grip on the flintlock pistol. A gust of wind swept through the vehicle, carrying with it a faint scent of gunpowder that spoke to the formidable power of the weapon. Unlike a conventional flintlock firearm, this one required no cumbersome reloading. It seemed to possess a dimensional space within, capable of automatically generating and accommodating ammunition. Bang, 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 bang. Ellie continued to pull the trigger, each bullet flying into the enveloping night. With every shot fired, the flintlock pistol produced a powerful kickback. Without her E-level strength, she would have been unable to maintain her hold. Click. Ellie pulled the trigger once more, but no bullet emerged. Out of ammunition, she realized, noting that she would have to wait 10 seconds for new ammunition to materialize, with the 6 remaining rounds requiring a full minute to regenerate. At that moment, Yang Lingyu eagerly interjected, "Ellie, let me take a couple of shots." "Sure." Ellie nodded, carefully handing the flintlock pistol over to Yang Lingyu. "Lingyu, the recoil on this gun is quite substantial. Be sure to grip it firmly and avoid any accidental discharges." Ellie had already heeded Ming's earlier warnings to the girls about the importance of handling the flintlock pistol with care, ensuring they refrained from pointing it recklessly. Thus, they took turns shooting at the window, their chatter filling the air, each relishing the experience without concern for ammunition consumption. Meanwhile, Ming remained seated on the sofa, engrossed in the World Auction Channel. He currently possessed just over 6,000 escape coins, sufficient to bid on one more weapon. This auction featured a total of 10 items, and with coins still in hand, Ming was determined to secure another weapon. After all, such opportunities were fleeting. The World Auction Channel did not open daily. It only became available after traversing a world, with the next session awaiting their journey to an extremely hot realm. Hence, Ming could not afford to overlook the rare chance to acquire a 2-star weapon. At present, Ming's arsenal included a 1-star crossbow, a 2-star flintlock pistol, a 1-star spear, and a 2-star shield. The 5th item up for bid was a longbow, which Ming chose not to contest. With a crossbow and pistol already in his possession, he had no need for a long-range weapon like the longbow. However, his lack of interest did not diminish its desirability among others. As a long-range weapon, it commanded significant attention, ultimately fetching over 7,000 escape coins from a competitive bidder. The subsequent items, a hatchet, a staff, and a hammer, were sold for over 5,000 escape coins each, none of which Ming participated in. Due to the nature of these weapons being long-handled, Ming refrained from participating in the bidding. Currently, he possessed 2 spears and had no need for additional long-handled weapons. Rather, he sought to acquire a short-handled weapon. In terrain such as caves and dense forests, long-handled weapons would prove cumbersome. Thus, Ming aimed to rectify this deficiency. It was only after the 9th item, a short-handled saber, was presented that Ming finally placed a bid. Ultimately, after a series of competitive bids, he successfully acquired the short-handled saber for 500 escape coins. Following the 10th item, a dagger, Ming chose not to continue observing the auction and closed the system. "Darling, are you not going to continue watching the auction?" Chu Chu inquired, her curiosity piqued as she sat beside him. In good spirits, Ming explained with a smile, "I've exhausted my escape coins, so there's no need to watch further." Zhang Xiaoman, sitting nearby, expressed a hint of remorse. "Dear, it's my fault that I didn't earn much escape coins today. Previously, Ming had been able to earn 10,000 escape coins daily. Yet today, she only managed to acquire over 6,000, which was considerably less than in the preceding days. Had she earned a bit more? Perhaps Ming could have bid on another weapon." Ming, recognizing her guilt, comforted her with a smile. "Xiaoman, this is not your fault. The pursuers today caused many teams to be annihilated, resulting in far fewer buyers than usual. In the current chat channel of 5,000, over 2,000 are on the bus, and they possess little in terms of resources. The remaining 2,000 are primarily teams led by 400 to 500 vehicle owners, whose spending power is naturally diminished compared to before." Zhang Xiaoman felt deeply touched by Ming's words. To her, it seemed he was genuinely comforting her, urging her not to feel guilty. She had initially thought that when she joined the vehicle, she would become a prized canary for Ming. Instead, he had entrusted her with the significant task of earning escape coins. In a mutual exchange of sincerity, she resolved to assist Yi Ming in acquiring more escape coins. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Ming harbored a degree of caution regarding Zhang Xiaoman. For instance, she had not absorbed any attribute spheres, her attributes remaining akin to those of an ordinary person. Unlike Yang Lingyu and Lu Yusuan, Yi Ming could not ascertain her loyalty. However, he felt assured that she would promptly transfer any escape coins earned from the items she sold to him, thereby eliminating any concerns of her hoarding his escape coins. Moreover, after tonight, he would have gained enough goodwill to discern her true intentions. Yi Ming reflected on his gains from the day. In terms of weaponry, during the treasure chest competition, Jiang Qi had secured a 1-star spear, followed by Yi Ming successfully bidding on a 2-star shield, a 2-star spear, a 2-star flintlock pistol, and a 2-star short-handled saber. As for items, his most significant acquisition was the blueprint for a double mattress, followed by banana peels, a vehicle repair toolbox, fertilizer, and bandages. Additionally, he had purchased a 1-star robe from the chat channel, which he decided to reserve for Zhang Xiaoman, contingent upon confirming her loyalty later that evening. The task of trading materials is undeniably substantial, and this robe can provide her with considerable assistance. After organizing the receipts, Yi Ming summoned the women to prepare for rest and arranged for them to take turns keeping watch during the night. One cannot afford to lower their guard against the nocturnal creatures. Yi Ming certainly does not wish to falter over such trivial matters. As night fell, the women's reactions varied. Zhang Xiaoman appeared anxious, Chu Chu and Ai Li were filled with excitement, Lu Yusuan expressed curiosity, Yang Lingyu was worried, while Jiang Qi and Zhen Minai remained silent, yet smiling. There is no need to elaborate further on these sentiments. With the addition of Yang Lingyu and her companions, the burden of night watch was considerably alleviated. Moreover, the double bed could restore their fatigue and drowsiness, allowing Yi Ming to potentially gather additional goodwill. After assigning their night watch duties, they took their baths and retired for the night, with no further conversation. Chapter 94, the 5th day of the wind disaster in the depths of night. Within the confines of the driver's cabin, the temperature plummeted due to the frigid air outside, accompanied by relentless gusts of wind that permeated the cabin with an even chillier atmosphere. Chu Chu shivered, hastily wrapping herself in a thick blanket for warmth, as she was tasked with the duty of keeping watch. The biting cold served to sharpen her senses. Outside, the chilly wind howled, and Chu Chu occasionally glanced at the surrounding environment, feeling a sense of relief as she discerned no signs of monstrous presence. The task of keeping watch was rather mundane. However, she found solace in the chat channel, where other teams had also assigned members to similar duties. To stave off boredom, lighthearted banter and jokes filled the channel, providing some amusement. Naturally, there were those who would intermittently share tales of their teams encountering nocturnal monster attacks, heightening everyone's vigilance and caution, lest they become complacent and fall prey to lurking threats. Chu Chu remained acutely aware, recognizing that although their vehicle was equipped with an alarm system that would alert them to an attack, it would be too late by then. The monsters would have already breached the windows and entered. Thus, the task of keeping watch was of utmost importance and should not be taken lightly. Should a night raid occur, it was imperative for Chu Chu to detect the threat early and awaken Yi Ming to confront it. This was precisely why Yi Ming had assigned the women to this duty. As time passed, Chu Chu glanced at the clock, realizing she had been on watch for over an hour and it was time to rouse the next person for duty. Just as she stood to call someone, a flicker of movement caught her peripheral vision. Several diminutive figures were stealthily approaching across the wilderness. In the dead of night, those figures could not possibly be human. A monster attack was indeed underway. Rather than feeling fear, excitement flickered in Chu Chu's eyes. After all, she had been stationed here precisely to guard against such nocturnal incursions. The absence of monsters would have left her with a gnawing anxiety, but now that they had appeared, she felt a sense of validation in her watchful duty, confirming with careful scrutiny that the silhouettes in the wilderness were not a figment of her imagination. She promptly turned to awaken Yi Ming. "Darling, there are monsters approaching," she exclaimed, shaking him vigorously. Awakened by her urgency, Yi Ming emerged from slumber, rubbing the remnants of sleep from his eyes. "Can you discern what type of monsters they are?" he inquired, his voice laced with curiosity rather than panic. Having faced numerous monster attacks in his past life, he had grown accustomed to the nightly onslaught. It was the absence of such attacks that would leave him on edge. Chu Chu pondered for a moment before asserting confidently, "They appear to be goblins, and there are quite a few, around 7 or 8. Yi Ming nodded, summoning his shadow doppelganger to address the impending threat. With the strength of the doppelganger, as long as they did not encounter a creature of C-class power, victory was assured. Furthermore, he had amassed 85 points of affection from the women that evening, adding to the 25 points he had previously accumulated, bringing his total to an impressive 110 points. To Yiming's surprise, among the 3 newly boarded women, Zhang Xiaoman possessed the highest affinity score of 5, followed by Lu Yusuan with 4 points, while Yang Lingyu had the least at 3 points. Through his probing abilities, Yiming confirmed that none of the 3 harbored any ulterior motives, allowing him to place complete trust in them. With such a wealth of affinity points, it was only natural for Yiming to enhance his attributes. He first utilized 4 D-grade attribute orbs to elevate his strength and mental attributes from D-grade to D-grade. Subsequently, he employed 2 additional D-grade attribute orbs to strengthen his constitution from D-grade to D-grade. In total, he expended 100 affinity points. Presently, Yiming retained 10 affinity points. Yet his attributes were remarkably formidable. Name: Yiming Strength, D-grade Speed, D-grade Constitution, D-grade Mental, D-grade Skill, Shadow Clone Escape Currency, 1062 overall evaluation, D-grade aside from his Constitution. All other attributes had reached D-grade. Furthermore, Yiming possessed a 2-star black hoodie, which would also elevate his Constitution to D-grade upon wearing it. Given the pace at which he was accumulating affinity points tonight, Yiming estimated that before venturing into the scorching world, he could not only enhance his constitution to D-grade, but also accumulate enough points to exchange for a C-grade attribute orb, thereby surpassing the C-grade strength. At that time, the female martial arts instructors and pursuers would have no choice but to kneel before him and sing of their surrender. Once the shadow clone was summoned, wielding a 2-star short-bladed sword, he stepped out of the caravan to vanquish the nocturnal monsters. Meanwhile, Chu-Chu, curious, approached the window to observe. Her voice, when she had awakened Yiming, was rather loud, causing several of the women in the vehicle to stir. Yiming first reassured the startled Lu Yusuan in his arms, calming her fears, while signaling to the other awakened women that they need not worry and could continue to sleep. Gently stroking Lu Yusuan's hair with one hand, he simultaneously commanded the shadow clone to engage in battle, gradually attempting to master multitasking. Approximately 2 to 3 minutes later, the shadow clone effortlessly concluded the skirmish, returning to the caravan with the 2-star long sword in hand. Had it not been for a few goblins scattering in panic, the shadow clone could have resolved the fight in under a minute. Chu-Chu, exhilarated, pumped her fists in the air, having witnessed the shadow clone's slaughter of the goblins in vivid detail. With Yiming's formidable strength, she felt a profound sense of security. It was worth noting that on her first day in the perilous world, she had been so terrified by the goblins' pursuit that she cried. Now, witnessing the shadow clone's massacre of the goblins planted a seed of empowerment within her. Although the monster attack had been quelled, it did not imply that this would be the sole nocturnal assault of the night. Thus, Chu-Chu called upon Jiang Qi to take over her watch. Snuggling into the warm blankets and into Yiming's embrace, Chu-Chu's night watch was merely a brief interlude in the rotation of the women keeping vigil. The other women experienced similar situations, albeit without encountering any monster attacks. The night swiftly passed. As dawn approached, the winds outside grew increasingly ferocious, threatening to overturn the caravan. Yiming and the women were gradually awakened by the howling winds. The restorative effects of the double bed were remarkable. Upon waking, neither Yiming nor the women felt any fatigue or drowsiness. Their conditions splendidly rejuvenated. Especially the women, their physical attributes are rather lacking. Normally, after a long night of vigilance and gathering goodwill, they would be overwhelmed by drowsiness. Yet now, they appear radiant and remarkably spirited. Ding! A wind disaster has arrived. All vehicles must maintain a state of constant escape for the next 3 days, day and night. Important notice: if the vehicle is stationary for more than 1 minute, it will be lifted by the tornado. Wind strength has risen to level 9 gale. The count of individuals in the vehicle is 8. 800 units of gasoline and 26 escape coins have been distributed. Yiming and Chu-Chu possess D-level strength, while the other 6 women possess E-level strength. Chapter 95. The mutated queen bee awakens intelligence in the wilderness. A fierce gale howled, lifting clouds of yellow sand into the air. In the face of such overwhelming wind power, no one possessed the ability to act, finding refuge within their vehicle to escape the tempest. As the system notification echoed, Yiming maneuvered the RV along the road. A formidable tornado began to coalesce in the distance, piercing the sky like a celestial dragon. Ellie, Yang Lingyu, and Lu Yusuan crouched by the window, were taken aback by the sight. Goodness, there really is a tornado, Ellie exclaimed. They had just heard the system's warning that parking for more than a minute would result in being swept away by the tornado, prompting their curiosity to glance outside. As they beheld the tornado gradually forming, their belief in the system's warning solidified. With the RV moving forward, the tornado followed suit, seemingly in pursuit of their vehicle. It's actually gaining on us, the three girls cried in unison, fear etched across their faces as they gazed at the roaring winds and the majestic tornado outside. With their petite frames, they were acutely aware that being outside would mean certain doom at the hands of the tempest. Suddenly, a thought struck young Ling Yu. Ellie, Yusuan, let us quickly check if all the windows are securely closed. Ellie and Lu Yusuan jolted back to reality, and the trio hurriedly inspected every window, fearful of even the slightest crack that could allow the tornado to whisk them away. This seemed to be the only recourse available to them against the looming tornado. Nearby, Jiangqi and Zhang Xiaoman observed this scene and couldn't help but chuckle. They found amusement in the anxious demeanor of the three girls. With such spirited companions aboard, the RV promised to be a source of endless entertainment, banishing any sense of monotony. However, upon gazing at the tornado several hundred meters behind them, the expressions of the two women turned serious. It was not just Yuming's RV that was being pursued by the tornado. Other teams' vehicles faced the same peril. The tornado loomed like the sword of Damocles above each person, threatening to lift vehicles and claim lives at any moment. As the various teams commenced their drive, they deliberated upon the recent system notification. The implication of the warning was clear. For the next 3 days, regardless of day or night, they must remain in constant motion. Coupled with the menace of the tornado, it became evident that if they parked for more than a minute, their vehicles would be swept away, leading to destruction and loss of life. Thus, each team faced the daunting challenge of 3 continuous days of driving. For those with a smaller cohort, the ordeal would be particularly grueling. In contrast, teams comprising 4 or 5 members could alternate driving, making it manageable. Fortunately, Yiming had no such concerns. His RV accommodated a full complement of 8, providing ample opportunity for rotation, ensuring a relaxed experience free of stress. At present, only Yiming, Chu-Chu, and Jiangqi were skilled drivers. Nonetheless, Ellie and the others could learn to drive. They need not possess advanced driving skills, as maintaining a steady course would suffice. Moreover, the highway is devoid of obstacles, and even the curves are absent. One merely needs to steady the steering wheel and gently press the accelerator, rendering the act of driving rather simplistic. A notable advantage now is that during these 3 days, vehicles will not consume gasoline, and rewards in the form of fuel will be distributed daily. After 3 days, when we venture into the sweltering world to search for treasure chests, we need not worry about running out of fuel. Inside the cockpit, Yiming gradually increased the speed of the vehicle, glancing at the rearview mirror to ensure that the approaching tornado would not catch up with their current velocity. Although a halt of merely a minute could result in being swept away by the tornado, driving too slowly would equally invite its pursuit. Naturally, Yiming would not allow himself to drive at a lethargic pace. He had no desire to be whisked away into the sky by a tornado. Chu-Chu, seated in the passenger seat, gazed out at the howling winds and inquired, "Darling, with such fierce winds outside, do you think we will still encounter any treasure chests? Even if we do, we have no time to stop and face the tornado to open them." Yiming explained with a hint of resignation. It's akin to a mode of being pursued. The vehicle operates in a fuel-efficient state, thus we are unlikely to come across any treasure chests. Moreover, given the perilous conditions outside, who would dare to stop and search for treasure, fearing they might be swept away by the tornado? Therefore, for these 3 days, apart from system transactions, we shall not receive any resources. Of course, every team has stockpiled a substantial amount of food, alleviating any concerns regarding sustenance. Yiming's mobile home is particularly well equipped in that regard. Our current consideration is that we cannot afford to stop and rest during these 3 days. We must rotate driving duties. Chu-Chu, please summon AI Li and Ling Yu to learn how to drive. Yiming decided that for the ensuing 3 days, he, Chu-Chu, and the combat personnel, AI Li and Ling Yu, would take turns at the wheel. All right, Chu-Chu nodded, naturally in agreement with Yiming's decision, and departed from the cockpit to call AI Li and young Ling Yu. Moments later, AI Li and young Ling Yu entered the cockpit, each holding a piece of bread. "Brother Yiming, this is breakfast prepared by my sister." Yiming accepted the bread offered by AI Li. The bread was stuffed with slices of meat, ham, and fried eggs, conveniently allowing him to eat while driving. AI Li, Ling Yu, We need to rotate driving over the next 3 days. So you must learn to drive quickly. The two girls nodded eagerly, indicating their understanding. Ming then consumed the bread in a few bites before instructing the two on the intricacies of driving. On another stretch of road, a small vehicle wobbled precariously, reminiscent of a novice at the wheel. Da Huang, steady the steering wheel. I'm on the verge of motion sickness here. Wang Jiao'er stood beside the driver's seat, gently tapping the back of the mutated bee king, who occupied the driver's seat. Indeed, it was the mutated bee king whose 4 insect legs gripped the steering wheel, appearing quite comical. The erratic driving of the small car was a direct result of the bee king's maneuvering. After being tapped by Wang Jiao'er, the bee king responded with mental protests. Clearly displeased. Oh, you dare to retort? Wang Jiao'er raised her hand once more to tap the bee king's head. As the tempest descends, the situation for Wang Jiao'er has become rather dire. She cannot possibly endure 3 days of driving alone. However, since Wang Jiao'er managed to survive those 3 days in her previous life, she is surely capable of persevering in this one as well. Ming surmised that in her past life, Wang Jiao'er must have relied on the mutated queen bee, taking turns to drive in order to overcome this adversity. Consequently, with Ming's guidance, Wang Jiao'er has commenced training the mutated queen bee in the art of driving. Fearing that the queen bee might struggle to comprehend the task, she has even resorted to feeding its zombie crystal cores. After continued nourishment with the crystal cores, the queen bee's intelligence has evidently surged once more, filling Wang Jiao'er with immense joy. As its intellect grows, the mutated queen bee gradually learns to operate the vehicle. Should Ming become aware of the mutated queen bee's progress, he would discover that its intelligence parallels that of the monsters guarding treasure chests. Chapter 96. The token of craftsmanship within the confines of a bus. Wang Song, who had once endured humiliation at the hands of Ming while masquerading as Li Tianyu, still harbored a grudge against Li Tianyu. Yet now, he found himself instilling ideas into the minds of all the passengers aboard. My friends, he began. You have all witnessed the plight of those bus owners through the chat channel. Yesterday, 2,000 of their followers were slain by pursuers. Furthermore, the mechanism of competing for treasure chests places our lives at stake in a futile struggle for these treasures on behalf of the bus owners. To them, the loss of their subordinates is trivial. They can easily recruit more without a second thought. Do you truly believe that becoming a follower of a bus owner assures a favorable outcome? It is we who remain on this bus who are truly safer. I am convinced that if we stand united, we can face any adversity that comes our way. Upon concluding his remarks, a considerable number of passengers expressed their support and agreement. Unlike other buses that were fragmented into various factions vying for resources, Wang Song had already established himself as the leader of this bus. Under his guidance over the past few days, more than 20 individuals had worked together to secure treasure chests and even hunted a few wild wolves to alleviate their food crisis. Presently, the bus boasted 7 wooden spears, a testament to their burgeoning strength, and they were more than capable of conquering 2 or 3 bronze treasure chests guarded by goblins. However, following the arrival of a few bus owners seeking recruits yesterday, many aboard began to waver in their loyalty. Wang Song, acutely aware of these shifting sentiments, endeavored to reinforce his authority by indoctrinating the passengers. Although several bus owners had approached him with offers of recruitment, he had declined them all. Wang Song understood that his true advantage lay in his leadership abilities. Departing from the bus to serve under another owner would render him powerless, reducing him to a mere pawn destined for demise. As the saying goes, it is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. He recognized that remaining on the bus afforded him greater security and freedom. Moreover, he could leverage the bus to gather resources and enhance his own strength. Wang Song vividly recalled the humiliation he had suffered at the hands of Li Tianyu a few days prior, which had underscored for him the significance of strength in this world. Personal power was the foundation of survival. Wang Gu, I have good news. A voice whispered in Wang Song's ear. Upon hearing this, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and he turned to the group with a broad smile, exclaiming, "Ha, everyone. Quickly check the chat channel. There's excellent news." The more than 20 passengers aboard the bus were momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Wang Song's elation. But they promptly opened their systems to view the chat channel. Soon, the discussions within the channel captured everyone's attention. It turned out that treasure chests were beginning to descend upon various buses, and some individuals had discovered items resembling tokens within these chests. How wonderful! Treasure chests are appearing. Does this mean we won't have to disembark to hunt for them? One passenger exclaimed joyfully. Fool, the wind outside is fierce. How could you possibly venture out to claim treasure chests? Another countered, "Indeed, we have no idea when treasure chests will arrive on our bus." The passengers aboard the bus engaged in animated discussions, each offering their perspectives. Unlike others, Wang Song noticed that someone in the chat channel was using attribute orbs to acquire tokens, which were essential for enhancing one's abilities. Although he was unaware of the nature of that token, exchanging it for attribute orbs undoubtedly held significant value. Wang Song's eyes sparkled with anticipation, wishing fervently for the arrival of a treasure chest on his bus. It was as if his silent yearning had been heard. Suddenly, a radiant white light erupted within the bus, capturing everyone's attention. A treasure chest had appeared. Someone exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing the phenomenon. Soon, the white light dissipated, revealing a silver chest before all. "Is this a silver treasure chest?" Someone gasped in disbelief. The onlookers quickly comprehended the significance of the silver chest, their eyes widening in excitement. Many aboard the bus could not restrain themselves from rushing forward to open the chest. Wang Song, quick to react, snapped out of his shock and saw the throng about to seize the silver chest. He bellowed, "What are you all doing? This treasure is for everyone. I dare anyone to claim it for themselves." The authority Wang Song had cultivated over the past few days proved effective. The crowd halted, abashed by his reprimand. At that moment, no one dared to approach the silver treasure, aware that such an act would make them a target for collective ire, potentially igniting chaos within the bus. Wang Song feigned calmness, waving his hand to disperse those encroaching upon the chest. The crowd understood his intent. The treasure would be opened by Wang Song himself, ensuring equitable distribution of its resources. Without further ado, Wang Song opened the chest. Inside lay a small pile of escape coins and a singular token. Curiously, Wang Song picked up the token for examination. Personal Dungeon Token Culinary. Upon use, this token transports the user to a dungeon world to learn culinary skills. A dungeon token? To learn culinary skills? A flicker of disappointment crossed Wang Song's eyes. He had anticipated the token to be a formidable item. It turned out to be merely a token for culinary education. Yet soon, he recalled someone in the chat channel seeking to acquire tokens with attribute orbs. Excitement surged within him, but he maintained his composure as he reached into the chest. Silently, he tucked away the small pile of escape coins into his system, then held the token aloft for all to see. Everyone, the chest contained only this token. As Wang Song withdrew the items from the silver chest, it vanished from sight, making it clear to all that only a single token remained. Wang Song displayed the token for inspection. You can all see its attributes. It can only enhance one person's culinary skills, rendering it quite useless. We might as well sell it to acquire some resources. The passengers on the bus, seeing the token's attributes, expressed their disappointment. Yet no one opposed Wang Song's proposal to exchange the token for resources. Meanwhile, in the chat channel, the individual acquiring tokens with attribute orbs was none other than Ming, for he alone possessed the surplus attribute orbs for such transactions. Ming was well aware of the treasure chest's arrival on the bus. The world of escape is remarkably equitable in this regard. During the tempestuous 3 days, although the team led by the vehicle owner did not receive any treasure chests, they were still rewarded daily with petrol. After enduring the storm for 3 days, they would naturally gather the resources from the treasure chests in the next world. Meanwhile, the bus would continuously receive treasure chests during this period, containing not only sustenance and water to ensure survival, but also various tokens for skills in different domains. These skill tokens encompassed a wide array of abilities, such as cooking, farming, animal husbandry, medicine, driving, and combat techniques, among others. Those who mastered these tokens naturally became esteemed talents in the eyes of the vehicle owners. When they ventured into the scorching world 3 days later, the vehicle owners would undoubtedly compete to recruit individuals who had acquired these skill tokens. In his previous life, Ming obtained a token related to marksmanship during this time, which provided him with a tenuous means of survival. Even now, Ming imparts the technique of using a wooden spear to Chu and the others knowledge gleaned from that marksmanship token. This also explains why, on the first day of the escape world, Chu mistook Ming for a martial artist when she witnessed him blind a goblin with a wooden spear. Chapter 97. Token Exchange. As the tokens for skill-based instances were gradually revealed, various buses became the center of attention. After all, acquiring a token is no trivial matter. Each bus possesses but a single token, and it is entirely normal for individuals aboard these buses to engage in fierce competition, often resulting in injuries, all in the pursuit of the coveted token. Most of those who successfully obtain a token, fearing it may be snatched away, promptly utilize it to teleport into the instance world. Rarely does one, like Wang Song, manage to retain the token with the intent of selling it. Those who hold on to their tokens without immediate use are either leaders like Wang Song or individuals who have subdued everyone aboard the bus through sheer strength. In the eyes of these individuals, the skills embedded within the tokens are deemed inconsequential. They believe selling the token for resources and equipment to enhance their prowess is far more advantageous. Meanwhile, Ming exited the driver's compartment, entrusting the RV to Ellie and Yang Lingyu. He understood that only through personal experience could they swiftly learn to drive. However, concerned about potential mishaps, Ming also assigned Jiang Qi to oversee and guide them. Only then did Ming shift his focus to the chat channel. He and several others, including Chu Chu, settled onto the couch, glancing at Zhang Xiaoman beside them. Xiaoman, has the news about acquiring tokens been disseminated? Zhang Xiaoman nodded, confirming that she had released information about purchasing tokens in exchange for attribute orbs, as per Ming's instructions. Husband, I have spread the word. Currently, 2 individuals wish to exchange their tokens for attribute orbs, but they find 3 orbs insufficient and are requesting 6 instead. 6? Ming furrowed his brow, inquiring curiously. What skills do these individuals possess within their tokens? In Ming's perspective, skills vary in quality. While in exchange for 6 attribute orbs could be acceptable, the skills represented in the tokens must at least meet his approval. Zhang Xiaoman glanced at the system and reported, 1 token holds culinary skills, while the other is singing. Ming was momentarily speechless, taken aback by the notion of singing as a skill. Nonetheless, he recognized that skills learned from tokens are anything but ordinary. For instance, the culinary token could impart knowledge of crafting unique dishes with special effects, just as the singing token would likely teach songs imbued with special properties. Presently, only Ming was privy to this information, though it is possible that Song Shinsi had deduced it as well. However, both would keep this matter discreet while covertly acquiring tokens. The token holders, oblivious to these nuances, were clearly attempting to drive up the price with their request for 6 attribute orbs. Ming opened the system to observe the chat channel, where he indeed found several token recipients sharing their token details. Already, numerous bus owners were bidding, eager to purchase the tokens in their possession. These individuals were not in a hurry to sell. They were biding their time, aiming to maximize their profits. Seeing this, Ming felt no urgency to place a bid. Instead, he silently monitored the chat channel. At that moment, Zhun Minai emerged from the kitchen, carrying a pot of tea and a plate of cookies, serving each person a cup. Brother Yi, I acquired a package of tea leaves yesterday. This tea is delightful. Do have a taste. Ming nodded gently, lifting the teacup to his lips, yet before savoring its flavor, he was enveloped by an exquisite aroma of tea. Taking a delicate sip, he found his senses invigorated, the lingering fragrance awakening his spirit. This tea possessed a remarkable ability to refresh the mind. In the world of escape, where tobacco, alcohol, and tea were luxuries, they could fetch a handsome price. For instance, a single cigarette might be traded for 20 or 30 escape tokens. The prospect of establishing a production line for these commodities promised substantial profits. After a few more sips of tea, Ming turned his attention back to the tokens in the chat channel. Within this digital space, alongside Wang Song's culinary tokens, there were also offerings for singing, driving, medicine, agriculture, and brewing, each varying in quantity. Notably, the culinary tokens boasted 5 available, while the coveted medical token was limited to just 1, attracting numerous bidders vying for it. Initially, there had been interest in Wang Song's tokens, but the savvy bidders quickly realized the artificial inflation of prices and ceased their bids, recognizing that the skills represented by these tokens were not as valuable as suggested. Ming shared a similar interest in the medical token, as he had assigned Lu Yusuan to a medical role, yet lacking the requisite skills, she had been relegated to intelligence work. Securing the medical token was essential for enhancing his team's healthcare capabilities. However, the other bidders harbored the same intentions, driving the price of the medical token higher, with one bidder already offering a 1-star piece of equipment in exchange. Realizing he could no longer afford to wait, Ming initiated a private message to the seller of the medical token. The seller, Chao Shuang, was somewhat familiar to him. On the first day in this world of escape, he had been abandoned on the roadside for embezzling 6 attribute spheres from a fellow driver, subsequently boarding a bus. Brother, if you wish to purchase the medical token, please bid in the chat channel. I do not accept private transactions, Chao Shuang replied, clearly employing a strategy to inflate the price. Only through open bidding would the drivers continue to raise their offers, maximizing his profit. Ming, however, resolved not to bid publicly and sent a message. I offer a flat price of 6 E-grade attribute spheres, or a 1-star pair of boots plus 2 attribute spheres. If neither of these options appeals to you, I will not increase my offer. Xiao Shuang did not respond immediately, seemingly contemplating his decision. After about a minute, he agreed to the transaction for 6 attribute spheres. All right, I already possess a 1-star pair of boots, so I will exchange the token for the 6 attribute spheres. The transaction was swiftly completed, and Xiao Shuang announced in the chat channel that the medical token had been sold, inciting dissatisfaction and complaints among the other bidders. Ming looked at the medical token in his hand, nodding in satisfaction before turning to Zhang Xiaoman. Inform the sellers of the culinary and singing tokens that the attribute spheres have been exhausted. Zhang Xiaoman nodded and promptly contacted the 2 sellers as instructed. Meanwhile, on the bus, Wang Song's expression shifted dramatically upon receiving Zhang Xiaoman's message. He had anticipated that Zhang Xiaoman would purchase his token with 1 or 2 attribute spheres. But to his surprise, the other party had run out of attribute spheres. Wang Song was now filled with regret, cursing his own greed. However, it wasn't long before Zhang Xiaoman sent him another message, offering the chance to exchange 150 escape coins along with the token for a pair of 1-star battle boots. Wang Song's heart leaped with joy. He had acquired over 180 escape coins and a culinary token from the silver treasure chest, which was more than sufficient to obtain the 1-star battle boots. Thus, Wang Song gratefully traded with Zhang Xiaoman for the 1-star battle boots. Little did he know that the synthesis price for the 1-star battle boots was 100 escape coins, meaning Ming had essentially profited by 50 escape coins and 1 token at his expense. Chapter 98. The restorative fried rice. Following Wang Song's example of exchanging tokens for battle boots, Zhang Xiaoman adeptly traded a plethora of tokens for several pairs of 1-star boots. The majority of the tokens circulating in the chat channel had been acquired by her. These tokens were all auxiliary skills, their superficial value inferior to the 1-star battle boots, compelling others, like Wang Song, to offer an additional 150 escape coins to obtain the coveted boots. Despite their reluctance, these individuals had no choice but to grit their teeth and transact with Zhang Xiaoman. For no other vehicle owners could present better equipment than the 1-star boots in exchange for tokens. Consequently, after deducting the cost of synthesizing the boots, Ming not only profited from several tokens but also amassed hundreds of escape coins. This filled Zhang Xiaoman with immense joy. She had not anticipated the substantial worth of the 1-star boots. A vague realization dawned upon her regarding the future value of these boots. The current lack of sales for the 1-star boots stemmed from their exorbitant price, rendering them unaffordable for most. However, once everyone accumulated sufficient escape coins, they would undoubtedly purchase a pair of boots to enhance their strength. As demand surged, the potential profit could soar to several tens of thousands of escape coins. And this was merely one of the blueprints Ming had collected. It was evident how prosperous Ming might become in the future. Unbeknownst to Ming, Zhang Xiaoman had already envisioned a scenario where he would amass a fortune in escape coins. At that moment, Ming was smiling as he organized the tokens in his hand, having acquired such a multitude of them, ensuring that the logistical aspects of the team were well addressed. Currently, he possessed 1 medical token, 3 culinary tokens, 2 driving tokens, 2 planting tokens, 2 breeding tokens, 2 singing tokens, and 1 brewing token. The women gathered around the sofa, their curiosity piqued by the tokens. Ming first presented the medical token to Lu Yusuan. Yusuan, this token is for you. Though Ming was uncertain about the specific benefits of the medical token, he was confident it would enhance Lu Yusuan's medical skills. Thank you, brother Ming, Lu Yusuan said, sitting beside Chu, her face glowing with gratitude as she accepted the token. Aware of the token's rarity, which many vehicle owners had competed to purchase at high prices, she felt deeply appreciative that Ming had acquired it for her. Ming then handed over 3 culinary tokens and 1 brewing token to Zhen Minai. These tokens are for you, Zhen Minai. Zhen Minai was taken aback and quickly waved her hands, exclaiming, Brother Ming, this is too much. I only need 1. Ming chuckled, you are our team's chef. These tokens would be of no use to Chu and the others. Do you expect them to cook for you? Chu chimed in with a smile, Zhen Minai, just accept them. Once you improve your culinary skills, we will all benefit. Lu Yusuan and Zhang Xiaoman joined in the persuasion, and finally, Zhen Minai, feeling somewhat bashful, accepted the 4 tokens. Brother Ming, I will definitely create even more delicious dishes, Zhen Minai vowed earnestly. Ming nodded with a smile, and he did not rush to distribute the remaining driving, planting, breeding, and singing tokens. Jin Minai, Lu Yusuan, and Zhang Xiaoman each have their respective responsibilities and see no necessity to acquire additional skills. As for Chu and the other combatants, they have even less reason to delve into logistical expertise. The mobile home has no limit on occupancy, thus there is no need for one individual to juggle multiple roles. The driving permit shall undoubtedly be reserved for the future driver of the team. While the tasks of planting and breeding are substantial enough that Yi Ming must designate someone specifically for that duty. Regarding the singing permit, Yi Ming finds it rather intricate. The songs performed may possess auxiliary effects, and in the future, the permit could be utilized to cultivate a supportive individual skilled in song. Each of the 4 types of permits amounts to 2 pieces, which Yi Ming collected entirely. Then declared, I have decided to reserve the remaining permits for individuals who will be dedicated to these tasks. Thus, I shall not distribute them among you. The women, upon hearing this, naturally had no objections. Jin Minai and Lu Yusuan, having received their permits, felt thoroughly satisfied. Zhang Xiaoman, tasked with transactions, had a considerable workload and was preoccupied with her responsibilities, leaving her no desire to pursue other skill permits. Chu, Jiangqi, Ai Li, and Yang Lingyu, being combat personnel, had no need to compete for logistical skill permits, especially with the skills books to be allocated in the future. Jin Minai, Yusuan, you may utilize your permits to learn in the dungeon world. You should be back before nightfall, Yi Ming instructed the 2 women. They were already well prepared for this. And upon hearing Yi Ming's words, Lu Yusuan grasped the medical permit while Jin Minai produced a culinary permit. The 2 women activated their permits simultaneously, enveloped in a sphere of white light, and vanished from the mobile home. Time passed swiftly. A day went by in the blink of an eye. Within the mobile home, Yi Ming spent the day resting quietly in bed, awaiting the restoration of his physical and mental energies. Once he felt sufficiently recuperated, he conjured a shadow clone, striving to cultivate a state of dual focus. However, each time he summoned a shadow clone, a recovery period was required. Thus, the efficacy of his training was not markedly apparent. Currently, he could only maintain the simultaneous actions of both his main body and the clones, but could not engage in combat concurrently. Meanwhile, Ai Li and Yang Lingyu, having driven for several hours, had become adept enough to operate the mobile home independently. They would soon be able to participate in the rotation of driving duties. Throughout the day, Zhang Xiaoman dedicated herself to selling items. And with the assistance of Han Wei in selling some goods, she managed to earn over 3,000 escape coins for Yi Ming. This was not due to any lack of capability on her part. Rather, the absence of treasure chest revenues among various teams had significantly reduced their spending. At that moment, a beam of white light illuminated the interior of the mobile home as Jin Minai returned. Oh, sister is back, Ai Li exclaimed, immediately drawing the attention of everyone in the mobile home. At this time, aside from Chu, who was driving, all the women gathered around Jin Minai. Hearing the commotion, Yi Ming rose from his bed, curious, and asked, Jin Minai, how was your experience? What culinary skills did you acquire in the dungeon world? Jin Minai nodded, albeit somewhat shyly, and explained, Brother Yi Ming, I only learned to make fried rice with restorative effects. Fried rice? The women all looked at Jin Minai in bewilderment. Eli inquired immediately, Sister, are you truly incapable of preparing fried rice? Jin Minai promptly recounted her experiences within the dungeon world. After utilizing the token, she was transported to a kitchen where she was compelled to incessantly practice the art of making fried rice. Yi Ming nodded in understanding. In his previous life, he had also been transported to a training ground, diligently honing his skills with a spear like a martial artist. It seemed that each culinary token allowed one to master the preparation of a single dish with special effects. The fried rice that restored stamina was indeed commendable. Yi Ming was curious about the dishes Jin Minai would learn to prepare with the remaining 2 culinary tokens. Observing the look of disappointment on Jin Minai's face, he realized her dissatisfaction with having only learned to make fried rice, and thus offered her words of comfort. Jin Minai, the ability to create stamina-restoring fried rice is quite remarkable, especially since the rice we have cultivated is nearing maturity. Chapter 99. Medical Acupuncture. Upon hearing Yi Ming's comforting words, Jin Minai's eyes brightened, and she nodded in agreement. Yi Ming was indeed correct. Fried rice was quite delightful, particularly since its primary ingredient was rice. The rice that Yi Ming had cultivated was merely days away from ripening, ensuring that she would not lack for rice when preparing fried rice in the future. Regardless of the dish she learned to prepare, the availability of ingredients was paramount. Otherwise, a skilled cook would find it impossible to create a meal without the essential components. With this thought in mind, Zhen Minai felt increasingly grateful for the knowledge she had gained about fried rice from the token, as the ingredients were relatively easy to gather. However, a realization struck her, and she quickly interjected, "Brother Yi Ming, after rice and wheat mature, they require hulling and milling." Zhen Minai had long considered this matter. Rice and wheat were not simply edible upon harvest. They necessitated intricate processing, such as dehusking rice and milling wheat into flour. Yi Ming, well aware of this, explained, "We need not rush to consume rice and flour. Let us first collect and store the mature grains until we find a machine for dehusking rice." He understood that such machinery was not difficult to acquire. In fact, some seed vendors likely possessed them, and they could purchase a machine if they encountered one. Upon hearing this, Zhen Minai comprehended the urgency of the situation was unwarranted. Glancing at the time, she noted that evening was approaching, and her remaining tokens would have to wait until tomorrow for her to learn from them. Given her current pace, she could only master 1 token per day, leaving her with 2 culinary tokens and 1 brewing token, which would take 3 more days to complete. "Brother Yi Ming, are you all hungry? I'll go prepare dinner now." Zhen Minai suddenly remembered that everyone had yet to eat. Ali and the others offered to assist in the kitchen. As the evening drew nearer, Yi Ming replied to Zhen Minai, "It's getting late. There's no need to trouble yourself with a full meal. A simple pot of instant noodles will suffice." Yi Ming was not one to insist on lavish dining. There was no need to inconvenience Zhen Minai with an elaborate feast when a modest meal of instant noodles would be perfectly adequate. Moreover, many on the bus were unable even to enjoy instant noodles. Zhen Minai nodded in acquiescence and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare the noodles, with Ali and Yang Lingyu following to lend a hand. Meanwhile, as individuals utilizing the tokens gradually returned from the dungeon world, the chat channel and bus became lively. Each person who had acquired skills from the tokens became the center of attention. Numerous bus drivers sought to recruit these talents, for securing their services was significantly more economical than purchasing a token, a calculation that the drivers could easily comprehend. However, life was not particularly favorable for these individuals on the bus. Some were captured and interrogated about the skills they had learned from the tokens, enduring physical punishment in the process. Others faced ostracism or were subjected to flattery, encountering a myriad of situations. Yet, the most discussed topic among all was the proficiency of the skills they had acquired. Some had learned combat skills, which indeed rendered them more adept, while others had acquired culinary auxiliary skills that proved less useful on the bus. This situation left those who sold their tokens feeling immensely relieved. Fortunate that they had opted for a pair of enchanted boots to enhance their abilities instead. Consequently, Zhang Xiaoman's standing among these individuals significantly elevated. They had all added Zhang Xiaoman to their friend lists, ensuring future opportunities for trade. Zhang Xiaoman conducted her transactions discreetly, garnering little attention. Yet her circle of friends continued to expand. Moreover, these acquaintances were not ordinary. They included owners of various teams and influential leaders with resources from public transport. In essence, Zhang Xiaoman's network had quietly burgeoned to encompass the entire chat channel, while she remained inconspicuous in her dealings. Before long, a radiant light enveloped the RV, heralding Lu Yusuan's return. Jiang Qi and Zhang Xiaoman immediately noticed her arrival, exclaiming in delight, "Yusuan, you're back." Lu Yusuan beamed, nodding in acknowledgement as she greeted the 2 women. Since boarding the RV, the treachery and peril had dissipated, allowing her to revert to her carefree, princess-like self. Yi Ming, reclining on the bed to recuperate his energy, perked up upon hearing Lu Yusuan's return and curiously inquired, "Yusuan, you're back. Please share what medical skills you've acquired from the tokens." Lu Yusuan had longed to divulge her newfound medical knowledge, and upon Yi Ming's query, she promptly replied, "Brother Yi Ming, I've learned acupuncture." "Acupuncture?" Yi Ming exclaimed, his interest piqued, urging Lu Yusuan to elaborate. It turned out that Lu Yusuan had been transported to a dungeon world where her mind was enriched with various acupuncture techniques. She had practiced these techniques there, simulating treatments on different patients. The acupuncture she had mastered was no mere skill. It required the expenditure of both mental and physical energy to infuse into the needles, yielding extraordinary therapeutic effects. Yi Ming could hardly contain his astonishment, realizing that Lu Yusuan's medical token was indeed remarkable. Yet, a thought struck him, prompting him to ask, "Yusuan, do you have any silver needles for acupuncture?" Unlike culinary ingredients, silver needles were exceptionally rare, typically found only in a dedicated medical facility. In response to Yi Ming's inquiry, Lu Yusuan cheerfully produced a needle pouch. Upon opening it, a row of dozens of silver needles gleamed inside, causing Yi Ming and Jiang Qi to feel a shiver of apprehension. "Brother Yi Ming, look. This is a complete set of silver needles awarded by the system," she announced. While Yi Ming maintained a facade of composure, inwardly he resolved never to fall ill or suffer injury while in Lu Yusuan's care, as he certainly did not wish to emerge from her treatment resembling a porcupine. Unbeknownst to Lu Yusuan, who spotted Yi Ming lying on the bed, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she asked, "Brother Yi Ming, are you resting? I can use acupuncture to help alleviate your fatigue. The effects are remarkable." Yi Ming's expression shifted abruptly, and he hastily rose from the bed to stretch his limbs. "I was merely catching up on some sleep. Acupuncture is unnecessary." Lu Yusuan felt a twinge of disappointment, as she had hoped to showcase her acupuncture prowess before Brother Yi Ming. Beside them, Jiang Qi and Zhang Xiaoman stifled their laughter, fully aware that Yi Ming was reclining on the bed to recuperate his strength and spirit, clearly displaying a fear of acupuncture. However, not to mention Yi Ming. Even they felt a twinge of apprehension at the sight of dozens of glistening silver needles. Lu Yusuan seemed genuinely intent on administering a couple of needles to Yi Ming, and thus proposed, "Brother Yi Ming, how about acupuncture during your rest tonight?" Yi Ming's expression shifted once more. He was certain that Lu Yusuan would not wish him harm and recognized that the young girl merely wanted to showcase the efficacy of acupuncture. Yet, he was neither ill nor injured, and he saw no reason to indulge in such an endeavor. Consequently, Yi Ming politely declined, saying, "I have some matters to attend to this evening, and I also need to drive. Let's head to the kitchen for some instant noodles first." With that, he took the puzzled Lu Yusuan by the hand and led her to the kitchen. He had already devised a plan to gather more of Lu Yusuan's affection that evening, hoping it would deter her from incessantly contemplating acupuncture for him. Lu Yusuan obediently followed him to the kitchen, unaware that her innocent desire to demonstrate her acupuncture skills would lead her to receive special affection later that night. Chapter 100. The wind disaster. On the sixth day during the night, various teams maintained their driving status to prevent their vehicles from being swept away by the tornado. The past 3 days had been a test of endurance. The team that faltered first would face annihilation. Thus, despite their fatigue, no one dared to stop and rest. Inside the RV, Ellie stifled a yawn as she emerged from her cocoon, donned her clothes, and proceeded to the bathroom for a quick wash. Only then did she feel rejuvenated. "Brother Yi Ming, I'm here to take over," she chirped, bouncing into the driver's seat where Yi Ming was seated. To keep the RV moving, it was essential for the teams to rotate drivers even at night, and the time had come for Ellie to replace Yi Ming. Glancing at her energized demeanor, Yi Ming complimented, "You seem quite spirited tonight." Yu rose quickly. Ellie nodded, acknowledging that the double bed had worked wonders for her recovery. A brief rest had restored her vitality, and her complexion radiated health. Her remarkable condition stemmed from only needing to gain favor once tonight. Yi Ming had planned to rotate driving duties among Ellie, Chu Chu, Jiang Qi, and Yang Ling, deliberately avoiding excessive affection collection. He was mindful that driving while fatigued would be unwise. Instead, his focus for gathering favor points was directed towards the three responsible for logistics, Jinmi Nai. Notably, Lu Yusuan, who had been enduring hardships while trying to provide acupuncture for Yi Ming, was the source of concern for the sympathetic Chu Chu. Yi Ming's D-grade strength was no trifling matter. Despite the numerical advantage of the women, they were no match for his prowess. Under Chu Chu's resentful gaze, Yi Ming managed to collect 70 favor points that night. He then spent 40 of those points to exchange for 4 D-grade attribute orbs, enhancing his D-grade constitution. At this point, Yi Ming's 4 attributes had all reached D-grade, placing him on par with those who pursued him. The following day, if he could accumulate 100 favor points, he would exchange them for a C-grade attribute orb, elevating his strength to that level. Achieving C-grade would signify a significant leap into another tier. Who could possibly challenge him then? Yet, Yi Ming sensed something amiss. Was the advancement to C-grade truly so effortless? In his previous life, if Li Tianyu had been able to reach C-grade with such ease, he would have long since reduced the women of the boxing school to tiers. Although Li Tianyu had collected favor points at a slower pace, he had not hesitated to capture women, even dedicating time to elevate an attribute to B-grade or C-grade. Nevertheless, he had never reached a level of strength that left others in awe. Yi Ming began to contemplate a possible restriction that had impeded Li Tianyu's ascent. The nature of this limitation eluded him for now. Ultimately, He would discover the truth when he gathered enough favor points the following night to attempt exchanging for a C-grade attribute orb. "Ellie, you can take the wheel now," Ming said, parking the RV and vacating the driver's seat for her. Having learned to drive during the day, Ellie was more than capable of handling the task. As the recreational vehicle continued its journey, the brief stop did not exceed a minute, and the tornado trailing behind did not disrupt the vehicle's path. The night air was rather frigid, prompting Ming to drape a blanket over Li, offering her some words of caution. Li, with her petite frame seated in the driver's seat, remained intensely focused on the road, nodding in acknowledgement of Ming's advice. After spending a while in the driver's cabin with Li and observing her competent handling of the vehicle, Ming felt reassured enough to retire for the night. Time flowed. The headlights illuminated the road ahead as Ming and the other women took turns driving, ensuring a stable passage through the night until dawn approached. Ding, wind strength has escalated to level 10, intensifying the wind disaster. The number of occupants in the vehicle is confirmed at 8, with 800 units of gasoline distributed and 26 escape coins allocated. Ming, with a D-level power, and the other 6 women possessing E-level abilities. Inside the driver's cabin, Jiangqi was at the wheel. Upon hearing the system notification, she glanced at the rearview mirror and noticed the tornado expanding at a visible rate, causing her expression to shift. At that moment, she felt the steering wheel becoming unstable. Alarmed, Jiangqi gripped the steering wheel firmly while gently applying the brakes to reduce speed, thereby stabilizing the vehicle's movement. The external winds were evidently too powerful, skewing the RV's trajectory and presenting significant challenges for driving. The driver must exert constant effort to maintain control of the steering wheel, lest the vehicle veer off the road, resulting in catastrophic consequences. Fortunately, Jiangqi's E-level strength enabled her to maintain a firm grip on the steering wheel. "Jiangqi, how's the situation? Are you managing to drive all right?" Ming promptly inquired as he entered the driver's cabin. Jiangqi's expression turned serious as she replied, "Dear, the wind outside is fierce, and the steering wheel is shifting uncontrollably. We must hold it steady." She articulated the challenges she was currently facing. Ming nodded gravely, comprehending her concerns, and called upon Chu Chu, Li, and Yang Lingyu to inform them of the situation. Upon observing Jiangqi's hands on the steering wheel trembling slightly, the 3 women understood that driving today would pose a greater challenge. "Brother Ming, we will be cautious while driving from here on," Yang Lingyu affirmed with a serious nod. Their combined strength being A-level, they felt confident that with vigilance, they could navigate without incident. After some contemplation, Chu Chu suggested, "Dear, should we slow down a bit? This way, the steering wheel shifting issue won't be as severe." However, Ming shook his head in response to Chu Chu's proposition. "There is no need for us to reduce speed. We shall maintain this pace during the day and decrease it slightly at night." Unbeknownst to the women, Ming harbored a secret. Driving at a faster speed would allow them to cover more distance, leading them to enter the scorching realm ahead sooner. He wisely chose not to disclose this information, as it might prompt them to drive too fast, potentially resulting in unforeseen accidents. Tomorrow's winds are expected to intensify, and by that time, all vehicles must reduce their speed to a mere 30 kilometers per hour, rendering any attempt to accelerate futile. Therefore, it is advisable to maintain a higher speed today and cover more distance. Although Ming's directive left the women somewhat perplexed, they unconditionally placed their trust in him and naturally refrained from slowing down. In truth, they harbored a sense of unease regarding the tornado pursuing them from behind, fearing that their RV might be swept away, which further motivated them to maintain their pace. Observing that Jiangqi was driving without issue, Ming led the women to the kitchen for breakfast. After a simple meal, Ming turned to Zhen Minai and said, "Zhen Minai, why not engage in culinary studies? You may leave the tidying of the kitchen to Ellie and the others." Zhen Minai nodded, retrieved a culinary token, and was enveloped in a beam of white light, vanishing from the RV's interior. Chapter 101. The barrel bundle. As howling winds swept through the air, a bus traveled steadily along the road. Unlike other vehicles struggling against the fierce gusts, the bus remained unfazed, maintaining its course with unwavering stability. Inside the bus, Han Wei accessed the system, trading a bundle consisting of a wooden spear, a barrel, and a roll of paper. He then transferred the earned escape tokens to Zhang Xiaoman. He had lost count of how many times he had repeated this sale. With the tempest raging outside, everyone was confined within the bus, making basic necessities a challenge. Yet, Han Wei saw an opportunity amidst the adversity. The barrel essentially served as a rudimentary toilet, a necessity for the stranded teams. After all, Human nature dictates that one must attend to urgent needs, and having a suitable receptacle was imperative. However, the meager profit from selling barrels prompted Han Wei to devise a strategy. He bundled the wooden spear, barrel, and roll of paper for a price of 25 escape tokens. While the barrel alone was a low-demand item, pairing it with the spear and paper encouraged teams to purchase the bundle, as it effectively meant acquiring an additional spear. Through this innovative sales approach, Han Wei managed to sell a considerable number of spears that had previously seen little demand. Reluctantly, buyers were compelled to spend 25 tokens on the barrel bundle, as the cost of resolving their predicament within the bus was too burdensome to bear. Yet, this success attracted attention. Han Wei's identity on the bus was soon revealed by other passengers. Following some investigation, it became evident that Han Wei was merely a salesperson contracted by one of the vehicle owners. Consequently, interest in him waned. After all, capturing Han Wei would yield no substantial benefit, and discovering the identity of his employer would hardly intimidate anyone into relinquishing their escape tokens. Those who understood Han Wei's situation lost any ulterior motives. In the chat channel, many were adept at earning escape tokens themselves. For instance, a few vehicle owners had amassed a significant supply of water, resulting in a decrease in its market price. Additionally, numerous individuals engaged in the trade of miscellaneous items. One vehicle owner, having acquired a blueprint for cold weather clothing, was able to synthesize it 200 times, thus profiting thousands of escape tokens by selling the garments during the chilly nights. Others had also obtained blueprints with dozens or even hundreds of synthesis opportunities. Although Han Wei's extensive sales of wooden spears and barrels were extraordinary, they were not entirely surprising. This lack of astonishment was why no one connected Han Wei with the earlier spear vendor, Chu Chu. Moreover, as transactions were conducted privately, only the sellers themselves knew the specifics of their sales, thus keeping the greed of others at bay. Zhang Jia, do you still have the one-star battle boots? I wish to purchase a pair to enhance my strength for self-defense, Han Wei inquired through a message to Zhang Xiaoman. Han Wei recalled that 2 days ago, Zhang Xiaoman had sold a pair of one-star boots in the chat channel, which prompted his inquiry. Zhang Xiaoman promptly replied, 288 escape coins for a pair. Upon receiving her succinct response, Han Wei's eyes brightened. Her reply indicated that she still had boots available for sale. Over the past few days, he had helped Zhang Xiaoman earn a substantial amount of escape coins, and she had generously shared over 300 coins with him. Thus, purchasing a pair of boots was more than feasible. Without hesitation, Han Wei immediately acquired a pair of one-star boots from Zhang Xiaoman. Having sold numerous items in recent days, Han Wei's horizons and ambitions had naturally expanded, and he had long since resolved to take command of the bus. However, his lack of strength had held him back. In fact, he had failed to seize a token just yesterday. Now equipped with one-star boots, Han Wei resolved to take control of the bus. As he was finalizing the transaction for the boots, a beam of white light descended within the bus, capturing everyone's attention. A treasure chest. A treasure chest has appeared. An excited woman exclaimed. The previous day, the bus had seen the arrival of 7 or 8 treasure chests, aside from the first silver chest that yielded a token. The rest had contained a bounty of food. This had reignited hope among those who had endured hunger for several days. Instantly, over 20 individuals within the bus rose, their eyes eagerly fixed on the descending light. As the brilliance faded, a bronze treasure chest materialized before them. Quick, seize the treasure chest, someone shouted. And chaos erupted within the bus. The crowd of over 20 surged toward the chest, with a particularly united group of 7 or 8 men leading the charge. Unstoppable in their momentum, a woman's desperate scream to intervene was met with a swift slap that sent her sprawling. Others, weaker in number, attempted to seize the opportunity to snatch the chest amidst the turmoil, but were quickly discovered and driven away. In mere minutes, the group of 7 or 8 men had gathered around the chest, intimidating others from approaching, thus asserting their claim to it. Among them stood a middle-aged man, muscular and dark-skinned, likely accustomed to physical labor, who grinned at the crowd and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, this treasure chest belongs to us. Do you have any objections?" Though some in the crowd harbored discontent, they felt powerless to act. They had considered banding together to confront the group, but the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Just then, a sudden voice broke through the tension. "I have an objection." It was Han Wei, now clad in his one-star boots, stepping forth from the throng. The middle-aged man frowned and mockingly retorted, "What is this? Has Boss Han taken a liking to the meager rations within the chest?" The people aboard the bus were well aware of Han Wei's recent success in selling numerous items. Though they envied him, They were reluctant to provoke the owner of the bus, which had kept them from troubling him in recent days. Han Wei regarded the assembly with gravity and declared, "Everyone, do you wish to continue fighting over the chests that descend in the future? If you trust me, let us unite, and I assure you that each person will receive their share of food." The assembled crowd comprehended Han Wei's intentions. He aspired to take command of the bus. Unbeknownst to many, Han Wei had long since discreetly secured the allegiance of several individuals, who now rallied in support of him amidst the throng. "I trust Brother Han. He has the backing of the bus owner and will not deprive us of our share of sustenance." Indeed, it was anticipated that the bus would deliver at least 7 or 8 treasure chests today, with provisions ample enough for each of us to receive a portion. "I refuse to go hungry. If Brother Han can provide me with food, I am willing to heed his guidance." Aside from the 7 or 8 men guarding the treasure chests, the remainder of the bus's occupants voiced their support for Han Wei. Whoever could guarantee the distribution of food would undoubtedly earn their backing. The countenance of the middle-aged man darkened considerably. Han Wei's actions were an infringement upon their interests. As the saying goes, to sever one's means of livelihood is akin to slaying one's parents. Suddenly, the middle-aged man drew a dagger from his waist and lunged at Han Wei, eliciting gasps of astonishment from all present. Chapter 102. The Commander of the Bus. Han Wei. "You aspire to become the commander, do you?" A flicker of malice flashed in the eyes of the middle-aged man, Wang Su, as he quietly questioned. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he suddenly lunged at Han Wei. The bus erupted into chaos, with terrified screams echoing as people scrambled to evade the impending danger. The onlookers, keenly aware of the situation, instinctively sought to preserve their own safety upon witnessing Wang Su brandish a dagger. Previously, during the treasure hunt on the bus, it had been unanimously agreed that weapons were off-limits. Nobody desired to fall victim to an unintentional fatal blow amidst the skirmish. However, the circumstances had drastically changed. With Han Wei aiming to seize control of the bus, Wang Su was unwilling to relinquish his authority and status, propelling him to decisively eliminate Han Wei. Wang Su held Han Wei in contempt, regarding him as a mere opportunist who had ingratiated himself with a certain bus owner, lacking any real strength. He believed he could effortlessly dispatch Han Wei with his dagger. Damn it! Han Wei was taken aback, pushing through the crowd to retreat swiftly. He had no intention of engaging in a life-and-death struggle with Wang Su. Yet Wang Su was intent on taking his life. As the dagger-wielding assailant closed in, Han Wei found himself with no escape, a surge of determination rising within him. If he did not resist, he would surely meet his demise at the hands of the dagger. "You seek death," Han Wei exclaimed, retrieving a goblin-crafted bone dagger from his pocket, prepared to confront Wang Su in a duel. Fortunately, he had spent 5 escape tokens the previous day to acquire this bone dagger for self-defense, and now it proved to be fortuitous. Although Han Wei was somewhat disadvantaged in weaponry, he had just equipped himself with a pair of battle boots, significantly enhancing his speed, and he was not necessarily doomed to defeat Wang Su. Through the trials of battling monsters and seizing resources in this world of escape, both Han Wei and Wang Su understood that only by eliminating the other could they ensure their own survival. The two engaged with ruthless determination, each thrusting their daggers toward the other. Han Wei's pupils dilated as he sensed death drawing near, instinctively shifting his body as his daggers sliced through the air, leaving a fleeting afterimage. With a sickening squelch, blood splattered, triggering further shrieks of terror from several women on the bus, plunging them into despair regarding this brutal world. The violence and bloodshed had become the norm, rendering laws and morals utterly ineffective. Their deadly clash concluded in mere moments. Han Wei sustained a non-fatal wound to his left arm from Wang Su's dagger. However, Wang Su was far less fortunate. Han Wei's speed had been too swift for him to react, resulting in his dagger plunging into Wang Su's left neck, blood gushing forth. The two figures became entangled, each dagger lodged in the other's flesh. Wang Su's pupils widened and dulled, his expression one of unwillingness as his body weakened and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. In his final moments, he could not comprehend how Han Wei, whom he deemed weaker, had exhibited such remarkable prowess. The outcome of their duel had defied all expectations. The remaining passengers on the bus stared in shock at the two men, a myriad of emotions washing over their faces, some elated, others terrified, and many anxious. For the ruler of this bus had now emerged, Han Wei, standing before Wang Su's lifeless body, his visage contorted, adrenaline surging within him. He gritted his teeth and withdrew the dagger embedded in his left shoulder. Fortunately, he plunged a dagger into Wang Su, for otherwise, Wang Su would have undoubtedly drawn the dagger and thrust it into his heart a second time. From this moment on, I shall have dominion over this bus. Those who dissent may step forward. Han Wei's countenance darkened as he surveyed each individual present. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon the 7 men guarding the treasure chest. These 7 were Wang Su's subordinates, and at that moment, they exchanged glances, caught in a dilemma. Should they submit to Han Wei or unite to eliminate him? One man could no longer contain himself and inquired, "We are willing to submit, but you must guarantee us sufficient food. We cannot endure hunger." The appetites of these 7 men were substantial. Previously, Wang Su had refrained from commanding the bus primarily to provide sustenance for them. A single bus could only open 7 or 8 treasure chests a day, yielding roughly 20 to 30 portions of food, barely enough for each person on the bus to receive one share. To sustain these 7 men adequately, the majority of the food would have to be devoted to them. Wang Su's prior choice had been to support them. If Han Wei failed to meet their demands, they would have every reason to confront him. All eyes were now fixed upon Han Wei. His expression turned icy. He understood he was faced with a choice, to ally with the 7 capable men or to seek the backing of the remaining dozen or so individuals. As the adrenaline within him began to wane, Han Wei felt a surge of excruciating pain in his left shoulder, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. If he did not promptly tend to his wound and staunch the bleeding, he would not need the 7 men to take action. He would soon meet his demise. Han Wei licked his parched, pale lips and declared sharply, "I can only guarantee that each person on the bus will receive 1 portion of food daily. To acquire more, contributions to the collective are essential. Should you dissent, come forth and challenge me with your blades." He brandished the dagger, stained with his own blood, directing it towards the 7 men. At that moment, he could not show any sign of weakness. Otherwise, the 7 would undoubtedly turn against him. The 7 men hesitated once more. Following Han Wei would certainly not be as comfortable as it had been under Wang Su. Yet who among them would dare risk their life in a confrontation with him? Meanwhile, some astute individuals on the bus discerned the prevailing situation and promptly voiced their support for Han Wei. "Let us rally behind Brother Wei. Food should be distributed equitably." The men and women inside the bus quickly awakened to the moment, expressing their endorsement of Han Wei. "I trust Brother Wei. Otherwise, we shall all starve on this bus." "Indeed, those who do not support Brother Wei will face my wrath." Some in the crowd brandished stones, wooden spears, and bone daggers, adopting a stance of defiance. This was not a mere contest over treasure chests. It was a matter of future resource allocation, and they could not afford to hold back. Observing this, Han Wei felt a sense of relief. As long as he garnered the support of a portion of the group, hope for survival remained. Seeing the shift in sentiment, the 7 men felt a twinge of fear and promptly expressed their allegiance to Han Wei. Thus, he finally asserted complete control over the bus. Han Wei pressed his hand against the wound on his left shoulder and commanded everyone, "First, gather the food and resources from the treasure chest. No one is to take a single escape coin. We will distribute them tonight." The crowd nodded in understanding. Only then did Han Wei, pale-faced, find a corner to sit down and opened a private chat with Zhang Xiaoman. He had no energy left to concern himself with the bus. Treating his injury was of utmost importance. "Sister Zhang, I have taken command of the bus. However, I am injured. Do you have any medicinal supplies for healing? I am willing to exchange a 1-star dagger for them." Han Wei sent a photo of his shoulder wound along with the information about the dagger he obtained from Wang Su to Zhang Xiaoman. At this point, Zhang Xiaoman had become his support, prompting Han Wei to seek her help first. If she had no medicine, he would have to resort to the chat channel to trade the dagger, but the success of that venture was uncertain. After a few minutes, Zhang Xiaoman replied with a message regarding honey. Honey possesses restorative properties for injuries. Chapter 103, The Effects of Honey in This Enchanting Tale. The protagonist, Han Wei, has recently acquired a 1-star dagger and seeks to exchange it for a restorative potion to mend his injuries. Zhang Xiaoman succinctly relays Han Wei's predicament to Ming, who reclines languidly upon the lap of Lu Yusuan, exuding the nonchalance of an ancient nobleman. Upon hearing the report, a flicker of surprise dances in Ming's eyes. Han Wei has taken command of the bus? He muses, prompting a nod from Zhang Xiaoman. She elaborates that Han Wei had just purchased a pair of battle boots, and his swift ascent to leadership was unexpected. Ming, recalling his acquaintance with Han Wei from a previous life, comprehends that such a feat is not beyond him, especially with the 1-star battle boots in his possession. Their shared history unfolds, revealing how Ming had once encountered Han Wei while scavenging for survival. Han Wei's emergence as a sales agent under Zhang Xiaoman was no mere happenstance. It was Yi Ming's recommendation. In a moment of serendipity, Yi Ming had noticed Han Wei exchanging 3 escape tokens for sustenance, leading him to suggest Han Wei to Zhang Xiaoman. In their past, Yi Ming and Han Wei had collaborated on treasure hunts, where Han Wei's audacity in combat and steadfast principles shone through. He never coveted the resources of others. Initially, many believed that someone of Han Wei's caliber would struggle to endure in a world rife with peril, yet he thrived, cultivating a loyal cadre of followers. Yi Ming recognized Han Wei's ability to restrain his avarice and possess self-awareness, solidifying his decision to recommend him to Zhang Xiaoman. Despite Yi Ming's efforts, he ultimately could not escape the fate of the bus's lower tier, succumbing to the overwhelming might of goblins during a treasure hunt. Yet, Han Wei's potential was undeniable, and Yi Ming seized the opportunity to mentor him, affording Han Wei a chance for early ascendance. Now that Han Wei had taken control of the bus, he had established his own faction, and Yi Ming resolved to ensure his safety. Thus, he reached out to Wang Jior to procure several doses of restorative honey. Xiaoman, facilitate a trade of honey with Han Wei, and be sure to inquire about its healing properties, Yi Ming instructed, contemplating the opportunity to assess the honey's efficacy through Han Wei's injury. Meanwhile, upon receiving Zhang Xiaoman's message regarding the honey, Han Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he promptly exchanged his 1-star dagger for the precious commodity. Moments later, a substantial piece of honey rested in his hands, and disregarding all else, he devoured it eagerly. The honey dissolved upon contact, transforming into a wave of energy that revitalized his body. Delicious, Han Wei exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with delight. This honey, renowned for its restorative qualities, surpassed all others he had tasted, sweet yet not cloying, imbued with a floral fragrance. As he consumed the entire morsel, he felt the pain in his shoulder begin to ebb, and the dizziness and weakness that had plagued him gradually dissipated. Gazing at his wound, he noted with astonishment that it had ceased to bleed. What remarkable honey, he mused inwardly. This honey was nothing short of a miraculous remedy, its value rivaling that of a 1-star piece of equipment. Initially, he felt a pang of regret for exchanging a 1-star dagger for honey, but now, having sensed a significant recovery in his injuries, Han Wei felt a sense of relief. No equipment, no matter how exceptional, could rival the value of one's own life. He promptly conveyed the details of his recovery to Zhang Xiaoman and then sought the assistance of a meticulous woman on the bus to tend to his wounds. The healing process was not instantaneous. It required a gradual recuperation, necessitating the cleaning of the wounds and bandaging them with a towel. Simultaneously, Han Wei began to take charge of the bus, organizing weapons, food, and resources, while also rallying the hearts of the people and establishing rules among other strategies. Meanwhile, Yi Ming played with the 1-star dagger in his hand, having learned of Han Wei's recovery. It seemed that Jior's honey was quite effective, he mused in astonishment. How remarkable. Honey can possess such properties, he exclaimed. Lu Yusuan, sitting beside him, was equally surprised. If her acupuncture could be combined with honey, even severe injuries could be healed. She glanced down at Yi Ming, who rested his head on her lap, hoping that one day she could use acupuncture and honey to heal him. Suddenly, Yi Ming felt the intense gaze of Lu Yusuan upon him, causing a chill to run through him. He was keenly aware that this young girl was always contemplating how to practice acupuncture on him. He couldn't help but wonder if she was eagerly anticipating his injuries to apply her skills. Yi Ming was troubled. Despite his efforts to win Lu Yusuan's affection the previous night, she seemed unfazed by his presence and had become even more clingy, much to his dismay. Yusuan, your legs must be numb. Why not get up and take a break? Yi Ming suggested, attempting to rise, only to be immediately pressed down by Lu Yusuan. I'm fine. Yi Ming, even if you rest your head here all day, it won't bother me. He had no choice but to remain lying down. Thankfully, Chu-Chu was currently driving. Otherwise, she might become jealous, considering she had never had the chance to rest her head on Lu Yusuan's lap. Inside the vehicle, Yi Ming continued to lie on the bed, concentrating on creating shadow clones, honing his ability to multitask. Zhang Xiaoman sat on the sofa, engaging in trade, while Professor Jiang Qi, AI Li, and Yang Lingyu practiced their combat skills with wooden spears, with Lu Yusuan attentively monitoring the chat channel. As time passed, a day swiftly came to an end. A beam of white light illuminated the interior of the vehicle as Zhen Minai returned from the instance token. Zhen Minai, you're back. Zhang Xiaoman greeted her warmly. Han Wei had sold hundreds of wooden barrel sets, and combined with Zhang Xiaoman's sales that day, they made a profit exceeding 10,000 escape coins, which kept a smile on Zhang Xiaoman's face. At that moment, Yi Ming still lay on the bed, but his head had shifted to rest on Chu-Chu's lap, while Lu Yusuan sat beside him, gently massaging his shoulders. Surprisingly, her touch was quite pleasant. This sight ignited jealousy in Chu, who wished she could trade places with Lu Yusuan to enjoy her attentive care. Seeing Junmanai's return, Ming sat up, curiosity piqued. Junmanai, please tell everyone what new culinary skills you've acquired from the token. Ming, I learned to make a variety of desserts from the token, Junmanai replied, sharing her experiences in the instance world. Upon being transported there, she was immediately infused with the knowledge of various dessert-making techniques and eagerly learned to create an array of sweet treats. Now, whenever she has the ingredients at hand, she can conjure up any dessert. However, unlike the fried rice that replenishes energy, the confections she creates possess no extraordinary effects, only the delightful characteristic of being delicious. Upon hearing this, the women present were visibly intrigued. Who among them does not relish delectable desserts? Ming could not help but nod in agreement. If the sweets crafted by Junmanai are indeed exquisite, they could serve as luxurious commodities akin to fine wines or teas, fetching high prices in the chat channels, provided that Ming's vehicle consistently yields a stable supply of ingredients. Ming remarked with a smile, Junmanai, your desserts are splendid. We shall have the pleasure of enjoying them in the future. The women nodded in unison, eagerly anticipating the treats that Junmanai would prepare. Chapter 104. The last day of the world in the storm. After a simple dinner, Ming and the women found themselves in the familiar routine of bathing and resting. Outside, the wind howled fiercely, drowning out the whispers within the vehicle, leaving only a beam of light slicing through the darkness ahead. Inside the RV, Ming reclined on the bed, embracing Lu Yusuan, who had succumbed to slumber from exhaustion. He couldn't help but exclaim how challenging it had been. In recent days, he had concentrated all his efforts on accumulating 100 points of goodwill, placing immense pressure on the three women in charge of logistics, who had sweated profusely in the process. Gently, Ming brushed the sweat-soaked strands of hair from Lu Yusuan's cheek and opened the system to check his goodwill points, which had already surpassed 120. In his previous life, Li Tianyu possessed the ability to exchange for attribute orbs, yet he had failed to defeat the female boxing sect. There must have been limitations he was unaware of. Ming decided to attempt to expend 100 goodwill points to exchange for a C-level attribute orb. However, he soon received a response. Conditions not met. Unable to exchange for C-level attribute orb. The requirements for exchanging a C-level attribute orb were as follows. Women with goodwill of 10 points, 0.2. Women with goodwill of 5 points, 7.4. Upon seeing the system's feedback, Ming realized the truth. Indeed, there were restrictions on exchanging for a C-level attribute orb. In his previous life, Li Tianyu had been hindered in his strength enhancement by these very conditions. According to the information, he needed 2 women to reach a goodwill of 10 points and 4 women to achieve a goodwill of 5 points to complete the exchange. Currently, among Ming's companions, the highest goodwill was with Chu, who had 7 points. Following her were Jiangqi and Wang Jiuer, each with 6 points. The remaining women, Junmanai, Aili, Zhang Xiaoman, and Lu Yusuan, each had a goodwill of 5 points, while Yang Lingyu had just increased from 3 to 4 points that night. Given this situation, raising goodwill to 5 points was relatively easy, yet advancing beyond that posed a significant challenge. Ming recalled that many of the women had an initial goodwill of 5 points. Some, even if they hadn't reached that threshold, had quickly ascended to 5 points. The true dilemma lay in elevating their goodwill to 10 points. However, if Li Tianyu from his past life were to learn of Ming's thoughts, he would undoubtedly express his outrage. In his previous existence, Li Tianyu had captured numerous women, yet few had their goodwill surpass the 5-point mark. This was primarily because Ming treated the women kindly and had even saved their lives, combined with his own handsome appearance, which had swiftly elevated their goodwill towards him. After all, what woman would not appreciate the kindness of a dashing hero who had come to her rescue? Yet, the time Ming had spent with them was still too brief. For instance, Jiangqi had been by his side for less than 10 days, even when accounting for the time spent in the zombie world. Not to mention the other women who joined him later had even less time with him, and they were all sharing Ming. Therefore, he could not be disheartened by their goodwill not yet reaching 10 points. To Ming, their goodwill was not a disappointment. Ming sought to exchange for a C-level attribute sphere, believing it prudent to allow the affection levels of the women to gradually increase over time. He understood that attempting to hasten this process through excessive favoritism could prove counterproductive. It was equally vital to avoid showing preference for 1 or 2 women, as this could create feelings of imbalance among them. The atmosphere within the RV was currently harmonious, devoid of any rivalry. A result of Yi Ming's equitable treatment that fostered a sense of balance among the women. Night after night, their bonds grew stronger, deepening their camaraderie, which was the environment Yi Ming aspired to cultivate. Yi Ming recognized that he must not jeopardize this positive team dynamic in pursuit of heightened affection levels. As time passed, the affection levels would naturally rise through shared experiences. The requirements for exchanging the C-level attribute sphere were not particularly daunting at present. What preoccupied Yi Ming's thoughts were the forthcoming conditions for the B, A, and even S-level spheres, which he suspected would demand even greater levels of affection from the women. Thus, it was crucial for each woman to enhance her affection levels. All the while, Yi Ming aimed to gather more women into the RV. After all, acquiring higher-level attribute spheres necessitated substantial affection points. The more women involved, the greater the team's advantage. Only by nurturing talent across various domains could the team navigate survival more effortlessly. Yi Ming glanced at the system, noting he had accumulated 120 points of affection. Since he could not enhance his own attributes at this juncture, he resolved to focus on boosting the attributes of the women. Among them, Chu Chu and Wang Jiu boasted the highest attribute values, with their mental attributes reaching D level, while others hovered around E level. Yi Ming aimed to elevate their mental attributes to D level to maximize their potential. Meanwhile, Jiang Qi had all her attributes at E level, and both AI Li and Yang Lingyu had 1 or 2 attributes yet to reach E level. As combat personnel, it was imperative to prioritize their attribute enhancement. Additionally, Lu Yusuan's acupuncture techniques required both mental and physical stamina, thus necessitating attribute spheres. Zhang Xiaoman had not yet strengthened a single attribute sphere and had been diligently earning escape coins for herself in recent days, warranting her some attribute spheres for enhancement. Upon reflection, Yi Ming realized that his 120 affection points were insufficient, given that his own attributes could not be improved for the time being. It would be wiser to concentrate on fortifying the attributes of the women. Moreover, with their imminent journey to the intensely hot world, where over 20 regions would merge and the chat channel would swell to 100,000 participants, Yi Ming would need a substantial quantity of attribute spheres to procure blueprints and tools. Beep, wind strength elevated to level 11, enhancing the power of the wind disaster. Today marks the final day in the wind disaster world. A tally of the distances traveled by each vehicle over the past 3 days will determine which vehicles advance to the next world. The headcount inside the vehicle stands at 8, with 800 units of gasoline and 26 escape coins distributed. Yi Ming, Chu Chu at D-level strength. The other 6 women at E-level strength. A fierce gust of wind buffeted the RV, causing it to sway noticeably. Inside the cockpit, AI Li felt the steering wheel slipping from her grasp, her expression shifting with concern. She quickly pressed the brake twice, reducing the speed to regain control. At this moment, the RV's speed had reached 20 km/h, still slower than her running pace. Looking back at the tornado, it had expanded to more than double its previous size, exhibiting an exceedingly terrifying force. Ali quickly increased the speed to 30 km/h. Yi Ming's anxious voice echoed from within the vehicle. The tornado was steadily drawing nearer to the RV. If the vehicle did not accelerate soon, it could very well be swept away by the swirling winds. Startled by Yi Ming's urgency, Ali, though uncertain of the tornado's proximity, discerned the alarm in his tone and promptly pressed down on the accelerator. As the speed surged to 30 km/h, the RV managed to maintain a stable distance from the advancing tornado. Chapter 105, Strengthening the Women Inside the RV. Yi Ming and the women gathered by the window, observing the colossal tornado that pierced the heavens and the earth behind them. Only when the tornado maintained a distance of several hundred meters did they breathe a sigh of relief. The tornado appeared to possess a form of consciousness. If their speed dropped below 30 km/h, it would inevitably catch up with them, and if they drove too quickly, they would be at the mercy of the fierce winds that could send them careening off course. Thus, they had to maintain a steady speed of 30 km/h. The tornado loomed like a predatory beast, waiting for any lapse in vigilance to strike and sweep them away, leaving destruction in its wake. While they were unable to accelerate beyond a certain limit, Yi Ming withdrew his gaze and addressed the women earnestly. You all understand the situation. We cannot drop below 30 km/h. When you switch drivers, move quickly. If we stop for more than a few seconds, the tornado may close in on us. The women nodded in agreement, comprehending Yi Ming's grave warning. They had already endured until the last day of this calamity. None wished to be swept away by the tornado due to carelessness. Lu Yusuan looked at Yi Ming with anticipation. Brother Yi Ming, I just heard the system announce that we might be able to proceed to the next world today. Initially, they had believed they would leave the disaster-stricken world the following day, but the system's announcement suggested that if they covered the necessary distance within these 3 days, they could advance early. The women began to discuss and analyze the recent system announcement. They were not strangers to the challenges of this survival world and knew well the significance of the daily updates from the system, which were crucial for their continued survival. Jiang Qi voiced her concern. To reach the next world, we must cover the required distance over these 3 days. However, if we can only maintain a speed of 30 kilometers h today, I wonder if we'll manage to travel far enough. Chu Chu, suddenly recalling something, asked anxiously, if we do not cover enough distance today, does that mean we cannot proceed to the next world? The others gasped at the thought. If they could not leave today, they might never escape this tempestuous realm. Yet Yi Ming reassured them with a smile. There is no need for alarm. We drove at a decent speed over the past 2 days. As long as we maintain a steady pace, we will reach the next world before nightfall. I had encouraged you to drive a bit faster earlier, and today, we simply need to keep a steady course. We will certainly cover the necessary distance. It is merely a matter of timing. However, Yi Ming still felt a twinge of worry and reiterated, do not be hasty in increasing your speed while driving. These 3 days are a test of will and mindset. We must remain composed. He feared that Chu Chu and the others might feel compelled to accelerate. Thus, he emphasized the importance of caution. After Yi Ming's repeated reminders, Chu Chu and the others took the matter seriously, assuring him they would not drive recklessly. During these 3 days, Yi Ming and the 4 women took turns at the wheel, allowing them to rest comfortably in bed when fatigued, putting them in a far better position than other teams, who were already exhausted with only 2 or 3 members. The prolonged journey has rendered them lethargic, their spirits diminished, with only the howling wind and the monotonous stretch of highway accompanying them. Even teams with larger numbers are not faring much better. This sensation is akin to being confined within a vehicle on the highway. Even those who are not driving find it exceedingly uncomfortable after 2 or 3 days. In the present circumstances, where they must maintain a speed of 30 kilometers h amidst a tempest, a collective sense of despondency and restlessness pervades. Should any driver within a team succumb to despair, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. A glance at the chat channel reveals a stark silence, save for sporadic trading messages and a few individuals analyzing intelligence. It is evident that the morale of everyone in the channel has plummeted, devoid of the vitality that once characterized their interactions. Fortunately, within Yi Ming's motorhome, the presence of a double bed for recuperation and ample space for movement has spared him and the women from significant discomfort. After a simple meal of bread and biscuits, Yi Ming instructed Jinmi Nai to utilize the culinary token to venture into the dungeon world. He then turned to the women, resolved to enhance their abilities with attribute orbs. As we are on the verge of entering the next world, I intend to bolster your strengths, he declared. Observing their eager expressions, who would not wish to amplify their attributes? Although their current abilities are commendable, they remain inferior to those of many vehicle owners or individuals who have been empowered by attribute orbs. Thus, fortifying their strengths is paramount. Should danger arise in Yi Ming's absence, they must rely on their own capabilities for protection. Yi Ming expended 60 points of favor to exchange for 6 D-grade attribute orbs, distributing 2 each to Chu Chu and Jiang Qi. Chu Chu, Jiang Qi, each of you shall receive 2 D-grade attribute orbs. Decide which attributes to enhance, he instructed. Gratefully, the 2 women accepted the orbs and proceeded to absorb them. Chu Chu naturally augmented her spirit to D-grade, leveraging the advantages of mental impact, while Jiang Qi enhanced both her strength and speed to D-grade using 1 orb each. The remaining 2 orbs were allocated to Wang Jiu Air through the system. A timely boon for her. Wang Jiu Air, along with the mutated Bee King, had been feeling somewhat drained after alternating driving for 2 days and nights. Upon receiving the attribute orbs, her excitement momentarily eclipsed her gratitude towards Yi Ming, as she swiftly absorbed the orbs, elevating her spirit to D-grade. Yi Ming then turned his attention to Yang Lingyu. Lingyu, these 12 attribute orbs are for you. Absorb them and take over for AI Li. Previously, he had given Yang Lingyu 12 orbs, which she used to elevate her strength and speed to E-grade. Now, with another dozen, she would enhance her constitution and spirit to E-grade as well, thus fortifying all 4 attributes to E-grade. Thank you, Yi Ming Gu, she expressed softly. Upon receiving the attribute orb, Yang Lingyu appeared slightly dazed, which evoked memories of the time she had received an attribute orb from Yi Ming on the bus. Were it not for Yi Ming, she could hardly fathom the predicament she would be in on that bus. In this moment, her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she realized her utter dependence. Yi Ming was her greatest support in this world of escape. Yang Lingyu's affection for Yi Ming had reached a value of 5. Yi Ming smiled faintly, pleasantly surprised that gifting Yang Lingyu 12 attribute orbs had elevated her affection to 5 points, an unexpected delight. Consequently, the affection values for all 8 of his women had risen above 5 points. Afterwards, Yi Ming turned his gaze towards Lu Yusuan and Zhang Xiaoman. Chapter 106. The Fury of the Wind Disaster. Though Lu Yusuan and Zhang Xiaoman were not combatants, Yi Ming deemed it prudent to bestow upon them attribute orbs to enhance their strength for self-defense. After all, no one could guarantee what perils may lie ahead. Previously, Yi Ming had fortified Lu Yusuan's strength with 6 attribute orbs while Zhang Xiaoman had received none. Thus, Yi Ming generously granted each of them 12 E-grade attribute orbs. Following this distribution, Yi Ming would refrain from providing them with further orbs for a while, as he intended to concentrate the orbs on the combatants, such as Chu Chu. "Thank you, Brother Yi Ming," Lu Yusuan said with a beaming smile as she accepted the orbs. After expressing her gratitude, she playfully pecked him on the cheek. In the past few nights, Yi Ming had taken special care of her, fostering a closer bond between them, which led her to engage in increasingly audacious behaviors. Yi Ming began to understand why Chu Chu and Lu Yusuan had formed such a close alliance. One had ambition while the other dared to comply, ensuring their success. Without hesitation, Lu Yusuan immediately enhanced her physique and spirit to E-grade, alleviating her concerns regarding the consumption of acupuncture. "Thank you, my dear husband," Zhang Xiaoman exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she received her first attribute orbs from Yi Ming. Initially, she had sought to align herself with Yi Ming merely as a means of survival, never expecting him to share his orbs with her. Yet, not only did he grant her 12 attribute orbs, but he also entrusted her with the task of earning escape currency. The depth of her gratitude was immeasurable. She simply wished to assist Yi Ming in accumulating more escape currency to demonstrate her worth. Cradling the 12 attribute orbs, Zhang Xiaoman contemplated her choices and decided to enhance her speed and physique. Her motivation for these enhancements was purely survival and evasion. With E-grade speed enhanced by a 1-star pair of boots, her speed would ascend to D-grade, complemented by E-grade stamina, enabling her to escape danger with composure. "Brother Yi Ming, do I have my attribute orbs?" Ellie hurriedly dashed out from the driver's seat, anxious that Yi Ming might have overlooked her. Just moments ago, Yang Lingyu informed her that Yi Ming had allocated 12 attribute orbs to her, igniting a wave of envy within Ellie. While Yang Lingyu had already achieved E-grade in all attributes, Ellie still had one attribute yet to enhance. She cared little for the progress of others. Her sole focus was on surpassing Yang Lingyu. With this thought in mind, Ellie promptly settled herself in Yi Ming's lap, prepared to unleash a torrent of tears and tantrums if he denied her the orbs. Yi Ming, fully aware of Ellie's intentions, resignedly exchanged 6 E-grade attribute orbs for her. "Very well, these 6 attribute orbs are yours," he said. "Thank you, Brother Yi Ming," Ellie exclaimed, her face lighting up as she kissed him on the cheek. She then absorbed the orbs while nestled in his embrace, achieving E-grade across all her attributes. Yi Ming glanced at the system. He had expended a total of 102 points of goodwill in exchanging attribute orbs for the women. Now, he had only 26 points remaining, of which 5 had just been replenished by Yang Lingyu. The women merely enhanced their attributes slightly, depleting the goodwill that Yi Ming had painstakingly accumulated over the past few days. Yi Ming wished to bolster his favorability again, but alas, the excessive consumption from the previous night had rendered him temporarily in a state of introspection, requiring time to recuperate. After all, one must gather their strength, for even the mightiest machine has its limits, and Yi Ming intended to rest during the day and unleash his capabilities at night. Subsequently, under Yi Ming's guidance, the women busied themselves. Chu Chu accompanied Yang Lingyu in the passenger seat to prevent any mishaps during their drive, while Ai Li tended to the various high-yield crops. Jiang Qi and Zhang Xiaoman busied themselves tallying the supplies in the kitchen, including bread, compressed biscuits, and instant noodles, each item numbering in the hundreds, if not thousands. As the availability of such provisions dwindled, prices would inevitably rise, forcing everyone to rely on hunting beasts and cultivating crops for sustenance. While biscuits and instant noodles had a commendable shelf life, bread would not last long. Upon entering the next world, it would be prudent to sell it off before prices surged. Meanwhile, Ming continued to hone his shadow clone technique, practicing the art of multitasking while reclining on his bed to rest. Lu Yusuan sat beside him, massaging his shoulders, envisioning herself performing acupuncture on him with silver needles. By the way, Yusuan, how has your search for informants fared these past few days? Ming inquired, glancing at Lu Yusuan. With a sense of pride, Lu Yusuan replied, Brother Ming, I have managed to establish quite a network, totaling over 100 individuals. However, our supply of wolf jerky is rapidly dwindling. The thought of casually giving away the wolf jerky crafted by Zhen Minai left Lu Yusuan feeling somewhat guilty. Ming was astonished to learn that Lu Yusuan had developed a network of over 100 informants, albeit these were not true informants in the strictest sense. She had merely fostered relationships with them by offering some wolf jerky. Nonetheless, this was indeed the first step in cultivating a network. After departing from the world of the wind disaster, everyone would take a night to rest in the city. Many of them might seize the opportunity to join various teams or factions, allowing Lu Yusuan to glean intelligence about other groups. There is no need to fret over the wolf jerky. We hardly consume it ourselves. As for the informants, subtly encourage them to consider joining other teams. They will not need to worry about sustenance and will be protected by powerful convoy leaders, Ming advised. Lu Yusuan nodded, heeding Ming's counsel, and opened the system to engage in casual conversations with the informants one by one. As time passed, the vehicles struggled along the highway. Most teams were in a state of dire straits, gritting their teeth and hoping to reach the next world soon, escaping the pursuit of the tornado behind them. On a certain stretch of the road, a small cargo truck came to a slow halt, occupied by a pair of weary individuals who were in the midst of taking turns driving. Moments later, the small truck sluggishly resumed its journey. Suddenly, the previously fatigued pair sensed something amiss and turned to look behind them, where a colossal tornado was rapidly approaching. Quick, increase the speed. A voice of urgency echoed from within the vehicle, yet it was too late. The colossal tornado had already drawn near. Both the individuals and their vehicle were swept away by the tempest, leaving only the anguished cry submerged in the cacophony of the wind. Simultaneously, other teams encountered similar fates. Some vehicles, moving at a sluggish pace, were overtaken and engulfed by the tornado, while others, racing at excessive speeds, lost control due to the ferocious gusts. Unable to veer off the road, they ultimately collided with an invisible barrier along the roadside before being consumed by the swirling vortex. Meanwhile, the number of participants in the chat channel dwindled. The calamity of the storm was gradually devouring the lives of each team. Chapter 107. Li Tianyu acquires the mask under the relentless onslaught of the wind disaster. Numerous teams faltered, succumbing to errors while traversing the perilous terrain, ultimately swept away by the ferocious tornadoes. The number of participants in the chat channel dwindled by 200 to 300 within a single day, leaving a mere 3,900 individuals. It is worth noting that among the original contingent of over 4,000, more than 2,000 were surviving aboard buses, while just over 1,000 comprised various teams led by 300 to 400 vehicle owners. On this day alone, nearly one-fifth of the teams were claimed by the tempest. Should the disaster persist for another day, it is estimated that only about 100 vehicle owners would remain. Damn it, when shall we embark to the next world? A voice of discontent echoed within the van. Li Tianyu gazed at the approaching tornado, unable to suppress his grievances. The 5 occupants of the vehicle, renowned for their beauty, were in a state of despair, each displaying signs of distress. Although the van had been upgraded to a 1-star rating, affording slightly more space, being cooped up for 2 to 3 days without the ability to move was undoubtedly uncomfortable. If not for their constant rotation and driving duties, they would have succumbed to the tornado long ago. Since Li Tianyu had narrowly escaped death after being stung by a swarm of wasps, he had harbored a grudge against Ming. However, Ming's formidable prowess instilled fear in him. He not only refrained from seeking revenge, but also hesitated to send even a single message in the chat channel. Fearful of attracting Ming's attention, Qinghua smacked Li Tianyu on the head, admonishing him, "Cease your complaints. Can't you see everyone is already on edge?" In such a stifling atmosphere, negative emotions could easily spread, and Qinghua felt it imperative to intervene promptly. After receiving a light slap, Li Tianyu, rather unperturbed, chuckled awkwardly and said, "Qinghua, once we reach the next world, allow me to recruit 2 more individuals from the bus." The van could accommodate 7 passengers, and Li Tianyu had contemplated this recruitment days prior. However, Qinghua, Qiqing, Wang Chong, and Sun Bo were apprehensive that Li Tianyu's recruitment of others might lead to their own marginalization, for he was the true owner of the vehicle. Should others rally in support of him, their days aboard the van would be far from pleasant. Thus, they all rejected Li Tianyu's proposal to recruit from the bus. This apprehension was the reason Li Tianyu's team remained a quintet. Nevertheless, after enduring trials over the past few days, the bond among the five strengthened, prompting Li Tianyu to broach the subject of recruitment once more. Noticing Qingguo's hesitance, Li Tianyu hastily assured her that she would retain authority over the van and that he would not eject the four from their seats, which visibly eased their expressions. Everyone present recognized the advantages of the van accommodating 7 passengers, yet the specter of internal strife loomed should Li Tianyu seize the opportunity to recruit 2 trusted allies, potentially displacing the others. However, Li Tianyu was not foolish. Every vehicle owner understood the paramount importance of capable followers. Qingguo possessed E-grade strength, Qingqing donned 1-star combat boots, and both Wang Chong and Sun Bo had dispatched numerous zombies, proving their mettle. These 4 had even rescued him during his ordeal with the wasps. They bore no ill will towards him. Why would Li Tianyu act foolishly and cast them aside? In truth, Li Tianyu's intention to recruit new members was not to expel the 4 from the vehicle, nor to reclaim authority. Rather, he was motivated by his desires to invite 2 beautiful women aboard. He had often observed in the chat channel that sharing food with the women on the bus could yield delightful moments, which filled him with excitement. Unfortunately, the 4 stunning individuals failed to comprehend his true intentions, mistakenly believing he sought to oust them from the bus. With a furrowed brow, Qinggu cautiously remarked, "Recruiting new members is permissible, but it must receive the unanimous consent of the 4 of us." Li Tianyu promptly assured her, eagerly massaging her shoulders in delight. He envisioned seizing the opportunity to meet women on the bus, yearning to hasten his journey to the next world. Suddenly, a notification pinged, drawing Li Tianyu's attention. He quickly checked the system to discover a message from AI Li, inquiring if he was interested in purchasing an item she wished to sell. "Sister AI Li, what item are you offering?" He replied with an impish demeanor. Before long, AI Li sent him the details of the item, a disguise mask capable of altering one's appearance. Li Tianyu's eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager to acquire the mask immediately. While such a disguise might seem trivial to others, for him, it was a rare treasure. After all, he was not particularly handsome. Regardless of the mask's appearance, it would undoubtedly enhance his charm. Thus, he resolved to procure this disguise to increase his appeal when seeking companionship on the bus. "Sister AI Li, how many escape coins are you asking for this mask?" he inquired. "The mask is not for sale in exchange for escape coins. It can only be traded for a blueprint or item. Do you have any, Brother Tianyu? Blueprint or item?" He recalled having obtained several valuable items from a treasure chest a few days prior, including a blueprint and various resources on the bus. However, the items, such as banana peels used for racing, were not something he was willing to part with. Consequently, Li Tianyu messaged AI Li, "I possess a chicken coop blueprint that can enhance egg production. Would you consider a trade?" In no time, AI Li consented to the exchange, filling Li Tianyu with joy. Though he faced a dilemma. While he had resources, they were all under Qinggu's control, and he needed to devise a way to obtain them. After some contemplation, a plan began to form in his mind. "Qinggu, we are about to enter the next world. I have offended Yi Ming, and I fear for my life should I encounter him again." The 4 individuals, upon hearing Li Tianyu's words, frowned in concern. Recalling their own conflicts with Yi Ming and Wang Jiuer, realizing they might similarly cross paths with them in the future, an unsettling prospect indeed. Qinggu, discerning that Li Tianyu had more to say, impatiently urged, "What is it you wish to convey? Speak openly, without hesitation." With a sheepish grin, Li Tianyu replied, "I have discovered an item that can disguise my appearance, rendering me unrecognizable to Yi Ming. However, it requires a chicken coop blueprint for the trade." He promptly shared the information regarding the disguise mask with Qinggu. Qinggu furrowed her brow, contemplating the efficacy of the disguise mask, uncertain if it could successfully deceive Yi Ming. After all, even if Li Tianyu changed his visage, his bulky physique would remain unchanged. Nevertheless, the blueprint for the chicken coop held little value, rendering the exchange for this tool rather appropriate. Consequently, Qinggu rummaged through the vehicle and unearthed a blueprint, noting that its synthesis count was 5. She promptly synthesized 4 chicken coops, leaving only 1 synthesis count on the blueprint, which she then handed over to Li Tianyu. She had no desire to squander the synthesis opportunities presented by the blueprint. whether she retained the 4 coupes for her own future use or sold them for escape currency. It would be a profitable venture. After all, Ellie only required the blueprint, with no stipulation on the number of syntheses. Upon receiving the blueprint, Li Tianyu proceeded to engage in trade with Ellie. In no time, a mask materialized in his possession. Chapter 108. The disappearance of over 2,000 individuals inside the bus. Han Wei shifted his injured shoulder, gradually unwrapping the bandage from his left shoulder. Remarkably, the wound inflicted yesterday had already begun to form new, tender flesh. In just a single day, his injury had healed significantly. Brother Han, your wound has healed so swiftly? A few passengers on the bus, noticing Han Wei's condition, approached him out of curiosity. Han Wei did not dismiss the gathering crowd. Instead, he willingly displayed his recovering injury to everyone, seeking to convey that he possessed both resources and influence. Upon witnessing Han Wei's recovery, the expressions of the onlookers varied, each lost in their own thoughts. They all understood that Han Wei was flaunting the protection of a wealthy benefactor. They could only lament his good fortune, pondering when they might also secure a patron to shield them in times of need. In truth, many on the bus had attempted to form connections with affluent patrons through chat channels, yet few of those patrons ever acknowledged the individuals aboard the bus. Exceptions were made for attractive women, who might receive provisions from male patrons if they caught their interest. If a rapport was established, some patrons would indeed be willing to protect the beautiful women they desired. It was a misconception to believe that patrons could not access the bus. They were quite capable of extending their protection to women on board. Just days prior, a leader on the bus had offended a patron, who subsequently placed a high bounty on the leader's life, leading to the latter's assassination that very night. Since that incident, no one aboard had dared to provoke the patrons. This was also why, when Han Wei was trading supplies, no one on the bus had the audacity to confront him, for the patrons had reached a level of influence that was deemed untouchable. The fact that Han Wei had healed in just one day suggested the potency of the healing medicines he had procured, a feat that only he could manage. Indeed, even patrons have limited access to healing supplies. Brother Han must have some remarkable connections, the passengers mused, marveling at the miraculous properties of the healing medicine while extolling Han Wei as virtues. Han Wei, buoyed by their praise, wore a smile. Engaging in light-hearted banter with the crowd, the conversation gradually shifted towards speculations about Han Wei being recruited by a patron in the future. Brother Han, once you become a follower and achieve prosperity, don't forget your brothers. Yes. When we reach the next world, those patrons will come to the bus seeking followers. Surely they will compete to recruit Brother Han. As the discussion continued, envy for Han Wei grew among the passengers. For patrons sought to recruit not only beautiful women but also individuals with unique skills and strength, of which Han Wei was undoubtedly a prime example. However, upon hearing their remarks, Han Wei's expression darkened, and he impatiently waved his hand. All right, enough of this chatter. Please disperse. The passengers, sensing his displeasure, retreated to their seats, albeit with furtive glances directed at Han Wei, who wouldn't he desire to take Han Wei's place and forge a connection with his powerful patron. Yet, Han Wei was notoriously tight-lipped, revealing nothing about the identity of his benefactor. Moments ago, someone had uttered those words, probing the relationship between Han Wei and the owner of the vehicle behind him. At that moment, Han Wei's heart was laden with bitterness, as the recent flattery from the crowd forced him to confront the stark reality. Today, Zhang Xiaoman had revealed to him that she was not the owner of the car and would not recruit him as a follower. This revelation plunged Han Wei into despair. He had fancied himself favored by the beautiful car owner, envisioning future opportunities to ride in her vehicle. Now, his delightful fantasies lay in ruins. Reflecting on it, Han Wei realized that he possessed nothing particularly noteworthy that would attract Zhang Xiaoman's attention. His selection as a salesperson was merely a stroke of luck. Presently, Han Wei faced two choices. One was to wait for the next world, hoping a car owner would recruit him on a bus, or the other, to continue serving as a salesperson under Zhang Xiaoman, striving to survive in the realm of public transport. Just as Han Wei was uncertain about his future path, an overwhelming white light enveloped the entire bus, vanishing on the tumultuous road of the wind disaster world. What was happening? We were shrouded in white light. Was this the arrival of a treasure chest? Could it be that we were about to transition to the next world? Han Wei and the other passengers aboard the bus gazed at the hazy scenery, their panic giving rise to animated discussions. Han Wei stood up, seeking to calm everyone. Please, everyone, return to your seats and remain calm. We are being transported to the next world. Simultaneously, buses across the wind disaster world were enveloped in white light, disappearing from the road. The number of participants in the chat channel dwindled sharply, plummeting from over 3,000 to just over 1,000. Those monitoring the chat were taken aback and hastily inquired about the unfolding events. Inside a camper, Ming lay on the bed with Lu Yusuan's legs as his pillow, scrutinizing the chicken coop blueprint he had obtained from Li Tianyu. Chicken coop increases the daily egg production of hens by 1. Blueprint can be crafted once, requires 200 escape coins. This blueprint was rather decent. If he were to raise chickens, it would ensure a stable increase in egg production. However, in Ming's eyes, this chicken coop was not particularly impressive. He recalled a team from his past life that had constructed a chicken house on their vehicle, yielding a substantial quantity of eggs and chicks daily, allowing them to earn a considerable amount of escape coins from selling eggs and chicken meat. Compared to the chicken house, the output of this chicken coop was significantly inferior. As Ming was cataloging the chicken coop blueprint, Lu Yusuan suddenly tugged at his hair in a flurry. Ouch! Ming gasped, sitting up to glare at her. Lu Yusuan's strength was not to be trifled with, and her tugging had nearly left him in agony. She glanced at the small handful of hair she had pulled out and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha! I'm sorry, Ming, I didn't mean to. No. I have something important to report. A series of sharp slaps drew the attention of the women in the vehicle, who gathered curiously around them. Ailey and Yang Lingyu halted their training with the wooden spears. Their curiosity piqued as they approached the bedside. They beheld Lu Yusuan, her cheeks flushed and her hands covering her backside, evidently having just endured a few sharp slaps. Why did you suddenly tug at my hair? A hint of reprimand laced Ming's voice, though he had not struck her with any severity. It was merely a playful scare. Lu Yusuan then recollected something and quickly exclaimed, Brother Ming, the chat channel has suddenly lost over 2,000 members. Do you think they were swept away by a tornado? Ming opened the system and, to his surprise, found that indeed, only a little over 1,000 remained in the chat. Many were expressing their fears regarding the disappearance of the 2,000 individuals. Do not be alarmed. It is likely that the people on the bus have been transported to the next world. Before long, we too shall embark on our journey to the next realm. Chapter 109. The next world. After being enveloped by a radiant white light for several seconds, Su Yao, Han Wei, and the others found themselves transported to the outskirts of a dilapidated city. The oppressive winds and swirling sands that had tormented them for 3 days had vanished, replaced by a scene illuminated by the warm sun. The wilderness around them was adorned with vibrant green plants and trees, presenting a stark contrast to the desolation they had endured in the storm-ravaged realm. This newfound environment lifted the spirits of Han Wei and his companions, as no one relishes the sight of a sand-choked landscape. Suddenly, someone spotted the towering silhouette of a city in the distance, exclaiming, Look, over there, it's a city. Before the others could turn their gaze, another voice cried out, Look over there. There are other buses. Pointing in another direction, they noticed a bus similar to theirs in motion. There are several buses behind us, exclaimed another, glancing back in astonishment. At that moment, around the city, a multitude of buses, numbering over 1,000, descended with the white light, creating a truly magnificent spectacle. These vehicles converged from all directions toward the city ahead. As Han Wei observed the surrounding buses, his earlier anxiety and apprehension gradually dissipated, replaced by a sense of calm regarding the unknown world ahead. Suddenly, Han Wei remembered the chat channel and hurriedly opened the system interface. His eyes widened in disbelief upon seeing the number of participants in the chat, over 50,000. Estimating that each bus carried more than 20 passengers, he realized that at least 2,000 buses were currently en route to the city. Messages flooded the chat channel, with many individuals engaging in trade, sharing their harrowing experiences in the previous storm world, and discussing the newly appeared city. Han Wei's heart raced as he noticed some were searching for loved ones, prompting him to send out a message in hopes of finding his wife. However, his message quickly drowned amidst the torrent of others, going unnoticed. With a sigh, Han Wei continued to observe the chat channel, gathering useful information. As time passed, all the buses entered the city, revealing a scene of devastation within. Numerous buildings had collapsed, some overgrown with moss, while others displayed rust and decay, bearing the marks of time. The state of this city was even more dilapidated than the one they had initially fled. The only redeeming aspect was the unobstructed roads, allowing for convenient travel. Each bus, upon entering the city, found a bus stop to come to a gentle halt. Ding! Congratulations to all for surviving the storm world. You are rewarded with 1 night of safe resting time. Fighting or killing is strictly prohibited within the city. Violators will face punishment. A night of safe resting time? Upon hearing the system notification, everyone within the city breathed a collective sigh of relief. At the very least, the system's prompt conveyed that this city poses little danger, with even disputes and brawls strictly prohibited. At a certain bus stop within the city, someone inquired, "Brother Han, the bus has stopped. What shall we do?" All 20 or so men and women aboard the bus turned their gazes toward Han Wei, the de facto leader of this particular vehicle. Han Wei, seated calmly, silently absorbed valuable information from the chat channel. Noticing Han Wei's silence, someone could not refrain from suggesting, "Brother Han, could there be any means of transportation in this city? Perhaps we might find something and become vehicle owners ourselves." The mere mention of becoming vehicle owners caused many present to light up with hope, as they had missed the opportunity to seek transportation in the previous city. If this city harbored any means of transport, none among them wished to let it slip by. Han Wei closed the system interface and regarded the restless crowd, stating, "You all heard the recent system notification. We should merely seek safe refuge in the city for the night. If there were truly any means of transportation, the system would have notified us by now." However, his tone shifted. This city may indeed harbor some resources worth searching for. Upon hearing this, the crowd eagerly expressed their willingness to accompany Han Wei in the quest for resources. Thus, Han Wei decided against leaving anyone behind on the bus, gathering all available resources and weapons before leading the group of over 20 men and women off the vehicle in a determined search for supplies. Concurrently, similar events unfolded on various other buses, as passengers disembarked to forage for resources within the city. Inside another bus, a group of over 20 women found themselves without any men. "Sisters, our leader must still be in the world of the wind disaster. I have contacted a few other buses, sisters. We have resolved to search for resources in the city and seize control of other buses, recruiting more suffering sisters to join our cause." The women aboard the bus rallied, arming themselves with weapons and stepping off with fierce determination. Had Ming been present, he would have immediately recognized their identity as members of the Women's Fist sect. In yet another bus, Wang Song rallied his companions. Surveying the interior, others from different buses have already begun their exploration of this city. We cannot afford to lag behind and miss our opportunity. Follow me. The 20 or so individuals, having been led by Wang Song since the first day they arrived in this fleeing world, readily complied, arming themselves and exiting the bus. Meanwhile, on the bus occupied by Chiu Yueshao, he struggled to disembark, his legs awkwardly splayed in an exaggerated arc, a sight most peculiar. Ever since Ming had brutally injured him, Chiu Yueshao felt excruciating pain with every step, forcing him to walk in such an awkward manner. More tragically, he had lost all capability below, rendering him incapable of self-care, often resulting in unfortunate accidents. His trousers had not been dry for days, emanating a foul odor that could nauseate anyone from several meters away. Such a tragic fate. Chiu Yueshao harbored a profound hatred for the man who claimed to be Li Tianyu. Chiu Yueshao had once scoured the chat channels in search of Li Tianyu, only to encounter a repugnant, portly individual bearing the same name, who had stolen away his 2 adopted daughters and severely injured him. Chiu Yueshao suspected that the man who had harmed him was using an alias, yet he could never forget the visage of that individual, convinced that one day he would encounter him again for vengeance, to exact his revenge on the one who had so cruelly ruined his life. He had prepared a secret weapon. Meanwhile, at another bus stop, a woman with short, golden hair alighted from the bus, followed closely by a dozen armed men and women. This short-haired beauty possessed delicate features and donned shorts that accentuated her long, slender legs, with 2 Nepalese knives sheathed at her waist. Despite her alluring appearance, her temper was fierce, and she barked at her entourage. "Hurry up and get off the bus, or I swear I'll carve you up." Her followers, startled by her menacing tone, hurriedly disembarked, clearly aware that she was not one to be trifled with. "Sister Yao, which direction should we search for resources?" a young subordinate inquired cautiously. Su Yao responded with a sharp slap to the back of his head. "If your eyes wander again, I'll make sure to gouge them out." I won't," the subordinate stammered, shaking his head in panic, though his peripheral vision betrayed him as he couldn't resist stealing a glance at Su Yao's elegantly long legs. Chapter 110. The end of the wind disaster world. As the public transportation vehicles of the wind disaster world were enveloped in blinding light and teleported away, only the vehicles belonging to various teams struggled through the tempest. The sudden disappearance of over 2,000 individuals from the chat channel sent shockwaves of panic through the remaining participants. Bai Sheng exclaimed, "Heavens! How is it that only a little over 1,000 remain? Were those people swept away by the tornado? What are we to do?" Huang Daorong responded, "What on earth is happening? 2,000 people vanished in an instant. Are we to be deprived of any chance of survival?" Qinghua added, "What of that fortune-telling priest? Someone should quickly divine our situation." Huang Daorong concurred, "Indeed, we still have Master Song Shenxi. Master, please enlighten us about what has transpired." The crowd clamored in the chat for Master Song, yearning for answers. The abrupt disappearance of 2,000 individuals left an unsettling chill among the remaining members, instilling a sense of foreboding that misfortune might soon befall them as well. Song Shenxi reassured, "Do not panic. Those 2,000 did not vanish into the tornado. Their journey on the bus had reached its end, and they have been transported to the next world along with it." After Song Shenxi's brief clarification, the group began to understand that those on the bus had gone ahead to the next realm. This revelation stirred a mix of emotions. None had anticipated that the bus would depart the wind disaster world before them. In truth, most drivers had scarcely considered the passengers on the bus. Now reflecting, the passengers had not endured much hardship during the 3 days of calamity, aside from a scarcity of food resources. Meanwhile, they tirelessly drove day and night, acutely aware that even a moment's negligence could result in being swept away by a tornado. However, the others merely envied them, understanding that survival on the bus brought no prospects for advancement. Even if the bus passengers reached the next world before them, what difference would it make? They would still find themselves yearning for a chance to leave the bus and become a follower under some driver. Yet, with the knowledge that some had already transitioned to the next world, a renewed spirit ignited within the despondent teams. They felt a glimmer of hope, believing that if they could just endure a little longer, they too would reach the next realm. "Brothers, hold on. If we persist a while longer, we shall reach the next world." Words of encouragement echoed through the teams, for no one wished to be claimed by the tornado. However, each team was uncertain how long they must drive to reach the next world. They could only grit their teeth and endure. As time passed, the number of participants in the chat began to dwindle. Some teams made missteps during their journey and were swept away by the tornado, while others found their vehicles enveloped in white light, disappearing from the wind disaster world. It was clear that some teams had completed their journey and moved on to the next realm. "Brother Yi, the number of people in the chat has dropped to just over 700, Lu Yusuan reported as she entered the driver's cabin to inform Yi Ming, who was behind the wheel. The women in the vehicle had noticed the rapid decline in the chat channel's numbers and sent Lu Yusuan to relay the situation. After all, the sharp decline in numbers does not necessarily indicate that many have perished. Rather, it suggests that numerous teams have departed from the world ravaged by disaster. Only a little over 700 remain. Yi Ming continued to drive steadily, yet a furrow formed on his brow. He could not believe that hundreds had been swept away by the tornado. It was evident that most teams had been transported to the next world. This revelation left Yi Ming astounded. Logically, given that his RV had been traveling at a considerable speed over the past couple of days, he should have been among the first to reach the next realm, yet now it appeared that several teams had outpaced him. Upon reflection, Yi Ming discerned that the meddling of Song Shenxi was at play. It seemed that Song Shenxi had covertly sold information to several teams, prompting them to accelerate their vehicles and cover more ground in the preceding days. This had ultimately resulted in many teams arriving at the next world ahead of him. Yi Ming could not help but marvel at how Song Shenxi's information trade had indeed saved numerous individuals. Although Song Shenxi's motives for selling information were self-serving, it inadvertently benefited many teams. Fortunately, Song Shenxi's dealings did not infringe upon any of his interests. Regardless of when the other teams departed, it made little difference to him. What truly preoccupied Yi Ming was that Song Shenxi had previously promised to compensate him with information. However, Yi Ming was in no rush to claim it. As he was already well aware of the information Song Shenxi was selling, he resolved to wait until he genuinely needed it before seeking Song Shenxi's counsel. This likely explained why Song Shenxi had not approached him for a few days. "All right, I understand, Yuxian. Let's reassure everyone. We should soon be on our way to the next world." "Okay, brother Yi Ming." As Yi Ming had anticipated, approximately 20 minutes later, the RV was suddenly enveloped in a blinding white light, vanishing from the ravaged world. Meanwhile, the number of inhabitants in the disaster-stricken realm continued to dwindle with the passage of time. 700, 500, 200. As dusk approached, when only a few dozen individuals remained in the chat channel, merely 10 or so teams were still driving in despair. These teams, having taken shortcuts by maintaining a slow pace in the previous days, now found the consequences of their actions catching up with them. They had yet to cover the required distance. Damn it, how much longer must we drive? The sky is nearly dark. Strange. Why does it feel like the wind is intensifying? Wait, accelerate. The tornado is closing in on us. With a series of desperate screams. The numbers in the chat channel dwindled rapidly until they ultimately reached zero. In the world of extreme heat, within the city, over 2,000 buses entered, and all passengers disembarked to explore. Some hoped to discover a mode of transportation that would alter their fate, while others sought food to stave off hunger. 50 to 60,000 individuals roamed the city, scouring every nook and cranny. However, to their dismay, the city appeared as though it had been meticulously cleaned, devoid of even a scrap of refuse. Consequently, those unable to locate resources turned their attention towards the possessions of other groups. A group of 7 or 8 armed men surrounded 4 individuals, clearly targeting the resources possessed by the outnumbered party. In a matter of moments, a fierce skirmish erupted between the two factions. Yet, within just 2 or 3 seconds, all of these men convulsed and collapsed to the ground as if struck by an electric shock. They had evidently forgotten the recent system notification that prohibited fighting and killings. Warning of severe penalties for transgressions. This scene swiftly unfolded in various corners of the city. Anyone engaging in combat would experience a surge of electricity coursing through their bodies, rendering them incapacitated for a brief period. Such punitive measures effectively quelled the impending turmoil within the city. Those who had previously disregarded the law and unleashed their malevolence found themselves subdued, for otherwise, the city would have been rife with acts of violence, looting, and murder. Chapter 111. The Lin Family's Quintet. 100 vehicles in competition as the arrival of the bus heralded the onset of the sweltering world. A radiant beam of light soon illuminated the desolate outskirts of the city, revealing a uniquely designed off-road vehicle. Its body was cloaked in a layer of camouflage metal plating, with a large air duct embedded at the rear, resembling a cannon aimed ominously backward. With a rush, the off-road vehicle sped toward the city, drawing in the surrounding air currents that converged at the rear duct, subsequently expelling powerful gusts that propelled the vehicle forward, enhancing its speed. This remarkable wind control allowed the off-road vehicle to navigate the tempestuous realm with remarkable ease, leading the team into the sweltering world ahead of all others. Before long, the vehicle entered the city, where numerous individuals were scavenging for resources. So many people. Are they all from the bus? One of the women exclaimed. Look over there. Someone's fighting. Another chimed in, her curiosity piqued. Within the vehicle, a young man voiced his irritation. Sisters, what is so fascinating about a fight? You truly have too much time on your hands. Lin Qinghao, you're the one with too much time on your hands. Let us teach him a lesson together. Suddenly, a cacophony of playful chaos erupted within the vehicle, followed by the young man's cries for help. Mom, Dad, intervene. My sisters are picking on me again. The interior of the vehicle appeared spacious compared to the exterior, likely a result of its upgraded capacity. It boasted 5 seats and several square meters of activity space. 2 identical twin sisters were playfully assaulting their brother, causing a ruckus as a few hens inside the vehicle flapped about, sending feathers flying. The young man, seemingly resigned to his plight, refrained from retaliating, instead muttering defiant responses to their teasing while seeking aid from their parents seated in the front. The middle-aged man at the wheel frowned and admonished, Ming Xue, enough of this tomfoolery. Upon hearing their father, Lin Feng, the twin sisters ceased their antics, glaring at Lin Qinghao with clenched fists before obediently returning to their seats. Lin Qinghao, disgruntled, brushed off the feathers clinging to him, recalling how one of his sisters had hurled a hen at him during their scuffle, leaving him in a rather disheveled state. As he glanced at the backs of his sisters, a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps marrying them off would free up space in the vehicle, allowing him to bring 2 wives aboard. Unbeknownst to the rest of the occupants, Lin Qinghao's musings could very well lead to another bout of sibling rivalry if discovered. Dear, is something amiss? Inquired the middle-aged woman seated beside him, her brow furrowed in concern. Lin Feng expressed his worries. We entered the city too early. We may attract unwanted attention from the locals. Throughout their journey, he had observed the city dwellers, all scavengers from the bus, eyeing their vehicle with unmistakable greed. Due to the current circumstances, Lin Feng is hesitant to park within the city, as he would inevitably attract a throng of onlookers. For the sake of his family's safety, he is compelled to seek secluded and unpopulated areas to rest. However, with the streets teeming with individuals scavenging for supplies, Where can he possibly find a place to stop? If all else fails, Lin Feng may have no choice but to drive to the outskirts of the city for a respite. Upon hearing their father's concerns, the three siblings exchanged glances, remaining obediently seated as they accessed the system to check the chat channel. Hey, Dad. Someone in the channel mentioned that fighting and killing are prohibited in the city, otherwise, one would face electric shock punishment, the eldest sister, Lin Mingxi, remarked after reading a message. Lin Feng's eyes brightened at this revelation, recalling the system's warning against violence. He thought that perhaps resting in the city would not pose a significant issue. Outside the city, more than an hour after the Lin family's off-road vehicle arrived, a steady stream of other vehicles began to descend upon the area. The quality of these vehicles appeared to be impressive, ranging from armored cars and infantry fighting vehicles to tanks, heavy trucks, off-road vehicles, sports cars, RVs, fire trucks, and ambulances. Notably, there were also uniquely designed vehicles similar to the Lin family's off-road car. In contrast, ordinary compact cars, delivery vans, and minibuses seemed rather inconspicuous amidst the impressive array of vehicles. All the vehicles had just emerged from the harsh environment of the disaster-stricken world, and the fatigue from 3 days of driving swiftly dissipated. Some could not resist honking their horns in celebration, which quickly spread from car to car, prompting a chorus of jubilant honking throughout the gathering. Thus, the sound of car horns resonated through the outskirts of the city, creating a symphony of vehicles surging toward the urban center. As time passed, more and more vehicles arrived, and the number of participants in the chat channel gradually increased. A medium-sized vehicle adorned with a bagua array arrived at the outskirts, and Song Shensi, after performing some calculations with his fingers, pointed toward the distant city. Junior apprentice. Let us rest in that city. We have endured much confinement in this vehicle over the past 3 days, and at last, we can enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. Absolutely, we can finally take a break. If we continue driving in that disaster-ridden world, I would undoubtedly reach my breaking point, replied a Taoist clad in a robe, who then grumbled as he drove toward the city. Hearing the distant honking and celebration, Song Shensi's junior apprentice could not help but join in, honking in response. In another area of the outskirts, an infantry fighting vehicle clad in armor arrived. Is this the next world? Zhang Lei could not resist opening the hatch on top of the vehicle, leaning out to take a deep breath of fresh air. He had been cooped up in the infantry fighting vehicle for 3 days, nearly suffocating inside. Despite its formidable appearance, the interior of the infantry fighting vehicle was stifling and lacked comfort, far inferior to that of an RV, and even less accommodating than a standard vehicle. Let us set off. We are heading to the city for a restful night, Zhang Lei called out to those inside the armored vehicle. The younger members swiftly responded, driving rapidly toward the city. Inside an off-road vehicle, Joseph could not contain his excitement and honked the horn in celebration. Accompanying him were 4 women, among whom Zhao Tong silently observed the chat channel, her gaze flickering. Ever since she learned of Yi Ming's formidable prowess in the zombie-infested realm, a desire to depart from Joseph and return to Yi Ming's side had taken root within her. Although Joseph possessed considerable strength, Zhao Tong found little comfort in his company. She was not only embroiled in a battle of wits with the other women for his favor, but also faced the constant peril of being abandoned, her life hanging by a thread. It was solely due to Joseph's ability to diminish his presence and the necessity of her assistance during treasure hunts that she had managed to survive thus far. However, this did not ensure her future safety. Regardless of whether she could return to Yi Ming, Zhao Tong was resolute in her decision to leave Joseph's vehicle. She needed to swiftly seek out a new protector. Chapter 112. The Owners Gathering as the Brilliance of Dawn Broke. Yi Ming maneuvered his gray-white RV to the outskirts of the city. Inside the vehicle, the women gathered at the windows, their curiosity piqued as they observed the world beyond. Beep, beep, beep. A series of honks captured their attention, drawing their gazes toward the source of the sound. In the distance, several vehicles were honking as they moved, seemingly expressing exhilaration and joy. Yang Lingyu pointed excitedly at a tank in the distance, exclaiming, "Look, there's a tank over there." Where? Let me see." Ellie eagerly craned her neck to catch a glimpse of the distant armored vehicle. Indeed, a steel behemoth was speeding along, its tracks churning up mud and grass, leaving behind distinct imprints on the ground. Lu Yusuan recoiled slightly, her voice tinged with worry. "That tank won't fire at us, will it? If it does, our RV wouldn't stand a chance." The expressions of the women shifted to concern upon hearing this, yet unbeknownst to them, the imposing tank, while formidable in appearance, had not yet been upgraded to the point of producing actual ammunition. Its cannon could only launch racing items, posing no threat to the RV. What brought them solace was that the tank paid no heed to their presence and continued on its straight path toward the distant city. As the occupants of the RV observed the unfolding scene, a system prompt resonated within their minds. Ding! Congratulations on surviving the wind disaster world. Please proceed to the city for a night's rest. You are awarded 1 night of safe rest. Fighting and killing are strictly prohibited during this time, or you shall face punishment. Within the driver's cabin, Ming, upon hearing the system notifications, couldn't help but exclaim how grateful he was that the ordeal of the wind disaster world had finally concluded. After 3 consecutive days of navigating through sandstorms and being at risk of being swept away by tornadoes, it had been an arduous experience for any team. Fortunately, the spaciousness of Ming's RV provided ample room for both him and the women, along with a double bed for recuperation. Otherwise, they would be as fatigued and dispirited as the other teams. My love, there's a city ahead, Jiangqi, seated in the passenger seat, remarked, spotting the towering ruins of a city in the distance. The earlier system prompt seemed to suggest they rest in that very city for the night. Ming nodded in agreement. Let us head to the city and enjoy a proper rest. With that, he steered the RV toward the city. Meanwhile, the women, particularly Chu Chu and Jiangqi, busied themselves by accessing the chat channel to gather information about this world. The number of participants in the chat had surged to over 60,000 and continued to rise, soon approaching 70,000. Before Ming had even driven the RV into the city, the women had amassed a considerable amount of information about their surroundings. After all, Zhang Xiaoman could consult Han Wei for accurate intelligence, and Lu Yusuan had numerous informants. Together with their observations from the chat, they had a solid understanding of the city's general situation. Ming, there's no danger in the city, even fighting is prohibited, or one would face electric shock punishment, one of the women reported. My love, every corner of the city has been searched, and it seems there's nothing left. As if it has been meticulously cleaned, another added. Ming, at present, numerous vehicle owners are actively recruiting talents within the city, while some factions are vying to monopolize the public transport system. My dear, Jior has been in this world for some time now and is currently resting in the city. She wishes to arrange a rendezvous. As Ming drives his RV, he attentively listens to the reports from the women around him. Although he is already familiar with this intelligence from his previous life, he still finds value in their diligent updates, responding occasionally to encourage them. When Ming learns that Jiangqi has successfully contacted Wang Jior, he feels a pang of nostalgia for the charming young girl and naturally decides to propose a meeting place. Jiangqi, inform Jior to meet in the city center. He instructs. Understood, husband. Jiangqi promptly relays the agreed-upon location to Wang Jior. In such a vast city, locating Wang Jior would be a formidable task. Thus, it is more practical for them to settle on a mutually accessible meeting point. The city center serves as an excellent choice. Ming recalls that in his past life, many vehicle owners would gather in this area to become acquainted and forge friendships, often exchanging precious resources. This could be considered a grand social gathering among vehicle owners. After all, many proprietors are reluctant to showcase their prized possessions in chat channels, only willing to part with them upon seeing desired items during face-to-face interactions. Furthermore, live livestock and high-yield plants cannot be traded through the system and must be exchanged in person. Ming plans to seize the opportunity to collect some cultivable flora and fauna. However, it is still too early to head there, as no vehicles have begun to converge in the central area at this time. As night approaches, most vehicle owners will enter the city, and the number of vehicles gathering in the center will increase. Before making his way to the central area, Ming can explore the city for potential initial companions. Should he encounter any appealing prospects, he might invite them into his RV. Originally, he intended to pick up Yang Lingyu and Lu Yusuan. But since the 3 women have boarded early, Ming's mission in the city has transformed into a quest for delightful encounters. Soon, Ming drives his RV into the city. On the outskirts, a group of a dozen men and women catch sight of his vehicle. Their faces lighting up as they wave enthusiastically to flag him down. Upon witnessing their actions, Ming understands their intention to be recruited as followers. Sharing a similar inclination to welcome initial companions aboard, he halts his RV. The group quickly gathers around him, eager to be among the first to be chosen by passing vehicle owners. With numerous vehicles of various types already traversing the city, the group has informally ranked them. The first tier comprises military vehicles, such as tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, and armored cars. According to reports, these vehicle owners possess formidable combat capabilities, offering a strong sense of security to those who would become their followers. The second tier includes RVs, off-road vehicles, sports cars, and other distinctive types of vehicles. Owners of these particular vehicles possess unique abilities. Some have the capacity to acquire resources, while others are equipped with support or combat skills, and even those with unconventional talents that defy expectation. In the final category, seemingly ordinary mid-sized vehicles, such as vans and compact cars, belong. The abilities of these owners are rather mundane. However, their vehicles can accommodate no fewer than 5 individuals, and they are rewarded handsomely with gasoline for treasure hunting each day. In terms of resource acquisition, they are not significantly inferior to other vehicle owners. Presently, Ming's RV has been classified among the second tier. A group of over a dozen men and women excitedly gathered around the RV, each advocating for themselves. "Brother, are you accepting followers? I can drive. My skills are exceptional with 20 years of experience. Handsome, could you take me in? I can fulfill any request for just a morsel of food." The crowd encircled the vehicle's window, men touting their abilities while women showcased their beauty and physique, with some even shedding their outer garments, nearly offering themselves without reservation. Ming utilized his probing ability to glance at a few of the women, yet none possessed the purity he sought. These women had engaged with 5 to 6 partners at the least, and some had interacted with more than a dozen, quickly diminishing Ming's interest. He pressed the horn a few times, preparing to depart. At that moment, a large truck passed by and halted beside Ming's RV, obstructing his intended path of exit. Chapter 113. The Shadow's Manifestation. As Ming prepared to depart, he was unexpectedly obstructed by a freight truck. Inside the vehicle, both Ming and Jiang Qi gazed perplexedly at the truck blocking their path, as they were unfamiliar with its occupants. Outside, a group of over a dozen men and women appeared, equally bewildered. They sensed that Ming had no intention of recruiting them. Just as they contemplated leaving, another truck suddenly appeared from behind, sealing off their escape. Was there an underlying animosity between these two vehicles? Many in the crowd exchanged furtive glances, realizing that a confrontation between the two trucks was imminent, and perhaps they could seize the opportunity for their own gain. To their eyes, the occupants of the two trucks seemed new to the city, likely unaware of the prohibition against fighting. Should a brawl ensue, it was guaranteed that they would face electric punishment, allowing the onlookers to rummage through the vehicles for some benefits. At that moment, the doors of the freight truck swung open, revealing 2 African men who stepped out, their gazes fervently fixed on several women in the crowd. African men? The assembly, including Ming and Jiang Qi, were momentarily taken aback, not anticipating the arrival of these individuals. Undeterred by the attention, the 2 men approached a few women who had shed their outer garments. One of the men, seemingly attracted to a woman with a pleasing physique, spoke in broken Mandarin. "You, come with me." "Ah?" The woman paused, her expression shifting to one of delight as she inquired, "You mean, get in your truck?" "Indeed." The African man nodded with pride. He was accustomed to the adoring gazes of women from Long Country, a sense of superiority that could only be experienced in their presence. Without hesitation, the woman agreed. Being able to board the truck of these 2 men was certainly preferable to remaining on the bus. The other women nearby expressed envy, gravitating towards the 2 men, eager to accompany them as well. Having been cooped up in the harsh world for 7 days, the 2 Africans were eager to find some relief. As they watched the women disrobe in front of the camper, their pent-up desires became unbearable, leading them to stop the truck and inadvertently block Ming's escape route. One of the men surveyed the women surrounding him, not rejecting any, instead embracing one and proclaiming, "Whichever of you performs well will have the chance to remain in the truck." It was clear that the African intended to conduct an extensive selection process among the women. The other man also scrutinized the women but appeared less than satisfied. Having encountered numerous women from Long Country, his expectations had been elevated. Moreover, these women were barefaced, lacking makeup, and after 7 days on the bus, they had hardly washed their faces, leaving much to be desired in terms of beauty. Suddenly, the camper let out a series of impatient honks, causing the 2 men to frown. They simultaneously turned their attention toward the vehicle. Completely disregarding Ming in the driver's seat, their gaze fixated on the figure in the passenger seat, Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi was strikingly beautiful, a campus belle from her university days, possessing both looks and an enviable figure. Particularly, the physique sculpted through rigorous fitness, paired with a sun-kissed complexion, exudes a unique, untamed beauty that no man can resist glancing at more than once. Moreover, Jiang Qi has endured little hardship in the confines of her RV. Her days are filled with ample sustenance, the luxury of bathing, and the comfort of resting on a double bed when fatigue sets in. It can be said that within the RV, Jiangqi is exquisitely maintained, incomparable to the women on the bus who struggle even to wash their faces. Two men of African descent, upon spotting Jiangqi, were utterly captivated, rendering the women beside them instantly less appealing. Observing this, Ming furrowed his brows and honked the horn several times. The blaring sound startled the two men, jolting them from their stupor, yet simultaneously igniting a singular thought within their minds: to seize the woman in the passenger seat and take her to their vehicle. Unbeknownst to them, fighting is strictly prohibited within the city. The two exchanged a few incomprehensible words before each retrieving a crowbar from behind, advancing towards the RV. Witnesses to this scene were stirred, eyes gleaming with excitement, as some stealthily approached the nearby truck driven by another man of African descent. Others began recording the unfolding drama with their devices. Seated in the driver's seat, Ming recognized the impending threat as the two men approached the RV brandishing crowbars. Soon, one of them reached Ming's window and lightly tapped on the glass. "Why did you honk and scare us? You must compensate us," he demanded. Ming dismissed this man's words, turning his attention to the other, who was leaning against Jiangqi's window, unable to tear his gaze away from her. It was evident he was infatuated with Jiangqi. Sensing the offense, she frowned and declared, "Darling, I wish to get out and deal with this man." The urge to retaliate was felt not only by Jiangqi but also by Ming, who was equally vexed by their presence. However, violence is forbidden in the city, let alone murder. The consequences of killing these two men, including the potential electric punishment Ming might face, loomed in his mind. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Would he be penalized if he used his shadow clone to eliminate them? Without hesitation, Ming concentrated and summoned a shadow clone. Flinging the door open to confront the men, the man was taken aback by the sight of the shadow clone. Never had he encountered someone darker than himself. "Who are you? Hand over that woman, and we might forgive your honking," he demanded. "Go to hell," the shadow clone retorted, unable to contain its rage, and launched a powerful punch at the man's face. A resounding thud echoed as the man was sent flying over 10 meters, landing fortuitously before a crowd of onlookers. Some had already begun recording, capturing the moment the shadow clone struck. As the camera shifted to the fallen man, his face was a grotesque sight, mangled and bloodied. His eyes shattered, and his mouth and nose gushing blood, he was devoid of life. Many women, terrified, felt their legs weaken, screaming in horror. Meanwhile, the shadow clone was overwhelmed by a surge of electric backlash, showing signs of disintegration, yet Ming remained unscathed within the vehicle. Yet Ming could sense that the shadow clone was adversely affected by the electric current, causing its duration of existence to be halved. As for the other black man, upon witnessing his companion being struck dead by the shadow clone, he disregarded Jiangqi and let out a furious roar. His body erupted with black fur, and he underwent a dramatic transformation into a 3-meter-tall gorilla. This was the ability of the black car owner, beastification. The gorilla pounded its chest twice, charging toward the shadow clone like a primordial beast. In that moment, everyone perceived the shadow clone as diminutive before the gorilla, and victory seemed undeniably destined for the latter. However, in the next instant, an astonishing scene unfolded that left all spectators astounded. The gorilla swung a fist at the shadow clone, but the latter effortlessly evaded the blow with its speed and seized the gorilla's arm, executing a powerful over-the-shoulder throw. Thud! The dilapidated pavement cracked under the impact. The clash between the shadow clone and the gorilla transpired in the blink of an eye, and the onlookers were caught off guard. The seemingly formidable gorilla had been defeated in an instant. Subsequently, the shadow clone appeared to be unsatisfied, repeatedly slamming the 3-meter-tall, several hundred-kilogram gorilla into the ground. Bam! 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 Moments later, the gorilla reverted to the form of the black man, his body a mangled wreck, lifeless and bloodied. Simultaneously, the shadow clone, having endured the backlash of the electric current, could no longer maintain its form and dissipated into nothingness. Chapter 114. Fear among all. The scene was eerily silent as a dozen men and women stood by, their eyes wide with disbelief, gazing upon the two lifeless, tattered bodies of the black men sprawled on the ground. Today, they had witnessed the sheer ferocity of a battle between titans. Although the encounter lasted merely a few fleeting seconds, it left an indelible shock upon their souls. The transformation of a black man into a monstrous gorilla was nothing short of terrifying. With a single punch, he could obliterate anything. Yet he found himself utterly powerless against the shadowy figure before him. This enigmatic entity not only displayed an uncanny strength, but also disregarded the city's prohibition against fighting, leaving the onlookers bewildered as to its true identity. Among the crowd, someone discreetly recorded the entire event and shared it in a chat channel, capturing the silhouette of Yi Ming and Jiang Qi within the RV's cockpit. It was only a matter of time before their names would echo throughout the chat community. As the owner of the deceased black vehicle breathed his last, the massive truck that had obstructed the RV vanished from sight, leaving behind a scattered trove of supplies. Recognizing the origin of the bounty, someone exclaimed in astonishment, and the crowd erupted in greed-fueled exclamations, instinctively gravitating toward the strewn goods. However, their eagerness was swiftly tempered by a sense of trepidation as they glanced at the RV, realizing that while the temptation to seize the supplies was great, caution was paramount. After all, should another shadow emerge from the RV to enact vengeance upon them, there would be no recourse for their cries of injustice. Inside the RV, Yi Ming turned to Jiang Qi and instructed, "I shall gather those resources. You should have Chu Chu receive them inside the vehicle. Be careful of those people." Jiang Qi cautioned with palpable concern, aware of Yi Ming's formidable prowess yet still anxious for his safety. As Yi Ming descended from the RV, Jiang Qi hurried inside to prepare Chu Chu for the incoming resources, retrieving a crossbow to return to the cockpit. Should a conflict arise, she would be ready to provide support with her bolts. Inside the vehicle, the women, including AI Li, mistook the unfolding events for a crisis, each arming themselves and rushing to the cockpit to ascertain the situation. Meanwhile, Yi Ming sifted through the scattered supplies, first discovering dozens of unopened food items, bread, compressed biscuits, and instant noodles, alongside the remains of 7 wolves. He promptly exchanged these with Chu Chu through the system. The wolf carcasses appeared freshly slain, their blood still congealed. Yi Ming was not surprised. Trucks typically possessed a storage space that kept items in a state of temporal stasis. On the ground lay an additional 200 to 300 pounds of cooked wolf meat, likely the provisions stored by the 2 black men. Yi Ming, lacking the inclination to gather them, left the bounty for the surrounding crowd. Soon, he unearthed 2 banana peels and 3 orange tree seeds among the debris. The banana peels could serve as items for racing, while the unplanted orange seeds indicated the absence of a planting pot with the 2 black men. Without hesitation, Yi Ming collected them all. The remaining assortment of mundane items held no appeal for him, and with that, he returned to the RV, driving away into the distance. The scene was left only with a crowd scrambling for supplies. As various teams continued to arrive, the number of participants in the chat channel surged, nearing over 80,000. The atmosphere became increasingly lively, with one of the trending topics being a video of 2 individuals being eliminated by a shadowy figure. Although this shadow bore a humanoid form, it lacked any definitive human characteristics. However, some discerning individuals noted a resemblance between the shadow and Yi Ming, who had descended from an RV to gather supplies. There must be a connection between them. Soon, someone in the chat revealed Yi Ming's identity. Yi Ming was a formidable figure from a certain region of the disaster-stricken world, having attained 2nd place in a dungeon competition. This revelation startled many, prompting inquiries about who had claimed the 1st position, especially since even a powerhouse like Yi Ming was not the top contender. When they learned that the 1st place belonged to a girl named Wang Jior, silence fell upon the crowd. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances. Even the seemingly harmless girl was someone they dared not provoke. This realization tempered the arrogance of several confident vehicle owners. Inside a particular SUV, Lin Mingxue exclaimed, "Sister, look at this Yi Ming. He is so handsome." She gazed at the video of Yi Ming, infatuated, and couldn't help but share her thoughts with her sister. However, she soon noticed that Lin Mingxi was completely ignoring her, leading her to question, "Sister, what are you doing?" At that moment, Lin Mingxi was engrossed in the system, searching for something with intense focus, oblivious to her sister's presence. Observing the situation, Lin Qinghao interjected, "Second sister, just now, eldest sister was also searching through the personnel list after watching that video. I suspect she wants to add Yi Ming as a friend." Lin Mingxi, who had been intently searching, froze momentarily and shot a fierce glare at her younger brother. "You and your big mouth. If you dare utter another word, I'll have your tongue." Meanwhile, Lin Mingxue erupted in indignation. "Sister, what do you mean by that?" Lin Mingxi quickly soothed her. "Sister just feels a bit curious about Yi Ming and wants to see if his profile picture is truly as handsome." Lin Mingxue rolled her eyes. As twins, they were well aware of each other's thoughts. Thus, a competition ensued, both sisters diligently scouring the personnel list to be the first to add Yi Ming as a friend. At that moment, Lin Qinghao could no longer hold back his sarcasm. "Eldest sister, second sister, You might as well save your effort. That Ming has a stunning beauty sitting beside him in the passenger seat, far surpassing both of you. If I were Ming, I wouldn't even glance your way. Wait, eldest sister, second sister, I take it back. Mom and Dad, help. The SUV erupted into a flurry of playful chaos. At that moment, Lin Feng, seated in the driver's seat, intervened to halt the siblings' antics and turned his attention to the twin sisters. Mingxi, do not engage with the Ming. This individual is capable of killing in the city. Should he harbor nefarious intentions towards our family, it could spell disaster for us. Having watched the video himself, Lin Feng was deeply concerned about the Shadow's power. If they were to encounter it, their only option would be to flee. Hearing the seriousness in their father's tone, Lin Mingxi and Lin Mingxiue could only assure him they would avoid any contact with Ming. They are not foolish. They understand that their own safety is paramount. No matter how handsome Ming may be, he does not belong to them. Inside a large armored vehicle, a peculiar stone statue occupies the center, flanked by 6 women seated around it. One of the women, robust in stature, remains silent after watching a video of the Shadow clone's killings. At this moment, another woman in the vehicle respectfully addresses the sturdy woman. Master, according to our investigation, the owner of that RV is named Ming, a formidable individual who has single-handedly slain numerous high-level zombies in the dungeon. There is also a girl named Wang Jior, who has killed over 90 high-level zombies. Killed over 90 high-level zombies? The robust woman, Wang Ling, feels her pupils constrict. She cannot fathom the extent of Wang Jior's strength. Establish contact with Ming and Wang Jior to acquire the zombie cores in their possession, and inquire if Wang Jior would be interested in joining the Women's Fist sect. If she is willing, we can offer her the position of deputy leader. Chapter 115. Zhao Tong seeks an escape, damn it. How could that wretched Jiang Qi end up with Ming? Zhao Tong gazed at the video depicting Ming and Jiang Qi seated in the passenger seat of an RV, her eyes shimmering with jealousy, her teeth clenched in bitterness. During her university years, her greatest envy was directed towards Jiang Qi, who excelled academically, possessed greater beauty, and garnered more friendships. The only triumph Zhao Tong had was securing Ming as her boyfriend, a feat she had eagerly flaunted to Jiang Qi. Yet now, as Ming and Jiang Qi were together, Zhao Tong felt as though her heart were bleeding. It was akin to owning a precious treasure yet failing to cherish it, only for its true value to surface in another's possession, leaving her filled with regret. To this day, Zhao Tong could not comprehend why Ming had callously abandoned her. Was it merely because she had suggested a breakup? In the face of a couple's discord, a normal man would strive to mend the relationship. However, Ming had unhesitatingly slapped her and driven away in a van, as if their years of love were but a jest, leaving no trace of nostalgia for him. Little did Zhao Tong know that in a previous life, Ming had indeed attempted to salvage their relationship. Otherwise, he would not have escorted her to the bus stop. Yet, once on the bus, she had shamelessly forsaken him for Joseph's SUV. Zhao Tong's current desire to rekindle their romance stemmed solely from Ming's newfound strength. Had Ming not been the owner of a vehicle and lacked formidable prowess, she would have mocked him and reveled in her decision to part ways. Meanwhile, within the van that puzzled Zhao Tong, Li Tianyu and the 5 members of the Stunning Beauty group were shaken after watching a video showcasing Ming's ability to kill in the city. The rules against fighting appeared to hold no sway over him. If they were to encounter Ming, they could only await their demise. Wang Chong, after viewing the video, sighed, "Let us remain hidden in the vehicle tonight. Should we cross paths with Ming in the city, we would surely be killed." The members of Stunning Beauty and Sun Bo nodded in agreement. Although the chances of encountering Ming in the city were slim, none were willing to gamble on such a minuscule probability. Staying in the van was the safest course of action for the night. Qinggu stretched lazily. "Perfect. I haven't had much rest from driving these past 3 days. Tonight, I shall take the opportunity to recuperate in the van." The others, aside from Li Tianyu, had no objections and began preparing dinner within the vehicle. Seeing that the 4 members of Stunning Beauty had no intention of leaving the van, Li Tianyu felt a surge of delight. He had long heard tales that a woman on a bus could be easily entertained with a morsel of food, and he had dreamt of experiencing such a scenario. Now, the opportunity had finally presented itself. Concealing his inner excitement, he maintained a calm facade and said, "Qinggu, there's another important matter we must accomplish tonight." "What is it?" Qinggu inquired, frowning at Li Tianyu. She always sensed that Li Tianyu's motives were questionable, as if he harbored intentions of mischief. Li Tianyu quickly approached Qinggu, adopting a humble demeanor. "Wife, I plan to venture outside to gather a few followers and bolster our team. In a bid to earn Chingu's trust, he unabashedly referred to her as his wife. This term was not entirely unfitting, as on the very first night of their union, they had consummated their relationship. Chingu remained silent as she regarded Li Tianyu, while her sister, Qi Qing, expressed her concern. "Aren't you afraid of running into Ming while you're out?" Li Tianyu chuckled mischievously and brandished a mask, boasting, "With this mask, even if I cross paths with Ming, he won't recognize me." The mask he held was the very disguise that AI Li had sold him not long ago. Li Tianyu had previously tried it on and was astonished by how it transformed his appearance entirely. Chingu nodded in agreement. "Very well, you may go." Emboldened by Chingu's approval, Li Tianyu eagerly packed a backpack filled with provisions, his hard-earned rewards that he deemed essential to take along. He then donned the mask and departed from the van. Watching him leave, Qing Qing voiced her worries. "Sister, are you not concerned he might return with formidable followers to intimidate us?" Chingu scoffed dismissively. What formidable followers could he possibly gather? "I am rather curious to see what tricks he intends to employ." In her eyes, it was preferable to allow Li Tianyu to reveal his schemes rather than engage in clandestine maneuvers. However, Chingu and Qi Cheng had gravely misjudged Li Tianyu's intentions. He had no ulterior motives. His sole desire was to bring food to the struggling women on the bus. Meanwhile, Zhao Tong was also scheming for an escape. Although she felt temporarily safe in Joseph's vehicle, she knew that he regarded her merely as a disposable plaything. Her future aboard Joseph's vehicle was undoubtedly bleak. Rather than await her doom, she resolved to seize the valuable resources and equipment from the vehicle and seek refuge with a more powerful owner. Thus, Zhao Tong decided to quietly pilfer the resources while keeping watch over Joseph as he slept that night. The pressing question remained, which owner could she turn to for protection? Ming was out of the question. If he were to be without Jiang Qi, she might have considered rekindling their relationship after years of shared history. However, with Jiang Qi by his side, any chance of reconciliation was utterly lost. Most importantly, Zhao Tong was unwilling to appear inferior in front of Jiang Qi. Her only recourse was to peruse the chat channel for any formidable teams seeking members. Upon exploring the system's chat channel, she discovered numerous vehicle owners posting recruitment messages. A 5-person off-road vehicle team was earnestly seeking beautiful followers, inviting interested parties to message privately. An armored vehicle team, boasting formidable strength, was in need of support personnel, particularly those who had acquired skill tokens. A recreational vehicle team was looking for capable and battle-ready followers, promising significant training for any strong individuals willing to join. Zhao Tong perused a multitude of messages, many of which showcased formidable teams that stirred her desire. With the equipment and resources from Joseph's vehicle in her possession, she would undoubtedly be valued in any team she chose to join. As she contemplated her future options, a particular recruitment message caught her eye. The Women's Fist Society was seeking members. It boasted dozens of female vehicle owners and a following of over 1,000, dedicated solely to the protection of all women, warmly inviting every woman to join their ranks. The Women's Fist Society? A following of over 1,000? Dozens of female vehicle owners? Zhao Tong was taken aback, astonished by the magnitude of this power. If she were to join them, would she still have to fear Joseph's retaliation? Chapter 116. Provoking madness. After Li Tianyu disembarked from the van, he commenced his search for a bus within the city. Occasionally, a vehicle would pass by, and on the sidewalks, there were individuals wielding weapons, some in groups, others solitary. Thanks to regulations prohibiting violence, the city appeared rather tranquil, allowing Li Tianyu the courage to wander alone. At that moment, a group of 5 or 6 individuals hurriedly raced past him. Curiosity piqued. He halted one of them and inquired, "Brother, where are you headed? What is happening?" The individual, initially irked by the interruption, hesitated upon noticing Li Tianyu's imposing physique and swiftly replied, "Word has it that there has been a scuffle involving a bus up ahead. We're heading there to see if we can reap some benefits." With that, he abandoned Li Tianyu and rushed onward. A confrontation on the bus? Li Tianyu was taken aback. His purpose for being there was indeed the bus, so he decided to follow the group. After several minutes of running, he arrived at a bus stop surrounded by a throng of spectators, some jeering while others hurled insults. As he drew closer, he observed 2 factions engaged in a heated exchange, one inside the bus and the other outside, each shouting vehemently at the other. They spat and taunted, daring one another to fight. To his astonishment, Li Tianyu noticed someone with sputum clinging to their face, yet rather than engaging physically, they were busy clearing their throats to retaliate verbally. This was no brawl. It resembled a farcical exchange akin to peas shooting at one another. Even more shocking was witnessing an individual disrobe to unleash a stream of urine, causing many nearby to recoil in alarm. What in the world was happening? Li Tianyu stood aghast at the spectacle before him. This was not a fight. It was an attempt to disgust the opponent, utterly disgraceful. Seeking clarity, he approached a bystander to inquire about the situation. It turned out that the bus originally belonged to one faction, but after they disembarked to scour the city, they returned to find it commandeered by another group. Consequently, a conflict ensued over the bus. The reason for the lack of physical confrontation, and instead resorting to such revolting tactics, stemmed from the city's regulations against fighting. Their aim was merely to provoke the other side into striking first, thus incurring the punitive consequences of electrocution. It was reported that the two factions had been exchanging insults for over an hour, with the audience having changed several times. Li Tianyu, upon hearing this, felt utterly speechless. Observing the situation, it was clear that the conflict between these two groups would not resolve anytime soon, leaving him unable to assist the woman on the bus. With a sense of resignation, Li Tianyu departed in search of another bus. Shortly after he left, the bus conflict reached an impasse, compelling one faction to retreat in pursuit of another bus, heading in the same direction as Li Tianyu. The leader of this group was none other than Wang Song, who had vowed to seek revenge on Li Tianyu. The city boasted a plethora of buses. After strolling along the road for several minutes, Li Tianyu soon spotted another bus stationed at a bus stop. The bus was devoid of any disputes, with the occasional sight of passengers boarding and alighting. Li Tianyu adjusted his attire and eagerly made his way towards the vehicle. As a car owner, he felt it imperative to maintain his demeanor and reputation. The bus was not particularly crowded, housing around a dozen or so individuals. Upon boarding, Li Tianyu found himself largely ignored, after all. Each bus had its own dynamics. Some were monopolized by certain groups, while others allowed free movement without oversight. This particular bus fell into the latter category. Scanning the interior, Li Tianyu noted 4 or 5 women, though he was uncertain whether they were engaged in any business and decided he would inquire discreetly. Asking women directly about their profession seemed inappropriate, especially since the passengers were clustered in small groups, with only one individual seated alone, eyes closed in slumber. Li Tianyu resolved to approach the solitary man to glean information about the women. The man's resting posture was peculiar, his legs splayed at an exaggerated angle, occupying 2 seats, seemingly protective of his lower anatomy. As Li Tianyu drew near, he was assaulted by a pungent odor of urine. He nearly retched, repulsed by the intensity of the stench that explained why no one else dared to sit nearby. The sleeping figure seemed to stir at the sound of Li Tianyu's gagging. Opening his eyes to regard him with confusion, both men froze. Li Tianyu, Akazuki Takashi? They exclaimed in unison. Li Tianyu recognized Akazuki Takashi immediately. After his return from the zombie world, he had been the target of mockery from dozens in the chat channel, particularly from Akazuki and Wang Song, whose taunts lingered in his memory. He had longed for an opportunity to confront them. Regaining his composure, Li Tianyu queried, How did you recognize me? He instinctively touched his face, certain he was wearing a disguise. Akazuki rubbed his eyes, confirming he was not dreaming, before gritting his teeth and retorting, How could I not recognize you? Li Tianyu, don't think that just because you've become so overweight, I wouldn't recognize you. Even if you returned to ash, I would never forget that face. Inwardly, Akazuki was puzzled by the rapid transformation of Li Tianyu's physique. It was astonishing how quickly he had gained weight in recent days. Were it not for that unforgettable visage, he might not have identified Li Tianyu at all. Akazuki glared at him with malice, for this man had not only taken away his 2 adopted daughters, but had also rendered him impotent, leading to frequent incontinence. This accounted for the odor that clung to him. With that thought, Akazuki produced an object from his trousers and hurled it at Li Tianyu's face. The impact was sudden, and Li Tianyu felt something damp strike him. As he removed the object from his face, he was nearly overwhelmed by nausea. What Akazuki had thrown at him was a pair of damp, urine-scented underwear. What on earth have you lost? Li Tianyu demanded. Although he had already recognized the object in question, he still harbored a sliver of hope as he inquired of Qiu Yueshao. With a sinister grin, Qiu Yueshao replied, A secret weapon specially prepared for you, my diaper. Damn it. Upon hearing Qiu Yueshao's answer, Li Tianyu could no longer contain himself and swung a punch. Bang! Qiu Yueshao was knocked down by the blow, yet Li Tianyu did not escape unscathed. In the next moment, he was met with an electric shock punishment, convulsing briefly before collapsing to the ground. Ha ha. Qiu Yueshao lay on the ground, laughing maniacally, reveling in a sense of vengeance fulfilled. Meanwhile, Li Tianyu writhed on the ground, lamenting his misfortune. He realized he had inadvertently provoked a lunatic, destined to suffer a lifetime of bad luck. Chapter 117. The unfortunate Li Tianyu possessed a D-grade physique and swiftly regained his mobility after enduring the electric shock punishment. A lunatic, he scoffed disdainfully. Li Tianyu staggered to his feet and spat an old phlegm towards Qiu Yueshao. His misfortune was palpable. Having finally boarded a bus, he was unceremoniously outed by a madman, rendering his disguise utterly futile. What revolted him further was the fact that this deranged individual had the audacity to hurl his diaper at Li Tianyu's face. The nauseating act nearly made him retch up his previous night's meal. As for how Qiu Yueshao recognized him, Li Tianyu paid little heed, attributing it to his corpulence rather than any flaw in his mask. He reasoned that he could simply switch to another bus, confident that no one would identify him. With this thought, Li Tianyu turned to exit the vehicle. However, Qiu Yueshao was unwilling to let him escape so easily, summoning an unexpected surge of strength. He lunged to grasp Li Tianyu's sturdy leg. "Where do you think you're going, Li Tianyu?" Qiu Yueshao could not afford to miss this chance for revenge. With the current prohibition against fighting, even if Li Tianyu was formidable, he dared not retaliate lethally. Thus, he was determined to humiliate Li Tianyu thoroughly. Li Tianyu's expression soured as he instinctively kicked at Qiu Yueshao. In the next moment, he convulsed and collapsed in agony. Qiu Yueshao erupted into laughter, clinging tightly to Li Tianyu's thrashing leg. The other passengers on the bus, intrigued, gathered to gawk at the two men sprawled on the floor. Once Li Tianyu recovered from the electric shock, his breathing became heavy with rage. He realized he was ensnared by this lunatic. "You madman, have I wronged you? Let me go," he barked at Qiu Yueshao. Qiu Yueshao trembled with fury upon hearing Li Tianyu's words. "You scoundrel, pretending not to understand? You've stolen my 2 daughters and left me incapacitated. This cannot simply be overlooked." "Stolen your daughters?" Li Tianyu's scalp prickled. When had he ever taken anything from this madman, let alone 2 daughters? Were they truly as stunning as he claimed? It was inconceivable. Even a fool would not believe that such beauty could be associated with Qiu Yueshao. This man was undoubtedly deranged. Li Tianyu rose once more and spat 2 more mouthfuls of phlegm at Qiu Yueshao. He understood now why the previous bus occupants had engaged in such spitting matches during their altercation, with fighting prohibited. They resorted to the only means left to disgust one another. The onlookers began to whisper and point at Li Tianyu, their gazes shifting with judgment. This rotund individual had indeed wronged another, robbing him of his daughters and crippling their father. In this world devoid of legal and moral constraints, vile individuals abounded. As for Qiu Yueshao, he was said to frequently carry a diaper, the stench of which had driven away most passengers from the bus. It appeared that this unfortunate situation was indeed the fault of this rotund man. Li Tianyu, upon overhearing the whispers of those around him, hastily clarified that Qiu Yueshao was merely a lunatic and that he had no acquaintance with the individual. At that moment, a surge of frustration made him wish to deliver a few more kicks to Qiu Yueshao, yet the fear of electric punishment restrained him, compelling him to drag Qiu Yueshao off the bus with great difficulty. Just as Li Tianyu descended from the vehicle, a group approached from a distance. It was none other than Wang Song and his entourage, who had just retreated from another bus. Wang Song's cohort immediately noticed Li Tianyu and Qiu Yueshao, for it was hard to overlook a hefty individual dragging someone along. Initially, although intrigued, they paid little heed to the pair until they drew closer and recognized Li Tianyu's face, which ignited their fury. "Li Tianyu, what are you doing here?" Wang Song bellowed, causing both Li Tianyu and Qiu Yueshao to shudder in unison. "You, how can you recognize me?" Li Tianyu stammered, recalling that Wang Song, like Qiu Yueshao, had previously mocked him in the chat channel, and he realized his predicament was dire. Wang Song scrutinized Li Tianyu from head to toe, mentally lamenting the considerable change in his physique. Were it not for his face, he might not have recognized him at all. Wang Song acknowledged Li Tianyu's formidable strength. Yet under the current prohibition against fighting, even the strongest would hesitate to engage. After them, Wang Song commanded with a wave of his hand, prompting his subordinates to encircle Li Tianyu and Qiu Yueshao, unleashing a torrent of spittle. Some even proceeded to lower their trousers, releasing a deluge of water. While Li Tianyu managed to evade and block the onslaught, Qiu Yueshao, clinging desperately to Li Tianyu's leg while sprawled on the ground, was unable to escape the watery barrage. Most of the deluge splashed onto Qiu Yueshao, some even hitting his face. "Please, don't splash me," Qiu Yueshao instinctively pleaded, only for the water to rush into his mouth. The scene descended into chaos. Li Tianyu, tapping into his latent potential, dragged Qiu Yueshao through the throng. sprinting away into the distance. Lu Yusuan, however, clung tenaciously to Li Tianyu's leg, refusing to let go despite being dragged along. Wang Song's expression darkened. Pursue them. Do not let them escape. Li Tianyu's pace was not particularly swift, resembling a leisurely jog, allowing them ample opportunity to follow and continue their assault. Thus, the street bore witness to a peculiar tableau. Li Tianyu, dragging Lu Yusuan, fled while being pursued by Wang Song's group, who spat and jeered. Coincidentally, Su Yao, accompanied by 5 or 6 followers, happened upon this spectacle, and her lips twitched involuntarily. What animosity must they harbor? Su Yao murmured to herself as she observed the retreating figures. Fortunately, she had not crossed anyone to incite such a loathsome reaction. Otherwise, she would have defied the rules and taken drastic measures against those who annoyed her. Once Li Tianyu and his companions had vanished from sight, Su Yao instructed her subordinates. Let us hasten to find a bus to rest before nightfall. With many teams beginning to monopolize the buses, Su needed to secure one suitable for her group's survival as swiftly as possible. However, with fighting forbidden within the city, the challenge of claiming a bus was formidable indeed. It is said that the Women's Fist Association comprises over 1,000 members, yet they occupy merely 7 or 8 buses, with the majority of individuals dispersed across various other vehicles. Su contemplated the idea of joining the association, however. She resolved to observe the situation for a while longer before making any decisions. In her perspective, despite the Women's Fist Association's formidable presence, the vast number of women it harbors lacks combat capability and requires solutions for their sustenance and safety. Su had little interest in becoming part of an organization rife with burdens. Naturally, if the association truly possessed strength and resources, her joining would not be out of the question. Meanwhile, as Su Yao, Wang Song, and their cohorts searched for buses within the city, other vehicle owners began to initiate connections amongst themselves. Several owners, who had maintained amicable relations in the previous world, decided to meet in the city to strengthen their bonds. For more friends equate to more opportunities. Particularly, with 2 to 3 dozen vehicle owners from the Women's Fist Association, it was only natural for them to convene. The most accessible location in the city for such gatherings was the central area. Consequently, as the number of participants in the chat channel gradually increased, more vehicles began to converge towards the city center, giving rise to an emerging exchange meeting among the vehicle owners. Chapter 118. Zhao Sanson. A beam of white light descended within the confines of the RV, revealing the figure of Zhenminai. Sister, you're back. Upon seeing her sister's arrival, Ai Li immediately rushed to Zhenminai's side. The other women in the RV paused their activities, gathering around Zhenminai with eager curiosity, inquiring about what she had learned from the culinary token this time. Zhenminai glanced around, noticing the absence of Yiming, and inquired with a hint of confusion. Where's Yiming? Sister, Yiming is driving. Ai Li pouted, a hint of jealousy in her tone. She felt slighted that, despite being the first to approach her sister, Zhenminai seemed preoccupied with searching for Yiming, neglecting her younger sister. Sensing Ai Li's dissatisfaction, Zhenminai offered a somewhat awkward consolation. Ai Li, how about I prepare some delicious barbecue for you later? Barbecue? The eyes of Ai Li and the others lit up at her words. Yang Lingyu immediately asked, Zhenminai, did you learn to make barbecue this time? Yes. Zhenminai replied with a smile, adding, although my barbecue lacks any special effects, I assure you it is incredibly tasty. From the 3 culinary tokens, Zhenminai had learned to prepare fried rice, desserts, and barbecue. Among these, only the fried rice possessed restorative properties, while the desserts and barbecue, though lacking in special effects, were delightfully delectable, as if enchanted. After hearing Zhenminai's description, the women could not help but swallow in anticipation. Ai Li, filled with urgency, exclaimed, Sister, I want to eat barbecue. For the past 3 days, Zhenminai had devoted her time to mastering the culinary tokens, and Yi Ming and the others had subsisted primarily on bread and instant noodles. Naturally, with limited ingredients available, they had to resort to such simple fare. Now, the prospect of enjoying barbecue made the women eager to experience its deliciousness. Observing the eager expressions on their faces, Zhenminai smiled and said, I'll go inform Yi Ming that I've learned to make barbecue. Then we can head to the kitchen to marinate the meat and prepare the skewers. Given that it was getting late, Zhenminai would need the help of the others to expedite the process. No one among the women declined, all eagerly agreed, anticipating the evening's barbecue feast. In the driver's cabin, Yiming and Jiangqi heard the lively chatter of the women inside the RV. After a moment, Jin Minai entered the driver's area. Yiming, Jiangqi. I'm back. She shared her newfound skill in barbecue with them and mentioned that dinner would consist of barbecue for everyone. Their eyes brightened at the announcement. And Yiming, unable to suppress his craving, smacked his lips in delight. In truth, barbecue ingredients were the easiest to gather. A simple hunt for a beast guarding a treasure chest would yield the necessary ingredients, making it straightforward to prepare barbecue. This was indeed the reason Jin Minai was eager to treat everyone to barbecue after her return. Moreover, the art of barbecue was not solely acquired by Jin Minai from the culinary token. The value of those who can grill barbecue has yet to be realized. In the future, when they earn a considerable amount of escape currency from selling skewers, everyone will understand the prowess of culinary skills. In a previous life, Yiming had spent several escape coins to sample 2 skewers they had grilled, and indeed, they were delectable. However, it is said that this deliciousness comes at a cost: the chef's physical stamina and mental fortitude. In other words, the grilling by Jin Minai requires both energy and spirit, and cannot be produced indefinitely. This leads one to ponder that dishes like fried rice and desserts likely also consume stamina and spirit, akin to Lu Yusuan's acupuncture. Currently, Jin Minai's 4 attributes are all rated E, and there is no immediate need for attribute orbs to enhance them. Alright, Jin Minai, you go ahead and prepare. We must savor your grilling skills tonight, Yiming remarked with a smile, choosing not to disclose the energy and spirit consumption of grilling to her. When Jin Minai begins skewering, she will naturally discover the truth. Elated by Yiming's affirmation, Jin Minai excitedly took Ailey and the others to the kitchen to prepare the skewers. Meanwhile, Yiming leisurely drove his caravan around the city, occasionally stopping to investigate any passing women to see if they were virgins. The sight of Yiming parking naturally stirred excitement among these women. Some feigned modesty. Others pretended to be pitiable, while many eagerly sought to approach his vehicle. Fortunately, Yiming possessed the ability to discern, ensuring he was not deceived by those masquerading as modest. However, he was acutely aware that the number of virgins on public transport had dwindled significantly. Particularly, attractive women on buses resembled meat thrown into a den of wolves. Without means of self-protection, they would have long been devoured. After searching for approximately 2 hours throughout the city, Yiming finally spotted a virgin on a bus. It is worth noting that during these 2 hours, he had boarded numerous buses, a testament to the scarcity of virgins. Yiming slowly parked his caravan at a bus stop, harboring little hope as he disembarked and stepped onto the adjacent bus. The passengers naturally took note of Yiming's descent from the caravan. Many, upon seeing him board, immediately understood his intentions and eagerly presented themselves. Yiming observed that there were more than 20 individuals on the bus, yet only half rose to introduce themselves. The remaining half congregated at the back of the bus, seemingly indifferent to Yiming's recruitment efforts. It quickly became apparent to Yiming that the group of over 10 gathered at the back was likely united under a leader. "Handsome, are you here to recruit followers? What do you think of me?" A woman in her 30s exclaimed, nearly throwing herself into Yiming's embrace. It was no surprise. Not only was Yiming handsome, but he was also the owner of the vehicle, and agreeing to her would allow her to escape the bus. Instinctively, Yiming scanned this woman. Zhang Rong, favorability, XXX appearance rating, 7. 2 communication with other males, 8. Clearly, this woman did not meet Yiming's criteria. He instinctively pushed her away and proceeded to ignore the men on the bus, focusing on examining each woman present, until Yiming fixed his gaze on a young girl at the rear of the bus. Zhao Sanson, favorability, XXX aesthetic rating, 8. 6. Interacted males, 0. Upon seeing the girl's aesthetic rating and the fact that she had yet to interact with any males, Yiming's eyes lit up. Although the girl's name struck him as somewhat peculiar, he scrutinized the girl closely. Her features were indeed quite delicate, yet her skin bore a slight darkness and roughness. Her figure appeared to be somewhat slender, and having spent an extended period on the bus without any grooming, she seemed like an ordinary girl, rather unremarkable. A dozen individuals at the back of the bus noticed Yiming's attention directed at Zhao Sanson and furrowed their brows in disapproval. Among them, 2 burly men, tanned and with facial features reminiscent of Zhao Sanson, rose with indignation. "What are you staring at, kid?" These 2 men were Zhao Sanson's elder brothers, Zhao Ilong and Zhao Era. The group of men and women who had been seated at the back of the bus, witnessing Zhao Ilong and Zhao Era stand, also rose in unison, casting furious glares at Yiming. Clearly, this assembly was led by Zhao Ilong and Zhao Eru, which explained why Zhao Sanson was still able to retain her status as a maiden. Chapter 119. Negotiating terms, Ming was blissfully unaware of the sibling relationship between Zhao Sansan and the two men, Zhao Yilong and Zhao Eru. As he observed the group of over 10 individuals rise with an intimidating demeanor, he couldn't help but frown. His concern was not for their bravado, but rather for the fact that, under the restrictions against fighting, these individuals might resort to repulsive tactics such as spitting. No matter how formidable Ming was, he had to avoid their wrath. As for his shadow clone ability, in such a scenario, it would only allow him to eliminate a couple of them. It was his only means of combat at present, and hiding was more prudent than flaunting his power. Meanwhile, Zhao Sansan, seated in a corner, took a moment to observe Ming, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if she had seen him somewhere before. Her gaze drifted to the camper parked outside, and suddenly, realization struck her. Wasn't he the owner of the vehicle who had recently killed two men? Zhao Sansan's complexion changed abruptly, and she hastily tugged at her elder brother's clothing. Bro, don't be impulsive. Her face paled. She was unaware of Ming's true capabilities, but she understood that provoking such a powerful individual could spell disaster for the three siblings. She quickly leaned in to whisper in Zhao Yilong's ear, Brother, he is the owner of the camper who killed the two men. Having recently discussed the shadow clone ability with his sister, Zhao Yilong instantly grasped her meaning. His expression shifted dramatically as he turned to regard Ming with newfound seriousness. In contrast, Zhao Eru, oblivious to the tension, stared blankly at his younger sister, puzzled by her sudden concern. What's wrong, sister? You're not actually taken with this fellow, are you? Though he is rather handsome, I suppose he might suit you. Zhao Yilong and Zhao Sansan couldn't help but roll their eyes at his naive remarks. Flushed with indignation, Zhao Sansan pinched the soft flesh at Zhao Eru's waist, signaling him to be silent. If he continued, she feared she might soon find herself in a wedding ceremony. Ouch! Zhao Eru winced at the unexpected pain, further bewildered. What was his sister's true sentiment towards this man? The elder brother and sister seemed to communicate indirectly, leaving Zhao Eru, with his less-than-bright intellect, in a state of confusion. At that moment, Ming was not the only one recognized within the bus. Others gradually began to identify him as well. Whispers circulated, revealing his identity. What? He is the owner who killed those men. A gasp of astonishment echoed through the bus. Many turned to glance at the camper outside, their suspicions confirmed. Some, filled with trepidation, edged towards the exit, ready to flee, while others sought to curry favor with Ming, observing him intently. Despite the commotion around him, Ming remained unfazed, contemplating how to lure Zhao Sansan into the camper. He had discerned that her connection to the two robust men was significant and, through their conversation, understood their sibling bond. Excuse me, brother, do you have something to discuss? Zhao Yilong inquired, although his tone suggested a desire to avoid antagonizing Ming. Hence the polite approach in addressing him. Ming pointed towards Zhao Sansan and declared, I wish to take her to my RV. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yilong felt a heavy weight in his heart. Zhao Sansan's complexion turned pale, and Zhao Eru was filled with fury. You brat, do you intend to abduct my sister? Zhao Eru questioned Ming with a fierce glare. The trio of siblings were not fools. They had already surmised Ming's intentions when he had previously set his sights on Zhao Sansan, suspecting he was plotting to forcibly seize her. Previously, other prospective suitors had shown interest in Zhao Sansan, but they had all been driven away by the protective nature of Zhao Yilong and Zhao Eru. There was no way they would allow Ming to take Zhao Sansan now. Zhao Sansan, aware of Ming's formidable prowess, felt dread at the thought of him potentially harming her brothers and abducting her to live a hellish existence in his RV, only to discard her once his interest waned. Such a fate was too horrifying to contemplate. Zhao Yilong and Zhao Eru brandished a wooden axe and a club, ready to fight to the death. However, the group of over 10 who had been rallying behind the siblings now hesitated, their courage faltering. Among them were several young men who had pursued Zhao Sansan, now silent and averted their gazes, unwilling to support Zhao Yilong and Zhao Eru. They were acutely aware of Ming's lethal capabilities, and any act of defiance could invite deadly repercussions, making the prospect of battle seem foolhardy. Most were unwilling to risk their lives for Zhao Sansan's safety. Ming observed the anger in Zhao Yilong and Zhao Eru's expressions, as well as the pallor on Zhao Sansan's face, and realized he needed to demonstrate sincerity to take Zhao Sansan away. Thus, he spoke solemnly, Brothers, how long can you protect your sister? In the future, there will be no shortage of RV owners seeking to recruit her. If a powerful owner sets his sights on her, can you truly safeguard her forever? Zhao Yilong and Zhao Eru's expressions shifted as they recognized the truth in Yi Ming's words. They had long harbored the fear that stronger owners would emerge, and inevitably, there would come a day when they could no longer protect their sister. No, they were already incapable of shielding her from Yi Ming's advances. Yi Ming continued, "Rest assured, should you entrust her to me, I vow to never mistreat her. If she comes with me and becomes my woman, I will also provide your brothers with ample resources and equipment." However, Zhao Yilong resolutely shook his head, his gaze unwavering. He could not bear the thought of handing his sister over to an RV owner. In his eyes, RV owners were destined to be hunted and would exploit his sister in their quest for treasure. There was no safety in departing the bus. It was the only secure refuge. At that moment, Zhao Sansan, who had been silent until now, spoke up. "How can you guarantee you won't mistreat me? And what kind of equipment and resources can you provide to my brothers?" In truth, Zhao Sansan had already begun to entertain the idea of leaving with Yi Ming. She recognized the validity of his argument. Remaining on the bus ultimately risked endangering her brothers, as other owners could easily abduct her. They might not even need to take her by force. Some owners might simply eliminate Zhao Yilong and Zhao Eru to have their way with her. In order to avoid causing trouble for her two elder brothers and to prevent inciting anger in Yi Ming, Zhao Sansan has already resolved to accompany Yi Ming. Observing that Yi Ming had not resorted to violence, she contemplated negotiating terms to secure some benefits for her brothers. Yi Ming, having a rough understanding of Zhao Sansan's intentions, gestured towards the camper van outside. "You may visit the camper van. You will soon realize that I shall not mistreat you in the future. As for the equipment and resources to support your brothers, I can provide 2 pairs of 1-star battle boots, 2 crossbows, along with some provisions." Yi Ming articulated his terms. Subsequently, if Zhao Sansan were to visit the camper van and witness the well-being of Chu Chu and the other women residing there, she would come to understand that Yi Ming would not harm her. However, should Zhao Sansan still choose not to accompany him after her visit, Yi Ming would unhesitatingly employ his shadow clone technique to forcibly take her away. Chapter 120. Zhao Sansan visits the RV upon hearing Yi Ming's conditions. Zhao Sansan felt quite content. Yi Ming's willingness to provide equipment and resources for her 2 elder brothers was indeed generous. What could she have done if Yi Ming had refused to offer anything? Could she threaten him with her life to extract more? That would be absurd. It was hardly a matter of dowries. "Little sister, I cannot permit you to leave with him," Zhao Yilong interjected, blocking Zhao Sansan's attempt to depart. "I concur," Zhao Eru added anxiously. The 2 brothers were not prepared to barter their sister for equipment and resources, and thus could not agree to her accompanying Yi Ming. Zhao Sansan understood their reluctance. However, remaining on the bus offered no future. A formidable vehicle owner could easily jeopardize their lives. Rather than face such uncertainty, it seemed wiser to accompany Yi Ming. Moreover, he did not strike her as a villain, perhaps merely a bit lecherous. Any woman presented with such an opportunity would likely accept without hesitation. What reason did she have to decline? She swiftly reassured her brothers. "Eldest brother, second brother, weren't you always urging me to find a suitable husband? Now that an opportunity has arisen, why do you refuse? He is capable, handsome, and a vehicle owner. What more could you want?" Zhao Yilong momentarily faltered, contemplating his response. "We still do not know this person well. What if he were to harm or mistreat you? I cannot agree to your leaving with him." Zhao Eru, wishing to voice his concerns, found himself at a loss for words, ultimately muttering, "I feel the same." Upon hearing her brother's words, Zhao Sansan felt a warm glow in her heart. Having 2 protective brothers was indeed a blessing. Regrettably, their trio had failed to secure transportation on their first day in this world, leaving them vulnerable to Yi Ming's threats. At that moment, Yi Ming could no longer remain silent and felt compelled to clarify. "Rest assured, I will not mistreat her. I have a penchant for inviting beautiful women aboard. Allowing your sister to visit my vehicle simply means introducing her to the other women there. So she understands that she would not be harmed in my company." Everyone in the bus, including Zhao Sansan, was taken aback. Goodness, they thought, realizing from Yi Ming's words that there were indeed several other women in his RV. This was not entirely surprising. Many male vehicle owners harbored similar intentions of inviting attractive women aboard. However, such practices could undermine team strength, prompting many owners to recruit capable men instead. Yet, numerous owners remained indifferent to team dynamics and continued to invite beautiful women. Clearly, Yi Ming belonged to the latter category. All the men present felt a twinge of envy. Who wouldn't desire a vehicle filled with beautiful women? Yi Ming had achieved that feat. making his recruitment of Zhao Sansan seem entirely reasonable and subtly revealing his ability to gather women and garner favor. Ming turned to Zhao Sansan and said, "Why don't you take a tour of the RV? I will stay here and get acquainted with your brothers." His tone brooked no refusal, as if he had already decided that Zhao Sansan would comply. With a complex expression, Zhao Sansan nodded, aware that her fate was now irrevocably tied to Ming's. Unsure whether this was a blessing or a curse, she offered her two brothers a reassuring glance before venturing alone into the RV. Meanwhile, Ming sent a message to Chu, instructing her to welcome Zhao Sansan before approaching Zhao Yilong and Zhao Eru. Ming endeavored to establish a rapport with the two, recognizing them as his brothers-in-law. Zhao Yilong and Zhao Eru appeared somewhat taken aback by the sudden addition of a new brother-in-law, their faces stern and silent. Uncertain of what to say, however, Ming was confident that the arrangement was largely settled. Through Zhao Sansan, he was certain he could assist Zhao Yilong and Zhao Eru in taking command of the bus, thus expanding his own influence. While Ming did not particularly require the power of the bus, he understood that manpower would be essential for future endeavors, whether it be for tackling high-level treasure chests or confronting rival factions. In Ming's eyes, the bus led by Zhao Yilong and Zhao Eru seemed far more reliable than that under Han Wei's command. On the other side, Zhao Sansan approached the RV with palpable trepidation and spotted Jiang Qi seated in the passenger seat, her presence immediately establishing a stark contrast. Although Zhao Sansan was not lacking in beauty, she felt overshadowed by Jiang Qi, clad in clean clothes and exuding a vibrant demeanor. It was evident that Jiang Qi enjoyed a comfortable life within the RV. In contrast, Zhao Sansan had not bathed during her days on the bus, and her garments were soiled, igniting a sense of inferiority within her as she faced Jiang Qi. At that moment, the RV door swung open, and an even more stunning woman leaned out, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Zhao Sansan. She quickly waved, beckoning Zhao Sansan to enter. "You must be Zhao Sansan. Come on in." This woman was none other than Ming's primary wife, Chu. Secretly, Chu admired Ming for his taste in women, acknowledging that while she could question his character, she could never doubt his ability to choose companions. Each woman he selected made Chu's heart flutter with envy. Upon seeing Chu, Zhao Sansan felt even more self-conscious. Chu was breathtakingly beautiful, with a fair complexion and delicate features, resembling a pampered heiress. In stark contrast, Zhao Sansan appeared to be a rustic girl, having not even washed her face that day. As Chu waved her over, Zhao Sansan gritted her teeth and climbed aboard the RV. Once inside, Zhao Sansan was pleasantly surprised by the spaciousness of the interior, a fact she had heard about in the chat channels. Each upgraded vehicle boasted an expanded interior, though the extent varied. The RV before her certainly offered ample space, sufficient for more than 10 individuals to move about comfortably, far more generous than the crowded bus. "Hello, Sansan, I'm Chu. I will be your guide for the RV tour." Chu introduced herself. Before Zhao Sansan could fully absorb her surroundings, she felt a sense of camaraderie with Chu, as their names bore a slight resemblance. Under the guidance of Chu, Zhao Sansan embarked on a tour of the recreational vehicle. Her attention was immediately captured by a cluster of small trees positioned in a corner. To her astonishment, some of these trees bore ears of wheat and rice of varying sizes, with some appearing almost ripe while others had just begun to sprout. How could this be? Zhao Sansan widened her eyes, witnessing something beyond her comprehension. How could wheat and rice possibly grow on trees? Having grown up amidst the fields, she had never encountered such a sight, and began to question whether she was hallucinating. Noticing Zhao Sansan's fascination with the high-yield crops, Chu offered a brief explanation. "What? A daily harvest?" Zhao Sansan was utterly astonished, and upon observing the diverse sizes of the ears of wheat and rice on the saplings, the reason for the daily harvest became apparent. It was evident that the varying growth durations of the ears on the saplings resulted in a staggered maturity, allowing for a different crop to ripen each day. Chapter 121. Meeting the women. Zhao Sansan gazed at the 20 or so saplings before her, realizing that in the future, Ming would undoubtedly never lack for food, and might even have an abundance that would be impossible to consume. She decided to share some of the bounty with her two elder brothers. For Ming, it was merely a trivial matter, easily accomplished with a few words. Of course, Zhao Sansan understood that the prerequisite for all this was her acceptance as Ming's woman and her obedience to him, to prevent her brothers from going hungry. She felt that enduring a little discomfort was a small price to pay. After all, the meager rations she obtained daily from the treasure chest on the bus were insufficient. While she would not starve, She certainly could not satiate her hunger, leaving her too weak to fight. Although her brothers commanded the bus, they too were perpetually hungry. If she could provide them with some rice and flour each day, it would undoubtedly alleviate their struggle for survival and solidify their authority on the bus. With a glimmer of determination in her eyes, Zhao Sansan resolved to please Ming and procure some food for her brothers. At that moment, Chu, noticing that Zhao Sansan was lost in thought while staring at the high-yield crops, couldn't help but rouse her. Sansan, let me show you the bathroom and kitchen on our bus and introduce you to the other sisters. Okay, Zhao Sansan replied softly, observing the surroundings of the bus. The interior was furnished with an array of supplies, weaponry, and a couple of large beds pushed together. Upon seeing the large bed, Zhao Sansan felt a flush of embarrassment, her mind racing with thoughts that she quickly chose to ignore. Chu first led Zhao Sansan to the spacious bathroom, eliciting a look of surprise and anticipation on her face. It was undeniable. She longed for a hot shower to cleanse herself. And she was astonished by the excellent conditions in Ming's vehicle. Subsequently, Chu guided her to the kitchen. As they approached the entrance, Zhao Sansan was met with the lively chatter and laughter of young women within. Inside the kitchen, Jin Minai and Zhang Xiaoman were busy processing the wolf carcasses obtained from the black vehicle. With no storage space on Ming's bus, these carcasses needed to be converted into jerky swiftly to prevent spoilage. Meanwhile, the trio of girls, Ai Li, Yang Lingyu, and Lu Yusuan, were skewering meat. Ai Li and Yang Lingyu seemed to be embroiled in a minor dispute, exchanging playful banter. Ai Li teased Yang Lingyu about being a grade A powerhouse who, just a few nights prior, was too timid to remove her top while sleeping. Yang Lingyu, incensed, retorted, but her response was weak, and Ai Li's haughty comeback, "Well, I'm still bigger than you," nearly left her breathless with indignation. Lu Yusuan, while skewering, chuckled as she listened to their playful jabs, occasionally interjecting to support either Yang Lingyu or Ai Li, ensuring the verbal sparring remained balanced. As Chu pushed the door open, Zhao Sansan entered, and all eyes turned curiously towards her. Observing the women in the kitchen, Zhao Sansan was struck by their beauty. It seemed that every woman on Ming's bus surpassed her in looks, making her feel rather ordinary. Yet, she found solace in the fact that these women appeared to be in excellent spirits, showing no signs of hunger or mistreatment. Clearly, they thrived under Ming's protection. This was also Ming's intention in allowing her to visit the RV, to assure her that she would not be subjected to mistreatment or bullying once she boarded. Nearby, Chu introduced Zhao Sansan to the other women, saying, "This is our new sister, Zhao Sansan." The women greeted Zhao Sansan warmly, devoid of any mockery, creating an inviting atmosphere that made her feel at ease. "Sister Sansan, we'll be having grilled skewers for dinner tonight, and my sister makes them absolutely delicious," Ai Li exclaimed, showcasing her freshly prepared skewer to Zhao Sansan. Zhao Sansan smiled in response, promising herself that she would savor the grilled delicacies. Subsequently, Chu led Zhao Sansan to the driver's cabin to meet Jiang Qi, further familiarizing her with the RV's surroundings. Chu then presented Zhao Sansan with 2 pairs of combat boots and 2 crossbows. "Sansan, these are the provisions my husband asked me to give you. Take them and bid farewell to your brothers." "Thank you, Chu," Zhao Sansan replied, her expression a mixture of emotions. Ming had indeed bestowed such significant equipment upon her. The combat boots would enhance the abilities of her brothers, while the crossbows were even more remarkable. With the crossbows, Zhao Long could lead hunts for wild wolves, securing food for them. Clutching the crossbows and combat boots, Zhao Sansan bid farewell to Chu and quickly returned to the bus. At that moment, Zhao Long and Zhao Er, who were already growing anxious. Upon seeing Zhao Sansan return unharmed, they both sighed in relief. "Brother," Zhao Sansan approached Zhao Long and Ming. She glanced at Ming, and without the previous filter of resistance, felt her cheeks flush involuntarily, quickly lowering her gaze to feign indifference. This subtle shift did not escape the notice of the trio, each displaying varied expressions. Zhao Long was taken aback, Zhao Er who was bewildered, while Ming remained unfazed, feeling a sense of reassurance. The conditions aboard his RV were such that no woman could remain indifferent. If Zhao Sansan had emerged from her visit still guarded and hostile, it would have perplexed Ming. Observing the combat boots and crossbows in Zhao Sansan's hands, it was evident that her decision to board his RV was now a foregone conclusion. Consequently, Ming felt no need to forcibly abduct her using his shadow clones. He addressed Zhao Sansan, saying, "Sansan, take your time to say goodbye to your brothers. I will return to the RV. With that, he departed the bus without looking back, granting the siblings the space to converse. Brother, these are the combat boots and crossbows for you, Zhao Sansan announced, handing the items to Zhao Ilong and Zhao Erhu. Eldest brother, with this crossbow, you can hunt wild wolves. Second brother, once you wear these combat boots, you can showcase the skills you learned from the token. Previously, the three siblings had received a skill token on the bus, which Zhao Erhu had utilized. The token imparted martial arts techniques. However, lacking any attribute enhancements, Zhao Erhu had been unable to fully harness the martial prowess. Now, with the combat boots, his capabilities would significantly improve. Meanwhile, Zhao Ilong would be able to hunt wild wolves with the crossbow, solidifying his position as the leader aboard the bus. Thus, the crossbow and combat boots held great significance for the two brothers. Zhao Ilong, with a complex expression, took the combat boots and crossbow. Gazing at Zhao Sansan as he inquired, "Little sister, have you truly resolved to accompany the Yi Ming?" "Yes, brother. Rest assured, I have inspected the caravan. The women there live quite comfortably. I shall not be subjected to mistreatment or abuse." Zhao Sansan refrained from disclosing the circumstances within the caravan to her brothers. Had they known that Yi Ming's vehicle housed 7 women and that their sister was the 8th, they would undoubtedly be displeased. Meanwhile, Zhao Erhu fiddled with the combat boots in his hands and softly suggested, "Third sister, since Yi Ming has returned to the caravan, why not seize the opportunity to quietly make our escape?" Zhao Sansan playfully tapped her second brother on the head, exclaiming with a mix of amusement and exasperation, "Why would I run away? After all this time, I have finally found a man, and you want me to flee?" Zhao Erhu awkwardly scratched his head in response. Chapter 122. Reunion. Wang Jiaoer and Yi Ming returned to their caravan, where they engaged in light-hearted conversation with Jiang Qi regarding Zhao Sansan's circumstances. After a brief wait, they observed Zhao Sansan, her eyes slightly reddened, being escorted off the bus by her brothers, Zhao Ilong and Zhao Erhu. "Little sister, remember to check in with us every day. Don't hide anything from us. If you face any grievances or bullying, your second brother and I will find a way to bring you back," Zhao Ilong urged earnestly. Zhao Erhu nodded in agreement, assuring his sister that he would always stand by her side. Though the two brothers considered confronting Yi Ming to warn him against mistreating their sister, they realized the disparity in their strength and status rendered such threats futile. To intimidate Yi Ming might only provoke further bullying of Zhao Sansan. Their only recourse was to strengthen their own capabilities and manage the bus effectively to provide support for their sister. Zhao Sansan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She truly wished not to part from her brothers. This farewell was fraught with uncertainty as to when they might reunite. Nevertheless, the siblings made a pact to exchange messages daily to assure one another of their safety. Under the watchful gaze of Zhao Ilong and Zhao Erhu, Zhao Sansan turned back several times as she walked towards the caravan. It was only when Chu Chu opened the door that Zhao Sansan reluctantly boarded the vehicle. Yi Ming waved goodbye to the brothers as he slowly drove away, disappearing from view. Watching the caravan depart, Zhao Erhu clenched his fists in frustration, exclaiming, "If I find out that he dares to bully our sister, I will not let him off easily." Zhao Ilong, however, placed a reassuring hand on his younger brother's shoulder, saying, "Do not think that way. I believe our little sister will have a better and safer life ahead." The fact that Yi Ming is willing to provide them with equipment already indicates his intention to care for her. It may be better for her to leave with Yi Ming rather than struggle for food and sleep on the bus, facing risks from other drivers. Inside the caravan, Chu Chu sought to comfort the despondent Zhao Sansan, cheerfully suggesting, "How about an ice bath to help you relax?" Zhao Sansan considered the idea, but felt she should first see Yi Ming. Noticing her hesitation, Chu Chu playfully took Zhao Sansan's arm and led her toward the bathroom. "Your husband is busy driving right now. If you have anything to share with him, there will be plenty of time for whispers tonight. Let's take a bath first. I assure you, my scrubbing skills are exceptional and will leave you feeling refreshed." There's no need for that. Zhao Sansan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she attempted to decline. She hadn't anticipated Chu Chu's enthusiasm and her offer to help bathe her, leading to her stammered refusal. Yet, Chu Chu seemed oblivious to her discomfort, wrapping her arm around Zhao Sansan's as if they were close friends. "Let's head to the bathroom. I'll also fill you in on what has been happening with your husband and in the caravan. As long as you remain loyal, I promise you will be safe." Upon hearing this, Zhao Sansan obediently followed Chu Chu to the bathroom, eager to learn more about Yi Ming and the happenings within the caravan. In the driver's seat, Jiang Qi couldn't resist glancing back into the cabin, chuckling helplessly. "Darling, Sanson has been taken to the bathroom by Chu Chu. Let them be, thought Yi Ming. Feeling somewhat helpless, he had intended to inform Zhao Sanson that he would provide some supplies for her brother the following day. But she had already been taken to the bathroom by Chu Chu. It was hardly surprising that Chu Chu acted this way. Despite Zhao Sanson's darker complexion, her beauty was undeniable, and she possessed a unique purity reminiscent of a country girl, which intrigued Chu Chu. Yi Ming could only acquiesce to Chu Chu's whims, trusting that once her curiosity was satisfied, she would no longer cling to Zhao Sanson. Chu Chu was aware of her boundaries and understood what was appropriate and what was not. Matters requiring true expertise were best left to specialists. As Yi Ming noted the waning daylight, he decided against continuing his search for the initial female and instead drove towards the city, intending to rendezvous with Jior. Currently, Wang Jior awaited him in the city center, while Yi Ming had wasted considerable time in his pursuit of the initial female. As he approached the heart of the city, the number of vehicles on the road increased significantly. Jiang Qi, seated in the passenger seat, observed the various types of vehicles with curiosity. Along the way, they had encountered several tanks, along with an array of RVs, off-road vehicles, and sports cars. This indicated that there were indeed many formidable teams out there. Jiang Qi felt a surge of caution and awareness, recognizing that no team should be underestimated. Having witnessed the capabilities of some vehicle owners in the zombie world alongside Yi Ming, she understood that their skills could be remarkably diverse. It was entirely possible that one of these owners possessed a unique ability that could lead them into trouble. While Yi Ming's RV was commendable among the numerous vehicles, it was neither conspicuous nor out of place. As they drove, no one sought to cause trouble, and the city exuded a rare sense of harmony. Following the rough directions provided by Wang Jior, Yi Ming soon located a small car in front of an abandoned building. That must be Jior's vehicle, he mused. Jiang Qi, intrigued by the car, recalled Jior mentioning that her vehicle was an A-class model. To the untrained eye, it might appear to be a standard D or C-class vehicle. Yi Ming parked the RV beside the small car and noticed a creature of similar size to a human sitting in the driver's seat, a hornet. Had anyone else witnessed this scene, they would likely have screamed in terror, convinced that a hornet had transformed into a humanoid. However, Yi Ming and Jiang Qi recognized it as Wang Jior's mutated hornet queen, now evolved to such an extent. Jior's ability to traverse the storm-ravaged world for 3 days was largely attributable to this hornet. After securing the RV, Yi Ming and Jiang Qi approached the small car. The hornet, noticing their presence, opened and closed its mandibles repeatedly, seemingly intent on devouring them. Yi Ming rapped on the car door, calling out, "Jior, we've arrived. Are you in there?" After a brief wait, the car door swung open, and Wang Jior, clad in pajamas, leapt into Yi Ming's embrace. "Brother Yi Ming, I've missed you so much." "Jior, do you only miss your brother Yi Ming and not me?" Jiang Qi teased from the side, unable to resist the playful jab. Wang Jior emerged from Yi Ming's embrace with a bright smile, exclaiming, "Sister Jiang Qi, you always tease me. How could I not miss you?" Although the three had not seen each other for several days, their reunion inevitably sparked fond memories of their time in the zombie-infested world. Yi Ming observed Wang Jior clad in her sleepwear and inquired, "Jior, were you just asleep?" Wang Jior glanced down at her attire, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. The past 3 days had been exhausting, alternating shifts driving with the mutated Bee King, and she had taken the opportunity to rest while Yi Ming had not yet arrived. Dozing off without changing her clothes, hearing Yi Ming's voice had roused her from slumber. Yi Ming chuckled, "Why not change into something else? I'll take you to meet the other sisters. They've been eager to see you." Chapter 123. The purpose behind the exchange meeting. As dusk approached, the majority of teams had departed from the disaster-stricken world and arrived in the city, resulting in the chat channel swelling to nearly 100,000 participants. Consequently, the atmosphere within the channel became remarkably lively, with a barrage of messages flooding in, making it nearly impossible to keep up. Amidst the cacophony of information, one particular message quickly began to dominate the screen: an invitation for all vehicle owners to attend a car owners exchange meeting in the city center. This announcement was simultaneously posted by hundreds, suggesting that someone had hired individuals to disseminate this message uniformly across the chat channel. All attention swiftly gravitated towards the exchange meeting, prompting numerous teams to express their curiosity about the event. Huang Daorong remarked, "A car owners exchange meeting? It seems there are hundreds spamming the chat. Quite the undertaking. Who is the organizer?" Zhang Jiajing inquired, "What purpose does the exchange meeting serve? Is it for trading supplies?" Bai Sheng responded, "An exchange meeting? I happen to be in the city center, where indeed a considerable number of vehicles are gathered. Soon, others in the chat began to share similar insights regarding the central area. Currently, that zone boasted at least thousands of various vehicles, with some owners congregating to share intelligence or trade valuable items. With a strict no-fighting rule in place, the city center remained peaceful, transforming into an increasingly vibrant locale. Consequently, many vehicle owners felt compelled to make their way to the city center. In the plaza of the central area, several imposing vehicles were parked, including tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, armored cars, fire trucks, and ambulances, all exuding an intimidating presence. A bonfire flickered in front of these vehicles, with 20 to 30 individuals seated around it, some being followers, others vehicle owners. The hundreds of people spamming the chat about the exchange meeting were, in fact, acting on behalf of those gathered at the bonfire. A short-haired woman questioned, "Fei Gu, is it really necessary to go through so much trouble to form a convoy?" Beside her sat a young man, who, oblivious to her query, was rapidly devouring skewers of grilled meat, hardly concerned about the heat. "These skewers are absolutely delectable. I think our team should definitely recruit a chef skilled in barbecuing," he exclaimed. The woman, seeing the young man absorbed in his meal and unresponsive to her, could only sigh and continue to enjoy her own skewer. Meanwhile, near a derelict building, a gathering of 30 or so vehicles formed. Numerous female vehicle owners disembarked to engage in conversation and even trade supplies. They were members of the Women's Fist faction, now gathered to connect and share experiences. Within one armored vehicle, the robust Wang Ling surveyed her followers and queried, "Have you Ming and Wang Jiao made contact? Are they willing to sell the zombie crystal cores?" "Leader, we have been unable to reach them for now." A woman inside the vehicle replied with a hint of frustration. She had sent messages to both individuals requesting the purchase of zombie crystal cores but had received no response. Wang Ling furrowed her brow upon hearing this. The zombie crystal core was essentially a lower-tier version of the monster essence, which could enhance the statue in her vehicle. However, monster essences could only be obtained by slaying Class C monsters, a feat that her female boxing sect was currently incapable of achieving. Thus, the zombie crystal core remained her sole material for upgrading the statue. Naturally, she coveted the zombie crystal cores held by Yi Ming and Wang Jiao, but her inability to contact them left her feeling quite helpless. Noticing Wang Ling's troubled expression, a female follower quickly shifted the topic. "Master, there are people in the chat channel promoting a vehicle owners exchange meeting." "Oh?" Wang Ling's eyes sparkled with intrigue upon hearing this. Inside the RV kitchen, with Yi Ming having brought Wang Jiao aboard, along with Zhao Sanson who had just finished her shower and donned a fresh outfit, the number of beautiful women in Yi Ming's vehicle had reached 9. Yi Ming looked at the girls gathered around him, chattering and laughing, and felt an overwhelming sense of joy. From the playful Chu Chu and Jiang Qi to the bickering AI Li and Yang Lingyu, and the giggling Lu Yusuan and Wang Jiao who were watching with amusement, to the focused Zhen Minai grilling skewers and the somewhat anxious Zhao Sanson checking the chat channel. The scene was a vibrant tapestry of beauty. Zhen Minai grilled the skewers, with a range hood in the kitchen preventing any smoke issues. The skewers sizzled on the grill, releasing an enticing aroma that gradually filled the kitchen. Gulping, Zhao Sanson swallowed hard as her stomach audibly protested. She had been starving for days, and the smell of barbecued meat was almost enough to steal her soul away. As the seasoning was sprinkled over the meat, the fragrance intensified, compelling everyone in the kitchen to inhale deeply. "This is simply too fragrant," Wang Jiao exclaimed, unable to contain her astonishment. The aroma was almost unreal. It was her first time encountering such a delicious barbecue. Had it not been for the range hood absorbing much of the scent, everyone present would have surely been entranced. AI Li and Yang Lingyu paused their banter, leaning over to peer at the skewers behind Zhen Minai, their mouths watering uncontrollably. Truly, this is the result of skills learned from the culinary token. Yi Ming couldn't help but marvel. Whoever mastered this craft could easily earn a significant amount of fleeing coins by merely selling skewers in the chat channel daily. At that moment, no one noticed the beads of fragrant sweat on Zhen Minai's forehead, the source of which remained a mystery, whether it was from the heat of grilling or sheer exertion. "The skewers are ready. Everyone can eat now," Zhen Minai announced, handing 2 perfectly grilled skewers to AI Li and Yang Lingyu. The 2 girls, holding the skewers, stifled their urge to sneak a bite and began distributing the meat to everyone. Once everyone received their share, they couldn't resist tasting the delicacies. "Delicious," each person sang praises, nearly biting their tongues in delight over the savory skewers. After consuming 2 skewers, Zhao Sansan stealthily traded the remaining ones to Zhao Elong. Such delectable skewers deserved to be shared with her 2 older brothers. Yiming noticed Zhao Sansan's actions but chose to remain silent about it. Upon learning that their sister could indulge in such delectable skewered meat, the last vestige of concern dissipated from the hearts of the Zhao brothers. Zhao Sansan was faring far better in the caravan than they were. "Darling, there is an organization arranging a gathering for vehicle owners." Zhang Xiaoman informed Yi Ming about the situation in the chat channel while savoring her meat skewer. Yi Ming glanced at the information and nodded. "In a moment. Joer and I will drive over to take a look." In truth, Yi Ming was already somewhat acquainted with this gathering. A certain vehicle owner had received a badge for establishing a fleet, yet their ambitions were excessive, seeking to recruit only owners of A-class vehicles. Although the initial phase was successful, with only A-class vehicle owners joining, these individuals were not easily governed by that ambitious leader. Consequently, internal conflicts arose within the fleet, as no one was willing to submit, and it soon fell apart due to disputes over interests. Chapter 124. Qiu Yueshao joins Li Tianyu's team. "What did you say? Your daughter is Ellie?" In a dimly lit corner of the city, Li Tianyu stared wide-eyed at Qiu Yueshao, doubting his own hearing. Not long ago, he had managed to shake off Wang Song and his crew with great difficulty, only to discover that Qiu Yueshao's daughter was none other than Ellie. There was certainly something amiss. After all, the disguise he wore had been sold to him by Ellie. Previously, when Qiu Yueshao claimed that his 2 daughters had been taken from him, Li Tianyu instinctively thought of the enchanting beauty, and yet it turned out to be Ellie. What puzzled Li Tianyu even further was that he had no significant enmity with Qiu Yueshao or Wang Song's group. Why would they go to such lengths to entrap him? Now, even Li Tianyu, despite his naivety, realized that there were matters unbeknownst to him. Ultimately, he and Qiu Yueshao exchanged information to piece together the inconsistencies, leading to a startling revelation. Someone was impersonating him to create chaos. Fury coursed through Li Tianyu, causing his entire body to tremble. He ripped off the disguise and hurled it to the ground, stamping on it twice. Who was the scoundrel behind this? Qiu Yueshao stood awkwardly to the side, aware that he had been used as a pawn. "Li Tianyu, have you offended anyone?" he inquired. "Offended someone?" Instantly, the image of Yi Ming appeared in Li Tianyu's mind. The only person he had antagonized in the world of escape was Yi Ming. It all began when he seized Yi Ming's van, which led to a series of retaliatory actions, including Jiang Qi tricking him into purchasing battle boots, and nearly meeting his demise at the hands of Wang Zhouer's swarm in the zombie world. And clearly, the situation had not yet concluded. Yi Ming had orchestrated Ellie selling him the disguise, resulting in the vengeance from Qiu Yueshao and Wang Song's group. These were likely all schemes devised by Yi Ming. Realization dawned upon Li Tianyu that he had crossed a petty individual. Under normal circumstances, losing a van would lead to nothing more than a few harsh words exchanged in a chat channel, but Yi Ming was employing various means to ensnare him. Consequently, he fell victim to every trap without the slightest forewarning. Li Tianyu's face quivered with rage as he cursed Yi Ming inwardly. He was not one to suffer in silence. With such treachery, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. "Yi Ming, just you wait." Beside him, Qiu Yueshao's eyes glimmered. Then he asked, "Is this Yi Ming the one you mentioned?" Filled with anger, Li Tianyu nodded emphatically. "It must be him. He undoubtedly instructed Ellie to sell me this disguise." Qiu Yueshao's eyes narrowed in fury as he declared, "This man has stolen my daughter and rendered me incapacitated. I share an irreconcilable vendetta with him." He then placed a reassuring hand on Li Tianyu's shoulder, expressing his willingness to assist in the quest for vengeance. However, upon hearing Qiu Yueshao's words, Li Tianyu scrutinized him from head to toe before shaking his head. Qiu Yueshao was a cripple, exuding an unpleasant odor. He was of no use whatsoever. It was evident that Qiu Yueshao sought to become his follower, yet Li Tianyu had no intention of recruiting such a liability. The pungent odor of urine would render the van unbearable. The 4 alluring companions might very well administer a beating to him for it. Li Tianyu contemplated finding 2 women on the bus, yet he had no intention of involving Qiu Yueshao. After exchanging a few words with her, he prepared to depart. Noticing his intent, Qiu Yueshao hastily intercepted him, asserting her worth and expressing a desire to become his follower. "Worth? What value do you possess?" Li Tianyu inquired, puzzled. Qiu Yueshao instinctively straightened her posture, proclaiming, "I previously obtained a skill token on the bus, and now I can concoct potions." The skill token she acquired was indeed commendable. enabling her to create a restorative elixir, which might aid in healing the injuries inflicted upon him by Yi Ming. However, this required gathering the necessary materials first. Upon hearing Qiu Yuexiao's revelation, Li Tianyu was taken aback, realizing her potential capabilities. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided to accept her. Qiu Yuexiao is undoubtedly a rare talent. The ability to produce healing potions held immense value, and should she be provided with the materials, it could yield substantial benefits. Moreover, Qiu Yuexiao was the father of Ellie, the captivating blonde girl with twin ponytails who could resist her charm. Li Tianyu often found himself gazing at Ellie's avatar before drifting off to sleep each night. With Qiu Yuexiao's connection, he might even have the chance to entice Ellie into his van someday. Meanwhile, Yi Ming remained oblivious to the alliance forming between Li Tianyu and Qiu Yuexiao. As they plotted their revenge for his theft of Ellie, inside the camper, Zhen Minai had prepared over 200 skewers of meat, exhausting herself physically and mentally to the point of fatigue. The other women were taken aback, clearly not expecting that grilling skewers would deplete one's energy and spirit. Yi Ming had been observing Zhen Minai closely, and just before she collapsed, he caught her in his arms. "Brother Yi Ming, barbecuing is so tiring." Zhen Minai murmured softly before closing her eyes and drifting into slumber. Nestled in Yi Ming's embrace, she unconsciously relaxed, as though she had found the most blissful haven. Watching the young woman sleep, Yi Ming felt a pang of tenderness in his heart. He fashioned a towel to gently wipe the sweat from her face, and then carried her to the double bed for rest. The bed's restorative effects would surely revive her after a brief slumber. "Kuchu, please prepare a meal for Zhen Minai when she awakens," Yi Ming instructed. Zhen Minai had been too preoccupied with grilling skewers to eat adequately, and to regain her strength, she would need nourishment. Kuchu nodded in agreement. "Don't worry, darling. I will take good care of Zhen Minai." The others had nearly finished their meals. Those still hungry could continue grilling some ordinary skewers or indulge in bread and instant noodles. Yi Ming felt assured, leaving the women to tidy up the kitchen while he took Wang Jiuer with him to attend the car owners' exchange meeting. Wang Jiuer held a skewer of exquisite grilled meat, not needing to return to her compact vehicle. Instead, she took her place in the passenger seat of the camper van, effortlessly guiding its movement with her mental prowess. Soon, Yi Ming took the wheel while Wang Jiuer directed the camper and the small car through the bustling streets of the city, swiftly locating a gathering spot filled with hundreds of vehicles. As night fell, the cars illuminated the surroundings with their headlights, casting a warm glow. Numerous individuals wandered through the assembly, some even setting up stalls to engage in trade. The entire area resembled a vibrant night market, teeming with life. Yi Ming and Wang Jiuer found a secluded corner to park, leaving Chu Chu, Jiang Qi, and a few others to guard the vehicle. They then descended from the camper to explore the lively gathering, accompanied by Ai Li and Yang Lingyu. Initially, Yi Ming had hesitated to bring Ai Li and Yang Lingyu along, but their insatiable curiosity about the bustling scene compelled them to charm him, ultimately persuading him to acquiesce to their wishes. Chapter 125. The thunder of firearms. Yi Ming meandered through the gathering place with the three young ladies, Wang Jiuer, Ai Li, and Yang Lingyu, when their attention was captivated by a sign at a nearby stall. Curiosity piqued, they halted their steps. The stall displayed several weapons, while two men vigilantly surveyed their surroundings. At the slightest approach, they would grasp the weapons at hand to deter any potential theft. It is important to note that although fighting was prohibited, there were no regulations against stealing. Many vendors had previously fallen victim to theft due to carelessness, losing their goods without recourse, left only to lament their misfortune. Consequently, every stall in the gathering place offered limited items, wary of being pilfered. What drew Yi Ming to this particular stall was not the merchandise, but rather the proprietor's desire to exchange for high-yield seeds and poultry. As he and the three ladies approached the stall, he glanced over the few weapons on display, a one-star dagger among them, with the rest being zero-star wooden spears and axes. Intrigued, Yi Ming inquired, "My friend, have you managed to acquire any high-yield seeds or poultry?" The two men at the stall, however, were not inclined to respond to Yi Ming's question. Their attention was ensnared by the three young ladies behind him, Wang Jiuer, Ai Li, and Yang Lingyu. Their eyes widened in awe, a twinge of envy stirring within them for Yi Ming. Such youthful beauties were rare treasures, and they too yearned for such companions. Beautiful women had become a scarce resource, and although they had scoured public transport in search of them, the stunning maidens seemed to dwindle, all coveted by the male passengers. This scarcity explained Yi Ming's own fruitless search throughout the city, culminating in the discovery of only Zhao Sansan. It was common knowledge that the overwhelming majority of male passengers were on the lookout for lovely women, leaving the bus's beauties nearly depleted. Some fair maidens even set their sights on passengers prior to boarding, asserting that only A or B-level vehicles would suffice for their company, dismissing lower-tier transports like vans and compact cars altogether. The three young ladies trailing Yi Ming were not only striking in appearance, but radiated a refreshing vitality, further enchanting the men. One of the men, neglecting Yi Ming's query, turned his gaze to the three ladies and proposed, "Lovely ladies, would you care to join me in my vehicle?" He gestured towards an armored vehicle parked behind his stall, his pride evident as he boasted, "Behold, this armored vehicle is a B-class transport, ensuring your utmost safety." The three young women were not easily swayed. Upon hearing the man's words, they exchanged glances of disdain. AI Li was the first to scoff. "Come now, with these dilapidated weapons of yours, what is there to boast about? You think we would accompany you? How utterly ridiculous." Yang Lingyu and Wang Jiuer stifled their laughter, their mockery unmistakably directed at the owner of the armored vehicle. Flushed with embarrassment, the stall owner surveyed the quartet before retorting with a sneer, "If you look down upon my weapons, then what formidable arms can you present?" The individual was acutely aware that the weapon in his possession was somewhat inferior, yet it held its own value. Otherwise, he would not have displayed it for sale. To his dismay, he was met with ridicule from the three young women, which left him feeling quite humiliated and unwilling to accept their derision. He was eager to witness what weapon Yi Ming could possibly produce that would warrant such disdain from the trio. This owner of an armored vehicle hailed from a different realm than Yi Ming. In Yi Ming's world, wooden spears had practically flooded the market, with even a public bus likely to yield 4 or 5. However, other regions were not so fortunate, lacking an abundance of zero-star weapons. Presently, zero-star weapons remained in high demand, while one-star weapons were cherished treasures among various teams. Two-star weapons had only appeared on the global auction channel, underscoring their rarity. Instinctively, AI Li touched the weapon at her waist, aware that she possessed a highly valuable two-star weapon. Yet, knowing that revealing it could cause trouble for Yi Ming, she suppressed her urge to retaliate. Yi Ming, on the other hand, had no inclination to flaunt a two-star weapon merely to counter the other's remarks. He calmly addressed the seller, "Brother, we are simply inquiring whether you possess high-yield seeds or livestock. We are not here to compare the might of our weapons. Surely, you are not suggesting that you cannot produce even a single one-star weapon?" The stall owner regarded Yi Ming with a cold smirk, before brandishing a one-star dagger from his display for Yi Ming and his companions to see. "I have more than just this one-star weapon on my vehicle. Otherwise, I wouldn't be selling this dagger." With that, he could not help but feel a surge of pride, while contemplating how to ensnare the three lovely ladies. At that moment, a few passers-by loitering nearby took notice of the unfolding situation and curiously gathered around. The stall owner scrutinized the three young women behind Yi Ming, ultimately fixating on AI Li, the blonde with striking blue eyes who had just mocked him. "How about you come with me, little lady? This one-star dagger could be yours." "Not a chance. What is there to boast about with a worthless dagger?" AI Li retorted scornfully. "You," the stall owner stammered, his lips twitching in discontent. "What weapons can you possibly offer?" With her arms crossed and chin held high, AI Li declared, "The weapon I possess is 100 times superior to your pathetic dagger." "Well, aren't you full of hot air?" Some of the newly arrived spectators rolled their eyes at AI Li's bravado. Meanwhile, Yi Ming frowned, observing the two men at the stall. The vendor had attempted to entice AI Li and her companions twice, truly underestimating his resolve. Unbeknownst to the stall owner and the onlookers, Yi Ming's patience was wearing thin, and he had begun to harbor murderous intent. While they continued to mock AI Li for her grand claims, urging her to produce a weapon 100 times more formidable than the one-star dagger. At this juncture, Yi Ming interjected, "AI Li, why not show them the weapon you carry?" Upon hearing Yi Ming's words, AI Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. She drew a flintlock pistol from her waist and fired 6 shots into the sky. Bang, 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 bang. The scene fell into a stunned silence, as all present gaped in awe at the flintlock pistol in AI Li's hands. A few individuals standing nearby caught a faint whiff of gunpowder. Could it be a flintlock pistol? Instantly, everyone recalled the flintlock pistol that had been auctioned off a few days prior on the World Auction Channel for 9,000 escape tokens, now inexplicably in the hands of a young girl. "Wait, he is Yu Ming." Someone in the crowd pointed at Yu Ming in astonishment, only to subsequently notice the girl beside him. "It's Wang Jiuer." While others may not recognize Yi Ming and Wang Jiuer, Those who have shared the same region as Yi Ming are well aware of their formidable exploits. The duo had not only vanquished a high-level zombie in a dungeon, but Yi Ming had also audaciously disregarded the combat prohibition, resulting in the demise of two individuals of African descent. Chapter 126, Extortion. As Yi Ming and Wang Jiuer were recognized by the onlookers, the crowd erupted into a flurry of discussions. Is this the same Yi Ming who killed two black men? I've seen that video. What extraordinary power does he possess? Look at the flintlock pistol in that young lady's hand. Is it not the one from the World Auction Channel? Goodness. That weapon is worth 9,000 escape coins. Indeed, it is Yi Ming and Wang Jiuer. They were the strongest duo in our region in the previous world, and rumors of their close relationship had circulated long before. Seems the rumors hold true. The crowd, having some familiarity with Yi Ming, quickly pieced together his identity after a few reminders. He was the formidable figure who had recently employed his unique abilities to slay two black men. The two vendors, upon seeing Li brandish the flintlock pistol, had already sensed that Yi Ming and his companions were no ordinary individuals. Now, hearing the murmurs of the crowd, their anxiety escalated, and regret washed over them. They had watched the video of the shadow clone killing the two black men, and to their astonishment, it was Yi Ming's power on display before them. They considered themselves not significantly stronger than the deceased black men, and their immediate instinct was to flee, stealthily edging toward the armored vehicle behind them. Where do you think you are going? Yi Ming's voice was icy as he spoke. These two had attempted to lure Li and her companions on more than one occasion, and Yi Ming was not one to let such transgression slide easily. Despite their internal panic, the two men forced smiles, saying, "Brother, we had no idea you were so formidable. No wonder you looked down on the weapons at our stall. Perhaps I should just pack up and save myself the embarrassment." Upon hearing their words, Yi Ming's previously calm demeanor darkened instantly. These men were still trying to play their little games. Their remarks were clearly a trap, portraying themselves as the oppressed while attempting to paint Yi Ming as the arrogant oppressor, aiming to elicit sympathy from the spectators. Yi Ming, however, was not easily deceived and directly addressed the crux of the conflict. "You attempted to abduct my women twice, and now you think you can just walk away?" Zhang Heng's expression shifted as he realized Yi Ming was not inclined to let them off the hook. Internally, he lamented his predicament. The onlookers remained silent, merely observing the unfolding drama. This was not the old world. Notions of right and wrong had long been abandoned, and only strength and profit commanded respect. Many among the crowd had even activated their recording devices, eager to capture Yi Ming's abilities. Zhang Heng glared at Yi Ming, weighing the possibility of a desperate fight. Yet Yi Ming's demeanor suggested he had them cornered, leaving Zhang Heng hesitant to gamble on his survival. Ultimately, Zhang Heng resigned himself to his fate. He did not wish to share the same grim end as the two black men. "This time, I was wrong. What can we do to earn your mercy?" A smirk tugged at the corners of Yi Ming's mouth. He had no desire to reveal the shadow clone ability again under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Their admission of guilt spared him much trouble. Now was the moment for Yi Ming to negotiate for his due recompense. He glanced at the sign at their stall, which advertised a trade of weapons for high-yield seeds and livestock. He initially intended merely to inquire whether the other party had acquired high-yield seeds or livestock, but he never anticipated the situation would escalate to its current state. "I shall not make things difficult for you. If you can present me with satisfactory high-yield seeds, livestock, or blueprints, I shall let you go," Yi Ming stated his demands. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng inwardly cursed Yi Ming, realizing that he had been cornered and could only contemplate what he could offer Yi Ming. He possessed but a few high-yield seeds and had no livestock at all. Thus, the only item he could present to satisfy Yi Ming was a blueprint. Consequently, Zhang Heng opened the chat channel to contact the followers in the armored vehicle. Soon, a blueprint appeared in his hands. Zhang Heng felt a twinge of reluctance but ultimately tossed the blueprint to Yi Ming. Upon receiving it, Yi Ming's eyes lit up. Two-handed sword, 1-star melee weapon, enhances damage during slashing. Blueprint can be manufactured once. Manufacturing requires 200 escape coins. What a splendid item. It is indeed a 1-star melee weapon blueprint. With this blueprint, Yi Ming's first thought was to sell the sword to earn escape coins, and the profit would undoubtedly rival that of 1-star battle boots. Yi Ming discreetly accepted the blueprint and continued to address Zhang Heng, saying, "Do you truly believe I would covet this single 1-star equipment? This blueprint alone is insufficient." Although this blueprint was exceedingly precious to Yi Ming, it represented a minor loss for Zhang Heng, prompting Yi Ming to continue his relentless extortion. Zhang Heng's countenance darkened as he internally scorned Yi Ming. Why keep a blueprint you deem worthless? If you possess the capability, then refuse it. However, the original synthesis count for the two-handed sword blueprint was 3, and after he had synthesized it twice, it had indeed lost much of its value, even less than a 1-star equipment. After all, synthesizing the two-handed sword required 200 escape coins. He needed to procure another blueprint to appease Yi Ming. Zhang Heng's heart ached as he resumed contact with the followers in the vehicle. Soon, he acquired yet another blueprint. Vehicle air conditioner, 2-star vehicle equipment. Equipped with a solar charging panel, capable of regulating the internal temperature. Blueprint can be manufactured once. Manufacturing requires 2,000 escape coins. Good heavens! When Yi Ming beheld this blueprint, the joy on his face was unmistakable. He had been lamenting the lack of temperature control in the scorching world, and now he had fortuitously acquired it from Zhang Heng. In truth, there were ways to obtain vehicle air conditioners in the extreme heat world, but this blueprint was a 2-star vehicle air conditioner, on par with a large bathroom and kitchen. Its cooling and heating capabilities would undoubtedly be impressive, allowing one to remain comfortably in the vehicle without concern for temperature issues. It was evident that this blueprint was likely what Zhang Heng had obtained on his first day from a treasure chest. However, due to the requirement of 2,000 escape coins for synthesis, he had yet to utilize it, thus allowing Yi Ming to benefit. After acquiring the vehicle air conditioner blueprint, Yi Ming was already content, but he was convinced that Zhang Heng's vehicle certainly contained high-yield seeds or livestock. Thus, Yi Ming retracted the smile from his face and fixed his gaze upon Zhang Heng, saying, "If you procure some high-yield seeds or capture livestock, I might consider letting you off the hook." Upon hearing Yi Ming's words, a fleeting thought of his ruthlessness crossed the minds of those present. The joy that had previously illuminated Yi Ming's countenance was undeniably genuine. The second blueprint was indeed a remarkable find. However, the fact that he still had not spared Zhang Heng spoke volumes about his merciless nature. "Do not push your luck." Zhang Heng clenched his fists and replied. He could hardly fathom that despite offering up his treasured 2-star blueprint, Yi Ming remained unrelenting. Yi Ming, with a cold smile, surveyed everyone in attendance, declaring, "If I eliminate you, all that you possess on your vehicle will belong to me. The sole reason I have refrained from acting is my desire to conceal my abilities." Chapter 127, Collecting High-Yield Seeds. Indeed, Yi Ming was correct. Eliminating Zhang Heng would mean that all resources within his vehicle would rightfully belong to Yi Ming. The reason Yi Ming refrained from taking action was to avoid revealing his capabilities before the crowd. Now that Zhang Heng had provided him with 2 blueprints, he was indifferent to acquiring a couple more high-yield seeds. "I possess only 2 high-yield seeds. If you desire them, you may have them. But no further demands shall be made, and I must be allowed to leave immediately." Agreed. Yi Ming readily consented. Zhang Heng, anxious that Yi Ming might retract his agreement, wasted no time and promptly contacted the followers in the armored vehicle. Soon, 2 well-built women descended from the vehicle, each clutching a planting pot. Their expressions fraught with anxiety as they approached Zhang Heng. The high-yield seeds in Zhang Heng's possession had already been planted, rendering them non-tradable through the system. Thus, he could only have the 2 female followers bring out the planting pots. "These 2 pots contain orange saplings. I am giving you both seeds," Zhang Heng admitted, feeling somewhat guilty. In truth, Zhang Heng had several more high-yield crops in his vehicle, but he would never foolishly present them all. He merely offered 2 to placate Yi Ming. Oranges? Yi Ming was taken aback that the high-yield crops Zhang Heng produced were oranges, a luxury fruit, certainly more valuable than vegetable seeds. Yi Ming instructed Zhang Heng to set down the 2 pots and be on his way. Yi Ming was well aware that Zhang Heng had more valuable items in his vehicle, but it was clear that further extortion would be futile. The 2 blueprints and the 2 high-yield seeds had already been procured without bloodshed, all thanks to Yi Ming's reputation. What more could he possibly desire? Zhang Heng, relieved to have received Yi Ming's permission to depart, felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted as he and his followers hastily made their exit. Although he had parted with some decent items, the loss was not catastrophic, for the resources and equipment in his vehicle remained intact. This was, in fact, the very reason Zhang Heng was willing to relinquish the blueprints and high-yield crops to quell the dispute. Had Yi Ming pressed too hard, Zhang Heng would have undoubtedly chosen to flee, with uncertain outcomes for all involved. As Yi Ming observed Zhang Heng's retreating figure, he said nothing. Seizing the opportunity while the onlookers remained gathered, Yi Ming approached Zhang Heng's stall with a smile. "Dear friends, I am willing to purchase blueprints, high-yield crop seeds, live poultry, livestock, and special items at generous prices. Should the items meet my satisfaction, I can offer attribute spheres, weaponry, and even 2-star vehicle equipment. Ming resolved to leverage his reputation amidst the crowd's interest to attempt to barter for superior goods on the spot. He was confident that among those present, there were individuals who possessed valuable treasures they were usually reluctant to part with. Upon hearing Ming's proclamation, many in the crowd exchanged furtive glances, contemplating whether to trade some cherished items for Ming's offerings. Meanwhile, Ai Li and her 2 companions obediently cradled the 2 pots of orange saplings, standing behind Ming. After a brief wait, someone emerged from the throng. I possess a blueprint. What will you offer in exchange? Ming replied with a calm smile. That depends on the quality of the blueprint you possess. Should it be commendable, I shall provide you with something that will surely satisfy. Currently, Ming has amassed a considerable collection of blueprints. Should the individual present a blueprint that he has already documented, Ming would not be interested. The person nodded and produced a blueprint for Ming to examine. Indeed, it was a blueprint for a planting pot that Ming had previously catalogued. I'm afraid I cannot accept this blueprint at the moment, Ming lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. This is a blueprint for a planting pot. Aren't you in search of high-yield seeds? Surely you must need this, the individual questioned, puzzled. The planting pot blueprint had a synthesis count of 10, which, if fully synthesized and sold, could yield a modest profit in escape currency. Ming should have found it quite valuable. Seeing that Ming remained uninterested in purchasing, the individual retreated back into the crowd. Soon, several others approached Ming with items for trade, and one of them indeed caught Ming's eye. Among the offerings was a blueprint for ordinary clothing pants, which could be customized for synthesis. It was in high demand in the market, and Ming acquired it using 2 attribute orbs. Additionally, he obtained 2 blueprints for 1-star vehicle equipment, one for vehicle body armor and another for vehicle windows, which he exchanged for 1-star boots. Vehicle body armor, 1-star vehicle equipment. Synthesis count, 1, required for manufacture, 200 escape currency. Vehicle windows, 1-star vehicle equipment. Synthesis count, 1, required for manufacture, 200 escape currency. With these 2 blueprints, the defensive capabilities of his RV would significantly enhance, granting Ming the audacity to collide with the pursuers' trucks. It is worth mentioning that Ming had already installed a 1-star front bumper and 1-star tires on his vehicle. With the newly acquired 1-star body armor and window blueprints, his RV now boasted 4 pieces of 1-star vehicle equipment. To upgrade the RV to 2 stars, 2 conditions must be met: 10 pieces of 1-star vehicle equipment, currently at 410, and 1 piece of 1-star vehicle ornament, 01. The upgrade necessitates a total of 10 1-star vehicle equipment and 1 1-star ornament. In truth, acquiring 10 pieces of 1-star vehicle equipment is not particularly challenging. Given some time and resources, Ming could effortlessly gather them. However, obtaining a 1-star ornament proves to be more elusive. One method of acquisition involves destroying the pursuers' trucks, or alternatively, reaching an agreement with the pursuers. Once affixed to the vehicle ornament bestows various effects upon it. Some may provide an additional layer of protection, others may enhance speed, and some could increase the owner's chances of discovering valuable materials when opening treasure chests. In essence, vehicle ornaments serve as special enhancements akin to enchanting the vehicle. In addition to acquiring 3 blueprints, Ming also harvested 3 pots of scallions, 2 pots of mushrooms, 1 pot of chives, and 2 tomato seeds. The scallions, mushrooms, and chives were all at the mature stage, yielding a daily output, while the tomatoes remained in seed form. Unplanted, these high-yield crops were procured at the price of 2 E-grade attribute orbs each, costing Ming a total of 14 points of goodwill. Consequently, his goodwill has now dwindled to nearly nothing. Nevertheless, Ming has reaped significant rewards, and the variety of crops on his vehicle continues to flourish. Currently, Ming's vehicle is abundantly filled with a variety of high-yield crops: 10 pots of wheat, 10 pots of rice, 4 pots of tomatoes, 2 pots of eggplants, 1 pot of chili peppers, 3 pots of scallions, 2 pots of mushrooms, 1 pot of chives, and 2 pots of oranges. This transaction has left Ming exceedingly satisfied, marking it as a significant harvest. The other vehicle owners who traded with Ming are equally pleased. For instance, the owner who provided 3 pots of scallions exchanged them for 6 E-grade attribute orbs, which can enhance a single attribute to E-grade. The only regret is that Ming was unable to acquire any livestock, primarily due to their scarcity. Few teams currently possess them. At this moment, Ming has no intention of continuing to wander with the 3 women, as they have become too conspicuous, attracting attention wherever they go. Hence, the four of them each carried 2 pots of high-yield crops, returning to the RV under the watchful gaze of those around them. Chapter 128. Supernova Fleet. After Yi Ming returned to the RV with Wang Jiu'er and the 3 women, curiosity drew them close. To their astonishment, each of the 4 had brought back 2 pots of abundant crops, leading them to wonder if they had robbed someone. Among these high-yield crops, the most delighted was the recently awakened Jinminai. As a chef, her joy was palpable upon seeing several pots of ripe produce ready for harvest. For a culinary artist, an abundance of ingredients translates to a wider array of dishes. The presence of scallions, mushrooms, and chives, staples in cooking, was particularly exciting, as they could be utilized in stir-fries or dumplings alike. Additionally, Zhao Sansan felt a stirring interest towards these crops. Having learned much about life in the RV from Chu Chu while bathing, she understood that becoming Yi Ming's woman would entail nurturing. The roles available were either as combat personnel or logistical support. Yi Ming imposed no rigid requirements, allowing Zhao Sansan to choose according to her inclinations. This unexpected leniency from Yi Ming significantly enhanced her fondness for him, leading her to gradually embrace her life within the RV. She recognized the advantages of being one of Yi Ming's women. There would be no concern over sustenance or safety in this survival world where strength reigned supreme. Yi Ming's team was undoubtedly the sanctuary every woman yearned for. As per Chu Chu's explanation of the roles, Zhao Sansan dismissed the notion of combat duties, aspiring instead to oversee the cultivation aspect of logistics. Having grown up in the countryside, she possessed a solid understanding of crop cultivation, which explained her keen interest in high-yield crops like wheat and rice after boarding the RV. If she could tend to these crops well, it might earn her rewards from Yi Ming in the form of rice and flour to feed her brothers, Zhao Yilong and Zhao Eru, with no other demands. Her sole wish was to ensure her brothers' bellies were full and to secure their survival in the RV. Zhao Sansan shared her aspirations with Chu Chu, who was taken aback by her desire to engage in farming. However, Yi Ming indeed possessed a farming technique token, making it plausible for Zhao Sansan to take on that responsibility. Initially, she had feared that the limited number of crops would deter Yi Ming from allowing her to oversee the planting, especially since Chu Chu had mentioned the urgent need for a driver to evade pursuers. With Yi Ming's return bearing numerous high-yield crops, the RV now boasted over 30 pots, necessitating daily watering, harvesting, and maintenance. Furthermore, Yi Ming would eventually acquire even more high-yield seeds, creating a genuine need for dedicated cultivation. If Zhao Sansan wished to take on this role, Yi Ming would not oppose it. After arranging the crops, Yi Ming recalled having obtained a fertilizer previously and decided to apply it to a pot of orange trees to expedite their growth. Subsequently, he synthesized the newly acquired 2-star vehicle-mounted air conditioner, 1-star vehicle armor, and 1-star window glass. The installation of these 3 pieces of equipment resulted in a significant transformation of the RV, as a thick layer of steel plating enveloped it, rendering the vehicle more robust and solid than before. Moreover, the windows have undergone significant transformation. From the outside, the interior remains obscured, yet from within, the view is remarkably clear. This enhancement greatly augments privacy. The thickness of the glass has also seen a notable increase, providing a level of protection far superior to previous models. Ordinary beasts or E-class monsters such as goblins can no longer inflict damage upon the vehicle. The glass is now exceedingly resilient, almost impervious to shattering. What pleases Yi Ming most is the onboard air conditioning system, which not only includes solar panels for charging, but also features a built-in energy storage device. When sunlight is abundant, it can accumulate a considerable amount of power, ensuring the air conditioning operates for extended periods. Additionally, air vents are strategically placed throughout the vehicle, guaranteeing optimal temperature regulation in every corner. Yi Ming then approached Zhang Xiaoman to inquire, "What is the situation with Han Wei? Has he become a follower of any vehicle owner?" "No, he is still on the bus," Zhang Xiaoman replied, indicating that Han Wei had not become a follower. In truth, Han Wei had deliberated for quite some time before ultimately deciding to remain a salesperson under Zhang Xiaoman's leadership. He is not foolish. He understands he is neither a beauty nor a talented individual with skill tokens, and thus would only serve as a lackey for some vehicle owner. With only a single piece of battle boot gear, his advantages in combat are minimal, and the risks of being defeated are significant. It is far safer for him to stay on the bus. Hence, Han Wei resolved to continue as a salesperson for Zhang Xiaoman. Yi Ming nodded and said, "Let Han Wei continue selling wooden spears and other ordinary supplies, and bring along Zhao Sansa's brother." There are currently 100,000 people in the chat channel, making the consumer market quite formidable. Han Wei and Zhao Yilong will publicly sell wooden spears and similar items, while Zhang Xiaoman will discreetly sell one-star battle boots, two-handed swords, and other equipment. Unlike wooden spears, one-star battle boots and two-handed swords are not ordinary supplies. Selling them in large quantities will surely attract the attention of those who are observant. Ming does not wish to expose his ability to acquire blueprints. This ability is prone to inciting jealousy. If it becomes widely known, it could lead to various troubles, such as a collective effort to force Ming to lower his prices and restrictions on his acquisition of blueprints. In his past life, Li Tianyu understood this well and managed to conceal his true capabilities, quietly amassing wealth while remaining low-key. Consequently, Ming instructed Zhang Xiaoman to sell one-star equipment privately. Although the speed of earning escape currency would slow down, it would prevent any suspicion from arising. Following Ming's directive, Zhang Xiaoman reached out to Han Wei and Zhao Yilong to sell wooden spears and other supplies. Naturally, upon learning of this, Zhao Sansa was greatly excited and took the initiative to connect Zhang Xiaoman with Zhao Yilong. As wooden spears and other supplies continued to be sold, the escape currency in Ming's possession gradually increased, just as Ming was poised to benefit from the escape currency earned by Zhang Xiaoman. A message echoed in everyone's minds. Congratulations to Lu Fei for establishing the Nova team. Simultaneously, the chat channel erupted with hundreds of messages. Congratulations flooded in for vehicle owner Lu Fei on the creation of the Nova team, inviting all vehicle owners to gather at the city center square. Congratulations to the owner of the Lu Fei for establishing the Supernova team, inviting all car owners to gather at the square in the city center. Witnessing the flood of messages from hundreds in the channel, everyone felt a sense of astonishment. Forming a team? Supernova? Inviting all car owners to convene in the square? It is evident that after the establishment of the team, Lu Fei intends to welcome car owners to join the Supernova team. This is currently the premier team. If Supernova flourishes, it will undoubtedly become the foremost power. With such influence backing it, it is far superior to developing independently. At this moment, the vast majority of car owners are inclined to join the Supernova team. They eagerly drive towards the square, eager to discover the state of the Supernova team. Chapter 129. Members on the periphery of the fleet, Supernova? Jiangqi gazed at the incessant stream of messages flooding the chat channel, her heart filled with unease. The formation of a fleet at this moment, accompanied by an invitation for all vehicle owners to gather in the square, clearly hinted at some ulterior motive. Meanwhile, Ming and the women were huddled together on the sofa, engaged in a discussion regarding the establishment of the Supernova fleet. The emergence of a new force would inevitably have repercussions for everyone involved. Moreover, none could guarantee that other fleets would not emerge in the future, leading to unavoidable conflicts and disputes over interests. The women expressed varying degrees of concern. In their eyes, no matter how formidable Ming was, he could not stand alone against an entire fleet. Chu Chu, observing the hundreds of messages in the chat channel, speculated. The Supernova fleet's invitation for all vehicle owners to gather in the square must be an attempt to recruit new members. Upon hearing Chu Chu's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Her inference was indisputable. It was evident to all that the freshly established Supernova fleet was preparing to bolster its ranks. Subsequently, the women shared their perspectives on the matter. Some suggested disregarding the Supernova fleet entirely, while others believed that joining could yield potential benefits. A few proposed visiting the square to assess the situation of the Supernova fleet before making a decision. However, these were merely suggestions from the women. The ultimate decision rested solely with Ming. After listening to their discussions, Ming harbored no intentions of joining the Supernova fleet. He possessed a keen understanding of its future. The fleet's founder, Lu Fei, harbored considerable ambition, aspiring to create the most formidable fleet, exclusively recruiting vehicle owners with A-level vehicles. As the first fleet to be established, Lu Fei successfully gathered 20 elite vehicle owners with A-level vehicles that very night. It could be said that the Supernova fleet would bask in glory for the foreseeable future, with no one daring to provoke them. However, it was not long before internal conflicts and differing interests arose within the Supernova fleet, leading to discord among its members. This disarray persisted until Lu Fei met his demise in a certain instance, resulting in the gradual dissolution of the fleet, which ultimately faded from everyone's sight. Had Ming's RV been classified as an A-level vehicle, he might have considered joining the fleet to reap some benefits. Yet, as his RV was an S-level vehicle, Joining the Supernova would expose its S-level status. Lu Fei mandated that prospective fleet members submit screenshots of their vehicle information to confirm their vehicle's classification. Yiming smiled at the women, reassuring them, "You need not worry. With our strength, we fear no team, not even one composed of vehicle owners. There is nothing to be anxious about." As he spoke, Yiming exuded an aura of confidence that instilled a profound sense of security in the women. His confidence was not born of arrogance. Rather, at this stage, Yiming's prowess eclipsed that of any other team. He chose to develop discreetly, not wishing to complicate the acquisition of blueprints or the difficulty of earning escape currency. "Although we shall not join the Supernova, it would be quite delightful to visit the square," Yiming remarked while stroking his chin. The number of vehicles heading towards the square was undoubtedly considerable. Perhaps there one might trade for other blueprints and resources. Hence, Yiming expressed that he had no intention of joining the Supernova, reassuring the women that there was nothing to be concerned about, while Zhang Xiaoman continued to sell equipment to earn escape currency. He and Wang Jiao then drove towards the square. Given that the majority of vehicles were concentrated in the central area, locating the square was not a formidable task. By the time Yiming arrived, thousands of cars had gathered near the square, forcing later arrivals to park nearby and proceed on foot. After parking their vehicle close to the square, Yiming discreetly walked towards it with Wang Jiao. As it was nighttime, the square was illuminated only by car lights and moonlight, making it difficult to discern the situation. One could only see numerous figures moving about amidst a chaotic array of vehicles. "It's quite a mess here. Thankfully, we parked nearby," Wang Jiao remarked, exasperated. The disarray of the square was overwhelming, lacking adequate lighting, leaving an unpleasant impression on anyone who laid eyes upon it. Yiming shared her disappointment, recalling that he had never visited this place in his previous life while on a bus. He had anticipated that the convergence of numerous vehicles would create a spectacular scene, but it appeared rather lackluster. "Let us move on and take a look," Yiming suggested. Wang Jiao chuckled as she linked her arm with his, and the two strolled into the square like a young couple. Before long, they encountered a gathering of several dozen individuals engaged in discussion, prompting their curiosity to draw nearer. Due to the late hour, no one seemed to notice Yiming and Wang Jiao approaching. "Ladies and gentlemen, the Supernova team is currently limited in membership. At this stage, we can only recruit 20 owners of A-class vehicles. If anyone possesses an A-class vehicle, please proceed to the center of the square to meet with Captain Lu Fei." A man in the crowd patiently explained the situation regarding the Supernova team. However, someone in the crowd expressed dissatisfaction, questioning, "What? We rushed here only to learn that the team is only recruiting 20 owners of A-class vehicles?" The man in the crowd smiled reassuringly. "There is no need to be anxious. I am here to recruit peripheral members for the team. Once the Supernova team upgrades, the membership will expand, and priority will be given to peripheral members who contribute significantly." He continued to elaborate on the benefits of being a peripheral member, stating that they would not only receive the team as protection, but those who contributed could also join the team early. The man persistently articulated the advantages of being a peripheral member, eliciting mixed reactions from the crowd. Some appeared uninterested, while others showed intrigue and stepped forward to seek membership. Wang Jiao whispered in Yiming's ear, "Brother Yiming, the Supernova team is even recruiting peripheral members. Many vehicle owners will surely join." Yet, Yiming scoffed dismissively, perceiving these peripheral members merely as tools to supply resources to the team. "Let us explore other areas," Yiming proposed. He wandered into the square out of sheer idleness, hoping to exchange some blueprints and resources with a few car owners. Wang Jiao, however, appeared contemplative as she linked her arm with Yiming's and said, "Brother Yiming, what do you think about me joining the Supernova team?" Yiming vigorously ruffled Wang Jiao's hair, replying, "There's no need. You won't derive any advantage from joining the team." He was well aware that Wang Jiao's desire to join the Supernova was motivated by the hope of securing benefits for himself. Yet, the car owners within the Supernova team were not to be underestimated. With Wang Jiao lacking even a single follower, how could she engage in the intricate power plays with the other car owners and vie for advantages? For instance, during the team's assault on high-level treasure chests, it would be exceedingly difficult for Wang Jiao to claim any of the precious items that emerged. At most, Lu Fei might compensate her with some ordinary supplies or escape tokens. Wang Jiao was, in essence, laboring without reward. Yiming would not allow her to endure such indignities within the Supernova team. Chapter 130. Warehouse Blueprint. Yiming did not acquiesce to Wang Jiao's proposal to join the Supernova team. Instead, he continued to meander with her around the square. Along the way, they encountered numerous individuals recruiting peripheral members for the supernova. However, most vehicle owners exhibited little interest in becoming peripheral members, merely observing from a distance. Only a handful of owners harbored aspirations of aligning themselves with the supernova, seizing the opportunity to join the team. Nonetheless, this small faction was not insignificant, representing a force that could not be overlooked. As Yi Ming and Wang Jiu'er had no intention of joining a team, their presence was solely to enjoy the ambience, and they remained unconcerned about the surrounding activities. The two resembled a couple in love, pausing to admire various vehicles parked in the square. They explored a tank and a motorhome, finding entertainment in their leisurely stroll. Occasionally, they would approach individuals exchanging materials, inquiring about any rare and valuable blueprints. However, the blueprints Yi Ming sought were not of the lower tier. The majority of people did not possess them, and even those who did were reluctant to trade. Although they did not acquire any blueprints, Yi Ming and Wang Jiu'er remained indifferent, their bond growing closer through their shared wanderings. In truth, Yi Ming's companions from the motorhome would have relished the opportunity to accompany him, yet he chose only Wang Jiu'er, wishing to savor moments of solitude with her. After all, the other women would remain in the motorhome, and upon departing the city the following day, he would once again be separated from Wang Jiu'er. Thus, Yi Ming aimed to maximize their time together. Wang Jiu'er was well aware of this, cherishing their hours spent wandering the square. As time elapsed, they continued to explore the periphery of the square, deliberately avoiding the central area where the supernova team was recruiting members. It was likely that the 20 owners of Class A vehicles had already filled their ranks by this point. Sensing that it was time to leave, Yi Ming guided Wang Jiu'er away from the square. By the way, Jiu'er, did you use a particular perfume? You smell delightful, Yi Ming remarked, inhaling deeply the fragrance that enveloped Wang Jiu'er, causing her cheeks to flush. It was not Yi Ming's intention to fluster her. Rather, the aroma emanating from her was simply exquisite. During their stroll, he had been captivated by a floral scent that surrounded him. Brother Yi Ming, I actually indulged in a petal bath yesterday. Wang Jiu'er responded, her face blooming with embarrassment, yet her heart danced with joy. Her vehicle was adorned with numerous blossoms that attracted bees for nectar. On a whim, she had decided to take a petal bath, and the enchanting scent lingered on her skin. Yi Ming was slightly taken aback by Wang Jiu'er's explanation but quickly realized that the flowers in her vehicle were extraordinary. The bees produced honey known for its healing properties, likely connected to the special flowers. It seemed those blossoms might be akin to the rare ingredients used in creating restorative potions. Yi Ming shared his conjecture with Wang Jiu'er, who nodded in understanding. It dawned on her that the flowers were indeed precious and should not be carelessly harvested for bathing. Otherwise, it would adversely affect honey production. Just as Yi Ming was preparing to return to the RV, savoring the floral fragrance that enveloped every inch of Wang Jiu'er, a middle-aged man and a young man walked by. Dad, why don't we join the supernova team? They must have some one-star equipment available for exchange, suggested the young Lin Qinghao. However, Lin Feng shook his head, aware that the supernova team harbored grand ambitions, and joining them could lead to being used as pawns. More importantly, their family's strength was rather limited. Only he and his son were capable of fighting. Without attribute enhancements, his wife and 2 daughters would possess little combat power. Being just 3 ordinary women, joining a team would inevitably involve them in battles, and Lin Feng was unwilling to risk his family's lives. Maintaining a low profile and ensuring their survival was the wisest choice. Lin Feng had brought his son to the square with the intention of exchanging a few items to enhance attributes, thereby boosting the combat abilities of his wife and daughters. However, upon their arrival, they searched the square thoroughly, yet no one was willing to trade one-star equipment for attribute enhancements. Consequently, Lin Qinghao proposed joining the supernova team, suggesting that perhaps they could barter with team members for equipment. Are you looking to exchange for one-star equipment? Yi Ming, who had been perusing the square alongside Wang Jiu'er for quite some time in hopes of acquiring precious blueprints, instinctively inquired upon overhearing their conversation. The two parties halted their departure from the square, scrutinizing one another. Lin Qinghao couldn't help but admire how Wang Jiu'er nestled affectionately against Yi Ming's arm. He yearned for a sweet girlfriend to accompany him in the vehicle, yet his off-road vehicle was already at full capacity, leaving no room for additional followers, unless he were to marry off his 2 twin sisters. However, such thoughts remained confined to his mind. He could not, after all, sell his sisters for his own desires. As both parties appraised one another, aside from Lin Qinghao envying Yi Ming for having Wang Jiu'er by his side, the others bore no ulterior motives. Lin Feng and his son did not recognize Yi Ming and Wang Jiu'er, and upon hearing Yi Ming's question, instinctively inquired, "Do you have one-star equipment?" "Certainly," Yi Ming affirmed with a nod. Lin Feng and his son felt a surge of excitement and quickly asked Yi Ming what one-star equipment he possessed and how many items he had. Yi Ming shared the details of the one-star battle boots but refrained from disclosing the quantity, instead inquiring if Lin Feng had any rare blueprints to offer. Speed-enhancing one-star battle boots. Lin Feng's heart leaped at the information, yet he soon found himself in a dilemma. He indeed possessed a cherished two-star vehicle equipment blueprint, but was reluctant to part with it for one-star equipment. Unless Yi Ming had at least 3 pairs of the battle boots. "I have a 2-star vehicle storage blueprint. How many pairs of boots can you offer in exchange?" Lin Feng posed the question. Upon hearing about the 2-star vehicle storage blueprint, Yi Ming's eyes brightened, and he was resolute in his decision to acquire it. Therefore he asked, "How many pairs do you desire?" "At least 5 pairs, Lin Feng boldly declared. In Lin Feng's mind, the minimum number of battle boots he was willing to exchange was 3 pairs, and mentioning 5 pairs was merely a tactic to negotiate with Yi Ming. However, upon hearing the proposal for 5 pairs of battle boots, Yi Ming unhesitatingly agreed without any attempt at bargaining. The actual cost of a single pair of battle boots was 200 escape coins, totaling merely 1,000 escape coins for 5 pairs. Given that the price of 2-star equipment is typically in the 4-digit range, Yi Ming found no disadvantage in trading 5 pairs of boots for a single blueprint. Thus he readily consented. Lin Feng was taken aback by Yi Ming's swift acceptance of the trade, fearing a change of heart, and they promptly proceeded with the transaction. Soon, Yi Ming found himself in possession of a blueprint, while Lin Feng and his son acquired 5 pairs of battle boots. After the exchange, they departed immediately, anxious that Yi Ming might reconsider. Chapter 131. Wang Jiu'er leaves the vehicle storage warehouse, a 2-star vehicular storage facility, encompassing 100 cubic meters of storage space. Within the warehouse, the flow of time is suspended and living beings cannot be stored. Blueprint fabrication allowance. 1. Required for construction, 2,000 escape coins. After parting ways with the father and son, Yi Ming hastened back to the RV with Wang Jiu'er, glancing at the blueprint information along the way and nodding in satisfaction. His RV was already stocked with ample supplies. Previously, due to space constraints, most items had been piled into the kitchen, with smaller portions scattered in various corners of the vehicle. Unexpectedly, he had managed to acquire a warehouse blueprint from the father and son they encountered on the road. What fortuitous luck, Yi Ming mused. Wang Jiu'er, standing beside him, nodded in agreement. They had inquired with numerous individuals at the square but had not secured a blueprint. It was a delightful surprise to find one just as they were departing. With this warehouse blueprint, Yi Ming could now transfer all resources into the warehouse, thereby creating a more spacious environment within the RV. The most extraordinary aspect of the warehouse was the stasis of time within it. Food stored there would not spoil or decay. Previously, Yi Ming had been anxious about this issue and had contemplated selling perishable items like bread as quickly as possible. Moreover, freshly prepared delicacies, such as skewers, fried rice, and desserts, could also be stored in the warehouse, regardless of how long they remained inside. The food would retain its freshness upon retrieval. After incorporating the blueprint, Yi Ming and Wang Jiu'er swiftly returned to the RV. "Brother Yi, you have finally returned," cried AI Li and Yang Lingyu, eagerly greeting him. "How has everything been while I was away?" Yi Ming chuckled, affectionately ruffling the hair of the two girls. In truth, the city was quite safe tonight, with rules prohibiting fighting in place, and no disturbances were likely to occur. His inquiry was merely a formality. AI Li grinned and shook her head. "Nothing has happened. Everyone has finished their baths and is just waiting for you to return and rest." "Everyone's bathed already?" Yi Ming licked his somewhat parched lips, maintaining an outward calm as he nodded. It was indeed time for a proper rest. However, before settling down, he needed to synthesize the warehouse, transferring excess supplies into it to free up space for 2 additional beds. After all, the RV was rather crowded, and 2 beds were insufficient. To expedite his rest, Yi Ming promptly synthesized the warehouse. A door belonging to the warehouse materialized within the RV. AI Li and Yang Lingyu exchanged glances, instantly comprehending that another area akin to the kitchen and bathroom had been added to the vehicle, and they followed Yi Ming with curiosity to investigate. The warehouse, unlike the bathroom and kitchen, was not accessible to individuals. However, a remarkable feature of the warehouse was its nature as a storage space. One only needed to touch the door to conjure the interior's contents in their mind. to store or retrieve items. It sufficed to stand outside the door and perform the necessary actions. Consequently, Ming instructed the girls to relocate supplies, transferring all food and miscellaneous items into the warehouse. Li, please gather everyone to move the supplies from the RV into the warehouse. The warehouse. This door leads to the warehouse. Upon hearing Ming's intentions, Li and Yang Lingyu immediately understood and turned to summon Chu Chu and the others to assist in transporting supplies. The women, thrilled to learn of Ming's establishment of a warehouse, eagerly began moving provisions to the entrance. To them, the RV represented their home, and the addition of a warehouse brought immense joy. Most importantly, they could relocate the items cluttering the corners and kitchen, thereby enhancing the spaciousness and cleanliness of their living quarters. Without needing any prompting from Ming, the women willingly began transferring the supplies to the warehouse. Husband. Tonight we earned over 7,000 escape coins. Zhang Xiaoman approached Ming privately, transferring the earnings of the evening to him. 7,000 escape coins was a considerable sum, especially since she had only sold for less than 2 hours. With most of the profits coming from Han Wei and Zhao Yilong's sales of wooden spears and other miscellaneous items. Ming's dwindling reserve of escape coins experienced a resurgence, now exceeding 10,000. Subsequently, Ming spent 4,000 escape coins to combine them into 2 large beds. Seizing the opportunity while the women were occupied with moving supplies, and took Wang Jiu'er to the bathroom. As night fell, everyone gradually returned to their vehicles to rest. After 3 consecutive days of driving through the storm-ravaged world, everyone was exhausted and finally able to relax. Inside a certain SUV, Zhao Tong observed Joseph and 3 women sleeping soundly, devoid of any signs of awakening. She resolved to escape from Joseph. Quietly, she retrieved a backpack, packed all the valuable equipment and items from the vehicle, and stealthily departed. Unbeknownst to Joseph, who had never suspected Zhao Tong would flee under the cover of night, she made off with all the gear he had painstakingly gathered. Zhao Tong had already established contact with the Women's Boxing Association, leaving her unconcerned about any issues following her departure from Joseph. With the equipment she had acquired from his vehicle, she harbored no doubts about her ability to thrive within the association. As the night slipped away unnoticed, dawn broke. Ming stretched lazily without rising, his left arm wrapped around Jiu'er and his right cradling San, indulging in a delightful slumber. After all, rousing any man from such a tender embrace is no easy feat. Last night, after much effort, Ming had amassed over 100 points of affection. Ultimately, he had to don a black hoodie, elevating his physical attributes to level C, in order to maintain his final dignity. After sleeping for another hour, Ming and the women gradually awakened. Aware that this marked the first day in their new world, they needed to prepare for their departure from the city. Brother Ming, I'm heading back, Wang Jiu'er said after dressing, planting a kiss on Ming's cheek. She intended to return to her own vehicle, uncertain of when they might meet again. Ming nodded, reminding her, remember to collect the vehicle-mounted equipment upon your return. The blueprints he had obtained the previous day would certainly necessitate sharing some vehicle-mounted equipment with Wang Jiu'er. Understood, she replied, reluctantly departing from the RV. The group of women bid farewell to Wang Jiu'er, their camaraderie forged in the crucible of battle just the night before. They had fought side by side, creating an unbreakable bond. After all, it was a rare occasion when they had managed to gain the upper hand. And had it not been for Ming's cunning maneuver of donning a black hoodie, victory would have been theirs. Jiu'er, next time we must compel Brother Ming to sing conquer, Ellie remarked with a cheerful grin. Hearing Ellie's words lifted Wang Jiu'er's spirits considerably as she exchanged farewells with each of her companions. Meanwhile, Ming couldn't help but twitch his eyelids at Ellie's comment. For the sake of his dignity, he ought to consider implementing a rotation system for the ladies during their nighttime escapades. Ding, welcome to the extreme heat world. All individuals must evacuate the city within half an hour or face annihilation. The number of passengers in the vehicle is 9. Distributing 900 units of gasoline and 36 escape tokens. Ming, Chu Chu, and Jiang Qi possess D-level strength, while the other 6 women are at E-level strength. Chapter 132. Departure from the city within half an hour. The city was to be vacated. As the system notification echoed, the majority of the populace had already made their preparations, hastily driving away. Concurrently, buses stationed at various stops roared to life, heading towards the city's outskirts. In a certain SUV, Joseph wore an expression of extreme displeasure, incessantly cursing Zhao Tong through the system's messaging feature. That damned wretch, how dare she betray me? The other 3 women in the vehicle fell silent, fearful of incurring Joseph's wrath due to Zhao Tong's actions. The reason was all too evident. Upon rising that morning, they discovered that Zhao Tong had absconded with all the valuable possessions from the car. Had he known Zhao Tong's whereabouts, Joseph would have driven over in a fit of rage. Yet, upon hearing the system's notification, no matter how furious he was, he had no choice but to leave the city. Meanwhile, Zhao Tong found herself in the van with Li Tianyu. Indeed, this was the very same Li Tianyu who had intended to seek beautiful women on the bus. Inside the van, the alluring Qingwu scrutinized Zhao Tong and Xiao Yuexiao with a discerning gaze. After roaming the city all night, this is who you bring back? She mused. Zhao Tong was acceptable, but Xiao Yuexiao was clearly a liability. Fortunately, Li Tianyu had provided Xiao Yuexiao with a change of clothes and purchased a bucket of water to rid him of any unpleasant odors. Otherwise, Qingwu would have never allowed him to board. Li Tianyu settled beside Qingwu and explained, "My dear, these two are the followers I have diligently sought. The male is Xiao Yuexiao, who has acquired the skill token and can concoct restorative potions. The female is Zhao Tong, who possesses at least 3 pieces of 1-star equipment." Upon hearing Li Tianyu's introduction, a flicker of surprise crossed Qingwu's eyes. It seemed that the individuals Li Tianyu had recruited indeed possessed some merit. Xiao Yuexiao and Zhao Tong, welcome to our team. If you are sincerely wishing to join us, I extend my welcome. However, should you harbor any ulterior motives, do not blame me for being ungracious. Qingwu threatened, her hands cracking ominously as she clenched them together. Behind her, Qingcheng, Wang Chong, and Sun Bo stood in solidarity, clearly indicating that Qingwu was the one in command of the van. Xiao Yuexiao and Zhao Tong exchanged uneasy glances, both secretly regretting their decision to board Li Tianyu's vehicle. They had assumed that Li Tianyu was the owner of the van, believing that by appeasing the seemingly dim-witted man, they would be fine. However, the true authority in the vehicle was a corpulent, unattractive woman. It was quite disheartening to realize that Li Tianyu, as the owner, was utterly ineffectual. Nevertheless, it was now impossible for them to leave the van, as everyone was required to depart the city within half an hour. Zhao Tong and Xiao Yuexiao humbly acquiesced, expressing their willingness to heed Qingwu's commands. Only then did Qingwu instruct Wang Chong to drive out of the city. As for Zhao Tong, who had initially intended to join the female boxing class, ended up in Li Tianyu's van. It stemmed from their collective misdirection in the city the previous night. Zhao Tong was unable to locate the boxing class, while Li Tianyu was lost in finding the van. The three had wandered aimlessly throughout the city until dawn broke. When Zhao Tong finally encountered Li Tianyu, the two parties quickly reached a consensus, prompting Zhao Tong to reluctantly join Li Tianyu's team. There was no alternative. Dawn had arrived, and Joseph would likely seek her out upon awakening. Reluctant to take the bus, Zhao Tong decided to compromise her comfort and hide in Li Tianyu's van for the time being. However, she soon realized that her experience in the van was not entirely unpleasant. Among the 3 women present, each remarkably unattractive, Zhao Tong's ordinary looks were magnified in the eyes of several men. She could already feel the fervent gazes of Wang Chong, Sun Bo, and Li Tianyu upon her. It appeared that the skills she had acquired online in the art of flattery were beginning to bear fruit. Taming a few men could prove far more enjoyable than serving Joseph. Of course, Zhao Tong held no genuine interest in Li Tianyu and his companions. She merely intended to train them as sycophants, seeking an opportunity to abscond with valuable items from the van and join a women's empowerment group. At the city's outskirts, a variety of vehicles departed, vanishing beyond the urban boundary. A motorhome and a small car traveled side by side, continuously honking in farewell. As the 2 vehicles simultaneously exited the city limits, they disappeared into the wilderness. On a certain road in the wild, a motorhome appeared in a flash of white light, revealing Yi Ming and the women within. The scenery bore an uncanny resemblance to the world of the wind disaster, as Chu Chu commented while gazing out the window. The other women nodded in agreement. Aside from the monotonous wilderness, the only familiar sight was the long, straight road. This scene mirrored that of the wind disaster world perfectly. Jiang Qi squinted against the bright sun overhead, its glaring rays compelling her to narrow her eyes. It was still morning, yet the sunlight was already so intense. She recalled the system's indication that this was an extremely hot world, leading her to speculate about the climate. Ailey, however, dismissed her concerns. "What are you worried about? Our vehicle is equipped with air conditioning. We need not fret over the heat." Ailey's reassurance eased the women's worries considerably. Jinmi Nai chimed in cheerfully, "Our kitchen has a refrigerator and freezer, allowing us to make ice and popsicles to cool down." Indeed, the women brightened at the thought. With the kitchen's amenities, they could store frozen treats in the warehouse, far surpassing the heat relief strategies of other teams. At that moment, Yi Ming emerged from the driver's cabin to assign tasks. Chu Chu and Jiang Qi were to take turns driving, while the treasure chest would be entrusted to the combat personnel. The motorhome currently held over 3,000 units of gasoline, with resources seemingly inexhaustible. Yi Ming was already contemplating having Wang Jior assist with the fuel supply. Zhenmi Nai was to prepare breakfast, after which he would utilize her final brewing token to learn the craft of brewing. Zhang Xiaoman would continue selling goods. Due to the limited time for sales the previous day, she had only earned 7,000 escape coins. With ample time today, she was certain to accumulate a significant amount of escape coins. Yi Ming has decided to begin accumulating escape coins, aiming to secure more equipment when the next world auction channel opens. The previous auction featured 2-star weapons, while the upcoming one will showcase 2-star gear that enhances attributes. Various armors, garments, trousers, footwear, and accessories are all commendable pieces of equipment. In his past life, Yi Ming was envious of these items. In this life, he intends to indulge extravagantly. Additionally, trading with pursuers for resources and slaves will also require a significant amount of escape coins. Therefore, Yi Ming welcomes any quantity of escape coins that Zhang Xiaoman manages to earn. Meanwhile, the other women, having nothing else to occupy their time, have all gone to assist in the kitchen. Yi Ming, however, called over Zhao Sansan, and a message appeared before him. Zhao Sansan, favorability, 3, grateful, appearance rating, 8. 6 interacted with males. 1. Upon seeing Zhao Sansan's information, Yi Ming felt quite pleased. After last night, Zhao Sansan had completely become one of his own. With an initial favorability of 3 points, and her feelings towards Yi Ming are rooted in gratitude. Yi Ming has also begun to trust Zhao Sansan, and after spending some time together, increasing her favorability to 5 points should pose no problem. He is also considering what position to assign her. Chapter 133, A Heart-to-Heart with Zhao Sansan. Darling, is there something on your mind? Zhao Sansan inquired, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Although they had shared a profound understanding the previous night, this was her first moment alone with Yi Ming since boarding the vehicle, leaving her uncertain on how to interact with him. After a restful night on the double bed, she had awakened refreshed, her fatigue from the bus journey completely dissipated, and her complexion appeared quite radiant. Yi Ming guided the young woman to the sofa, where they sat down to converse. He began by inquiring about Zhao Sansan's recovery and whether she was comfortable in the mobile home. Blushing, she averted her gaze, responding with simple, shy replies such as "It's all right, and I can manage," her demeanor reflecting her embarrassment. The memories of her desperate pleas from the previous night flooded her mind whenever she faced Yi Ming, making it difficult for her to meet his eyes. Yi Ming then broached the subject directly. "Sansan, within our team, we have combat personnel and logistics staff. Do you have any thoughts on this matter?" In truth, Yi Ming was considering appointing Zhao Sansan as the team's driver, as having a driver would make their escape less susceptible to pursuit. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Sansan's eyes brightened, and she glanced at a corner where a pot of high-yield crops was planted. "Darling, Chu Chu mentioned this to me yesterday. I wish to take charge of cultivating high-yield crops," she said, her eyes glimmering with anticipation as she mustered the courage to look up at Yi Ming. To take responsibility for cultivating high-yield crops? Yi Ming was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Zhao Sansan's interest in such a role. Her eager expression only deepened his confusion. Was planting truly that appealing? However, for a young woman with a penchant for nurturing flora, it indeed seemed fitting. Was Zhao Sansan the type to revel in tending to flowers and plants? Seeing her enthusiasm, Yi Ming dispelled any thoughts of refusal. His vehicle certainly lacked someone to manage high-yield crops, and since Zhao Sansan was willing to take on this responsibility, he decided to entrust it to her. He possessed 2 skill tokens for planting, which he could provide to her for learning. Once he acquired the farm blueprints and increased the variety of crops, Zhao Sansan's role would become increasingly significant. As for the selection of a driver, he would have to search further. Currently, beautiful young women on the bus were rarer than giant pandas, and Yi Ming harbored little hope of finding one. Of course, if he lowered his standards regarding looks, he might find some candidates on the bus. In his past life, Li Tianyu had been indiscriminate, willing to accept women regardless of their appearance. However, Yi Ming lacked such interest. After all, there were countless ordinary-looking women in the country who daydreamed about being swept off their feet by a domineering CEO or a wealthy, handsome man. These women were not preserving their purity. Rather, they held disdain for ordinary men, often exhibiting various character flaws. To them, Any man who did not meet the standards of the affluent was deemed unworthy of their attention. Not to mention, any man would likely keep his distance from them. Ming had no intention of picking up such discarded individuals. Conversely, it is difficult to assert whether a woman of striking beauty, pursued by numerous men, can maintain her virginity as a testament to her virtue. Nevertheless, such women are the very targets of Ming. Although the bus may not house any captivating maidens, Ming can still fix his gaze upon the female followers of other drivers or the slaves captured by pursuers. Regaining his focus, Ming entrusted Zhao Sansan with the responsibility of cultivating high-yield crops and bestowed upon her 2 planting tokens. These 2 planting tokens are now yours. Utilize them after breakfast. He instructed. Thank you, my husband, Zhao Sansan replied, her heart swelling with emotion as she received the tokens. Ming's trust in her, evident through the granting of the tokens for cultivating high-yield crops and the 2 skill tokens for learning, was palpable. With a favorability rating of 4, Zhao Sansan diligently tended to the crops, watering and harvesting the ripe produce for storage. Meanwhile, Ming reclined on the sofa, observing the women as they busied themselves. Before long, the caravan traversed the highway and stumbled upon the first wooden treasure chest, guarded by a goblin. The women, having not faced any monsters for days, seized the opportunity to engage, brandishing their 2-star weapons against the goblin. Jiangqi wielded a 2-star spear, Chu Chu brandished a 1-star spear. Yang Lingyu carried a 2-star shield and a 2-star short sword, while Ai Li held a 2-star flintlock pistol. Upon spotting the 4 women approaching, the goblin, excitedly screeching and salivating, thought it was in for a delightful experience. However, as they closed the distance, the goblin quickly sensed something amiss. The weapons in their hands appeared formidable. Before it could contemplate further, a gunshot rang out. The goblin staggered as a bullet struck its shoulder. Ah! The goblin shrieked in agony, clutching its wound and attempting to flee. Yet, Jiangqi, with her remarkable D-class speed, had already dashed behind it, thrusting her spear into its skull. In an instant, the E-class goblin lay lifeless, much to the astonishment of the 3 women who arrived shortly thereafter. Did it just die like that? We were so eager for a fight, they lamented. Jiangqi, why did you kill it so swiftly? At least let me have a swing. Yang Lingyu complained, eager to test the sharpness of her 2-star sword. Jiangqi extracted her spear from the goblin's corpse, marveling at its effectiveness. I had no choice. I saw it trying to escape, she replied with a smile. Ai Li chimed in, grinning as she brandished her pistol. Lingyu, I did hit the goblin too, you know. Had it not been for your shot, it wouldn't have fled, and perhaps I could have struck it as well. Yang Lingyu retorted. Chu Chu, chuckling softly, interjected. All right, there are plenty of treasure chests awaiting us today. Let us open this one, and then head back. Yang Lingyu and Ai Li had no choice but to abandon their quest for the treasure chest. Upon opening the wooden box, they found a meager 10 escape tokens inside. This treasure chest is so stingy, Ai Li lamented. Yang Lingyu nodded in agreement. After collecting the tokens, the group returned to their RV. Jiangqi, you are incredible. You killed the goblin with just 1 shot, Lu Yusuan exclaimed upon their return. Moments earlier, Chu Chu and the others had ventured to open the treasure chest, while those responsible for logistics gathered at the window to witness their display of skill. They were treated to the sight of Jiangqi swiftly dispatching the goblin with a decisive shot. Zhao Sansan, standing nearby, expressed her admiration, surprised at the prowess of these sisters. She had assumed that only Ming was formidable, but she was astonished to discover Jiangqi and the others possessed remarkable strength as well. Just as they were about to continue their conversation, Zhenmina called everyone to the kitchen for breakfast. Chapter 134. The combat experience of the 4 maidens gradually improves after Ming and the ladies finish their breakfast. Zhenminai utilized a brewing token, while Zhao Sansan employed a planting token, causing the 2 to vanish within a radiant light inside the vehicle. The RV continued its journey along the highway, in search of treasure chests. Presently, the most abundant resource aboard Ming's vehicle was gasoline, allowing him to drive recklessly along the road to gather resources. In less than 10 minutes, they encountered a bronze treasure chest, guarded by 5 goblins brandishing wooden sticks and daggers, screeching wildly at the RV. 5 goblins. Ailey, Lingyu, you must be cautious, Lu Yusuan exclaimed, her expression tense. She felt no concern for Chu Chu and Jiangqi, but she couldn't help but remind Ailey and Yang Lingyu, who still possessed a hint of recklessness. However, the 4 maidens remained unfazed by the presence of the goblins, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Jiangqi chuckled, gently ruffling Lu Yusuan's hair. Don't worry, we'll be careful. Indeed, this time I shall slay a goblin, Yang Lingyu declared confidently, gripping her shield in her left hand and a dagger in her right. Ailey, brandishing her flintlock pistol, patted Yang Lingyu on the shoulder. Hee, fear not. I shall dispatch all the goblins before they can harm you. Yang Lingyu shot Ailey a glare as if to retort. You enough. Chu interrupted their banter, reminding them, Yusuan is right. Do not let your guard down, and be wary of the goblins' last-ditch efforts. Ming had repeatedly warned the ladies about the goblins' propensity to retaliate when near death, and Chu was determined not to allow carelessness to lead to harm among her sisters. Ailey and Yang Lingyu nodded in unison. They knew they must heed the words of their elder sister, Chu. Additionally, Jiangqi, their second sister, had also earned their admiration and respect, holding a status that rivaled Chu's. The two had become Ming's trusted allies, assisting him in managing the entire RV. At this moment, Ming was seated on the sofa, accompanying Zhang Xiaoman as she sold items. Upon learning that 5 goblins were guarding a bronze treasure chest outside, he remained unconcerned, for he had trained the 4 maidens to a D-level strength. After breakfast, Ming had bestowed 2 D-level attribute spheres to each of the 4 ladies, utilizing 80 points of goodwill. Chu, Ailey, and Yang Lingyu had enhanced their speed and strength attributes to D-level, surpassing the capabilities of ordinary goblins. Meanwhile, Jiangqi had fortified her speed to D-level, further augmenting her prowess. If the 4 maidens were unable to vanquish 5 goblins with their current strength, Ming would need to reconsider their training. Having devised a simple strategy, Chu led the 4 ladies as they armed themselves and exited the vehicle to confront the treasure chest. Lu Yusuan, meanwhile, leaned anxiously against the windows, watching the 4 maidens engage in battle. With a series of gunshots echoing through the air, the 4 maidens clashed with the goblins, and within approximately 10 seconds, the skirmish concluded. The encounter was an overwhelming slaughter. Ailey provided suppressive fire from a distance with her flintlock pistol, causing the 5 goblins to wail in agony, one of which was struck down outright. Subsequently, the 3 young women, Chu and her companions, charged forward and effortlessly dispatched several wounded goblins. Wow, they are truly formidable, exclaimed Lu Yusuan, her hands covering her mouth in astonishment, followed by an expression of immense joy. After all, the greater the prowess of Chu and her companions, the stronger Ming's team would become, ensuring her safety within the mobile home in the future. Soon, the 4 women returned to the mobile home, bringing back supplies from the treasure chest. The bronze chest yielded a commendable bounty, a selection of seasonings, including oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and sugar. Upon seeing that the 4 women had returned unscathed, Ming praised them, a gesture that undoubtedly served as recognition, further motivating them for the upcoming treasure hunts. The mobile home continued its journey in search of treasures, and whenever they encountered a treasure chest, the 4 women disembarked to engage in battle. Ming, on the other hand, enjoyed a leisurely time, occasionally practicing his shadow clones to hone his multitasking abilities, while spending the remaining time lying on the bed, assisting Zhang Xiaoman in selling goods. Meanwhile, the combat experience of Chu and her companions grew increasingly rich. Chu and Jiangqi practiced precise lunging strikes with their spears, focusing on speed, accuracy, and lethality. Under the influence of infinite ammunition for her flintlock pistol, Ailey's shooting accuracy improved significantly, especially when goblins served as live targets, providing her with valuable insights into marksmanship. Yang Lingyu gradually evolved towards the role of a frontline warrior. Despite her petite stature, the shield she wielded provided ample protection, instilling a sense of security. During battles, she boldly charged at the goblin formations, drawing enemy fire and creating opportunities for Chu and the others. The combat team composed of the 4 young women faced no challenges against wooden and bronze chests. However, the majority of other teams and vehicles encountered considerable difficulty when attempting to breach the bronze chests. The wooden chests were manageable, typically guarded by only a single goblin or a wild beast. In contrast, the bronze chests were defended by 4 or 5 goblins, making them arduous for weaker teams to conquer, with the potential for casualties looming. The chat channel echoed with lamentations, expressing grievances about the difficulty of bronze chests. Simultaneously, it became apparent that the drop rate of food items from treasure chests had diminished significantly. For instance, opening a wooden chest often yielded merely escape coins. Conversely, the quality of items from bronze chests had markedly improved, with some players obtaining 6 E-grade attribute orbs, high-yield seeds, special items, 1-star equipment, and other highly useful supplies. In summary, although the bronze chest posed a challenge to conquer, the likelihood of receiving valuable rewards had substantially increased. Consequently, various teams, despite the difficulties in battling for the bronze chests, employed diverse strategies and tactics. On a certain stretch of highway, an unusually designed off-road vehicle parked beside the road, while some figures raced across the wilderness outside. Among these figures were the twin sisters Lin Mingxi and Lin Mingxiue, accompanied by their mother, each pursued by a goblin. Fortunately, their enchanted boots elevated their speed to E grade, allowing them to outpace the goblin relentlessly trailing them. Near the treasure chest, Lin Feng unleashed an almost imperceptible blade of wind, swiftly dispatching a goblin. He then wielded a cleaver to assist his son in vanquishing another goblin. Together, the father and son duo quickly eliminated the second creature. Subsequently, Lin Feng approached the treasure chest while Lin Qinghao called out for their mother and sister to return to the road. Eventually, the five of them made their way back to the highway, panting heavily as they took a moment to rest. Meanwhile, the remaining three goblins could be heard yelling in frustration across the wilderness. "Father, we are truly fortunate to have acquired these battle boots last night. Otherwise, we would not have been able to effortlessly conquer the bronze treasure chest." Lin Mingxi gasped, her chest rising and falling with exertion. This was the first time the mother and daughter had participated in a treasure hunt after donning the battle boots, and it was undeniably exhilarating. Lin Qinghao, grasping a wooden spear, expressed his reservations. To be honest, given some time, father could have dispatched those goblins one by one with the wind blades. "Sister, you and mother should refrain from taking such risks next time." In Lin Qinghao's view, although they had secured the bronze treasure chest with the aid of his sister and mother, he still wished to spare them from future dangers. Chapter 135. The mechanism of treasure chest rivalry regarding their younger brother's request for them not to participate in the treasure chest battle. Both Lin Mingxi and Lin Mingxiue firmly expressed their refusal. They recognized the immense pressure their father and brother faced while contending for the bronze treasure chest, which compelled them to take the perilous step of luring monsters. It was merely their way of contributing to the survival of the family. Lin Feng, in turn, discerned the resolute determination of his wife and daughters to assist, and thus, he not only refrained from opposing them, but also offered his unequivocal support. This was not an indication of his cold-heartedness or a lack of desire to protect his wife and daughters. Rather, it was a stark acknowledgement that the rules of this world would not spare them simply because they were women, unless Lin Feng possessed sufficient strength to safeguard his family. Which he did not. They had to unite and confront the challenges ahead together. Of course, Lin Feng was also aware that relying on his wife and daughters to lure monsters with their one-star battle boots was overly ambitious and fraught with risks, a concern echoed by their son, Lin Qinghao. Nevertheless, Lin Feng was actively seeking solutions. Currently, their focus was on defeating treasure chests to gather resources, which could then be exchanged for equipment, weapons, and attribute orbs that would enhance their abilities. This dilemma was shared by all teams: how to swiftly elevate the prowess of their followers. Otherwise, even the bronze treasure chests would become insurmountable. Lin Qinghao was about to offer further persuasion when Lin Feng interrupted, saying, "Enough. This time, we have obtained 3 high-yield sugarcane seeds from the treasure chest. If sold, they should fetch an item that enhances our strength." The value of high-yield seeds is steadily rising. Everyone can see that once these seeds mature, they become a sustainable resource, which is why many are collecting them. With these 3 high-yield seeds, we can still exchange for a 1-star piece of equipment or weapon. Lin Feng stored the high-yield seeds and reassured Qinghao, "There's no need to rush. We can proceed cautiously in our next treasure chest endeavor. I will aim to eliminate 2 goblins with my wind blade first, ensuring it is safer for Mengxi and the others while they lure monsters. Once we rest tonight, we can attempt to trade the high-yield seeds and other items for strength-enhancing equipment." Gaining strength cannot be rushed. Lin Feng resolved to first gather resources from the treasure chests before assisting his wife, daughters, and son in acquiring items to bolster their capabilities. The family had no objections to Lin Feng's plan and returned to their off-road vehicle, driving off to continue their treasure hunt. Subsequently, the Lin family exerted considerable effort and time, successfully conquering 2 additional bronze treasure chests. As they continued along the highway, the previously straight road took an unexpected turn, revealing a junction ahead. Several roads branched out in different directions at the intersection, each with a vehicle parked along the way. In the wilderness near the junction stood a silvery treasure chest, flanked by a dozen menacing goblins and a robust goblin towering over 2 meters tall. This was the treasure chest rivalry mechanism. Lin Feng recognized the situation immediately, his expression growing grave. Simultaneously, within Yiming's RV, Chu emerged from the driver's seat, exclaiming, "Dear, there's a junction ahead." At that moment, a system notification appeared in Yiming's mind. Congratulations on discovering the advanced treasure chest. The mechanism for competing for the chest has been activated, but the number of participating teams is insufficient. Please wait. It's all right. We've triggered the treasure chest competition mechanism. I shall take a look in the cockpit. Yiming calmly stood up to reassure the women not to worry, then made his way to the cockpit to observe the situation outside the vehicle. At that moment, Jiangqi, seated in the passenger seat, wore a serious expression and said, "Darling, there are quite a number of teams participating in this treasure chest competition." Yiming nodded and took his place in the driver's seat, gazing out the window. Guarding the silver treasure chest were a dozen goblins and a D-ranked goblin warrior. Observing the fork in the road, he noted that 5 roads were available. Yet the conditions to activate the treasure chest competition had not yet been met. As Jiangqi had mentioned, there were indeed numerous teams vying for the treasure this time. "Do not worry. If we encounter danger, I will concede immediately and teleport you back into the vehicle," Yiming reassured Jiangqi, sensing her unease. In the treasure chest competition, as long as the vehicle owner does not covet the silver chest, they can forfeit. Upon conceding, the followers engaged in battle would be instantly teleported back to the vehicle. So should Chu or Jiangqi find themselves in peril, Yiming would promptly surrender. Although the contents of the silver treasure chest were highly valuable, to Yiming, they paled in comparison to the safety of Chu and the others. Upon hearing Yiming's comforting words, Jiangqi felt a surge of emotion yet was even more resolute in her determination to help defeat the other teams. Soon, the other women gathered outside the cockpit to assess the situation regarding the treasure chest competition. There are so many opponents this time. Li peered into the cockpit, astonished by the vehicles on the other roads. Unlike the last treasure chest competition, which featured only one team as a competitor, this time there were at least 5 teams. If a battle ensued, it would undoubtedly be chaotic. Yiming began imparting his combat experience to the women concerning the treasure chest competition. With so many teams participating in individual battles, it was crucial to avoid being overwhelmed by others. In team battles, maintaining formation was essential. Each person should wield a crossbow, and anyone daring to approach should be met with a volley of bolts. The women nodded in agreement as they absorbed Yiming's tactical arrangements, feeling a sense of calm wash over them. Yiming had prepared numerous trump cards for them. Even a single-star crossbow would be sufficient to deal with all adversaries. Turning to Ai Li and Yang Lingyu, Yiming said, "Ai Li, Lingyu, you must be mentally prepared for combat. Brother Yiming, rest assured, I have been ready for this for quite some time," Yang Lingyu declared confidently, thumping her small chest. Having witnessed numerous deaths during her days on the bus, she was unfazed by the prospect of taking a life. Ai Li, on the other hand, stiffened at the mention of killing but maintained a facade of composure, saying, "I, too, am prepared." Noticing the flicker of uncertainty in Ai Li's eyes, Yiming realized she was not quite ready. He drew her into an embrace, providing her with psychological support and uttering comforting words, soon helping Ai Li regain her spirit. Currently, Ellie has slain numerous goblins. Thus, having witnessed bloodshed, she is unlikely to develop any psychological issues from taking lives. At most, she may experience slight psychological discomfort, but it will not significantly impact her. As for Chu and Jiangqi, they have long since overcome such mental hurdles, and Yiming harbors no concerns for them. Moving forward, whether in individual or team battles, Yiming will only deploy the 4 combatants, Chu and her companions. Zhang Xiaoman and Lu Yusuan need only remain in the vehicle, observing the fight alongside him. After waiting for a while in the car with the women, several roads gradually converged at the intersection. Once the number of participating teams reached 10, a system notification echoed in everyone's minds. Ding! The number of participating teams has been achieved. Scanning the number of participants in each team. Commencing random selection method. Selection method. Follower team battle. Number of participants in each team. Unlimited. Victory condition. Combat continues until only one team's followers remain alive. The vehicle owner possesses the right to concede. Upon conceding, all followers may be teleported back into the vehicle. All vehicle owners are required to deploy their followers for battle within 1 minute. Chapter 136. The commencement of team battles. Team battle? Upon hearing the system's announcement, Yiming immediately understood that a chaotic clash of followers was imminent. He turned his gaze towards the 4 combatants, Chu, Jiangqi, Ai Li, and Lingyu. "This battle is entrusted to you," he declared to the women. Given the nature of a team battle, it was only fitting for Ming to deploy these capable fighters. With their formidable skills and weaponry, victory seemed assured, provided they could evade being overwhelmed by their adversaries. The 4 women nodded in unison, expressing their confidence. "Leave it to us, dear Ming Gu," they assured him. Zhang Xiaoman and Lu Yusuan stood nearby, cheering them on while reminding them to stay safe. "Ling Yu, do not act recklessly. Listen to Chu Chu and Jiang Qi during the fight, and take care to avoid injury. I'll be rooting for you from the vehicle," Zhang Xiaoman advised. Among the women, Zhang Xiaoman and Yang Lingyu shared a particularly close bond, having first met on a public bus before joining Ming's entourage. Meanwhile, Lu Yusuan grasped Chu Chu's arm with concern. "Chu Chu, you must be careful and avoid getting hurt." If Yang Lingyu and Zhang Xiaoman had a deep friendship, the connection between Chu Chu and Lu Yusuan transcended mere camaraderie, prompting Lu Yusuan to worry fiercely for Chu Chu's safety. Chu Chu embraced her petite girlfriend affectionately, assuring her with a smile, Xian, I won't get hurt. Even if I sustain a minor injury, I know you will be there to heal me." Lu Yusuan's cheeks flushed, and she quickly extricated herself from Chu Chu's embrace to encourage Ai Li and Ling Yu. The 4 women equipped themselves with weapons and donned crossbows as they descended from the vehicle. Meanwhile, at the front of the all-terrain vehicle where the Lin family was stationed, Lin Qinghao cautiously exited with his mother and 2 sisters. They had no intention of vying for the silver treasure chest, given their family as capabilities. Even if they triumphed in the skirmish, they would stand no chance against the goblins guarding the chest. Therefore, they were indifferent to the outcome of the battle. As the vehicle's owner, Lin Feng would promptly concede at the onset of combat to safeguard his wife and children. Lin Qinghao, along with his mother and sisters, disembarked merely for show, as 4 figures stepping out carried more weight than 1 or 2. Elsewhere on the road, 5 men emerged from a tank, each adorned with 1 or 2 pieces of weaponry. These individuals were meticulously selected followers of the tank's owner, known for their ruthless nature. They were resolute in their pursuit of victory in this treasure chest contest. To bolster their chances, their vehicle owner had ensured they received enhanced resources and equipment from the Supernova team just the day before. "Hey, look over there. A pair of twin sisters, quite lovely," one of the men remarked, pointing at Lin Mingxi and Lin Mingxiwei with a sinister grin. The 5 men who had disembarked from the tank regarded the twins with predatory interest, embodying the adage that like attracts like. They were not only ruthless but also enjoyed tormenting women. The sight of the twin sisters ignited their curiosity and desire. "Indeed, I have yet to experience the thrill of the twins. I remain uncertain if the sensation is akin to what I anticipate." A group of individuals erupted into boisterous laughter, seemingly liberated from the constraints of law and morality, as they appeared to find solace in unleashing their inner malice. Forging a path to survival in a world fraught with peril, other vehicles began to descend, following suit, typically harboring groups of 3 to 5 individuals. Upon disembarking, the 4 women, known as Chu Chu, immediately attracted considerable attention. The formidable weapons they bore instilled a palpable gravity among onlookers. Each woman wielded a hand crossbow, complemented by long spears, shields, and blades, rendering their arsenal more formidable than that of any other team present. "Look, those 4 women possess hand crossbows," exclaimed one. "Hand crossbows? Let us keep our distance. I have no desire to be struck by a bolt." Numerous teams, upon catching sight of the hand crossbows, promptly altered their demeanor, opting not to engage with the formidable quartet. After all, in close combat, there remained a glimmer of hope, yet faced with hand crossbows, how could anyone contend without being turned into a pincushion? To approach would invite certain death from afar as well. Meanwhile, the twin sisters also took note of the 4 women. "Mom, sis, look. Those 4 beauties have hand crossbows. If only we possessed hand crossbows. Obtaining treasure chests wouldn't be such a challenge," remarked Lin Mingxiwei enviously. Lin Mingxi and their mother, Zhang Ping, nodded in agreement. The women felt no advantage in combat prowess unless they could elevate their attributes. Otherwise, they were at a distinct disadvantage. Clearly, hand crossbows could significantly bolster their combat capabilities. Unable to restrain herself, Lin Mingxi proposed, "How about, once the competition concludes, we reach out to them to see if we might procure a couple of hand crossbows?" However, their mother, Zhang Ping, exhibited a more cautious demeanor. "Let us first observe their situation. Such crucial weapons may not be available for purchase." On the other side, 5 men who had descended from a tank gazed enviously at the 4 women. Their desires extended beyond the impressive equipment. They were equally captivated by the women's beauty. If we could eliminate those lovely ladies, we would not only acquire hand crossbows, but also indulge in further pleasures, one remarked disturbingly. At that moment, another man chastised him. When the battle commences, adhere to the plan. Do not let your primitive instincts lead you astray. Afterward, the boss will take you on the bus for some fun. Understood. The others responded with mischievous grins. Inside the RV, Yi Ming, Zhang Xiaoman, and Lu Yusuan convened in the driver's seat, observing the followers of various teams. Externally, it was difficult to ascertain the strength of these followers. However, their weaponry provided a glimpse into their capabilities. The weapons on display were diverse: wooden shields, bows, long spears, and blades, yet none seemed worthy of Yi Ming's concern. Ah, there is a pair of quite attractive twins, he noted. Yi Ming's gaze lingered upon Lin Mingxi and Lin Mingxue. However, due to the considerable distance, he was unable to discern whether the two young women were untouched by romantic encounters. He could only ascertain that their beauty was quite remarkable. Upon noticing Lin Qinghao nearby, Yi Ming suddenly recalled that he was indeed the son of the pair he had encountered the previous night, which was quite a coincidence. Observing Lin Qinghao and his companions, he noted that they were all adorned with one-star battle boots. Just as Yi Ming was scrutinizing the twin sisters, a minute swiftly elapsed. All teams had dispatched their participating followers, converging at the central crossroads for battle. Ding, the team battle commences. However, as the system's notification resonated, before the 10 teams' followers could engage in combat, 4 teams were enveloped in white light, vanishing from the roadway. Among them were the 4 members of the Lin family. It was evident that 4 teams opted out of the treasure contest, surrendering outright.